The world agrees that demon corpses are inedible, yet you took the opportunity while your parents were out to secretly stew a demon corpse in a pot. Just when everyone thought you would be contaminated by demonic energy, who would have expected you to go out of control, eating from a mere demon beast to a divine beast? All because you obtained a miraculous ancient scripture. At this moment, following the ancient recipe, you throw various soup ingredients into the pot, then quickly chop the iron eagle's meat into small pieces with a knife. Soon, half of the iron eagle is chopped by you, and you are still somewhat unsatisfied, but the pot is already full. Following the instructions, you first bring it to a boil over high heat, then simmer over low heat. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight, and the enticing aroma filled the courtyard. You gazed at the iron-tailed eagle stewing in the pot, resembling a small chicken, and couldn't help but drool. Swiftly, you picked up a piece of dried mushroom with your chopsticks, slurped it, your expression changed instantly, followed by a face full of surprise. It's so delicious. What shocks you the most is that eating dried mushrooms actually gives you a sensation similar to drinking the blood of a mythical beast. Even though the sensation is not strong, your stomach has been hungry for so many years that you still feel it. You have been able to eat since you were young, as if your stomach were a bottomless pit. Since you can remember, you have never been full. Your parents visited famous doctors far and wide to cure you, spending money like water, but to no avail. It wasn't until an uncle came back, saw your condition, and suggested trying the blood of a mythical beast. It worked immediately, and your parents were overjoyed. Since then, I started buying demon beast essence for you. But this stuff is too expensive, definitely not something an ordinary family can afford. So someone gave your old man an idea, working at the crematorium. There's an unwritten rule in this line of work: the demon corpses brought in will have some residual essence, considered as a compensation for the crematorium workers. The iron-tailed eagle was one of the demon corpses brought in to be incinerated. At this point, you don't care whether the demon corpse can be eaten or not, you just want to fill your own stomach. Even if you die, you want to die with a full belly. For a full half hour, you gnawed on the bones thoroughly, ensuring there was not a trace of meat left on them, before nodding contentedly. Surprisingly, half of the iron-tailed eagle made you feel half full. Considering your current appetite, it takes drinking 3 bottles of water just to feel not hungry. You experienced satisfaction for the first time, understanding what it means to be content and have a full stomach. Looking at the remaining half of the iron eagle, tears streaming down your face, you decide to add a bell to the iron eagle. You busied yourself until 4 or 5 in the morning before eagerly starting to eat. When you finished gnawing on the whole iron eagle, you felt an unprecedented satisfaction, truly too full. Just then, you suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Your stomach started growling, and then all the cells in your body seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, unusually active, as if they wanted to jump out of your body. As you stood there in confusion, you suddenly felt a surge of energy in your limbs and bones. You screamed, could it be energy? Chi is the symbol of cultivators. You have never awakened it, but you have seen too much. Before, you were hungry every day. How could you have the mind to cultivate? Even if you wanted to cultivate, you couldn't mobilize a bit of your body. But today, after eating a whole iron-tailed eagle, you unexpectedly awakened your chi. But this is not the end yet. A golden light suddenly appears before your eyes. One iron-tailed eagle eaten gains the innate talent of iron-tailed eagle's sharp claws. Immediately, a diagram of circulating chi appears in your mind. You try to circulate the chi to your fingers, and fiercely swing down towards the stone supporting the table in front of you. The sturdy cobblestone unexpectedly bore 5 deep fingerprints, yet your fingers felt no pain at all. At this sight, your eyes lit up instantly. While others have to swallow elixirs to gain special abilities, you just have to eat, which is quite a breeze. Without much time to think, you quickly mobilize the energy in your body and follow the cultivation method issued by the school to guide its operation. In just half an hour, you break through to the first level of cultivation. You threw all the leftover bones into the incinerator, then walked back to your room with an indifferent pace and went to sleep. This was the first time since you grew up that you didn't wake up hungry in the middle of the night. You slept until noon, and if it weren't for the heavy knocking on the door, you might still be immersed in a beautiful dream. You were wearing slippers, rubbing your eyes. As soon as you opened the door, you got a scolding. You little rascal, what time is it? Still sleeping. Where's your dad? Come and collect the body. You instantly woke up, chuckling. Uncle Nyo, I stayed up late studying yesterday. My second granduncle passed away, so my parents went back to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, Uncle Nyo chuckled and scolded, you're just talking nonsense. Then he said seriously, since that's the case, I'll take the demon's corpse back first and send it to another crematorium. Upon hearing this, you immediately became anxious and grabbed Uncle Nyo. Come on, Uncle Nyo, don't you trust me? I've practiced with my father before. Burning this bit of demon corpse shouldn't be a problem for me. Just put the demon corpse in, I guarantee the task will be completed. Uncle Nyo looked at you skeptically. Are you sure? This is the 8-fold sky howling moon wolf that was just killed last night. Are you sure you can handle it? You pat your chest confidently. No problem at all, Uncle Nyo, you can rest assured. I don't know how long my dad will be out this time. Our family can't just sit around doing nothing. or we might get demoted. Uncle Neo pondered for a moment. Indeed, they were part of the corpse collection team, responsible for collecting bodies and delivering them to the crematorium, but not for the cremation. The crematorium has its own rules. It is graded based on the quality and quantity of demon corpses burned each month, with different rewards for each level. Uncle Neo waved to the young people behind him, and they started unloading from the cars. Uncle Neo looked around and whispered to Yu, Xiao Jiangping, these demon corpses were killed by someone important. They weren't very careful when extracting the essence blood. Upon hearing this, Yu quickly nodded. Uncle, I understand what's going on, I'll remember it. Uncle Neo smiled but didn't say anything. Everyone in the southern city knows him, Jiangping, even though he's a bit pitiful. He can only help a little bit. But Jiangping didn't think so, because he was able to live to such a large age because these people had put it together little by little. Taking a deep breath, he changed the topic. Uncle, how come there are still demonic beasts of the 8th heaven? Aren't you guys in charge of the wall? The corpse collection teams all have their own areas of responsibility. If I remember correctly, Uncle Neo should be in charge of the 3 areas within the wall. Generally speaking, it was rare for demonic beasts of the 8th heaven to appear within the walls, because that can already do some damage to the average person. Uncle Neo sighed. I don't know and I don't understand, but lately not only have we received them, the rest of the corpse collecting teams also have many above the 8th heaven, and I've even heard that some of them have received spirit realm ones. Uncle Neo's words sent Jiangping into deep thought. Nodding, Uncle, come inside for a cup of tea. Uncle Cao waved his hand. What to drink with you, little kid? I'm leaving. By the way, in 3 days someone will come to check. You kid, don't be lazy. 3 days is the limit for contamination. So, there will be special people to check it out. Jiangping assured. Guaranteed to be processed in 3 days. As for what to do with it, that can't be said. After waiting for the people to leave, tears flowed indisputably from the corners of his mouth as he watched the eightfold heavenly whistling moondog. There's no rush. There's no rush. Let's destroy the iron-tailed hawk first. Then we'll eat what we've been served today. He's got to get a grip. There are 2 more iron-tailed hawks. One at noon and one at night. So we'll have to eat them until tomorrow, too. And, the moment he approached the whistling moondog, the books were once again flipped open, showing a page. 8 heavens whistling moondog. Small demon. Meat quality is average. Meat S and bones. Eaten to increase the use of chi. The flavor is average. Auxiliary secret old soup. A little chili. Native base. Sliced and brushed and eaten. With secret dipping sauce taste better. Recipe for secret dipping sauce. Note, may be used sparingly to boost chi, slightly enhancing kidney function and satiety. Comments off on dogs really don't eat. Jiangping strategically ignored the review. This book is quite arrogant. All 8 heavens actually cannot get into the eyes. There is no one. Shabu shabu dog meat hot pot? I heard that when the original harmonious society was in place, the average person didn't dare to eat dog meat. They'd get punched. I'm glad I didn't live in that era. Even eating meat was punched. Hiss. That's horrible. Putting the demon corpse first on the steel pipe rack that was specialized for storage. He touched his stomach and got hungry again. Racking pots. Boil water. Chan pie? Get inside. The meat smelled so good. It was so satisfying. At noon and at night, Jiangping was eliminating the iron-tailed hawks. When the last iron-tailed hawk was eliminated, it felt like the whole world became a better place. Feeling the changes in the chi in his body, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It's actually 2 heavens? I've only eaten 3 of them. But what made him feel most deeply was the change in his sharp claws, which could only leave marks on the cobblestones, and could now be stabbed in as if they were inserted into tofu. The sharp claw has at least reached the level of minor accomplishment. According to the book, the average person would need to swallow at least 10 demon pills on top of that, and practice diligently in order to reach this realm. On the other hand, only ate 3 iron-tailed hawks to reach this point. At this moment, Jiangping felt that he had a great future ahead of him. For 7 days in a row, Jiangping's days were spent in this way, plain and happy. To be able to eat is happiness. His parents hadn't returned home yet, and the level of the demonic corpses Jiangping had eaten in the past few days was gradually increasing. The cultivation level had unexpectedly come to the terrifying 7th heaven in just 7 days. The sharp claw had already reached the great success, completely beyond the level of the average high school student. Skills at the grand completion stage could already deal damage to demonic beasts below the spirit realm, even if his cultivation had not yet stepped into the spirit realm. At night, Jiangping finished eating the demon corpse as usual and was in the middle of his cultivation when he suddenly felt a movement at the gate. Frowning, who would come this late? Glancing up at the time, 12 o'clock sharp, walked to the living room and took a steel knife out of the cabinet. It was Pop's treasure. People don't usually come to the crematorium this late. Carefully, he put on his shoes and observed the gate, but suddenly, His nose twitched slightly and he sniffed hard. The color of the gods changed. Demon Beasts. Chapter 6 Crack. Jiang Ping's complexion changed drastically. There were actually demonic beasts within the walls. This was too unusual. Although the location of his home is considered a suburb, but after all, it is within the wall. The sudden appearance of demonic beasts. How to think is not right. Thinking about what Uncle Neo had said in the past few days, Jiang Ping seemed to have thought of something. Could there be a spatial rift near the crematorium? Thinking about it, he was startled by the idea himself. The 13 cities had a very strict control over spatial rifts, especially the wild ones. Different control measures are taken according to the level. Jiang Ping sniffed. There is a demonic beast outside the door with a cultivation level of about 5 heavens. This was an ability that appeared after he ate the saw lunar dog. Being able to detect his surroundings through his sense of smell, a small achievement that could detect dangers in the surrounding area of 100 meters without interference. This was Tsunami Dog's natural ability. And Jiang Ping had been eating dog meat for so many days that he had already reached the stage of great fulfillment. It is possible to approximate the cultivation level of the target. Jiang Ping's eyes flickered. His heart was very torn. Is it to report the city defense team, or, if it were before, his first thought would inevitably be to report it to the city defense team and let the professionals dispose of it. But now it was a bit tangled. There is a saying that the body of a sharp weapon kills in all directions. He is now in the 7th heaven, and he still holds a skill like sharp claws in his hand, and it has already become a great success. The young man's hot blood stimulated Jiang Ping. How about a job? What if we get something good? The spirit realm. That's the spirit realm. At once, he made up his mind. Although he might not be able to make it to the top 5 even in the spirit realm, who would mind being strong? Dry up and test the waters with this demonic beast outside first. Sniffing his nose, steel blade in hand, he slammed the gate open. However, the moment he saw this demonic beast, he gave up on meeting the enemy with his steel sword. Rats! A huge rat! Jiang Ping was at least 1 meter 8 in stature, and this rat was not smaller than him in the slightest. With his tusks bared, he could not see the cuteness of a mouse at all, but instead was as tyrannical as a wild boar. Eyes reddened as he looked at Jiang Ping. The corners of his mouth he could even clearly see the drool dripping. Obviously hungry. Jiang Ping took a deep breath and hooked his hand at the mouse, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Come here. The rat did not know was provoked, or really hungry eyes. A pounce. Towards Jiang Ping pounced. Jiang Ping stared at the mouse in front of him. The textbook said, encountered the demonic beasts cannot be afraid. He's mean. You're only meaner than he is. It's what scares the demonic beasts to survive. Not to mention the fact that his own cultivation could suppress this rat now. In the moment when he flew over, Jiang Ping saw an opportunity in his eyes as the light in his eyes was exposed. Sharp claws. Luck in his hand. Mobilizing his strength. A flash. His right hand slightly raised, and he slammed downward fiercely. In just one misstep, the rat gave an anthropomorphic expression and started twitching all over. Jiang Ping saw the 5 finger holes in the rat's spine and smiled. Ha ha ha. A mere rat. How dare you call out to your Grandmaster Jiang Ping? This is your downfall. Middle-aged heir. But immediately afterward, the legs went weak. Too much force. It took a full minute to slow down. Walking towards the rat, the tome in his head flipped once more. Plucked gopher, 5th heavenly demon beast, little demoner. Still the familiar opening line. As if, the demonic beasts that Jiang Ping had encountered now were all just like small demons in the eyes of the booklet. The meat is extremely poor quality and tastes chewy. Barely can also be swallowed. And the method of eating is developed on its own. Sentence by sentence. This gopher meat is not good. Even the recipe was not given out. Jiang Ping pondered. It seemed that not all demonic beasts would be considered edible by the demon eating spectrum. Like this ground-pulling rat was obviously despised by the demon eating spectrum. If you can't eat it, then burn it. Dragging the body of the ground-pulling rat, he entered the incineration room, first dismembering it to see if there was any demonic pills. Unsurprisingly, a green demonic dam the size of a green bean appeared, along with a fishy odor. Jiang Ping really did not want to eat it, so he had to throw it in the bottle and save it, keeping it to pay back some money. The essence blood was then released and put into bottles. Empty bottles he had plenty of at home. Before the body was thrown into the incinerator, a blazing fire burned up, and after shoveling a few more shovels of fuel, Jiang Ping closed the door and searched towards the outside for the location of the spatial rift. On the way, encountered a lot of ground-pulling rats. As long as encountered, were Jiang Ping as a companion to clean up a pass. For the control of the sharp claws is also more and more profound. What cultivation with how much force, but also have some insights. Of all these ground-pulling rats that he had encountered along the way, there were none that exceeded the 6th heavenly orb, which made Jiang Ping very excited. It was known that the demonic beasts that came out from the rift represented the level of danger of the rift, and the ones that ran out now were all demonic beasts of the 5th or 6th heavenly layer, which meant that this spatial rift might not be that dangerous, and the highest it could be would not be more than the 9th heavenly layer. It has been studied that behind the rifts in space are actually fragmented territories that could be continents or lakes and oceans. He also has a tolerance. But there was a limit to the strength of the demonic beasts, but there was no limit to the treasures inside, and some people even got high-level treasures from the low-level cracks, thus leaping to become geniuses. It's more fun than the lottery. Sprinting all the way, finally at a location less than a kilometer away from Jiang Ping's house, he found a crack that was flickering with a silver light as if it was a vertically growing eye. Jiang Ping did not have any hesitation and rushed in. After Jiang Ping rushed in, the crack steeply weakened in light, and at that moment, an alarm was triggered at one of the offices of the South City City Guard. Energy fluctuations have appeared on the outskirts of South City. Please nearby squads, deal with them nearby. Attention! The energy level is not high. Continue the hunting mission above the spirit realm. The rookie squad goes forward for support. After a burst of light, Jiang Ping once again felt the sensation of having his feet on the ground and opened his eyes to look around. The steel blade on his back glowed silver in the dark atmosphere. This is in the middle of the rift? 2 deep paths, divided right and left, made no difference in appearance, both were densely jungled. However, Jiang Ping sensed danger in it. Sniffing his nose, the left one smells of at least a dozen ground-pulling rats, and their cultivation levels are all at least in the 5th sky. The right side is a little less, 7 or 8. Cultivation is about the same. Which way to go is self-evident. At this moment, Jiang Ping was incomparably thankful for the sense of smell brought about by the whistling moondog. Otherwise he really didn't know how to choose. One step into the path on the right. The moment he stepped into the right path, 7 or 8 ground-pulling rats appeared steeply, rushing towards Jiang Ping with red eyes. Jiang Ping wasn't the least bit flustered. After practicing along the way, he wasn't a rookie anymore. Know how to fight. Sharp claws, palm as a weapon, body moving, dodging, counterattacking. Chapter 7, 1000 Buddha Mountain? There were no ground-pulling rats that could last more than a round, and in less than a dozen seconds, the ground-pulling rats that had just been raging lay on the ground, with 5 fingers of blood holes in each rat's head. TCH, always felt a bit of a bully. Jiang Ping has already 7 heavens. Cultivation is already higher than the ground-pulling mouse, but also has a skill like sharp claws above the great achievement. Completely hanged great accomplishment skills, that's the standard for the spirit realm. But Jiang Ping obtained it by eating hard. What was even more perverse was that he also had the ability to smell at the De Chang level, anticipating the enemy before they did. And this group of ground-pulling rats couldn't even do a sneak attack if they wanted to. It's not bullying. Dig for the demon pills and keep going. After walking for a full 20 minutes, Jiang Ping stepped out of the path. But when he looked at the scene in front of him, he was visibly stunned. Frowning, this is a temple? Taking a careful sniff, he didn't notice any danger. But what was going on in this peaceful, Buddha-lit temple in front of him? Clang! While it was thinking, a distant and hollow bell sound came. A small shaman appeared at the gate of the temple. Smiling and wearing a gorgeous monk's robe, he walked towards Jiang Ping. Junior monk has met the scholar. Junior monk Dusty has greeted you. The host invites you in for a moment. Jiang Ping was entering the rift for the first time and had absolutely no idea what this was all about. Originally thinking that he was going to fight monsters and kill enemies. Besides, he really didn't smell danger from this monk. Following the monk's example, he said tentatively, I happened to pass by here. How did the abbot know I was coming? Dust smiled very kindly. There are formations around the 1000 Buddha Mountain. From the moment the monk stepped in, I knew it. Only outside the gate, there are demonic beasts rampaging. Closed the mountain for many days. We are powerless to do anything about it. Fortunately, the monk's good fortune has helped him to get through this. Jiang Ping's heart was flabbergasted. So powerful? If the 1000 Buddha Mountain is so powerful, why don't you kill the demonic beasts underneath the mountain? At this time, Jiang Ping did not know what kind of existence this monk was. Dusty sighed. We wanted to, but it's just that the formation is now crippled, and can only barely maintain self-preservation within the boundaries of the 1000 Buddha Mountain Temple. Schizo, it's better to come in. Jiang Ping nodded. Since he had come, there was no reason to wimp out. Whatever the hell is going on here? Gotta get in there. But just as he entered, Jiang Ping's brows suddenly furrowed. Blood gas. Why does it smell so strongly of blood here? It was faint, but in front of Kong Pyung's sense of smell, it was about as good as being laid out in plain sight. Inside the courtyard, a group of young men in monks' robes were sitting on top of a futon on the ground, chanting sutras. The look of compassion is infectious. However, Jiang Ping was very wary because the smell of blood was emanating from these very people, and Dusty made a gesture of invitation, showing white teeth. Jiang Ping was almost scared to death. Just now outside in the dim light, he didn't see clearly, but just now when Dusty smiled, he saw something, shredded meat, and the smell of blood was very strong. Jiang Ping followed, head down. Not long after, was brought to a Zen room. Dust said with a smile. The host said, the visitor is a guest. Especially at this time, to be able to come to the 1000 Buddha mountain is even more difficult. The monk first stay. There is time the host will personally receive you. That's right, the monk is a layman. He should like to eat meat. It just so happens that a pheasant ran in the monastery last night and fell to its death. Let's make soup for the monastic master. Jiang Ping took a deep breath. He felt that this 1000 Buddha mountain was not normal. What does it mean when a monk actually has strands of meat at the corners of his mouth? Breaking the commandments is just one of them. The second is, where did this meat come from? From Dusty's words, he could tell that 1000 Buddha mountain was surrounded by demonic beasts. Vaguely, Jiang Ping had a hint of a guess in his heart. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Jiang Ping pondered. Not long after, Dusty came again, walking in with a bowl of sizzling meat. Smilingly, sure master, quickly eat it while it's hot. We monks can't eat meat. There's still some in the pot. It's all sure masters. It's rare for my 1000 Buddha mountain to have guests. However, at this moment, Jiang Ping's heart set off monstrous waves as he looked at Dusty's smile, which was so bizarre. The heart angrily cursed, grass monk, pit old sana. Where is this the meat of a pheasant? It is clearly the meat of an iron-tailed eagle. With this he was all too familiar. Mara a chicken. If I eat this bowl of meat, I'll have to turn into pollution in 3 days. Suddenly, it seemed to open up. Could it be that those shredded meat is the meat of demonic beasts? These monks are eating demonic beasts? Grass. Crazy. How long have they been eating it? Once it turns into pollution, it's a dangerous source of riots. Jiang Ping was appalled in his heart. Dusty looked at Jiang Ping not moving and said quietly, Scholar, why don't you eat? Is it not appetizing? Still smiling, but in Jiang Ping's heart it is full of horror. This is not a good person. But immediately afterward, the mind wandered, laughing out loud. It's not that it's unappetizing, it's just, barring that, you're not doing it right. When Dusty sniffed, his face stiffened. He had thought of many reasons, but only this one. What do you mean? Schizo? Don't want to eat? Instantly, Jiang Ping felt that the temperature around him had dropped a few degrees, and the aura of danger suddenly came. Grass. This little monk was at least a 9 heavens fellow. What about those people in the courtyard? And the unknown host? At this moment, Jiang Ping felt that he had come in, somewhat rashly. However, now that we're in, there's no turning back when it comes down to it. Jiang Ping laughed. You are all monks. Where can you cook meat? Where is the kitchen? I'll show you guys, said, taking the bowl of broth. Just head out the door. Dusty was shocked. So it's not that you don't want to eat it, but that it's too hard to eat? However, since it was eating, it was fine. The dangerous aura on his body also gradually dissipated, following behind Jiang Ping. Oh, that would be a good time to see the master's handiwork. Jiang Ping let out a long breath. It was quite good that he didn't do anything. The kitchen quickly arrived. Jiang Ping looked at a pot full of meat from the iron-tailed eagle, and in his heart, he cursed this bald donkey 800 times. Really want to pit the old man off. However, it's your bad luck to run into me. The mind sneers. Master Dusty, this involves a secret recipe. Please move. Dusty froze for a moment, then smiled. Yes, just wait up outside. Jiang Ping grunted and took out the herbs for concocting the iron-tailed eagle, returning them to the pot one by one. Mother ******** ing chicken. I can't believe it. The little master has the means. Not long after, the scent wafted outside, and Dusty couldn't even help but gulp. At that moment, the door opened. Jiang Ping held a large bowl and said tentatively, Master Dust, would you like some too? Dusty, however, hurriedly waved his hand. No, monks can't eat meat. Please still enjoy it yourself. Monks. Jiang Ping was not polite and dazzled on the spot. He did get hungry. Gorge yourself under the watchful eye of Dusty. Dusty was dumbfounded at the sight. Is this guy that good of a eater? In just half an hour, a pot of the whole iron-tailed hawk all went into Jiang Ping's stomach. Even the soup broth was not spared, leaving only the bones on the ground. After eating, Dusty smiled and sent Jiang Ping back. The next morning, Jiang Ping opened the door to his room. Dusty was holding an iron-tailed eagle in his hand, full of smiles. Master, coincidentally, there was actually another pheasant that fell to its death in the temple. It seems that the master has a blessing of the mouth. Jiang Ping's pupils shrank. Not a good guy. Chapter 8, Master, please Please eat chicken. The iron-tailed eagle is not a stupid bird. How could it fall to its death in the middle of the temple? This is a demonic beast. Listen to Dusty's account again. Pheasant. He said it's a pheasant. You think you're blind? Taking a deep breath. That's pretty lucky then, Master Dusty. So by the old rules, I'll do it myself? Dusty smiled and nodded. But, this smile did seem so creepy and full of evil to Zhang Ping. Duong, Duong. The sound came out from the kitchen, causing many of the monks who were chanting to look in the direction of the kitchen, and then reveal a smile. The Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will? During the day, the weather was still as clear as ever, and Zhang Ping ate the concocted iron-tailed eagle once again. With a low cultivation level, the iron-tailed eagle of the third sky, Zhang Ping always felt that this temple was too weird and was ready to resign. He felt that he was hasty. But, just as he was about to offer his resignation, Dusty came again, his tone unquestionable. Scholar, the host is free, and I heard that a handsome young man has come to the temple and wants to talk to you. Stiffly, he held back Zhang Ping's next words. He knew that if he didn't go on this trip, he'd probably flip out. Squeezing out a smile, his gaze cleared. Yes, I've admired Buddhism for a long time as well. He wasn't idle during his free time. He turned the temple around and was surprised to find that all of these monks' cultivation levels were in the 7th or 8th heavenly layer, and there were at least dozens of them throughout the temple. Unbeatable. This could get violent if you don't go. Moreover, he discovered a problem. That is, this place seemed to have its own rules. As long as he did not touch the bottom line of these monks, there would be no danger. For example, eating the flesh of demonic beasts. It's the bottom line. Every time he shrugged off not eating, Dusty's aura changed. Angry, impulsive, wanting to kill. It varies. When he was in school, he wasn't purely listening at all, wasting his time, cracking. There were many kinds. There are rifts that are an otherworldly world, and others that are a fragmented space of some sort. There are more cracks that are scenes, a scenario that had already happened but was on an infinite loop, and Zhang Ping felt that this was one such scenario. These monks may be people from thousands of years ago, or they may be projections from a certain time and place. In this kind of rift, sometimes strength is not the criterion for getting through, for getting out. Wisdom is what it is. As long as you don't hit the bottom of the rules, there's not much danger. Otherwise, Zhang Ping might have killed it. Take a deep breath, look at the Zen room in front of you, and knock on the door. The sound of a wooden fish could be heard faintly. An old monk with white hair and an aged appearance knocked on the wooden fish in his hand and looked at Zhang Ping with a smile. Schizo, is that the teenager who came last night? Zhang Ping didn't know what the old monk had in mind and revealed a smile, nodding his head. Yes. The old monk smiled and asked Zhang Ping to sit down, but the moment the old monk opened his mouth, Zhang Ping's pupils suddenly contracted. Grass. Also shredded meat. Is this Thousand Buddha Mountain crazy? Really eat meat? And the bloody odor rushed into Zhang Ping's nose all of a sudden. Resist the urge to vomit and sit down. The old monk asked, what do you think of my Thousand Buddha Mountain? Zhang Ping pretended to think, revealing his 8 teeth. It's good. The food and drink are good. The environment is also beautiful. Compared to the demonic beasts outside, it's undoubtedly a paradise. A hint of surprise appeared in the old monk's indifferent expression. Out of this world? Then he laughed. That's a novel analogy. Since you think it's good, why don't you just stay here at Thousand Buddha Mountain? Although my Thousand Buddha Mountain has fallen, it has a long heritage, and there are a few great schools. If the cultivator wants to stay, he can pick a Jedi school. Zhang Ping's eyes dropped when he heard about the Jedi school. Here comes the meat of the show. He'd learned in his textbooks that this kind of crack was so out there. That's one of the rewards. In the spirit of the idea that there is a bargain not to be taken, Zhang Ping agreed after a little thought. Stay since no one cannot. Just after all, just contact. I do not understand the Thousand Buddha Mountain. If the host can let me in the Tibetan scripture pavilion to understand a little bit of the history of the Thousand Buddha Mountain, maybe better. The old monk froze completely. In all these years, this is the first one with such a request. People, in general, either don't follow, out Cain himself, either that or the ones whose eyes light up when they hear about the Jedi, but the first one, is to examine them. For a moment, the mind was surprisingly a bit spinning, and, Zhang Ping continued, secretly observing the expression of the old monk, knowing that he had not violated the bottom line, and spoke even more freely. Of course, it's a two-way street these days. What does the host think? The old monk thought for a long time and felt that there was nothing wrong with what Zhang Ping said. Two-way choice. What a novelty. Nodded his head. Yes, but I can only give the mage 2 days. How is it? His brain, which hadn't moved in how many years, still listened to Zhang Ping's words, because, surprisingly, he felt that Zhang Ping had a point. Zhang Ping let out a long breath in his heart. Thank you, host. By the way, can I take a look at the Jedi first? After all, I need to understand the strength of Thousand Buddha Mountain. The old monk froze again. Follow the process and give it only if you agree. Those who don't agree, naturally, have broken the rules and he can strike them down. Jiang Ping looked at the old presiding officer who didn't say anything and hurriedly persuaded. Presiding officer, if you don't show me the mastery, how can I know the strength of Thousand Buddha Mountain? Without knowing the strength of Thousand Buddha Mountain, how can I make up my mind to stay here? The old monk subconsciously nodded. Let Dusty take you there. The old monk felt that today his thinking had been impacted to a certain extent. Although this Jiang Ping said nothing wrong and did not offend the bottom line, he always felt that something was not right. He needed time to think about what was going on. Jiang Ping snickered in his heart. This old monk cannot also tried two bottom line. The first is to eat demon corpses. This is definitely the first bottom line. If he does not eat, he is afraid that he will not be able to live to see the old monks, and Dusty will make a move. Although he had the confidence to deal with Dust, there was no need. The second one is just now, joining Thousand Buddha Mountain. At this moment, Jiang Ping figured out a lot of things. Joining the Thousand Buddha Mountain, he might become one of those monks chanting in the courtyard. Even, for a moment, he suspected that this Thousand Buddha Mountain's method of ferrying people was this, and after joining, one would gain the benefits of this place. But there is a paradox here. Joining and then trying to disengage must be costly. Here he took the easy way out. Join, yes, but I'm going to check out your strengths. Nothing wrong with that, right? Following Dust, Jiang Ping arrived at a small 3-story building. Sure, master. This is where the Jedi school is stored. There is a rule that I need to tell Sure, master. In Dusty's mind, Jiang Ping should be one of his own, and he spoke in a much kinder tone. Chapter 9 Cave. Woman in Red. The first point is that the Jedi can only choose one. The location is on the 3rd floor, and one should never be greedy for more. Jiang Ping nodded his head, signaling that he knew. The second point is that you must be out within 2 hours. The ancient door was pushed open. Jiang Ping walked in. Volumes and volumes of books. On the shelves, Jiang Ping did not expect that the Thousand Buddha Mountain actually had so many gongfa. He actually wasn't interested in the Jedi school. The channeling techniques practiced by the 13 Cities School were carefully compiled by many great masters, and were many times better than the Thousand Buddha Mountain in this one area of cracked space. Even if it was a Jedi school, it was useless to the current him. The path that 13 cities took was different from theirs, taking the simplest way like swallowing demon pills, but it was much stronger than the usual wild chicken feats that whatever sects got out. Besides, you shall not learn the kung fu. However, swallowing demon pills was a direct way to gain skills, and it was also the skill that was most capable of granting damage to demonic beasts. Of course, the most crucial thing is that the so-called gongfu are all inherited in an orderly manner. Is he crazy to let go of the guiding technique that already has a pearl in front of him and not learn it? Practicing this ghost Thousand Buddha Mountain's gongfu? You don't even know who to ask if something goes wrong. Why did Jiang Ping know so much? School teaches When he was in school his favorite thing to read was the Cultivator Storytelling Club, which would contain all sorts of strange stories and anecdotes. Among them, there is a negative example about the merit law. A genius stumbled into a spatial rift, took great pains to get a supreme merit law. All the way from the bottom of the existence of the bottom rushed up to the college entrance examination of the whole city's top 3. Really formidable. I do not know how many people's face, but the scenery is only for a moment. And then after college, when it comes to choosing a mentor, the claws are numb. None of the teachers took him. Uniformity of speech. I won't you this. In the end, he could only fumble on his own. And others at the same level had already improved by leaps and bounds when they entered the university. Only he was still in the same place. A counterexample that was publicized by the 13 cities in the present as well. Warning to some of the pups. Never think you're smarter than most. Therefore, Jiang Ping was actually not very interested in the 3rd floor's Jedi. It was mainly just a pretext. It was just a matter of stalling for time. Open a volume of books. Jiang Ping curiously looked at. A layer of books are basically some anecdotes. These are his favorite even read up with great interest. Only, about an hour had passed, and he had finished reading through at least 2 books of strange stories, when suddenly, his sensitive nose couldn't help but move a little. What's that smell? Why does it smell so good? If it was someone else, naturally, they couldn't smell it. But Jiang Ping had the great achievement level sense of smell of a whistling moondog but he could only vaguely smell it. This fragrance, as if it is addictive, makes people want to stop. Jiang Ping actually put down the books. Cannot help but start looking. The body is like a walking corpse, like a mechanical walk. Jiang Ping heart appalled. What's this about? Desperately trying to regain control of his body, he could only watch as his body moved involuntarily. It wasn't until he came to a bookshelf that Jiang Ping actually saw his body pressing a candlestick. Crazy? But immediately afterward, there was a slight sound, and a step unexpectedly appeared in front of him, deep and dark. Apparently there was a secret room below. Taking the candles aside, Jiang Ping slowly walked towards the bottom. Even if the heart is actually in denial, frantic denial, it doesn't help. Can't control the body at all. After walking for I don't know how long, suddenly, there was a crunching sound. The way I came, disappeared, and as Jiang Ping regained control of his body, Jiang Ping looked around in horror. Who's up to something? Couldn't help but shout. But the whimpering wind was surprisingly whooshing like a fine rain. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the wind come from in the basement? A sultry and unusual voice appeared. A woman's voice, and extremely flirtatious. Qiang Lang, Jiang Lang, come and save me. Jiang Ping was startled and hurriedly raised the candle, trying to find where there was someone. But his pupils suddenly contracted and his heart tightened. Where are the women? He actually had a crystal coffin in front of him. Strengthening his spirit, he came over. Things had come to a head. Being afraid was definitely not going to solve anything. He could only try to break the situation. After getting closer, the scene inside the crystal coffin he finally saw clearly. But the more clearly he saw it, the more appalled he felt. It's a woman. There's actually a woman lying in the crystal coffin. And an extremely beautiful woman at that. Big red happy robe. The outer robe tied with a knot. Horizontal tugging at the half waist. Waist is very thin. Can be described as a handful. And the size of that chest, even lying down, can be seen extraordinary. The lips were red as if they were dripping blood. And the face seemed to be the evening sun burning twilight. So Jiang Ping couldn't help but rub his eyes. Just now, he actually felt that the other party's eyes were mesmerized, making secret glances at him. Just then, the voice came again like a sob. Jiang Lang, erase that Buddha seal and save me out. I want to be with you. Quickly. Finished. Jiang Ping's body was once again out of control again, surprisingly stretching out his hand and wiping the golden patterned Buddhist seal on the crystal coffin. Stop it. Stop it. Jiang Ping's heart desperately trying to control his body, not wanting to listen to the words. This is definitely a great evil. Do not ask him how to know. Eyes can see. Too big. It's too big. It was definitely something he couldn't afford to mess with. Taking a step back and thinking about it, this is the Thousand Buddha Mountain, the land of the Buddhists. A corpse is obviously sealed here. If he gives it out, it's going to be over. Sub-rub. Sub-rub. A scuffling sound made Jiang Ping's heart skip a beat, and he promised that he would never be so hasty next time. A space rift. That's just not something people can come to. There was a sudden blackness. Jiang Ping lost consciousness, and when he woke up again, he was in his room, and Dusty looked at Jiang Ping with a worried face. Scholar, what's wrong with you? Jiang Ping heard Dust's voice and surprisingly, a sense of celebration was born. Tentatively, he asked, what's wrong with me? Dusty smiled and said, maybe it's a lack of nutrition. After arriving at the Tibetan scripture pavilion for 2 hours, how I shouted at you didn't come out. That's why I went in, only to realize that you had fainted. But don't be afraid, eat lots of pheasant soup and you'll be fine. Jiang Ping cursed angrily in his heart. Pheasant? An ordinary person would have let him play dead. Pushing down what was on his mind, he asked tentatively, nothing else? Dusty looked at him suspiciously. What does the monk want to have? Jiang Ping did not say anything, smelled the chicken soup flavor. The taste is right. It is the pot of their own cooking. It's safe to eat. He did get hungry too. Letting go of his heavy heart, he ate one bite at a time, while the smile on Dusty's face grew. Chapter 10 Demonization? Master, you're not right. Probably because Jiang Ping fainted. The old monk didn't look for him again. And Dusty didn't mention the matter of the Jedi school. Surprisingly, he let Jiang Ping stay just like that. It's just that every day, Dusty gave him more and more demonic beasts to eat. The second day was the iron-tailed eagle of the seventh heaven, allowing his sharp claws to come directly to the perfection level. And the third day was surprisingly the iron-tailed eagle of the ninth heaven, allowing Jiang Ping to once again gain a skill. Eagle eye, dynamic vision, auxiliary ability, iron-tailed hawk foraging no less. And Jiang Ping's cultivation level started to climb from the seventh heaven to the ninth heaven. It's hard not to get better with 3 rail-tailed hawks a day. However, Jiang Ping's heart grew heavier and heavier as more and more iron-tailed eagles were being eaten, and an odd atmosphere of lethargy pervaded the entire temple that he could see with his naked eyes, including, the way Dusty looked at him was wrong. At night, Jiang Ping honed his skills in his room as he sensed danger looming. He could only enhance himself. However, this rift would not exceed the spirit realm at the highest, which made him a lot more relieved. And with the 9 heavens, the big deal was that he had to kill his way out. In the old monk's room, The lamps were dim, the candles flickered, and a hoarse voice came. He's not demonized yet? Dusty knelt down on the ground. Presiding officer, I personally watched the corpses of the demonic beasts he ate, but for some reason, he didn't show any signs of demonization at all. Suddenly, the candlelight flickered. Impossible. Without my 1000 Buddha Mountain secret formula, how can ye fight against demonization? Isn't it that you're lying to me? Suddenly, Dusty was unexpectedly grabbed up hard and locked in a necklock. Dusty looked at that pair of tyrannical eyes and cried out in despair and fear. Presiding officer, I don't dare. I definitely don't dare to lie to you. Disciple really watched him eat it with his own eyes. The old host scrutinized Dusty. Prepare the iron-tailed eagle of the 9 heavens tomorrow. Bring your senior brother with you and keep an eye on him personally. It is the rule of the 1000 Buddha Mountain that no one can be revolutionized without demonization. It's also the rule here. After Dusty was released, he breathed heavily and was filled with fear. Yes, it's just that the iron-tailed eagle has recently learned its lesson and has begun to stay away from our 1000 Buddha Mountain, and it can only be supplied for 2 days at most. The old monk grunted. Sinful animal, don't worry about the iron-tailed hawk. I'll take care of it. In the past few days, the iron-tailed hawk around the 1000 Buddha Mountain has suffered for 10 consecutive days, and has almost been captured to extinction. And the old monk was getting cranky, along with the temple, looking at Zhang Ping as if he wanted to eat him. Master Dusty, here we go again. Still eating chicken today? Zhang Ping smiled and greeted Dust. After so many days, he had eaten so many demonic beasts. He had finally arrived at the spirit realm. After he had arrived at the spirit realm, his mood was much lighter. It's already invincible. Whatever the old monk had planned, he could handle it. The spirit realm was already the limit of this space. He could feel it. Otherwise, his cultivation would still improve. Never did he expect that he would be blessed by a disaster, and that someone would send demonic corpses for him to eat every day. So happy. However, right after Zhang Ping finished saying this, the old monk unexpectedly appeared. Today, I'll add a dish for the monk. These are some pills that I've refined. Seeing that the monk is weak, I've come to offer them. Zhang Ping was dumbfounded. His heart blossomed with joy as he looked at what was in front of him. Pills? This is the demon pill. Ah, where is the elixir? Without moving, he said, thank you. Then, for hosting, receiving the demon pills, thinking that these things can't be used by himself. Ah, he can gain skills by eating demon corpses, so he can completely take them out and sell them. Ah, that's a lot of money. Poor people's children are born early. But, the old monk's pair of triangular eyes stared at him dead on. Scholar, this elixir was refined by the old line. When the old line guides you to swallow it, please eat it now. The medicinal effect is the best. Zhang Ping was slightly stunned. This old monk is disturbed. However, he wasn't a wimp at all. Hey, is this an upgrade in play? In the past few days he could sort of see that this old monk was changing his mind to make him be contaminated. Probably because he couldn't do anything without being contaminated himself. Now, watching the demon corpse doesn't work. Started using demon pills? However, he wasn't a wimp at all. Regarding swallowing demon pills, the people of the 13 cities weren't scared, mainly because of the channeling technique. Introductory techniques were different from ordinary feats and were the foundation of the 13 cities cultivation system. It's also the foundation that the big boys have carefully researched so that everyone can swallow the demon pills. Even those essence bloods handed out from childhood schools are part of it. Smiling, he said, yes, presiding, with pleasure. Receiving the box containing the demon pills, he picked one from it that looked good to his eyes and was about to swallow it. This was the first time he had eaten this thing, and he had fantasized before about when he would be able to eat a demonic elixir, and now it had come true. And not just one. Swallowing the demonic pills generously, he ran the channeling technique. The old monk was staring at Zhang Ping's every move. When Zhang Ping swallowed it, a hint of joy appeared on his face, and he even felt a trace of demonization. But immediately after, that trace disappeared abruptly. Zhang Ping felt the flavor of the demonic pills and pondered in his heart. Other people swallow demon pills to get skills. You can get them by eating demon corpses. So what can you get from demon pills? He was looking forward to it. The moment he touched the demonic elixir, the tome in his head flipped. 8 Heavens Iron-Tailed Eagle Adult Demonic Beast Demonic Pills, containing a trace of demonic bloodline and a wisp of memory. Swallowing method with bitter chrysanthemum, camellia seed. It can fully utilize the demon bloodline and enhance the strength of the corresponding body. Evaluation, too little blood, better than nothing, corresponding to physical strength? Zhang Ping almost laughed out loud. It was too good, right? It turns out that one swallowing of demonic pills is also effective. If one follows the recipe as stated in the booklet, one can also strengthen one's body. Ah, where is the iron-tailed hawk the best? Claws, eyes and wings. But, he's human and doesn't have wings. That can be ignored. But, the claws, which correspond to the hands, and the eyes naturally go without saying. In other words, his devouring of the iron-tailed eagle's demonic elixir was a way to strengthen his hands and eyes. This invariably would make his sharp claws quite a bit more powerful than anyone else's. It's just that it's a bit of a shame that there's so little of it, and that I didn't follow the recipe myself this time. The old monk stared at Jiang Ping's expression in dismay. He actually saw a hint of intent. He raged. Schizo, you, no. The old monk decided to take down this freak, no matter what he said. Yeah, freaks. Wouldn't it be a freak to eat so many demon corpses and demon pills without sending down traces of demonization? Even. There was a hint of excitement in his heart. Could he not study this freak? Then in the future, could Thousand Buddha Mountain also possess such means? The Thousand Buddha Mountain relied on a formula that delayed demonization to gain a foothold and survive until now without being starved to death. Seeing Jiang Ping was like seeing a treasure. The old monk got excited. Chapter 11. However, just as the old monk was moving to make a move, a sudden warning appeared in his mind. Instead of being afraid, the old monk became more excited. Early warning, reinforcing his thoughts. At night, Jiang Ping always felt that his time here is not short, should go, but so many days he has not yet figured out how to go out. The road up the mountain has disappeared. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, suddenly a footstep came. Dusty's voice came through. Schizo, the presiding officer is here to invite you. Jiang Ping's heart sank. He had always felt that there was something wrong with the old monk's expression today. This moment when Dusty came over, it was definitely not a treat. With a slight movement of his right hand, he felt the sharp claws of the Zone D level, and his heart settled down a little. Spirit Realm, a clan level skill. That's his bottom line. Coming. But the moment the door to the room was opened, a powerful stick appeared abruptly. Jiang Ping mentally cursed angrily. Sneak attack. Sharp claws were unleashed, and a hand grabbed a forward-looking stick, lifting the weight, and the stick was actually held in Jiang Ping's hand. Dusty was horrified in his heart. Jiang Ping looked at Dusty with a smile on his face. Master Dusty, what's going on here? Dusty jerked outward as hard as he could, but the stick wouldn't budge. How can that be? You're in the ninth heaven. His face reddened. All the brothers and sisters, in a surprising number of bald heads had sprung up in just a moment's work. One by one count passed. At this time, appeared all those daytime chanting monks. Only, no longer daytime and good. At this time they, full of fierce face, showing teeth. From afar, one could smell the bloody flavor. And even, Jiang Ping could feel that the pupils of these people, except for dust, were not quite right. It was a kind of madness. It's the same as being contaminated after eating a demon corpse. When Dusty saw the support coming, he laughed loudly. Go, go, capture them alive. The host will be heavily rewarded. And each of them can have delayed medicinal soup. Kill, kill, kill. Jiang Ping's heart flinched as he hummed. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? The figure quickly incited, dodging the first attack of the monks. 10 fingers glowing white, sharp claws, drifting back and forth with great speed. At this time, he was in the spirit realm, against a group of small monks. It was no problem at all. In a matter of 30 seconds, the shouting and killing all over the place came to an abrupt end. And Dusty's expression changed from laughter to horror, backing up in succession. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did you get so strong? Jiang Ping felt the blood running down from his nails and his palms. The corner of his mouth curved up in a hint of an arc. Isn't it a surprise? This is all thanks to you guys. Villains die from talking too much. The figure moved, and his palm plunged dead center into Dust's head. 5 holes bleeding and gurgling. No different from the other monks. Jiang Ping looked outside and spoke softly. Presiding officer, not showing up yet? A roar came. Sins. But, Jiang Ping was unafraid of the danger and just looked at the host that slowly appeared in front of him with his hands behind his back. He snorted. Who wouldn't know how to curse? I'm afraid you don't have the means to take a shot at me. Or else you wouldn't have instructed these losers to take a shot at me. Their eyes aren't working properly. Is this the price for taking a shot? The old monk grew angrier and angrier, his triangular eyes slightly reddening, filled with rage. Jiang Ping looked at his expression and laughed very freely. Looks like I was right. You're in the spirit realm, and I'm also in the spirit realm. So why don't we make a deal? Tell me the way out, and I'll spare your life. The old monk actually laughed. Get out? Ha ha, if I could get out, would I be here for so many years? You actually want to go out? Ha ha, naive. Really naive. You're right. It's true that I don't have the means to take a shot at you. I can't move you if you're not demonized, but don't even think about going out. Just stay here with me. I'm patient and will take my time to study you through. Dig out your secrets. The old monk laughed openly. Jiang Ping, on the other hand, was upset. There's really no way to get out? The old monk smiled. This is my 1000 Buddha Mountains mountain protection formation. After it is opened, people are only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave. And the same goes for demonic beasts. Jiang Ping wondered, where did those ground-pulling mice and the iron-tailed hawks I've been eating these days come from? The old monk grunted. Of course it was raised by my 1000 Buddha mountain. Otherwise how would you have gotten in? Including these disciples. They can't get out. If you want to live, you have to eat demonic beasts. And to eat demonic beasts you have to carry demonization, which depends on my 1000 Buddha mountain secret recipe. The old monk probably thought that Jiang Ping couldn't get out, so he didn't care. Said everything. Hearing this, everything was clear, and it was indeed similar to what Jiang Ping had guessed. Just an extra prescription. And what does that have to do with you keeping me? This is what he does not understand. According to this argument, in fact, leaving Jiang Ping did not have much use and the old monk from the bottom of the mountain boxed people in. And why bother? The old monk looked at the group of disciples and revealed a wry smile. This is the secret of the 1000 Buddha mountain. The secret recipe has to be boiled with the flesh of the youngest disciple in the temple and eat a spoonful of it every day. This is the only way to ensure that you don't lose your sanity and don't get demonized. 1000 Buddha mountain is known as 1000 Buddhas. Can't you think of anything else? In a flash, Jiang Ping's goosebumps rose. Grass. You mean, there were thousands of people at 1000 Buddha mountain, and now only these few are left to eat? The old monk was happy for Jiang Ping's cleverness. Yes, not just 1,000, but 3,814. Jiang Ping almost spit out his overnight meal. This was a bit too perverted. This is not a Buddhist temple. It's a complete purgatory. So stay. Ha ha, you can't get out. Jiang Ping was angry as he looked at the flailing old monk, as if he had everything in his hands. And now, your disciples are dead. Doesn't that mean that you have no way to refine medicine? Anyway, I'm not afraid of eating demonic beasts, so let's just wear out and see who can wear out who. And maybe if you die, you'll be able to get out as well. The old monk laughed with tears in his eyes. Before, there were more people, but there were also more people to eat. Now, I am the only one left, and these disciples in front of me are enough for me to support for more than 10 years. What about you? How long can you last? If you die, all your secrets are mine. Maybe by eating you, I can also become your physique? Looking at Jiang Ping, he was filled with greed. Cracking Jiang Ping's secret was what he wanted to do most right now. Jiang Ping spat when he heard that the old monk still wanted to eat his own. Go to your grandmother's legs. Eat old me? You also have to have the ability. The spirit smiled with a heave-ho. The old monk was hairy from Jiang Ping's laughter. You? What are you laughing at? Jiang Ping didn't say anything, but looked to a part of the room, straight ahead, then jerked the curtains down to the candle flame. All of a sudden, the flames burst into the sky. Jiang Ping's ghostly voice came out. You say, if I burn the bodies of these disciples, how many days can you last? Chapter 12, 1000 Buddha Mountain. The old monk looked horrified, as if flames were coming out of his bare head. His eyes were furious. How dare you? A bellowing cry scared Jiang Ping. Then an iron lighter fell to the floor. With a bang, the temple's bedlam, with its lamps and candles connected, burst into flames. The old monk was on fire. No! He was looking at the fire in front of him rising up 3 times, and the whole thing was going crazy. These are his sustenance. The sustenance to live. Just burned in a fire? The hideous gazes of each of the young monks seemed to soften under the flames, and vaguely Jiang Ping seemed to hear the sound of Brahma resounding. But more than that, it was the roar of a furious old monk who was not willing to do so. Kid, you're looking for death. How dare you? Jiang Ping's small face was full of innocence. His hands spread out. Old monk, you're hurting me. If not for you screaming too loudly, how could I slip my hand a bit? The old monk could no longer control his anger. Reaching out and probing at Jiang Ping, his footsteps hurried, several steps together. Jiang Ping did not expect the old monk of the spirit realm to be so terrifying and actually have such speed. Look at the whitened fingers, the knuckles, even the glowing nails. Jiang Ping's heart went cold. The consummate eagle's claw? Sucking in a mouthful of cold air. Not everyone has the ability to gain skills by eating meat like himself. How many demon pills did the old monk have to have eaten? Or how perverted was that secret method of his? However, there was no worry about anything. After all, he was Jiang Ping, the dinosaur bottle brother. Now it was even a small master of the spirit realm. Hey, old monk, eat my palm. Smoothly dodging the old monk's attack, followed by moving a step to the left. This was the moment he realized his shortcoming. Not having a speed-related skill. Keep it in mind. It was followed by a vicious grab with the greatest force of his life. What can I say about the feel? It's a little soft. Just as he was wondering, Jiang Ping almost threw up after his eyes met the old monk's. Even if he had dealt with demonic corpses all day long, it wasn't as disgusting as the scene in front of him. The skin on the old monk's arm was surprisingly scratched off, revealing a shocking scene inside. One by one, arms filled with sharp claws were laid bare. Man, old monk, you are playing with biochemistry? The old monk turned back and laughed fiercely, his teeth gaping with blood and his eyes filled with the color of madness. Biochemistry? The old monk doesn't understand. But the old line knows that if you want to defeat a demonic beast, you have to become a demonic beast first. This arm you see is the masterpiece of the old lineage. This arm has killed countless iron-tailed eagles. Jia Jia, today you are blessed. Jiang Ping almost cursed. Fortunes? All you monk's blessing. The old monk was scolded, did not see the slightest anger. On the contrary, declared the Buddha's name. Buddha said, if I do not go to hell, who will go to hell? Ha ha, take your life. The arm seemed to have become the sharp claws of countless iron-tailed eagles of several heavens in this instant. Dance up airtight, attacking the line of clouds and water. Jiang Ping, for a time there is no good way, can only rely on the increasingly skilled eagle claw death resistance. Good thing that the old monk is only an arm perverted. Instantly, Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. A sliding shovel, missing the old monk's form, then darting in for a vicious blow to the old monk's normal arm. Ah! One arm fell in response, and Sin bled like hell. The old man wants you dead. Sure enough, Jiang Ping had guessed right. The old monk was a half-baked man, or that was all he had. Having lost his other arm, the old monk had trouble balancing. Jiang Ping saw the opportunity for the old dog to crouch his crotch and struck the old monk's left leg again with a vicious blow. The left leg is also broken. The old monk's gaze was dumbfounded. How could he not expect the iron eagle arm that he had studied for so many years to fail just like that? Until the last right leg was also cut off. Jiang Ping crossed his waist and laughed. Little master, I am really smart. Ah, old monk, you are not crazy? Come on, you come again. Ah. The old monk was so confused that he even forgot about the pain in his body. Why? May. The words came and went. Closing his eyes, Jiang Ping's sharp claws arrived as promised, and 5 bloody holes appeared on the old monk's head. It was only until now that Jiang Ping was completely relieved to have finally gotten this old geezer killed. Don't look at him lightly. In fact, the heart of the old nervous. After all, he has never experienced this kind of thing. Ah. Just after the fight he suddenly felt that the old monk, the spirit realm, is a bit parochial. Ah. Moreover, the battle did not see the use of chi in the slightest. He did not use, is not going to. The old monk is for what? Can't figure it out. So just don't think about it. At this time the flaming monastery burned. Jiang Ping felt some pity. This time into the crack he seems to get nothing. Ah. It doesn't match in the slightest with those occasional encounters with heavenly treasures as told in the cultivator's storytelling sessions. Ah. Sighing, still too young. Jiang Ping is very self-condemnation. Of course, if let the old monk know for sure will spurt blood. The old line to raise the whole temple to wrestle the iron-tailed eagle. The iron-tailed eagle is almost killed light. Just to give you to eat, have fed you to the spirit realm. Still do not know enough? Jiang Ping puffed and blew on his fire-scorched hair, feeling that it didn't affect his face value, before he reluctantly turned back to look at the blazing monastery. Farewell, Thousand Buddha Mountain. Farewell, old monk. Surprisingly, there was some mourning, following the path from which he came. Walking back, the surrounding demonic beasts seemed to have all disappeared overnight. Couldn't figure it out, but he didn't think about it either. The world was full of strange things. It was hard to find the entrance to that rift. At this moment the crack shone brightly, and a flash rushed out of the crack. Roger, Roger, Rookie Squad has arrived at the designated location. Repeat, Rookie Squad has arrived at. Jiang Ping said something bad in his heart as soon as he heard it. Hurriedly hiding in the surrounding bushes, his eyes were met with a single man in various uniformed equipment. Jiang Ping naturally recognized who this was. This is the uniform of the city defense team. Muttering, the 13 cities are worthy of being the hope of mankind. Discovering the rift so quickly? If I didn't live in the neighborhood myself, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. It's just that the timing doesn't match up. Is this crack a rare time crack? But it's not right. According to what I learned in school, time cracks are all cracks with great dangers. Thousand Buddha Mountain doesn't look like that in any way. Jiang Ping was a bit skeptical. According to textbooks, there were many kinds of spatial rifts for foreign invasions, with time rifts ranking at the top of the list in terms of menace. And the most famous feature of the time rift is that when you go in, you come out still at the same time. It doesn't matter how many years you've been in there, you come out the same time you went in. This kind of rift could be called the most sought-after rift, and once discovered, not only would it not be broken up, but it would also be fought over by various forces. Chapter 13, A Mole of Tears. There was even a rumor that a sky-high price of $80 million had been sold just for the coordinates of a time rift. $80 million is enough to get an average person across the class. You can see how rare time rifts are. However, if you think that the people who bought it lost money, then you are wrong. The people who bought this kind of coordinates are undoubtedly all rich and powerful big families. Or official. They're not cuties. After opening this time rift, it will be cured at great expense, curing not only the structure of space, but also the flow of time. Depending on the rarity of the material determines how well it flows and how much space is saved in the end. The price to be spent is massive, but even so, it's still a crowd pleaser. It's time. It's time. The genius of the family in such a crack in the cultivation of twice the effort. Ordinary people's 10 years is only 10 years, but this kind of big family genius, people's 10 years may be 20 years. Exactly how much is directly tied to how deep the backstory is. Therefore, even though it was so precious, time crack was still sought after. Thinking about it, Jiang Ping felt that he had missed out on $1 billion. No, $1 billion. If he had known it was a time rift, he would have absolutely. Well, there doesn't seem to be any good way to do it. It's too big a plate for him to swallow. Eyeing the rookie squad in front of him was about to step into the crack. The more Jiang Ping's frustration of missing out on $1 billion grew. His eyes widened. 1 step, 2 steps, closer, in closer. Lift your feet and step. Hey, empty, grass. Jiang Ping almost screamed out. What did he just see? The moment the rookie squad was about to step into the rift, the light of the rift suddenly disappeared, almost causing the rookie squad, which consisted of a minimum of the spirit realm, to almost fall on their asses. The entire rookie squad was confused. One of the petite female members asked in confusion, "Captain, what just happened? Are we in?" The captain was also baffled. Looking at the surrounding scene that hadn't changed at all, he also revealed a confused look. Probably, maybe we didn't go in. The group fell silent, not knowing what was going on. The squad members who had been familiarizing themselves with the rules and studying for an unknown number of hours were for the first time skeptical of their own learning. The crack disappeared the moment I stepped into it. It's counterintuitive. The bottom line is, he doesn't practice yet. It's a known fact that cracks only go away after they're cleaned up, and some need to be broken up on purpose, but it never happens. It seems to be related to their peekaboo? Perhaps that's an appropriate adjective. Why don't we report it? I don't know who broke the silence and spoke. The captain nodded. Jiang Ping, who was in the bushes on the side, almost went crazy with joy when he saw the scene, and covered his mouth to death to prevent himself from making a sound. It's nifty. It's so funny. Now Jiang Ping has a strange kind of psychology. Before it is the psychology of missing $1 billion, but now suddenly found that the $1 billion others cannot get. This mood is like eating popsicles on a 3-volt day, so soothing. It's immoral, but it's really cool. The rookie squad should have gotten a reply and left within a few minutes. Jiang Ping waited for a few more minutes out of caution, before carefully crawling out of the grass. Pat yourself on the back and go home. This night, Jiang Ping slept soundly, even though there was fighting outside. As long as he didn't go out of his home, it was 2 worlds. Ordinary people sleeping peacefully usually don't know this. No matter what time of day it is, there is always someone in this land who is carrying the weight in the dark night sky. Out of sight. Daylight. Once he woke up, Jiang Ping was refreshed and stretched out beautifully. Didn't bother to wash up. Went straight to the burning room. There was still some meat left from yesterday's 8 Heavens Tsunami Moondog. It had to be eliminated. Just in time for breakfast. Pouting, Jiang Ping beautifully supported up the marching pot, starting the pot to burn oil. Feast your eyes. Feel the bulging little belly melon, rolling round and round. The heart was so satisfied. That's what the is called life. Being well fed is a real blessing. But without lamenting for a few minutes, he nimbly began to pack up the pots and pans to restore everything to the way it was before his parents left. Don't ask why. But of course the 1-week mark has come and gone and the parents have returned. In the morning, Jiang Ping saw the message from his parents that he was coming back today. Back just in time. Jiang Ping is preparing to go to school to learn how to luck it. Before he did not have that level of courses about cultivation is able to sleep. Now he's going to be wicked. Private tutors cannot afford. But he, Jiang Ping, what is the most powerful? His face. After so many years of mixing face, there's no one from the principal down to the janitorial staff who doesn't know him. What's wrong with asking for a little knowledge? Wash your face and brush your teeth. Prepare for the return of your parents. But while washing, Jiang Ping's brow wrinkled slightly. When did this happen? Who got this for me? Only to see that a red color as big as the size of a tear mole between a woman's eyebrows had suddenly appeared on his left wrist. Touch it. It doesn't hurt. That's strange. It wasn't there before. Is it that book that's causing the trouble? Can't be getting sick, can it? He was a little apprehensive. It was said that many men who had messed up their private lives during the time of harmony would get a disease. But it's in the wrong place. Jiang Ping muttered and studied for half a day but did not study 1, 2, 3, and finally could only put it down for the time being. Just as Jiang Ping was almost done packing, the gate door lock opened. Barta. Jiang Ping immediately squeezed out a playful smile. Father ah, mother ah, my dear mother ah miss me ah, jogged off. The old couple's faces were full of black lines, and the mother, Yao Yujing, was still so domineering. The rabbit cub has itchy skin these days, right? Jiang Wanli, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Ping in surprise. Son, you have a good essence. In the past, Jiang Ping has never eaten enough. Can his color be good? And these 7 days he ate rolled melon belly round gas color naturally came up. Only now Jiang Ping is still a little afraid that his parents will not be able to accept it for a while, and he does not know how to explain it for the time being. Trying to stabilize and talk slowly. Nothing's changed, has it? Yao Yujing also looked at Jiang Ping suspiciously, sizing him up. Jiang Ping, a bit unable to carry this scrutinizing gaze. Think he honest little Langjun, where will I ah? Picked up his backpack and ran off in a huff. Waiting out the front door, the voice came through. I went to school to study. Been missing school too long. Jiang Wanli looked at Jiang Ping, who had disappeared, in dismay. Wife, is this our son? Is he still afraid of missing school? Jiang Ping purposely avoided the street where Dongfan Lan's house was by taking a long way around. When he got to school, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Immediately afterward, a sultry milky voice came out. Brother Bottle, you don't keep your word. Where's the promised book? It's been 7 days. 7 full days, and do you know how I've spent those 7 days? Chapter 14, believe it or not. I'll cut you. Jiang Ping sipped his teeth and slapped his forehead. How did I forget about this matter? He can claim to be a child's man. Pigeonholed. This is the little brother from the 3rd elementary school for whom that book that went from a little person's book to a cookbook was brought. Jiang Ping went numbclawed. This thing made a mess. Suddenly an idea struck me. Pretend you didn't hear me. Wait until school is over and then go get it for him and be done with it. Kids, a little more sweetening would be nice. When I thought of it, I did it. Lifted my leg and ran through the school gates. Exasperated. The little carrot head was on the verge of tears. Brother Bottle, me, it's me. Look at me. Said and popped up. He simply assumed that Jiang Ping didn't see him. Trying hard to jump high. Chased to the door, was stopped by the security guard. Little friend, what are you doing? This is not the place for you to come. The little carrot head sniffled some aggression and grunted at the guard. Sanni Lulu. Isn't it just a cultivator school? What's the big deal? Sooner or later I can come too. That's not going to get the security guards. He was afraid that if he said any more, it would be hard to coax the child to cry. Realizing that his tone was a bit heavy, he compensated and said, Little student, I believe you. Mireille rolled her eyes fiercely. Who are you? Do I need you to believe that? He was in a hurry to find Brother Bottle. Where is the shadow of Jiang Ping after such a delay by the security guard? Whoa, Brother Bottle. The security guard is numb. Also said that this child is so difficult to deal with. With Jiang Ping mixed that understand. Jiang Ping let out a long breath as he watched Milei's unwilling back from the corner. Suddenly there was a tap on the shoulder. Kong Pyung, being chased to school by an elementary school student. You're really something. As soon as he heard this voice, Jiang Ping's body was stunned, and the look he just had as if he had been pardoned suddenly changed as he broke out 8 teeth with his hand. Shamelessly, he said, Lan, do you think I need to change my teeth again? They've been hurting a bit lately. A pretty face came into view, and there was a scented breeze in the vague wind. Dongfang Lan was dressed in black practicing clothes, with a long ponytail and a tall figure. Anyone who looked at her would have to say that she was beautiful, but she was holding a knife in her left hand at the moment. The sheath was exquisite, crafted from the skin of some kind of demonic beast. Kora Kumo. The knife was half drawn. Jiang Ping, do you believe I'll cut you? Even though it wasn't the first time that Jiang Ping had taken her and tricked her into drinking demonic beast essence blood, she still couldn't help but fume. Jiang Ping's quick eyes and hands were the first to press down on Dongfang Lan's stupidly moving right hand. Laughing awkwardly, Lan, really don't blame me. It's really that guy is too stupid. If I don't let him see the evils of society, I'm afraid that he won't be able to grasp it when he's out of school. Dongfang Lan was furious. Her right hand was still pumping the knife hard, but she was surprised to find that the previous weakling Jiang Ping actually had a stronger hand than herself today, and her beautiful eyes showed surprise. Did she even wonder if she hadn't eaten enough? So you're not afraid I won't be able to hold the handle of the knife? How did this make Jiang Ping answer? And it just so happened that a savior came at that moment. A voice filled with anger came from behind Jiang Ping, carrying a strong sense of skepticism. Jiang Ping, let go of Lan's hand. Take away your dog claws. Jiang Ping turned back to look, almost happy. This is not the wrongdoer, rightful owner Li Zimu. Students? Turning around, he said with a smile. Student Li Zimu, didn't your teacher teach you to speak with manners? Liziki was furious. He could be said to be less hurtful and extremely insulting since he had been cheated out of his essence blood by Jiang Ping. Think he wholly family heir, actually by such a slippery boy cheated, but also caused himself to eat a meal of bamboo shoots fried meat slices. Sister hit that is really hit. Unlike the symbolic beating of a parent, the heart has been holding fire for a long time. At that time, he couldn't wait to go to school the next day to get back his revenge. Jiang Ping was just a person who didn't even have cultivation. How could he be his opponent? Even the image of Jiang Ping begging himself to spare him countless times had crossed his mind. But, never in a million years. The next day when he came to school with full confidence intending to make a clean break. Jiang Ping, it's gone. It took a long time to ask around before I finally found out that the son of a had taken a vacation. Also is 7 days. If it wasn't for the Li family heir's frame here, he would have wanted to find his way to the family's door. But he remembered his sister's words. Jianghu things Jianghu chat. Their own problems to solve their own. Which did not dare to board the door. Who would have thought that when he woke up early and just came to school he saw Jiang Ping was holding his sweetheart's hand? Where could he hold back? Let out a roar that shook the sky. Jiang Ping, if you have the ability to put away those little tricks of yours, let's practice solo. Surrounded by students who went to school, naturally they also saw this scene. Whether it was Jiang Ping, Dong Fanlan or Li Zimu were all the flavor of the month. A flatlined brother, a genius, and a rich and powerful young master. With this lineup at least 30 episodes of a soap opera could be made. One by one, they all came together. When Li Zimu saw the crowd coming over, instead of panicking, he was complacent. The more people could witness this scene, the better he would be. Just when he was full of complacency and felt that Jiang Ping would be able to cope with him comfortably no matter whether he picked up or didn't pick up, a voice that sounded like 100 souls came from him. The voice was a little cold. Li Zimu student, whose hand are you calling a dog's paw? Wow. The students who were watching around them wowed out loud. Some of them shouted out their burritos. Wow. It's been a while since I've seen our Ranran senpai get mad. Oh, there is hilarious to see. This new young master is a bit silly. Who does not know that Lon Lon school sister hit the bottle brother is real fight, but feelings that is also real. That's right. I remember the last time the little ruffians in the society outside the school bullied brother bottle on the basis of their own 2 brushes, letting sister Lon Lon give her a beating. I reckon that sister Lon Lon is close to reaching the spirit realm. Heaven? Spirit realm? The picture gradually ran away. Lizimo listened to the slurs and became angry. On what grounds? But seeing that the person in front of him was a sweetheart, he suppressed it, strongly suppressing her anger. She said, Lon Lon, get out of the way. Today is between me and Jiang Ping. But Dongfang Lan's good-looking eyes revealed an extremely determined look, and as soon as she gave Jiang Ping a hand to pull behind her, at this time, Jiang Ping also did not hold Dongfang Lan's hand, brazenly drawing his sword, pointing at Li Zimu, he said coldly, Jiang Ping's business is my business. If you are trying to get your essence blood back, I advise you not to dream. You can't blame others for your own lack of heart. With a boom, it was as if Li Zimu had been blown up by heavenly thunder. Again and again, he couldn't believe that someone he liked was doing this to him, and because of a loser who can't practice. The young man's brain was not enough at this point, and his blood was hot. Yelling, by what right? Then frantically outputted Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping, are you a man? Just hiding behind women. What kind of man are you? Chapter 15, The Calling of the Bottle Brothers. Jiang Ping, who was behind Dongfang Lan, laughed at this kind of question, which he himself didn't even bother to explain. Casually pointing at a burrito-eating classmate, he said with a smile, Little Huang, explained to young Li. Yellow crowed and ate the burrito out of his hand, then stood out of the crowd, smugly arching his hand around. The rest of the group booed. Xiao Huang did not care, smugly said, Li Dazhou, see you are foreign, do not understand the people's situation. In our school, no, I should say that all the schools in our South City, there is an unwritten rule among the students. The look was as if he was giving directions. For a moment, Lizimu was actually carried away. Offhand. What rules? Xiao Huang hemmed and hawed and said slowly, Brother Bottle is everyone's. He has to be protected. Today, don't say you're some big young master or some big brother, but in South City you just can't touch Brother Bottle, said the man, pointing at Oriental Orchid. Today, not to mention Sister Lon Lon beating you up. If you dare to touch Brother Bottle, I, Xiao Huang, and even all your classmates as far as you can see will beat you up. Do you believe me? Boom. Plumtree messed up. And at this moment, the students who had just been smiling and laughing suddenly stepped neatly and silently stood behind Dongfang Lan. Some had training sessions today and took out their weapons. Some of them had no training sessions, and they just pulled out whatever they felt hard. Hundreds of people stood in unison in front of Jiang Ping and behind Dongfang Lan. This kind of scene scared Li Zimu to back away. Liziki is really going crazy. There was only one thought in my head. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On what grounds is he? On what grounds? I've asked around. He's just a waste of space who can't cultivate. Why are you all helping him? And you, Oriental Orchid, what's wrong with me that you can't see me? You, all of you, have eyes but no eyes. Xiao Huan laughed his ass off as he listened to Li Zimu's words. I can barely stand on my back. Young Mr. Li, who did you inquire about the news with? Li Zimu instantly glared with both eyes rounded. You guys, ganged up on me? He wasn't a cutie. Seeing the attitude of his classmates now, he understood it all. He inquired about Jiang Ping's information, naturally, with the students, and even shelled out a lot of money. But if it was really as this little yellow said, Jiang Ping was being guarded by everyone. He can inquire about an egg. Jiang Ping was also looking at the scene in front of him at that moment, and was very pleased in his heart. More than anything else, of course, it was moving. These are his classmates, schoolmates, 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 but touching can't last too long. It's easy to hurt yourself, and considering that Liziki is still a middle-aged teenager, he knows it's time for him to make an appearance. A sassy way to end the farce. Only, just as he tried to step forward, he was startled into shrinking his neck by a guttural voice. Getting up early in the morning and gathering here instead of going to morning exercise and morning reading? Are you brats going crazy? Jiang Ping? Isn't it you? Get the hell out of here. With a bang, Yellow was the first to retreat. Pull your legs out and run. Immediately after that, the others seemed to have received a signal and shouted in unison. Brother Bottle is sorry. We can stand in front of you for the enemy, but not for our own people. Then someone yelled out. The director of instruction, black-faced god, is coming. Brothers and sisters run. Just neat and orderly. The sword seems to be able to stab the sky of the teenagers suddenly made birds and beasts scattered. Wu Yang ran away. Dongfang Lan didn't even react. Jiang Ping cannot care? A pull Oriental Orchid delicate small hand small voice forced. What days? The wind is tight tugging who? At a trot, Dongfanglin was carried along. In an instant, there was Liziki left. Liziki was still fuming. The black-faced god looked at Li Zimu with anger. Say, is it you who caused trouble with Jiang Ping? Li Zimu wanted to yell. Yes, it's Jiang Ping, but he wants to be ashamed. If he says anything at this point, won't he become a villain? The heir of the Li family is a laughing stock, and it's not enough that he hasn't straightened out a little piece of trash, but he's actually suing his teacher? How else is he going to make it? Muffled and silent. Although the black-faced god was angry that the little pups had nothing to cause trouble, he saw that Li Zimu was still a man, and his heart was approving. Tell me, just tell me who it is and I won't punish you. But Liziki was still silent. This also made the black-faced god appreciate it more and more. It seems that this Li family kid's nature is still okay except for his poor temper and domineering nature. But rules are rules and need to be disciplined. School rules, mobbing, 50 laps of the training field, plus 100 swings. When Dongfang Lan and Jiang Ping reached the class, Dongfang Lan shook off her sore hands and said with dissatisfaction, "What's the point of you running?" The black-faced god knew it was you at a glance, and to be able to start this amount of group fights at school, no one else has that ability. Jiang Ping, however, didn't care. Can that be the same? Being caught in the act and just knowing about it are two different things. Oriental Orchid snorted, rubbing her sore wrists and said skeptically, Bottle, you be honest with me. Are you stronger? Jiang Ping didn't know how to talk about this matter yet, and just played a sloppy game. I'm probably full. I had a good meal the other day when my parents went out and left me a sum of money and the essence blood I borrowed from Li Zimu. Dongfang Lan's almond eyes frowned slightly. Is that so? She always felt something was wrong. The school building not far from where the clash just took place. Li Zimu's sister, Li Ziqing, was dressed in a long black outfit revealing a perfect figure, her delicate red lips moving slightly. Old principal, please, Zimu's education is in your hands. A slight bow of respect. The old principal sighed and looked at Li Ziqing. Ziqing, in fact, you know yourself. You are the most suitable to inherit the Li family. Have to go? As a teacher, there is nothing better for a principal than to see his or her students grow up to be competent, but sometimes being too competent can be an annoyance. A smile slipped across Li Ziqing's delicate face, as if ice and snow were melting. Old headmaster, somebody's got to do something, and it's my turn now, and I can't be a deserter. The old principal sighs and puts his hands behind his back. He said nothing for half a day, and finally, after I don't know how long, he reopened his mouth and pointed in Li Zimu's direction. Hitting him like that? Aren't you afraid he won't be able to stand it? Jiang Ping is top-notch in every aspect except for not being able to cultivate and having that weird disease around. Aren't you afraid that Jiang Ping, the whetstone, will sharpen this knife if you do this? Li Ziqing sniffed. the corner of her mouth hooked up with a slightly cruel smile. Then we'll see. If Jiangping he can't even step over, please you tell my parents to have another one. Chapter 16, Stop it. Brother Bottle. Another one? The old principal was shocked by Li Ziqing's dominance. As if this having a child was the same as going to the food market to get wholesale. There were no words for a long time. Good. Try it then. Li Ziqing is gone. While the bitter Li Zimu was running laps on the playground. Or 50 laps. In a harmonious society such a distance can be said to be considered an ordinary person's limit. Even in these students now. Drinking demonic beasts' blood-grown children. 50 laps also run down is also very difficult. Because, running 50 laps in an hour is not the same concept as running 50 laps in half a day. Therefore, Li Zimu was breathing heavily at this time. And if he slowed down slightly, the black-faced god behind him would casually pop a tiny glass ball right on his thigh muscle. Namely one that makes you hurt and doesn't let you get hurt. It is said that Blackface's ability to become the head of instruction has a lot to do with knowing this skill. On the third floor of the teaching building, Xiao Huang came up to Jiangping and Dongfang Lan's side with a snickering face. Brother Bottle, quickly go and take a look. That Dazhuli was caught by the god of the black mask. It's also strange that he didn't give us up. The two men looked at each other, somewhat surprised. They thought that according to Li Zimu's performance today, even though Jiangping had run away, he would have to be taken back in the end. I didn't expect to actually be running alone now or Li Zimu. This kid, he's kind of fun. As Xiao Huang came to the windowsill and looked at Li Zimu, Jiangping's eyes narrowed slightly. Dongfang Lan also watched from the sidelines. Looks like Li Ziki is still a man. It wasn't long before the school bell rang. Teacher Bai, who was in charge of teaching the guiding technique, came, and the students quickly returned to their class seats, one after the other as if they were good babies. Mr. White is not a woman, but a man instead. Very strong man. There was a scar on his face, a finger long, right at the corner of his eye towards the bottom, and just by looking at it he was very vicious. That's why very few people dared not come to Mr. Bai's class. It is said that the scar was still from Mr. Beck's time in the frontline unit, and I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, it's kind of a school legend. Compared to the previous drowsiness, this time Jiangping listened with incomparable seriousness, and even Dongfang Lan on the side gave him a sideways glance. She always found bottles so strange after a week. The curious heart felt as if it had been scratched by a cat. Dongfang Lan, who had always been known as a good student of the third grade, couldn't help but crickets in a small voice. Bottle, you're weird. First time I've seen you pay attention to a class since elementary school. Jiangping casually waved his hand. Don't disturb my lecture. At that moment, Dongfang Lan's anger nodded. Good lord, you used to be the one who had nothing better to do than to pick there and fiddle here, disturbing your own studies. Now you're talking about me? Couldn't help but poke Jiangping hard with the tip of his pen. Jiangping wailed. The classroom went quiet. Everyone looked at Jiangping and snickered. If there hadn't been a teacher there might have been even more unrestrained laughter. This is the norm now. So needless to say Kong Pyong has been naughty again. All waiting for a good show. As expected, the ferocious eyes of the lecturing teacher, Mr. Bai, looked at Jiangping sorrowfully as promised. Student Jiangping, answer this question. As for Dongfang Lan, automatically ignored by him. Dongfang Lan, such a good kid, could have any bad ideas? At a glance it was Jiangping who had gotten under her skin again. Jiangping looked at the appearance of Mr. Bai, and classmates said to cover their mouths and snickered. That is a speechless, teeth a little pain, inertia kills, looked at the title on the board. The use of chi. He was deflated. Come on, if I knew how to I would still be able to fight with the old monk when it was all about physical fitness, and knew that it wouldn't do any good to explain himself. Just look at the looks on everyone's faces. Mr. White, you might as well just tell me how you want to clean me up. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. Even Mr. White's stiff face didn't show a twitch. The boy, overly truthful. Mr. White didn't bother with him, just pointed to the last row. Jiangping understood at once and numbly drilled through. Old tactics. Only this time I actually brought my notebook and pen before I left. Mr. White continued his lecture. He had dealt with this kind of hiccup countless times. Students, pay attention. This year is your high-speed development period. Most of you will start trying to break through the spirit realm this year. Whether or not you can break through the spirit realm relates to whether or not you can obtain a knock on the door of several major academies. So get serious. In order to stimulate your fighting spirit, I'll make an exception and give you a lecture on the spirit realm's use of chi. When he finished, he wrote a few large letters on the board. Spiritual realm and chi. Afterwards, looking towards Dongfang Lan was filled with encouragement. Everyone instantly understood, and said, why would teacher Bai suddenly say this? It seems like Dongfang Lan is about to make a breakthrough. Some people showed envy, while others showed surprise. But none of them felt strange about this move of Mr. Bai's because this was how geniuses were treated. The use of chi is the most important weapon for the spirit realm. A spirit realm that doesn't know how to use chi is like a child carrying a sword. It looks scary, but it can be broken at will. Today, I'll start by explaining the structure of the skill in relation to chi, how to apply chi out during power generation. Starting with Kangara Wolf's famous skill wind chasing chop, the students who understood, such as Dongfang Lan, listened with fascination because the inner elixir she ate at this stage was that of the Zhang Yuan wolf, and it was obvious that Mr. Bai understood. Even the ones that don't understand it are eye-opening. Mr. Bai spoke eloquently, and Dongfang Lan's notes were jotted down for several pages, and just as it was about to end, Jiang Ping, who was standing in the back row, couldn't hold back any longer. Rushing to raise his hand, he looked at Mr. Bai with a longing face. Sensei, I have a question. How does that iron-tailed hawk's sharp claws work? Good man. The crowd turned around in unison. Teacher Bai also revealed a good-natured flirtation. Yo-ho, the bottle also has a day of good learning. This thing is too far away from you. You all first think about how not to cause trouble. That's how everyone gets along. It's like when you play with a disabled person. You can't treat him like he's disabled. And the more you pay attention, the more he's not in his right mind. That's why a really good friend will drag you around playing soccer while you're in a wheelchair and then let you keep goal. Not treating you like a disabled person, but not like a human being either. Therefore, no one shied away from the fact that Jiang Ping couldn't cultivate. Everyone was very open about it. The students were up in arms. That's right, Brother Bottle, you'd better study how to get enough to eat. Cultivate. The spirit realm is too far away from you. Hey, stop it, Brother Bottle. We're not comfortable with you being like this all of a sudden. Ha ha, Brother Bottle, you're killing me with laughter. You've actually gotten on board. Didn't we agree to be scum together? It's not okay for you to betray the team. If it were the past, he would have disliked a few words back, but now he really didn't have that kind of effort. Without good humor, he said, all play on one side. I'm seriously discussing the problem with Teacher Bai. What are you guys doing to make a scene? Chapter 17, The Spirit Realm. This seriousness, even more so that many people laugh. Xiao Huang all began to cover his stomach, knocking on the table. Thumbs up, Bottle brothers still have to be you. Do not say all cannot tell such a funny joke. Jiang Ping is also anxious. A group of little brats, this is looking down on me? Not cultivating for so long. Although he didn't say anything, but his heart is definitely uncomfortable. Who doesn't have the idea of punching others in the face? But he knew that saying anything was bull ********. And instead of bothering with words, he should speak with facts. Immediately, he made a decision. Reaching out with his right hand, he viciously applied the sharp claws of his zoner level to the blackboard in the back row. It hit the blackboard with a thud. An imperceptible chi flowed between his 5 fingers, glowing slightly red. In an instant, the thick blackboard was surprisingly deep with 5 holes hollowed out. The class was quiet, as if time had been suspended. Dongfanglin covered his mouth. Yellow covered her stomach and stared. Even Teacher Bai froze on the spot when he saw the aura that erupted the moment Jiang Ping raised his hand and the red chi that traced across the tips of his fingers. Spirit realm? The mind exclaimed. The aura that Jiang Ping had just erupted, and the chi that represented the sign of the spirit realm, was clearly saying, I, Jiang Ping, am in the spirit realm. And when Jiang Ping saw everyone's shocked expressions, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Faintly, he turned his back and scanned the class as if he were a master of his generation. The blackboard is too brittle. Can you all let me practice with your heads? The middle child exudes an aura that's about to fly out of the sky. Dongfang Lan's eyes were full of surprise. Excitedly stood up with tears in her eyes. Bottle, you can cultivate? With Dongfang Lan's voice, Xiao Huang and the other students reacted. Xiao Huang rushed to Jiang Ping's side as surprised as he was crazy, and gave Jiang Ping a hug. His face was full of shock. Oh my god, Brother Bottle, you can cultivate? Now, the students all reacted, forgetting that it was still the middle of class, rushing towards Jiang Ping like a madman. My Bottle brother can practice. Aha! The Emperor is not disappointed. Brother Bottle is able to cultivate. One by one, they surrounded Jiang Ping, and looking at their excited expressions, they were even happier than their own breakthroughs. Looking at the frenzied expressions, Jiang Ping, who was held up in the air, was suddenly a bit tasteless. Shouldn't you and others suspect me? Then question me, and I'll come back with a one-shot to savage me, and then finally come back strong in the limelight? Now you're making it hard for me by being so enthusiastic. The class was in an uproar. I don't know who suddenly ran into the hallway and roared, good news! Brother Bottle can cultivate. Everyone come and see. Instantly, the floor was shocked. Heads came out from all classes. Ping? Brother Bottle can cultivate? Friar. I don't know how many people surrounded outside of Ping's class, looking at Ping, who was constantly being thrown higher and higher in tutang. There is no shortage of teachers among them. Ping had wanted to make a big kill and snow the shame of many years, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Looking at this one as if he was watching monkeys at the zoo, he silently covered his face. Feel the constant takeoff, fall, up, down, up, down. He's autistic. I don't know how many times I've been thrown around and how many surprised looks I've seen, but finally Mr. White spoke up. What are you looking at? Get back to class. Class isn't over yet. Mr. Lee, is this how you teach your classes? What are you doing in our class? The students were terrified, and at once, all stood at attention, and then bang, seeing Ping's sultry eyes, bunch of mother asterisk airs. I'm still in the sky, lusting for tears. He really was lusting for tears. How did a good pretense turn into this? Dongfanlan was finally able to burrow in and help Ping up, tears of joy in her eyes. Bottle, tell me quickly how you've gotten better? When was it good? Fiercely, everyone looked at Ping in unison. These eyes made Ping very uncomfortable. Slowly stood up under the assistance of Dongfanlan. I remember that it was a dark and windy night. I ran into an old man. He said, Junior, I see you are a genius that does not come out of the ancient world. The crowd showed a gesture of contempt in unison. Cut. In unison. Teacher Bai was also helpless. Although he was happy that Ping was able to cultivate, he couldn't skip class. Banging on the board. Shut up, all of you. Get back to your seats. And all of you in the outside classes, get your asses back to class. Clatter and scatter. It's finally quiet. Ping also breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Teacher Bai look amiably at Ping. Bottle, you come with me. The others will go to self-study. Whoever dares to say another word will be drilled to death in practical class tomorrow. The students were silenced and sat upright. Both are afraid of being drilled. Ping had known that Mr. Bai would ask and had prepared for it. How is it possible that a child who has seen so much of the human condition for so many years will not be able to take one step at a time? He can't hide the fact that he's able to practice. There are several reasons for this. First, he wanted to go to the academy because only in the academy were there resources for more advanced techniques and even systematic means of cultivation. Of course, there was also access to the corpses of higher-level demonic beasts. If he was outside, guarding the crematorium, he wouldn't have much hope of eating his way to the spirit realm. Secondly, how can he learn openly without saying he can practice? So, after thinking about it a lot, Ping finally decided to expose it, even to be a genius. As for being king dog, he didn't think about whether he would have survived today without everyone's help. Watching his classmates graduate and go off to war while he hides in the background pretending to be a sleeper. He can't do it. He had to live up to this line of Bottle Brother. On the way, Mr. Bai didn't say anything, and neither did Ping. He hadn't figured out exactly what to say, though he was ready to show it. Isn't Mr. White going to the office? Suddenly, Ping felt as if something was wrong. The way is not right. Mr. White smiled in a rare moment. Go to the principal's office. He wasn't a child. He could clearly know that Ping could cultivate this thing inside wasn't simple. If it was a strange disease that got better, then it would be best. What if it's not? That's why it's best to let the principal read it. Knock knock. Enter. The old principal, with his white hair, was reading the newspaper with his head buried in his hands. It recorded some of the battle conditions on the front line and some of the harvests, and he read it very carefully. Mr. White, what can I do for you? Then he saw Ping and was furious. Causing trouble again? Ping didn't wimp out this time. Instead he puffed out his chest and gently nodded his chin. Gesturing to Mr. White, he said. Teacher Bai was all angry and laughed. Dogs, they really can't change their nature. Saying that, he looked at the principal. Ping is able to cultivate and has reached the spirit realm. I can't grasp it. You give it a look. Whoosh. The old principal jerked up from his chair, which made a harsh noise against the floor. What? Chapter 18. How long did you use it? Teacher? It was Mr. White's turn to nuzzle. Speak. For Teacher Bai to be so old and still have such a strong vindictive mind. Ping was extremely disapproving, but looking at the old principal's glaring eyes, he could only speak. I don't know. Anyway, didn't I see you last week? Then after drinking the essence blood you gave me and sleeping, I was normal the next day. So, this is something you should be asked about. Where does the essence blood come from and is there anything magical about it? The old principal's mouth dropped open. That's it? Ping spread his two hands. That's it. It's not that he doesn't want to tell the truth, but it's too unbelievable. Demon beast meat can't be eaten, that's the consensus. It's already deep in his bones. A deep-rooted concept. If he did say it, not only would he not be able to explain himself, but something uncontrollable might come up. The whole thing about being able to practice is special, but it can still be explained. But eating the meat of demonic beasts is something that can't really be explained. The old principal fell into deep thought, then picked up the phone on his desk and asked across the room in a serious voice, "Hello? Where did the demonic beast essence blood you brought me last time come from?" Across the street is his son. Being the son of a special operations squad, it's a little confusing to get this call. "Dad?" Not knowing what the two had said, the old principal hung up the phone and revealed a look of surprise. Pointing at Zhang Ping, he said, "You little bastard is really catching up. That essence blood is my son in a certain department to get. Filial piety to me? I did not expect to give it to you. I heard that it is a Beast King's essence blood. I only just learned about it. If I knew that it is a Beast King's essence blood, I would certainly not be able to give it to you." Zhang Ping's eyes were wide open. "Is this even possible? I made it up, And that essence blood?" With his tongue that had drunk countless essence blood, it didn't seem to be anything special. Mr. White's eyes dropped out when he heard this. "What? Beast King's essence blood? You're willing to give it to this kid?" The old principal said uncaringly. "I said, I didn't know at that time. Who could think that it was the essence blood of the Beast King, but also blame my son? Don't say it clearly. Said it was for me to maintain my body. Cheap this kid." After saying that, only then did he say to Mr. Bye. "You've done a good job in this matter. Now that you know what's wrong, go to class. And you say that this kid made 5 holes out of the blackboard? Let him pay for it." Zhang Ping looked at the old principal deadpan. "Principal, please don't make a fuss. Our school is so big that it's hard for me to make a difference. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. It's not that people don't believe me and taunt me." The old principal scoffed at this. "I don't believe you, I do. Mocking you? Who doesn't know you? Brother Bottle? Or else how do you think I got the title of disgrace in the South City's education sector?" Well, as soon as I heard the old principal say this, I wilted down numbly. That's something he can't really argue with. Who makes eating people's mouths short? Quietly following behind Teacher Bai, he walked outside before whispering, "Teacher Bai, you wouldn't be so petty, would you?" Impatient. The corner of Teacher Bai's mouth hooked up a smile. "That depends on your kid's performance. Go to the training room and I'll see what's going on with your kid's spirit realm. Is the Beast King's essence blood so magical?" Beast King? That was a high-level demonic beast. The essence blood of that kind of demonic beast simply couldn't flow into the hands of ordinary cultivators. It was basically divided the moment it appeared. Now that there's one to eat, it's natural to be curious. Not only was he able to cultivate and cure the strange disease, but he was also able to enter the spirit realm overnight, causing Mr. White to lick his lips. "Should we look for our old brothers and hunt a Beast King as well?" he said, touching the scar at the corner of his eye. After the two left, the smile on the old principal's face disappeared and his composure dissipated. "The first thing I dialed was a red phone. This is the special line. Hello? This is Mo Jingqi. Xiaowen, I don't care what you use. Lock up the file of a student in our school. You can't check it without a level A access." The opposite side was alarmed. "Teacher, stop it, this is making me make a mistake." The old principal cursed on the spot. "Do not mention mistakes to me. When you made fewer mistakes, I do not give you wipe your ass you kid half today? This moment with me to pretend what big garlic." There was a bitter laugh across the room and a headache. "Teacher, I'm convinced. Tell me how to fix it, you have the final say." "Big deal. I'll quit this job and go to the front line." The old principal then smiled slightly. "This way. Level A is already important enough." This was done because there was a big problem with Kang Pyung's elementary school profile. That's when the body test was done and it said in 4 big words, "Absolute zero physique." What does it mean to have an absolute zero body? It was the elimination of any chi, and any chi that entered his body was zero. This is different from ordinary people who can't cultivate chi. This will be explained later. That meant it was impossible for Zhang Ping to cultivate in this life. But the old principal remembered reading a book that although the Jia Zero physique couldn't cultivate, its brain was particularly good, and the current system of channeling arts was created by a Jia Zero physique person. That person is this version of God. It's a god in the hearts of countless people, even if he didn't have any cultivation. Therefore, the old principal had a favoritism towards Zhang Ping, otherwise he wouldn't have been helping him all the time. It took a while for the opposite side to get a response. "Teacher, well, I'll jump off a building if you ever ask me to do that again." The old principal didn't say anything, he just hung up. "If you don't do it, there are plenty of students who will." That's when that regular phone rang again. The old principal picked up. "Hello?" The son on the other side, dressed in a black uniform, said into the phone with a dumbfounded look on his face, "Dad, just now on the phone you said the Beast King's essence blood is what the hell is it?" The old principal didn't even think about it and immediately criticized. Come back here sometime and talk about it. With that said, the bar hangs up. From this point of view, the old principal is indeed an old man. In the practical training room, Teacher Bai was shocked as he looked at Zhang Ping, who was performing various tests in front of him. Zhang Ping was also filled with excitement as the blood chi that appeared on his 5 fingers grew thicker and thicker, as if it was attached to his fingers like sinews. Zhang Ping didn't know that by slightly waving his arm, the blood chi on his 5 fingers went straight to the test stone 10 meters away in a lightning-fast manner. There was a muffled sound from the stone. Values appear above. Teacher Bai, this is what you call that what chi externalization? Is that what's going on? Mr. White's mouth was wide open. The mind was shocked. What a geek! How could one be so smart as this? If not for that innocent look in his eyes, he really thought this was a guy who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Obviously just now, he didn't even know how to use chi, but now he could actually do a chi off-body attack. And look at that value, 2000. Freaks! It was 3 times higher than the average person in the spirit entry realm. How does this kid do it? Sensei, do you think I'm a genius? How long did it take you to master this trick in the first place? The corners of Mr. White's mouth twitched slightly. It was tempting to slap him. Chapter 19, Bunny. But in order not to affect his image as a famous teacher, he coughed lightly. Zhang Ping this speed of yours is not bad in terms of comprehension amongst your peers, but it's still almost as good compared to your teacher, especially since the principal's son was unschooled in the first place. Zhang Ping's eyes widened as he believed it. He really didn't know much about cultivation. Alright then, I'll keep trying. Teacher, I read that the color of chi has something to do with attributes. Yellow for earth attribute and red for fire attribute. Is this one of mine a fire attribute? Attribute ability and also the ability that chi comes with. Different attributes are produced depending on the physical qualities of each individual. Mr. White rubbed his stiff face. Fire? Fire your grandmother's leg? You, this red is blood red with people as fire has a fart. Speak the question in your mind. Zhang Ping was also silent upon hearing this. This isn't right. Isn't this the fire attribute itself? Then what am I? It can't be that I'm a blood attribute if I've drunk a lot of essence blood since I was a child, right? The textbooks don't mention it either. Mr. I pondered for a moment, and surprisingly, he felt that what Zhang Ping said made sense. You could be right. This is something I can't see. When you join the academy, someone might get it. Sparingly, the master and disciple stayed in the practical training room for half a day, during which Zhang Ping not only learned the spirit realm's channeling technique, but also learned how to utilize the sharp claw. And when casting the sharp claw, the back of his hand could rise up into a blood-colored claw similar to the scarlet battle armor. This claw has been experimented with and can be used directly at close range with a decent amount of power and can be projected. Zhang Ping was dumbfounded by this scene. The more this thing looks, the more immodest it becomes. Didn't take it seriously either. As for how the tsunami dog's ability was utilized, he didn't dare to say. Because the demonic elixir of the whistling moon dog was not that easy to obtain. He couldn't explain it. We can only wait for our own slow development. At this point, Zhang Ping was very confident in himself. As the saying goes, one thing leads to another. It would not be too late for him to study and understand the sharp claws of the iron-tailed eagle before figuring out the use of the tsunami moondog's ability. Touch your stomach. Zhang Ping bid farewell to Mr. Bai. When we got back to the class, there was another round of cheering and all sorts of catching up. Getting Zhang Ping annoyed. Don't push it. Push it again and I'll jump off the building. Only. Outside the door, Li Zimu was covered in sweat and stared at Zhang Ping in death. Fine. So you're pretending to eat a tiger with me? Zhang Ping, isn't it just the spirit realm? Give me 20 days and I will definitely catch up with you. Defeat you. It was so hard when he learned that Zhang Ping was actually a spirit realm. But then again, there is some excitement. Good boy. What excuse do you have to refuse this time? All that was lost would come back if he beat him fair and square. After school, Zhang Ping skipped class early and ran away. Mainly he was afraid of being asked. Of course, there is still a thing to do. The little yellow book of the little brother of the third primary school. Bah! The little man's book can't be delayed. Went bargain hunting. By the time he returned home satisfied, it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was long dark. In the past, Zhang Ping wouldn't dare to come back at this time, but now that he was in the spirit realm, his guts were naturally bigger. Skillfully taking off his book bag, he was just about to throw it over when he suddenly tapped his head. I'm so stupid. Little master now have cultivation. If I transported the chi to the feet of the small short wall is not easy? Put your book bag on your back, spit into the palm of your hand and rub it hard. Hey! The gas surrounded his legs and Zhang Ping got excited. Sure enough it can. The force was so hard it seemed to fly off the ground like a cannonball. It eventually landed steadily within the courtyard wall. If he wasn't afraid of being punched, he really wanted to let out a loud laugh. It's done. It's really done this time. The gas. It's so much fun. Tiptoeing around, he was ready to crawl to his room when he heard Yao Yujing cough. Good son. You are going somewhere. Kang Pyun looked up at his amiable mom. It's just strange that the eyes are a little red. Apparently cried. Mom, have you eaten yet? Yao Yujing was all angry and laughing. I couldn't hold back any longer looking at my understanding son. Son, are you really well? Jiang Ping pretended not to care. Well, it's really good. What did the principal tell you? Yao Yujing slapped him. You dead kid, well not tell us. If not, the old principal told me. How much longer do you want to hide it? Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed. I'm also afraid of empty joy. Now it's good. Our family doesn't have to be so tight. By the way, Mom, I passed by the cosmetic store today. It said it's the latest model. You try it? A small bottle was fished out of the bag. Yao Yujing wanted to cry, but she couldn't. Son, too understanding. Just too skinny. Giving a good face can get you into a room. Spending money blindly. Mother and son talked in the yard for a while father listened in silence, smoking a cigarette. But today's is all cheerfulness compared to the kind of sadness we used to have. Their son was cured and they could finally live like a normal family. Just, suddenly, look at this crematorium. A slight frown. Bottle. What are your plans for the future after you get well? Jiang Wanli spoke carefully for fear of stinging Jiang Ping. How smart Jiang Ping was. He heard it all at once. That's when I remembered who I was. The descendant of the director of the crematorium factory. This is considered pariah service in a harmonious society. And although it doesn't say that people like Jiang Ping can't take the college entrance exam, it does require very complicated procedures. And there's an unwritten rule in this industry that if you take this job, you have to work for 3 generations. The main initiative to do this is too little. This work hurt the body. And there's the risk of contamination, which the average person is not happy to do. So, this job is kind of loved and hated. Loved because it's really lucrative. And hated because it's so limiting and affects future generations. Jiang Ping was also dizzy with joy today and forgot about it. The main reason was that everyone was thinking about Jiang Ping's future path. And they all subconsciously ignored this identity. Dad, what do you mean? Jiang Wanli pondered for a while and said hesitantly. Why don't I do it first and look for a relationship so that you can go to the academy to study first, without taking the normal college entrance exam? Let's just study, okay? Jiang Ping didn't want his father to be embarrassed and showed 8 teeth. I'm fine with that. Whatever. Yao Yujing on the side heard this. Her heart is a little uncomfortable. Her son is not easy to get well, but still can't go to school normally. It's all because they dragged him down. Why don't we ask the old principal? The old principal has a lot of knowledge, so he might have a solution. Jiang Wanli's eyes lit up. Right. Rushed to dial the phone. When Jiang Wanli said this, the old principal broke into a fit of rage. Jiang Wanli, you son of a, you've become more capable? I should have smoked you to death when you were in school in the first place. It's not even if you don't have any talent yourself. You still want to pull the bottle? Don't even think about it. What's wrong with the crematorium? It's also a contribution to the 13 cities. That's just subterfuge you're talking about. Who dares to say it explicitly? Chapter 20, Dreams. Alright, don't worry about this. I have my own arrangements. Asshole. Where's Xiao Jing? Put her on the phone. Jiang Wanli couldn't lift his head from the scolding. By the way, Jiang Wanli Yao Yujing was also a student of the old principal, who wasn't old at that time. Yao Yujing answered the phone also a little apprehensive. Her husband was scolded, she heard. Stiffly, he shouted, Teacher, I'm Xiao Jing. Your health is okay lately, huh? Jiang Ping couldn't help but snicker as he watched as if he were an errant elementary school student. The old principal obviously had a much better attitude. Humph. Not being angry with you guys it. The bottle thing you don't worry about. I'm free to arrange. Your elder sister that there has been a case of this kind. The kid went to the front line to join the army, and finally bailed out to the college in the name of the army. Don't worry. I can't hold up the bottle here. I'll give a word to your senior sister later and see what she says there. Yao Yujing was touched that the teacher had really worked hard for them. Tears almost fell from his eyes. And the old principal across the room grunted. Don't cry. You can't see this in your old age. Hold it back. Yao Yujing surprisingly really only let her tears swirl, not daring to fall. It took a while to sort of end the call. The family looked at each other and smiled. Yao Yujing touched Jiang Ping's head. Bottle. Be a man of conscience. Your life is given by the old and young men of Nanchang together. You have to remember this at all times. Jiang Ping hummed. The baby was suddenly well and the 3 of them ate a big meal. On a rare occasion, Jiang Manli let Jiang Ping drink a little wine. Didn't go to bed until 10 o'clock at night. This family, from this day forward, lives. Jiang Ping lay down on the bed dizzily. Although he had not eaten any demonic beast meat for a day today, he was not as hungry as before. He guessed that he had eaten too much the other day, and that it didn't matter if he didn't eat a meal once in a while. It's like when there is harmony. People have so much oil in their stomachs that even if they don't eat for a meal or two, it doesn't affect anything. There was just one problem. He would have to find a secret base in the future, and he would also have to sneak in a little bit of demonic beast corpses to embezzle while working for his family. How else is he going to fill his stomach? Thinking about the mess, I fell asleep in a daze. In a haze, Jiang Ping seemed to have returned to the Thousand Buddha Mountain. The monasteries of the Thousand Buddha Mountain have all collapsed, and only that Tibetan scripture pavilion is still standing firm. Drinking too much, Kong Pyong traveled through the dream world. It's kinda true. This dream evolves on its own? Could it be a daydream? Following the memory, he was ready to have fun in his dream. The last time he read those strange stories, he was pulled out by the old monk before he finished reading them, making him regret for a long time. And I don't know if the dream will be renewed. Casually, I came to where I was looking before and just opened the book. Heard that strange sound again. Jiang Ping's mouth smiled. Hey, real actually even this? Didn't he go to the cave last time and see a stunningly beautiful woman? I didn't realize it was in the dream. At that thought, he put down the book and with a hefty grin lightly followed the cave in. Then, once again, I came to this grotto, saw this crystal coffin again. The inside was surprisingly exactly the same as what he had seen when he was at the Thousand Buddha Mountain. The woman is still there. Only, the one on the forehead that was supposed to seal it was gone. Only a stunningly beautiful woman in a red wedding dress lay quietly in the crystal coffin. Vaguely he seemed to see the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. Jiang Ping was taken aback. Only then did he react. Asterisk. You still scare me in the dream. I'm afraid of you in reality. How can I be afraid of you in the dream? Grinning broadly, he padded over and crouched down for a closer look. True. Too true. Even the sweat. Is dreaming so powerful now? Jiang Ping was viciously shocked. When Jiang Ping looked closer, he had to marvel at the wonders of the Creator, that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. Every spot grew just right. It's too extreme. Suddenly, just as Jiang Ping wanted to take a closer look, his eyes went black. When he woke up again, it was from hunger. Jiang Ping stared blankly at the ceiling in disbelief. Am I not dreaming? How come I'm suddenly woken up by hunger? One more look at the clock and it was actually 7 in the morning. Asterisk. This dream. What's next? Rubbing his stomach, he looked at the furnace of his own crematorium already burning, and knew that Jiang Wanli was already up. Get to work. Hurriedly dressed and ran into the burning room. Father, you go and rest for a while. I'll do it. Jiang Ping counted on it. He was going to steal the meat, quietly and silently put it away and take it out to find a place to braise it. I just don't know what the dish of the day is. No, it's some kind of demonic beast. Jiang Wanli looked at his understanding son, sighed. His son has grown up. Also do not show off. Line. Process. I happened to go out to buy some breakfast. Handed Jiang Ping the professional boning knife. By the way, son, do you still drink essence blood? Jiang Ping shook his head. Do not drink. Father, you can rest assured. I will squeeze it out. We can get enough to sell a bottle. Jiang Wanli laughed out loud. Indeed. With that said, he walked out. Jiang Ping looked at the body in front of him and carefully rummaged through it. Somewhat disappointed. It's still an iron-tailed hawk. That's a bit of a high yield. He couldn't care less about being disgusted though. His stomach was rumbling. First, he squeezed out the essence blood, and then after surveying the outside and seeing that no one was there, he carefully and attentively peeled off the skin of the iron-tailed hawk and chopped it off. Finally took out a piece of the most tender meat. He kind of ate it out of experience. The rest of the parts were thrown into the incinerator, wearing special gloves throughout. Actually, he could have left it on, but after all, his parents were home and he still had to cover his tracks. Beautifully, he wrapped the piece of meat, which was about 2 pounds of the most delicious meat, in a piece of tarpaulin and prepared to embezzle it. Somehow, something suddenly occurred to him. It was the crack in the world that I saw that night. Smashing. If only I had a time rift too. I wouldn't have to be so sneaky about hiding meat, or even cooking it. Thinking about the size of Thousand Buddha Mountain made him greedy. Suddenly, Jiang Ping felt his eyes go black. What? What the hell? Where's my meat? Where's my meat that big? Suddenly he realized the piece of meat that he had just wrapped up in the oilcloth had disappeared. Now he's in a hurry. It's not on the table, and there's meters underneath. Sweaty. As he crouched, he drifted off and seemed to see the mole of tears on his wrist move. The heart skipped a beat. Man, does. He came up with an extremely outrageous idea, because when he saw this tear mole, he thought back to the first time he saw the red-clothed woman in the crystal coffin. That woman seemed to have such a tear mole under her eye. He wouldn't have thought of it if he hadn't dreamed of the woman last night. It seems that the woman in red yesterday no longer has the mole of tears on her face. Chapter 21 Shocking Things. The Cultivator's Story Club was a favorite book he used to read. The same kind of magazine that used to be sent out once a month back in the days of Harmony. The above will include strange and interesting stories from all over the world, not lacking a certain big brother who did something earth-shattering. There is also a story of a lucky person who mistakenly entered some crack and came out with a great increase in cultivation. And there are even more family stories of the rich and noble families. Before, he watched these with great interest. Just now he just remembered a story. And of course it could only be a story. It was said that 10 years ago a certain young man mistakenly entered the secret realm, and finally came out after a grueling battle. But he got a token of that secret realm by chance. What's even more coincidental is that that rift is a time rift. From then on, he possessed a time rift, enjoyed the cultivation bonus of different multiplier speeds, and finally grew into a generation of big brothers. It's just that it seems to have fallen from grace some years ago, and it's also the bits and pieces that were dug up by fans of the great man when they researched his life after the fall. Of course, the truth is no longer verifiable. Jiang Ping is a bit whimsical. Could it be that I'm a lucky man? 2. Recalling how he had just made the demon beast meat disappear, he cut a piece again, then stared at it. Enter. A miraculous scene happened, and Jiang Ping almost shrieked out in shock. With a whoosh, the demonic beast meat disappeared, as if he had never existed in this heaven and earth. He covered his mouth with his dead hand. He realized the serious problem that he might be getting rich. I was just thinking that it would be great if I had a time rift, so I wouldn't have to hide my food in the future. But he never thought that God would favor him so much that he would actually send him one. It took a while for it to quiet down. Then he closed his eyes, stroked the blood-red tear mole, and whooshed. In the crematorium burning room, Jiang Ping disappeared into this world. When Jiang Ping opened his eyes, he had already arrived at that familiar Thousand Buddha mountain. Still with broken walls, still with a hidden scripture pavilion standing majestically. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ping's heart ached until he couldn't breathe. Even couldn't help but smack myself twice. You really deserve knew that this would be their own property. I burned him to do what the hell As a matter of fact, it was actually not a big problem for him to dislike the old monk in the first place, but in the spirit of not being his own home anyway, and by the way, he could also provoke the old monk. He burned down the Thousand Buddha mountain with a single fire. How could he have done such a stupid thing if he knew he would own the place? True, how much it hurt then and how much it hurts now. There was a feeling of wanting to cry. OMG. So many houses are mine. Woohoo. After regretting for a while, Jiang Ping sighed. I'm lucky to get it, but I'm lucky to lose it. The big deal is to rebuild. Didn't the other big guys develop their time rift a little bit? The tear mole pulsed, and Jiang Ping's heart followed. Looking towards the hidden scriptures, he actually felt an inexplicable fear. Because, surprisingly, yesterday's dream was so real. Otherwise you wouldn't have noticed the tear mole problem yourself. Doesn't that mean that I most likely wasn't dreaming yesterday? By the way, what did that woman call me? Ginger Lang? What the hell kind of name is that? He couldn't catch a glimpse of what was going on here, and made a decision. It's better not to go to this hidden scripture pavilion for now. I only need a place to make fire and cook anyway. Be content and never be greedy. Jiang Ping consoled himself. He then turned towards the ruins of the Thousand Buddha mountain. Although the fire was not small and had burned down many houses, there were also ones that were still usable. Jiang Ping spent half a day's effort to find a building that was still intact, and followed his memory to the kitchen to find pots and pans, and then began to build pots and stoves in this less than 50 square meters of intact room. But he always felt like someone was watching him from behind. When I looked back, I realized it was a statue of Buddha. Hey, the Thousand Buddha mountain is gone. And look at the little master. Sharp claws struck, and 5 lines of blood went straight to the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue collapsed. Now that's comforting. In no time at all, a small cook stove was set up, and the meat of the ferret-tailed hawk was found and thrown in. Follow the recipe and start the stew. Looking at the burning fire, Jiang Ping suddenly realized a problem. There were demonic beasts in the Thousand Buddha mountain before. How come we didn't find any this time? The discovery made him wonder. But the Thousand Buddha mountain was not small, and he was hungry, so for the time being, he could only suppress the idea of exploration and concentrate on the stew. A full meal, needless to say. When after eating 2 large pieces of meat, Jiang Ping had a burst of relief all over his body, as if he had eaten a popsicle on a 3-volt day. Satisfying fullness sets in. Even, he could feel his body's sharp claws strengthening again. Hey, the power of the sharp claws has increased again? With a slight flick of his wrist, he was able to maneuver his sharp claws even more. Now that I have this treasure, I have to utilize it. And the demonic beast corpses, how do I embezzle them? The mind fires up thinking about all sorts of things. Jiang Ping went out with a silent chant. The man appeared in the burning room and looked up at the hanging wall clock. 7:50. He remembered that it was 7:30 when he went in. And he was in there for about an hour or so. 20 minutes compared to an hour, which is 60 minutes. 1 to 3? Looking at the one remaining iron-tailed hawk, Jiang Ping did not embezzle it, but threw it directly into the furnace. For a few days in a row, Jiang Ping pondered on how to get more suitable demonic beast corpses. The iron-tailed eagle was really tired of eating them. Moreover, as a basic demonic beast race, the potential for development is only up to this point. The good thing was, even though the skill could only be so, Kong Pyung's chi kept rising. The unit of measurement for gas is the quarter. The initial entry was a moment, and Jiang Ping, who had been eating continuously for a number of days, had slowly reached the third moment at this point. 9 was the extreme number, and at 9 moments, one was considered to have reached the apex of the spirit realm. It is only necessary to have one skill as a major to advance to the next realm. And that, too, is the most important watershed, because there will be a qualitative difference between the children of ordinary people and the children of big families at this moment. The skill of the major is crucial. In game terms, that's the natal skill. This skill will be engraved into your bones, accompanying you for the rest of your life, including all subsequent methods of play. The development of the route is centered on a vital skill. And the children of the big families can use a big price to get the demon pills of some high-grade demonic beasts at this time, and use a secret method to suppress and refine the skills in the demon pills. Of course, this won't work too well. It's vastly different from obtaining it by direct swallowing, and can be considered a censored version. However, it is very suitable for use as a nativity skill, as the crippled and abridged version of the skill is more suitable for the practitioner to develop him, and the compatibility is better. Chapter 22, The Heaven-Swallowing Secret Realm. In layman's terms, the skills extracted from the demon elixir just serve as a big framework to run the memory. The more memory you run, the sturdier the frame, the greater the potential of this native skill. The future is much more accomplished. Of course, this was something that only the sons of the big families could afford to use, and the average person could only find some almost demonic pills, and then go to a specialized institution to refine a similar skill. The gap between the future and the children of the big families is naturally getting farther and farther. Of course, the officials of the 13 cities have taken this into consideration. That's why there's an academy. It was recognized in the 13 cities that all students were not allowed to break through to the realm after the spirit realm in high school. Wrong. That's what 13 cities officials took into account. Because ordinary people want to get a good demonic elixir, a good frame, they can go to the academy to get it. Whether it's a big family or a small family, they can get 90% of the demon pills are left over from the official take. To get a good one, you need to go to a good college. However, the academy is not selfless. Want to get a good demon pills that also need to pay. The difference between ordinary people and the big families was only that the family children could go faster and better at obtaining demon pills through the help of their family's contribution, and the average person is left to their own devices, either by demonstrating the attributes of genius or by paying a contribution. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Jiang Ping knew this, or was it the knowledge that had been badgered in the past few days? It is also to know this, only to understand why the old principal will help him to operate business must enter the college, because outside there really no development. Even if you are gifted, it's all for naught without resources, and the best recognized resource is at the college. Oh, and the military too, but that one, is too hard. Putting away these distracting thoughts, Jiang Ping began to ponder this time rift of his. TSK, I always felt that the collective name of Time Rift was a bit bad, so Jiang Ping first renamed this Time Rift. Let's call it the Heaven-Swallowing Mystic Realm. Then mold over that time ratio. That's a lot of maneuverability for a 1-to-3 ratio. Except he's scratching his head a bit again. He's not a regular guy who needs to go work on his skills, so there's no need to water down it. Time doesn't seem to be doing much for him. Whether it was to grow the amount of chi or to hone skills, ordinary people needed time, but all he needed to do was eat. Just give him enough demonic beast corpses. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized that the heaven-swallowing mystery realm served another purpose for him. Guess? Snickers. It would be cool if this idea could be realized. However, whether he was happy or not was unknown. Now the old principal was very upset, a little pissed off about the student errand. Junsu, can't you handle this? That's not just my grandson, it's also your little sister's child. Why should our child have to take the real thing when everyone else is just going to go to the gold plating and take the academy exams after a quick stroll? On the other end of the phone, Juanxiu, who was straight and dry in a black military uniform, laughed bitterly. Teacher, it's not something I stipulated. All 13 cities have to do it this year. Deadly orders from above. Junsu is a senior sister. How come she doesn't know about the kid Kong Pyung? But even if she is in a position of power now, there are things she can't do as she pleases. The 13 cities have never been the 13 cities of any one person, but of all the people of the 13 cities. Slightly coiled long hair, sighing look, sitting behind the desk. If not wearing this black military uniform, anyone who came would have to praise a noblewoman. Only now but also had to rub his forehead as if he were coaxing a child to get the teacher to calm down. Fart. You guys are just looking at my age. Junsu, why you know teachers? Haven't begged you for anything for so many years. Now this little thing you guys are like this. Teacher sat the old principal sighs. Junsu cried and laughed. Teacher, you're here again. I have a headache too. It was really difficult for her. On one side she could not disobey the orders from above, but on the other side she could not disobey her teacher. Dilemma. It was just that, even though she knew the teacher was acting, it still touched the heartstrings of her heart. In the beginning, the teacher had licked his old face and shined his old rival's shoes for a semester in order for her to obtain a high-quality demonic elixir, something she also learned about later. Teachers are like that. They never beg for themselves, and they beg for them, the students. It's probably because teachers are like that they are so respected. Thinking about her own beginnings in the military, wasn't it also her older brothers and sisters who covered for her? Thinking of this, Junsu's silver teeth clenched slightly as if he had made a difficult decision, hesitating for a long time before saying, Teacher, there's actually another path that I can operate. Only then did the old principal across the room break into a smile. Speak, my good disciple. Junsu stroked the document, which had just been delivered not more than 3 hours ago, and said through gritted teeth, Do you know about the fire race? A kindling contest? Prancing around, the old principal's old bones almost jumped up. Junsu, I'm really hurting you for nothing. What are you talking about? That thing is something Kongpyeon can participate in? Might as well go along and kill demonic beasts. Junsu smiled bitterly, naturally knowing what the teacher meant by that. The Spark Race, not founded by 13 cities. Instead, many regions were founded together. After the harmonized society, due to the invasion of demonic beasts and frequent cracks, the original dragon's heirloom was slowly reduced to only 13 cities, and in other places, naturally, not all of them will be destroyed, aside from some unlucky ones, such as the original Sakura Island that was directly exterminated by a king-level high-ranking demonic beast with its minions. Most of them had survivors. It's just that these survivors are many and few, and they also formed different forces. At first, everyone was still at peace with each other, but as the cracks came out more often later, many of them were being fought over together. Just like the time cracks, it's not good to distribute a war like before? Impossible. The great enemy is the demonic beasts. But how to solve the problem? This led to the fire race. They say they're firebrands, but they're really all desperados, and there's a saying that's been passed down. Fire, only the living are fire. Speaks volumes about the brutality of this race. That's what it takes to compete with the geniuses of the major powers. Not something for a little Kara like Jiangping to get involved with. Teacher, you're thinking wrong. What I mean is for Jiangping to advance into the top 16 of the 13 cities, and only need to obtain the qualification for the reserve fire to take the academy's exams, and then after obtaining the quota I can arrange for his direct elimination, and he'll go to take the academy's exams while the rest of the people continue to compete. That's the best I could come up with. The old principal also hesitated. Compared to going to the army to really walk around and kill out for real, this path was undoubtedly better now. It's just getting into the top 16, and with a little bit of refinement. It seems like a good idea to qualify for a reserve fire and go straight to the exams when you get in there. Chapter 23 Fire Race. Difficult? Junsu cried with laughter. If it was someone else, she would have cursed a few times, but now that it's come to this, are you telling me that it's difficult? But this was her benefactor, so she could only nod her head with a face full of helplessness. No hard feelings. The old principal then broke into a smile. Good, that's a well-picked path. I think it's fine. Well, teacher, since it's been decided, then let Jiangping come. This time the selection contest is being held in the third realm. Time is getting very tight. I'll open the official letter and you bring the child over. The old principal frowned. The third realm? Why is it there? Wasn't it recently said that no less than 10 new rifts have appeared there? This should be a time of tension at this time. Junsu nodded. Yes, it says that a fire has to look like a fire and be ready to burn everything, so the front line is the most suitable. Junsu, teacher has nothing else to offer but you students. It's kind of heavy duty. Junsu nodded. Don't worry teacher. I'll make the arrangements. The boy can't go wrong. Jiangping was working hard to record notes as if he was a sponge absorbing all kinds of cultivation knowledge, which he had left behind earlier. Just see Mr. White coming. Jiangping, come out for a moment. Everyone looked at Jiangping curiously. Bottle, are you in trouble again? Jiang Ping rolled his eyes. Asterisk 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 off. The group was laughing and not amused. They all thought that Jiang Ping had gotten into trouble again. After all, this was the norm until the next day when Jiang Ping hadn't come to school yet. It was Xiao Huang who frowned and said, "What happened to Brother Bottle? Can't be packed up and can't walk, right? It's almost class time and he's still not here?" The crowd also revealed a puzzled look. Yes, Brother Bottle is not here yet. Not cultivating. At this time, Dongfang Lan then stood up indifferently and said, "Everyone, don't worry about him, he has his own path to walk. He won't be coming back for a while, so let me tell everyone to cultivate well and gather at the academy." Instantly, there was a clamor. "What? Brother Bottles isn't on? Sister Lan, what's the situation? What's wrong with Brother Bottle?" At this time, a male student wearing glasses stood up and said, "All stop arguing and listen to Sister Lan." Everyone gazed at Dongfang Lan. Dongfang Lan also did not hide. "Bottle family is dry crematorium, you know. Want to go to the college to think of other ways." There was a momentary silence. "So, Sister Lan, are we not going to be able to hang out with Brother Bottle from now on?" Dongfang Lan blankly glanced at the person who had spoken. "Didn't we say, academy gathering? You guys have to work hard." Jiang Ping went to struggle. "We can't lag behind." Jiang Ping said that he will definitely go to the academy. He's waiting for you guys so that you don't fall behind. And everyone was galvanized. "Yellow Cotton, how dare the hangman taunt us now?" "That's right. Brother Bottle has drifted recently. He just stood up and looked down on people." "Wait, which academy does he go to? We'll surely take the exam there as well." A group of teenagers were spirited, as if the academy was already in the bag. The teacher at the podium smiled with relief. Jiang Ping has a magical ability to mingle with anyone and has a natural aura of leadership. Although always do something not human, but the scale of the pinch is very good, and they're Jiang Ping's place. The teacher will be very safe. Whether it is a student argument or a fight, he can be arranged. And it's really swinging for the fences and getting both sides to shake hands. Therefore, the teachers were also very indulgent towards Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping, carrying a traveling backpack behind the old principal, waved his hand at his parents behind him. Yao Yujing, such a big-hearted person, was a bit teary-eyed. "Teacher, it really can't be dangerous, can it?" The old principal kicked Ginger Miles in the face, knocking him off his feet. A serious voice came out. "Danger. All you know is danger all day long. Where is there safety in this world? Bottle has his own path to walk. Don't you guys drag your feet for him." Yao Yujing was scolded by the teacher and didn't dare to speak. Only Kong Manri was a bit confused. "Teacher, what did she say you kicked me for?" The old principal kicked again. "Who do I kick if not your daughter-in-law?" Jiang Ping almost laughed out loud. Jiang Wanli was so helpless that he saw Jiang Ping snickering and glaring at him. "Kid, go out, less trouble. Outside is not the South City. The South City, you are a small bully. Go outside, people outside the sky. Low profile." Yao Yujing didn't dare to say anything demoralizing. "Pulling Kong Pyong," he commanded. Only the old principal bristled. Low profile? When he didn't cultivate, he was able to break into such a sky in South City, and now that he had kept up with the big forces, he would be damned if he could keep a low profile. Whatever, let the students have their headaches. Anyway, he's not good at anything else, but he has a lot of students. As he spoke, a hostile sound came from the sky, and a large bird that was 10 meters long descended from the sky. The beak of the big bird was as sharp as a sword. The wind from the bushel alone could create a small tornado. After waiting for it to stop, a 24 or 25-year-old black uniformed man on top saluted and said solemnly, "Hello, I'm sent by team leader Chen to pick up the contestants for the fire seat competition. Who is Jiang Ping?" The eyes went to Jiang Ping. The old principal looked at the man in front of him and broke into a smile. "Monkey boy, an adult too. Where are you following Junsu?" Only then did the man in black uniform scratch his head in embarrassment, as if he were a green student. "Principal, yes, I graduated a few years ago with no resources, and Team Chen looked up to me and let me harness this black-winged eagle." The old principal patted his shoulder and said approvingly, "Do a good job. I remember you specialized in this. It is also considered a talent used in the right place." The man nodded excitedly. "Principal, I'm sure I won't embarrass you." I didn't realize that the principal remembered his nickname, and tears were falling from his eyes. On the other hand, Jiang Ping, who was on the side, was shocked as he looked at the scene in front of him. It was at this moment that he realized how powerful the old principal really was, and what peach and plum meant. "Is this another student?" Jiang Wanli stabbed Jiang Ping. "Learn well, the teacher is powerful. Your kid will be less angry with him in the future." Jiang Ping nodded seriously. "I'll try my best." Seeing Jiang Wanli's gaze that was about to kill before he changed his words, "I promise." The old principal caught up with the man for a while before shouting at Jiang Ping, "Don't be a mother-in-law. Follow your senior brother. Jiang Ping gave the old principal a thumbs up in his heart, which recognized himself as a senior. Cow and compare it to my principal's grandfather. Jiang Ping said goodbye to his parents and trotted over and called out nicely. Good day, senior brother. My name is Jiang Ping, nickname Bottle. A smile appeared on the man's face as well. It's all family, don't be rude. It's also very kind. Jiang Ping said to the old principal again. So, I'm leaving, huh? The old principal nodded in silence and shouted as Jiang Ping was about to get on the back of the black-winged eagle. Wait! Jiang Ping stopped in his tracks. The old principal walked over and pulled an animal skin book, a thick one, out of his pocket. Hesitating, he rummaged through the top, and it took less than a few seconds before his right index finger glued to the spit and ripped out a page. Wow! The old principal said very formally. This with a good, out of the house. Encounter what cannot be solved. Give these people call. Chapter 24, The Old Principal's Book. Jiang Wanli's eyes were glazed over. Hurriedly, he said, Teacher, you. The old principal turned around and said fiercely, Shut up. Is it your turn to talk? Jiang Wanli is unbelievable. My son can't talk? Yao Yujing, who was on the side, also pulled him back. Of course she knew what it was. And the phone number of the person's name on it was never going to be simple. She knows she shouldn't want it, but it's her son, and she's got a personal agenda. Jiang Ping took the piece of paper, scanned it, and wrote it down. The black-winged eagle's wings flapped and rushed up into the sky. I thought it would be windy, but it was so calm. Looking at the man sitting next to him, elder brother, this chi of yours is powerful, and it can also protect against the wind? How did you get it? Can you teach me? By the way, what is senior brother's name? The man looked at his own people, also didn't hide his smile, and said, My name is Zhang Nan, the alternative driver of the Chun group. This is called a chi mask. When you enter the academy, this is all the most basic application techniques, but the minimum needs to be the melting realm, so for the time being, you'd better not think about it. Jiang Ping scared for a moment. Sure enough, it's better to come out and see the big game. Elder brother, you're so powerful and you're still just an alternate driver? Jiang Nan laughed out loud and looked at Jiang Ping, remembering that he had just come out of himself being so simple. Of course it's just an alternative. Do you know what kind of Si Chen's group's full-time driver is? Jiang Ping listened with wide eyes, as if he were a comic. What? Jiang Nan exclaimed, the twin-winged python. It is said to be a king-level descendant. Jiang Ping couldn't close his mouth in shock. A king? Or a ride? Jesus. He knew this common sense even if he couldn't get through cultivation. Demonic beasts can be killed. Naturally can also be tamed. It is just very difficult. Generally have to be tamed from childhood to be able to. This is still the case with a unique secret method. So it also gives rise to a variety of seats. Mounts to be exact. Up in the sky, down in the earth, whatever, but either way that's exclusive to the human elite. And the breed is extremely selective, like the iron-tailed hawk doesn't even match. This black-winged hawk in front of him had said inside the book that an adult could at least exert the combat power of a fusion level, and that was just the alternative. Spirit, fusion, Shin, King, one step, a big gap, King-class descendants, wouldn't it be? When you're an adult? For the first time, Jiang Ping felt that his eyes were a bit small, eyes gleaming. He looked at Jiang Nan. I'll have to fix one in the future. It's awesome to think about it. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. You'll have to work hard then, but look at how much importance the old principal attaches to you. That book is a mythical existence amongst all the graduates of our South City High School. Jiang Ping got curious. How so? Jiang Nan spoke eloquently. Everyone says, who knows whose phone number is memorized in that book of the old principal? Your senior brother. I was not even qualified to get the phone number on it at first. At that time when I was admitted to the Aircrew Academy, the old principal just casually dialed a phone number to let that side to take care of me a little bit. At that time, I still felt that the old principal was looking down on people, but when I arrived at the academy, I realized that it was the master of my academy who was in charge of selecting mounts specifically, and it was only then that I was able to break through the thousands of armies to get this black-winged eagle as a mount. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of reminiscence, slightly sighing. While there was an element of his own efforts later on, he wouldn't have even gotten on the line without that phone call from the old principal. So, you boys know the gold content of this page. Jiang Ping hadn't really expected this piece of paper to be so overbearing. Touch your chest. It's warm. The academy. The academy. What kind of existence is it? One can't fail the old principal. The flight speed was fast. But even so fast, it was still a full day and night before they reached their destination. When the black-winged eagle passed through a layer of diaphragm, Jiang Ping's eyes went wide. Boundary realm. Senior brother, is this the boundary realm? Jiang Nan nodded. Yes, another hour's flight and we'll be at the Third Realm's command headquarters. That's also where you'll be participating in the selection process. After landing, Jiang Ping immediately followed Jiang Nan, waiting for Jiang Nan to put the black-winged eagle away and feed it with quite a lot of meat before following him through the streets and alleys. Finally arriving in front of an ordinary 5-story building, Jiang Nan pulled out a card and went through another bout of fine inspection before arriving at the hall. An elevator? Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Ping in surprise. You still know about the elevator? This is a technology left over from the harmonious society. Not many people know about it. Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed. I've read it in the book. Jiang Ping looked here and there as if he were a curious baby, and finally the elevator started. Surprisingly, it's not going upwards, but downwards. It went on for 23 floors before it stopped. Inside, there were busy people everywhere, and the rare large screen with some data floating on it that Jiang Ping couldn't understand, and the phone kept ringing. Men and women in black uniforms were busy. Report. Enter. A mature female voice came. Teen Chen. Jiang Ping is here. Dong Nam returned the favor formally. Chen Juanxiu raised the noblewoman face and sized up Jiang Ping. You're the vial? Jiang Ping looked at the man in front of him with a familiar look, but can't think of where I've seen it before. Chen Juanxiu seemed to be able to read hearts and waved his hand at Jiang Nan, who walked out. Smiling, he stood up. Can't remember me? You had a sweet mouth when you were a kid. Boom. That damn memory came up. Jiang Ping looked at Chen Juanxiu with wide eyes. You are Aunt Xiang Xiang? Auntie Xiang Xiang? Chen Juanxiu laughed out loud. Jiang Ping remembered. Aunt Xiang Xiang did visit him when he was a child, and that was when he was starving. And Aunt Xiang Xiang sent 3 bottles of essence blood, and that flavor was still unforgettable. Fragrant. Too fragrant. Those 3 bottles of essence blood were enough to keep him 3/4 full for a month. It's safe to say that's a rare and wonderful memory. I didn't expect you to remember. Little bottle. You're not an outsider. Auntie, to make a long story short, in 3 more days geniuses from all over the world will converge here and compete for the top 16 spots. Will participate in a competition? When the time comes there will be danger. If you are afraid, Aunt arrange for someone to arrange for you in advance. Guaranteed to get you into the top 16. But if that's the case, you'll only be a child with your aunt. Do you understand? Jiang Ping was in deep thought. Obviously he had heard. He lifted his head firmly. Tell me what you want me to do. Auntie. As an existence with an extremely high IQ of the South City little bully, he was just less knowledgeable, not stupid. If Auntie said that, then she must not want to do it herself. And, he's tempted to say, he's not a kid anymore. Chen Juanxiu's nice eye passages smiled prettily. Auntie doesn't want to do anything about it. It's what you want to do about it. Whether you want to be a child who grows up under the wing, or whether you want to storm out on your own, the choice is yours. Chapter 25, Get thee out of here. In the beginning, Chen Juanxiu was trying to follow the teacher's arrangement, but the first time he saw Jiang Ping, he changed his mind. This kid, he can't be raised that way. Although the teacher is trying to keep Kong Pyong from having an accident, can a greenhouse environment allow people to grow? He could have bailed him out and entered the top 16, or even relied on his teacher's connections to be able to get Jiang Ping into the academy, all with a good future. But then the boy would be wasted. From the first moment she saw Jiang Ping, she detected an essence that she hadn't seen in a long time. Moreover, she slightly felt Jiang Ping's cultivation level. The bottom is very solid. The most crucial thing is that the physical quality is also extremely good. I heard that this child just cultivated some basic skills. Sharp claws are his strongest skills. Can reach this part is definitely paid. A normal person cannot imagine the efforts. A kid like that might be wasted if he's really smooth. So, she changed her mind. Wanted Jiang Ping to try. Anyway, he has his own backing. 7 moments in the spirit realm. This was very different from the teacher's words about entering the spirit realm at the beginning. What did this mean? It represented that Jiang Ping was not inferior amongst his peers. Even with the children of those great clans, and with such talent, such perseverance, the love of talent rose. With a little more effort, he might have entered the fusion realm straight away. If Jiang Ping could achieve good results in the examination and had a fusion realm cultivation base, he could completely get a very good demon pill in this examination. That's a lot better than going to the academy and fighting with a bunch of people. It didn't have to be too far ahead. As long as she could get the top 8, she would have a reason to take care of Jiang Ping and get a suitable benthic demon pill. That starting point would be different. But, this was all what she thought of in a flash. The key still depended on how Jiang Ping chose. Sure enough, Jiang Ping didn't let her down. Good. Now that you have a choice, rise to the challenge. Auntie believes you can do it. Don't worry and charge boldly. Chen Juanxiu stood up and patted Jiang Ping on the shoulder. Jiang Ping also nodded fiercely. You'll see. He really didn't believe that he was any worse than anyone else. Just because he accepted the arrangement doesn't mean he's really willing to be a relation. Who doesn't have a little bit of defiance in their heart? He had heard that this group of people were all of the same age. and he wanted to see who was stronger when he compared himself to them. Chen Juanxiu saw the wariness in Zhang Ping's eyes. Much more satisfying. Zhang Ping went down and waited for the first wave of eliminations 3 days later. During these 3 days, Zhang Ping obediently waited, and when he was hungry, he went to the heaven-swallowing mystic realm to stew the iron-tailed eagle for food, which also allowed his sharp claws to improve once again, and was on the verge of reaching the point of perfection. It's just that there's a problem with cultivation. He found that eating iron-tailed hawk no longer had a positive effect on Qi, other than satiating his stomach and boosting his skill proficiency by a drop. No, it couldn't be said to be completely bad, it was just too slow compared to before. It used to be that eating 2 of them might boost you up a moment, but now you can't even achieve that effect with 10 of them. That said, he doesn't gain much by eating an iron-tailed hawk. This presented a problem, and Zhang Ping fretted a bit. What's he gonna eat next? You can't punch your face right away when you've just made a bold statement. Tua Zhangnan had gotten some demonic beasts that were abundant in the third realm. He was looking at the illustrations, studying them one by one. White-feathered chicken, a spirit realm demonic beast with the skill golden rooster? Screw you. What am I practicing this for? Hairy duck, spirit realm demonic beast, skill flying snow in the sky? Isn't this just plucking hair? Ducks are okay, do I have that much sweaty hair? Looking at these strange demonic beasts, Zhang Ping couldn't help but cry and laugh. Eventually, after searching left and right, a demonic beast was chosen. Wind-chasing wolf, spirit realm demonic beast, signature skill blood drink, boosts speed by 30% when activated. The reason why he chose wind-chasing wolf was because at the very least, the wind-chasing wolf skill was a gain skill that could be used all the time, and although it wasn't possible to use it as a benediction skill, people would generally choose one as a supplement. 30% is extremely considerable, but there was still a small problem for Zhang Ping. Muttering, wolf meat isn't good, is it? Good guy. Actually still pondering whether it tastes good or not. This if let others know that eating meat can grow the ability to fear that not all the demonic beasts cannot keep. Since the wind-chasing wolf was selected, then the preparations began. First he went to Chen Juanxiu's office to ask for some information about the wind-chasing wolf. Chen Juanxiu ruffled her hair with a very mature style and smiled slightly. Little bottle, you really should increase your means a little bit. Just sharp claws are not enough. Wind-chasing wolves are a good choice. The inner Dan, I do not have the authority to give it to you directly. But the good thing is that you are more fortunate. The first round of the fire elimination tournament this time is in a rift that is controlled by the military, and the wind-chasing wolves have it right there. Zhang Ping heard that there is such a good thing? Chen Juanxiu did not answer but instead sent the guest. Okay, nothing, people go. And that single room you do not live. One after another the contestants are coming. You should contact with them, more contact. Zhang Ping was dumbfounded, not realizing how he suddenly blew himself out. Single room, how cool, ah. But it didn't dare to retort. It was just slightly depressing. Okay. Chen Juanxiu turned his face sideways, and an imperceptible smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Impatiently, he waved his hand. Only then did he look at the document he had in his hand, which was about site selection. The first round of elimination was strict with a strict confidentiality process in order to stay on topic. So right now the exact location is still up for grabs in a couple cracks. Not completely set in stone. But, today, Zhang Ping said that he wanted to get the wind-chasing wolf skill, so maybe this secret realm would be a good fit. With Zhang Ping's means and cultivation, there was not much of a problem in this secret realm as long as he did not run around in it. You know, the wind-chasing wolf also has its own skill system, and it's not that easy to get that gain skill. Some people have eaten a dozen or so inner pills before they happen to get it. It's more metaphysical. Said a few of the names with a circle drawn in red pen. The opponent tapped the bell beside him. Outside comes in a young woman in a black uniform. Group Chen. Chen Juanxiu's face was full of seriousness as he put the position he had just circled into a file bag. Faintly, he said, seal it and send it to the assessment team to have it arranged. The young woman knew at once that this was the place of the examination. Rushing to nod. Yes. Immediately afterward, the entire appraisal team was busy. Started to get busy setting up the exam room around the coyote crack. And Zhang Ping? Instead, he rolled back to the ground. A nondescript, dilapidated school building on the ground, clutching his bunkroll in his dust. It's their dormitory. Just as I entered, I could already hear the sound of someone talking. Chapter 26, Hang Out With Me. Young Lu, I heard that those who came this time can be the elites of the 13 cities. The geniuses under the melting realm can all come. The competition is not small, one exclaimed, immediately followed by another person who also twittered. Yes, I've also heard about it. There are 300 people. It's not easy to get this time, but Lu Xiao sure, the first genius of our Chongming city will definitely be able to sweep it. Zhang Ping listened with great interest. The flavor of this scratch came up. In the south side. He failed to make a face. But he's probably going to get a show here. Isn't that a villain-only sentence? Carrying his bedroll and holding his basin and washing utensils, Jiang Ping held back his mind just as he was about to knock on the door and enter, when he heard a very angry voice. Jiang Ping, it's really a narrow road. Jiang Ping even heard the feeling of a JJ caricature. Looking back, he was all happy. Good lord, what a coincidence for Mr. Li. He was a little surprised that Li Zimu came here, but it's not so surprising. Li Zimu was very excited. He cannot mix in the school. Those students look at his eyes are different. If not, his sister pressed him long ago revolted. So after learning about this examination, he was ready to participate. Begged my parents for a long time about it. It was only in the end that he entrusted someone to come. But of course in himself he had the strength to get by. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get in. He was all set to see how ugly Jiang Ping and his group of minions would look when this young man became a firebrand and made a splash on TV, killing it on the field. Every time I think about it my heart is very relieved. Only, the cool was nowhere near as cool as it is now. Because he saw Jiang Ping. Ha ha ha. There's a way to heaven you don't go. There's no door to hell you barge in. Jiang Ping, this isn't South City, you don't have Dongfan Lan and a bunch of minions to back you up either. Jiang Ping, you wait for death, said and arrogantly wiped his neck. Kong Pyong was furious and laughing at this spoiled child. You're still waiting to die. Don't say die. Do you dare to hurt someone? Li Zimu? Young Mr. Li, don't talk too much about big words. Be careful of pulling eggs. Li Zimu snorted and hummed. Don't worry. I won't use my family's power to suppress you. I'll truly defeat you. The examination is about to begin. You won't even be qualified to be defeated by me if you're eliminated. The words were full of arrogance. The exchange between the two also triggered a number of people to poke their heads out of the dormitory. Someone whispered, crickets. Isn't this the Chongming City Li family's great young man? Why so angry? Yeah, who's that on the other side? It seems like the bottom is not small. Even Lu Daoshao poked his head out to take a look. Once he saw that it was Li Zimu, he let out a disdainful laugh. Just a waste. Li Zimu sniffed and stared. Lu Baichuan, you're here too. For Lu Baichuan, this guy, he is not a stranger. Why he was made to the South City is not with this Lu Baichuan fight. Make a lot of noise. In the end he was sent to the Southern City and Lu Baichuan was grounded by the Lu family. Now it's really a case of enemies meeting enemies. Lu Baichuan let out a laugh and walked out. So what if it's me? Li Zimu, what big garlic are you pretending as a defeated general? Looking sideways at Jiang Ping, this student need not be afraid. By the looks of you, you should be from our dormitory as well. I'll cover you. What can he do to you? Jiang Ping looked at the two tit-for-tat people and felt that these two were a bit middle-aged. Smiling faintly, thank you, but no need. I don't care about a mere plumwood. At once, Lu Baichuan's face was a bit ugly. I didn't expect Jiang Ping to not give face. He had thought about how nice it would be to use Jiang Ping to stab and tickle Li Zimu, his old rival. As a result, Jiang Ping downplayed it. This irritated him, and he felt that Jiang Ping was a bit of a pretender. That's what teenagers do. They look at people and dare to look at them angrily. Classmate, our Lu Yang look on you, you should be thankful, okay? Lu Yang is a genius. Early came to the spirit realm. Now it is the spirit realm 5 carving of the great masters. You're a bit arrogant like this, ah. A clamor was revealed in the surroundings. 5 moments of the spirit realm was not low. Still relying on talent at this stage. Resources aren't much use yet. Lu Baichuan's ability to reach this cultivation level at this age is enough to prove that the talent is good. There were scoffers, of course, and one of them, a short-haired, English girl, simply turned and walked away. Another male student in a hairy white outfit with a slight tug at the corner of his mouth walked away as well. Lu Baichuan, on the other hand, once he heard his little brother's pursuit, then he waved his hand lightly. Hook, brutal, ah. I do think that this student is a buildable talent, but it can also be forced into the gang, ah. It's not like we can just blend in here anymore. The little brother rushed to smile. Jiang Ping had a headache for a while. This group of Bai people, they could pretend even more than themselves. The corner of his mouth tugged and twitched slightly. Forget it. Thank you for your kindness. I'm here to compete, not to gang up. It's good for everyone to be at peace with each other, said he was about to push his way in. Lu Baichuan, on the other hand, tried to move his hand to borrow a little, but he did not expect Jiang Ping to be motionless. Now, Lu Baichuan's eyes revealed a touch of gravity, a faint smile. Good. A small fight didn't break out, but it was recorded on camera. Chen Juanxiu looked at this scene and cursed with a laugh. Bastard boy. A bit of skill. Being able to suppress his temper even though he has strength. Not bad. Genius she'd seen plenty of. But heart mattered too. The more he looked at Jiang Ping, the more he looked at him. At that moment, an old man beside him laughed. Is Junsu interested in some kid? Chen Juanxiu ha-ha a bit. Look at what you said. What can be seen now? We still have to look at their next performance. The old man was non-committal. At night, Lu Baichuan's little brother was constantly trying to find out where Jiang Ping came from. But Jiang Ping was pondering how to catch the wind-chasing wolves and still not be caught by the examination hall invigilators. Where is the time to pay attention to them? Snorted. In the end, it caused Lu Baichuan to feel as if Jiang Ping was working against him. Student Jiang Ping, sometimes talent doesn't mean everything. Good talent also requires good resources. Jiang Ping was amused. Thanks a lot. Lu Baichuan looked at Jiang Ping's lack of oil and salt and grunted. Sooner or later, you're going to suffer with this temperament. Society is treacherous. He was suffocating. He had just recruited Jiang Ping knowing that his cultivation was not low the moment he came into contact with him. All the sons of the big families know this, but I didn't expect Jiang Ping to be greasy. Jiang Ping was non-committal. Nothing was as important as him eating right now, and he needs different resources than these guys. What Lu Baichuan said didn't appeal to him. The time soon came for the test, and the first round of elimination began. It wasn't exactly a peaceful few days, but it wasn't anything drastic either, because everyone knows what they're here for. Chapter 27, Controlling the Field. Spark, be that spark, that's the ultimate goal. The first round of elimination began. Not as lofty as imagined. Just a group of people followed a black uniformed person to a cracked space, and then casually said to them, "One day alone to kill demonic beasts, the right ear as a voucher. In accordance with the level of the demonic beasts of the points, pay attention to, there is no spirit realm under here, so now you want to withdraw is still coming in a hurry. By the way, don't think of speculating and cheating, catch never hire. These motorcycles are for you, one each, just a brief explanation and off you go." A group of stunned Heaven's Pride were left behind. This was different from what they had imagined. They should have been starstruck. What's with all the haste? Sloppy is less like a test and more like a straw man. In contrast to the displeasure of others, some people have actually noticed the cat's meow, and there are cameras in many places. Jiang Ping was even the first to notice quite a bit. There was a heaviness in his heart. It's not good for him to operate with a camera, but the car will turn out to be the best. Whatever. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, the first one rushed straight into this wasteland. Yes, Coyote Rift is a wilderness with trees, bushes, hiding demonic beasts such as wind-chasing wolves, and also small streams gurgling out. If it wasn't for the knowledge that there were demonic beasts in here, this view would have been nice. As for how big it was, Jiang Ping didn't know. Anyway, he couldn't see the head at a glance. The first to jump on a motorcycle and then sprinted off. The crowd was speechless for a long time. Cultivators also had to ride motorcycles. There was really no one else. I don't know who shouted, "Charge! Don't let anyone get ahead of you." 300 students scattered into the wilderness as birds and beasts. Jiang Ping, as the first one to set off, went straight to a bush, looking at the mountain for 15 minutes before arriving at this bush. The bushes looked less than a person high from afar, but Jiang Ping's nose twitched slightly and he noticed something different. Whistling Moon Dog's ability was activated, and he could smell that there was danger hidden in this bush. It was a barge of breath. He couldn't tell what it all was. Carefully, he placed the motorcycle on the side of the road, and then took a long knife he carried on his back in his hand, carefully crouched down. Suddenly, the sunlight flashed for a moment, and Kong Pyun looked in one direction. Camera. Jiang Ping had a slight smile, also said how this group of people so assured. The original covered with cameras. In the rear command room, Chen Juanxiu and a group of people were watching the contestants. There were also quite a few people taking notes on what was going on. Jiang Ping had someone dedicated to recording and analyzing and interpreting every move they made. Not bad. Sixth sense is good. Can detect danger? Jiang Ping's rating goes up. Nope. Jiang Ping's profile updated. Suspect he may have a smell type skill. Every single one of them was observed, and very carefully. Even Jiang Ping didn't expect that he would interpret so much from just a tiny movement. The old man in the command room, on the other hand, looked at Chen Junsu approvingly. Well done. That's the way it should be. The fire seed competition is not only about fighting the competitor's abilities, it's also a battle of information, where every micro-expression will be interpreted and studied. This point of yours, Junsu, is somewhat interesting? Chen Juanxiu smiled modestly. It's all because you taught me well. As time continued, Jiang Ping didn't rush into the bushes when he learned about the cameras, but carefully observed to where there were cameras. A staggering number of 86 was eventually discovered. There were 86 cameras in just such a small patch of bushes. And according to what Jiang Ping's nose had sniffed out, there were more than 10 wind-chasing wolves in this patch of bushes. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. That's nifty. It's a bit of a stretch. The headache was doubled. How to do this? So many cameras, how he can mess with the chasing wolf. Kill? He was certain that with his cultivation of 7 moments in the spirit realm and his perfected sharp claws, as long as this pack of wolves didn't swarm him, he wouldn't even bring a wimp. But killing for nothing? It's a waste to take an ear and go. Jiang Ping frowned here and there as he studied what to do. The observer in the rear command room spoke again. Hesitating, is it fear? Or thinking about countermeasures? Can be analyzed based on follow-up. Finally, after some 10 minutes, Jiang Ping had an idea. Drawing his knife, he made a move that no one expected. First, he found a rock from the ground and stabbed it with his knife. It was hard. Throw it violently towards a spot in the bushes. There was a howl of pain. He was using his breath in this process. The technique utilized is the sharp claw remote technique. That's not a good taste. Immediately afterward, a wind-chasing wolf came out from inside. Jiang Ping saw the wind-chasing wolf light up in front of his eyes and laughed, making an amazing move, only to see Jiang Ping retreating frantically against the wind-chasing wolf, which was a full 3 meters big. That came in a leap. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Ping was going to lure one out and kill it slowly, Jiang Ping made another unexpected move. Didn't stop, but kept running, quickly pushing up the motorcycle on the ground. He leapt on, twisted the throttle, and rumbled away. Only the run was in the wrong direction, not outward, but toward the bushes. Not only was Chasing Wolf confused by this move, but so were the people in the command room. Looking for death? Immediately after that, just when everyone thought that Jiang Ping was going to rush in, how did they know that Jiang Ping stopped and waited for the wind-chasing wolf that ran out, and provocatively hooked his hand? Where could the wind-chasing wolf take this anger? It pounced towards Jiang Ping, and Jiang Ping twisted the throttle numbly as he lunged. The chasing wolf flew into the bushes all at once, supposedly running into another wolf in the process, and another howling wolf appeared. In an instant, 2 wind-chasing wolves came. Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed and continued to tease. A burst of ho-ho, and finally Jiang Ping motorcycle hanging behind 10 or so wind-chasing wolves. Wind-chasing wolves, wind-chasing. Jiang Ping twisted the throttle fiercely. From time to time, he also used the sniffing ability of the tsunami dog to discover where there were wolves, and then as it were, by the time almost an hour had passed, Jiang Ping already had no less than 50 wind-chasing wolves behind him. This hand, it stared everyone in the face. No, what does this kid want? What's he doing? When there's no more gas, isn't he waiting to die? Too much guts. Figure what? Is this crazy? The recorders couldn't analyze what Jiang Ping was trying to do at this point. Teen Chen, I propose to send someone to terminate this contestant's participation. At this rate I'm afraid he'll play himself to death. You have to know that our cameras on the road have blind spots. Many places are not placed. If this is an accident. Chen Juanxiu certainly knew what the recorders meant by that. As much as they can. They can't put cameras all over the place. And those places with a lot of cameras are their exam rooms. Set up on purpose. Chapter 28, you could have robbed it in the open. Now Jiang Ping's move destroyed a lot of cameras, not to mention, just that direction he ran was not right. Fleeing the range of the examination room there will not be so many cameras. When there is really dangerous cannot be helped. Chen Juanxiu was in deep thought. After a long time, he said with difficulty, don't mind him. Let's see what he wants. Jiang Nan? You ride the black-winged eagle to take a look. Jiang Nan immediately went to work and entered the rift space. Jiang Nan was also a bit anxious. This kid don't play himself to death. Jiang Ping looked at the increasing number of wind-chasing wolves behind him, his face full of excited saliva. 70 or 80 of them. And then look at where you are now. There are basically no cameras left. So he got bold. Slowly, he began to close the distance between him and the wind-chasing wolf. At this time the fastest chasing wind-chasing wolf was already close to Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping looked at the wind-chasing wolf and heatedly smiled. Come on, little baby, touch the red mole on your wrist. With a whoosh, the chasing wolf was gone. Fantastic, really several waves of magic. This caused a moment of confusion for the few remaining chasing wolves that were close by. Where did my companion of that size go? This place was purposely found by Jiang Ping. There were no cameras, and the nearest camera was 800 meters away. And the direction was not even towards his side. That's why he dared to do it. The dazed 2 wind-chasing wolves were seized by Jiang Ping and swished again. Also disappeared. All of a sudden the first echelon actually that just watered down and disappeared. Jiang Ping gasped for breath. Looking at the back of the wolf, smoke rolling. Lips slightly licked. Just do not look at him easily. But in fact, it is very difficult to get. He'd have to have access to the chasing wolf to get the wolf inside. And getting in doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants in the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. If one day he gives the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm a he can't afford to mess with, maybe he won't dare to go in this mysterious realm. However, no matter what, the meat was still rotting in the pot. And as long as he entered the heaven-swallowing mystic realm, Half of his body would have entered his pot as well. Eat all sooner or later. Got 6 in a row. Only then did Jiang Ping hurriedly pick up the motorcycle and continue to run. You can't stay in one place. It's too dangerous. Easy to get caught. And you have to mess with another batch and collect them. That was Jiang Ping's plan. If it was one by one, he'd always be under the watchful eye of a camera. And even if he wasn't, 1 or 2 would be enough to do anything. It's eaten in a couple days. So, to be highly productive you need to be highly risky. Messing with a pack of chasing wolves. Who could tell how many there really were? Even if he ends up entering the surveillance area of the camera and realizes that there are fewer wind-chasing wolves. What does that have to do with him? Can't a person just stop chasing them? There are so many wolves. I don't care if there are fewer. The whole half day. The fuel tank of the motorcycle can support the car for 300 kilometers. And Jiang Ping now had 1/3 of the oil left. But only half a day had passed. You can see how well it can run. There were now 50-60 wind-chasing wolves hanging behind them for a long time. When you're almost done, run out of the surveillance area and collect 7 or 8 of them. Jiang Nan was anxious to run to see the state of Jiang Ping, and Jiang Ping also naturally saw the familiar figure. A look is Jiang Nan's eagle, but also collected a lot. No longer collect the wolf. Instead, they actually fought. A few slashes took care of the first wind-chasing wolf that rushed up, cleanly and quickly chopping off the right ear, then digging out the inner dan and discarding the wolf's meat with heartbreaking pain. Then run on a motorcycle. Jiang Nan above was also a bit baffled as he watched Jiang Ping's movements, muttering, "It still works like that?" Just now, he clearly saw that Jiang Ping's sharpness in solving the wind-chasing wolves, which had the component of Jiang Ping's superb strength in it, as well as the exhaustion of the wind-chasing wolves chasing in it, as he realized that wind-chasing wolf had reduced its speed by at least 40% from its heyday. Hiss. This approach doesn't look like it's going to pay off at all. Except for the dangerous ones. Utilizing the convenience that people can ride motorcycles without using their physical strength to consume the chasing wolf's physical strength, and then quickly kill the chasing wolf in seconds when its physical strength is exhausted, and kill as many as you can. Run at the point, and so on and so forth. Grass. It's a no-brainer. Jiang Nan was subdued. Could there still be such a tawdry operation? Only, there's a problem here. Motorcycles consume fuel. What happens when they run out of fuel? Jiang Ping below seemed to know what his concerns were, and saw the motorcycle running towards an area when it had begun to indicate low fuel consumption. Just as Jiang Nan was curious about what he wanted to do, Jiang Ping parked his motorcycle around a bush and shouted at the bush, "Classmate, come out. Is it okay to switch bikes?" Inside, a shivering student came out, wanting to cry. "Don't with me, big guy. Get rid of that wolf of yours." Jiang Ping has been blindly messing around in this area for half a day. And people who are interested in this have long since discovered that the wolf smoke rolling around is not something that a blind person can see. Truly, the man flies in front and the spirit chases after him. Everyone has the sense to avoid this madman. Still curious which warrior it is. The result is doom and gloom. He just wanted to participate in a test. How the whole so difficult. Jiang Ping heatedly smiled. "I can still run this car 20 kilometers. You ride towards that side of my car, run. I ride your car in the other direction, run. Absolutely no trouble for you. How?" The student is on the verge of tears. "Big brother, don't mess with me. How am I supposed to compete in this wasteland without a car? And our spirit realm isn't like the fusion realm where we can run fast." Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed. "I won't leave if I don't change." "What will you do here then?" The student's face turned red. "Big brother, don't bully me too much. If I'm pushed, I'll fight you for a while, then I'll ride my bike and run. If you can run, I can run too. I have to say what little cutie can come to the race. I'll just ride my bike and run. As long as there is oil it is not a big problem." But Jiang Ping revealed a mysterious smile. "Is that so?" The sharp claws flew out 5 blood-chi directly and exclusively. And a wind-chasing wolf that was hiding in the bushes and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack was actually directly pinched and exploded. Grass. 10,000 alpacas ran through the student's mind. Crying, "You could have just robbed them in the open. Big brother." Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a straight-up robbery with that kind of power. People still talk to him about it, and it's weirdly nice. Jiang Ping waved his hand. "That won't do. They are all classmates. In the future there is no chance that they will have to fight side by side to rob. How bad it is." The student finally succumbed, as the wolf smoke rolling behind him grew heavier and heavier, and it was clear that a large wave of wolves was coming. If he didn't leave again, Jiang Ping's strength would be able to run, but he wouldn't necessarily be able to. Tearfully, he threw the keys to Jiang Ping and switched motorcycles with him. The big man speaks his mind. "I'll go to the left. You go towards the right." Jiang Ping smiled with satisfaction. "No problem. By the way that ear you take it as compensation." With that, he sped off on his motorcycle. Looking at the full tank of oil on top, Jiang Ping's heart was filled with a sense of security. Other people aren't him. They don't run blindly and naturally don't consume much gas. The student in the back was surprisingly touched by the thought that he had even picked up a free ear. Chapter 29, Are You Still With Me? On the Black-Winged Eagle. Jiang Nan watched Jiang Ping's move and slyly picked up the special walkie-talkie in his hand. Group Chen. Still need to follow? Do you still need to follow? In the command room, both Chen Juinxiu and the old man, as well as those recorders, were silent. This kid, he's so skinny. Who didn't see the way Jiang Ping pinched the wind-chasing wolf just now? There were a whole lot of cameras there, and that wind-chasing wolf was at least 5 moments strong in the spirit realm. But Jiang Ping crushed it with a single move. Your kid has the strength. Why don't you just kill honestly and have to come up with something like this? For what? The heartbeat or the excitement? Chen Juinxiu was silent for a moment and rubbed his temples. Pull back. Let him play with his own death. For the first time she felt like she couldn't guess the little guy. Mentally, he laughed and cursed the bastard. The old man also revealed a smile. Junsu, this kid is the one that old Mo said to take care of, right? Chen Junsu nodded helplessly. Teacher greeted you too? The old man laughed. Sure said this child can be well behaved. Just this performance. TSK. A rare blush appeared on Chen Juinxiu's charming face, where she didn't know that it was teasing her. But who made this kid their own? What can the elders do? Wipe their asses. Ahem. Look at the other contestants. Changed the subject. And those recorders also silently continued to record in their books. Outstanding strength. But sexual. Pie. Others just right. Brain dead. Nima. You say you figure what? Jiang Ping took the wolf and proceeded to slink away. But the attention was actually much less as Jiang Nan walked away. Jiang Ping also completely let go. Not to mention Jiang Ping, Li Zimu here. He rushed out at a speed that wasn't slow. Coming from a big family, he asked himself that he wasn't any worse than anyone else. So he went straight to the bushes in the wilderness. The first step is similar to Jiang Ping. Hook out a wolf first. However, the next one was not as flirty as Jiang Ping, but his eyes revealed a fine light. Wolf cub, I want you to help me grow my points. Pull out your knife and go for it. Every move has the style of a big family. Calm and powerful. Anyone who comes in has to say good seed, good foundation. Together with the assistance of some skills, he soon took down a wind-chasing wolf, cutting off the right ear with a smile on his lips. Another glance at his watch. 10 minutes. Quite a bit of progress. Yes, someone like Li Zimu had come into contact with demonic beasts a long time ago. Under protection, of course. For example, he kills monsters alone, with 10 strong men behind him as bodyguards, who will strike at the slightest hint of trouble. Therefore, he didn't have any feelings of fear towards the wind-chasing wolf. Instead, he felt that it was an old friend. This is also part of the bottom line. The average person who sees a demonic beast for the first time will have a kind of fear. After all, that 3-meter-long body, taller than a horse, black shiny claws and that shiny silver teeth students see for the first time, how not to be afraid? Li Zimu went through the motions, thinking that at this rate, excluding the breaks, he could definitely get a decent score this time. At the very least too much better than Jiang Ping. The thought of eliminating Jiang Ping amused him. However, it might have drifted, or it might have been a mishandling, and as he hooked up again, he accidentally got out 3 wind-chasing wolves. It messed him up a bit, but it's good to have seen the world, stabilized in time, and eventually bounced back. This scene, naturally, was seen by the people in the command room. Not bad, kind of a good seed. Calm. Well, but it's too middle of the road. You'll have to let go a bit if you want to make something of it. A group of people recorded it. The rest, such as Lu Baichuan in turn, is some eye-catching performance. Do not look at Lu Baichuan a look of the second generation, but the strength should not be underestimated. Direct picks when you see a bush. 1, 2, not enough. Again. 3, 4, not enough. Again. Continuing to provoke. The last 5 before he felt he had come to his limit. Settle down and hone yourself with a chasing wolf. It is evident that it is not only really good at what it does. Lu Baichuan's strength is fine and bold, but he's too impulsive. 5 is fine. What about 6? Sure enough, being right, a coyote probably thought that it was quite interesting for everyone to fight, so it also came up, and suddenly Lu Baichuan's pressure was doubled. The rest of them, the girl who had walked away in the first place, was different from all of them, although there was some sense of Englishness, but after all, it was a girl, and her nature should be weaker. But its walk is indeed the path of momentum. The knife carried on the back are at least 2 meters. Hold the hilt in one hand and the back of the blade in the other. What a great sword. Awesome momentum is already primed. The skills on the body are also physical enhancement skills. Good matching. Maybe someone at home instructed them. What's her name? Su Tianjia? Seeing the way she fights a pack of wolves alone and can still suppress the pack is indeed a bit of heavenly pride. And of course there was the boy, wearing a pair of glasses. It was clear that very few people were nearsighted anymore in this day and age. And he still wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. The fighting style was also peculiar, clearly having a cultivation of 7 moments in the spirit realm, but fighting in an unusually conservative manner. Every move and every style used the smallest action to cause the greatest kill. Overly cautious. It seemed like an extreme compared to the other Jiang Ping who was in the 7th moment of the spirit realm. One is extremely flirty and the other is extremely conservative. And the alignments all look like they'd been carefully calculated for this. The recorders found the man interesting. One more look at the name and it made me laugh. Zhuge Justice. So it's the Zhuge family. That's not surprising. The Zhuge family had been famous in the 13 cities many years ago, and its greatest claim to fame was not the strength of its cultivation, but the strength of its calculations. It is said that in one fight with the rest of the alliance, 18 chains were set up, beating people to the point of autism. The family was born to be mathematicians. 100 flowers blossom and 100 schools of thought contend. It was great to watch the recorders. And it also made the old man and Chen Juanxiu nod their heads uncontrollably. The overall strengths are good and can be developed. If it wasn't for an anomaly like Jiang Ping, maybe this elimination would have ended successfully. Jiang Ping led a group of little brothers rampaging through the wilderness, stirring up one piece of demonic beasts after another. From a distance, a pack of wolves hung behind Jiang Ping. The wolf was followed by a couple of bears. The bear is followed by a 3-legged chinchilla chase. This scene was truly spectacular. The line was getting bigger and bigger. But it was also gradually beyond Jiang Ping's control. He's a little numb, too. Now he hadn't stopped to stock up for half an hour. The main thing was that both the wind-chasing wolves and the other demonic beasts were getting faster and faster. It was almost on par with his motorcycle's speed. Little by little, time passed. It was also getting dark. Jiang Ping's motorcycle lights were unusually eye-catching, and he now had no idea where he had run to. Chapter 30, The Spirit. And as the night went on, it became easier and easier for Jiang Ping to work, killing and catching a few every now and then. Like the stormy bear behind the wind-chasing wolf, he didn't dare to move, because just by feeling it he could sense the fierceness of the stormy bear. He couldn't afford to mess with it. Just catching wolves. The body of the spirit realm already had some transcendent characteristics. At the very least, staying up all night was not a problem. Staying up all night was like playing. In fact, not only Jiang Ping was busy, others were also busy. Who dared to sleep? What a way to sleep and be outdone. It was possible to be eliminated. Everyone was in the midst of fighting to kill wolves. The rest of the other areas they didn't dare to get their hands on. Only Jiang Ping slipped around blindly. When the day dawned, Jiang Ping timed it just right and ducked into the heaven-swallowing secret realm in time to stew. Spirit realm, 3 moments after the wind-chasing wolf. A small demon. Flesh is on the faggy side, with little meat and lots of bones. The bones can be used to make soup to slightly increase the concentration of qi, and the meat can slightly increase the feeling of satiety. 80 G of auxiliary spirits. 200 G of dried chili peppers, 10 G of allspice. Simmer on low heat. Note, the wind-chasing wolf possesses a trace of wind sense, which can be absorbed at random. Verdict, hard to swallow. But you can eat some and taste it if you're hungry. It was still such an arrogant comment, but it was obviously much better than when he hadn't entered the spirit realm. Dogs don't even eat it becomes hard to swallow. This proves that the level of Kong Pyun's meals is on the rise. With joy, start a pot of oil. Wolf meat get inside. Toppings get inside. While Jiang Ping was inside starting the pot to burn the oil, those demonic beasts outside were going crazy. Wolves howling and tigers screaming, bears roaring, all looking for signs of that human. Having been walked like a dog for a day now, every demonic beast was holding their breath, all wanting to eat that human to relieve their hatred. But just when they were about to catch up in the past, the human disappeared. How can you not be crazy? The trees around them were knocked inside out and looking frantically, but just can't find it. Thus, a group of demonic beasts began a massive sweep, scattering everywhere. It's a pain in the ass for the guys who are taking the exams, each thinking of taking advantage of the night to roll someone else to death, but never expecting to catch a riot. Even the riot of a group of demonic beasts had triggered the appearance of demonic beasts of the fusion realm, and that horrifying aura made people shudder. All of them could only hide in the bushes using various means to hide, and they didn't dare to kill demonic beasts. Many people wailed in their hearts. It was already a poor achievement, but now it's even more screwed up. It also left the command room somewhat helpless. Group Chen, where did that kid run off to? This group of demonic beasts are crazy. I have never seen such a tossable trainee in all the examinations. I don't know how many cameras alone have been damaged. Someone muttered in a low voice. Chen Juanxiu's face was drawn. What? This point of camera money are not there? This is the examination. About the selection of the fire race fire. The occurrence of such an accident is not to blame as that you have not done a good job of pre-planning, but also to blame the players? The group was admonished. We didn't know there was such a player either. Jiang Nan, who was on the side, sighed in his heart. Group Chen is still as protective as ever. No, I should say that he should be glad to be born in this faction. The hours were hard, and finally it was dawn. After the dawn, the riotous demonic beasts also gradually returned to calm. Not calm what can be, cannot find Jiang Ping also ate and drank enough, and sneaked in the hidden scriptures also squinted for a while. That's when he unfolded his little backpack. Sit cross-legged on the floor and take stock of your belongings. A total of 35 right ears. This score should be fine, right? At the very least it can't be eliminated, but it's hard to say. Well, since Auntie believes in me I can't let Auntie down. Jiang Ping endured the pain and swung his sword to catch 5 more wind-chasing wolves in the heaven-swallowing mystic realm, making up a total of 40. Now that was proper, he thought. It's just that the wolf meat will have to work hard for the next couple days or it will go bad. It's kind of a happy worry. After that, the clothes were washed again in the stream at the original site of Thousand Buddha Mountain. After all, the smell on them was too fragrant. Only after burping this did he try to get out of the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. Sure enough, when I got out, there were no more pursuers outside. Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed and selected a direction to charge hard. The time came to about 10 o'clock, and the contestants were gradually coming back. Only everyone's face didn't look very nice. Even Lu Baichuan was like that. Too angry. A night of what harvest did not. Frozen did not dare to move. He didn't even dare to sleep for fear of being sneak attacked by the rioting demonic beasts. This night was the greatest malice they had felt since they entered society. What? Not great. Bottom of the barrel I guess. Hey, I can't either. Just that little harvest during the day. This time to be finished Go back to my father will not kill me A round trip. Say out all shame Don't mention it. I don't know what kind of madness this demonic beast is having. What's the point of howling at night when you're not sleeping? I didn't dare to move. Me too. A loud discussion made Lu Baichuan as well as the belatedly Zimu's face look better. If everyone is like that, it probably won't result in much of a change in the rankings. His eyes could not help but look in the direction of Zhuge Justice as well as Su Tianzhao. The two pondered in their minds. These two were formidable enemies. They just didn't know what they had gained. The people are almost back. The appraisal team showed up as well. Look at your watch. 3 minutes to go. Anyone who doesn't make it back on time will be dealt with by elimination. Everyone is looking around them. Li Zimu was also looking for Jiang Ping and sneered in his heart. It hasn't come back by now. So odds are it's not coming back. Lu Baichuan is also the same. For this unruly little brother he is still very important. Some doubts in his heart. It shouldn't be. On paper Jiang Ping's strength isn't much worse than him. How could he not come back? They were just outside the wasteland. And the highest they could go was beyond the fusion realm. Is this kid so unlucky? There was 1 minute left on the clock. And just as the assessment team was about to make an announcement, the roar of a motorcycle appeared, only to see a teenage boy tootling over, and did a nice dump as it came to a stop. Then a leap from the car. Li Zimu's pupils suddenly shrunk, which happened to be seen by Jiang Ping. Grabbing his backpack, he smiled and said, "What? Surprised I'm back?" Li Zimu grunted and didn't respond. Jiang Ping didn't care either. Standing in the crowd. The people who had been robbed of their motorcycles by Jiang Ping wailed in their hearts one by one. Oh my god. How is this scourge still alive? Don't they know how the riots work if others don't? But, listening to everyone's grievances, they didn't dare to say anything. They can't afford to offend Jiang Ping. However, a few people probably had similar thoughts in their minds and ended up surprisingly standing behind Jiang Ping. In a low voice, he said, "Big brother, what if I hang out with you from now on?" Without waiting for Jiang Ping to respond, the person from the examination team spoke out. Time's up. We'll start summarizing the results now. Examiners control the entrance. No results for those who come back again. Chapter 31, King of the Rolls. Jiang Ping then realized that he was sort of stuck in time to come back, and was somewhat grateful. That's not good if you oversleep, but also heard the back of the three boys talking. After all, there is a gift car friendship in. Jiang Ping is not good to ignore people. What did you just say? A few people looked at each other and sighed in relief. So everyone had been robbed. A teenager in front of him who was about 1.75 m with a few pimples on his face repeated in a small voice. "Big brother, let's follow you." Jiang Ping all but laughed. "Hanging out with me? It's an audition. We're all competitors." Which no, a few people shook their heads. I mean after going out. In the future, big brother, go to which academy we follow. I heard that to the academy is able to form their own battle team. For a few people's thoughts Jiang Ping was an afterthought. Smiled. Get out first. I don't want one that's too weak. Shut up. Zhang Ping was still talking smugly when the people from the examination team shouted. It scared Zhang Ping. The people from the examination team glared angrily at Zhang Ping. Pissed off. This kid had increased their workload by an unknown amount, and now he was still there whispering, and he couldn't do it without a lesson. Talking again disqualifies. The scene went quiet. Zhang Ping was helpless. He seemed to feel a rush of anger, but he hadn't done anything. A few days ago this assessment team was still smiling at themselves, especially in front of this big brother, but also with their own meal card to their own meals. How only a day and a night in the past the small boat of friendships had overthrown. The tally of results took a full half hour. It's just that the end result is a bit surprising. First of all, the one who topped the list was actually not Zhang Ping, nor was it Su Tianzhou, much less Zhuge Justice, and certainly not Lu Baichuan or Li Zimu. Instead, it's someone that people have never paid attention to, Xiao Qi, 53 first place. This ranking just appeared and caused quite a stir. Xiao Qi? Who is it? Never heard of it. Which one? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surname Xiao? There's no such big family in 13 cities, right? The appraisal team didn't care. Just to a boy in the crowd with a firm face, dark complexion, tall but a little thin. Congratulations, Xiao Qi ranked first in the first round of elimination, with 53 points. Instantly, many people were disconcerted in their hearts. On what grounds? Especially Lu Baichuan and the others. I was so happy that I thought I could take the top spot, but I ended up with such a big gap between me and the others? But no one dared to say anything. After all, forgery was impossible. However, when Xiao Qi stood out, someone exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Who did I think it was? But it turned out to be a mute. Mute? It captures the curiosity of the people at once. Even the corners of the examiner's mouth couldn't help but curve up a little. This child was much better behaved than that troublemaker Zhang Ping, and from the moment he entered the crack, he had not been idle, killing demonic beasts one step at a time. Even when it's nighttime, you're still brave enough to strike. Not only brave, but prudent. Everyone else was afraid of being surrounded by massive demonic beasts and were more conservative. After all, for these well-born people, the big deal is that they rank a little lower and safety comes first. After all, if you can't choose here, there may be a way back to do something else. But for Xiao Qi, this was a rare opportunity for him. Our city's civilian genius ruthless man. I'm convinced to give him this first place. This man is considered to be our king of the inside roll. The rest is nothing more than to say Xiao Qi is how to roll. But also it is such a spiritual head so that many people also cannot help but nod their heads. So hard-working people have this result seems to be acceptable. Immediately after that, the second place appeared. Surprisingly, it's Su Tianzhou, 48 only. Third place Zhuge Justice with 45. Lu Baichuan's face was also getting darker and darker. He's only 38 and already ranked out of the top 3. Zhang Ping wasn't paying much attention when he heard about the second and third place finishes, knowing that he was sure to make it into the rankings with 40 of his own. It's just before or after. It was just what he wanted, to show what he could do without standing out in any particular way. He doesn't realize that he's already standing out more than even first place, but he did not expect to actually be fourth place. Good guy, this achievement can be Lu Baichuan's face became even darker, equally black as Li Zimu, who has one less than Lu Baichuan. It's far worse than even Zhang Ping. But what surprised Zhang Ping was that the 3 guys standing behind him actually went in, made it to the round of 16. Looking at Zhang Ping's skeptical eyes, the trio said helplessly, "Big brother, we're just a bit more vegetable than you." But not really. Zhang Ping also didn't expect to be poked and prodded, and laughed in embarrassment. "Don't call me big brother. I'm just a mediocre ordinary person. Just call me Zhang Ping from now on." Where the 3 could be so unruly, they shouted out directly, "Brother Bottle." This scene let Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu look in the eyes. This dog days to collect on the little brother? He hadn't received it after 1,000 years of hard work. And this son of a had somehow managed to collect his little brother. It's a lot of hate. Those who made it into the top 16 naturally stayed behind, while the rest went back to their homes. Zhang Ping was a bit curious about the intensity of this kindling competition. What kind of talent could be selected? But, when the next day rolled around, he didn't think so, because the Sweet 16 is the real test. According to the Ministry of Strategy's projection, tomorrow there will be a wave of beasts that will hit the third realm and will break up and join the real 13 cities army. It's a game of life there. Those who are afraid can leave first. The examiner said seriously to the 16. 16 people boomed. They're only in the spirit realm and they're going to participate in a beast tide? Someone raised the question. Well, this is Lu Baichuan. The man from the examination team said seriously. These are the rules. Those who want to participate stay. Those who are afraid can go back. It's still the same sentence. Rules. Keeps people from saying anything else. Now make your choices. And those who stay take a step forward. The players hesitated, but immediately after Shao-Chi directly stepped out, followed by Su Tianzhou and other also out of the line. Jiang Ping naturally will not quit what he did to come on. Besides, the examination team wouldn't let them go to their deaths. So no pressure. Straight out of the column. The three little brothers in the back naturally followed once they saw their big brother come out. 16 people. Not one of them quit. This brought a smile to the face of the appraisal team. That's just the first hurdle. Courage. What qualification does someone who doesn't dare to fight in the face of demonic beasts, in the face of a beast tide, have to fight on behalf of the 13 cities? Good thing. It all came through. This step. It's critical. And 16 people after this choice to experience the difficulty of this competition in the rise. Not to mention psychological pressure. Good. Not bad. Since it's all left behind, let's get on with it. The examination team knows that you are all geniuses, and your own cultivation is almost at the apex of the spirit realm. So just in case you are not, they have prepared the inner pills of demonic beasts of the fusion realm for you. Claptrap. Everyone froze. The fusion zone, Dan? Instead of rejoicing, those left behind showed doubt. The people who had looked at the examination team. Only Jiang Ping was a bit confused and looked at his little brother. The little brother then explained, Brother Bottle, aren't we all here for the realm melting? But not for this demonic beast inner pills of unknown grade, but for the final reward. It is well known that ordinary demonic beast inner pills breakthrough achievement is limited. Even if there is development in the future, it will require great effort. So, the first high-grade inner elixir is crucial. Now that these people are giving us one of unknown grade, it's not ruining us. It was then that Jiang Ping came to his senses. All of these players should have been preparing for a long time. Except for themselves, who came from the wild. So they know better. But he was also curious. How does the appraisal team play like that? I know that you must have doubts in your hearts, but the examination team is also thinking about you. After all, which head is heavier compared to your future in life? You should know that. Although the inner elixir issued is not of a high grade, that is, Xian grade, it is enough to make up for some of the gap. The preceding words are agreed upon. The reason the examination team prepared inner pills for them was so that they could break through in times of desperation and increase their means. After all, the fusion realm and the spirit realm were two different concepts. If the spirit realm was still only slightly transcendent, the fusion realm was transcendent. The lift is huge. If you really face danger, a temporary breakthrough is not a bad idea. But it's a little hard to read that latter sentence. If it was just for the Xian level's inner elixir, would they have come here? Come here and it's all for one purpose. That's the king. To get the king's rank, then get ahead of your peers. Why bother coming here when the energy at home could have gotten it for them with the Xian level inner elixir? But the disgruntled people didn't include Jiang Ping and Shao-Chi. Jiang Ping is pressurized to not rely on this stuff. A breakthrough is just a matter of eating more, and you can definitely make it up later. As for Shao-Chi, it was purely because he was poor, and the Xian level was already an untouchable dream for him. But with the king level in front of him, who wouldn't want it? But still, he took it with preciousness and put it away carefully. Only Lu Baichuan and the others were a bit disdainful. Even Su Tianjie and Zhuge Justice. Just not as obvious. Everyone's performance is mirrored. In the command room, Chen Juinxiu and the old man carefully watched everyone's performance. The old man said, This kid has a good heart. It looks like he doesn't take this matter seriously. Pointing at Kong Pyong in the screen, he said. Chen Juinxiu smiled faintly. You flatter me. This kid is purely ignorant. He had no contact at all before coming here. Chapter 32. Which knows the old man but slightly shook his head. No. The kid behind him explained it to him. Did you see his expression change? The heart is indeed good whether it's feigned or whatever. I'm kind of looking forward to his performance. After saying that, he looked at Chen Juinxiu. Is the beast tide stable? Chen Juinxiu looked serious, not too stable, but it's still possible to get an examination ground for this group of children. When the time comes, I'll communicate with the front line and personally sit in on it, so that they can release over some demonic beasts that meet the requirements. The old man nodded with satisfaction. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Since there's nothing wrong, then prepare. Chen Juinxiu took the order. The appraisal team also caught wind of the situation. Each person was held on the back by the black-winged eagle, and then one by one, the examination team members put them down. It's not like the wasteland. This is the native. The third realm. How about in the cracks are actually in someone else's home? But not here. It's the front line of defense. It's your own home. Dense forests with tall trees. Shades the sun from the air. Jiang Ping stroked the sky-high giant tree unique to the third realm, and a wave of emotion washed over him. I've heard that originally there were no trees like this in the native land, nor were there conditions that allowed these giant trees to grow to such a high height. and that the reason why they have grown like this is due to the corpses of both humans and demonic beasts that have been left here. Huge amounts of nutrients are absorbed by the trees to grow like this. Cold knowledge. In the third realm, after killing a demonic beast, just take out the essence blood, the inner elixir. No one bothered with the corpses of the demonic beasts. As for turning into pollution, what soldier on the front line is not battle-hardened enough to eat that? It is also extremely resistant to pollution, so there is no need to burn it at all. As for the burning of the city's interior, it was because there were still a lot of ordinary people in the city, or people with insufficient cultivation. Nature can't carry the pollution. Therefore, those cracks that appeared by chance and the demonic beasts that escaped had to be burned, just in case there are any future problems. But none of this makes sense on the front lines. So, broken walls can be seen everywhere. 99% were the bones of demonic beasts. Rotting corpses, because humans take their comrades whenever they are not desperate. In old age, an expatriate returns home. Shaking his head, Zhang Ping shook these distractions out and began to pull out a map to check it out. It's simple up there. There is only a beginning and an end. The first stage of the task was very simple. It was from the current location, to reach the marked point on the map, and then join the battle squad prepared by the examination team even if it was finished. Then the combat squad will give him a second phase of the mission. Only, this time it's a little different. Hey, contestant Zhang Ping here, please answer. Here, please answer. Your recorder is crooked, swing some. Zhang Ping was a bit helpless when he heard the voice. Yes, that was the difference. Everyone actually has a recorder and can't lose it. Losing it is considered a forfeit. This meant that it wouldn't be easy for Zhang Ping to do some private work. On it, adjusting right away. Zhang Ping adjusted and didn't stop until the headset said it was okay. What should I do to get a headache? A turn of the eye. There is an idea. As long as the idea does not slip, the approach is always more than the difficulty. Hey, Zhang Ping moved, and began to travel as recorded on the map. Only just after walking not more than a few hundred steps, Zhang Ping stopped. Grass. There are a bit too many demonic beasts. Just now his nose was going deaf and he couldn't smell how much there was at all. A tidal wave of beasts. It's really worthy of being a tidal wave of beasts. But he's also getting excited. Isn't this the chance? Carefully taking the long sword off his back, he gripped it in his right hand and got into a fighting stance. Begin to step up carefully. 1 step, 2 steps. Suddenly, as if a switch had been triggered, a ghostly sound appeared in front of us, followed by a dozen old friends. Zhang Ping's eyes lit up. Tsunami dog. You can't stop your mouth from watering at the sight of a tsunami dog. He technically only has 3 skills right now. One was the consummate sharp claws, the iron-tailed hawk's famous skill, and the second was the sense of smell of the whistling moondog. Sharp claws, needless to say, although there is only one move, but the power of the consummate sharp claws is already very considerable. Coupled with his transcendent chi, it is even more powerful multiplied. Blood red gas. Get it? The sense of smell was also important as it was a guarantee that he would dare to wave in the wasteland before. So it was important. But, it was very agonizing before, because he didn't know how to practice his sense of smell. The main material was limited. He just had that one whistling moondog, and eating so many tons just kept him stuck at the level of great accomplishment. After all, he had only ever eaten one saw lunar dog, and he would be lucky to have the skill appear. Don't even think about proficiency. Skills are strictly watershed. Beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. After that comes the patriarch. The power exerted by each level was vastly different. It was still not obvious in the spirit realm. Once one entered the fusion realm there would be a sea change. However, even a sharp claw at the spirit realm perfection level could penetrate the body and transform into an illusory palm to directly kill the enemy remotely. I don't know how powerful it would be if it really was the fusion realm. As for the third one, it went without saying that he had just finished eating the wind-chasing wolf to obtain the strengthening department's skill, increasing his body speed by 30%. So, Zhang Ping got excited. A dozen or so saw lunar dogs would at the very least supply him with the ability to grow to a small level of success. In the command room, Zhang Nan looked at the screen worriedly. Team Chen, aren't you being a bit too strict on the bottle? With more than a dozen spirit realm tsunami moondogs on at once, I'm afraid he won't be able to carry it off. The corner of Chen Juinxiu's mouth tugged. You underestimate him too much. The first round of elimination made such a big commotion you don't think he only has those 2 brushes. This kid is capable of a lot. When he's finished with this batch, turn on the switch for the second batch and just let it go. Zhang Nan was shocked. Are you sure, Team Chen? The third batch is a full 50. And there's a dog king with half of its legs buried in the melting realm. Chen Juinxiu nodded seriously. Don't worry. Can't beat him can also run. His nature must be pressed, or else in the future we'll have to go to heaven. Zhang Nan was speechless. The little bottle was indeed too skinny. He was now worried about Zhang Ping. Jiang Ping turned to the 10 whistling moondogs and hemmed and hawed. Here comes the little baby. The body jumped out as if it were a cannonball, jumping up into the tree in a single bound. It's a good 4 or 5 meters. Then the long knife was thrown out in a flying motion that made people wonder. But the next second no one wondered. Because the consummate level sharp claw unexpectedly transformed into a blood-colored palm steadily holding the long sword, which swept directly across. Then the 3 whistling moondogs chasing after the first to rush out were directly lorded over. Jiang Nan looked at the recorder's image of Jiang Ping, who was releasing his skills, and lost his voice in shock. Grass. Round up? Chapter 33, he chased him and he ran away. Jiang Nan's cry of alarm caused the surrounding colleagues to all come over, looking at Jiang Ping, who was remotely operating a sharp claw holding a long knife, and shock appeared on everyone's face. Is this kid the guy who went around getting into trouble in the first round? Oh my god. How old is he? Just a senior in high school? Surprisingly, he was able to cultivate a skill to perfection. Is this a genius or a bitter vegetable? No wonder the first round dared to go around blindly barren waves. It turns out his also has a few brushes. A perfect skill was nothing for the group of people in the command room right now. Those who could enter here. Which one was not a genius? Which one was not an elite? Without a few perfect skills on their body they were embarrassed to talk about their school. Fear of being beaten. But how old are they? How old is Kong Pyun? It's at the same age that the contrast is most obvious. If you can perfect a skill in high school, you have a direct ticket to school, and many students will be admitted as specialty students. But that was precisely why they were all a little curious as to why Jiang Ping would still come to the fire seed competition. Could it be for that king-grade demonic beast inner Dan? When Jiang Ping's profile was opened only to realize that everyone was silent. Even some shame. God, this kid is actually from the crematorium? His parents how to think properly destroy people. Well, it's not easy for people from the crematorium to get into the academy. Jiang Nan had known how it was going to be for a long time, so he didn't really comment on the matter, just looking towards the chesty Chen Juanxiu. Team Chen, did you already know about Jiang Ping's strength? Chen Juanxiu smiled slightly. After all, they are their own children. A word about everything and nothing. After a short period of shock, after Jiang Ping lorded over the 3 whistling moondogs, he angered the 7 whistling moondogs behind him, and surprisingly, they rose up in a flurry. In his mouth, he even spat out a glittering mass. Jiang Ping's heart was flabbergasted, knowing that this was the greatest skill of the whistling moondog besides its sense of smell. The reason why the whistling moondog is called the whistling moondog is because of this glittering disc, which looks like the moon from afar, and is rare in that it is still a long-range attack. Jiang Ping dodged the second of the set fire by dodging and moving, only to see the huge wood behind him crumble and fall apart, showing the power of this move of the whistling moondog. But Jiang Ping wasn't a wimp either. Long swords were waved and a fierce battle was fought. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ping stood up straight with a smile at the corner of his mouth, defying everything, and retrieved his long knife, slightly wiping the blood on the blade. But that's all. Very pretentious. It's very middle of the road. To be able to single-handedly take on 10 Saw lunar dogs of the same level at this age was considered a top-notch. Just as he was about to cover up the camera and put away the tsunami dog's body, his eyes glazed over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I poke the doghouse? Mamma mia. 50 whistling moondogs rushed towards him, and all of a sudden he couldn't care less about getting the corpse, and nimbly fled for his life. That's 50 of them. A dog could eat him in one bite, but escaping wasn't that easy, and he had been able to fly a kite before mainly because of the motorcycle as a sharp weapon. Now that he didn't have a motorcycle, he was just hanging on by his legs even when he had unleashed his maximum speed. True, the man flies in front and the dog chases after him. Couldn't pull it off at all. It's pretty lousy. This made the people in the command room burst into laughter. Ha ha, laugh me to death. This kid just seemed invincible, but he ended up becoming a falling dog all of a sudden. Ha ha, let's see what he'll do this time. But it won't really happen, will it? Some people looked at Juanxiu Chen, who was also curious about where Jiang Ping's potential actually lay. Watching closely, you all go back to your places, don't the other players have to watch? The beautiful eyes were pondering something. Then, returning to his separate room, he dialed a phone number. Hello, elder brother. There's something to tell you. Jiang Ping this time can be bitter. Looking at the nearest tsunami moondog chase has been less than 5 meters away. Can clearly feel the tsunami moondog spewed out skills and reveal to brush shoulders. In his heart, he cried out that he couldn't stand it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still carrying the camera on his body, he really wanted to hide in the heaven-swallowing secret realm. This thing was just a bit too much to carry. Subconsciously blocking the camera, the nearest whistling moondog had already lunged across the room, and Jiang Ping let out a hey in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Him. Numbly, the moment he touched the Saw lunar dog. He collected the Saw lunar dog and entered the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. I thought I could breathe a sigh of relief. But I didn't expect the tsunami dogs to become even more furious. And how could they not be angry when they saw their companions lose sight of them? Chasing harder. He chased. He fled. Jiang Ping collected one in whenever he had the chance. But he didn't collect them all. And he would also counter-kill them at the right opportunity. Finally, the number of whistling moon dogs is dwindling. But Jiang Ping could hardly carry it anymore. Relying on the soles of his feet, he ran a full dozens of miles. If not for the fact that he had chi to strengthen his body, he might have been overwhelmed. Just as there were less than 6 or 7 left, a whistling moon dog with semi-red eyes howled. Jiang Ping's heart shook. He had spotted the dog a long time ago, and this was supposed to be the leader. Feeling the aura, he knew it was unbeatable, and fighting was definitely not an option. This is at least a fusion realm dog, running even faster. This time not even dare to return to the head, running for I don't know how many hours, and I don't know where to run. Surprisingly, he realized that the whistling moon dog wasn't chasing after him. That half-step fusion realm's whistling moon dog unexpectedly also stepped forward, not daring to go forward. And although his eyes were dead set on the direction that Jiang Ping had escaped, he did not dare to take a single step. Jiang Ping was also relieved when he saw that he was actually not chasing after him. Another run of about another 5 or 6 minutes, which led to a tree. Long out of breath, this dog day, really ruthless. Knows okay make shake cannot shake. Yes, the whistling moon dog has a keen sense of smell, and he really can't escape. I had heard that there were powders that specialized in dealing with it, but he didn't have any. He was here to take the test. Who would equip him with those things? He just frowned slightly when he saw the map. Annoyed, I looked. Where is this? Only to see that the markers on it had long since gone out of place, and he didn't even know where he'd gone. But immediately afterward, a shocking roar erupted. The sound wave alone made Jiang Ping's brain buzz, and he instinctively curled up his body and leaned against the tree trunk, eyes dead set on the source of the sound. Jiang Ping was shocked. There were only 5 black uniformed men, who looked to be from the military. There is also a tiger logo on the sleeve. It was sparring with a huge beast with a body that was 10 meters tall. Yes, it's just a counterblast. Each of the 5 guarded a direction, presenting an encircling situation, using all long-range skills. Jiang Ping was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. Hurricane Beast's wind scroll? Isn't that the Hurricane Beast's famous skill? Man, what's that? Flame Splash, the Lava Beast's specialty? Chapter 34, the first meeting of the King's rank. Each of the 5 people had their own skillful means, and all of these means only existed in those stories that Jiang Ping read that only appeared in the stories of the cultivators' story clubs. And by the looks of that tour de force, the proficiency is not even low. The key thing was that the giant beast was also hiding. Many of the skills fell straight through and landed directly on the ground, either appearing as a large fire or setting off a hurricane. The wind fuels the fire, and the more it burns, the hotter it gets. Jiang Ping was so scared that he didn't even dare to move, squeezing his wrist to death. As long as there was something slightly wrong, he would immediately run into the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. At this point, the battle was at least 2 miles away from Jiang Ping, but even so one could still feel the searing heat that was coming at them, as well as the sound wave attack. This caused Jiang Ping's eyes to erupt in a burst of refined light. That's what a cultivator is. Could this be the fusion realm? But apparently, the next second he thought he was wrong. Because, the behemoth went berserk and erupted in a way that made it impossible for him to stand. It's definitely not the wrong realm. It's impossible for the wrong realm to be this powerful. That's the Xian realm? He guessed. But the next second, wrong again. The 5 men also took out their skills when the giant beast resisted. One of them, who was obviously the leader, faintly issued suppression, with a bang. Separated by 2 miles, Jiang Ping felt that he had entered a special realm, and an indescribable emotion appeared. Submission? Or is it obedience? He couldn't tell the difference. Beads of sweat brushed down his forehead, teeth locked and rattled. A few amazing words came out with difficulty. The king's domain. Jiang Ping is going crazy. King level. That's heaven. The king level is a character that ordinary people can't even touch in their lifetime. And now it's just standing in front of him in a watery way. If he couldn't straighten up right now, he'd be thrilled. And the man who had erupted the suppression field frowned slightly. A glance was scanned in Jiang Ping's direction before he continued to concentrate on the giant beast in front of him. And Jiang Ping's pressure suddenly decreased. Jiang Ping today was considered to have gained insight into what a high-end battle was. King-level battles, although they did not dare to say that they were destroying the heavens and the earth, but they could be said to be landslides. In order to be able to watch this hilarity, Jiang Ping hardened himself against the pressure and did not run. I've come all this way. Wouldn't it be a loss if I don't watch it all? King-level battles aren't something you can see anytime. Then that giant beast is naturally a king level as well? How else would a king level 4 big men of at least Shen level be here to surround and kill? Fully half an hour had passed, and Jiang Ping was considered to be addicted. Jiang Ping's addiction to watching, but the people in the command room were in a hurry. Jiang Ping's camera lost its signal. What that means is self-evident. One hurriedly searched for Jiang Ping's signal, and on Jiang Ping's side, watching this over-the-top battle. In the end, with an ice pick completely ending the battle, the kingly man breathed a sigh of relief. Clean up the battlefield and get all the essence blood and inner pills. Then a sideways turn. Even a few steps of effort whoosh appeared in front of Jiang Ping's body. A stone's throw away is no more than that. Jiang Ping was still sighing when he saw the white figure blocking in front of him. Kid, where are you from and what are you doing here? Jiang Ping took a look and also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the camera. He touched the sweat on his forehead again before rushing to say, Big brother, I'm a contestant in the examination. Told the story of how he was chased and flew. The kingly men who heard it laughed. Asshole, is this a place you can come? Your exam is in the outer circle. This is already the inner circle. You're lucky. With the deterrent power of a king-level demonic beast around, there aren't any demonic beasts that would dare to stay here. Or else the moment you came in here a rat could have killed you. Here, the weakest has the strength of our own level. Jiang Ping froze. He didn't realize he was so dangerous. He was indeed a bit wild on the strength of having the heaven-swallowing mystic realm in his possession, with the idea that you can always run if you can't beat them, but ignoring the fact that what if they are guarding and not leaving? Moreover, people snapped at him in the moment when he couldn't react. He could only die. Thinking about it couldn't help but be afraid. You know you're scared this time? The smile on his face became more and more obvious, especially as Jiang Ping declared himself. Alright, for the time being, there won't be any demonic beasts coming back within this half a day. We still have to head to the inner domain to support the others, so I'll give you a map for you to go out by yourself. Jiang Ping took the map. This map was much better than the one he had, with many places clearly recorded on it. A real strategic map at first glance. Sweeping up. What are you going to use it for if I take it away? Big guy? The man laughed out loud. Do you think I'm going to use this? Jiang Ping wanted to leave and knew that it was dangerous here. However, he was a bit reluctant to part with it. 1 step forward, 3 steps back. The man looked at Jiang Ping's appearance. How could he not know what Jiang Ping was thinking? Looking at him in a funny way. What? You haven't seen a king-level demonic beast before and want to take a look? Jiang Ping looked like he had been read into his mind and laughed in embarrassment. Indeed, I have never seen it. Curious. Eyes bulging like a curious baby. The man didn't know how, but he actually carried Jiang Ping and walked back until he came to the side of the king-level demonic beast. As he got closer, Kang Pyun's breath caught. At that moment a voice came from beside me. See, after you're done with your addiction get the hell out of here, said to the black man who was busy. Shunzi, leave a finger to chisel an eye for this kid. Junko, who was named, showed a surprised look. It was tempting to ask where this had come from, but the first priority of obeying orders prevented it. Cut one of the demonic beast's claws off. It was half a meter long. Another eye was chiseled and thrown. The man took it and handed it to Jiang Ping. Hang him around your neck if you want to live. At least it will keep you out. Jiang Ping was confused, looking at the root in front of him, which was half a meter long and emitted a horrifyingly shiny claw. Confused, he suspected the big man was teasing him. Around your neck? That's half a meter long. Gesturing, the tip hung just far enough away to touch his brother. The man was laughing his ass off inside, nodding breezily. Jiang Ping was in a difficult position, but he felt that the man wasn't teasing him, and didn't even mean him any harm, so he gritted his teeth and hung up. Sure enough, it was oppressive when it was hung. The main thing you need to do is hold on carefully or you can. Alright, go watch. We're off. Remember to be back at the perimeter in 2 hours. After saying that, he shouted at the men who had finished getting the essence blood. Inner Dan, and even the demonic beast teeth and animal skin were pulled off. Let's go. Keep cleaning up. With a swish, the group flew away. Jiang Ping's mouth watered as he looked at the huge demonic beast in front of him, but he still couldn't help but shout, Big brother, what's your name? Chapter 35, M.O.? Then came a distant voice, surname M.O. M.O.? Jiang Ping hurriedly checked his memories. M.O.? The old principal's name was M.O. I heard that the old principal's son is very successful. It can't be that this is the old principal's son, can it? But, if it's the old principal's son, if the son is so good, why can't the old man do it? Can't figure it out. Shake it off. Don't think about it. Holding the camera, he began to hang around the king-level demonic beast, making a look like he was observing, and more than 10 minutes passed before the corner of his mouth smiled, slightly sidestepped to block the camera, and whooshed the king-level demonic beast to put it away. Jiang Ping's heart skipped a beat as he did this. King level. This is king level. How awesome would he have to be if he ate this? He had seen this demonic beast's fighting process before and knew that it was a demonic beast that specialized in wind and sound waves. How can you tell? Running fast, 5 people blocking or almost not left behind. The sound wave is more his personal experience. Drooling at the thought. How good would I have to be if I ate it? It's true that a horse can't get fat without night grass, and a man can't get rich without cross-currency. This wave, he's going to take off. What is this group of players fighting for? Playing for their lives for what? Is not a king-level inner elixir, and then awaken high quality can only enhance their maximum memory? And he, straight away, got it. Of course, this method was only available to him, but it didn't stop Jiang Ping from knowing the fact that he was going to be awesome. Demonic beast corpses except for some necessary locations, such as the hard claws and teeth and whatnot. The rest of them except for the inner Dan essence blood had no utilization value. Even the meat would slowly decay without the inner elixir and thus blend into the land. But of course contamination must be essential. But this is the third realm. It's not afraid of this pollution. It was precisely because of this that the previous old MO would only take the useful locations after killing the demonic beasts and then leave them alone. Because that's how people are used to dealing with it. Of course, not worried about what Jiang Ping get what muff. So big guy he can do what Moreover, it is an iron law that demonic beasts cannot be eaten. Jiang Ping couldn't wait to dive into the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm right away for a set of pancake fruits flavored with king-level demonic beasts, but stiffly held back. Mostly it's just too unsafe here right now. Old MO said he had to be out in 2 hours, and it's been half an hour now, numbly retreating out of the room. Only the walking posture was a bit strange, with a half-meter long demonic beast finger hanging from his neck, carefully dodging the spikes. With the map, Jiang Ping came to a realization. No wonder the whistling moon dog stopped chasing. So here is the dividing line. Dogs are really smart. It was also the time when Jiang Ping appeared outside the circle, and the signaling screen about Jiang Ping in the command room appeared again. Jiang Nan shouted in surprise. Jiang Ping has appeared. Chen Zhu and Xiu all walked over quickly, having just been frightened by Jiang Ping's disappearance. Fearing that Jiang Ping had really had an accident. The picture is shaky and uninformed. Only, the moment it was connected to the network, the previously recorded images were gradually transmitted back through the network. Everyone was silent. Lost my voice. Jiang Nan was even more shocked as he looked at Jiang Ping's picture. Muttering Group Chen. This kid has too much guts. At this rate I'm afraid he'll play himself to death. That's the circle. How dare he go there? That's the real front line. How dare he? A spirit realm. Chen Juanxiu also fell silent. She admitted that Jiang Ping had again exceeded her expectations. The picture clearly recorded how Jiang Ping was forced in. Although it was a bit disjointed, it was undeniable that the 50 whistling moon dogs had put him under no small amount of pressure. Of course, there were also recorded images of Jiang Ping as he watched the battle, and although it was shaky, one could tell that it was already remarkable that Jiang Ping was able to maintain himself under the king's domain. That idea in his mind took root more and more. At this time, Jiang Nan asked curiously, Team MO seems to be cognizant of Jiang Ping. Didn't you say that you haven't gone back for many years? Chen Juanxiu snapped out of it, and his pretty lips curved up in a curve. Just don't hint to have seen the picture? Jiang Nan slapped his forehead and realized. That's right. However, this kid is also lucky. Not only did he watch a great battle due to the misfortune, but he also got the finger of a child king-level demonic beast. Come back and find someone to forge it. He won't have to worry about weapons until Shen level. It was something he couldn't help but envy. Weapons made from the sharp parts of king-level demonic beasts are hard to find. Just like that? Even. There is a little bit of skin on the fingertips. A little fiddling is a pair of gauntlets. That defense, how can you not be envious? Not only was Jiang Nan envious, but even the others were envious. Realizing that none of them were mixed up. Regardless of the discussion in the command room, Jiang Ping continued his own pace. He had delayed for too long, and the sun was going down as he watched. He had to find the squad he was in or he might be disqualified. He didn't want to come here for nothing, even if he's got a ticket to the academy now. But who wouldn't want to perform better? The king's inner elixir is not useful to him, but at least it can give the old principal a long face. Although he did not say anything, but he understands everything in his heart. The old principal had been cheeky enough to beg for the opportunity to find him. He was humiliated himself. That was not a loss of a person, but the old principal's face was trampled on the ground. So, before he came, he had an idea. Even if it is to be a relation, little master will be that hardest relation. Switch back to your own map and find your way to the squad. And somewhere outside the circle, a small team of 3 boredly fanned their hands against the cool air. Boss, how did this chore get back on house head? You can't. That's right. These princelings are not easy to serve. They all don't know. If something really goes wrong we still have to eat melons. The black-faced man at the head heard his men's complaints and said without a trace of humor, "Is it up to you? Or is it up to me?" One sentence gave everyone dry silence. Finally the thinner one on the left said helplessly, forget it, who made our lives miserable? I just hope this is a saving grace. Be obedient." But the black-faced man didn't think for a second that this one would be a saving grace. Nothing else? Experience. Sizable. The black-faced boss saw the branches moving and raised his eyes to look over. Shouting to the two men, he said, "The men should be here. Get ready." The two rushed to get up from the ground. Two weapons were pulled out. Surprisingly, it's a thermal weapon. It was well known that thermal weapons had limited lethality for demonic beasts, and no longer included funds for research and development. Never thought it would be equipped. Looking at the black-faced man with a map and a strange object hanging around his neck, Old Black revealed a look of astonishment, even rubbed his eyes when he felt a little unsure. "Skinny monkey, does that thing look like a demonic beast's finger to you?" Chapter 36, Life and Death in Perspective. Skinny Monkey scrutinized it through the scope, his mouth agape in shock. "Boss, it seems like it. Where did he get such a big finger? A demonic beast of this grade is something he can deal with?" Although demonic beasts weren't the bigger the more powerful. But how could a finger this big in front of him not look like something a spirit realm could get their hands on? Even though they're just a vigilante team, sort of a third-tier force, they have that eye. Old Black didn't know what to say. In the end it was decided to go with the plan. Forget him, let's try it first. If this finger really came from the guy in front of him himself, all three of them together would not be a match for him. He could already think of the subsequent scene where they got their asses kicked. Sai aimed at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping was walking carefully against the map holding onto the fingertips of the king-level demonic beasts and sniffing them with his nose every now and then. Make sure there are no demonic beasts around. I didn't expect this finger to work surprisingly well, and there were no traces of demonic beasts at all along the way. Until just now when he smelled a few people. Just wanted to get over there and thought I was in the right place. Just as violently, he noticed a cold wind coming in. It was a shock. Darting to the side. Chow! There was a sneak attack. Before he could think much, he was greeted by a storm of bullets. Jiang Ping's scalp exploded. Thermal weapons. Though hot weapons were not very useful to demonic beasts anymore because hot weapons fired bullets unlike cold weapons that could attach chi. It was actually chi that really did damage to the demonic beasts as well. That's why thermal weapons are gradually being withdrawn from the scene. But this thing was not very useful against demonic beasts. It was still very powerful against people. Especially spirit realm like him. The spirit realm isn't quite transcendent. Being hit by bullets jumping up and down if not react quickly to hide behind a giant tree, just now will be accounted for. Thinking about it was a moment of horror. Kong Pyong was in a hurry, and his adrenaline spiked as he listened to the sound of dozens of bullets hitting the giant wood. Exciting, so exciting. His mind was spinning fast and he understood instantly. The test was for them to find their own squad, which they thought would be a help. But who would have thought it would be a rival? Needless to say, this is a test for them. At this time a shout appeared. Hey, Jiang Ping, right? Hand over your player card and we won't beat you up. Sure enough, Jiang Ping felt that he had guessed correctly. Hand over the card? Jiang Ping burst into a sneer. Handing over the card would disqualify him, and that would be absolutely unacceptable to him. There were also people in the command room paying attention to Jiang Ping. All of them are looking at how Jiang Ping chooses. The atmosphere was heavy, because these guys in the squad aren't faking the fight but actually fighting. If you don't hand over the card, that's hitting you with a hot weapon. Even more, there are mortars. What do you guys think this oily kid Jiang Ping will do? I don't believe he's afraid. The boy will surprise us. I can't. This is for real. He should be scared when he sees the strength of the squad later. As soon as the words fell, the mortar shells landed towards Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping's pupils suddenly contracted. Come for real? At that moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He ran first, hiding as fast as he could from behind the giant log. He pondered his response. Looking at the three people on the small heights, he hated his teeth dog days. Don't let me catch a chance But, faced with a wild bombardment he really didn't have much to offer for a while. It's a stalemate. Running for sure, but the clues for the second round are still in these people's possession. Running is almost the same as handing over the card. But if you do not pay, can't beat it either. Jiang Ping was in a hurry. Looking in the direction of the three, he revealed a determined look. Want little master to withdraw? Impossible. Hold up the camera. Take a deep breath. Then put the king's finger around his neck, which interferes with play. Don't ask why he didn't enter the heaven-swallowing mystery realm. This thing is something that passes through the open road, and he can accept it without revealing his identity. So, just take it. Feeling the shooting that had no pattern to it, Jiang Ping flew through his mind, pondering the line of attack. The high ground was at least a dozen meters in size, and there were quite a few trees around it. As long as he could get himself close to the bottom of the heights, he would be safe. It didn't seem like much of a problem to him to pick off 3 in one. Looking at the spacing between them, there was a distance of at least 8 meters between each tree. Not that there were no trees growing in the middle, but that they had obviously been cut down. Jiang Ping seemed to get it. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Courage? Courage to face your fears head-on? He felt it was all carefully designed to either charge forward against a hail of bullets or surrender. But he, Jiang Ping, was a stubborn man. Taking a deep breath and using his maximum speed, he exploded with a whoosh towards the giant log on the diagonal side. This was really over the top. His heart was racing, his adrenaline was soaring, and he could clearly feel several bullets graze his scalp as they flew past. A thud across a tree. In the command room, Gangnam's palms were soaked. Watching Jiang Ping cross over a tree, his face reddened with excitement. Good job. That's it. Life and death looked down the barrel of disobedience. As a fire, how can you not have the determination to die? Chen Juanxiu also had a smile on his lips, but said nothing, just carefully observing Jiang Ping's movements. One tree, another. Each crossing is a great challenge to your psyche, and the slightest mistake can hit you, and once you get hit and retire are considered good. Crippled are not even close. Jiang Ping was so excited that every leap seemed like a breakthrough. From his initial apprehension and jitters to his excitement and even some anticipation, he couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. He, it seemed, was enjoying it. Finally, the last tree crossed and he was below the heights as he had hoped. By this time bullets have lost their proper deterrent effect. Jiang Ping laughed out loud. Son of a, wait for my master to go up. Above it, the old black trio was full of helplessness, wiping the sweat on their foreheads and rubbing their wrists. Old Black sighed. It's hopeless. We can't stop it. Jiang Ping just slowed his breath and cursed. Without any pause, he directly threw out his sharp claws to hook a corner of the high ground. A sharp pull. Surprisingly, he leapt up. No one thought that sharp claws could be used like that. I'm just trying to avenge what I just did. So why don't you just beat me to death? Cursing and about to charge up, he saw 3 men sitting on an ammo box, smoking cigarettes, full of vicissitudes. He said to him, brother, come on. Numbly, he crouched on the ground with his head in his hands. The movements were neat and consistent, as if they had been rehearsed. Jiang Ping was dumbfounded, also pissed off. Pointing at the 3, he cursed, get up and fight me, which knew that the 3 of them shook their heads like rattlesnakes. Can't fight a bit. The highest we can get is the spirit realm. We can't compare to a genius like you. Chapter 37. Don't look. Jiang Ping is all angry and laughing. How did you guys say such words so justifiably? So angry. It's tempting to thump these people, but they're not even going to fight back. So how is this going to work? It's like a punch to the cotton. While Jiang Ping was furious, the command room was happy. Ha ha, laugh me to death. This group of soldiers are really good at holding the minds of teenagers. Some people also covered their mouths and laughed. Nonsense. This group of people can all be human. In addition to not enough cultivation, anything can. What can Jiang Ping do? With the idea that you can't lose out. Pointing at the 3 old black men. Stand up straight. You guys. 2 big slaps in the face from one of them. And that's the end of it. Old Black smiled wryly. Sure enough, I guessed right. Then dutifully gave him the information for the second round. Another map. It's still the start and end points, just with an extra center marker. Old Black took a look at Jiang Ping with some confusion and whispered, this is a meeting point. You will meet up with the other runners, but only one of you can continue down the road. Having sold a favor, Jiang Ping was even more embarrassed to punch someone. In fact, even if they were to beat up, they could only export their anger, and the real source had to be counted on the examination team and themselves. Annoyed, he waved his hand. Okay, got it. That's just me being grumpy. The 3 snickered, eyes watching Jiang Ping walk away. Kang Pian got his dick thing together, including that king class finger. Old Black was curious for a moment. Classmate, what kind of demonic beast's finger is this? Jiang Ping hummed arrogantly. King level, haven't seen it before. After saying that, he left without looking back. Time is running out. By now it was late in the day, and starlight spilled over the land and penetrated the dense forest. By the light of the moon Jiang Ping walked. But I don't know what's going on. But the calmness along the way seems to have disappeared, making Jiang Ping wonder if the fingers are fake. But think about it. No wonder old Mo said to let him come out in 2 hours. It seems that a king-level finger can't always be a deterrent. Come to think of it, if you can use it all the time, you can completely run amok with your king-level body parts. It's obviously not practicing. If it doesn't work well, don't use it. Jiang Ping clearly felt that the level of the demonic beasts along the way was rising. Even he sensed a hint of a fusion realm demonic beast's aura. and if he hadn't run fast, it might have been another bitter battle. Finally, at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the intersection was in sight. A marked house. I thought it was for resting, but I didn't expect a burst of battle aftermath to emanate from the front. Someone fighting? It could be that someone came before Kongpyeon. Carefully, he patted over, and sure enough he saw a very distressed man. It was surprisingly fun to watch. Lu Baichuan? Wasn't this the guy who was going to take himself under his wing? Only Lu Baichuan was being surrounded by 3 demonic beasts. Each one was a demonic beast at the apex of the spirit realm. It's hard to do it alone. Jiang Ping padded over and found a high canopy to sit on, making sure he couldn't block the view and wouldn't attract hate. Something he was too good at. Smiling, he took out the jerky in his pocket, and surprisingly looked on with a sense of humor. This pissed off Lu Baichuan. Originally, Lu Baichuan was not so angry. After all, in the third realm encountered demonic beasts is too normal. Or in the middle of the examination, there is no demonic beasts also have to get you some demonic beasts out. But people are afraid to compare. Having gotten the idea that he would cross paths with the other runners here, he purposely walked late for a while and then carefully. As a result, he was surrounded by 3 demonic beasts when he arrived here. Good man, that gives him a beating. Although it wasn't enough to hurt him much now, it was extremely insulting, and now it was even more of a mess. Most crucially, who did he just see? The sidelight habitually scanned the room, only to find Jiang Ping. That Jiang Ping even sat on the canopy to watch the fun, and even took out the jerky, and all of a sudden he couldn't tense up, when it really is a bit of a defense breaker. Damn, you guys don't just hit me, there's another one in the tree. Jiang Ping was not happy to hear, Lu Baichuan, although we have a little contradiction, but there is no need to lead the trouble to the east, right? Said he was happy with himself. Lu Baichuan exploded with anger. Jiang Ping, don't be complacent when I'm finished. Let's fight one-on-one. Jiang Ping also does not care, waving his hand bearing a mouthful of jerky that is called an aroma. Full of concern, said, Lu Baichuan, your conscience is greatly bad. I would like to see you later still have a few strength. Yeah, I've heard that only one person can walk out of this line. Lu Baichuan's heart sank to the bottom. Yeah, why is he so careful? Isn't he afraid of being picked by someone else? It turned out that he himself had struck first. How much strength could he have after all that exertion? Even if there was, there would be not a single chance to speak of against a full-strength Jiang Ping. The gap between the spirit realm and the spirit realm wasn't that big. Probably wandered off. There was a muffled grunt as he took a blow to the shoulder. Jiang Ping was a little surprised. This Lu Baichuan has 2 brushes. Kindly warned. Watch your right. But, I did not expect Lu Baichuan is also a stubborn seed. As soon as I heard the right side I had to show a little bit. Do not listen. The result was a solid hit. Another muffled grunt. Jiang Ping covered his eyes as he watched. In the command room, Jiang Nan asked curiously, Group Chen, isn't this a bit unfair? Even as someone on Jiang Ping's side himself, he felt a bit bullied. Chen Juinqiu didn't answer. Instead, another person spoke. He gave a laugh. Not fair? What's next is the beginning. This is just an appetizer. Jiang Nan couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Or is it an appetizer? Stare at the screen. Just as Lu Baichuan was about to cut down a demonic beast, a beast's howl violently erupted from behind. The voice is high-pitched, sharp. A black-winged eagle with a body 3 meters long and wings spread out at least 8 meters appeared in the sky. Jiang Nan exclaimed for a moment. Fusion realm? The man hemmed and hawed. The fun is just beginning. A smile also appeared at the corner of Chen Juinqiu's mouth. Yeah, well, the fun's just beginning. As the black-winged eagle of the fusion realm appeared, a slight bushy flap of its wings caused a gust of wind to appear in the mountains. Not only did it disrupt Lu Baichuan's rhythm, it also caused Jiang Ping, who was sitting in the canopy of the tree, to reveal a shocked expression. What's going on? Melting realms. This is completely outside the scope of the test. The following Lu Baichuan could no longer carry this pressure, was blown by the gusts of wind to the left and right. In an instant some small wounds appeared on the body. Blood flowed straight out. Shouting at Jiang Ping, Don T, watch the fun. It's going to kill someone. Jiang Ping also knew that he could not watch the fun. The examination must have gone wrong. With the urine of the examination team, it has always been within the acceptance of their group of people out of the question. This time, it's a little over the top. Something must have gone wrong. All talk is talk and noisy, but Bottle Brothers don't fall off the wagon when it counts. Chapter 38, Kawako, come here. The two have had a bit of a spat, but no one has ever torn their hair out knowing that they will likely be teammates in the future. Now that Lu Baichuan is facing a crisis, he has to step in. Jiang Ping leapt, a height of 4 or 5 meters in one leap, followed by a deep pit on the ground. Holding up this king-level finger in his hand, he shouted at Lu Baichuan, "Chuanzi, come over here." He attempted to fend off the wind blade by relying on his kingly fingertips. Lu Baichuan looked at Jiang Ping incredulously. "What did you just call me, Chuanzi? I'm going to go to Nima's wave. I haven't dared to call myself that since I was a kid." Jiang Ping looked at Lu Baichuan, did not move, and cursed loudly. "Hurry up, you are losing a lot of blood." Only then did Lu Baichuan notice the pain on his body. Those tiny wounds were gurgling and bleeding, turned into a bloody man in an instant. Very scary. Quickly, he rushed behind Jiang Ping. "Hold up this finger with Kong Pyong. Just touching it, I noticed the extraordinary. This, the Xian level?" Jiang Ping, where there is no time to blow with him, powerful. Always only half a meter high fingers where can cover two people. Don't be barren then. Why didn't I know before that you were so broken mouth? Quickly think of a way. This black-winged hawk have what tricks? How to get him? Lu Baichuan also knows that things are urgent. A bad two people have to explain here. Think of a way? I have AF** King Wei. That's the fusion realm. Once you enter the fusion realm there's a world of difference. The two of them backed up, and as they spoke, the black-winged eagle above them had already raced over, and the two of them were given a hard nibble by the black-winged eagle's beak. If it wasn't for the fingers resisting the blow, the two would have instantly become two blood gourds. Lu Baichuan was appalled. Grass. Examination team, over the top, come on someone. Frantic calls to the examination team, and no one responded to them. In the command room of the examination team, instead, he revealed doubts. Group Chen, can they think about it? Chen Juinxiu responded indifferently. It's up to them to choose whether they want a future or a life. As a fire, one had to make the right choice at the right time. And if one couldn't even do that, what qualifications did one have to be called a fire? Rumor has it that in ancient times there was a saying about being humiliated by the crotch, which has a similarity. Chen Juinxiu wasn't worried about the two being lifeless because they had the means to do so if they wanted to. Each contestant was assigned a fusion realm demonic beast's inner dan to eat when they competed, as long as they wanted to live. It's just that there's something to be said for who eats and who doesn't. It's also about everyone's ratings. The third round. It's not a simple test like the first round. The human heart has been involved. The examination team looked at the group that was the first to come into contact with the fusion realm demonic beasts and fell into deep thought. Some have some concerns as well. Young man, give up your talent or soon. They had their answer now. The demonic beasts of the fusion realm seemed to be teasing them, constantly putting pressure on them, causing the two to be in a sorry state. If both men didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves, they probably wouldn't have been able to do so, but it has come to a strong end. Lu Baichuan stepped forward at this time, with a touch of perseverance on his face. Vocally, he shouted, "Jiang Ping, you hold this son of a back. I'll eat the demon pill. Grandma, wait for me to break through the fusion realm and kill him. It's not just a king-level demonic pill. I don't want it." Jiang Ping also reacted. He had just thought about how to hide in the heaven-swallowing mystic realm. Lu Baichuan reminded him. Yeah, no one said no breakthrough. Even the examination team to prepare the melting realm demon dan is for them to encounter danger breakthrough with. It's just that, when used, the potential may be there. Because, no one knew what kind of demonic elixir this examination group issued was. In case it didn't match their attributes, or didn't match their system, it would be a big problem in the future. Although it was said that the guarantee was an arcane level, which could expand one's running memory, but whoever could come here and go so far wasn't running for the king level. But they don't seem to be of much use to him. He doesn't rely on this. At the same time, some like Lu Baichuan, this cub, can make such a move at this time? Lu Baichuan at least is a bearer of the guy. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You might as well save yourself the trouble of seducing him while you wait for me to break through. With that, he directly threw the fusion realm demon pill issued by the examination team directly into his mouth. This second made Lu Baichuan look dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jiang Ping to actually do that. Somewhat shocked, Grass, you don't want your future? He dared to swallow because he had the support of his family. Even if he really swallowed it, the big deal was to find a king level 1 later and start over. Anyway, the Lu family was big. The only thing was just time. He might be a year or two behind his peers. Time is also the deadliest thing. But what does Jiang Ping have to offer? But somehow, a warmth rose in his heart. Seeing Jiang Ping, who had stopped replying to him, he knew that saying anything would be in vain. He could only take out his watchful eye and provoke the black-winged hawk. Look at your grandpa. Picking up a rock from the ground, he threw it, hitting the black-winged hawk with little damage but extreme insult. Sure enough, the black-winged eagle became angry and lashed out at Lu Baichuan. Lu Baichuan fled. It was lousy, and now even a bit of brain fog was setting in, which he knew was a sign of blood loss. Jiang Ping, is it ready yet? He's a little carried away. At that moment, Jiang Ping's coiled body finally moved, his eyes exposing a refined light. The sharp claws of the perfection grade flew out directly, drawing a wonderful line of blood, and the moment it reached the black-winged eagle's body, it made a hard and vicious grab. At once, the sound of the black-winged hawk screaming miserably appeared in the forest. Bleak, obviously eating the pain. The attention also shifted from Lu Baichuan's body to Jiang Ping's body. Jiang Ping felt a bit incredulous at this point. Just experiencing the power of the sharp claws for just a moment had shaken him to the core. The fusion realm, it's too strong. That claw he only used 7 points of force, but looking at the black-winged eagle's appearance was as if it had suffered a serious injury, and the connection feels stronger. He even had a feeling that the sharp claws he had just shot out were solid. It's just a really materially sharp claw. It's such a wonderful feeling. The total amount of chi was even greater. Having just entered the fusion realm yet feeling like 10 previous selves. Terror. No wonder. People say that the melting realm is transcendent. Jiang Ping muttered. So this is transcendence. At that moment, Blackwing Hawk's skill arrived. A hurricane tornado. Put before Jiang Ping could only flee in a sorry state. But now he had a sense of confidence. That's cleavable. The wind. How could it split? But there's just this confidence. Jiang Ping drew out his long sword with his left hand, his chi entering the blade with a slight swing. The color of blood filled the sky. Chapter 39 Eating Dan. Entering the fusion realm. The gale tornado materialized in this moment. It was as if a material tornado-like thing had been stiffly propped up with the color of blood and split in half. One gale turned into two and flew in a disorderly fashion to either side. Trees shattered on both sides. Lu Baichuan in the back also froze, covering his constantly bleeding wound. He muttered, how could Jiang Ping's fusion realm be so powerful? No, how can a first-time entrant to the fusion realm, using an inner elixir that is still at the Shen level, be this strong? Not only him, but even the people in the command room found it unbelievable. Off the cuff, breaking the barrier? Breaking barriers, an advanced ability, was an ability that one might possess after the melting realm, but not everyone could comprehend it, and there was no systematic way to accomplish it. If you want to have it, you can only rely on all kinds of coincidences, or it may be enlightenment or talent. In short, there is no rule. The so-called barrier breaking was the move that Jiang Ping had just made, where he could use his own chi to break through the enemy's chi. This kind of ability is rare even at the Xian and Wang levels, but just now a kid who had just entered the fusion realm would break the barrier in his second move. It simply destroys their three views. It felt like I had practiced to the dogs all these years. Even Chen Juanxiu was filled with astonishment as well as surprise. The surprise that Jiang Ping had brought to her was too great. To have comprehended barrier breaking, wouldn't that mean that Jiang Ping, who had just broken through, had already surpassed 90% of the people? The future is unlimited. Also, Jiang Ping's chi was strangely blood-colored. It's also amazing to see what he looks like and the total amount. It was completely unexpected that this was a breakthrough due to the use of a Xian-level demonic beast's inner pills, which was not even worse than the king level. What would Jiang Ping become if it was a king-level demonic beast inner Dan? She shuddered to think of it. At this time, someone revealed a look of pity. Pity, this child is still going to take a detour. Naturally, what was said was because of the matter of the inner elixir level. Only Chen Junsu smiled. Jiang Nan was curious. Group Chen, what are you laughing at? This is our own seed Even if we reconvert in the future it will be a waste of time Chen Juanxiu smiled and said nothing. Casually, he threw out a paper bag. Jiang Nan and the people in the command room couldn't wait to open it and check it out. It has a few words written on it. Snow melting pills. This. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Only then did Chen Juanxiu explain with a slight smile. This is something that has just been developed not long ago, allowing one to directly dissolve the original demonic beast's inner elixir and swallow the new one without injury. It hasn't been out for long. They're considered the first to catch up. Otherwise the examination team wouldn't have come up with such a question. But this isn't even the most powerful. The most powerful thing is that the potential contained in the one inner Dan that the snow melting Dan ablated won't disappear, but rather be superimposed. In layman's terms it means that the memory will increase again on top of the original, not just the last one. The crowd was shocked at these words. Many people even secretly regretted if they could have caught up if they had broken through later. Someone asked, Team Chen, do we still have a chance then? Chen Juanxiu laughed and scolded. There's a fart's chance. This thing is only for those who have first entered the fusion realm. You guys have no chance. A lot of people pounded their chests and missed it. I wish I had been born a few years later. Still, most people understand that with each generation, new systems are created, new goodies come out, and because of that, humanity gets stronger and stronger. Group Chen, it's still a pity. If you had swallowed 2 king-level demonic beast inner pills wouldn't that have been even more powerful? Although it was difficult to get 2 king-level inner elixirs, It was theoretically feasible. Chen Juanxiu shook his head slightly. It won't work. The one swallowed later can only be stronger than the ones in front. Your first one is king level. Then the one behind it has to be higher than king level. Oh my god. A bunch of people can't imagine anymore. The king level was already the top of the 13 cities. Even the prominent sons of the great families had to go through thousands of difficulties to get it, and a higher level was simply unthinkable. The crowd looked at Jiang Ping, knowing that this group of people had caught up with the good times. Envious. After Jiang Ping split the tornado, Lu Baichuan was also shocked. No longer able to speak. Break the barrier. Jiang Ping didn't even realize how powerful he was, as if he had been given a toy. Provocative to the black-winged eagle. Come on. One more. Yes. That metaphysical feeling just now is a bit addictive. That feeling is probably the feeling of a school bully crushing a school. Where could the black-winged eagle stand this provocation? The demonic beasts that had reached the fusion realm already had a certain level of intelligence. Immediately, he took out his mastery. But Jiang Ping still coped gently and loosely and played. Looking at how powerful Jiang Ping was, Lu Baichuan wanted to break through. But thinking about the future, he held back. Inwardly, he grew more and more grateful. It's just that the teenager's face doesn't allow him to apologize yet. But it was obvious to feel that the membrane between the two was gone. In the command room, Chen Juanxiu decided to step up his efforts. Release 3 more fusion realms. There was an incredible outcry. Group Chen, don't kill the child. It's not easy for a good seedling to appear. Yes, Kong Pian was the one they watched all the way through. Perfect in every way except for being a bit naughty. Even rarer are teammates who dare to make the decision to sacrifice themselves to save the day when it matters. It's so rare, and the only kind of person who can be a spark. Junsa Chen said again. Continue. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. 3 more fusion realm demonic beasts were dropped. Jiang Ping was practicing his moves when he suddenly felt something was wrong and instantly knew the problem. There are enemies again. The heart smiled slightly, worrying that no one was feeding the trick. Jiang Ping actually took the initiative and played with the 4 demonic beasts. The pace of his feet was very methodical, extremely fast, and he could even float in the air. And at this moment, everyone knew what that inner elixir that Jiang Ping had swallowed was. Speed. It's the speed side. Not only that, but skills. Fu steps. Looking at the way Jiang Ping was swimming with ease. One person against 4 demonic beasts of the same level without losing the slightest bit of ground. The crowd was completely shocked. Is this still the same as when you first entered the fusion realm? Chen Juanxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ping was indeed a genius. He had picked up a treasure himself. No one knew that just now she was all set to send a rescue if Kong Pian couldn't make it, even if it made people criticize her. I didn't expect Jiang Ping to top that. And it's also very easy. The examination had actually lost its significance by this point, as Jiang Ping's current strength had already exceeded that of the same player by 1 level. The examination came to an end as Jiang Ping killed 4 fusion realm demonic beasts. Jiang Ping won and Lu Baichuan lost. It's over early. Lu Baichuan walked over after Jiang Ping's decapitation, covering his arm, and said with some arrogance, Jiang Ping, thank you. Jiang Ping smiled faintly. Shall I say a word of nonchalance? Chapter 40, I'm afraid I don't have a chance. Instantly, both laughed. It was just that Lu Baichuan was smiling with some bared teeth. Jiang Ping, you're great, but I want to know just how big the gap between me and you is. God knows how hard it is for someone like Lu Baichuan, who was raised to be held up as a child, to say these words. Jiang Ping lost his smile. He had seen too many people like this. Oh, there's no comparison now. I've already entered the fusion realm. A true transcendent. You can't even carry one move. Can you? This was not a big statement. The fusion realm was worlds apart from the spirit realm. And now that Jiang Ping could still float, it would be difficult for Lu Baichuan to even think about touching him, which knew that Lu Baichuan made an amazing move. It almost made Jiang Ping's jaw drop in shock. Even the command room was a little confused. Thinks the kid isn't crazy. Only to see, Lu Baichuan surprisingly quickly pulled out the inner elixir that was issued by the examination team and directly swallowed it into his abdomen. Immediately afterward, he sat down cross-legged. The last words he said to Jiang Ping before closing his eyes were, Jiang Ping, don't worry about the quota, I won't compete with you, but I want to compete with you, otherwise I'm afraid I won't have the chance in the future. Decision, fruitfulness, courageous. Jiang Ping felt that he was crazy and scolded. You lack hard eyes, It's all fine. What demon pills are you eating? The people in the command room also felt that this Lu Baichuan was crazy. Chen Juanxiu too was pondering. It seems that the rating of Lu Baichuan also have to change. Lu Baichuan does not know that there has been a snow melting Dan. Actually can make such a move. At least the courage is commendable. And of course there are some impulses. Other people don't understand. But Lu Baichuan knows very well in his own heart what he is doing. He was afraid. Really afraid. It wasn't that he was afraid of not being able to defeat Jiang Ping, but that he was afraid of losing the opportunity to compete with Jiang Ping on the same stage in the future. As a genius of the 13 cities, he had his own arrogance and had grown up thinking that he was a genius. But right after Jiang Ping easily used the move to break the barrier, he was confused. Dashan nearly collapsed. A wave of absurd thoughts even appeared within his heart. If he didn't fight Jiang Ping now, he might not really have a chance in the future. Being a genius, he felt panic for the first time. This panic drove him to make such a crazy move. After a while, Lu Baichuan's aura changed and the melting realm arrived. Lu Baichuan felt the brand new world, felt the transcendent aura, and finally knew the difference between the spirit realm and the fusion realm. Not bothering to sigh, he stood up and took out his long knife, eyes gleaming at Jiang Ping. Come on, show me what you can do. Go all out and show no mercy. Jiang Ping also stood up straight. Lu Baichuan was so solemn, but it made him a little embarrassed to hang on. Look squarely at Lu Baichuan. He felt Lu Baichuan's breath, but was quickly disappointed. Such a Lu Baichuan doesn't seem to be that powerful. Shaking his head slightly, are you sure about the full force? Lu Baichuan nodded firmly on his serious face. Right. I want you to take me as a real opponent. The command room was also full of people watching this crazy showdown of teenagers, betting their futures to beg for a duel. But just for a second, the moment Lu Baichuan struck, a sigh appeared in the command room. The gap is too big. Lu Baichuan was sharp. His metallic chi was considered a killing weapon, and he also took out his own masterpiece. But at the very moment of striking, Jiang Ping also moved. Jiang Ping didn't even move his sword, just waved his fingers lightly. Those chi that belonged uniquely to Lu Baichuan were then entangled by the color of blood and then dissolved into nothingness. Lu Baichuan froze, stunned out of his mind. That's it. It's over? Someone in the command room sighed. The gap is too big. Breaking the barrier is a bug. Chi of the same level can't even form an effective kill on Jiang Ping. Nope. It's hard to even get close. It's useless how Lu Baichuan plays with his life, only to be beaten. Let's hope the kid doesn't take a hit. The fact is also true. Jiang Ping has the ability to break the barrier is a bug. Other people's chi can be waved hand can be destroyed, but their own chi and ability can be reckless. How's this for a fight? There's no way to fight. That's it? Lu Baichuan stayed on the spot. Chen Juanxiu sighed slightly. Go on. The third round is over. Pick the person up, and have the people in the counseling room prepare and pacify them. Jiang Nan didn't know if he had a brain fart or what. Bean asked. Jiang Ping still uses counseling? Chen Juanxiu looked at him as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him. Jiang Ping Lu Baichuan followed the people in the examination team out. Even if he sat on Jiang Nan's black-winged eagle, keeping his head down, he held the knife in his hand in a death grip. Jiang Ping didn't know how to persuade him. It's not the right time to say anything. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Their tests were over, but the others were not. By the time it was all over, it was already another day. The spark list is also officially out. 8 of them. Li Zimu, Xiao Qi, and Su Tianjie were among them. Even the 3 little brothers who said they wanted to hang out with this Jiang Ping were there. But, for some reason, there was a delay in announcing the 8th. But either way, it's over. What awaits them next is a December trip abroad, battling it out with the rest of the league. They are out of a mission for the time being. It's just that the winners weren't very happy except for Jiang Ping. Everyone. 7 people were sitting together, lying on the schoolyard of the military camp. 6 of them were staring dead at the king-level inner elixir rewards in their hands, and only Jiang Ping was chewing on an unknown weed at the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the future are teammates, comforting everyone, not just Shin-level inner Dan. Do not be so frustrated. The car to the mountain. The big deal is to spend a little more time. Xiao Qi was indifferent. Yeah, Jiang Ping is right. Shin level is already good. Laziki lowered his head and grunted. You guys know, the Shin level is far different from the king level. Holding the king level inner elixir in his hand, Li Zimu heart is desperate. What in the world is the most desperate? Nothing more than right now. Obviously, the king level inner elixir that he had desperately gotten had arrived, but he couldn't use it himself. He couldn't wait to shout. What use do I have for this inner elixir? Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed. Li Zimu, are you not convinced? At once, Lizimu stopped talking. The reason, as we all know, is that after the test everyone practiced a bit. Laziki was the first to be suppressed. The reason why the rest of the people do not talk back to Jiang Ping now also has this aspect. Really cannot fight. Just when everyone was frustrated, Chen Juanxiu brought the assessment team to the schoolyard. Looking at the 7, he shouted, Spark squads, come here. Jiang Ping was the first to respond, trotting over with a hefty smile. Auntie. Listening to the surrounding people rolled their eyes for a while. This fire is not the same as what they think. The others are afraid that they are afraid of being known to have a relationship with the examination team. and they are afraid of being said that there is something fishy. And this one? Never hiding it. He hated to pin Chen Junsho's picture on the waistband of his pants and tell everyone, head of the assessment team, my aunt, I'm old and awesome. Chapter 41, Snow Melting Pill. Chen Junsho was both relieved and had a headache. The comfort is that Zhang Ping is getting closer to that goal in her heart, and also completely hold the position of the boss of this term of the Fire Seed Squad. The headache is that Zhang Ping this look at anyone familiar with the nature. Without good humor, he waved his hand and told Zhang Ping to step aside. The few people in the back saw that it was the examination team coming and acted, taking their positions. Anyway, they're kind of a Fireblood squad. Just probably the weakest Fireblood squad ever. Which of people's previous ones didn't expand their runtime memory with a king-level inner elixir? And only they were metaphysical. Chen Junsho looked at the appearance of a few people to know what they were thinking. This is also a test. Let a group of Pride of the Sky to experience the psychological fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley is also very educational. I know you're all upset right now, but wait a minute. The word's out. Zhang Ping are curious to look at Chen Junsho. Aunt, we do not have such a poke people's heart. What do you mean we first wait? Even the ones he didn't care about felt a little solid. Sure enough, the others' faces darkened with flesh. Junso Chen guffawed. Snap, clapped his hands together. Out the back stood a black uniformed man carrying a silver metal case. Then open it. 8 small bottles were revealed inside. Very vintage characterized little bottles. This is the Snow Melting Dan, the latest research that will allow you to be damage-free. After talking about the efficacy of the Snow Melting Dan, all 7 people were shocked. And this tactic? It's not a lie to them, is it? Everyone's eyes were wide open, looking at the bottle as if it was a beautiful handsome man who couldn't afford to wear clothes. It's really out of their expectation. Only Zhang Ping's focus was a bit strange. Auntie, that's 8? Has that candidate come out? Chen Junsho nodded with satisfaction, appreciating the fact that Zhang Ping was still able to be so blasé about the opportunity to change his destiny and keep his sanity. Yes, after the final evaluation, Lu Baichuan's score obtains the 8th person by a narrow margin. Lu Baichuan come out. Everyone turned their heads to the side as Lu Baichuan walked out in the crowd embarrassed. There was some redness in his face. Apparently this time he's taken a hit. Not only was he no match for Zhang Ping, but even his old rival Li Zimu, who had always been his old rival, had KO'd him, and his old face was red. Li Zimu said sorrowfully, Group Chen, this won't be a Lu family recharge. Instantly, before Chen Junsho could say anything, Lu Baichuan became furious. Li Zimu, are you sick? I'm afraid of you if you want to fight. The underdogs. The beautiful little mouth is tongue-tied and spits out one beautifully fragrant sentence after another. Chen Junsho's face also darkened. Student Li Zimu, watch your attitude. This is not to doubt the impartiality of their assessment team. Owes a beating. Li Zimu grunted. Of course he knew that there was no way this would change because of the recharge, but he just wanted to disgust Lu Baichuan. He was sent by his family to the South City and ran into Zhang Ping all because of Lu Baichuan. Now that he could disgust Lu Baichuan, Li Zimu was happy to do it. Ahem. Let's talk about this what's his name Snow Melting Dan. How does this thing work? Zhang Ping coughed. Chen Junsho glared at him. You're everywhere. Alright, without further ado, the Snow Melting Dan is your reward and your fortune. You are the first batch of fire seeds to obtain the Snow Melting Dan. I hope you go down and cultivate well afterward. There was a long speech, and the crowd listened with fervor. I can't wait until December to compete for 13 cities on the field. Well, go to your respective practice rooms, someone will watch your backs. Each person was holding a Snow Melting Dan and an inner elixir of a king-level demonic beast, their hearts pounding. Will they be the strongest group since the advent of the fire? Everyone is longing for it. Even Zhang Ping is no exception, although he does not rely on this. But no one is too much awe. When they came out, everyone had a look of excitement on their faces. Only before they could be happy, they were scheduled to leave. Since the examination had ended, they naturally couldn't stay here. The third realm was going to be cleared. This left Lu Baichuan, whose strength had skyrocketed, with no chance to even think about competing with Li Zimu. The examining team had said that they would be assembled by December, and in the interim before that they could follow their normal trajectory to higher education and could accept invitations to their preferred colleges. It was only when he heard this that Zhang Ping revealed a look of excitement. That's the main reason he's here. Both fists clenched slightly. Old principal and father and mother, I didn't let you down. The problem of the serial identity of the crematorium has since been solved. Just before leaving, Chen Junsho met him alone. Zhang Ping, do you want to spend this life in mediocrity or do you want to make waves? Chen Junsho looked at Zhang Ping's youthful face and asked seriously. Zhang Ping scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face. That's a question he seems to have answered. It always feels like there's a pit. But still, he followed his heart and said, I have one wish. and that is that there are no demonic beasts. Juanxiu Chen exclaimed. Jiang Ping, you know it's hard to realize this wish of yours. The demonic beasts are one aspect, the other is the people. The 13th City Congress election will begin in a year. Do you want to represent the entire southern city in this Congress election? With a bang, Jiang Ping was not well. Incredibly, he pointed to himself. Auntie, you're not teasing me? I'm only in the fusion realm. Won't the meeting election elect a member? Or even qualify to enter the supreme column? Jiang Ping thought his aunt was crazy. What the heck? I'm a little karami who couldn't even get enough to eat before and just cultivated for not long before melting the realm to participate in the election? The meeting elections, a specialty of the 13 cities, unlike the fire which is meant to be fought against outsiders. The meeting elections are more inclined to be elections for a harmonious society. People who can represent the city and the various forces in that city are chosen to participate in the listing, which may start out as mere spectators, but will slowly and gradually come to power. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to be the first person in the 13 cities. But that stuff is obviously all for the big boys. Does he deserve it? He didn't know how Juanxiu Chen could be so whimsical, somewhat unbelievable. Chen Juanxiu had known that Jiang Ping's expression would be like this and said with a smile, "Don't doubt it. It's you. I didn't have this idea before, but ever since I saw your performance, I knew you might have this chance. Jiang Ping, South City has been kept under for too long, and there's also too much of a lack of a genius figure to appear to let everyone know that there's still a South City that exists in the 13 cities. Are you, Jiang Ping, willing to become this genius figure? To the 13 cities, to the entire human race to raise the voice belonging to the southern city. Do you dare? Chapter 42 will be chosen." These words can be said to poke at the heart of a teenager, but Jiang Ping still found it unbelievable. With difficulty, he asked Auntie, "Where did you see that I have this potential?" He was aware of the fact that the South City had been suppressed for many years, but this suppression was not a deliberate suppression. But the South City had really never had a true leader to step forward. It's not unusual that it will be gradually marginalized. Although the South City was still ranked among the 13 cities, its strength and its influence were indeed lacking a lot. Instead of answering this question, Chen Juanxiu asked another question. Did you know that Southtown wasn't originally called Southtown, but had a beautiful name? Of course Jiang Ping knew that. Southside is just what they call it and what others call it. The real official on the book's name is Fire City. Jiang Ping's answer. Chen Juanxiu was satisfied and sighed yes. It's the city of departing fire, symbolizing the unyielding flame, the rebirth of the phoenix in blood, and also the eternal existence. This is the South Side. But now, the name leaving Fire City has slowly faded out of people's view. So in the future, will it be directly out of the ranks of the 13 cities? Jiang Ping think about it. There's no rush on the answer. Just wait until you get the results of the Fire Seed competition. Tell. Chen Juanxiu is gone, leaving behind a confused Kongpyong. Needless to say, today had been a real shock to him. It's the same as when someone went up to you during the Harmonious Society and asked you, "Do you want to be a congressman and later a president for fun?" Hey! Suddenly he thought of a story he'd read, as if an actor did become president. Suddenly, Jiang Ping felt nervous. Made myself laugh. Forget it, these are too far away. Do well, free yourself first. It's a bit too much to think about such beautiful things when you've just eaten a full meal. Going back, or Jiangnan sent him back. After parting ways with Jiangnan, Jiang Ping returned home in a low-key manner. Parents aren't home and don't know what they're doing. He came to his bedroom, which opened the heaven-swallowing secret realm. His most pressing need right now is another issue, not to go to the would-be election. Ever since he obtained the king-level flesh and blood, he hadn't dared to wander blindly into the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. The main thing was that back here at the command post, he didn't know what tactics people had or didn't have, so he kept holding back. In fact, he'd been on the verge of holding it in for a long time. It's the biggest thing he's got going for him. After entering the heaven-swallowing mystic realm, he came up next to the small mountain of blood and flesh that was still fresh. This had to make Jiang Ping sigh. King-level demonic beasts can keep fresh for a long time. Go over and smell it. There is no smell. Only then did he silently open the Demon Eater's spectrum. The Demon Eater's spectrum had a burst of light. Jiang Ping's heart was shaken. There was nothing like this before. King-level cracked earth tiger, big demon. Flesh is soft and sticky, with more meat and fewer bones, and all of its body can be utilized. Tiger heart and liver bien. Each has its own approach. Tiger heart and liver can be brined. Need ingredients. Tiger bien can make wine. Need ingredients. Improve ability. Meat bones can be cooked in a variety of ways. Sautéing and frying jerky children. Simmered on low heat. Note, it can massively improve chi physical fitness. Comments off on accessible. Jiang Ping looked at the changes in the demon eating spectrum in shock. Good guy. Straight to the good guy. He never expected that the demon eater spectrum would actually appear in so many words. You have to know that the demonic beasts before were all in a disdainful tone, as if they were shying away from words. What little demon class of clearly with discriminatory sentences. But this king great earth splitting tiger was actually serious. Also, there are so many more ways to cook and ingredients. The treatment is really different. Just looking at the material on it made his brain hurt a little. Xian grade tianyu grass to deodorize, a little melting grade dry land onion. One by one, the materials opened Jiang Ping's eyes, but in the end, he realized that he couldn't afford any of them. None of this stuff is cheap. In the end, he could only say helplessly, forget it, let's make a pot of stew and taste it first, and see if we can get the Rift Tiger's skill. Start a pot of boiling water and cut the meat. You can cut a big chunk, but then you end up realizing there's still so much meat you can't handle. Even though the meat isn't bad now, who knows when it will be. Some headaches. I didn't realize that the demon eater spectrum actually gave advice. Dividing half of the Rift Earth Tiger flesh-eating demon spectrum provides 10 cubic meters of refrigerated space. Phew! Jiang Ping's eyes went wide. And this operation? Could be really. It's wonderful. It's better to give up half of this much meat than to have it all go bad, right? This multiple choice question is not hard to do. It was decided right away. Jiang Ping took the demon-eating spectrum to the small mountain of tiger meat, and half of it disappeared as far as the naked eye could see. Big shout out for magic. Then put the meat away and refrigerate it. This just looked like the meat in the pot, and a little time passed and the meat became tender. Even if he had only stewed the meat according to the recipe for iron-tailed hawk stew, the aroma made his mouth water. I just don't know how well it works anymore. Flying up a piece, the eyes lit up. Yummy! But immediately afterward, a thought popped into his head. A golden aura kept breaking down and combining in his head, and finally breaking down and combining again. It didn't disappear until Jiang Ping looked at it plainly, and when Jiang Ping opened his eyes, he instantly understood. This is a skill of the Rift Tiger. But he hadn't seen this king-level demonic beast use this skill before. Whatever, try it first. Following the idea in his head, he used his chi, combining and arranging it, and then the aura appeared steeply. The moment the aura appeared, Jiang Ping felt himself change a little. It seems like the skin is tightening and mobilizing chi faster. This halo, he really doesn't know what to do anymore. He hadn't come into contact with many king-level demonic beasts, and he wouldn't be taught in school. It's a little bittersweet. Started experimenting with it. Finally, it was discovered that his defense had risen, and if it was 1 before, it was now at least 3. Smacking, triple the defense? This is some kind of joke. Combined with his barrier-breaking ability, he's unrivaled in his class, right? The speed of chi mobilization had increased by at least double. The speed of chi mobilization could be said to be the key to victory or defeat. Let's put it this way. A phone is only as smooth as the more memory it has. The silkier the system, and the more stable the frame. And this is the case with Jiang Ping, representing the skill as one that can temporarily increase his ceiling. Frame stability fluency. It's a god skill. Jiang Ping thought with no interest. Immediately, he also stopped playing and built hard at the tiger meat. That's all for one piece. How about more? Only, Jiang Ping didn't notice a problem. And that was that his aura was a little different from the aura of the earth-splitting tiger. His aura color is blood, and Rift Tiger's aura is golden. Also at the moment the halo appeared, not far away in the grotto of the hidden scripture building, a crack appeared in the flawless white crystal coffin. Inside, the woman in red. Her lips moved. Chapter 43, Spark, Captain. Jiang Ping, who had eaten and drank his fill, was not uncomfortable at all in his heart even though he had not gained any more new skills. Just gaining this one skill today was enough for him to eat, and half a tiger's meat, and so many hearts. Sooner or later, you can gain new skills. After eating the meat, he even felt that his luck storage had risen again. The cultivation level that had just stepped into the fusion realm had also stabilized. It could be said to be solid as gold. This is still the wrong method. If the method is right, dare not think This makes Jiang Ping very urgent to find those auxiliary materials. Beautifully, he returned to his bed and fell asleep thinking about it, waiting to wake up again under the loving care of an elderly mother. The two watched Jiang Ping come back and hugged him excitedly. Son, did you solve it? In the midst of the excitement, there was a hint of apprehension, fear of poking the child's ego. Jiang Ping looked at Yao Yujing with this appearance and said lightly, "You don't see whose son I am. So naturally, I'm a handful. The notice from the college should arrive in a couple of days. Now I'm worried about which one to choose." Pretend to be distressed. Yao Yujing knew it was true as soon as she took a look at the child's dead appearance. Immediately, he hugged Jiang Ping with excitement. Only, Jiang Wanli was a bit puzzled. Notice? Didn't you just acquire a qualification? Where did you get the notice? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping cleared his throat and coughed. In front of you is 13 Cities Fire Seed Squad leader Zhang Ping. If I am not even qualified to obtain a direct notification, who in this class of scholars is qualified? Crazy. However, Zhang Wanli and Yao Yujing both looked at him with wide eyes. Yao Yujing even said with a trembling voice, "Son, what did you say?" Zhang Wanli is more direct to touch Zhang Ping's brain. This is also no fever How to talk nonsense Zhang Ping gasped. I have keyed half a day's modeling. You guys are a little bit of no letter Some angry, he was waiting for this moment to show off. Immediately said, what do you mean Really, what I said is true If you don't believe me, you can ask Auntie Shang Shang. Auntie Xiang Xiang? Instantly, Yao Yujing revealed a shocked expression. You mean Junsu? That's when I remembered my son's childhood obsession with Chen Juinxiu. Only, I heard that Chen Juinxiu has long been in a high position although the relationship used to be very good, but so many years not much contact. The gap between the two sides has gradually widened. A time really did not react. Zhang Wanli froze for a moment as well, apparently remembering who as well. Kang Pyonghund with his head held high. Right. Yao Yujing smiled bitterly. Where can I ask? I haven't had much contact for so many years. I don't even have a number anymore. By the way son, did Junsa take care of you? I remember her liking you quite a bit when I was a kid, he said, glancing at Zhang Wanli. Zhang Wanli, on the other hand, was looking at Zhang Ping only without slanting his eyes. Although the two felt that it was a lie regarding the matter of what fire team leader acquiring the qualification should be true. Although his own child can lie and piss and fart everything, but the main thing is not to pull across. Do not dare to talk nonsense. Zhang Ping let out a hey at that. This pussy won't be able to pretend yet. If your own parents don't believe you, will your classmates believe you when you go to school? No, it has to be confirmed. Took out a special cell phone which was specifically issued to the 8 of them. I have the number here. I'll call it. You guys say it yourselves. How come no one believes the truth yet? Called right in front of Yao Yujing and Zhang Wanli's eyes. After 2 beeps, Chen Juinxiu's voice filled with mature flavor could be heard. Hello? Little bottle? Calling for something? Zhang Ping Auntie, I said I became the captain of the Fire Seed Squad. My parents don't believe me, so you testify for me. On the other end, Chen Juinxiu, who had just slipped out of the meeting to answer the phone, was so angry that he made himself laugh. Thought the kid was up to something big. She even skipped the meeting. I didn't realize it was such a thing. Let yourself be corroborated? Rubbing his forehead. Forget it, he chose it himself. Only Zhang Ping can do this. It just so happens that I haven't been in touch with Jing and the others for some years. Nodding his head full of helplessness. Okay, I'll testify for you. Only then did Zhang Ping hand over the phone. Nah, I say you don't believe me. Let someone you can believe say it. Some hold their breath. What's all this about? Why is it so hard to pretend? Yao Yujing was about to take the call when she suddenly looked back at Zhang Wanli. You pick it up? Zhang Wanli instantly heart alarm pulled full. As if nothing happened, waving his hand, hey, you women's matters with me to say well. Yao Yujing gave an oh so quiet sound and took the phone. Then with an enthusiastic smile, hello, is this Junsu? The voice was a bit low and a bit of a compensatory smile. This scene was watched by Zhang Ping. Such a look he had seen too many times in his parents. For a while, even the thought of pretending was gone. Watching his parents bend over and bow to others because of him was not good for his heart. Not even if the one across the street is one of their own. At this moment, Zhang Ping couldn't help but think about what Juinxiu said would be chosen. Just say if he does get elected, will the parents be able to talk to others with a straight face? Will you walk down the street and someone will see the parents and say something like, "Hey goo, that's Mom Zhang Ping, you guys are really good at teaching your kids." Zhang Ping's thoughts spread far and wide, getting farther and farther away, until Yao Yujing hung up the phone looking at him with complicated eyes. Bottle, you really became the captain of the Fire Seed Squad? Now, Zhang Wanli couldn't control it either. Even, for a moment he wanted to ask all the questions right away. Eyeing Zhang Ping, wait for the answer. Only then did Zhang Ping come back to his senses. Nodding, well, it's the captain, but they don't serve me very well. I'll convince them later. The tone of his voice changed to a much more relaxed one. Isn't that proud of your son? Yao Yujing reached out her hand and touched her child's head. There is a saying that knowing a child is not as good as a parent. Where does she not know that Zhang Ping's little head is thinking of something else? This is to deliberately make herself happy. Didn't ask how to become this captain. Instead, he just stroked his son's head. No need to ask. We all know that this captain didn't come easy. That's the Fire Seed Squad. Even ordinary people knew that was the squad that represented honor. Not to mention them. It was also at this time that Yao Yujing realized that there was something wrong with Zhang Ping's realm. I can't believe it's already melted the realm. From no cultivation to the fusion realm in a short period of time, and then to the captain of the Fire Seed Squad. God knows how much effort his son had put in behind the scenes. The kid really gets it. And Jiang Wanli, who was on the side, couldn't tense up, trembled and turned his back. Escape in an atmosphere of motherly love. Jiang Ping curiously looked at his father's back and looked at Yao Yujing. Mom, what's going on? Yao Yujing stroked Jiang Ping's hair, revealing a faint smile. Your father when also participated in the selection. The results of a round trip was returned. This is not. See, my son made good. Self-moved to go to the chant. Jiang Ping was stunned. There was such a thing? And his dad used to be in this? Forget it. He can't be bothered with grown-ups. This was followed by a gossipy tone. Mom, dear mom, do you have some kind of special relationship with Aunt Junsu? Instantly, Jiang Ping felt that the atmosphere was not right. He seems to have said the wrong thing. Even though he had all melted the realm, he was still a little frightened under the intimidation of his mother's power of the chicken feather duster for a long time. But in an instant it was gone again. Yao Yujing's flat voice came on the old calendar. Such as later ask your father. Right son, want to eat what to go out so many days must have not eaten and slept well. Jiang Ping went along with it, forcing himself to be hungry even if he wasn't. A meal that was enjoyed by the family. It was just that Jiang Ping was a little confused. His parents didn't seem to ask him much about where he wanted to go in the future. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. After eating the meal, tearing her throat out in the yard, she spoke to Yao Yujing. Mom, I'm going to wait for Lon to bleed out, so you don't have to leave the door open for me at night. I'll eat at Auntie Huey's place tonight. Got it. Jiang Ping had already melted the realm, and with the skill of Fufufu steps in place, his speed was really quacking fast. The school that used to take him half an hour to get to actually took less than 3 minutes. Masami, hey, if this then learns the Rong realm's signature skills of air masking and levitation walking down the street, this turnaround rate can be It was also bitter to say the least. He knew how to break the barrier, but he didn't know how to do this sign of the melting realm yet. The beautiful thought was stopped. A man in a half-black, half-green uniform with 2 team members looked at him with a black face. The leading man called out to him. Little bottle. I haven't seen you in the past few days, and you just showed up to cause trouble for me. Trouble? As soon as Jiang Ping heard the familiar voice, he hurriedly turned back, instantly disliked a smiley face. This is not my Uncle Me. Today you patrol the streets. I'm very honest. I didn't get into any fights or trouble. Uncle Me is a middle-aged man. Square face is very righteous. Pointing at Jiang Ping smiled and scolded a sentence. I listen to you. Asshole thing, little children are cheating. Lele said you lied to him, and even cried for how many days? You kid, do not give me coaxed well. You see how I will clean up after you. When Jiang Ping heard this, he had a headache. It took a beat of the head to remember that Mirella's book had been found, but she hadn't given it to herself. The money was collected a long time ago. Well, it's just blood. Me Lele is the little brother of the 3 little ones, and the one in front of me is me Lele's father. The hand of law and order in their area. Hurriedly compensating for the smile. Uncle Me, I promise that tomorrow I will never let Lele cry. Then hurriedly shouted, oops, almost late. Uncle Me won't talk to you. A slip of the tongue. That's the thing that's bad about South Side. He's so well known that he gets called by parents when he doesn't do something right. Uncle Me looked at Jiang Ping trotting back and cursed with a laugh. Asshole. Only the 2 men following behind were a bit curious. Chief, aren't we here to check out the people who are causing trouble and displaying high realm cultivation? Why don't you arrest them when you see them? Uncle Me glanced at him. How old is that kid? The man pondered carefully. 17 or 18? 20 or so? Uncle Me gave him a brain crash. No, still ask. So big point on the melting realm. What is the future like, you know? Tell your kid one more thing. This kid can't cultivate before. Plus it's all acquaintances. The rest of the figure it out for yourself, said he, turned and walked away. Only the young man was left there in a daze. Jiang Ping slipped to the entrance of the school, greeted the guard, and then went in. This would have been an interrogation for anyone else, but this one, come on, who doesn't know what's going on? Looking at the time, there was still a while before school ended. He went straight to the old principal's office. He had to nod off with the old principal here first. Tell the old principal a little about your accomplishments too. Chapter 44, You Can Cultivate? Compared to the Jiang Wanli duo, the old principal apparently accepted it very quickly and just casually said, is there anything else? Jiang Ping understood in a second that this was a send-off. The old principal was a bit calm, but on second thought, he figured out that it must be Qin Juinxiu who tipped him off, or else he could be so calm. Jiang Ping numbly and mellowly rolled away, and before he left, he handed the kingly finger to the old principal, so that the old principal could help him to arrange it, and he could not deal with this thing by himself. Nor did he go into his class. but instead just pulled salty balls with the guard in the guardroom at the front entrance of the school. It wasn't until the school bell rang that he saw Eastland coming out of the doorway with his weapon on his back. Lan Lan. Dongfang Lan saw Zhang Ping's face full of joy. She was very worried during this time. Not about herself, but about Zhang Ping's future. If Zhang Ping did not obtain the qualification, how should he comfort him? Seeing Zhang Ping's dead look, she understood that it should be a done deal. Just as he tried to walk over, he was crowded aside. Xiao Huang and the others widened their eyes when they saw Zhang Ping. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Bottle, you're back? Lan says you've gone off to earn your own future. How's that going? Brother Bottle, it's bleak without you. Mr. White's energy is focused on us. We're suffering. Yeah, well, it's a good thing you're back to finally share the stress. It made Zhang Ping, who had just been touched for a moment, instantly blacken his face. Asterisk 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 off. Off all of you. Expecting me to share the pressure on you guys is overthinking it. For your information, the person standing in front of you is a prospective academy student. Zhang Ping. From now on, I'm not going to class. Gah? The crowd looked at Zhang Ping in surprise. Xiao Huang even came over and asked seriously, Brother Bottle, have you become a success? Zhang Ping nodded faintly. It's very forced. But in the next second, Yellow and the others erupted into a cheer. Awesome, awesome. Brother Bottle, which college? Tell us about it. A group of teenagers, chattering and starry-eyed, followed Zhang Ping towards the outside of the school. Dongfang Lan slowly followed behind with a smile at the corner of her mouth. When the crowd gradually dispersed, everyone went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. And the two people who were on their way only picked up. Really? Dongfang Lan looked at him with a smile. Zhang Ping hemmed and hawed. That's a must. I can cover you in the past, and still in the future when you get to the academy. Dongfang Lan remembered the past and said in an unkind manner, Pull back. I'm scared. Zhang Ping hurriedly explained. It's not for you to write in the bulletin board. It's true. You watch me perform. The two had literally never grown up together in pants and spoke more casually. Dongfang Lan smiled faintly. Academy, that is the genius of the elite of each city. After arriving at the academy, less trouble, more cultivation. It's not easy to be able to cultivate. Don't waste it. Zhang Ping felt that Dongfang Lan had underestimated himself. Also did not say, you wait. And so into the academy day countless geniuses welcomed the return of the captain. You know, Zhang Ping is what level? I'll write the word backwards if I don't surprise you then. Talking and laughing, Dongfang Lan suddenly asked, by the way, Li Zimu left after you did. You didn't run into him, did you? Zhang Ping stretched out his fingers and gently pinched his index finger and thumb together. Take the pinch. Dongfang Lan's eyes revealed a white underbelly, and her plain hand slapped Zhang Ping's shoulder. Dead look. What a waste of time worrying about him. After sending Dongfang Lan home, Zhang Ping didn't eat here, but had other things to do. The reason why I told my parents that I eat here is also to reassure them that I know what I'm doing. Instead, he turned his head to old John's Chinese medicine. Just as he entered, he saw that someone was seeing a patient, and old John, full of mixed race style, was taking a patient's pulse with a serious look on his face. Don't say it's quite like that. Didn't bother old John, but slipped aside. I don't know how long. Old John handed the patient a medicine bag, sat down on the seat and drank a mouthful of water. Only then did he look at Zhang Ping. Haven't seen your kid for a few days. Don't be committing a crime and letting people arrest you. Zhang Ping rolled his eyes. Uncle John, look at what you are saying. Am I that person? Today I have something to ask you about. I heard you were a senior pharmacy graduate of the college back in the day? Old John nodded slightly. Yes, but not graduated. Flunked out? Or could I have nestled in here and hung around? Zhang Ping didn't really care much about whether old John graduated or flunked out. Uncle John, then you should cloudweed, right? Zhang Ping asked tentatively. Cloudgrass is also an ingredient in tiger meat stew, or a lower level of these ingredients. Meltdown level. It's also the material he's most likely to have access to right now. Looking at those materials that were easily of Xian level, it was really a bit impossible to get them. However, the cloud grass is as its name suggests. Zhang Ping is really cloudy. This thing is not in the high school textbook. After all, no one would put higher level knowledge in a lower level textbook, would they? Not only can it be overly ambitious, but it can also have an unwanted effect on a student's triple vision. Old John's eyes revealed a look of surprise at his words. Cloud mist grass? A melting level material? Where did you kid hear that from? Listen, underestimating people isn't. But Zhang Ping didn't refute. But he hemmed and hawed. You don't have to care. It looks like you know. Quickly tell me where this grass is, and how to pick it. Are there any precautions? Pharmacy was created with the emergence of the rift. Not only in the rift and a variety of demonic beasts, but also a variety of medicinal herbs. Of course, Initially they are some of the most common grass, but only by the people to discover a variety of uses. It was said that initially, a cultivator saw a demonic beast swallowing grass and picked some in surprise, and eventually realized that it could actually speed up the flow of chi. It was an instant hit when it was publicized, and eventually slowly evolved into pharmacy. And these herbs had also gone through many kinds of research before people had worked out the way to harvest each herb, a way that maximized the preservation of the medicinal effects. These were all things that Zhang Ping could not access for the time being. He was thinking clearly. The exams for the academy were less than a month away, and there was no way he was going to go to school and fritter away his days during that time. So what's the point? Of course it's to put together the ingredients for the stew. Cadet exams are in July of each year, much like in Harmony, but there is no summer or winter vacation. After the exam, you wait 7 days for the results, and when the results come in, you will have to prepare for enrollment depending on how far you have traveled. Sometimes, Zhang Ping envied the students of the Harmonious Society. It was good that they still had summer and winter vacations. It was something he hadn't experienced since he was a kid, and he shuddered to think what a sour experience it would be to be able to play for 2 months. Old John carefully sized up Zhang Ping when he heard how he didn't care. Look left, look right. Just the more he looked at it, the bigger his eyes got, until he ended up circling around Zhang Ping. Shocked, he looked at Zhang Ping. You kid can cultivate? Zhang Ping is a bit speechless. I'm also a big and small star figure you actually just know? Chapter 45, Misty Cloud Grass and Generic Textbooks. But he also knew that his star was regionally restricted, limited to those who knew of school-age children at home. Nodding, you have a good eye for being able to cultivate. Old John even put on his presbyopic glasses, and finally amazingly realized, the chi shroud on the kid is very thick. It's not like he's a beginner in cultivation. No, how is it possible? Zhang Ping did not let the old John continue to read. He was afraid that the old man looked at the collapse of the heart of the Tao. Anyway, the realm is not a secret. Meltdown. Uncle John. Melting realm now. In a word, it's a blast. Old John shivered and said, how old are you? Melting realm? Blow what's great. And all of a sudden, you've revealed your true nature. Not anyone can tell the realm of others. Zhang Ping could tell at that time that it was because it was all in a fight. What means you use? Naturally you can see it. But if you don't put up a fight, only people who are too far above the realm will be able to perceive a similar appearance. Zhang Ping finally succeeded in pretending. He just didn't expect it to be old John. Faintly said, Uncle, you know, the matter of genius you less prying. Let's talk about cloud grass. This time, instead of disliking him, old John gave him a serious look. Good. With that, from the corner of the table, he took out a dusty book and threw it to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping choked a little on the dust. A couple of coughs. Hastily, he put an air mask over his body, which patted the dust. Looking at the old John straight rolled his eyes. Knowing that you have melted the realm, you don't need to sweep a soil to show off. This book has a lot of regular medicinal herbs about the melting realm in it, and the cloud mist grass you mentioned is also in it. Take it and read it. Give it back to me when you're done reading. Zhang Ping looked at him incredulously. You want more of this? Seeing how little care old John took with it, he thought it was trash, not realizing that it had to be recycled. Old John looked at him in dismay. Take a good look at this with your doggy eyes, and don't you dare throw it. Only then did Zhang Ping take a closer look at the cover that was gradually becoming visible under the dust. Academy of Practitioners General Textbook, 3rd edition. Edit STH. Proofreading. A series of messages appeared. General Textbook 3rd edition? It should be all the way up to 9th edition by now. This thing is really afraid to throw it. Seeing what it was, Zhang Ping understood. You dare to throw this kind of stuff away. You'll be cleaned up as soon as you're found. With the item in hand, Zhang Ping did not stay any longer. Kid, even though this is the 3rd edition, a lot of things won't change, such as the location of where the cloud mist grass is located and those harvesting techniques. Zhang Ping nodded. Uncle John. Thanks haha. Zhang Ping is gone. Don't ask why he didn't ask the old principal for it. How much more mouth he had to spend. When he got home, the door was unlocked, but Zhang Ping still had the habit of jumping over the wall to get in, and then locking the gate. The curtains in the house were drawn a bit to reveal a flash of light, which was then redrawn again. Zhang Ping also returned to his room and couldn't wait to turn on the light and look for the information related to cloud mist grass on the catalog. Yunwu grass, clearing heat and detoxification, adjusting the remnants of Dan toxicity, can effectively alleviate the cultivator's blood chi excessively produced by the agitation. Prevalent locations. The first of many stabilized rift spaces is the numbered 883 rift space in Chongming City. The rest of the cracks are as follows. Note, in order to ensure the maximum potency of the herbs, there is no stable production area for the herbs, so you need to look for them on your own. And the place where the herbs grow may be accompanied by guardian demonic beasts. Jiang Ping looked at the various information recorded on it and nodded his head uncontrollably, even with some emotion. Not bad for a generic textbook. That's what it's called. And very well organized. It's formal at first glance. Getting the news, Jiang Ping then slept contentedly. Until the next morning, after saying hello to his parents, he was ready to make up an excuse. Come to think of it, there's nothing suitable. Mom, there's no point in me going to school now. I want to get out and about while I can, so you can give me some money. Yao Yujing looked up and surveyed Jiang Ping, seeing that he was very frank. Want to go for a little stroll somewhere? Indeed, there's not much use going back to high school now. The kid wanted to go out for a little stroll and she couldn't stop it. It's just that money isn't too rich. Of course Jiang Ping knew this, and hurriedly said, I want to go to Chongming City. It just so happens that I still know a little old brother there. You just need to give me a traveling fee. I can take care of everything else myself. Yao Yujing looked at him without any good humor. You go to people's place to play, eat their food and drink their drinks, and you're good at it? Jiang Ping did not refute, but in his heart he pondered. I saved his life. Eat some, drink what? For the family's financial situation he is very worried, all because of his previous illness. The reason why run out also have the idea of making some money. Although he didn't have to pay for his future enrollment, the academy was surely responsible for that. And after all, Firestarter had his own entitlement, but he couldn't just buy a pair of pants and report it to the school, could he? Too embarrassing. Earning money and Cloudweed are his goals. Yao Yujing put down her chopsticks and took a bunch of money for Jiang Ping. $10,000. I was originally saving it for you to buy essence blood to drink, but you don't need it now. It's kind of a reward for you. Jiang Ping took the money with mixed feelings. Thanks, Mom. Yao Yujing lifted up her hair and smiled slightly. Things I'll pack for you? Jiang Ping quickly refused. But he had the heaven-swallowing mystery realm. The things that were really useful were in there, so he could just bring some other random things. If you let Yao Yujing to clean up the estimated hate to the home to move, then take or not take a phone call with Oriental Orchid. And that's when we set off. The distance between South City and Chongming City is at least 800 kilometers. If the traffic is unimpeded, Jiang Ping legged it for a few days to get there. After all, the fusion realm could levitate. But the journey was not unimpeded. First of all, the cracked space will not allow the road to be unobstructed. These cracks are a disorderly appearance. There are still people in the city to clean up, but outside, it can only be as the case may be. So it wasn't safe along the way. There are two ways to be safe. The first was to have their own flying pets like Jiangnan. The cracks were no more powerful than appearing in mid-air, and they only needed to guard against flying demonic beasts that appeared from time to time, but immediately pass. If he has this thing, what does he need money for? Then there's only the second way. It's a ride on the official 13 Cities intercity railcar. This track was built by the 13 cities at great expense for the ordinary people of the 13 cities to ride on. Of course there are regular highways next to the tracks, which are for those who have their own cars, but self-driving can be expensive. Jiang Ping can't afford it either, so all he could do was to go to the station to buy a ticket and take the railroad car. Chapter 46, A Chance Encounter. Do you have an appointment? At the station, the traffic was heavy and there were people everywhere, visiting relatives, traveling, and on business. In short, it's a lot. Jiang Ping relied on his student ID and got a half-price ticket. In fact, he could have done it for free because he still had an ID, which was given to him by Ju Inxiuchen. That's the card that represents the identity of the fire. It was just that card that he had kept in the heaven-swallowing secret realm to eat dust. That thing has so much fallout from using it. How can I put it? Direct VIP access and someone to greet you. He hasn't accomplished a single thing yet, so that's a good thing. A half-price ticket, less than $400 from the south side to the city of heavy light, is not that expensive. Once he found a seat, Kang Pyong faked a nap with his small bag on his back. Opposite is a big sister with a child. Next to a middle-aged man should be his man. Look at the dress conditions, should be good. Smiling faintly at Jiang Ping. Is little brother going to school? Purely out of words. Where to go to school at this time? Jiang Ping nodded. Whatever you say. The intercity rail was fast, and in less than 7 hours, we were at the place. The road is also relatively smooth. Did not encounter any unlucky things? And so out of the station. Jiang Ping long breath. Straight to Rift Space 883. He was a little impatient. Just a little dumbfounded by the time he got to the register outside the rift. Sorry, the quota of people entering the rift has been full in recent days. Jiang Ping found it unbelievable. So sought after? You still need an appointment to get into the crack? The service staff was well educated and said with a smile. It's like this. This crack is one that has been developed for a longer period of time. so it can be said to be a zero-risk crack, so it's normal for it to be a bit hotter. Jiang Ping nodded with difficulty. Can't you just be accommodating? He was really anxious. The family who understand are at the door but cannot enter the kind of mood, not because of their own soft, but people. The attendant smiled and refused. I'm sorry, the earliest ones are lined up for 7 days. Jiang Ping was instantly numb, not expecting such a thing. Sitting in the lobby looking at the door, he wondered if maybe I'd pull out my fire starter card and try it? Just then, a surprised voice came. Jiang Ping? There was something strange about the voice. Jiang Ping looked up and realized that it was actually Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao is a big beauty, short hair big beauty, revealing a dry and heroic spirit, followed by 2 bodyguard-like black men, making Jiang Ping smack his lips a little. Nodding awkwardly, Tianjiao, what a coincidence. Su Tianjiao curiously looked at Jiang Ping. For this first place she is convinced, according to her fight, cannot be convinced? The good-looking eyes showed a searching look. You didn't go home? Why did you come to Chongming City? Jiang Ping helplessly spread his hands. Back. It's not that I've heard that the 883 rift is a safer melting level rift, so I've come over to sneak around and get a long look. It's really a case of learning now. And he used what the service staff said right away. Su Tianjiao then what are you sitting here? Do not go in? Jiang Ping smiled awkwardly. I'm late. The earliest spots are lined up for a week from now. Looks like a wasted trip. Su Tianjiao looked at the man to her right in disbelief. What's going on here? The man lowered his head and responded. Miss, the common rift exemption indicator is only available to the children of large families like ours. This is to highlight the fact that the family's ancestors have contributed their deaths to the 13 cities in order to be treated as such, and the average person going in has to need to go and sign up first, then pay the money, and then finally go in. Saying that, the man was a bit curious. Who was this person who could make the lady take the initiative to greet her? Hadn't heard of him before. Kong Pian? Are there any characters in the 13 cities with the surname Jiang? Then smiled slightly. Surely not. It should be a good luck kid. Otherwise how could he not get in? Just an ordinary person. It was only when Su Tianjiao heard this that she realized. It wasn't pretend. It was real. She really didn't know there was such a thing. After all, she hadn't been bothered by such things since she was a child. Thinking slightly, you can wait outside today. Next time you go with me. Jiang Ping, you take the place and go in with me. The people who had just somewhat despised Jiang Ping in their hearts were instantly confused. Confused. She looked at Su Tianjiao. Miss? Me? Su Tianjiao hummed. It's you. The man was a bit confused and anxious. Following the lady into the rift was a good thing. How come it was suddenly gone? Miss? No. I have to protect you. Su Tianjiao spoke more directly and said faintly. It's safer to have him around than you. Okay, I don't want to say it a second time. If it wasn't for the old man who followed her around, she would have gotten annoyed a long time ago. Jiang Ping was a little surprised as he watched Su Tianjiao settle this matter with a light touch. Once again, he had a strange mentality towards power. Envy. Or what? It turns out that a lot of things that are hard for ordinary people to do are just a snap for some people. However, a laugh was lost immediately afterward. Isn't it a privilege to think about all those phone calls the old principal gave himself? And the care Chen Juanqiu took when he was on the assessment team? He was quite happy at that time. And the people in the assessment team were all kind to him. That's what makes sense. As it turns out, it's not that he resents privilege. Rather, he feels lost that the privilege is not on him. At this moment, he seemed to perceive the world more clearly. Su Tianjiao slightly froze when she saw Jiang Ping's expression. What's wrong? Jiang Ping waved his hand. It's fine. Thank you for today. Otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to get in. Su Tianjiao also smiled. A little handy little thing can be close to the future captain she is not averse to. Well, get in there. Thus, Jiang Ping entered inside with the waiter's sultry eyes. The meaning of that seems to be saying, you kid have this network. What are you grinding your teeth with me here? There was still a short closed route to go into the rift. And Su Tianjiao looked at Jiang Ping curiously. Your strength still needs to come to this primary level melting rift to exercise? If you want to go, you should also go to a higher level, right? She was aware of Jiang Ping's strength. One move to break the barrier would be insurmountable. It's kind of pointless coming here. Jiang Ping didn't hide it. I'm here to get some cloud mist grass. And by the way, I'll see if there's any fallen demonic beasts or something. Get some essence blood, and sell it. Su Tianjiao's beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Ping. She did not quite understand Jiang Ping's operation but understood. To make money? It turns out that Mr. Jiang Ping's family is not very well off. She thought that Jiang Ping, who could call the head of the appraisal team her aunt, was also of good origin, and never thought that she actually needed to make money on her own. It's really not easy to grow up to this point in such an environment. Jiang Ping always felt that there was something wrong with the way Su Tianjiao looked at him, but there was no evidence. But the good thing is that we're about to enter the rift, so we'll just go our separate ways then. Chapter 47, Coincidence. There was nothing unusual about stepping into a rift. It was the same as entering a normal rift. It was just one more formality. A site was set up by the 13 cities' officials to charge and manage, surround the whole crack. Upon stepping in, the breathing Jiang Ping felt was much smoother. Su Tianjiao knows that Jiang Ping wants to go by himself, and there is no reluctance, just a casual good karma. I'll see you later then. Jiang Ping nodded. Thank you. In the future, if there is anything I can do to help, just say so. The Southside Timely Rain is back with promises. Su Tianjiao smiled and gave a I don't know if I can really use it in the future. After Jiang Ping said goodbye, he followed the map and set off towards the target location, which was a valley that was more than 10 miles away from the entrance of the rift. But in accordance with Jiang Ping's footwork it should be very quick, with the chi running underneath his feet. Fu step, walk up, levitation. In an instant, Jiang Ping came to arrive 10 meters high in the air, and when someone in the surrounding area saw the scene, a faint touch of ridicule appeared. Young people just love to show off. Which one of them that gets in here doesn't know that trick? Ha ha, we'll know when his chi runs out. It's still almost interesting for the fusion realm to try to catch up by floating. Just because Meltdown can levitate doesn't mean the range is awesome. Most of the fusion realms can't support it. Jiang Ping ignored these words and smiled faintly. What the hell do you know? Doesn't he know how much total he has? Without saying more, there is no problem at all in catching up 100 miles. Don't ask. Ask is that the combination of a king-level inner elixir and a metaphysical-level inner elixir is just so overbearing and far beyond the norm. And, with all the fine food he had eaten, he was even more elevated. It's just a rush. For fun. Just as he reached mid-air, he felt some slashing sensation in the air, and Jiang Ping was nonchalant. Aura shield. 2 standard skills of the fusion realm were slapped onto his body and he was gone in a puff of smoke. The speed could reach something like 40 or 50 mph, but Jiang Ping felt that he hadn't reached the limit yet. Occasionally, one could still see people fighting with demonic beasts, and one could also see teams of demonic beasts roaring in the mountains. It's a real eye-opener. It was probably after about 20 minutes or so that Jiang Ping arrived at his destination. It's a valley. It looked lush and green from afar, but Jiang Ping's nose had already told him that it wasn't that safe. Within 500 meters, there were at least 7 or 8 fusion realm demonic beasts present. Pulling out his long knife, he was a little impatient. An ordinary bottle of spirit realm essence blood could sell for tens of thousands of dollars, and a bottle of fusion realm could only go higher. He's short of money. A stone is thrown, and the rich man comes to the door. A spotted leopard. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. Come to the bowl, little leopard. The spotted leopard seemed to have been severely provoked, and instantly became furious. The spots on his body unexpectedly flew straight over, and Jiang Ping was startled. And this trick? However, he didn't panic, and it was only a jump. Slightly moving his body and waving his long sword forward. Break the barrier. Didn't dare to use the sharp claws. The power of the sharp claws now against an ordinary fusion realm. It really exploded in a single grab. He's here to get blood. An explosion is not what he wants. At once, with the breaking of the barrier used out, the ability just used by the flower-spotted leopard instantly dissipated. Jiang Ping heatedly smiled. It's my turn. He raised his sword and went straight to the spotted leopard's face. Split the brain. One move. Just one move. The spotted leopard was confused. Jiang Ping's speed is too fast. The shot is also too fast. Always known for speed of the spotted leopard are a bit unable to keep up. Subconsciously, he raised his right front paw and resisted. The hardness of its right front paw was the highest in its entire body and something it was proud of, comparable to gold and iron. But, the next second a scene it would not have expected in any way happened. Its pride was instantly gone as it watched its right front paw being chopped off. There was not even enough time to let out a cry of pain as his head was struck by the shiny long blade. The world has since lost an unruly panther. Jiang Ping couldn't wait to look up to the sky and shout that he was awesome. It's the same level. It's the same level. It took it in 2 moves. The opponent simply did not have the power to fight back. And the previous biggest shortcoming of speed had been greatly improved since having the foofing steps. What was a shortcoming seems to have become an advantage. That, in a way, was his surprise. It was probably because Jiang Ping's strong strike against the spotted leopard had caused the surrounding demonic beasts to feel a sense of crisis and were actually retreating. But where could Jiang Ping let this opportunity go? It's all money. How could one let go of a bottle of essence blood that cost at least $100,000? On this trip, the offense has reversed. Jiang Ping transformed into a butcher. Slash after slash after slash. The 10 or so demonic beasts were all chopped up by Jiang Ping, who crossed his arms with a smile at the corner of his mouth. 10 small bottles were taken out from the heaven-swallowing mysteries. It was the most plentiful in their house, and he was most familiar with it, the bottle that held the essence of blood. I'm kidding. I can't afford to be short of bottles. Milking essence blood is like milking a cow. First hang the demonic beast on a tree, then cut open the location of the heart, and the essence blood is tearfully coming out. At this point, it's just a matter of getting out the bottle and catching it steady. Essence blood. Not all the blood on a demonic beast, only the one in the heart position is considered essence blood. Of course there are demonic beasts that don't have a heart, but have various exclusive parts. From the rainy bubbles to the later drops that ticked away, Kong Pyong was not wasting any of it. The technique was unusually skillful. Jiang Ping, who was used to living a hard life, didn't want to waste it at all. 10 demonic beasts are like a hanging skewer, but also thanks to the trees are big enough. Otherwise they cannot hold up. Bottoming out. Jiang Ping operated back and forth. What do you think you're doing if you don't know? General people get essence blood did not hang up. This is the Jiang family absolute martial arts secret. The untold secrets of the crematorium lineage. Ha ha. Finally, as the last drop of essence blood appeared, Jiang Ping was satisfied as he capped the bottle and put it away. Looking at these corpses in front of him, he hemmed and hawed. This can't be wasted. I heard that the claws of a spotted leopard can be sold for money. What else is this? Oh, ironfoot centipede. This thing is also good. I heard that the whiskers can be sold for money. Not to mention the meat. He eats it. Jiang Ping chanted one by one. Just don't have time to clean this up now. Put it away first. At this point, even a scavenger would have to say, you're a tough guy. When really, not a single drop is wasted. Jiang Ping continued to search. Suddenly his eyes lit up and saw something familiar. A grass that was half a meter tall, just towering in the middle of a group of weeds. It was so prominent. Clouds of mist. Jiang Ping was pleasantly surprised that he had stumbled upon it. Just getting ready to pull out my tools for digging and picking. A laugh was heard. Boy, you're pretty brave. Daring to rob something from our buddies? Jiang Ping turned around to see several strong, burly men, with the bulging muscles visible on their undershirts, walking towards him. Chapter 48. The speaker was a horse-faced man wearing leather armor, gleaming black, over a white t-shirt. A holster was carried around his lower waist. Inside was a dagger. The remaining few were similar. The outfit was professional, with protection, long weapons and short daggers. It is also the regular dress of many casual teams. There are so many demonic beasts that it's unrealistic to rely on the officials alone. And those graduates have to have a place to go after graduation. Right. Which has spawned quite a few related industries. Like this group of people, probably demonic beast hunters. The business of making money with your head on your pants. However, Jiang Ping looked at them with some curiosity. Yours? Wrote your name? Just look at this dress tone. Jiang Ping knows that this group of people want to do what? This breath he is very familiar with. Before those jerks are like this, it's not very polite to talk. Horseface shamelessly said, what I say you listen and you're done. This cloud grass is ours. You go aside or it's not worth it to get a beating. This all made Kong Pyong laugh. You're robbing me, and I have to thank you for it. He smiled. If you don't leave, is this a beating you can't avoid? A few people hemmed and hawed. That's for sure. At a glance you're a student who is not deeply involved in the world. Our buddies have the obligation to let you know about the evils of this society. Snappy. These words were a relief to Jiang Ping. It seemed that this group of people were quite professional. Only robbing, not killing. The corner of his mouth quirked up. That's quite a thank you, said Chakra. Fu step, and sword, all up. A blood-colored light slashed out fiercely in the direction of several people. Several people were baffled as they watched Jiang Ping's movements, not expecting the kid in front of them to be so decisive. Horseface grimaced and yelled, stand down, let me come. A brat can have a few accomplishments. Setting up the lance in his hand, he was about to receive Jiang Ping's move. But, before the words fell, Jiang Ping's moves were too fast. Only with a loud boom, Horseface's entire body disappeared. Scared a few of the minions. Big brother? Big brother? Asterisk. What about a big brother as big as me? Glaring angrily at Jiang Ping. At that moment, not far from the tree the horse's face was pressed against the tree, coughing up blood from the corner of his mouth. Ahem. No, don't move. It took a call for the little brothers to spot the big brother. Just looking at their big brother hanging from a tree by a move, and the dented out human form on the trunk, the little brothers were shocked. How are you doing, big brother? Horseface couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth a couple times at this point. I thought it was some unknowing student's teeth, but I didn't realize it was a tough guy. Immediately, quite literally spitting up blood, and the hardness in his chest, he went straight to his knees. Little brother, I was wrong. Jiang Ping was a little overwhelmed by the decisive Horseface. He fought so many times. The first time he conceded so quickly. You're not going to fight back? Horseface shook his head like a rattle, resisting like hell. It's a completely different order of magnitude. And I don't know whose family it is. Might as well admit it early. When you're on the road, you have to be flexible, no matter how good you are. Of those who came out during the same period, only Horseface is still alive. The others have been made to die. Horseface advocates is to concede fast, even if the fight is over. As long as the opposite side does not make trouble, he does not care about people. Only take money. Little brother. I was wrong. Really wrong. Jiang Ping cried and laughed. It seemed that the hearts of people in society were really complicated. It hadn't been intended to kill anyone. Mainly because Horseface didn't have a murderous streak against him either. But it's hard to forgive a mortal sin. But it's hard to forgive a living sin. It's not impossible to let you go. Hand over what's valuable on your body. And pick me the child's cloud mist grass. You know all the techniques, right? Horseface, as if amnestied, said curtly, okay, little brother. We all understand. Understand. Everything of value on his body, including his leather armor, was thrown down with a clatter. Jiang Ping pick and choose, and finally realized that this group of good things or a little bit, very nonchalant take away. There were 3 or 5 cloud grasses alone. Isn't that a coincidence? Receiving the cloud grass picked by the horse-faced little brother, Jiang Ping waved his hand. Get lost. Horseface took off in a huff with his minions. Jiang Ping whistled, put away the cloud mist grass and the things he got from Horseface, and continued to search for the cloud mist grass. This slip was half a day. The harvest is quite a lot. A large batch of cloud grass into the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. Jiang Ping felt that the cracks are treasures, too friendly to him. When hungry, enter the heaven-swallowing secret realm to get some meat to eat. Now that he couldn't get enough meat, there were quite a few more that he caught alive while he had the chance, and these were herded up into the hills behind the ruins of the monastery. Save it for the pups later, going for a sustainable route. However, looking at the cloud mist grass in front of him, Jiang Ping's mind moved. There were 5 bundles of cloud mist grass. Could he transplant some with this much? The native land couldn't be planted. But this heaven-swallowing mystic realm of his wasn't native. It was technically one of the Rift Saw. The heart got excited. If this really works, can I still lack cloud grass for my stew in the future? Thus, Jiang Ping started planning with pen and paper in the heaven-swallowing secret realm. A program on enriching the food basket. Abbreviation. Package. Well, it's perfect. The first thing needed to be cleared out was an area of land that could be cultivated. This monastery site originally had vegetable plots, which came in handy, and just needed to be freshened up a bit. Secondly, learning the knowledge related to cloud grass, especially the precautions for planting. But this he felt was of little use. There was a load of precautions for these cloud grasses in the wild. Again, planted and counted Marty. In the end, it came back to the cleanup, and as much pain as he'd burned in the first place, he was suffering now. With 3 times the flow rate, Jiang Ping was not afraid of delay. Didn't dare to clean it all up, just cleaned up where I could plant this batch of cloudweed, then left it alone. Grabbed another shovel and started planting. The cloudweed probably looked similar to the half-human tall onions in harmony. Plant after plant after plant. In the end, it took 3 hours of secret time to complete. An hour has passed outside as well. A sense of accomplishment fills your heart as you look at the lush green. As long as it survives, the next step will be to realize the freedom of cloud grass. Get out there and keep looking. There's no telling when the next opportunity like this will come along. Catching living demonic beasts and looking for cloud mist grass. Jiang Ping was immersed in this pleasure until it was about to rub dark when he heard a scream. Ah! Jiang Ping raised his head at once, then came to midair with a floating enchantment. Look up around you. As he raised his eyes to the distance, he saw a scene that made him quite angry. All big brother, food and clothing. See here already 100,000 words. Familiar with the big brother should know. 100,000 words is the debut. This period of time all the data, including urging more, comments, and even the gift of praise for a book is the most important moment. So if you see here think this book to see is still cool words, but also please support more. Gifts are not too much. Praise is not too little. Urging more reviews are also love. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. I want this book to have good numbers, and I want to keep writing the story of Jiang Ping, and there's nothing else I can give back but a higher quality story. October 31st, 2024. Bye. Chapter 49, The Spark That Never Goes Out. Su Tianjia? Only to see that Su Tianjiao and that bodyguard of hers were resisting the siege of at least a dozen people, which made Jiang Ping feel incredible. Doesn't Su Tianjia come from a big family? How can anyone dare to take a shot at her? A man at the head of the group had a smile on his lips as he looked at Su Tianjiu and the bodyguard who were gradually struggling to stand alone under the siege. Sneeringly, he laughed. Miss Su clan, give up resisting. I can still let you have a good time if you give up resisting. Su Tianjiu, on the other hand, danced imperviously with the long knife in her hand. Her beautiful eyes crossed the man who spoke. You'd better wash your neck. Since you know who I am, you should know that the Su family's wrath is not so easy to bear. She wasn't bluffing. If the Su family's eldest miss died here, many people were to be buried with her. Which knew that the man laughed loudly. You think I'm going to kill you? I wouldn't dare. But I heard that the Su family's eldest miss is the most outstanding of the Su family. What do you think would happen if I let such a heavenly pride give birth to a child for me? Su Tianjiu was filled with horror. The group was so crazy, they might as well have killed her. If the Su family's eldest miss had a child with a person of unknown origin, she didn't dare to imagine what angry look the Su family would have. Even she, too, would no longer be the celestial pride she was now. Missy, don't resist. I'll treat you well. If you resist, then all of my group of men will not be polite. Obviously you only need to give me a child. Don't make it so that you give everyone a child. The father can't be found after the child is born. What a pity. The surrounding besiegers were also filled with sardonic smiles. Ha ha, boss me second. Someone else grabbed it and said, I'm the second one. You're nothing. Su Tianjiu was extremely angry and her face was gloomy. This group of people from unknown origins were trying to ruin her. Were trying to bring shame to the Su family. She'd rather die than obey. Sadness in his heart. Who would have thought that just by coming to practice a little, he would be targeted? The Rhone level rift was strictly controlled by the officials due to the grading. Those who exceeded the Rhone realm were not allowed to come in, but if they had the heart they could still sneak through. With a flash of the long blade in his hand, the person who had just spoken was directly beheaded by Su Tianjiu. Immediately after the increase in running memory brought about by the King's Inner Dan and the Xuanji Inner Dan manifested its effects, Su Tianjiu rebuked. Secret technique. Vajra wheel. With a whoosh, Su Tianjiu's long sword spun rapidly in the air, containing a unique chi that went straight into one of the 10 or so people surrounding her. Approaching surprisingly straight seconds, the group of people who killed them were retreating, and it was only when they finally decimated 4 people that they managed to stop, completely losing their momentum, and their long knives fell down. Su Tianji gasped. Obviously this blow is not so easy, also used up all her strength. The leading man couldn't hide the anger in his eyes. Su Tianjiu, killing my brother? Good. Exasperated laughter. You can be proud of yourself if you, a little girl who is new to the fusion realm, can kill 5 of my battle-hardened half-step Shin realm brothers. Although the words were easy to say, it was obvious that it had been squared up. This was only a young girl who had just entered the fusion realm, actually killing 5 half-step Shin realm people with one force. It was simply too much of a surprise. If there hadn't been enough backstabbing this time, she might not have actually been able to keep her. His face was gloomy as he looked at Su Tianjiu. Next to him, the bodyguard saw Su Tianjiu killing people and shouted, Miss Mighty, you step back. I'll mobilize my inner Dan energy in a moment and explode myself to stop them. Hearing the bodyguard's words, Su Tianjiu didn't have much of a reaction. Is it still a heavenly pride to leave your companions behind? She can't do it. Nothing was said. Just a struggle to keep his body from collapsing. She hated it. Hated why she hadn't come out later and refined it more. Ahem. Su Tianjiu started coughing up blood. Obviously she didn't suffer well from that blow just now. The leader, the boss, is ready to take it on himself, to make quick work of it. A golden light covered his body as his aura shook, and his hands gripped his long sword. Only this stance was a bit strange. Both hands held the knife surprisingly above his head. The body was slightly half-crouched. Su Tianjiu laughed out loud. I thought it was someone else. So it's the brat of the Sakura Alliance. Come on. My old lady didn't have any strength left, but now that I see you, I'm so angry that I can still fight again. Really amazing. Maybe it was angry. Maybe it was something else. Su Tianjiu's speech was also vulgar. The lead man hadn't made a move before because he was afraid of exposing this. But it didn't matter now. With a fierce smile, is that so? Then let's try the power of my heavenly battle one sword stream. Kill. With both feet stomping, he was about to charge up. Su Tianjiu was already in a defensive stance, except that her long sword was no longer available, so she could only use her bare hands for luck. The bouncer was dead set on coming over. But just at this moment, a leisurely voice came. Let me see where is actually bullying my little brother. A ripping sound that broke the sound barrier burst through the air. The speed was pulled to the maximum, then stood steadily in front of Su Tianjiu, even arrogantly patting the dust on the corners of his body, his face looking at the man at a 45-degree angle. The compulsion. Proper. Middle-aged teenager. Jiang Ping? A look of surprise appeared in Su Tianjiu's eyes. Kong Pyong, you're saved? But immediately after, he hurriedly shouted, hurry up and go. You can't beat them. These people are all half-step Shen realm. I only managed to kill a few of them by relying on my family's secret method. Go back and tell my father that it was the Sakura Alliance's people who killed me. Jiang Ping closed his eyes helplessly as he listened to Su Tianjiao's voice. Sister, can you let me finish this pussy? This feeling of not being up and down is really hard. Sighing, don't you want to tell your father yourself? Su Tianjiao froze. Alive? Is that possible? That's a pretty clear enemy position. Jiang Ping she was aware of. Although there was the ability to break barriers in place, but in the face of these like wolves and tigers carefully designed, what can be done? The smile on Jiang Ping's face disappeared as he watched Su Tianjiao not speak. Surprisingly, she snapped, who are you? Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao was slightly stunned. Her Su family's eldest lady but immediately after reacted, remembering those days of intensive training. Out of the blue, spark, with determination on her face, she already understood what Jiang Ping meant by that. Think of the words of the Spark Squad when it was finally formed. Fire that never goes out. This is a vow that every fire is expected to carefully remember and live up to. Yeah, the fire never goes out. What did you just do to yourself? Instantly, the fight is ignited. Picking up one of the knives on the floor that I don't know who threw it, he braced himself and faced forward. Captain, Fireseed Su Tianjia can still fight, eyes gleaming at the next front, even if they are already exhausted but unyielding. For the moment, she recognized this captain. Jiang Ping looked at Su Tianjiao approvingly and was just about to say something when he was interrupted. The man looked at the two brats pulling some kind of righteousness in front of him with a gloomy face, and said sorrowfully, you guys, are you treating me as if I don't exist? Chapter 50, Call Me Brother Bottle on the Street. Jiang Ping didn't answer him, just glanced at him. Interrupting one's own admonition is an unforgivable offense. Pissed off Sakamoto Jiro. What kind of look is that? You look down on yourself? Immediately, he rushed up, and he had to teach the little kid a thing or two about being a human being. Fighting is by strength, not by any belief. And blowing awesome. Jiang Ping looked at the charging up Sakamoto Jiro aura on his body. The blood-colored aura appeared that split second, as if heaven and earth had changed color, turned into the color of blood, and Jiang Ping's face twisted as he casually threw out his sharp claws, which grabbed Sakamoto Jiro's long sword with one blood-red claw. Who told you to interrupt my conversation? Bump! The long blade crumbled, and the sharp claws are still there. The sharp claws seem to be alive, pulled by blood-red threads, and Jiang Ping's every word was an eruption. Who told you to bully my little brother? Boom! Another bang, and this time it wasn't the long knives that were grabbed. Instead, it's Jiro Sakamoto's arm. Instantly, blood and flesh flew from his arm, and Jiro Sakamoto didn't even come close to letting out a scream. Immediately after the third sentence arrived again. Who gave you the backbone to clamor like this in the 13 cities territory? This time Jiro Sakamoto had a response. A scream. Ah! Ouch! Ouch! His whole body hurt, especially his arms which were now unconscious, and he couldn't dare to imagine it. His eyes filled with horror. How can that be? How can that be? A teenager so young actually had such strength. Shen realm? God! He's going crazy. Obviously Shun lost his hand in the task. How did such an accident occur? And Su Tianju watched as Jiang Ping, in a few words, a simplest and most common sharp claw killed the person he could not fight against. Lightly, mouths were wide open. Sharp claws is the lower tier of all skills. And this move by Jiang Ping is no less than the enemy's big move being all over the place and me dying the enemy just by a. Jiang Ping was on fire for the first time, and he didn't expect to be so fierce. Condescendingly looking at the people who had stopped and no longer surrounded the bodyguard, he said indifferently, you guys, do you want to be pinched to death by me? Or do you want to be caught with your hands tied? Floating in mid-air, the blood-red halo behind his head resembled a saint. In his right hand a blood-colored thread connected to a sharp claw. Scared people backed up. Look at each other. But in an instant, instead of fleeing, they unanimously organized themselves in formation to face Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping laughed. I don't know how to die. Stand back. Su Tianjiao nimbly retreated to the side and pressed his knife against the neck of Sakamoto Jiro, who had already lost his ability to resist. Instead, his eyes went to Jiang Ping. It was at this moment that she realized just how powerful this civilian-born fire captain really was. Can an ordinary person really grow to this point? The bodyguard also rushed to the side of his own young lady, incredibly looking at the person in front of him. So this is the boss of his own young lady. Ridiculous before also think that this is a climber. At this moment, the previous ridicule was so ridiculous. Only the ridiculous ones are themselves. Jiang Ping saw Su Tianjiao retreat to the back and in a rare move, he drew out the long knife on his back, holding it in his right hand and wiping it on his sleeve. Let me see what dares you to be negative. Before the last word fell, Zhang Ping's figure had already disappeared. Quick, fast to the extreme fast. They who were clearly on the verge of reaching the Xian realm could not see Zhang Ping's movements at all, and by the time they got a good look, their hands were involuntarily over their throats. A strong incredulity appeared in everyone's eyes. They couldn't believe that they were actually powerless to fight back. Was this speed really something that could be emitted by the fusion realm? Even those Xian realm assassins who specialized in speed were just like that, but no one answered them. Wiping the long blade once more, Zhang Ping slowly took it back. A slight smile. What are you looking at? Ask. Looking at the frozen Su Tianjiao reminded. Su Tianjiao's face turned red. How can she act like an elementary school student in front of Zhang Ping? Okay, got it. Frost covered her pretty face and viciously stabbed Jiro Sakamoto with the tip of her knife. Say, who instructed you and how did you know my whereabouts? The next thing Zhang Ping didn't care about. Instead he searched the things on those few people. Unfortunately, these people should be professional. Except for the necessary weapons and armor, they didn't have much else on their bodies. Skimming, poor man. As for how Su Tianjiao asked and what she asked, Zhang Ping did not get involved. The moment he heard it, he knew there was a grudge, and he couldn't get it together yet. After a while, Su Tianjiao recovered much of her strength and walked over with a face full of blood. Captain, thank you. If it wasn't for you today, the moment was heartfelt. Zhang Ping wisely didn't mention what happened before, but pointed at Su Tianjiao's face with a smile. Wipe it. Don't call me captain in the future. Just call me Brother Bottle if you give me face. Brother Bottles? Su Tianjiao didn't understand the meaning. Zhang Ping didn't explain either. You'll know later. Right. Let's go. I assume you have something to take care of? When she said this, Su Tianjiao's face was full of frost. Yes. Brother Bottle, why don't you come back home with me? My family might want to thank you for this. Zhang Ping smiled. I didn't save you out of gratitude. Okay, I have my own business. By the way, if you're so inclined you'll help me find flavorful herbs. Su Tianjiao hurriedly said. What? Xian realm herb? Wind thunder root. It's best if it's in stock. Even if it's not, help me inquire where it is. This is also an herb for the stew. Zhang Ping has no clue yet, thinking that the Su family's large family might have channels. Moreover, from a young age, he was used to seeing the warmth and coldness of people. He also understands that such a favor if what do not want people should be more heart. Sure enough, Su Tianjiao was filled with joy. Good. I'll go back and order my family to look for it. Wiping his blood-covered hand with his shirt, he pulled out a card. Brother Bottle, take this card. My family's industry can be directly exempted. You can't refuse this. Zhang Ping looked curiously at the card in front of him, and indeed did not refuse it. Yes. Then they walked towards the entrance, and on the way, they also ran into some people, but after seeing the three of them in this appearance, they knew at a glance that they were not to be messed with. Didn't go through any ups and downs. It was very low-key until after it came out of the crack. Outside, the three parted ways. Zhang Ping went to a hotel in the Su family. When pulling out this card, immediately have a person to arrange to stay. That attitude with serving ancestors almost. On a rare occasion, Zhang Ping experienced the luxury of the children of a large family. It was just that the Su family was not calm at this time. After Su Tianjiao returned home covered in blood, the entire Su family was outraged. Su Tianjiao's father, Su Lei, was even more furious as he slammed his palm and split the solid wood table directly into pieces. Asshole, how dare you? Chapter 51, Strange. The rest of the Su family was no better. Uncles and uncles, brothers and sisters, each one angry. What a change. What kind of cat or dog dares to lay hands on my Su family now? Strictly investigate who exactly revealed Tianjiao's whereabouts. That's right, the Cherry Blossom Alliance has not been beaten enough. This is to look down on our Su family. Do not give them a lesson. Really think that the Su family is a clay pinch? The Su family must have their own attitude. It's a provocation to have a child almost die in their own territory. As the atmosphere in the room skyrocketed, Su Tianjiao was not as angry at this time, just to his father. He said, Father, you have to hurry up and help me find the wind thunder root. That's the point. Su Lei nodded. Girl, don't worry, our Su family is not one of those ungrateful families. Isn't it just the wind thunder root? I'll send someone to make arrangements to find it from the family's hospital. Well, yes, the Su family also has their own hospital, so naturally they will have their own channels. Only then did Su Tianjiao put her heart down. Go down and rest. It is unknown what consequences the Su family's anger will have on the front lines. At that moment, a man came outside as well, holding a folder. Su Lei was slightly stunned. Just this much information? The man nodded slightly. Yes, big brother, there is only so much information on Zhang Ping. It might not be as simple as the girl said. Wisdom flashed in Su Lei's eyes. Let's just say, How can someone who can be the captain of the Fireseed squad actually come from an ordinary background? Where did it end up? The visitor softly said one word, Chinjuinshio. In the end, I could only find out that he was called Aunt Chinjuinshio. Instantly, Su Lei stood up. Aunt? Coming from the South City, isn't it? There was a guess in my mind, but I still couldn't decide. Pressing down the folder, he pondered for a while before saying, there's no need to care. Let the girl handle it herself in the future. Let's pretend we don't know. The friends or enemies of the children of the big families were carefully investigated, and a mature family would not be in a situation where they let their enemies grow up. If there is, it's a mob. Jiang Ping took a hot shower, and went to the restaurant to eat a meal, sighing that this luxury hotel is not the same he has already asked. A night here will be $10,000. It was something he hadn't dared to imagine before. As he ate, Jiang Ping knew that the food here didn't do much to fill him up, but it tasted really good. Couldn't resist taking more. It drew a small snicker from the surrounding area, thinking it was a bumpkin. There are even moms who are teaching their children. You can't be like this in the future. We have to be a lady. We have to eat like a lady. And we have to sit like a lady. Jiang Ping really doesn't care about all this. Just say it if you like. 3 different views. One more word is a waste. As long as he didn't piss himself off, he wasn't going to go with a childlike theory with someone. But there was always someone who wanted to show that they were different, and went so far as to point at Jiang Ping and say, ha ha, where did the bumpkin come from? Has he never eaten something so delicious? Look at your plate, it's almost too big to hold. Also with a smile on his face pretended to be kind and reminded, little brother, here is unlimited. If you want to eat at any time you can ask for, do not have to be so. It didn't say, but it showed what it meant. Jiang Ping's eyes lifted slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and looked at him faintly. This gentleman, does my eating have anything to do with you? The man flinched slightly. Nope, it's just a reminder to save you the embarrassment, and you don't know any better. Jiang Ping laughed, carrying his plate, without theorizing with him. Instead, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, a man who looked like a manager approached. No, it should be a trot. Young Jiang, what are your orders? Kong Shao? The word was new, and Jiang Ping was surprised, but didn't correct him. Is there a rule in the restaurant that says I'm not allowed to take food like that? The manager's head shook like a rattledrum, not to mention that there was none. Even if there was, this moment had to be none. The Su family has always had their own rules in their industry. There are several levels of family cards, and what Su Tianjiao gave Jiang Ping was the highest level. No, Mr. Jiang, if you like I can call the chef over and have him make it right now. Or even, if you're not happy, smash up the place. It's okay. With a smile throughout, Jiang Ping let out a light-hearted oh, so there isn't one. Then he looked at the middle-aged man. So, what are you barking at? And who laid down the rules you just mentioned? At this moment, the eyes of the restaurant had all gathered here. Whether it was the middle-aged man, or the other diners were all a bit shocked. They looked at the manager's attitude where they still didn't know that the teenager in front of them was definitely not a simple person. Otherwise the manager wouldn't be so. The middle-aged man's face was ugly, but he also knew that he might have gotten into trouble. Looking slightly anxious, I didn't mean that. Then whispered, little brother, give a face. Today old brother talked too much. I am with Lu Xiao. You look at Lu Xiao's face on the face of the adults do not remember the small man. Jiang Ping hadn't even been angry, but when he heard this he got a little angry instead. When you do something wrong, you have to admit it. But what's a middle-aged man doing like this? First, he asked for face with himself. Then he turned around and assumed his identity. Following what Lu Xiao, Jiang Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. So, you're threatening me? If I don't give you this face today am I not going to get out of this door? The middle-aged man's face was ugly. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so difficult to deal with. Just a few words of verbal argument as to get on the line? Secretly, he plucked out a vicious glance at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping naturally saw it and said to the manager, can I smash here? The manager made an inviting gesture with a respectful look. Make yourself at home. The food held in the hand flew into the middle-aged man's face on the spot. The most annoying this kind of person. He is a tiger skin can be pulled without fear. But what if it doesn't? Is it fun to make fun of people with some superiority complex? Plus, what's it got to do with them? In a flash, food flew all over the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man looked at him in horror. You dare! I followed Lu Xiao. I've apologized to you, what else? Jiang Ping let out a long breath and looked at the people's awe-stricken expressions, as if his mood had cleared up all of a sudden. Apologize? I have to accept your apology. I'm sorry, I don't accept. I don't know anything about Lu Xiao either. All I know is that I don't beat you, my thoughts don't go through. Jiang Ping also do not know why today is fire so big. If before probably he will not have any reaction thing, but today cannot restrain the fire. Teenage bloodlust? That's not right either. He felt something strange about himself today, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Chapter 52, Psychology. The middle-aged man's face was full of aggravation, and Jiang Ping seemed to be as good as the arch-villain at this moment, because the people around him also had this look. Someone whispered, "That's what happens when you have a bit of background. What a spoiled brat. Nice guy. Straight up nice guy." But everything changed with the arrival of a young man. The middle-aged man seemed to see the savior at once. Full of food residue to the young man shouted, Lu Young, it is me This person does not give you face I have said." But before the words left his mouth, a snap came. The whole room was shocked. Lu Baichuan shook the man who hit him and said lightly, "Is everything alright?" The middle-aged man covered his face with his eyes wide open. "Alright? What do you mean you slapped me and asked me if I'm okay?" The surrounding people also recognized Lu Baichuan as the genius of the Lu family's current generation. He was still very famous, especially in this Chongming city. But, Jiang Ping laughed. "Lu Baichuan, this is your hospitality Lu Baichuan instantly slapped the middle-aged man again. "Acting recklessly on my name. Deserve to be beaten. This one should have used a lot of force." The middle-aged man was almost jerked off. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them incredulously, curious about Jiang Ping's identity. You can't even mess with Lu Baichuan? Geez. Especially those who had just taunted floated in awe, itching to lower their heads under the table. Jiang Ping looked at the scene in front of him and shook his head slightly. "Get a good education, and just run into me." Lu Baichuan also angry Nima before hearing Jiang Ping to call him he is still very excited. After all, the two are now on the face although due to their own pulling face to go. But the fact that Jiang Ping is his life-saving benefactor he also accepted. He was still happy that Jiang Ping could find him to play when he came to Chongming City. He was still planning how to entertain Kong Pyong on the way here. "I never thought that this would go wrong, or that the person who carried his own flag would cause trouble. It's not like he's being blindsided. You can't smoke it any way you want." The middle-aged man completely cowered, not realizing that Lu Xiao couldn't even be messed with. He may have hit a brick wall by pretending this time. And at that moment, a female voice full of heroic energy appeared. "Lu Baichuan, if you can't control your dog, I'll do it for you." Su Tianjiao. Lu Baichuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Tianjiao came out with two bodyguards in a domineering manner. The manager trotted over to greet him. "Missy." Su Tianjiao nodded slightly. "Go, record who this person is, and in the future, all the industries under the Su family are not allowed to have any cooperation with him, nor are they allowed to let him in." In one sentence, the whole room was appalled. The Su family's first lady, the Lu family's youngest, every one of them was an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. But at this moment all of them were standing up for this teenager in front of them. Is it hard to be an overachiever from somewhere? The middle-aged man's face was like ashes. He knew that he was finished. If it was Lu Baichuan who hit him before and still had the meaning of maintenance, now he was completely finished. Once word got out that the Su family was targeting him, he really couldn't live. Begging for mercy? Belated apologies are not wanted by dogs. Su Tianjiao looked at Jiang Ping with a concerned face. "Brother Bottle, is everything alright? The people below told me that you ran into trouble and happened to be around so I came over." After saying that, he looked at Lu Baichuan again. "Lu Baichuan, even his own dog can't manage well. In the future or don't mix." Lu Baichuan's face reddened. Being ridiculed like this, his first time one could only say to Jiang Ping in a muffled voice, "Wait for me. I'll give you an explanation." Jiang Ping waved his hand. Indifferent. The gas is out and he doesn't care what happens to it. "Okay, let's eat first. I haven't eaten yet. Let's sit down and talk over dinner later." Su Tianjiao didn't refuse. Originally she came with the intention of coming over to thank Jiang Ping. It was quiet this time, and Jiang Ping still took a lot of things, so you could say that it was a review of all of the one that had just been done. But this time there was no one left to speak. There is nothing but flattery. Lu Baichuan went out for 5 minutes. How it was handled is anyone's guess. But when he came back, he said, "He's been removed from the Lu family and won't be in front of you in the future." Jiang Ping hummed. On the side, Su Tianjiao poked up a piece of steak with blood on it, slightly dissatisfied. "In vain, you also come from a big family. Haven't you heard the story of beating a snake to death? Beware of biting you one day. If you can't spare it, I'll take over for you." Lu Baichuan's face became even more ugly. "One green and one red, Su Tianjiao. I don't need you to teach me." The atmosphere was a bit saber-rattling. The people eating around them didn't dare to speak. Both looked at the men. But then with a single word from Jiang Ping, it went quiet. "Okay, you two stop bickering and eat." The two were surprisingly all quiet at once. It makes a big difference. After eating almost, Su Tianjiao said, "By the way, you look for the wind thunder root I found. The hospital at home has stock. Just not much. Only 7 or 8 pounds of it. Or dry goods. Turn around and I'll let someone send it to your room //////. Jiang Ping marveled at the strength of the Su family. Nodding. Yes. 7 or 8 pounds of dried goods. It's not cabbage. It's metaphysical level herbs yet. I can't believe I got so many at once. Lu Baichuan said curiously. What did you call me for? Jiang Ping bowed his head slightly and thought for a moment. What do you guys want to do with your time off from school? A word to the wise. They had all qualified for the fire seed and were already able to enter the academy without exams. 5 famous colleges are sending them invitations now, so it really doesn't matter if you go to this high school or not. Lu Baichuan froze slightly. What do you have in mind? Jiang Ping shook his head. No idea. Just wanted to ask you. Of course if you guys are fine you can come with me to skate around the various cracks. Crack? The two men looked at each other. Lu Baichuan nodded his head, but Su Tianjiao shook her head. I won't be able to. You know what just came up? I might not be able to go out for a while. Jiang Ping understood in seconds. Yes. Finally, the meal was over and the three went their separate ways. Bringing Lu Baichuan was also something that Jiang Ping had thought long and hard about. He had to have an acquaintance if he was going to slip into the cracks. Otherwise, like before, you can't even get in the door. Carrying a Lu Baichuan around at the very least to wherever you can take the VIP channel in, it would save him a lot of work. As far as this is concerned, isn't it a bit exploitative? Don't bull ***** me. Just look at Lu Baichuan. Begging for it. Jiang Ping is destined to go high in the future. Whether it is cultivation or identity. Now there is such a good opportunity not to grasp it. Lu Baichuan is sorry for many years of elite education. What's more, it's his savior. So, he's happy as can be. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the next day. Chapter 53, Homecoming, Top 5. Jiang Ping followed Lu Baichuan to experience the specialties in Heavy Brightness City before he started slipping through the cracks of the major cities. Among them, Jiang Ping had sold the demonic beast essence blood many times, and his wallet was bulging day by day. Also found most of the lower level herbs for the stew. Just one more herb away from the first recipe ingredient being completed. Lu Baichuan had wanted to learn from Jiang Ping, but there was really nothing to learn from Jiang Ping against the enemy. First on status then sharp claw crush. When you come across an even match, break the barrier and open it. Any higher, numb run. In short, no skill at all. But, it just really works. Time passes day by day, and the college entrance examination is about to start, which is less than 7 days away. And Jiang Ping received a call from his parents that the old principal was looking for him. Jiang Ping knew it was time to choose a school. Only then did he and Lu Baichuan separate, each going back to his own home to find his own mother. On the way back it was still on the intercity railroad car and the railroad car was fast. Only this time the two people sitting across from him made his teeth hurt a little. A scowling boy who was clearly somewhat handsome, and a girl in a floral dress with greenish hair. The girl is speaking to the boy. Shen Yan, I'm doing this for your own good. You know that your grades aren't good. You definitely won't be able to get into a good school in this exam. So why don't you just review for a year and fight again next year? I heard that South City's previous grades were lower. That's why I let my parents buy a house in South City in my first year of high school. I'll take the exams as South City but study in the better Chongming City. I'll surely be crushed by the time I get there. Don't be discouraged. I'll be waiting for you at the academy. And the money to buy the house will be returned to your parents as soon as possible by my parents. And in the future, our two families will become a family. Jiang Ping felt greatly shaken as he listened to the shattering of the female voice. He had just missed it the first time. It took some careful thought to realize it. What was said at the beginning was quite normal. But how did it get more and more subversive as it went on? It's true that there is such a thing as low grades on the south side. So there are also high school immigrants who come here. This stuff is kind of an unwritten secret. But, you are using people's money to buy a house account in the south side. And now I hear that tone of voice is not only not thankful, but also seems to be a bit to take the boys to fly. Jiang Ping's teeth hurt a little from listening. The most crucial thing is that the boy still looks like he agrees. I know you're good to me. I'll study hard this year and meet with you at the academy the following year. However, my mom said for us to have an engagement party first after the exams. You see, the girl was clearly blowing up, but I don't know why it calmed down again. Xinyan, you don't believe me? I thought we have so many years of feelings, you know what kind of person I am. Forget it, I'll take the exam first. After I go back, I'll let my parents sell the house, we'll also pay back your family's money first. A look of watering eyes. I feel sorry for you. Jiang Ping smacked his lips. That's tough. Sure enough, the boys were all of a sudden anxious. No, that's not what my family meant. You're overthinking it. For this Gao Wu version of the White Lotus, Jiang Ping has grown to know, nor did he want to hear any more. He felt that any further listening might turn his views upside down. But surprisingly, Jiang Ping was even angrier than the boys when he listened to this kind of tea talk, and he even had an urge in his heart to violently beat up the girls. Jiang Ping was strangely, desperately restrained from the time of the middle-aged man before he had noticed that he seemed to have some problems with his psyche, and this time it was even more obvious. I just don't know exactly why yet. Luckily, the road was quick, and Jiang Ping was only relieved when he got out of the station. Taking a long breath, this trip he has seen the world, all kinds of people and all kinds of things. It's kind of a no-brainer. All he wanted to do now was to go back and eat the stew later. The ingredients for the first recipe were sort of coming together. The meat is also stewing in the heaven-swallowing mystery, just waiting to feast. But before that, Jiang Ping needed to nod off with the old principal there first. Casually, he hailed a cab and headed toward the school. Slipping into the school, he came to the office door. Knock knock, come in. Jiang Ping walked in nimbly and said with a big grin, "Old principal, I'm back." The old principal looked at Jiang Ping, who had been practicing for some time, slightly, as if he had matured a lot, but immediately afterward, he laughed and cursed, "Bastard thing, you still know to come back ah. Lately the people from the 5 major colleges have been calling and annoying me to death. Here's the contact info, you tell yourself where to go. I don't care about you on this." Jiang Ping looked as if he was sure that was the case, and he guessed it was just that. He smiled. "You can make the decision. I'll listen to you. It's not polite, it's genuinely so. When it comes to the matter of volunteering, the old principal is definitely the most powerful presence in the South City." The old principal pooh-poohed. "Listen to me? I don't give a damn about you." But having said that, Jiang Ping was finally told to sit down. He began to talk to Jiang Ping about the advantages and disadvantages of the 5 major colleges. "You know, our 13 cities' 5 colleges are the most famous and the first class. Countless students' ultimate goal is here. Now that you can have this qualification, cherish it." Jiang Ping nodded his head as if he were a schoolboy. "You're right. An old man? Cajole. He has experience." But what the old principal said was indeed not wrong. The 5 great colleges were definitely a first-class existence, and the most famous, where talents were born. Of course there are some other second-gear ones, third-gear ones, but Kongpyeong definitely won't go now. College differentials make a world of difference. The 5 academies of Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Xuanwu and Zhongji are the best conditions in the 13 cities, and your choices are only these 5. But if I were to say, even though the Central Pole Academy is the best, I would still recommend you to go to the Vermilion Bird Academy." Jiang Ping looked up slightly. "Oh," the old principal blankly glanced at him. "Although the Middle Pole Academy is the best, with good conditions and resources, there is one fatal drawback, and that is that the Middle Pole Academy does not have its own realm. That means it's hard for you to go to the Middle Pole Academy and want to make progress in actual combat boundaries. It's actually the front line. This Jiang Ping is aware of. Green Dragon Shoebird 4 Big Why named after these names? Actually, it's mostly because of orientation and allegory. The town guards the 4 directions. Each academy has a realm of its own. And, beyond the realm, there were cities in those largest pieces of rift space. Yes, it's the city. These Jiang Ping previously did not know, but also only knew when listening to Lu Baichuan's bull ***** in the course of this period of experience. Jiang Ping pondered. What the old principal had said was actually quite clear now. If you want to be safe, or if you don't want to charge to the center pole. Chapter 54, Chupacabra. Silly boy. But if you want something better, you have to go to one of the other big 4. Headmaster. Why Jubilee? Why Jubilee? That's what Jiang Ping wanted to know. The old principal pondered for a moment, as if caught up in reminiscence. The Green Dragon Academy doesn't have a green dragon in it despite the name, and neither does the White Tiger Xuanwu. Wow. Jiang Ping rubbed his ears, feeling as if he had heard something incredible. Headmaster, don't tease. Is there really a Vermilion Bird in Vermilion Bird Academy? No way, absolutely no way. If there was, a Jubilee Society would have blown up a long time ago. The old principal blankly glanced at him. What are you thinking about? The Vermilion Bird Academy doesn't have a Vermilion Bird either. But the 7th realm where it is located has the largest volcano to date, which is a paradise for the fire attribute. With the far-famed immortal Fire Crow, I heard that the Vermilion Bird Academy has a custom, where the freshman competition can get a chance to go to the immortal Fire Mountain. To put it bluntly is that you can go to find a look on your immortal Fire Crow to sign a contract. If you get lucky, if you get the king level immortal Fire Crow, you kid in this life as long as not be stabbed to death. Can run. Immortal Fire Crows were known for their speed and ferocity. It's a specialty of Vermilion Bird Academy. Far more pushy than some black-winged hawk. You should have heard that most flying demonic beasts are wind attributed, while the immortal Fire Crow is a dual attribute of wind and fire. Not only does it run fast, but it also has an extremely strong survivability. Whether it's traveling or saving its life, it's first class. Jiang Ping thoroughly understood when he heard this. Somewhat touched, the old principal was thinking about his safety. The wilderness areas outside of the 13 cities were still unsafe right now, or else they wouldn't be connected by intercity rail trains. But with a flying mount like the Fire Raven, he could go on his own. No need to rely on other means of transportation. Even the scenario that extends to exploring the rift can be run, as long as you don't die a big death. Going to college is not high school. That was something that needed to be really experienced. Something that was going to go to the Outlands and the Rift in pursuit of greater heights. And having such a mount around was very convenient indeed. The old principal looked at Jiang Ping as he pondered, and said seriously, "Little bottle. The old principal's experience for so many years has taught me one thing. There are many amazingly talented people, but it's only true if they can actually make it to the end. To tell you a story, there is such a person. In his youth the ability is not high, but also not low. Compared to those geniuses is a cut short, but with the change of time, the passage of years, those old friends' geniuses because of a variety of reasons perished rift space, perished in the outer domain. Only he and a few geniuses survived. Then a magical scene happened. He was gradually able to be on par with those geniuses. Of course, talking about the status of the Jianghu, who have to give him some face. You say this thing is magical?" Listening to the old principal's story, Jiang Ping fell into deep thought. "Headmaster, this isn't like what 13 cities taught us growing up." "Yes, 13 cities is about dedication, about being there for the whole of humanity, about the fire that never stops, fighting on the front lines." But the old principal told him today indeed how he was to live. Inexplicably a bit touched then. This is treating him like his own child. The old principal sniffed, wiped some traces from the corners of his eyes, and cursed with a smile. "I'm just a proposition. How you're happy to go about it is still your business." After saying that, he sighed. "Maybe I'm too old to see life and death. I just hope you don't go ahead of me." A sentence that made Jiang Ping happy. "Then don't worry, I'm sure to live well." As the jokes opened up, it wasn't so sad. Jiang Ping also understood the old principal's intentions. "There's another reason for you to go to the Vermilion Bird Academy, and that's because after reaching the fusion realm, haven't you noticed that there's no fixed rating anymore? And the channeling technique is gradually losing its effect, isn't it?" the old principal added. Jiang Ping did wonder about this. Yeah, it seemed like there weren't the same kind of ratings as before after reaching the fusion realm. You see, when you have not yet entered the spiritual realm you speak of several heavens. And when you have entered the spiritual realm you speak of several moments of the spiritual realm. And you can clearly perceive it yourself. But after entering the melting realm, it seemed like suddenly everything blurred, without this grading anymore. Jiang Ping was a bit uncomfortable at first. "Principal this?" Jiang Ping looked at the old principal curiously. The old principal smiled slightly. "You should have heard countless times that the fusion realm is the true transcendent, right?" Jiang Ping nodded. Indeed, everyone was saying that it was the fusion realm that was transcendent, and he himself could feel that it was indeed the case. It's not nonsense. It's true. The melting realm is indeed transcendent, but it's the starting point of transcendent. The reason why you can't hear about the grading of the melting realm anymore is because the grading changes after you reach the melting realm. The channeling arts are for you to build a foundation, and when you get to the academy you will be exposed to new knowledge, which the 13 cities call feats. The Western ones call it divine gift, or whatever the ancestral bloodline is, but it boils down to one thing. In layman's terms it means that the fusion realm is the seat of transcendence, and all this other stuff is an aid to allow the seed to take root and thrive. After arriving at the academy you will be exposed to real Gongfu. And the Gongfu of the Vermilion Bird Academy is the one I think is most suitable for you. What? Jiang Ping got to his feet. He's feeling a bit shell-shocked today. No wonder he felt that his channeling techniques were of little use after reaching the fusion realm. So there was such a thing? That's not right. I've run into quite a few fusion realm ones during this time, and they didn't mention the technique either. And I even ran into some people from the Sakura Alliance, and they didn't have it either. The old principal smiled slightly. The wrong realm you encountered is not really wrong realm. It's just a spirit realm that can barely utilize the chi in the body just like you. The real wrong realm, that's the one who utilizes the chi to the extreme. Wrong, the word, is a profound awe. Suddenly, the old principal felt that he had overlooked something. Shocked, he looked at Jiang Ping. What did you say? Just now you said you ran into someone from the Sakura Alliance? How did you know that? No way, how could you have run into them? Jiang Ping cried and laughed. Why was the old principal so startled? Just when we went to Chongming City, that son of a still said something about the heavenly battle one blade stream. Tell me about saving Su Tianjia. The old principal listened with a complex expression. He even couldn't help but touch Jiang Ping's head. You brat. Mo is not a freak. Jiang Ping was not happy. Principal, what are you scolding people for? The old principal laughed in anger, cursing. What can you do if I hit you? Tell me what tricks you used then. Jiang Ping rightfully said. First break the barrier. Break the barrier can break all the laws well. Ant said. And then a sharp claw thrown over. He exploded. The old principal really didn't know whether to cry or laugh at this moment. You kid. That group of Cherry Blossom Alliance people ran into you is also unlucky. But I can tell you with certainty. The person you said is practicing Kung Fu. That what the heavenly battle a knife flow is. Chapter 55, the so-called law. That heavenly war one blade stream is the law of the fusion realm. It's also one of those means I just mentioned. Gong Fu, bloodline, and anything else that's hard to understand can be called a method. And the reason why he can't beat you. The answer to that you've also said. Break the barrier. Break all the laws. You've already broken his law. Of course he has no power to fight. Speaking of which, the old principal had a helpless look on his face. This kid is really lucky. That'll work too. Getting someone killed without knowing. That Sakura Union assassin should be pretty stifled. And when Jiang Ping heard the old principal's explanation, he finally understood why Su Tianzhou, who was as talented as he was when he wasn't on the field, was also being suppressed and beaten. After all, it is because Su Tianzhou has not learned the so-called law. Just like him, it was just a spirit realm in the skin of a fusion realm. It was also the first time he felt that this broken barrier of his was actually so powerful. Asking this, the old principal laughed and scolded. Of course it's powerful. Breaking the barrier, that's a move that can only be done by various chances and coincidences, and it requires a deep understanding of the law to be able to do so. It's just that I don't know how you, a guy who doesn't even take his classes seriously, understands it. Otherwise, do you think you could be the captain of the Fireblood squad? Sure enough, the old principal knew about it. I see. You haven't said what exactly is the law of the Jubilee Academy? After hearing so much, he was even more curious. Curious about what kind of law it was that made even the old principal recommend him to go. The old principal coughed. Vermilion Bird True Method. Aha! I can't hear what it is, but the name is quite impressive. The old principal knew that he didn't understand. Vermilion Bird True Method is a technique created after the ancient divine beast, the Vermilion Bird. Not only does it have practicing methods, but also fighting methods, in the words you can understand well nowadays. Its feats and skills, and after years of refinement it has long been very mature. Of course the most crucial thing is still his effect. The Vermilion Bird True Method has an extremely overbearing ability. At this point, the old principal said in a single word. Amputation reborn. Wow. Jiang Ping stood up incredulously. What did you say? The old principal saw that the boy was shocked before revealing a satisfied smile. Amputation rebirth. Cultivation to a certain realm. Can ignore the physical conditions directly in the injury to regrow a new limb. Of course this is to consume energy which is also known as chi. This wait for you later will slowly know. I'm telling you this mainly to tell you that the Vermilion Bird True technique for life preservation is first rate, or the explosive fire technique, which is not bad in terms of power. And if you pair it up with an immortal fire crow, with your barrier breaking ability, it would be hard to threaten you without surpassing you by a large realm. A monstrous wave rose within Jiang Ping. So I'm already this good? Not exceeding a great realm. Wouldn't that mean that the Xin realm, the king realm would be able to inflict damage on him? This Vermilion Bird True method seems to be wonderful. Jiang Ping was genuinely moved. As soon as the old principal took one look at Jiang Ping's appearance, he knew that the kid had his heart set on it. That's what released the final killer. Smiling faintly, he said, all of the above are recommendations for cultivation, and the next is the focus. Jiang Ping became even more curious, making a show of listening with all ears, and rushing to pour a cup of tea for the old principal. He realized that the old principal was really a living treasure. Hey, that doesn't seem right. As the saying goes, an old man in a family is a treasure, and the old principal is his treasure. Seeing that Jiang Ping was so understanding, the old principal made a show of it and then breezily said, the main thing is that we have people at Vermilion Bird Academy. With a bang, Jiang Ping's brain exploded. You have someone at the academy? This person, unlike the usual understanding, can be understood as a human connection. The old principal was close to saying that we had the right connections there. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. Headmaster? There's really someone? He never pretended. Obviously can be solved with contacts. Have to own the whole so laborious. So sad. Do what? The old principal said lightly. There is. The dean of the college, my life brother. The most famous 4 major professors have 3 with me learn knowledge. Many teachers are with your uncle as a classmate. Even if the cracks in the city we also have someone. Listening to the old principal name a bunch of names as if he were counting them, Jiang Ping was completely shocked. He couldn't imagine how a high school principal could have so much power. That's a real peach. Right. he suddenly remembered. Headmaster, that my uncle you're talking about. His last name is M.O., right? The old principal lifted his stick and was about to whip him. Nonsense, my son's last name is not M.O. Jiang Ping also felt that he had a bit of a problem talking like that, and hurriedly escaped. I was wrong, said the wrong thing. Only then did he tell the old principal about the king level that he had encountered during the examination, and said that's where he got that finger from. The old principal gave a bashful Well, it should be second uncle, who should be in the third realm at this very moment. Knowing to leave you a finger seems to still think quite highly of you. By the way, speaking of that finger, I got someone to finish it for you and make a knife. Check it out, he said and produced something long from under his desk. A delicate knife with a slim handle. There is also a layer of what appears to be a well-polished sheath. The leather is shiny. Jiang Ping took it and then carefully examined it. The knife was found to be very long, longer and thinner than regular knives. The old principle as promised. This is modeled after the ancient Miao knife to fight. Mainly that material is limited can only do this step, but the above for you to reserve 3 holes, and so on in the future you have more contact. You will know what to do. With one sentence, Jiang Ping's doubts behind him were lost. He wondered what those 3 holes were for. Looks like there's a big use for it. Put away the knife carefully. Thank you, principal. A very solemn thank you. The old principal had no words for him. The old principal laughed and cursed. You know what you need to know. Now get lost. By the way, what I've planned for Lan Lan is also for him to go to the Vermilion Bird Academy in the 7th realm, so you'll have to take care of that when the time comes. Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed. That's for sure. Get lost. Jiang Ping ran away with a numb ouch. Back home, with his parents and a burst of motherly love, which took off to go to the secret realm of swallowing the sky. His pot of meat has long been impatient. This is the first time he's ever used a recipe to make a king-size stew. It's really itchy. When looking at the king-level stew that was bubbling with aroma and seducing a burst of howling demonic beasts around him, Jiang Ping's mouth was watering. Immediately made a decision to go against his ancestors. Quickly fishing for one of the largest pieces, he picked it up and nibbled on it. The moment the meat was in his mouth, Jiang Ping's eyes went wide. It's good. It's really so good. Chapter 56, again, Kong Ro. Immediately after that, it felt like his chi was increasing again. If it was originally 3 times that of an ordinary person, now it was increasing again. But that's not the end of it. He felt his body squirm. The blood flowed like a stream. The tendons and bones roared in unison. At this moment he felt as if he was going to sit on the ground and soar. He could clearly perceive that his physical quality was improving. No, I should say that the flesh was rapidly growing stronger. It's an all-encompassing enhancement. Unspeakable but clearly recognizable. Jiang Ping indulged in the feeling and couldn't help himself. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, until finally those side dishes in the pot. That is, all kinds of herbs all into the stomach. Still feel not enough. And then even hugged the boiling pot to drink all that pot of old soup. It was also at this moment that a clear air emerged from Jiang Ping's head. Soothing and refreshing. Lift your fist, clench it, and strike. Surprisingly, there was a sound of breaking air. Jiang Ping was shocked. His physical fitness had actually always been a shortcoming. After all, it was a wonder he could be good after years of malnutrition. But just now, he felt like experiencing a metamorphosis, as if his entire body was soaking in warm spring water, and he could clearly feel the movement of the blood flow, and he could carefully experience a strong and healthy body. There has never been a more comfortable moment since birth. Cool. Jiang Ping licked the corners of his mouth. This is still the first pot. So much meat. When it's all eaten up, how strong does he have to be? Recipes. Awesome. Herbs this time he had quite a few more. There was to follow the recipe just now and do it again. Drooling. Waiting. But the time is a bit long. Jiang Ping also a bit unable to sit. Boredom. Ready to go to the Tibetan scripture cabinet to read books to relieve boredom. Having just stepped into the hidden scripture pavilion, he unexpectedly had an inexplicable feeling. It seems like the hideout is a lot warmer. Of course it could also be an illusion of his enhanced physical fitness. Is looking at Jiang Ping actually some sleepy feeling? Maybe warm and full after it is easy to sleepy. Looking at the book confused Jiang Ping seems to fall into a half-sleep half-awake between. It was also at this time that he seemed to hear that sobbing voice again. Kangaroos, kangaroos. Jiang Ping felt that he had dreamed a dream, or a very fragrant and long dream. He'd kissed a stunningly beautiful woman in his dream, and just as he was about to take the next step, crunch! I can't believe he fell asleep. Opening his eyes in a daze, Jiang Ping froze. OMG. Where's my physique? Where's my strong physique? Trying to rub the goop out of his eyes, he was surprised to find that he couldn't lift his hand a bit. He's confused. Lust looked at his hands. Crazy, right? Just now I was obviously terrifyingly strong. How come suddenly I'm weak? But immediately afterward, he realized something was wrong. It's like there's something extra in your head. A practicing method. Flashes of blood-colored light. Sun and moon wheel. 3 big words that seemed to grow in his head. But, dead center. It won't open. Zhang Ping was a bit angry. It took a while to recover before he adjusted his mind. No panic. No panic. I still have meat. I can still recover. Leaning against the wall, he contemplated what had just happened. There were only words, some fragments, but he probably understood some of them. It has nothing to do with the woman in the ice coffin. It was Zhang Ping's judgment that he had passed out here several times, and each time he had a magical relationship with that woman. But then Zhang Ping thought carefully. It seemed like every time he was in no real danger. Instead of being in danger, they gained benefits. The first time, it was what about the 1000 Buddha Mountain, where he had inexplicably gained control of this time rift. And the second time, which was just now, he had gained another piece of practicing method. He couldn't see what it was, but odds were he knew it was something good. Feeling the weakness of his body, Zhang Ping felt like not thinking about it for now. Brain ache. When he got outside and wolfed down all the meat in the pot, he felt on top of his game again. Suddenly, an absurd emotion appeared in Zhang Ping. That woman is certainly not simple, and she herself is still weak this time. Trading her body for knowledge? Zhang Ping felt that his idea was dangerous. However, his eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the hidden scriptures. Seems like he's not losing out on this exchange. When Zhang Ping came out, it was already late. Turning to the next day, probably because of yesterday's physical exertion a little too much, this sleep is extraordinarily sweet. When he woke up, his father was still doing his job, disposing of demonic beast corpses. Jin Ping helped with the work. A few days in a row were spent like this, except for meeting with their own little brothers, and giving Dongfan Lan a boost did not do anything else. As soon as it's time to go in for the meat, then carefully approach the cache and suck it dry, and then after that, the magic happens. It was amazing how the words were growing in his head. The practice of the sun and moon wheel was also gradually revealed in its entirety. Zhang Ping's mind was dumbfounded as he looked at the sun and moon wheel practice in front of him. Why, the more I look at it, the more it looks like something from mythology. Sun and moon wheel, taking 2 flying birds and taking them in by secret method, refining them and controlling. Place it at your feet and exercise it with a secret method. Speed is determined by the quality of the flying bird. You can turn on the combat stance to enhance the native ability of the birds of prey to assist in combat. This is summarized by Zhang Ping, but the more you look at it, the more powerful it becomes. The sun and moon wheel is surprisingly this. He was supposed to go to the Vermilion Bird Academy, so if he got 2 king-level fire crows, I'm afraid it's not going to take off. It said that a flying bird of the Xian realm would be able to travel thousands of miles in a day. What about the king's rank? The only thing is gas. The higher the level, the more chi you need to cultivate it will definitely be more, and the higher the quality will be required. But these were no longer reasons to make Zhang Ping back off. From the beginning of some fear of the ice coffin, to now gradually and autonomously go in and let suck a little. Zhang Ping interpreted the law of true fragrance perfectly. However, Zhang Ping also found an interesting point. That is, one had already had some antibodies to the potency of the first recipe of the cookbook, but after sucking on it for a bit, it was surprisingly able to revive it again. Nice guy, Kung Ping straight up called out. Isn't this a reset? Moreover, the physical qualities he could clearly feel would be slightly enhanced again every time he recovered again. In just a few days, Zhang Ping didn't even know how many pots of stew he had made. Anyway, nearly 6 or 7 cubic meters of king's meat was less than half at this point. But Kong Pyong didn't want any more. He wanted to wait. Look to the second recipe. This material needed to be even more advanced. The materials of the fusion realm were no longer anything. The lowest level ones were of the Xian realm. Wouldn't the effect be more dramatic if this material was matched? Thinking about this, Zhang Ping was a bit anxious to go to the academy. These materials were hard to obtain in the South City, and he wanted the academy's rewards badly. Immortal Fire Crow, Chapter 57, Dismissal. Time went by and it was finally time for the exams. On this day, the entire South City was busy, with many people on the streets maintaining order, and even more groups and groups of people pouring in towards the examination center. Oriental Orchid is among them. Aunt Hui personally sent the child to the examination center. Zhang Wanli and Yao Yujing were also there. Although Zhang Ping did not need to take the exam, Dongfan Lan was no different from her own child. It is possible that in Yao Yujing's heart Dongfan Lan is even more important? The above was Zhang Ping's dark speculation. Looking at Yao Yujing who kept on instructing, Zhang Ping skimmed his lips. Almost okay. The last thing you want before an exam is someone putting pressure on it. After saying that, he came to Dongfang Lan's side and said atmospherically, Lan, you don't worry about the test. I'll guarantee you entry into the academy. Yao Yujing gave him a blow without a good mood. What are you capable of but still guaranteeing Lan Lan to enter the academy? Give you the ability to do so. Dongfang Lan covered her mouth and snickered. Jiang Ping didn't care, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a hint of an arc. The heart said, "That's what I've got." This goes back 2 days. As the captain of the Spark Squad had a unique meeting with the teacher of the Vermilion Bird Academy's admissions. Teacher Zhu, I have my heart set on Vermilion Bird Academy, but I have a small request. As long as this request can be fulfilled, I'll enroll in school numbly and apply for school registration. Teacher Zhu looked at Jiang Ping with some amusement. If it wasn't for the recent pressure on the Vermilion Bird Academy, he wouldn't have come to rub elbows with a child. Never mind. It's reasonable to make some demands as the captain of the Fireblood Squad. Say it, but anything not too much is agreeable. Jiang Ping was not polite and said directly, I have a younger sister who grew up together and must go to the academy with me. Otherwise I will enroll elsewhere. Mr. Chu froze for a moment. Stop it, Mr. Kong Pyong. There's no precedent for this. The rest of the colleges wouldn't agree. But Jiang Ping seemed to have an iron heart. I don't care. Anyway, if I'm allowed to go I'll have to take her with me or I won't go. And the rest of what you said could be the Green Dragon or the Middle Pole. But what if it's an academy of the second block? Mr. Zhu's eyes were glazed over. Student Jiang Ping, there is a qualitative difference between the second gear academy and the top 5 A. Don't destroy your own future. Jiang Ping shook his head slightly. What future or not? Without her it's a toss-up whether I can live to this moment. One sentence made Mr. Zhu's heart sink to the bottom. If it was a normal kid, even if he was a fire captain, it wouldn't be so hard to deal with. You're not coming? If you don't come, you don't come. There were not a few past members of the Vermilion Bird Academy's Fire Spark, but this time was different, because the news from the military said that this child had just entered the fusion realm and had comprehended barrier breaking. This is already considered an early ticket to class unbeatability. It just so happened that the Vermilion Bird Academy had been a bit sluggish again recently, so if they could get Jiang Ping, it couldn't have been better then. But I never expected Jiang Ping to come up with a problem. Bringing people to school? What a joke. Tangent. Jiang Ping didn't say anything. Just wait. Teacher Zhu didn't know how long it took before he said, what's that child's name? I need to look at her strength. Otherwise even if I don't want you, I can't just randomly enroll a student who doesn't meet the requirements. That's not only irresponsible for that child, but also irresponsible for the academy. Jiang Ping understood in seconds. Indeed, it's like trying to get together at a top school if you're not intellectually capable. You'll have an inferiority complex when you get there. But he had confidence in Dongfang Lan because Dongfang Lan was originally a genius. He himself had the strength to be able to go to the top academy. And he, Jiang Ping, was just one more insurance policy. When Dongfang Lan's message passed, Teacher Zhu was speechless for a long time, looking at Jiang Ping with some grudges. Jiang Ping students, you kidding me? This child does not need you to cover the bottom of her as long as she plays normal enrollment and the Vermilion Bird is also a handful of A. Why are you making it difficult for me? Jiang Ping spread his hands. That is not, there are accidents. If the play is not good, the examination room who said accurate. I don't want accidents. I want to take the hand to pinch. Teacher Zhu had a headache. Looking at Jiang Ping like this, he felt that Vermilion Bird Academy was going to be unsettled as well. That's a prick. Let's talk it over. Finally, I don't know who I reported it to, and the opposite party, upon hearing the name and resumed cultivation and past achievements, directly approved it. It is also with this bottom Jiang Ping dared to blow awesome. What he wanted was simple. That was to ensure Dongfang Lan. Everything was fine, then everything would be fine. If there's an accident in the middle, then this insurance comes in handy. The exams would take several days, and in the past few days Jiang Ping had nothing to do but go to the principal's office and ask the old principal about the Vermilion Bird Academy in advance. The benefits are enormous. In the meantime, the old principal took a call from Li Ziqing. Pull back on that millstone plan of yours. The old principal told Li Ziqing straight away. Li Ziqing's side was silent for a while, obviously knowing something as well. Sighing, well, void it. She also didn't expect a random whetstone for her brother to be so powerful. Straight into Captain Firestarter. What's the point of sharpening it? Plumwood has to sharpen the rolled edge. Time passed quickly. Dongfang Lan finally finished the exam. After the exam, Xiao Huang proposed to eat a meal together. Quite a few people from the 3 highs were gathered together, and those who could come were close to Jiang Ping. Even had a little drink. Waiting for the dispersal of the scene, Xiao Huang said through the strength of alcohol, Bottle brother, we may not be able to keep up with your footsteps, but you can rest assured that, no matter when, you Bottle brother at the behest of the brothers absolutely in place. Jiang Ping patted Xiao Huang's shoulder, lifted a glass of wine, and said to Xiao Huang and those present, I, Jiang Ping, can live to this moment because my brothers helped me. I still remember now. When I was starving, the sixth son is you. Right. Just down the essence of the blood. Their own mouth did not drink into my stomach. Go back after the uncle was almost beaten to the skin. When Jiang Ping finished, Rocco smiled in embarrassment. Brother Bottle, you still remember this? But I didn't say anything about getting beaten up. How did you know? The crowd instantly laughed. You're the one who didn't. And your loudmouth sister can be a great advocate for you when she comes to school. Ha ha. And Nyo Benner, I remember it was the third year, right? I went home and let a bunch of little brats block my way. And you brought your brothers to take it out on me, didn't you? Nyo Benner scratched his head. There was something like that. I think, I'd forgotten about it. Jiang Ping, however, shook his head slightly. You guys forgot. I Jiang Ping can't forget. I Jiang Ping can live until today. All rely on the brothers to help. So in the future, no matter who is in trouble, give me a call. I Jiang Ping, no matter where I am. Absolutely the first time to appear. The crowd was moved for a while. Xiao Huang whispered. Brother Bottle, you don't just say are good. You're good at. So many years you help us resist how many things. You give us the top of the thunder we also can't forget. Chapter 58 Departure. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter, all reminiscing about the days before, for all knew that from the moment they stepped out of the three high gates, they had become different. From a student, he slowly transformed towards a warrior. This was the fate of every gifted person in the 13 cities, enjoying the high allocation of resources and having to pay. From the beginning of the academy they will really start to contact the demonic beasts. The fast cultivating ones may join the various teams and fight in the front line. The slow cultivating ones with almost the same talent will also fill in every South City post as Uncle Me did. Utilize your light and heat. A breakup dinner was eaten until the evening, when Dongfang Lan helped Jiang Ping to go back. On the way, Dongfang Lan looked at Jiang Ping. Are you sure about going to Vermilion Bird? Eyes like stars. Eyes curved like water. Jiang Ping's eyes are slightly mesmerized. Go. Must go. Rest assured Lan Lan. Do not worry to that get bullied. You bottle brother to that have face. Dongfang Lan didn't look at him in a good mood. It's so true that I tell you about the front doorway sub, and you tell me about the crotch shaft sub. Just shut up. 18 or 19 years old girl's mind is the most sensitive time. Maybe out of certain characteristics, the girl whether mental or physical development are faster than boys. Jiang Ping did not really go back, but on the family's room, the two of them leaned back to back, leaning against a starry sky. The next day, Jiang Ping woke up again was waking up in the house. A few days in a row, Jiang Ping did not go out, but constantly experiencing the process of sucking dry, filling, and then sucking dry again. He wanted to give the complete chapter of the Sun and Moon Wheel a thorough lesson before he went to the academy. Lest we arrive at the Vermilion Bird Academy with the immortal fire crow in our hands, but without the means to cultivate the Sun and Moon Wheel. The immortal fire crow was required to win first place as a freshman in the Vermilion Bird Academy, and Jiang Ping's words had already seen first place as a bag of tricks. When it was time to meet up with Eastland again, it was a pick-up notice. Dongfang Lan got her acceptance letter to the Vermilion Bird Academy as she had hoped, and so did Jiang Ping naturally. This was followed by two families rejoicing, and even the neighbors followed suit. But those days didn't last long, because it was time to go. There was no such thing as summer vacation or winter break, but rather a few days off to go to the academy. Each city has a special bus sent from their respective colleges. Well, specialized flying mounts, so to speak. Parents step back a bit, students step forward, mount the seats behind the immortal fire raven and wait for departure. There were people from the Vermilion Bird Academy shouting, very young. There were two other older ones around. Jiang Ping guessed that this might be the teacher. Those two are bulls and horses. There were only 13 people from South City who went to Vermilion Bird Academy this time. Due to Jiang Ping's reputation, the moment they saw him, many of them smiled and greeted him. Brother Bottle, you're going to Jubilee too? Yo, Brother Bottle is finally not a sickly boy anymore. Ha ha, is it your turn to drink essence blood for us this time? Jiang Ping greeted each of them in response. All acquaintances, at least in the student circles in the South City. Jiang Ping was a familiar face. Taking Dongfanglan with him, he casually found a seat and then chatted with his classmates. A bunch of 8 o'clock suns are just the right amount of energy. At the teacher's command, the immortal fire crow finally took flight. Jiang Ping looked at this fire crow in front of him. His heart was envious. This was the immortal fire crow. It does look good. The entire body of the fire crow was like fire. Every time it spread its wings it was as if the flames were burning. The visual effect was absolutely explosive. And the most crucial body shape was not small. Think about it. You can't be small enough to pull off 13 students, 2 teachers and 2 students. But just at the moment of takeoff, Jiang Ping was experienced after all, and arranged the air shield on the first time, wrapping Dongfang Lan and himself up tightly. The two lead teachers glanced at Jiang Ping, but did not speak. At first, the students didn't know what Jiang Ping was doing, but the moment the fire crow picked up speed, they all understood. One by one, they cried, "Brother Bottle, you're not being fair. How come you didn't say anything when the wind was so strong?" Mouths are blown out of their cleft palms. Jiang Ping let out a laugh. It's useless to say. The chi shield is only available at the fusion realm, and I can only cover me and Lan Lan. The students quit. Bottle, you're not being righteous. That's it. I'm going to be Ran too, Jiang Ping said without any good humor. I had a friendship with Lan Lan at that time of peeing in mud. Can you compare? One by one, blow on it, and feel the exhilaration of flight. This can make Dongfang Lan a little embarrassed. What things dare to say out? Gave him a bit of it right away. It was only then that Jiang Ping realized that what he had said was indeed inappropriate. The group laughed out loud. However, it was good to know that the teacher just wanted them to feel it and didn't really care. It wasn't long before a huge chakra opened up. The students finally don't have to suffer the ravages of the wind, starting to enjoy the scenery along the way. This was the first time they had ever been up in the sky, and everyone was mesmerized, imagining themselves riding a fire raven. The teacher doesn't talk at all except for some necessary explanations. It's very high-flying, but even the best scenery has aesthetic fatigue. After a long time, many people will be bored. Even on the way, they would run into the fallen flying demonic beast impact fire crow. Every now and then there is a tremor. It's mind-blowing. This is a high altitude. If you fall, you'll be crushed to pieces. Finally went through 991 difficulties to reach the 7th realm. Having just entered the 7th realm, everyone sensed a different atmosphere. The sky was much cloudier, and the air was accompanied by a strong smell of blood, making these people who had never entered the realm frown a bit. Well, that's a little different than they thought it would be. Someone asked, "Senior sister, why does the 7th realm smell so strongly of blood?" The schoolteacher was one of those two cow horses, and they were the only ones to ask such questions. The teacher wouldn't bother with them. The senior sister, a round-faced woman, dressed in the fiery red uniform of the Vermilion Bird Academy, with a delicate vermilion bird badge on her chest, smiled at her words. How can I put this question? The front line. Is a battlefield still called a front line if it doesn't have the smell of blood? It took a moment for everyone to finally realize that it was different than before. Whereas before they were in the rear, now they're on the front lines. They didn't expect the front line to look like this. Even in the air, one could see people fighting below, and those who won walked away with demon pills and important parts of demonic beasts. The demonic beast corpse was just thrown there. Makes a lot of people curious. Not afraid of contamination? The school sister smiled slightly. The front line is not the rear. Every day to kill tens of thousands of demonic beasts, which have the effort to burn one by one. Most are directly thrown down. As for pollution, as long as you don't eat, there is no matter. Such as enrollment, you will enter the melting realm. To the melting realm of these breath want to contaminate you can't be easy. The odds are that this book is going to be gone. It's 120,000 words in and there's no traffic in it yet. And the debut isn't there either. So I'll watch it for another day. Ugh. Chapter 59, Accidents. The schoolmate's explanation made the crowd smack their lips. Only Jiang Ping had a bland expression. Dongfang Lan's expression twitched. Bottle, did you already know? Or did you disappear some time ago to come to the front line? At these words, the crowd turned back to look at Jiang Ping. Even that schoolmate looked at him curiously. Before they came, they heard that there was a special enrollment in the South City this term, and the college paid a small price to invite them back. Before they were secretly paying attention to Jiang Ping. From the time Jiang Ping unfolded his chi mask they were actually a bit shocked. Before they even enrolled in school they had already melted the realm. The potential was truly extraordinary. Just don't know how the battle power is. It's also more exciting now to see how Jiang Ping will answer. Jiang Ping looked at everyone breathlessly. What are you looking at me for? I haven't been to the 7th realm either, but I've been to the 3rd realm and it's similar to this, so I'm not too surprised. It dawned on the crowd. Tell us about it, Brother Bottle? That was kind of a start. And Jiang Ping used to love to say a few words from time to time, and people loved to hear it. Jiang Ping was helpless. Listening to my senior sister. I only know how much. He's got free labor to not use. He's got nothing to do. The senior sister looked at him with a disgruntled face, clearly feeling that Jiang Ping was a bit insubstantial. Didn't say anything though. That was supposed to be her duty. She doesn't earn credits for nothing. The academy is different from ordinary places, where money is useless. Credits and contributions come first. All resources require credits and contributions to be earned. Credits can be considered stalls. 100 credits you can exchange for the spirit realm. 200 maybe before you can exchange for the fusion realm. Of course this is not a real number. Just an analogy. All students have to take credits very seriously. And it's the contributions that are considered currency, which can be exchanged for resources only after the credit requirements have been met. This is considered a mission by the school marm. So there are credits. Jiang Ping naturally knows this. He not only knows, he has it. The credits Vermilion Bird Academy gave him a base credit of 500. The reason for this, two considerations. One was to give Jiang Ping, a genius, a little advantage. And the other was that ordinary things were no longer useful for Jiang Ping's level. You can't struggle for a year and get some resources you can't use, right? That's something that Jiang Ping doesn't agree with, and neither does the academy. Getting Jiang Ping here wasn't a way to get him to lie flat. Rather, it's about giving him the value he deserves. So, it is normal to give direct credit, contribution points, also 500. The exact value is not known. The school sister wanted to white whore a bit. Jiang Ping finally did not succeed. Only that patiently explained up. After entering the realm, it was soon time to arrive at the Vermilion Bird Academy. But just when everyone thought that they would be able to enter the academy right away, the time when the body of the immortal fire crow also gradually lowered. Suddenly, a lunge and roll over. The dozen or so people from the southern city who had just been sitting firmly on the backs of the fire crows let out a violent shriek. The aura shield protecting them disappeared abruptly. Even the schoolmate who was just sweet and lovely showed an inexplicable smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's this for? It's flipped. Ah, it's flipped. But no one was responding to them anymore. Hundreds of meters up in the air. Everyone panicked. Jiang Ping was the first to react. Don't panic. The trees are tall and dense here. Everyone use your skills quickly and use the tree canopy as a buffer. It was only after Jiang Ping's voice came that everyone finally reacted. So to speak. It was only when they tried to look back at Jiang Ping that they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It's not a good idea to be a son. Chapter 60. Are you talking to me? Someone even couldn't help but roar. Brother Bottle, let go of Lon Lon. Bah! No! Lon Lon, you let go of Brother Bottle. Oh, Brother Bottle begs for a hug. There's a difference between the opposite sex and the opposite sex. Bottle, you jerk. The crowd, even if they were still maintaining their freefall motion, could no longer tolerate the scene they were seeing. Only to see that Jiang Ping looked like a young man who had left the world behind, his feet stepping into the void, taking one step after another from the air in an extremely dashing manner. It was as if there were floating steps under his feet. And Dongfan Lan, who was on the side, was first startled, then her small hand gently took Jiang Ping's arm. The whole person was like a fairy that fell from the sky. The two of them were just a golden couple dressed up at this time, making people envious and jealous. Even the senior sister, who was still controlling the immortal fire crow in the air not far away, smacked her lips slightly. This new guy, he's pretty good at pretending. The two teachers who had been unsmiling on the side couldn't help but laugh at that. Ahem. Watch your language. The schoolteacher gently spat out her tongue and hemmed and hawed. Spoiled said, Teacher, it's not much of a challenge for this Jiang Ping. I feel like you're missing the mark. The teacher pressed down the corners of his mouth and said lightly, Jiang Ping's battlefield wasn't supposed to be here, and his current strength should be ranked in the second year. The senior sister covered her mouth, obviously a little shocked by the teacher's evaluation of Jiang Ping. Another schoolmate also said incredulously, No kidding, teacher. Second grade and first grade can be two completely different things. How much did they go through to get to second grade, and now a freshman can compete with them? The heart is a little unbalanced. There is absolutely no comparison between second grade and first grade, probably the same as adults and children. The first year geniuses were only at the fusion realm. At most, mastering a skill at a grand level is considered a big deal. And second year? Oh, the law has been learned. Various feats, divine first appearances. Even the geniuses among them already had the strength of the Xian realm and were able to go and fight in the rift. So, for the teacher to give Jiang Ping this evaluation, wouldn't it mean that Jiang Ping now had the strength to go to the rift and compete? The teacher knew that the two were a little disconcerted, but didn't explain. It was just a bland remark. We'll see. A group of people landed freely on the ground. Fortunately, with years of exercise and the fact that most of the people who could come to Vermilion Bird Academy had a few brushes, they were barely able to keep themselves standing. Not to smash a shell crater for shame, just not so blowing on their faces and bodies. Some of the clothes they'd changed into especially to come to the academy were scratched at this point. Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get at each other. Looking at the slowly falling, as if nothing is wrong, Jiang Ping is even more furious. I do not know who suddenly shouted, Brothers and sisters, beat him up. A clattering group of people came together. Jiang Ping instantly dodged and laughed. Knew I was pulling the hate a little hard. Run for your life in a loud voice. In reality the group combined couldn't beat him, but could he fight back in this case? Playing around for a while, Dongfang Lan only shouted in a bad mood, "Okay, all stop, almost got. Still do not know what the teacher threw us here to do it." A group of people finally came back, but looking at Jiang Ping still wandering away from the group, the crowd said somewhat viciously, "Bottle, we're not going to beat you up, come back. Yes, you said you'd never use that skill in front of us again, and I'll cover your breakfast from now on." A girl whispered, "I'll take the milk tea." Jiang Ping was speechless. "As for that, would you do it if I let you eat 20 pounds? The crowd combined for a few moments, and surprisingly, they did have to speak up. Dongfang Lan helplessly shouted again, what also said more and more energetic, "Numb to say the right thing. Jiang Ping, you also give me over." Finally, sort of on topic, the crowd also stopped playing around and thought seriously, "Teacher, this must be intentional, otherwise how could it flip over?" It was, and I think it was, but, why? A group of teenagers couldn't figure it out. There must be some deeper meaning to it, but they hadn't seen any use for it up to this point. Just as the crowd was talking, the sound of a hee-haw came from the side, immediately followed by a surprised voice. Brother Chen, come over here. Another batch of unlucky people have come down." With a crash, within a few moments, a group of people unexpectedly emerged from the woods. The crowd was surprised. Only Jiang Ping was more calm. Who let him have a good nose? Overcame about 30 men of the same age, each looking about as scratched up as the group that had come from the south side. On the opposite side, someone even said happily, "Brother Chen." Another group of unlucky bastards came down. "I just don't know which city they are from. Never seen them before." Nanshangs was a bit upset at hearing that he was called an unlucky man. Hey, what do you mean by unlucky? Look at you guys, you were thrown down too. Right, and you have the face to talk about us? Across the street, the one called Chen was clearly the leader, pulling the person who spoke for a moment before arching his hand in the manner of an adult. "My name is Chen Kai. I'm from Taotai City. These are all out of our city piece by piece. I don't know where you guys are from." That counts as a sentence. Dongfanglin tried to speak. Jiang Ping stopped it. "We're from Southtown. Looks like you guys have been down here for a while?" Jiang Ping is the boss. When it is unshirkable to have to say a word first, said to say to make trouble, the key moment Bottle Brother will have to top up. As soon as Chen Kai heard about South City, after a long time of not thinking about it, he finally made a look of realization. "Oh, I know. I thought there were so few of you. So you're from the South City." There were even more snickers from the side. "I thought it was from somewhere. I didn't expect it to be that southern city that's about to be removed from the ranks of the 13 great cities." "Hey, keep your voice down. Talking about cripples in front of the handicap isn't looking for trouble?" There was some restraint, but there was still some nonchalance in the speech. It was also heard on the south side. Immediately, someone was not happy. "What kind of words are you calling this? Looking down on us, you can leave. Don't be an eyesore here." They actually wanted to argue a few points, but what they said was true and there was nothing to say. But the heart is uncomfortable for sure. However, a trace of indifference flashed in Jiang Ping's eyes. He had a stronger sense of belonging to South City than anyone else. Say he does? Say South Side doesn't. Standing forward, he made a gesture of invitation to the group. "Gentlemen, get out of here. We have nothing to say to you." The South Side, no matter how downtrodden it was still his home. Chen Kai froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Ping incredulously. "Are you talking to me?" A hint of absurdity rose in his heart. He had consciously given this group of people face, but he didn't expect this group to be so ungrateful. Chapter 61, Then Let's Fight. "Not just you, but all of you." In an instant, a pin dropped. Quiet. The Southside crowd almost screamed for Brother Bottle. But think about it is not appropriate. After all, to be reserved. Before the Bottle Brother said, "Pretend to be smooth, to not trace." That's what held it back, but the heart was already cool. Chen Kai instantly turned red in the face and just wanted to say something. A surprised voice was heard. "Jiang Ping?" Jiang Ping looked up, revealing a hint of a smile. "Shao Qi. Ah, you've come to Vermilion Bird as well?" Shao Qi was silent, but he still nodded in the face of Jiang Ping's inquiry. "Aha, what's going on here?" Now, Chen Kai seemed to have found an outlet. With an ugly face, he looked at Shao Qi. "Is this your friend? No manners at all." Shao Qi didn't speak to him or nod. Chen Kai felt even more disgraced. "What do you mean? Shao Qi, without my family can you live until now? I'm asking you. Speak." Shao Qi still kept his head down and didn't say anything. Jiang Ping revealed some consternation at his words. "There's a story here, but obviously this is not the right time to ask. Looking towards Chen Kai have anger towards me. Taking it out on others seems out of character." The tone was light, but it made Chen Kai even more unable to get off the stage. "Me? No pattern? I'll show you what a pattern is today, said surprisingly. He was going to do it. Jiang Ping had been waiting for a long time, and was ready to give Chen Kai an electric cannon the moment he stepped up, not realizing that this area seemed to be in a meeting, and two more groups of people had popped up. Yo, isn't this Mr. Chen? What's going on here? A full-on martial arts fight? You've grown, Chen Kai. If you dare to make a move today, I'll hammer you to death. I'll write the word Su backwards. The first sentence was spoken by Lu Baichuan, and the second sentence is Su Tianzhou. But there was another person behind the two of them, and although he didn't say anything, his eyes were looking at Chen Kai with some mischief. Surprisingly, it's Liziki, silently standing behind Jiang Ping. He didn't say anything, but his attitude was obvious. Jiang Ping was helpless and couldn't help but touch his nose. Can I still play this game? You guys came to Jubilee too? Lu Baichuan spoke more casually due to his friendship with Jiang Ping for more than half a month. Yes, Chant. Inquired about it. You came, so I came. Finished with a shrug. A look of indifference, as if the vermilion bird was not as attractive as Jiang Ping. On the contrary, it was Su Tianzhou on the side, who revealed a nice smile and looked at Jiang Ping with 100 winks. Brother Bottle, I haven't seen you for some days. You seem to have gained a bit of weight, haha. It's purely a lack of words. Just as soon as it was uttered, Dongfang Lan's expression became strange. Those who came from the South City, even more strange to look at Jiang Ping, sizing up Su Tianzhou or guessing who these two people are. The only one no one is watching is Liziki. Nothing else. Familiarity. The student who was crushed by the bottle brother, Li Zimuli, is a young man. Jiang Ping did not know at this time that the crisis had already crept up on him, so he had to make an awkward remark. It's been some days since I've seen you. You've all come to Vermilion Bird. Su Tianzhou nodded. Aha, my dad said for me to come to Vermilion Bird. Double entendre. It's like this woman has evolved. Exempt. What's left of the South Side sipped their teeth on this. Hard to comment. And the people from Heavy Brightness City also revealed shocked expressions. Who is this person? The children of the big families in Chongming City are all close to this person. They all looked at Jiang Ping curiously. In the silence, Dongfang Lan took a step forward. Bottle. Who are these? All friends and no introductions. Just a hard twist behind him where he couldn't be seen. Jiang Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. Did I mess with her? But didn't dare to hide. Coughing. This is Lu Baichuan I went out that time I ran into. One by one, they were introduced. This made Chen Kai's face purple with anger. When had he, the Chen family's eldest young man in Taotai City, ever suffered such an indignity? And who in Taotai City wasn't feeding him? Now, this group of people were actually treating him like nothing and catching up as if no one else was around? Chen Kai, who could no longer hold back, let out a roar. You guys, bully too much. Scared the hell out of people. Su Tianzhou glared fiercely. Chen Kai, are you sick? Do you think this is Taotai City? Do you believe that if I beat you up, your father will have to say something good? Chen Kai's face was purple with anger. It's going to be over soon. Su Tianzhou, don't mention the parents if you're capable. In an instant, a group of people really tensed up, gagging and laughing, especially Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu. Li Zimu's face pretending to be cool was a little twitchy. Someone wondered, what the hell? Li Zimu draws the corners of his mouth. This Chen Kai is Su Tianzhou relatives. When I was a child, I heard that I dug a lot of pits for Chen Kai. Instantly, the group laughed. Even Jiang Ping didn't think there was this drama here yet. Just, since it is Su Tianzhou's relative, he is not good to clean up too hard. Rubbing his chin, he thought for a moment. Well, just pack it up as a way to promote classmate bonding. Who told him to call the South Side bad? It's not so much life and death. We'll all be classmates from now on, but it's still a good idea to let him know who the big and small king is. Jiang Ping smiled at the dilemma Chen Kai and said, let's put it this way. Chen Kai, just now you said that I'm not good at Nansheng. I'm not comfortable in my heart, and you're not comfortable if we ignore you. So let's have a fight, and we'll all be comfortable after the fight. How about it? Lu Baichuan was stifling his laughter. Ah, Kong Pyong, that's awesome. You're a fire seed captain, mastering the existence of a barrier breaker. If you want to beat up Chen Kai, just say so, and you have to come up with a crown. Chen Kai didn't know he finally found a vent. Loud and clear. Okay, whoever loses apologizes and buys everyone milk tea after the academy. Dare you? This everyone he cannot specify the scope. Made up his mind to pet a hand Jiang Ping. He looked at Jiang Ping's clothes to know is not what broad. That's enough money to make his flesh hurt. I don't know how to get involved with Su Tianji's group, but it doesn't matter. Jiang Ping smiled and nodded, unloading the miao knife he had been carrying on his back and handing it to Dongfang Lan. On the opposite side, Chen Kai took a look at Jiang Ping not using his weapon. He also grunted. Take it. Throw it to the back. 2 against 2. The surrounding crowd all stepped aside. Everyone looked at the battle with curiosity, except for Xiaoqi and the others who knew it was an unequal battle. The rest thought it was an even match. Chen Kai stomped his foot and was suddenly bruised. Ah! Fury! His eyes were round and his muscles erupted, and for a moment he was surprisingly golden. As good as a Buddha. There was even an appalling aura emanating from his body. The people from Taotai City shouted excitedly. Brother Chen's family heirloom skill. Raging Eyes has heard that defense is unparalleled. Defense is unmatched? Jiang Ping was happy. The first person I hit out of the gate was a bald SA. It's kinda a weird kind of fate. Chapter 62. Are you still confused? Jiang Ping also moved. His hand moved slightly and his sharp claws went out. However, he didn't dare to exert himself for fear of pinching Chen Kai to death. And a few verbal arguments are not enough to get someone killed. In one fell swoop, he actually grabbed directly onto Chen Kai's arm. And a shocking scene ensued, as the one who had just bragged about how great Raging Bull was now had a sore face. Because that blood-colored palm was acting like a giant claw, deadlocked on Chen Kai, and then flipping up and down. Knock knock knock. One time, another time. It swings up and down very regularly. Chen Kai was like riding the roller coaster of a harmonious society. The whole person seemed to have come to the clouds all of a sudden. Every landing was a test for him, and he felt like his organs were coming out. It was a full 20 to 30 strokes before Jiang Ping stopped, and Chen Kai's eyes were glazed over and he was foaming at the mouth, muttering, "You don't speak martial arts. Fight me head on." Nice guy. Still not convinced. The people from Taotai City rushed up to assist. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? There was even someone shaking his hand. Brother Chen, how many is this? Karma was confused. Jiang Ping snickered. Looking at the slightly twitching corners of Chen Kai's mouth, he knew that there was no real cluelessness. Pretending. But it didn't come apart. After a little hiccup, this group finally figured out who the king of size was. One looked at Jiang Ping with curiosity. There were even people asking about Jiang Ping with people in the South City. It took a while for the crowd to quiet down again. A piece of people fell from the sky like dumplings. A piece of people. And more people gathered around. In the end, there were 400 to 500 people gathered here. All students from the 13 cities. They should all be freshmen at Vermilion Bird Academy this time. And just at that moment, the immortal fire crow in the sky gave a light cry, drawing everyone's attention over. The teacher also appeared on the back of the fire raven. Almost all here. You're all new students at Vermilion Bird Academy, but it's not that simple to enroll. 300 miles ahead of you is where the Vermilion Bird Academy is located. I don't care what you use. You must arrive at the academy and report before the sun goes down tomorrow. And those who fail to do so will be discouraged. There was a clamor of frogs. What the hell? And you have to come to the test? Immediately, someone was about to speak, but the teacher said faintly, I know you have questions, but don't ask. A word to everyone who was holding back. These 300 miles the academy has invested in nearly 2,000 demonic beasts, but rest assured they are all in a similar realm to you. These demonic beasts will appear on your way forward. Kill or flee, I don't care, but in the end I want to see you. By the way, you all have a beast attracting incense, don't move. Once found, privately get rid of the beast attracting incense, directly eliminated. With that, the teacher disappeared as the fire crows flapped their wings. Only a group of faces were left behind. It's all subdued. What's this? I worked hard to get in, and this is what I get. All out of ideas for a while. 2,000 80% of the students here and even 90% of the students are just out of high school. Where have they killed living demonic beasts? All of a sudden there was not even a buffer. Directly to such a hard dish. Many people straight to call a little overwhelmed. At this moment, even Chen Kai, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, couldn't help but sit up. What's going on here? Muttered. At once, someone realized that Chen Kai was awake. Brother Chen, you're awake? How is it? Is your head still confused? Instantly, Chen Kai could not wait to eat the man who spoke. Two popped out of his teeth. Shut the up. P.S. Your Majesties, can you give a little bit of power? This author power seems to be not quite enough. This book until now no one to see. I also everyday gaga update. Who came not touched? Oh, pity the poor child. Chapter 63, you guys can do whatever you want. A lot of people around them didn't know what was going on and looked at Chen Kai curiously. Chen Kai's popularity was still possible. After all, as a big clan in Taotai City still had a few points of energy. Looking at him in such a predicament, naturally there were people who were curious. Instead, the people from the southern city, and those from Chongming City were covering their mouths and sneering. Even Jiang Ping was laughing. This Chen Kai is a spoiled child. Not much to do with him, though. At this time, someone on the side asked, what should Brother Bottle do? All of us from South City must be following you. Do you think we should fight or flee? That's right. You're the boss anyway. You call the shots. The crowd was a little surprised to see such a harmonious scene in the South City. Even if a city out of the middle has a lot of sorted, there are not many who can be like Jiang Ping to determine the leadership position in the first place. From this point of view, Chen Kai still has some ability, even if it may be the ability of money. It's hard to beat that. 2. Jiang Ping smiled faintly, perhaps a little pretentious, but still said it. Since we're talking about a test, it's anything goes, escape or kill. I see you guys. If you want to exercise, we will kill all the way through. I'll escort you in the back. If you don't want to kill, we'll just run. The teacher just said that he won't allow to get rid of the beast attracting incense, also didn't say that it has to be a deadly fight. When these words came out, the people in the South City didn't have that deep of feelings yet, but the people around them felt that Jiang Ping was really pretending. What do you mean you want to kill to give you escort? You what strength? Only Chen Kai was sullen. Jiang Ping likely have the strength. The people of South City lowered their heads in thought, and finally looked at each other. In the end it was Dongfang Lan who spoke. Bottle. We want to kill the past. Since it's a test, then we have to give it our all. If we can rely on you now, can we still rely on you in the future? We're just going slower than you, but don't want to be too far behind you. Jiang Ping would like to say, you guys are completely overthinking it. Since it is a test that is said to let it run, what is the point of wasting that energy? But in the end it was left unsaid. No problem. Your call. Students, how to choose. He is happy to accompany, not for any other reason. Only for him Jiang Ping can live until now as the South City successive students to give him a chance to put together a living. This little thing is so inadequate. With Jiang Ping's words, it seemed as if the students in the South City had a bottom line in their hearts all of a sudden. One by one, they took out their weapons with their fists and began to prepare in earnest. And Su Tianjiu and the others had their own choices as the leaders of Chongming City. Chen Kai had wanted to go straight over there himself, but he was a bit embarrassed by the excitement. Shouted, Taotai cities, come with me. From this side, lest people say we're taking advantage. Purposely, he left Jiang Ping here at a distance. Next, there are those who go on their own and those who form groups. It's a moment of human connection. Leadership on display. Not far away in the air, the teacher who seemed to have disappeared a long time ago actually kept an eye on the place, saw the crowd's choice, and said nothing. Only the senior sister asked curiously, Teacher, this Jiang Ping seems to be very cohesive. The ones in the southern city and even the ones in Chongming City are willing to listen to him. The teacher's lips twitched slightly. Well, the south side has always just been a very human place. The school teacher didn't understand the sentence, and the teacher didn't explain it. Just a slight sigh in the heart. The world where there is no love without a reason. There is no hate without a reason. These children still cannot see through it. He knew about Jiang Ping's resume. A different kind of examination began, with the 13 people from the South City using Dongfang Lan as the arrowhead and Jiang Ping as the backing. A procession of arrows was formed to depart. It didn't take long to get there before they ran into demonic beasts. 10 of them. Many students couldn't help but gulp, but they didn't go soft. They've been studying for years for this moment, right? At that moment, he shouted, those with long range will harass a wave first, and when they get close we'll each be responsible for one kill. This doesn't seem like a very good strategy to Jiang Ping, but that's okay. It is up to him to check for gaps. During this time, one of Nancheng's classmates was almost bitten by the demonic beast, but fortunately at this time, Jiang Ping made a timely move. Be careful. Demonic beasts are cunning and not without intelligence. You just got distracted. My classmate blushed a little. Got it, brother Bottle. I'll pay attention. Immediately after, Dongfang Lan was surrounded by 3 demonic beasts as the arrow. The students next to him immediately tried to rush up. A bit anxious, Jiang Ping's voice came out. Is it useful to rush? Use your brain. Take care of your own first. Lan Lan has no problem dealing with them. Don't mess up the formation. Slowly, the line began to get organized. The speed of striking and advancing was extremely fast, and even if Jiang Ping did not put up a fight, he was at the top of the list and traveled the farthest. At this time, many students from other cities looked enviously at the people from the South City. We'd probably be fast too if we had someone like that leading the way. Yeah, you see that Jiang Ping's strength is definitely beyond first class. It hasn't made a second move. The people of South City are too happy to have such a genius escorting them. At first, they all felt that Jiang Ping had blown some of his power, but now that they had seen the results, one by one, they were convinced. There was some discussion about how their city didn't have anyone like that. I don't know who said, who is convinced if you are the boss or I am the boss? Don't be envious. It's not bad if we can form a 3-member squad. The second position was Su Tianjiu and his team, and the third was Chen Kai and Shao Qi's team. These are early established leaders, not as silky smooth as South Side, but faster than the rest. Along the way, the people from the southern city went from being at a loss initially to being able to swim with ease, but they were all demonic beasts of the spirit realm or half-step spirit realm, and it was getting easier and easier for them. The students who were already close to the fusion realm. Time passed quickly, and this kind of examination had no meaning for Jiang Ping. Bored, he yawned in the back. Then collect the essence of blood. This matter seemed to be a unified decision of the South City crowd. Without any discussion, it was just so natural to say, "Brother Bottle, you keep the essence blood." We couldn't care less. Jiang Ping's heart warmed slightly, and it was tempting to say that he didn't need it now. But the habit that his classmates had developed over the years was to give Jiang Ping whatever they had when they were rich. Such harmonious scenes are rare, because there were so many straw men. A bottle of spirit realm essence blood was still very valuable in the eyes of this group of students who hadn't seen much of the world. 180,000 doesn't seem like much after seeing the world, but for them that's all astronomical. After all, a spirit realm demonic beast inner Dan was only about 100,000. So the value of this much demonic beast essence blood could be imagined. There have even been a few big fights over this. Unbeknownst to him, this was all in the eyes of the people of Jubilee. Chapter 64, Who's the Waste? Soon, when Jiang Ping and the others experienced half a day and a night of killing, Jiang Ping's body was full of essence blood bottles. It was also strange. These bottles seemed to have been prepared a long time ago, and a batch of them could be found at intervals. This left Jiang Ping helpless. I had thought it was almost enough and dismissed it on the grounds that I didn't have any bottles, but I don't know which goddamned one. Right after there was no bottle, there would immediately be a South Side student excitedly shouting, "Haha brother Bottle, I found the bottle again. Come on, fill it up, keep it all. Good stuff. OMG, did God arrange this? Another batch?" Thus, by the time they could already see the tall walls of the Vermilion Bird Academy, each of the 13 people from the southern city had bottles of essence blood hanging from their bodies with strips of cloth. Even Oriental Orchid wasn't surprised, and she hung around the most. It made them not even dare to fight, and they ran when they came across demonic beasts. "Why don't you dare? I'm afraid the bottle will be broken." Some people even began to complain. "Brother Bottle, you can't eat these days. Ah, you drink quickly. You drink more, we take less." Jiang Ping hangs the bottle. Ding dang dang, walking, rolling his eyes. "I am not a rice bucket. So much I can drink in one breath? Want to prop me up? Ah." That's when the crowd snapped and laughed. It does seem a bit much, but it cared. And a group of chattering people finally approached the wall. As they got closer, they could already feel the difference. At the entrance of that tall gate, a statue of a vermilion bird rising up to the sky stood above the door. Write 4 words, Jubilee Academy. Don't tell me. I don't know who wrote it. It's weirdly beautiful. The crowd looked at this door head. I don't know who side a sentence, finally arrived. Go to school, really barren thin effort. The group roared with laughter. There was someone at the door ready and waiting for them. The older sister who had met them earlier came over with a smile. "Congratulations. You guys are the first to arrive. And you're still the first to arrive together in the whole city. Older sister has gotten lucky with you. Here, come to this side first and rest for a while. There's food and drink on that side." Getting the benefit of the doubt? Jiang Ping's heart stirred. It seemed that there were things behind the scenes that he didn't know about. Didn't care though. It's been almost a day and a night and still really hungry. They are full of joy to go to school, which will bring food. Are hungry to drink demonic beast essence blood to carry. Even if the essence blood can improve the body a bit, people still prefer normal food compared to normal food. Couldn't resist any longer when I saw some flavorful food next to it. 1 by 2, they flew and hung all the bottles they were carrying around Jiang Ping's neck. "Brother Bottle, that stuff doesn't make you hungry anyway. Brother, destroy some for you first. Hang on. These are enough for a while. Enrolled in school and do not know if there is still such a fortune to be made. Suddenly, cover your mouth." So much for saying the wrong thing. Jiang Ping was stunned. In that very moment just now, he seemed to have heard something. Incredulously, he looked at Dongfang Lan and the others. "You guys?" In this instant, Jiang Ping actually felt a trace of shame. He thought his cultivation was high enough, and then he pretended to let his classmates make their own choices with a high stance. But what about the classmates? Exercise might just be a thought for them, but the truest thought actually that was to earn him rations? Haven't you heard? I don't know when we'll get another chance to get rich like this. With so many people actually thinking this way, Jiang Ping was really crying his eyes out. He wanted to say that he didn't need to drink essence blood for a long time to live now, but it was dead wrong. Dongfang Lan walked up and patted him. "What is it about blindly catching and grinding? We are still waiting for you to escort us. You can't grab those food with us. Be careful of biting you," showing her cute tiger teeth. A few girls next to her did the same. scaring Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping looked up at the sky and put his head away. Too much wind. Finally, the crowd feasted, but only Jiang Ping sat on the ground, looking at the bottles of essence blood that were hung up by cloth strips, silently staring. He thought something was wrong with his psyche before, and now he was finally sure. Silently pondering what went wrong. Demon-eating recipe? No way. He didn't feel that way at first. Caressing the red mole of tears, he seemed to know what the problem was. Is that you? The only strange thing he couldn't figure out was that woman in the Crystal Palace. One by one, as the people of the south side got fed and began to lie on the ground in the sun, people finally began to arrive as well. Not surprisingly, Su Tianjiu and Lu Baichuan Li Zimu had the fastest combination. The three sparks with a group of heavy brightness city's geniuses were able to maintain a certain level of unity, and their speed couldn't be slowed down. It was only the third team that made him fatally flabbergasted that it wasn't actually Chen Kai. Instead, it's a new squad. 3 people. The man in the lead lit up when he saw Jiang Ping walking forward. Hello, my name is Zhou Machuan. Your strength shouldn't be mixed with this group of people. These waste-like things will only slow down your progress. This is my newly formed squad, doesn't differentiate between cities. It only looks at talent. I cordially invite you to join. Joining us will make you grow faster. With one word, Jiang Ping's eyebrows rose. There was not the slightest bit of happiness because this Zhou Mechan praised him for being a genius. Instead, he was a bit angry. Are you talking to me? Zhou Mechan smiled brightly, like a born leader. Naturally, of course it's you. Not only you, but also Su Tianjiao, Shao Qi, Lu Baichuan, Li Zimu. You can all join our little group. We will be the strongest group in this term. Hanging out with a bunch of weaklings is a waste of your lives. The words were seductive. Su Tianjiao and the others looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing where this came from. You're telling me we're gifted? All the players who can pass the fire selection and are now all in the melting realm, or by devouring the 2 demon dawn of Xin and Wang. Need you to be sure? Just now they didn't use their full strength in this examination at all. I really don't know where this guy gets his confidence. He looked at Jiang Ping with interest, wanting to see how he would answer. The faces of the crowd in the south side were not very nice. What the hell, we're just wasted. Damn this kid. How dare you pick on our relationship with Brother Bottle. Some people even wanted to go out on him, but that's when Jiang Ping spoke. The tone was flat, so that no emotion could be heard. Are you strong? Zhou Mechan's heart was delighted. Jiang Ping's strength he had discovered a long time ago. It was absolutely outstanding. If he could pull Jiang Ping down into the small group of his own, there would be many benefits in the future. Haha smiled. That's natural. Not only me. These 3 of us don't dare to say that our strength is one of the best, but it's definitely among the best. The corner of Jiang Ping's mouth is a touch of ridicule. Saying that I am waistline. Saying that my siblings are waste. You are really brave. Do you have a hard head? Chapter 65. Am I saying you're strong? With one word, the whole room froze. Zhou Machuan frowned slightly. What do you mean? But before Zhou Machuan could speak, scarlet-colored floating palms rose behind Jiang Ping. A furious look appeared on his face. Are you very strong? With a boom, the palm didn't give Zhou Mechan any chance to think at all and ruthlessly pressed down Zhou Mechan's head. Blasted smash. With each smash, Zhou Mechan wailed. Jiang Ping would also smile and ask, who gave you the courage to call my siblings trash? Liang Jingjiu? It's a stunt left over from Harmony. People don't know what it means but like to say it. Thud. It hurts to look at it. A squad emerged from the back. Chen Kai. Then it retracted from the heart again. The heart shook slightly. And who had messed with this one? Looking at Zhou Mechan, who was being pressed and beaten on the head. His head was also a bit vaguely painful. At this time, the schoolmates at the entrance of the college couldn't sit still. One after another, they stepped forward. They sensed that something was wrong. This Jiang Ping seemed to be about to strike hard. Talk is talk is talk. You can't kill people. Rushing a handsome senior took a few steps forward and flew out. An invisible shackle trying to bind Jiang Ping's blood-colored sharp claws. Stop it. You're killing him. In the senior's opinion, it's not easy to get a junior high school student, so it's a bit of a big deal. There was a flash of red light, blood-colored red light, on the sharp claws of the touch. All of a sudden the light exploded. Surprisingly, the shackles crumbled. There was an outcry, and the whole room was appalled. Not only did these first-year freshmen freeze, even those older siblings had their jaws dropped, and the senior who had his shackles shattered was clearly stunned, even taking a few steps back slightly, his hands trembling slightly, hidden in his sleeves. The face was green and red, and the look was slightly angry at losing face. Just about to strike, Jiang Ping's eyes looked at the senior. Sneak attack me? And at that moment, the reacting South City crowd rushed up with a bang, each carp jumping up from the ground with a whoosh. With anger on his face, he cursed under his breath. Grass. Sneak attack? Instant hot blood. Raising his sword, he rushed to Jiang Ping's side. There are sensible ones still whispering and chattering. Don't be impulsive. This is a senior. But the irrational Nanchang student didn't care about any seniors. All they know is that they can't be bullied. Cursing and shouting, what's wrong with the senior? A senior is honorable for sneaking up on someone? First grade fights have nothing to do with your senior. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Him. At this time, no matter if there is a reasonable or not reasonable, they all stood beside Jiang Ping to start a fight at the drop of a hat. Li Zimu looked at the scene and covered his face. South City High School tradition. Really annoyed. When he Tangli Daoxiao is so almost beaten, this group of people simply do not care what is right or wrong. Anyway, you beat our people cannot. He admitted that the senior had meant to persuade him to fight, but there was definitely an element of pretense as well, so don't ask him how he knew. The scene was a mess. It was almost all martial arts. The people have been subdued by the group of people in the South City. This is a group of what kind of things? Jiang Ping looked at that senior at this time. Calling you a senior is a sign of respect. But it is not a reason for you to sneak up on me. There has to be an explanation for this. Zhou Mechen had been chiseled and confused, and Jiang Ping was ignoring him. People are good at being bullied. Jiang Ping has known this for a long time. This move also has the intention of establishing authority. The students have a point. What's wrong with seniors? So you can sneak in under the guise of persuasion? The handsome senior's face became even more embarrassed. You guys, what do you want? You're so crazy before even entering the academy. The corners of Jiang Ping's mouth tugged as he admittedly lent a hand. But we're wild? Okay, then I'll show you wildly. Swish the sharp claws immediately to shift the target. With a swift momentum rushed over. Watch the conflict erupt instantly. Ding! A figurative shield appeared in front of the handsome senior. Everyone looked at the person who gradually stepped out of the crowd. A man wearing a vermilion red robe with a vermilion bird insignia on his chest walked out. The man didn't stand out in terms of looks, but he had a strong aura all over his body. He stepped out and the seniors couldn't help but move out of the way. A smile tugged at the corners of the man's mouth. His hands behind his back. A faint voice came, bottle. Almost done. In the crowd, a female voice appeared in the middle of the South City students. Looking at the man in front of her, he said, brother, what do you mean? Bottle brother is being bullied and you're still favoring others, aren't you? I'll go back and tell mom and dad. See if you can get in. At once, the man couldn't tense up. Black lines all over my face. Is it so hard for me to pretend to be next door? Jiang Ping was also happy to hear that. Snickering, he said, brother Dahu, you're mixing it up. Well, kinda with pie. The man who walked out was filled with speechlessness. Don't call me Big Tiger brother, call me by my first name, Chen Pioneering. Before Jiang Ping could speak, the girl who had just spoken spoke again. Bah, you also big name. This matter if you to the outsiders back I will go back to tell mom and dad. Chen Blazes looked at his sister who spoke in irritation. Chen Area, you shut the hell up. Big brother is talking where you have the right to speak. Chen Irma? It was a moment of resignation. Jumping to his feet and pointing at Chen Blazes, Chen Daho you less give me pretense. My name is Chen Area. Call me Area again and you anxious. Instantly, a group of people broke out into a general look of eating their eyes. Especially the seniors. A small bleep. And Taku has this charming nickname? Hey, it's not a nickname at first glance. It's supposed to be a nickname. It's so cute, isn't it, Dahu? Ha. I didn't realize that cold-faced Taku, who is known as the second year with unmatched defense, is actually called Daho? Chen Pioneering couldn't tense up any longer. What's the point of losing the image you've worked so hard for over a year to persuade a fight? It's a bit of a tearjerker, but at the moment, it doesn't matter. He's the chief student in charge of this student, in charge of supporting the teachers. He's got to step up to the plate on this one. Bottle. Give brother face. I'll give you an explanation for this later. Jiang Ping glanced at Chen Pioneering and nodded. Okay. It was very spontaneous, and he didn't think that Chen Pioneering would really help others without any regard for friendship. Sure enough, Chen Pioneering said to the handsome senior whose hand was still trembling a bit, go to the confinement room by yourself for 3 days. Instantly. Cold. 3 days confinement. This confinement chamber doesn't keep you in a dark room for 3 days. It keeps you in a special crevice for 3 days. It's annoying to have demonic beasts attacking you around the clock. Life-threatening for sure, but it can grind you down. For 3 days, a group of second-year seniors had some second thoughts. This Taku is ruthless. Although Jiang Ping didn't know what the punishment for 3 days of confinement was, he knew that the punishment must not be small when he looked at the palpitating looks of that one. I was about to say something. Chen Pioneering gathered his previous smile and said with a cold face to the two people behind Zhou Mechen, you're the ones who said that my South City's people are trash? Boom. It blew up. No one expected that Chen Blazes would actually ask this. Aren't you supposed to be an impartial senior? Chapter 66, Senior Fish Also Bullies. Jomechan even touched his buzzing head, feeling as if he hadn't woken up. Why are you so protective? Without waiting for Jomachwan to speak, Chen Blazes continued with a cold face. If it wasn't for a mission and the fear of being perceived by others as me bullying the small with the big, just based on the fact that you called my South City's people losers, and that my sister is a loser, the drill hall is going to go on a journey today. Drill hall. Once again, the crowd had a new perception of Chen Blazes' performance as a calf protector. Performing arts hall is quite nice to say, but in fact it is a place for fighting, and any problem that can no longer be solved by communication can be solved by performing arts hall. To be able to have a senior who claimed to have unparalleled defense in the second year stage a martial arts hall to bully a small carrot head, it already didn't want to lose face. It could be said that Chen Pioneering was furious. Chen Pioneering's words made many people less comfortable, feeling that Chen pioneered too overbearing, and are all in the same college. How come the South City's bullied cannot? Muttering, all from the same college. Isn't this divisive? As it happened, Chen Pioneering heard it. Eyes with a chilling light nailed the person who spoke. Outside. You and I are from the same academy, even if it means blocking a knife for you. Chen Pioneering, don't blink an eye, but in the academy, bullying my South City people just won't do. If you don't believe me, you can ask the seniors and siblings in your city if this is what Chen Pioneering, do. For a moment, there was no talking. These words also made quite a few seniors and sisters nod their heads. Chen Blazes is indeed such a person. Facing demonic beasts as a qualified teammate. Even outside other colleges say that the people of their own colleges are bad. He has to go up and do a fight. But in the academy, if you dare to bully someone from the south side, it just won't do. Jomechan's face was said to be pale. He didn't know whether he had violated the rules of heaven or what. How one and all were targeting him. Pulling ahead was almost being given a headbutt by someone else. Not to mention, but now it was even being pressed and scolded by the senior. He's bitter. Jiang Ping happily looked at the scene in front of him. It is true that the same lineage. The people in the South City are so headstrong. Protecting the calf. Not bad for the most humane city. Looking at Jiang Ping gaga happy, Chen Pioneered helplessly said, okay, this matter ends here. Do the right thing. Then, catching everyone off guard, he yelled at the top of his lungs, greetings, teacher. Then stand as straight as a schoolboy. A middle-aged man in red and white walked out with a smile on his lips. Not bad. A bit of a second-year big brother. Chen pioneered the rush to reveal a fawning smile with a smooth vendors like, hey, is the teacher taught good? Are new to still have to set up rules? No one had expected that the just cold-faced and furious Chen Blazes actually changed his face so quickly. Almost blinked. Some even wondered if this was still the domineering Chen Blazes? Why are you acting like a sycophant? Only Jiang Ping silently lowered his head. He saw himself in Chen Pioneering. Chen Irma. No, Chen Area, also known as Chen Blazes' own sister, couldn't help but cover her face as she watched her own brother's maneuvers. That's too flexible of an identity shift. Students stand at attention, waiting for the teacher to lecture. At this time, the hundreds of second-year seniors standing at the entrance also stood neatly, and even acted as sports committee members to form a whole line. You can hear a pin drop. The middle-aged man then coughed. My name is Chang Yizhou. I'm a teacher at the academy. As for what I teach you guys will know later. It's not important. Next I'm going to say a very important thing. The front line is tight. There is no one to teach you guys for the time being, and it will take at least 3 days before the academy's people will pull back, and I'm going to take the rest of these second years to support them right away. So the academy will only have you first years for the next 3 days. Boom. It blew up. The freshmen were dumbfounded. What's this all about? We've come all this way to the academy, and you tell us the teacher isn't here? Not only are the teachers not here, but the seniors aren't here either? Are you kidding me? Teacher, what are we going to eat and drink? Chang Yizhou was kind. There is food and drink in the academy. You can go to the cafeteria to eat. The cafeteria logistics people are there. That's what makes it a relief. But that's not right either. Teacher, where are the seniors from our academy? Chang Yizhou laughed. Do you think the academy is your high school? It's different here. Here school is fighting and fighting is school. The senior students are probably killing demonic beasts in some crack. All at once. Numb claws. This academy seemed really different from what they had imagined. Good. Let's cut the small talk short. The front line is tight. Demonic beasts are coming to attack. The crack suddenly open. This is something no one can control. So for the next 3 days the academy is going to rely on you guys to guard it. There may be leaks that escape from the front line. You guys have to be responsible for solving them. We can't let the academy be destroyed by the demonic beasts. After saying that, and not caring what the group's reaction was, he shouted, second graders. All the sophomores stepped forward, their eyes determined. Yes, Chang Yizhou waved his hand. Depart. Front line. Clatter. Each in his own way. Some with mounts were quickly summoned. And in the distance fire crows flew over in patches. Those who don't have it can only lick their faces and stand next to their close classmates and rub it in. Those who couldn't do it anymore were very consciously standing beside Chang Yizhou, waiting to go with the teacher. Swish swish swish. People are all gone. Only the faceless first years were left behind. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. Families who understand. Come to school. The teacher is gone. What are we here to learn? I don't know who it was that said, are we here for school? Or are we here to be security guards? A sentence that left people even more speechless. You're good at talking, but don't say it. It's no different than sticking a knife in your heart. The bottle? What do we do? Dong Fanlan frowned, always feeling that something wasn't right, but it can't be said. You can only ask Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping pondered, and finally smiled slightly. What can I do? Enter the school. Come all the way. The crowd heard the same thing. We're here. We can't go back. Can we? Besides, there's no car to go back. With Jiang Ping taking the lead, the group from South City went in first, followed by Su Tianjia, Lu Baichuan and the others. One by one, people are all moving. The school is huge inside, so it's good that it's signposted. All the way to the dormitory. And then surprised to find that even the beds are arranged. Which also said what? Directly pack their own beds. What toiletries bedding is available? That's rather sweet. There was a bit of cleaning up, putting all the bottles of essence and blood away. And it was almost evening. Someone couldn't help rubbing his stomach to find Jiang Ping. Brother Bottle. Go to the cafeteria. Jiang Ping thought about it. Was hungry. Walking. Chapter 67 again? The South Side 13 departed. On the way, they bumped into Su Tianjia, Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu as well as Xiao Qi. Jiang Ping was a bit surprised. You don't care about the people of your own city anymore? Lu Baichuan shrugged. Chongming City doesn't have that tradition of the southern city. It's fun enough to cover them in. That's not true. Indeed, not all towns are the same as the south side. And you guys? Dong Fanlan glanced at Su Tianjiu warily and asked. Su Tianjiu said with a big smile, Brother Bottle is our captain. In the future we follow Brother Bottle to mix. Dong Fanlan wanted to say something when Jiang Ping spoke. What about you? Xiao Qi? Xiao Qi was more silent and shook his head slightly. I'm not all the way with Chen Kai and the others either. Jiang Ping laughed. Okay, one piece then. 4 were added to the team of 13. It became 17. On the way Chen area looked at Li Zimu with a smile. Li Dajiao. Recently it seems like it's not so Lai Foma. Zai Rang. Nanchang vernacular. Probably arrogant. 7 disobedient. 8 indignant meaning. Liziki didn't bother to talk to her. Just this girl who took Dongfan Lan's erroneous information and cheated herself out of 3 bottles of essence blood was even more detestable than Jiang Ping. Looking at Li Zimu not saying anything, Chen Area still wanted to say something. Dongfan Lan pulled her arm. Area, it's almost done. After all, they were all running towards Jiang Ping. She couldn't make it difficult for him. Only then did Chen Area let go of Li Zimu, and hemmed and hawed. Soon the cafeteria arrived. Looking at the cafeteria that was empty enough to hold thousands of people for dinner, Jiang Ping was a bit shocked. Not bad for an academy. It's just big. Only the crowd slipped around a good bit to find the window pressed shut. There was only an old man with his head down sweeping the floor. Hello, does the cafeteria open every time? Su Tianjiu asked. The old man suddenly looked up, startled, and then grinned. With only 3 teeth left. What did you say? Su Tianjiu repeated it again. The old man then realized. Dinner. Ha, make it yourself in the back kitchen. At that moment, Su Tianjiu had a bad premonition. It can't be that you're the only one in the entire cafeteria, right? The old man shook his head with a bewildered smile. Wrong. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not. Who knew that the old man's voice came? It's the entire academy that's left with just me. If I wasn't so old, I'd be carrying a sword to the front. Ah, said the man, surprisingly, with a few hints of regret. The crowd was thunderstruck. It took a while to slow down. Lu Baichuan was also a bit dumbfounded. What? Everyone looked at Jiang Ping. No one had expected this. Jiang Ping became even more helpless. It's obvious that there's something fishy going on. What else can we do? Do it yourself. I reckon the cat's out of the bag. No one here is a cutie pie. There's no such thing as a coincidence. They just got here and the front lines are tight? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I just don't know what this is going to play out again. Alright, make it up yourself, and eat as much as they like. Here Jiang Ping is a small cook. Look at the back kitchen materials and what have a heart. Do the work. While this was going on, the rest of the men went back to bring their weapons, and if they were still skeptical before, Now they were certain. This must be something the academy has gotten up to. Wave after wave. The old man repeated the same words and techniques like an NPC. With Jiang Ping at the head, the big guys will just have to sulk and cook for themselves, and rub it in if they don't have that skill. This schooling is sparse. 500 freshmen were talking in the cafeteria, all pondering what the hell was going on. On the other end, Chin Pioneering was beside Chung Ijo with a heated smile. Teacher, I think they've eaten almost enough. Let's go on the program. But this group of freshmen are quite smart. I guess they are mentally prepared. Chang Ijo laughed. It's useless to have one. Close the rift exit and give the freshmen an appetizer. Chen exploited a wicked smile on his face. How much do you put in? Chang Ijo pondered for a moment. First, 2,000 half-step fusion realm ones. Let the old man stop Jiang Ping. Chen Blazes was slightly stunned and instantly understood. Jiang Ping's strength was a notch beyond these people. So if Jiang Ping really made a move, it would lose its meaning. The old man who had been sweeping the floor came to Jiang Ping's side. A pat on the shoulder. Kid, stand by later. Jiang Ping hadn't understood what it meant. Just heard the ground shaking outside. The mountains cry out for help. Everyone was all flabbergasted. Flying towards the periphery. Only scarlet eyes were seen everywhere beyond the academy's walls. Quick, turn on the searchlight. Some smart guy rushed to turn on the searchlight. When he saw the scene outside, his legs and stomach shivered. A boundless ocean of demonic beasts. This is stabbing the nest of demonic beasts? Although they had also passed through the roadway defended by 2,000 demonic beasts before they came, they were separated and far less shocking than if they were gathered together to look shocking. The old man dodged and stood on the wall, still carrying Kong Pyong in his hand. It was no longer the same weak appearance as before, but said in a neutral voice, Students, the demonic beasts are attacking the city. Protect the academy. The crowd looked at the old man breathlessly. Still acting. But it is also known that this is a tactic played by the academy. Enrollment, it's so hard. What can a person do but fight and prepare for battle? Don't panic, students. These demonic beasts are about the same realm as us. We have the benefit of high walls and weapons. We're not wimps. Everyone split into 2 groups on my command. One for primary defense and one as a reserve. Zhou Machwan seems to be alive again, jumping up and down, but his classmates didn't give him face. Cut out. Instead, he looked at Jiang Ping. They had long since seen that Jiang Ping was the strongest, and that this small gang was also the strongest amongst all the freshmen. Jiang Ping looked at everyone. Smiling slightly, he said to the old man, I'm not going to make a move, so give me an idea. Will you? The old man smiled and nodded, still showing 3 teeth. Only then did Jiang Ping say, Lu Baichuan. Lu Baichuan immediately stepped forward. Here. At this moment, Lu Baichuan seemed to understand the meaning of the academy's arrangement. Straighten up and wait for orders. Take 50 students who specialize in melee combat and hold the south side. Lu Baichuan immediately said to the back. South. 50. Anyone. Immediately, someone raised their hand. It didn't take long to get enough together. Su Tianzhou. Here. You bring 30 with long-range attack abilities to help Lu Baichuan. One by one. Shao Qi and Li Zimu are each responsible for one side. But the last one was unexpected. Chen Kai. Chen Kai reluctantly stepped forward. Aha! Jiang Ping didn't say anything and smiled a little. Leave the north side to you and your buddies from Chongming City. Can you do it? Chen Kai froze for a moment. Don't you dare use me? Jiang Ping waved his hand. Can it be done? Chen Kai glanced at Jiang Ping with a complicated expression. Yes. This scene made the watching Chung Ijo TSK. This kid's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. I thought we'd have to fight for command. Chen Pioneering hurriedly patted his horse's ass. This is all because of the good basic education. In the face of demonic beasts, the first external is the first guideline. Chapter 68, I'm not living. Chang Ijo snorted. Cut the good talk and the salty bull ********. If it were true there wouldn't be any traitors. Well, since they're not following the script, we'll have to change it too. Turn on the academy's beast-attracting incense and spice it up a bit. Chen pioneered, smacking his lips. Still open? Open the beast-attracting incense. This group of demonic beasts are still not crazy. The academy's beast-attracting incense is not ordinary. No kidding, teacher? Chang Ijo said faintly. Do you see me joking? Chen pioneered a bit of numbclaw. Teacher, it's not good in case of casualties. Chang Ijo patted Chen Pioneering's shoulder. You people out of Nanchang are good at everything. But that's not good. Human feelings are not something to talk about at a time like this. Now they can still recuperate from their injuries. But if they really get hurt when they are opening up the land, who cares about them? So it's best to teach them a lesson while you can. After all, in a month they'll have to go into the outer regions. And there'll be no one to show you any mercy then. Chen pioneered, although he knew what would happen in the future, but still felt that the teacher was a bit ruthless. And Chang Yizhou's ruthlessness was not only reflected in the beast-inducing incense. Put in 10 more fusion realms. With intelligence. With a wow. Chen Pioneering looked at his teacher incredulously. Teacher, you're not kidding? A fusion realm with intelligence, in short, is one with an extremely excellent bloodline. And one with an extremely excellent bloodline will inevitably have more means at their disposal. Demonic beasts call this bloodline memory. The legacy is also appropriate. Such things are the very core of this race's secrets. And most of these demonic beasts had already grasped a certain amount of law by the time they were in the fusion realm. For these rookies, it's a total crush. Chang Yizhou's mouth with a smile. Don't worry, can't die. The old man is there watching. They're not the same as your term. Although Jiang Ping can't make a move. Those little guys are all at the fusion realm as well. How can they become something without practicing a bit? Chen Pioneering nodded with difficulty. He already imagined how this group of freshmen would curse after these 3 days. Teachers are too mean. What he doesn't know is that although Jiang Ping is not allowed to make a move, this term is also to be too much stronger than their time. Su Tianzhou and others which are not mundane. The reason why it didn't manifest itself is because Jiang Ping's ability to perform is too much to have dominance. That dominance has made them all mediocre. But that doesn't mean these guys are really mediocre. Take that Chen Kai for example. To be able to become the head of Taotai City, even though there was the addition of family history, could he do it without those 2 brushes of his own? To know that the students who could get into Vermilion Bird were already geniuses, Chen Kai should at the very least be a cut above them. And Su Tianzhou and others surpassed Chen Kai Zhoumachuan and others. Jiang Ping, on the other hand, is at the top. Not to mention the fact that these guys have seen blood. These melting realms are for them. Of course the most crucial factor that could make Chang Yizhou come down hard was still Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping had just enrolled in school and made everyone listen to him involuntarily. Something that had never happened in the past. Who is not high-minded? Can you be so easily convinced? So, this class isn't weak at all. In the academy, Jiang Ping said helplessly to the old man following him. Uncle, can you not follow me? I promise I won't make a move. The old man grinned. Although I don't know why Cheng Kid isolated you alone, but surely you have 2 skills. Just move your mouth. Don't try to exploit the loopholes. Jiang Ping was on the verge of swearing to the heavens. I promise, I won't make a move. Besides I'm just a fusion realm. Do I need to be so tightly guarded? Jiang Ping still didn't understand just how dominant the barrier breaking skill was. Watching the old man not leave, he could only stand on one of the tallest buildings of the college and use the frontal dynamic vision of the eagle eye. For more details, please see the bit about eating chicken on Thousand Buddha's Mountain. The sharp claw was progressing, now coming to its highest perfection. But Hawkeye wasn't far behind. This dynamic vision works extremely well. Even the darkest night sky could clearly see something constantly approaching. Some of the students on the wall had stony faces, while others had slightly sweaty palms. The first to be attacked was Lu Baichuan's self. Jiang Ping was the first to remind. Baichuan, quickly hide. This is a bee. Lu Baichuan sniffed and rubbed his eyes, and then his whole body was bad. Yelled, I'm Chow. Guys hurry up and find cover. Long range first. Come on. It's the poisonous king bee. Where are the girls? Hurry up and gather the girls to kill the bees. The poisonous queen bee is as poisonous as its name suggests. It's an extremely odd poison that doesn't kill. But his poison has 2 effects. The first is itching. When touched by a toxin it's an itch, and it can itch for 79 days without special medication. And the other roll, that's a nightmare for the majority of men. I don't know what the principle of this toxin is. Anyway, don't think about that for half a month when you get stung. You won't get hard. So, this stuff is avoided by the majority of men like a snake. No one wants to get caught in this stuff. An accurate description of a poisonous queen bee is a toad that doesn't bite. Diabolically, the female student rolled her eyes. It's a good time to think of us, we're ticklish too. But still, the knife. Sisters, kill, one by one. All of them were lucky with their weapons. And there were all kinds of weapons, but the most numerous was the sword. Those with long-range means, such as bows and arrows, or those with long-range skills, all swarmed up. A front row of women was instantly complete. All of this, you learned in high school. Sensei has a good rack for killing enemies. Jiang Ping looked at the poisonous king bees in the south, and his entire body was in a state of helplessness. Old man, you guys are a little perverted, aren't you? Getting this to test people? The old man revealed 3 teeth, obviously happy. What do you guys need that job for at your young age? What's the big deal? What a good one to do what? Jiang Ping, if not unable to beat him, had to give him 2 slaps. And you're useful as an old man? No longer pondering the rest, he sank down to watch the battle, and in time, adjust the strategy to distribute the ratio of men to women. After all, he had to take care of his male classmates as well. But no matter how powerful his micromanipulation was, he couldn't be perfect. This was hundreds of half-step fusion realm poisonous king bees. there are always dead ends that are missed. Immediately afterward, a boy was heard bawling, "I'm not going to live. I'm going to your grandmother's poisonous queen bee. I'll fight you." Just now, his brother was unconscious. He took one look and knew it was over. There's nothing to be afraid of now. The crowd took one look at the boy's wailing form and knew what had happened. I can only shout from afar, "Brother, take care. Don't be too sad. It's only half a month." The boy roared, "Half a month? One day old me can't stand it." Jiang Ping covered his face. "Shame brother, you do not speak, others do not know now you rushed up all know." Students, still simple. Chapter 69, each showing their power. The poisonous king bees surged like a tidal wave, growing in number as if they were endless. It buzzed in the air, forming a creepy black cloud, and as the number of poisonous queen bees continued to increase, the number of people who suffered from the attack also grew larger and larger, and the wailing of the boys also rose and fell, unceasingly. The boys' faces were filled with despair and hopelessness, desperately waving their arms to drive away the poisonous wasps, wanting to escape from not being able to harden themselves. The boys were all looking at the poisonous queen bee as if they were looking at their father's murderer, and I have to say that the teacher had a knack for messing with the mind. It also made Jiang Ping and the group of girls burst out laughing. It just wasn't long before that smile was gone, because all the demonic beasts came from all sides. A poisonous queen bee is still a poisonous queen bee. A group of male classmates seemed to be more disgusting than a dog, but it wasn't enough not to kill. It's not that this thing can't be beat, it's just disgusting. Finally, the first wave of poisonous king bees had finally been completely wiped out, and when the students were just about to let out a sigh of relief, they heard Jiang Ping's voice once again. "Watch out, here we go again." The students who had just caught their breath, in an instant their hearts lifted up again. Looking at the densely packed demonic beasts outside, their eyes jumped. A teacher is not a good person. Moreover, this time was unusual, and it was obvious to see that there were several demonic beasts inside emitting an appalling aura that most people at least found unbeatable. As for why there was no casualty count just now, it was also quite understandable. Against a group of half-step fusion realm witless beasts, if there were still people dead, then really don't come to Vermilion Bird. He couldn't get into Jubilee either. That's a real dish. Even if by chance someone gets hurt, they all put up with it for fear that others will look down on them. Anyway, in that case, the advantage is mine. Only now, the advantage is not right. Jiang Ping's dynamic vision slightly raised his eyes and looked at the old man. The old man is crazy, isn't he? Wrong realm, not just any wrong realm. You guys are trying to get people killed. The old man ignored him and looked out as well. Think it does go a little too far, but still said, "You kid is not simple No wonder I let the old man watch you specifically. These eyes of yours are also not simple At least it is the dynamic vision of the Di Chang level, right? I can't imagine that you, a freshman who just enrolled in school, can actually practice your skills to this extent Jiang Ping thought to himself. I'm practicing chicken feathers. I'm all about the food. But the old man's compliments couldn't be cared for at the moment. Shouting to the big guys, Su Tianjiao, Lu Baichuan, Dongfang Lan, Li Zimu, Shao Qi, and Chen Kaizhou Merchuan float in the air to drag down those few Rome realm demonic beasts. In a flash, voices erupted among the students. What? The fusion realm? OMG. It can fly. It was then that a surprising scene occurred. One could only see several figures leaping out from the walls of the cities to which they respectively belonged, as if they were lightweight birds of prey. What was even more jaw-dropping was that these people's bodies were completely suspended in the air, just like immortals descending to the earth. Among them, a few powerhouses like Su Tianjiao behaved especially strikingly. Without hesitation, they tore apart their outer garments, revealing the exquisite armor within. The moonlight fell on top of the armor, reflecting a dazzling light, causing the crowd to hold their breath. For a time, the entire scene fell into a silence as the students stared at Su Tianjiao and the others with wide eyes in disbelief. Could it be that these few people are already in the fusion realm? This thought crossed everyone's mind like lightning, sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. Everyone gazed at Su Tianjiao and the others who were rising slowly with a gaze that was almost worshipful and envious. Looking at their transcendent postures floating in the air, a thought that I am actually inferior to others appeared in their minds. In comparison, his own people who were called geniuses were still wandering around, wasting their time. This huge gap was like a heavy hammer hitting hard on the hearts of the people, bringing about a deep sense of frustration. In an instant, even the pain caused by the stings of the poisonous queen bee just now seemed to become insignificant. At this moment, the students' minds were all focused on the strength displayed by Su Tianjiao and the others, their hearts secretly pondering with their fists slightly clenched. I'm not so bad either. Something called fighting spirit showed in everyone's eyes. No, it's not that we can't, it's that we don't have the resources. We all stayed to come to the academy to break through in order to have better resources. Better demonic beast inner pills. Yeah, they're just taking advantage of the resources. They're not really pulling the plug on us. A lot of people thought of that instantly. That's true. It made sense that ordinary people would want to come to the academy to break through again, because only the academy had the best resources. Only, some people think more. Su Tianjiu and others can still be understood as a problem of resources. Then this sitting commanding Zhang Ping? What's wrong with him, and how is he going to explain it? Someone who could press Chen Kai Zhoumechen and the others with a single move. This was no longer something that could be explained by resources. It was good that the demonic beasts didn't give them much room to think. As another wave of demonic beasts came up, Su Tianjiu and the others were alone against the fusion realm demonic beasts, and they didn't have the chance to mess with their thoughts. Su Tianjiu alone against a melting realm demonic beast. This demonic beast has mastered the fire law. Hot flames suppressed Su Tianjiu, but Su Tianjiu is not passive, but from time to time, relying on a fine piece of equipment surprisingly hard to change. Such a pugnacious hit. It's unsettling. No one would have guessed that a girl could be such a violent player. Dongfang Lan, on the other hand, was much better. Although she hadn't reached the fusion realm, a genius was a genius, and had already honed all her skills to a certain level. With skillful maneuvers, he fell behind, but not by much. Plus with the support of Chenaria and the other South City people next to them, they were also able to stall. The whole line is in an emergency. Zhang Ping looked in his eyes and was anxious. Old man, you give me a back door and I'll get you something good to eat later. Zhang Ping looked solemnly at the old man. The old man was horrified. Good boy. How old? You still ponder me this back door? Pervert. Zhang Ping, who was disliked, was a bit confused and then reacted. The face is red. You're shameless. Tried to move, but the old man was on strict defense. Chang Yizhou silently watched the students' performance, and by this time, there were already people who couldn't carry on. Start the rotation. Even, someone got hurt, but, no one stepped back. A few genius characters were even on top of the line, and even when they were beaten, they kept carrying on. But everyone knows that's not the way to go. Chen Pioneering is also a little anxious. There can be his own sister. Teacher, let's not play like this. It's too ruthless. No, I'll go and kill a few first. Chang Yizhou frowned and scolded. Nonsense. Is it your turn to act like a big garlic? Sighing slightly in his heart. Was he still overestimating this class? Spark, it doesn't seem to be that great. The only one who took it was Zhang Ping. Sighing, he prepared to keep an eye on the battlefield, and if he couldn't, he would have to strike. Just as he was disappointed, Su Tianjia bellowed. Pyromancy inflammatory explosion. ****** me. A hot, fire-like blade light slashed across, hard hitting the neck of the fusion realm demonic beast in front of him. Chang Yizhou's eyes moved slightly, instantly discovering the problem. A hint of relief appeared on his face. Ha ha, this little girl can not stupid. Chen Pioneering also observed carefully, looking closely before realizing what the problem was. Eyes lit up. Teacher, this Su Tianjiao's seemingly helpless move of exchanging her life for a life just now was actually within her calculations. She knew that her method was just a beginner and inferior to the demonic beasts, so she slashed at the same position every time, and ended up using her method to break the enemy? Chang Yizhou nodded with a smile. It wasn't in vain to bring you. You still have a few eyes. If the next few people are like this, they are considered to have broken the game. Obviously, Su Tianjiao's appearance made it much easier for him. He's really afraid of the potential of this class right here. If this was the only way, he wouldn't even dare to send people to the Outlands. Just as the two were talking, someone no one expected suddenly erupted. Shao Qi, who had always had little presence, unexpectedly exploded a burst of refined light in his eyes. Not illusory, but real and genuine light. And, not in both eyes. Instead, it's the other eye. Chapter 70, Teacher, when will the fire crows be divided? A long, thin strip of what looked like a sci-fi laser shot out of the center of his brow unexpectedly and abruptly. Wherever the light went, a piece of burnt and rotten flesh appeared. Shao Qi took this opportunity to ruthlessly thrust the knife in his hand into the demonic beast's eye. Blood erupted all over his face. In response, he simply wiped it lightly before jumping off and heading straight for Taotai City's defense. Everyone was shocked. Chen Kai was even more stunned. Shao Qi, you turned out to be so strong? Thinking that he had bullied him before, he felt that Shao Qi was a scary person. Just as he was thinking, Shao Qi arrived. Surprisingly, he helped Chen Kai. Chen Kai was surprised for a while. Shao Qi, you're helping me? Shao Qi shook his head slightly. Not to help you, but to help myself. Chen Kai looked complicated. He felt that at this moment, Shao Qi was a bit handsome. The movement in his hand was unceasing. Okay, I'll make a note of it. From now on when I return to Taotai City you'll be my ferromagnet. Jiang Ping narrowed his eyes as he watched Su Tianjiu and Xiaoqi break the game in front of him, his heart happy. Old man. What kind of demonic beast skill was Xiaoqi's move just now? It's a bit perverted. The old man looked deeply at Xiaoqi. Plainly, he said, would you believe me if I said it was the skill of the King Realm Hanging Ice Tiger? Jiang Ping couldn't help but stare at the old man with wide, unbelievable eyes. Stop it. Where did he get the King Realm from? Suddenly, he remembered his halo, thinking that people might have their own strange encounters as well. It was a moment where Xiaoqi seemed like he was the protagonist in a novel. With the person who broke the game, Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu were holding their breath in their hearts. There was a flurry of watchful eyes. The attack was more ferocious. Su Tianjiu, on the other hand, had gone to support Dongfang Lan. Bottle's people, rounded up to her people. Dongfang Lan also gave Su Tianjiu a strange look, but nothing was said. It was just that the two of them, one water and one fire, were surprisingly well matched. Cheng Yizhou here looked at the crowd that was slowly taking control of the situation and also revealed a satisfied smile, obviously more than he expected. Chen Pioneering looked at him cautiously, fearing that this inappropriate teacher would once again say put a wave. This ing 3 days of the amount of the teacher a brain to get through, and also added ingredients. You just say perverted not. The situation gradually stabilized, and Jiang Ping's ability to dispatch once again came into play. Lu Baichuan, where do you cut it? Stab him can't you see that his left foot is out of the question? Li Zimu, you're not thinking straight, are you? He's got thick skin and you're fighting him. Don't you know how to swim? Lu Baichuan Li Zimu had a black line on his face, but still honestly listened to the words, because Jiang Ping is right this is combat experience. The old man looked at Jiang Ping who was in control of the whole scene, saying a few words here and a few mentions there with some surprise. This kid's a bit of a pervert. At such a young age to have this the strength is not small, not to be underestimated. The fight lasted all night, and many of the students were already tired and foaming at the mouth and weak at the waist and knees. The girls have even lost their image a long time ago. But fortunately, with the moment of dawn, the demonic beasts retreated. I don't know who it was that shouted, "We won!" Instantly, someone echoed, "We won, ahahaha, we won! Did we kill all this?" Looking at the corpses of demonic beasts on the ground, at least 1,000 of them, the students suddenly fell silent. Demonic beasts are just like that. I don't know how long it took for one to start hurting. He hadn't been able to react before, forgetting the pain in his body. This time slowed down and both realized about their injuries. Jiang Ping had been just watching, and only after everyone had slowed down did he speak out. Bandage each other's wounds. The demonic beasts don't know if they will come again, so don't let your guard down. Instantly, everyone seemed to react. That hurts, help me with the wound. Char, this feels awesome. Dude, lighten up, it hurts. 7 words were spoken before the bandaging of the wound began. But there's always talent, and a boy, full of grief, took a girl's hand. Classmate, can you bandage up my old man for me? He's dying. The female student froze at hearing this, and then said anxiously, where is it? I'm on my way. The boys actually started taking off their pants. The girl let out a wow. What are you doing? You rascal, the boy said in pain. My old man, how can I see it without taking off my pants? All at once, the girls were red in the face. Instant jubilation. Everyone laughed so hard that a man and a woman started a chase. They are all teenagers. They cry when they say they cry. They laugh when they say they laugh. And they really hurt when they say they hurt. Cheng Yizhou was also watching everyone's performance and was generally satisfied. It's just that when you see there are still energy skins, you always want to make something happen. Chen Pioneering hurriedly stopped. Teacher, don't be impulsive. If you keep playing it's really going to kill people. Let them slow down. It was only then that Cheng Yizhou nodded his head fondly. Okay, you're right. For 3 days in a row, each night had the intensity of yesterday. This is what Cheng Yizhou thought deeply about. It's a pain in the ass for the freshmen. Exhausted every day. Injuries? I'd call it a minor injury if I didn't break an arm or a leg. Already not caring at all about ordinary minor injuries. There was only one thought left, and that was to this group of demonic beasts to death. Jiang Ping looked at the old man as a bit of an afterthought as he watched everyone change. Old man, I seem to understand the academy a bit. The old man bristled. It took 3 days of reading to realize that. Examining the famous school is not that simple. The famous student is not that good. You all just graduated from high school. Too much childishness in your body. You see how much better it is after these few days, right? Already have a few iron warriors. Look again. Who takes minor injuries seriously? The old man's words made Jiang Ping ponder. Surprisingly, there was a wariness in his heart as well. Old man. They've all worked out. What about me? I haven't worked out yet. He felt he needed that exercise too. The old man looked at him without a good mood. Get lost? Looking for a fight are you? You're now killing the average roam realm in seconds out of the gate. You're exercising an egg. Old man, you're discriminating. How come I can't exercise? It can't be that there are no demonic beasts that can give me practice, right? Instantly, the old man was silent. You're right. You can only use the Xian realm to grind now, and the Xian realm's demonic beasts can all have intelligence. Want to work out so hard? There are also real demonic beasts attacking the city. By the way, if you have to work out, I'll send you to the front line for fun. That even has the king realm. Jiang Ping hastily shook his head. It's not necessary. He's trying to work out. It's not like he's looking for a smoke break. Fighting Wang Jing, he's sick. It wasn't like he had really practiced to upgrade, but had eaten his way out. And thinking of this, Jiang Ping's mind moved. The front lines, it seems, are not off limits. When you learn the skills, go to the front line to get some demonic beasts to put in the heaven-swallowing secret realm. No need to be high. Xian realm will do. However, he had to get the immortal fire crow first. Only then can he get in and out. Teacher, didn't you say that the first newcomer has a chance to obtain a high-grade immortal fire crow? Where is it? I'm considered first now, right? Today's daily collection. $30. The big boys send power. Cry. Chapter 71. Immortal fire crow? The old man meowed him a glance. Indeed, this kid first nothing wrong, but still skimming, before called the old man. Now there is something called teacher. Change face or not as fast as him. Wait and ask Mr. Chang. It's been a tough couple of days to toss this group of students around. Chang Yizhou also finally came back with people. Just 10 people though. Chen pioneered one of them. Jiang Ping was slightly curious, and the rest of the students were similar. Gu, teacher is back. Welcome. A group of people were genuinely happy or derisive. Chang Yizhou just pretended that he didn't hear. Instead, the welcome was very gratefully accepted. The students have done a good job in defending our school these past few days. And to be able to take charge and step in when the academy suffers a crisis is something that must be recognized. For the next 2 months, it's still up to me to keep you company. And of course the 10 seniors. Now, hand out the rewards. At once, everyone was not sleepy. The discomfort in his heart just now was all gone. Only Jiang Ping felt a little strange. How is this like a game? Did a quest and now the boss is back and then sends out rewards? In the meantime, there's a problem. Why? It's still Qing Yatbu. Where's the rest of the big college? You can't teach this one teacher to the end, can you? The question was asked. In response, Chang Yizhou just nuzzled his mouth, obviously too lazy to say anything. Chen Pioneering stepped forward. Here's the thing. The first 2 months of your freshman year are to be spent uniformly here. And this is actually not our real campus. You only have one purpose for these 2 months. To melt the realm, and then to master at least one law. Only then will you be eligible to go to our real school district. And if you can't reach it, sorry, go when you can. A few words that made the students frown. This isn't even a real school district? But it's still pressed in. What's the reward? Senpai? Chen Pioneering still wanted to say, glanced at Chang Yizhou, and wisely withdrew back. This please teacher. Chang Yizhou nodded slightly. The demonic beast inner pills that you all dreamed of. At least Xian grade demonic beast inner pills. This is also a reward for your efforts for the school during this time. Upon hearing this, the students seemed to have their backs sore and their legs free of pain all at once. There was a lot of talk about it. What are they doing it for? Wasn't it still so that they could improve themselves? Now that the academy had provided Xian grade demon pills, they all of a sudden seemed to understand those previous tests. If one didn't pass those tests, what qualifications did one have to take this demonic elixir that was at least Xian grade? Aggrieved? If this kind of complaint were told outside, a whole lot of people could die of envy. I don't know who it was that shouted, "Long live the academy." Then one by one, people shouted up. Even the male students who had been unconscious for half a month couldn't help but shout. Well, the horse's ass will be patted later. This is something you guys fought for yourselves. And this is also the first lesson that Vermilion Bird has taught you, that there is no such thing as a free lunch in the academy. And if you want to get any kind of treatment, and what kind of things you want to get, then you have to pay the price accordingly. That's true now, and it's even more true in the future. Here, starting now, hand out the demon pills. Follow your attributes to the corresponding elder sister to receive it. Chen Pioneering was the first to shout. Those with the wind attribute come to me to claim it. Don't take it immediately after claiming it. Wait for it to be distributed and take it under our protection. Right. The law is looking for Mr. Hong to claim it. Those who have already melted the realm should not participate. Your rewards are otherwise. Pointing at the old man, the students were surprised for a while. They thought it was a cafeteria sweeper. but they didn't realize it was also a teacher? But immediately after that, he figured out that if he could control Jiang Ping from helping, how bad could it be? The students began to collect the demon pills, and Chang Yizhou came at the side of the old man, watching the hustle and bustle. There were only 3 people in the whole room who were idle: Chang Yizhou, the old man, and Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping looked at the old man in surprise for a moment, then coyly said, "Teacher Hang? Look at me. I've already melted the realm and I don't have a suitable dharma yet. What do you think is suitable for me? Cheeky enough to eat, and do not care what face is not face. At least it is also 3 or 4 days of bragging and chatting friendship," the old man said without a trace of humor. "You're the smart one. All right, it's all there. Go back and collect them all." It was only when he received an affirmative answer that Kong Pyong smiled. Then he looked curiously at Chang Yizhou. "Mr. Chang, what kind of reward are we getting?" He didn't contribute, but he used his brain. At this time, Su Tianjiu and the others also came. Both looked curiously at Chang Yizhou's reply. Chang Yizhou said indifferently, "Your 2 choices. The first choice is to receive a Xian Realm Demon Pill and then a copy of the feats. Logically, you should be able to receive an Xian Realm Demon Pill as well. This matter can't be stopped just because you've melted the realm." When Chang Yizhou said this, the crowd was surprised for a moment. It was quite fair. Yeah, they've contributed, so they can't just not pay, can they? However, it was obvious that the Xian Realm Demon Pills were not very attractive to people like Jiang Ping, and the main event was definitely later. Otherwise, Chen Pioneering wouldn't have said they had another reward. Sure enough, looking at everyone not moving, Chang Yizhou knew. Smiled. Quite the chicken thief. The second option is to give up the Xian Realm Demon Pill in exchange for a chance to enter the Fire Crow Mountain. The Fire Crow Mountain is the area at the core of the entire Blood Sparrow Academy. Entering it once is not that easy. A Xian Realm Demon Pill in exchange. You guys are taking advantage of the new students. At once, several people looked at each other. Both showed excitement. How many of those who came to the Vermilion Bird Academy didn't come for the Vermilion Bird Academy's Fire Crow? That was a flying demonic beast with the potential of the King Realm. Putting aside the strength of the battle power, just saying that this could fly, it was enough. That's far more handsome than floating by yourself. In time, when the Fire Crow was cultivated to a high level, what kind of experience would it be for one to stand on the Fire Crow and enter with endless special effects as the flames wrapped around his body in the sky? It's bold to think about. Jiang Ping made the decision for everyone in the first place. "Teacher, we want to learn this. Bah, we want to change this." The rest of them all nodded like chickens pecking at rice. "This thing, it's awesome." There was not the slightest resistance. A Xian Realm Demon Dan was not that hard to get for the big clans, or else Qin Kai and Zhou Machuan wouldn't have already melted the realm. They were begging for the King Realm. But the King Realm Demon Pill was also very difficult for the big families, because that thing was something that only the officials could have. Other people, even if you sneak and get it, don't dare to use it. This is the authority and prestige of the official 13 cities. Whoever touches it is provoking the 13 cities' officialdom, which can never be compromised. Qin Kai Zhou Machuan Master knew that he could not get the King Realm, so he entered the Melting Realm. Chapter 72. How many at most? On the other hand, Su Tianjiu and the others believed that they could get the King Realm Demon Pills with their own skills, which led to the trip to the Fire Seed. Therefore, everyone valued Fire Crow from Vermilion Bird Academy more. Alright, since it's all decided like this, I know I'll take you guys there when it's over here, after you receive your feats, and you're almost done with your cultivation. At this time, Jiang Ping raised his hand and asked innocently, "Teacher, how many can I bring back from entering this Fire Crow Mountain?" With one sentence, Chang Yizhou froze. Spin laughed with the old man, laughing so hard that tears were falling out of his eyes. Jiang Ping rubbed the back of his head. "Why am I asking such a funny question?" The old man was off on a tangent with laughter. "Your kid's heart is still quite big. How many more do you want? If you can get back a small Fire Crow of the Fusion Realm this time, it's considered that you are capable. Do you really think that Fire Crows are that easy to catch? Your seniors and sisters worked hard to redeem their contributions and went in a number of times before catching one. And there are many others who went in as many times as they could not get one. Do you know what they all did to get one?" People inquired about the Fire Crow's preferences. Tripped, lured, all kinds of methods were exhausted. What makes you kid a couple? It was at this moment that everyone realized that it seemed like the Fire Crow wasn't that easy to catch. The old man looked at the pretentious group of young men and shook his head. "After the Fire Crows are captured, they have to be boiled. Have you heard of the boiled eagle? It's almost the same as this. Only when it's almost boiled can it be subdued through our Vermilion Bird Academy's secret method and listen to your command alone from now on." Listening to the old man's words, Jiang Ping was a bit unconvinced. Simmering eagle? He heard I heard that when the Harmonious Society simmered the eagle, a few people simmered to not let the eagle sleep. When to soften, when to let him sleep again. As for why you're not doing it alone, is it a man's eagle or an eagle's eagle that stays alone? Other people are other people. He's him. Humph. If I bring out a few more, don't you guys get greedy. Chang Yijo wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and cried with laughter. If you kid can get it out, I'll give it all to you. I'll do the honors. Apparently no one can for Jiang Ping. But Jiang Ping had already figured it out in this moment. Isn't it just catching fire crows? Others rely on their hands, but I rely on the secret world. Okay? Grabbing the fire crow and throwing it towards the heaven-swallowing mystic realm. To be subdued? There will be plenty of time for that later. There will be times when you will cry. While talking, everyone finished receiving the demon pills. Then the breakthroughs began under the guardianship of the older siblings. I've practiced the channeling technique 800 times, just for this moment. Even Jiang Ping and a few others were pulled over to be laborers. It stayed busy until mid-afternoon, and then the clearing was filled with a large group of extra people attempting to float and fly. This is the moment when they are truly transcendent. Everyone is excited. Alright, that's pretty much it. Now follow to the library and then choose your feats under the guidance of Mr. Ha! Each person chooses the same one. By the way, everyone, don't be overly ambitious. There is no such thing as a high-ranked method. There is only one that suits you. You've all seen student Jiang Ping's sharp claws, although it's only an iron-tailed eagle skill, but if he can break through to perfection and really reach the point of a law, it's not worse than those famous feats at all. These words were sort of Chang Yijo's exhortation. Does it fit? Many people recalled Jiang Ping's out-of-this-world sharp claws. Everyone showed admiration. Awesome indeed. How is it not impressive to be able to bring a sharp claw to this point in the fusion realm? At the same time, the heart has some ignorant knowledge of the law. Jiang Ping was also stunned after hearing this. There was such a thing? He simply just didn't have any other moves. Aura or whatever is a big move when it's on, and barrier breaker is even more impossible to play casually, so that only leaves sharp claws to play whenever you want. So you've gotten to this point? The mind was in a state of flux. Chang Yijo looked at Jiang Ping. Don't be proud either. This stage from perfection to Dharma isn't that simple. Some people can't boast past it in their lifetime. Jiang Ping nodded seriously. In my mind, I don't think so. What does he rely on? He eats. Originally, he was a little tired of the feeling of eating iron-tailed eagle, but now it seems that from time to time, it is still necessary to remember the sweetness of eating some iron-tailed eagle. Not for anything else, just so I can break sharpshooter and dynamic sight to the level of the law. Silently counted. Iron-tailed eagle is not much in the heaven-swallowing mysteries, more than 30. Well, grab some sometime. Right. There's also the tsunami dog that we need to get some more of. That thing tastes good. And most crucially, it can also enhance the ability to smell, which is a very useful skill. The mind also has plans. Followed the old man to his proper law. Anything that could be stored here was not something ordinary, and would be worth a fortune on the outside. These are the crystallization of the knowledge of the previous generation. It is the people studied. No talent in accordance with others. It can be very good. Talented with a little bit of their own improvement more suitable for their own. These things are the inheritance. Passed down from generation to generation. Jiang Ping slipped and walked around and looked at it, flipping this and looking at that, but only to read the synopsis. Eventually saw one he found more interesting. 9 Forges of Flesh. It describes that this was learned by the predecessor through a special demonic beast. It serves no other purpose, but it allows the physical body to undergo 9 extreme workouts. Of course the process is coupled with various medications that have been researched by previous generations. In the flesh? This aspect of the physique had not been Jiang Ping's shortcoming, mainly because he always ate meat. And this meat even the weakest iron-tailed eagle had a hint of enhancing the physical body. So even if Jiang Ping did not deliberately exercise, his physique was top-notch among his peers. You could even say it's crushing. It's just that usually no one can push him to show this ability. Normally I'm a mage. Then the enemy thinks I can't do it. Then I give him an electric blast? The average person's brain has to be buzzing, right? Jiang Ping thought of this possibility. Instant heave-ho. But if that's the case, there's still a little hush money for the old man. So don't let him give me the word, or it won't work. He was completely overthinking it. The old man's day-to-day business where he had the time to pay attention to what law he had chosen for this small melting realm. This stuff, and more later as time goes on. Does he even remember to come over? It's just a matter of registering. As far as the registrations are concerned, the general public is not entitled to see them. Saying that he would do it, Jiang Ping felt that his idea was very good. Anyway, he didn't have any special needs for the time being, and this flesh body 9 forging was just the right thing to do. Purposefully waited a long time before walking out, then checked in with the old man there. Only then did he join up with Dongfang Lan and the others. Watching the aura on Dongfang Lan's body change somewhat, Jiang Ping had an idea in his heart, but in an instant it was pressed to death in the back of his mind. It's not time to panic. Chapter 73, Going to the Fire Crow Mountain. He did have an idea in mind. It was just premature. At least he doesn't deserve it yet. For several days in a row, the first-year freshmen spent their time in cultivation, and everyone was thrilled to have reached this point. It can be a real transcendent in the future. Jiang Ping also did not idle. Every day in the secret realm to eat meat, and then pondered over the 9 forging of the flesh body. The physical body in the eye of the flesh can be seen to improve. 7 days later. It's been 10 days since they came to the academy. The students are still working on it, and Jiang Ping and a few others were called over. Here's your chance. Follow me and I'll take you into the Fire Crow Mountains. A group of people's eyes are bright. These days really sleep thinking about this matter. Teacher, really? Lu Baichuan's eyes glowed. Chang Yizhou laughed and scolded. Don't go if you don't want to. At that moment, Lu Baichuan laughed out loud. How can I not go? I'm going. Jiang Ping looked at Chang Yizhou curiously. Teacher, where is the Fire Crow Mountain? Chang Yizhou didn't answer and directly recruited a huge fire crow, and just by getting close, he felt a searing heat surround him, realized that they are already transcendent, melting realms, but it still feels dangerous. It was evident that the strength of this fire crow was definitely not to be underestimated. Come up. Don't ask so many questions. After the group went up, the fire crows rushed up into the sky, and after walking for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ping and the others snapped to attention. Sensei, we were in a crack before? Chang Yizhou didn't hide it either. You're in good time. That campus was built earlier, specifically for freshmen to build a foundation, and enjoy a 1 to 2 time flow in there. So you've been in there for 10 days, and you've actually only been out there for 5. All at once. The crowd was shocked. That's not right. Teacher, we didn't pass through the rift when we came here. Yeah, if it had gone through the cracks they would have realized it long ago. How could they only know about it now? Chang Yizhou snorted. That's because he doesn't want you guys to see it. There are a million ways for the college to hide it from them if they wanted to. The crowd was thoughtful. Only Jiang Ping's brows were furrowed, and beside him, Su Tianjiao asked suspiciously, Brother Bottle, what's wrong? Jiang Ping shook his head and didn't say anything. He didn't figure it out. If that previous campus was in the rift, he enjoyed a 1:2 flow of time. But why was he still able to go straight into the heaven-swallowing secret stew? One must know that before. In the other cracks, although he was able to open his heaven-swallowing mysterious realm, he definitely couldn't go in and stay for that long. But not this time. If that was the case, from the academy here enjoying a 1 to 2 time flow, he could in turn condescend to the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm's 1 to 3 time flow. One way or another. That's unusual. Something was wrong here. But he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Seeing that Jiang Ping did not reply, Su Tianjiao did not ask again. This section of the road was quite far, and when it was almost at a certain location, Chang Yizhou said, This is it. Before going in to tell you guys, the next place you're going to is not part of any corner of our world. We have a collective name called the Outer Realm. The Outer Limits? Teacher, doesn't Outlander mean foreign countries? Someone asked. Chang Yizhou said indifferently, Who told you? What kind of foreign country is the Outer Domain? The real Outer Domain is here. And it's just a node. The entrance. Aren't you guys curious about where our academy is? I can tell you now. The real academy is in the Outer Domain, where the real battlefield is. One sentence shocked the crowd. A real battlefield? Seeing that everyone did not understand, Chang Yizhou did not explain. Follow. Only to see that Chang Yizhou should have used some kind of ability, and then a door appeared here. Light curtain. Go. Take you guys for a long ride. A few people followed in disbelief. First there was a wobble. Then it brightened up. Only when they saw the scene in front of them everyone revealed a strong shock. Old, teacher, this is, only to see. A majestic and magnificent city appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. This city is different from the ancient city. Look at his wall is more like that kind of post-apocalyptic high wall style. The entire wall consisted of an extremely hard structure that was at least 50 meters high. And, not only that, but all sorts of grids, rebar, can be seen on the walls. Enough rebar to be the thickness of a child's fist. How can you call this steel? What was even more shocking was that it had black stains on it. All have seen the world and instantly thought of what it was. Su Tianjiao couldn't help but ask, Teacher, could these be real academies? Are all the ones on them bloodstains? Chang Yizhou said lightly, That's right. This is the real academy. Is the academy you think is a high school kind of school? No. Jubilee Academy. But as a frontline that kind of school is not for us. Looking at the crowd that had frozen, Chang Yizhou knew that he couldn't stimulate too much. Alright, let's not talk about it. Go in first. Send you guys into the Fire Crow Mountain. You'll have plenty of time to learn about it later. The others won't be able to come until 2 months later. You guys are kind of picking up the slack. The words reveal a lot. Everyone was running their brains frantically, thinking. The gate, a very sci-fi gate, was magically affixed to a certain location on the city wall after Chang Yizhou threw out a card-like object, immediately followed by an electronic tone. Welcome home, Academy Level 2 Lecturer, Mr. Chang Yizhou. Little Vermilion Bird wishes you a long rainbow of martial arts luck and an early climb to a higher realm. Zhang Ping's few people were dumbfounded. That's too much. At this time, Chang Yizhou spoke. Okay, where's the second dog? Let the little Juju stop blathering. It's a freshman snappy release, he said, and then looked at Zhang Ping's few people. Take out your ID cards and throw them. A few people followed Chang Yizhou's previous example and did it again. Sure enough, a hefty laugh came from inside. Teacher, you can come back? This is bringing in new students. Ha! This year this chore went to your head. A chore? The hearts of the Zhangping few moved. Afterward, Chang Yizhou said in a good-natured manner, opened the door numbly, only to see that on that high wall, at a height of 30 meters, a door had been hollowed out hard. A door is a wall and a wall is a door. What are you waiting for? Flying? You're waiting for me to push you. It's all melting realms now, and it all floats. 30 meters doesn't matter, but even that was enough to be appalling, placing the door so high up. Didn't that mean that the lowest in here were all in the fusion realm? This one's too scary. If that was true, what should the strength of the Vermilion Bird Academy be like? Not daring to ask more questions, he floated up. Several men in armor above with a Vermilion Bird badge on their chests saluted Chang Yizhou, then curiously surveyed Zhang Ping and the others. And people like Zhang Ping were actually sizing them up. Chapter 74 Outer Cities. The armor looked to be of unknown material, at least not one they had seen. Moreover, they noticed a problem the moment they arrived in the outer realm. The air here seemed to taste different as well. It's just that no one dares to say it. Teacher, Chang Yizhou nodded. Without further ado, time is tight and the task is heavy. This batch of those who entered the Fire Crow Mountain haven't gone in yet, right? 2 dogs is a man with a full suit of armor and a tiger's back. It's a nickname at first listen. He smiled. No teacher, you do not come to the scene who dares to open the seat. Chang Yizhou laughed and cursed. Get lost. The 2 dogs nimbly, well, several schoolmates and siblings go well. At the back, Shen Kai couldn't hold his fart and couldn't help but ask as he walked in. Teacher, are these people also students of our academy? Chang Yizhou nodded. Count your old seniors, the kind that never graduated. Chen Kai was startled. What the hell? Never graduated? Before I came here, my family didn't say anything about Jubilee's graduation being difficult. Only that Jubilee was awesome. It made the hearts of the remaining few jolt. Chang Yizhou did not explain too much. It was not good for them to say too much now. This was also why it was straightforward to let this group of freshmen go to the freshman campus in the Rift to experience it first. Otherwise they were afraid of scaring them. Taking a dedicated track. It was inconceivable that they hadn't entered the interior of the city at all after entering the gates, but had gone straight down a subway station-like opening and into the underground. Afterwards, he was led by Chang Yizhou to ride on a square-shelled railcar. Chang Yizhou reminded. Swish the card. A couple of people would not be able to do it at all. It never felt quite right. It took a good 20 minutes to get out of the car. After getting out of the car, he continued to follow Chang Yizhou. When he left, Chang Yizhou talked a lot this time. The Fire Crow Mountain that you are going to enter. There are not only people from our academy. There are also foreigners. That is, those from the Foreign Alliance. The Fire Crow Mountain is a large shard world, although we have an absolute advantage inside, but only on the place that belongs to us. Later on, someone will send you a map. Remember, inside the map, feel free to wave. No one is allowed to go outside the map. Whoever goes and waits for I'll come back and clean him up. A map? Fire Crow Mountain is a shard world and there are aliens? Each one is new enough. Don't think I'm alarmist. Into the Fire Crow Mountain the location is random. Who can't guarantee where they are? But the probability is not wrong. Basically is our sphere of influence. In this range you guys look for the Fire Crows to recover, there is no problem. Even if you run into danger, just need to die running is not a big problem. But if you run outside and run into people from foreign alliances, nothing can be said. Teacher, what did you say about the foreign alliance of Fire Crow Mountain? Could it be that we can't take the tiny Fire Crow Mountain? Lu Baichuan was a bit curious. Chang Yizhou snorted. Tiny Fire Crow Mountain? Do you know how big Fire Crow Mountain is? Vermilion Bird Academy has been exploring it for 20 years now and it doesn't dare to say that it can grasp 1 or 2/10 of it. Boom! Everyone was shocked. How is this possible? Fire Crow Mountain is actually this big? Vermilion Bird Academy is a top school now. Such a power for 20 years did not explore 1 or 2/10. However, Zhang Ping was pondering. Looking at Chang Yizhou's expression, he knew that there was also an element of scaring them. It was impossible for Vermilion Bird Academy to put all their efforts here, so that's probably why it wasn't explored all the way through. The temperature inside is at a minimum of 30 degrees. We control the place where the fire crows flock, and this is our territory, so you can rarely see any fire crows outside, even those foreign alliances. Alright, without further ado, I've told you all I need to say, so figure it out for yourself next. At this point, it's also time to. A group of people appeared in front. Chang Yizhou greeted two of them. They should all be teachers. In the back are the students. But it sure doesn't look like it could be a freshman. This group of people should be those who Chang Yizhou said had not mixed with fire crow by the time they reached the senior year. Watching the people arrive, one of them repeated Chang Yizhou's words again, but looking at the others, they must have known it very well. Alright, I've said all I need to say. Grab the map and get the hell out of here. Remember, if the location isn't right, run smartly to our side. The group went from one to the other. The portal into Fire Crow Mountain was small, a 3-man high door. Zhang Ping looked at this and thought that the Foreign Alliance people could get in, presumably because they had this kind of door there as well. Nodding at a few people, don't wave when you get inside. We're still young and have plenty of opportunities. A few people looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Ping was qualified to say this. Zhang Ping was not even weak against the Xian realm. They had only just entered the fusion realm not long ago. There's nothing wrong with that. As one by one went in, Zhang Ping disappeared from view. It's gone in a flash. Chang Yizhou and the others looked at the students who went in, and the person next to them curiously came over. Old Chang, this freshman class? Look at the one who just led the way. The prestige isn't low. Chang Yizhou laughed a little. It really isn't low. How has it been lately? There hasn't been any commotion in the Fire Crow Mountain. Has there? That person haha smile, can have what things? Big things do not worry. Small things do not have to care. But I heard that recently that what the church of us occupying the best position of the Fire Crow Mountain a little other ideas, but also said that this is their fire god mountain. Let the old Lu gave a beating. Which is honest. Chang Yizhou smiled at his words. This kind of thing is so common that it really isn't a big deal. Zhang Ping, who had the feeling of being on a roller coaster, immediately felt a burning heat. When he looked around, he saw mottled earth, crimson everywhere. From a distance, even the trees and grass are red. Even the rivers are lava-colored. He was shocked by the sight before him. This is Fire Crow Mountain? Feeling the hot and spicy heat that was carried in his breath, Zhang Ping changed his clothes at the first opportunity. Undershirt, pants. Then the King's Realm leather breastplate was hooked up again, which made it feel a little more comfortable. 30 degrees? He felt that Chang Yizhou had spoken conservatively. He felt like it was at least 60 degrees now. Surveying the surrounding mountainous terrain, he pulled out a map and carefully identified it. Finally recognizing his bearings by a couple of flaming hills, he was just a little confused by the sight of the place. Where did I this veer off to? He looked at the map. He was at least 500 kilometers short of the Vermilion Bird Academy's territory. Even with his footwork, it would take at least half a day more to walk with the Fufeng steps in full swing. That's still the kind of thing that says you don't stop. But how can a person not stop? Instant headache. It was also at that moment that he heard an unusual bird phrase. Chapter 75, Beheading. Just as he looked up, a gasp of surprise was revealed across the room as well. Someone. Both sides were eye to eye. All of them were a bit surprised. Zhang Ping was fine. After all, he was here first and was a bit mentally prepared. But the three people on the opposite side were a bit confused. Shinju Nishimaru, is this one of yours? The mentioned Shinju Nishimaru, who was the one standing on the right-hand side of the blonde guy who spoke, looked at Kong Pyun with a deep frown. No, Lord Viscount. Not one of ours at first glance, and I know all of ours. The man in the center, called the Viscount, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Since they're not from the Sakura Union, then they're from the 13 cities? Waving at Zhang Ping, you, come here, are you from the 13 cities? And where is this place? Zhang Ping looked at the three guys who were acting as if no one else was there and was a little upset. He had long ago realized that this group of people were not his own, and were actually so arrogant. Seeing that they were not very old, I guessed that they had the same purpose as myself. After all, as the teacher had said before, there were people from other countries here as well. I just didn't realize I was being so coincidental. Narrowing his eyes, he tried to see what strength a few people had. Are you talking to me? On the sidelines, Nishimaru Shinju let out a baka. Bastard. I'm talking to you. The Viscount is here and you're still not coming. Zhang Ping didn't expect this dog to be so arrogant, and hemmed and hawed. He had itchy hands. Ever since he slaughtered that Sakura Alliance person who had sneaked up on Su Tianzhou, he felt as if he had a tyrannical emotion affecting him. But surrounded by classmates, friends, even if a little conflict, it is not good to kill. Now, Finally, another chance. If you meet someone from Sakura, just kill them. With a slight movement of his fingers, the swish of a sharp claw grabbed at Nishimura Shinju's shoulder. Are you talking to me? With a crunching sound, a shattering sound surprisingly came from Nishimura Shinju's left shoulder. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nishimura Shinju, that is stepping into the transcendental although only just entered. With them cannot be compared. But that is also transcendental. Physical quality has long exceeded the ordinary people too much. But this person across the street had broken Nishimura Shinju's shoulder so easily. Instantly, as if it were an enemy. The leading viscount was even looking at Jiang Ping with a gloomy face. Let go of him. I order you to let go of him. Jiang Ping felt as if this viscount was a spoiled child. He smiled. Let go of him? I'll let go of him if you beg me. Shinju Nishimaru breaks down in pain. Then to the viscount he said, Lord Viscount, save me, save me. Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, the viscount's face was filled with gloom. You say you want me to beg you? Bastard, do you know who I am? Royce, go and finish him off. There's no longer any point in living with such a sightless fellow. Jiang Ping looked at the guy in front of him directly pretending to be a bit funny. With a flick of his hand and a crunch, Shinju Nishimaru screamed miserably and rolled on the ground. His left arm was completely unconscious. He practiced left-handed sword. All his ability is in his left hand. Just like this waist? I want you to die. The Viscount slapped him violently and said in disgust, Noisy, shut up. I'll have Lord Father treat you when we get back. Royce drew a western sword, which was somewhat broad and held firmly at the handguard. Instead, there was a strong sense of caution in his eyes. Just now, he didn't even see Jiang Ping strike. Steadily he said to the Viscount, Young Lord, please also take Nishimura Shinju and go first, so as not to delay the big event. The Viscount's young face was extremely arrogant. Let me go, you say? Royce being the best of the blood servants in the family. Don't tell me you can't beat him. Royce shook his head. I can sense that this person is that much more dangerous, so I would also like to ask young Lord to go first. The Viscount all but froze. Frowning, I don't care if he's dangerous. You fix him, pointing at Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping all but laughed in exasperation. This is taking me seriously. Just then, Royce moved. A very distinctive sword aura cuts out from the western sword in his hand, carrying with it an aura of decay and nausea. But Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. Scarlet? His attributes had never been clear. It was better to say fire red than blood red. Now I actually see a similar person. The moment was up. Sharp claws flung out. The invisible line of blood that had just been hidden unfolded as he exposed himself to the skill. Sure enough, both the Viscount and Royce froze at the sight of the blood-red line of blood. How did you come to have the attributes of my blood? One sentence made Jiang Ping realize. Sure enough, the one you own is blood-red. With his heart in the right place, he snorted. Is this still exclusive to you? I heard that the blood still learned it from our old ancestors. He deliberately irritated the Viscount in an attempt to know more. However, the hand is a little dissatisfied. Sharp claws grabbed the sword chi, running back and forth, instantly has been fighting for several rounds. Royce was sweating profusely. He felt suppressed, and it seemed like he couldn't hold his true strength in front of Jiang Ping. It was clear that he could have just chopped straight out again, but his hand couldn't control it and wanted to go back. This feeling, which he knew very well, was a kind of rank suppression, just as if his Lord Earl had fought him. But what a transcendence that the Lord Earl bestowed on him in his first embrace and set him on his way. And what does this man in front of me have to do with it? And that Viscount, at the sight of this scene, his eyes went red. How could you, a person from the 13th city, have such a pure bloodline? Could it be that you are the old man's illegitimate son from outside? Jiang Ping seemed to have been strangely humiliated, and had wanted to play with him, but suddenly lost interest for a moment. I'm a decent man from the 13 cities with the right roots. Your grandmother's bastard, said the man with a twinkle in his eye, breaking the barrier. Just this time, Royce's attack instantly seemed to have become a rootless duckweed, and the sword chi uncontrollably began to run amok. Even the chi in Royce's body was triggered. All at once, Royce spat blood from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ping stepped forward blandly. It was natural to throw out sharp claws. The sharp claws that were already on the verge of coming to the level of law were invincible with the cooperation of Barrier Breaker. At the very least, there was no way for Royce to block Kang Pyong at this level. At this point, Jiang Ping could also probably sense Royce's realm. According to 13 cities, it was roughly half a step into the Xian realm. No, not as good as the half-step Xian realm of the 13 cities. Royce impure. The Viscount in the back looked at the scene in front of him, and his entire body froze. Frightened, he stepped back. You can't move me. My father is a blood count. In the West our family is an ancient family with huge power. Move me and you'll die immediately. Typical child mentality. Before the bodyguard was unscrupulous, but now the bodyguard can't pose the identity. Chapter 76, Blood Gas Gemstone. But Jiang Ping is not intimidated. No matter what kind of power you have, I am still the 13 city bully. Hummed. A pinch explodes Royce's head, spraying blood and mist in a frightening manner. Bloods? Boy, make it clear what's going on with your laboring bloods, or I'm afraid I won't be able to control my hand, said, also shaking off the chunks of flesh that had exploded and crumbled from those heads. It's unnerving, but while it should clearly be a disgusting scene, Jiang Ping felt incredibly comfortable. As if it was supposed to be like this. He was feeling more and more like a pervert. There was no reason for the pang of relief. It's like that's how these people should be treated. The Viscount was utterly dumbfounded, and trembled at the fact that Royce, whom he had made his dependent, had been so brutally brought to death. The blood czar. Jiang Ping asked a lot of questions, and after getting the answers personally sent away the Viscount, the unnamed one, just like that. Only, Jiang Ping didn't notice that a bloodline wrapped around his body, and then disappeared without a trace as if it had been swallowed by something. From a castle somewhere in the dark winds of the west, there came a roar of terror. Who is it? Who killed my son? Hastily beckoning the men, he asked, where has the Viscount gone? The servant hurriedly said, Lord Viscount took Royce to the Divine Mountain, saying that he wanted to search for a treasure, and it was said that a person from the Sakura Alliance had entered a treasure map, saying that there was a blood chi gem inside. Lord Viscount wants to set a blood chi gem for his saber. That way he can manipulate it better. The servant spoke carefully, and the person who asked the question had his teeth clenched. Who let him go by himself? Don't you know that that's the territory of the 13 cities? Get lost, all of you. Get lost for this Earl. Go get the people from the Cherry Blossom Alliance and send them. Go to Shinong Mountain and look for the Viscount's body. The servant's brain cracked. Dead? With a bodyguard as strong as Royce and still dead? If I remember correctly, I think it's not even an hour since I went in. That's too soon. What did they run into? But it was too late to think about it, and the Count spoke again. Take the holy relics with you, and find out who killed my son. The servant was shocked, rushed to roll and crawl out. He was afraid that the furious Viscount would get himself killed. Who does not know the difficulty of the blood race to give birth to a true descendant? And now the favorite youngest son is directly lost. It's all too normal to get angry at yourself. Jiang Ping didn't know that a certain big shot in the west was raging at this moment, and he was smiling as he looked at the only person who was still alive. Nishimaru Shinju, how do you think your mother named you? Nishimaru Shinju, washing dishes and pouring wine? Born not wanting you to be good. And at that moment, Nishimaru Shinju kept squirming in an attempt to escape this horrible place. What did he just see? With the Viscount dead, he knew he was finished. Even his own family would be implicated. The Cherry Blossom Alliance was a figurehead when all was said and done. But in front of the true greats of the West, it was nothing but a lost dog. A dog that didn't even have a home base. Now he's really going to die. You, devil. Ah! Shinju Nishimaru keeps backing away. Jiang Ping, however, laughed in a very perverted manner. Devil? I like this name. Do you know how long I have suppressed this emotion? I can finally let it out today. Tell me, what are you guys doing here this time? Tell me clearly to give you a hard time. But Shinju Nishimaru seems to be crazy. Laughing madly. Die. You're going to die. And I'm going to die too. Ha ha. Jiang Ping looked at his state and frowned a little. There's a sense that if others don't listen, the thoughts don't flow. This time, instead of using sharp claws, he used the Hmong knife on his back, the tip of which poked at Nishimaru Shinju's wound. Sober yet? Fade asked. Nishimaru Shinju couldn't stand the pain any longer and finally regained a shred of his senses. The purpose of the trip was stated in order not to be tortured. The blood breath gem? This stuff, it's good stuff. Gems, as taught in practice sessions, can be found in the cracks, but it depends on fate. These gems serve the well-understood purpose of strengthening the connection to one's weapon and of course speeding up the flow of chi. He'd watched it play out on TV, and the weapons were remotely controllable when those big shots struck, and it's the gems that are relied upon. But, it's not that easy to come across a gemstone that is unique to your attributes. For fire attributes, you have to use fire attribute gems. Water, you have to use water properties. That's not a lot to ask. It's a big deal for an ordinary person to get one, and it also has to match their attributes. So you can imagine how difficult it is. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. He himself seems to be of the same attribute as this mother ******* ing Viscount. Let's call it the blood attribute for now, because he wasn't sure he was. Anyway, the old principal was too knowledgeable to give him the benefit of the doubt. Doesn't that mean you can use it yourself? He looked at the reserved gem setting holes in the Miao blade and showed deep thought. The moment he got up, he gently swung his sword to result in Nishimaru Shinju, then looked at the map. Is this the place? Then they took out the maps issued by the college and compared them with each other. Eventually it became clear that this place was far beyond the control of the academy. There were two options before them. One was to go and get it. But the road would certainly not be peaceful, or the teacher wouldn't have kept emphasizing that they should be allowed to move about on their own turf. Two naturally means acting according to the original plan. It must be safe. But then there was some reluctance. That's how people are, both wanting and needing. After a long time, Jiang Ping had an idea. First go get the fire crow, then go find this blood chi gemstone. After the sun and moon wheel is practiced, you can attack and retreat. Big deal. Just run. This poses another problem. The academy isn't letting them be here indefinitely. Time is not well deployed. Finally, Jiang Ping decided to take a step to see a step. As long as the idea is not slippery, the way is always more than difficult. The corpses of the three were not wasted by Jiang Ping. It was received in his heaven-swallowing secret realm and given to the demonic beasts in the secret realm. Jiang Ping didn't know how he got such a perverted idea, so he did it anyway, probably because of the smell of blood in the vicinity. The surrounding Jiang Ping could already feel demonic beasts approaching, float up there and be a little disappointed. I thought it was the immortal fire crow, but I didn't realize it wasn't. Instead, it was some beastly monster made of magma that looked as if it looked like a tiger, but the thing wasn't allowed to. Since this was inedible, Kong Pyong walked away numbly, set off towards the gathering place of the undead fire crows. By foot it would take him 2 hours. Not long after he left, another group appeared behind him. These people wore Western-style armor, as if they were an elite warrior. The one at the head was even bigger and squatted down to twist the bloodstained dirt on the ground. The three-headed dog wasn't wrong about the kisses. There was a fight here, and it was the nasty bunch of bloods that died. Your Majesty, can you send power? Point small adds really crying. Daily income does not rise would like to ejaculate, but the list of a big man directly rewarded a god. Here I first thank the big man. A moment I think I have to afford to real money is not it. This and even more it. But if it is always continued daily income of 30 or 40, really cannot be engaged in the face of the half full-time, and sometimes have to bow down to the money so shamelessly beg everyone to send power it. One person a power generation I can get 1 or 2 cents. More than 100 people is also very objective. Pleading to move the hands of the wealth. Chapter 77, The Surprising Appearance of Fire Crows. The armored man next to him said in surprise, or is it a blood clan guy? I don't know whose unlucky guy it is. That being said, aren't all the people of the blood clan the strongest at preserving their lives? Actually being killed. It seems that the other party's strength cannot be underestimated. Caesar, we have to be careful too. The man at the head nodded, his expression grave. Indeed, the blood clan's ability to preserve their lives is very strong. But this looks like they've run into a super-ranked opponent. I'm sure this is the work of the 13 cities people. For what? Why else? Even if we in the West hate the Bloods, we won't kill them all. Only the people of the 13 cities will do that. Moreover, this is the territory of the 13 cities. Even we have negotiated from the top to come in through our own gate, or else safety cannot be guaranteed. The crowd thought about it and that's what happened. Yes, we have to be careful. It's not easy to reach an agreement with the Vermilion Bird Academy to authorize us to come in and catch an immortal fire crow. It's better not to cause trouble. Caesar nodded seriously. Let's go. It's not a good place to stay. A group of people left in a hurry, unaware that after they left, another group of people appeared. The man at the head of the group arrived in a haughty tuxedo, also holding a three-headed dog. Frowning, he twisted the dirt in his hands, a pang of surprise in his heart. Then in surprise, he said, "Why does it smell like the light? Did the light do it? How dare they? Aren't they afraid of war?" Jiang Ping didn't know that because he had gotten someone killed, he had almost caused the two sides to go to war in the West. He was following the map, undressing as he went, soaked through with sweat that he could even vaguely see the saline behind him. You can see how high the temperature is. With the high temperatures, sweat comes out fast, but it dries out fast too. So saline was formed. On this journey, Jiang Ping had replenished his water 3 times. This temperature was a little too much for even a transcendent to carry. Holy, where the hell is this place? Why is the temperature so high? Red cheeks with a hint of annoyance. After walking for I don't know how long, suddenly, he saw a delightful sight. Cave. Finally found it. It's written about this cave, saying that there's a blood breath gem in here. Carefully putting the leather armor back on. Never mind the heat. Save your life first. Who knows what's in here? Carefully, he approached the cave. Only when he got close to the entrance, the temperature unexpectedly rose abruptly. Jiang Ping was shocked for a while. What's going on? Still high? Do blood gas gems still cause a temperature rise? He thought there might be something going on here. A careful sniff at the mouth of the cave finally gave him a whiff of something unusual. It was the smell of sulfuric acid magma, a smell that was simply too normal in Vulcan Mountain. Only this time it smelled slightly different. It's probably the difference in concentration. There seems to be a high concentration in here. Immediately, his expression was aghast. Could it be that there are still guardian demonic beasts? Gulping. I don't know if I'm thirsty or nervous. The breath doesn't seem weak. Should we go? But the country has a tradition. Come to all come. Now go always a little reluctant. A little thought goes a long way. Who cares? Life and death have their own destiny and wealth. The big deal is to run. You have to be young and bold. Jiang Ping casually picked up a stone from the side and grabbed it in his hand as a lighting tool as he walked into the cave. The stones of Vulcan's mountain are tinged with fire. Only, after going inside, I realized how mindless my action was, and it was surprisingly like two worlds inside and outside. There were red ores everywhere, emitting fiery red flames, but the most shocking part was inside, where two undead fire crows less than 2 meters in size were frolicking in the flames. The two fire crows seemed to be favorites who were born to control the flames, and the flames were like a jumping elf on them, playing along with them. Every now and then there is a joyful purr. Jiang Ping looked on in shock. Little fire crow? Such a good life? For words to describe Jiang Ping's current mood would be ecstatic. They had done their homework before coming here. Although adult fire crows were timely combatants, it was too difficult to get them because of their savage growth. It's hard to get it without a lot of fighting. And even if you get it, you'll have to do the fight every day and then recover the fire crow through the Academy's secret method. But the young ones? That's so easy. All it takes is a few small tricks. And I've heard that the best seniors have tricked their way into getting their hands on a fire crow by relying on a handful of grass. Jiang Ping, taking this as a story to listen to, did not expect that he really have such a luck. He was, at this point, hating to hold his breath, afraid to disturb the fire crows from playing. That's 2 fire crows, and he wants 2 for his son and Moonwheel. From a young age, he raised his own fire crows. That could possibly do the heart to heart. Thinking hard about what you can rely on to cheat, yuck. It's taking in the fire raven. Eventually picking and choosing, he eventually realized that he didn't have anything to show for it. As he was fretting, suddenly, he remembered something. Hey, don't you want to do an experiment? These 2 little fire crows in front of us are the best test subjects. Ah. Ha 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 ha. With the idea of giving up the child to catch the wolf, he took out a strip of meat the size of a keyboard from the heaven-swallowing secret realm, then used a knife to cut into individual pieces. Little baby, I'm feeding you with king-level demonic beast meat. It's only after I've gone through 77 or 49 kinds of materials to get it out, so you must be able to withstand it, said the man, throwing out a small piece. At this time, Jiang Ping was more than 30 meters away from the fire crows, but it was not hard to defeat Jiang Ping at all. A thumb-sized piece of meat steadily landed in front of the small fire crows that were frolicking. Then Jiang Ping watched nervously. Hands are sweaty. He's really nervous. It was only just now that he thought of this matter. He had wanted to test whether the meat of demonic beasts was really inedible or whether it was the wrong meal. Or perhaps, did he have to go through the demon-eating spectrum, some sort of greatness, to become able to eat? Or was it just that he had a special physique? Or can it be consumed by all as long as they pass the recipe for the demon-eater's spectrum? If the first few are nothing rare anymore, Jiang Ping will be dead. But if it was the latter one, where all people could go through the method of the demon-eating spectrum to consume the meat of demonic beasts, then the significance of this would be too great. If that's true, he's willing to call himself strategic. Well, the kind where the old principal couldn't bail him out by pulling all the strings. And because of this kind of thinking, he had never dared to disclose that he had gotten to where he was today by eating demonic beasts. It just means drinking some kind of essence and reaching some kind of equilibrium. And the old principal didn't seem to delve into that. He's not a cutie. Knows how strategic this thing is and what kind of impact it can have on humanity. Chapter 78, so amazing? It could be good or it could be bad. The good is from the aspect of increasing human combat power. But the bad is not so good. Uncle John's old John's herbal shop sold counterfeit medicines. And there was that theory of truth and falsehood that he still can't forget. If the drugs being sold were real, someone would have seized them long ago. By the same token, what would happen if he said that eating demonic beast meat would increase his strength and build a foundation better than drinking demonic beast essence blood? First of all, the pattern that exists now will be broken. And will those who rely on essence blood for their livelihood, and even those families, instantly have their assets zeroed out? And then will these people, who control great resources, revolt? Furthermore, are those who have mastered the ingredients in a recipe formula suddenly an unattainable class? Realize that a lot of clans have their own rift spaces. Why is it that in a harmonious society, a lot of technologies have actually been available for a long time, but they have never been used? It's not that they can't be developed. but that they will impact many traditional industries, make countless people lose their jobs, and reshuffle the existing landscape. These, explicitly and implicitly, the old principal could not protect him even if he had fought to the death. That's why he never reveals this. But no disclosure is no disclosure. He has to know what the hell is going on with this thing. He had begun to think of using Oriental Orchid as a test, for the trust between the two that was iron of iron. But he's afraid. What if he dies from eating it? He'd have to cry himself to death. What if you have a special physique? But what to do? So these two fire crows in front of him opportunistically came into sight. And thinking of this, he couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. Before the Viscount that three people how good material as long as to the swallowing heaven's secret realm a throw, is not with their own test, but with your head pinched. There are no pills for regrets. Keeping this in mind, you can't be impulsive at such opportunities in the future. While Jiang Ping's thoughts were diverging, the two little fire crows, as if they were two curious babies, were sending out soulful questions to the pieces of meat that suddenly appeared in front of them. Twitter. Where did this come from? Twitter. I don't know, but it smells so good. I want to eat it. Want to try? Just try it. That was roughly how the two little fire ravens communicated. Tiptoeing over to the meat, a crow nibbles half. The already small chunk of meat disappeared in an instant. Jiang Ping stared dead on, wanting to see if the two little fire crows had any special behavior or the feeling of dying. But in the end, only a faint hint of excitement was found, and nothing else. Instantly, Jiang Ping muttered, "Not enough medicine? Then come again." Another piece, this time landing on 29 meters. The little fire raven did as it was told. 28 meters. It remained so. Jiang Ping's heart jumped with him. The demonic beast seemed to be fine when they ate it. That conjecture is getting clearer too. Breathing is catching. 27 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. The two little fire crows were at that moment like the man who had found money on the ground, finding a sum of money at intervals, not the slightest thought of looking up. And Kong Pyong is like the one who keeps luring with money on a leash. Finally, when he was 3 meters closer, the figure of Jiang Ping, who was hiding on the side, was a bit unable to hide, but just at this time, a blood-colored halo appeared behind Jiang Ping, and then two golden chains composed of words suddenly emerged from the halo. Now even Jiang Ping didn't tense up and was stunned. He had wanted to follow the method that the academy had given them, but he had never expected that just then the sun and moon wheel would actually activate on its own. Then, in just such a moment, the two droll little fire crows were instantly trapped, and then were deadlocked by the golden literal chains, wanting to instinctively struggle, but in just such a moment, they actually didn't even have the idea of struggling anymore. Peacefully, he stood beside Jiang Ping. It seems like it has been completely taken in. Jiang Ping had been stunned. What kind of operation is this? The gong method still has its own operation? Right at this moment, Jiang Ping seemed to perceive a faint as if inaudible voice. A voice like heavenly music, like a sob. Kangaroos, you're too slow for this pain. And then it all seems like it never happened. Even Jiang Ping felt as if it was an illusion. But seeing the little fire crow and that familiar voice, he felt that it was definitely not an illusion. A big heart high. The woman in the ice coffin. Why do you call me Kongaro? What does it mean? But no answer was forthcoming. The last time I heard a woman's voice. Or the last time. Why? But that was all in a dream. How can it actually appear in broad daylight now? Jiang Ping winced. It shouldn't be able to harm me. Should it? Disturbed. It looks like we'll have to make a trip to the ice coffin when we get out, to see what's going on with this woman. Really, there was nothing he could do about it now but just leave it at that. However, when he looked at the two little fire crows, it seemed like he felt a connection with them all of a sudden, and he tentatively ran the sun and moon wheel technique, only to see the two small fire crows unexpectedly contract their bodies. Those golden words disappeared, transforming into a streak of golden and red flames, and a fierce wind appeared in the grotto with them. It appeared at Jiang Ping's feet with a whoosh. It really seems like two wheels spinning. Jiang Ping said tentatively, "Departure? Send." Just feel the weightlessness, leaning back and whooshing away. He could even feel the wind resistance against his cheeks. In a flash, he was outside the cave. A shocked, surprised look appeared in Jiang Ping's eyes. God, that was fast. It wasn't over the top. He never thought that the sun and moon wheel was actually this dominant. The speed was too fierce. With this, where can I go in the world? Jiang Ping, who couldn't wait to experience it again, urged faster. Faster. Let's go. But there was a cry at his feet. Kind of pathetic. Jiang Ping stared with big eyes. What do you mean? It's gone? This feels like that thing that just moved. And then it's gone. Predictable. Jiang Ping had a bit of a headache. Did this thing only have the ability to do this for a bit? No. It should be that the little fire raven is still young. It will definitely improve in the future. Just how long is this future? Jiang Ping frowned and thought, it's broken. The blood chi gemstone hasn't been found yet. We still have to go back. But before he could think about it in detail, he felt a tyrannical aura coming from the sky. The scent wasn't directed at him, and it was probably far away. However, the danger could be clearly perceived. And this kind of fluctuation was familiar to Jiang Ping. The king's domain. What the hell? Humans, you don't keep your word. You're holding me back here and stealing my house from behind? Alright, I'll gather the pack now. Let's fight to the death. The man who was sitting and drinking tea against a huge fire raven revealed a dumbfounded look. Chapter 79, How many years have I been working with the academy? The man on the opposite side was dressed in a fiery red robe, with a badge unique to the Vermilion Bird Academy hanging on his chest, and a teacup exploded in his hand. Fire Cloud, are you crazy? Full of incredulity. The two sides were friendly partners, and there hadn't been any problems for years. So how did it suddenly turn out like this? Both sides are restraining themselves from escalating the conflict. Do not dare to say that each other in the honey that is also unanimous external, today actually in front of others to their own face, and blew up his own teacup. Is this crazy? Demonic beasts are not all cruel, like to go to the world of human beings to sneak around. Human beings have condensed the wisdom of the ancestors. For the demonic beasts that can be united is resolutely united. Also, not all demonic beasts eat people. For such, humans will take some cooperation. However, this kind of cooperation was only with some that possessed intelligence to cooperate, such as this King Realm Fire Crow King in front of him. The Fire Crow clan preferred this environment of extremely high temperatures to meet, and that magma, flames, and volcanoes were their favorites. That's why when the Vermilion Bird Academy's powerhouses discovered this place, they wanted to occupy it and fought with the Fire Crow King for I don't know how many times. But at the end of the day, Jubilee Academy is awesome. Later on, I don't know how much negotiation went on, but the Fire Crow King could only hold his nose and agree to a treaty of peaceful coexistence in order for his people not to be driven out of the place, or to be driven to extinction. The Vermilion Bird Academy recognized the Fire Crow King's rule over this place and removed the other King Realm races, guaranteeing the Fire Crow King's position and the Fire Crow clan's survival. Let the other demonic beasts only become subordinate to the Fire Crow King. And the Fire Crow King agreed to provide himself with a Fire Crow mount for the Vermilion Bird Academy. Of course there's a condition here. According to the Fire Crow King, my Fire Crow clan is of the Vermilion Bird bloodline and must be treated with the respect it deserves. And if a human wants the Fire Crow clan to become his mount, he must personally take it in. The top management of the Vermilion Bird Academy thought about it and finally agreed. It's not that you can't beat it, but that's not much to ask for compared to a steady source of Fire Raven mounts. That was how the Vermilion Bird Academy's Fire Crow mounts only grew. Both sides also have a very cordial relationship as well. Otherwise, it was impossible for this teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy to come here and still calmly drink tea. Fire Cloud, also known as the Fire Crow King, looked at the man across from him and went a little crazy. Ling Yun, am I crazy? I think it's you guys who are crazy. Just now I lost the senses of two children. Even if I have to spell out the destruction of all the Fire Crows in Fire Crow Mountain, I still have to ask for a statement. Ling Yun was confused. What the hell? You lost your kid and you're looking for me? Also not born to me. Frowning, he was just about to say something when he heard a hawk-nosed, white-skinned middle-aged man next to him TSK. Smiling, he said, it seems that today's negotiation can come to this. Fire Crow King, I didn't expect the people of the 13 cities to be so despicable, actually dare to make such things. I see that you can completely cooperate with us in the West, as long as you give an order. We in the West will immediately send a strong man to come here for you to help you fight. We'll be your strongest backing from now on. Ling Yun's nose was almost askew, pointing at the hawkish nose and cursing. Broken Luo, you are looking for death, aren't you? What's going on between us and the Fire Crow King is something you can get involved in. Mother asterisk 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 her, believe it or not I'll get you killed here today and no one will even know? Paul, who was on the opposite side, laughed. Ling Yun, are you sure? If the Fire Crow King and I teamed up we could be two king realms. Are you sure you can beat us alone? After saying that, he also lightly skimmed his lips. My name is Paul. Please show some respect in the future, or I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of here. Happiness came so suddenly, he didn't even think that there could be such an accident. It's a great thing. Who wouldn't covet for a Fire Raven mount? How many times have I thought about this? If I can control this place, in the future, the Fire Crow mounts will not be as much as they want, and I still have to personally go out because of a Fire Crow mount to talk to this Ling Yun in front of me to talk about the conditions? Think about it, Paul is dead happy. Now, Ling Yun was so angry that he was close to bursting into flames. How many years has it been since this son of a dared to talk like that in front of himself? Now he's on his feet instead. However, Paul does have a point. The strength of the Fire Crow King is not to be underestimated. He can take down, but coupled with a Paul 1-on-2 is not really good. He was confident he could run himself. But what about this group of kids that just came in? Really, it would be a disaster. He suddenly felt that the academy had been a bit lenient with the Fire Crow King. Otherwise, where would this situation have arisen? Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't care less about his anger, but instead calmed down. A middle-aged handsome face that couldn't be seen to have any expression posed. His body slowly rose into the air, gradually leveling off with the Fire Crow King. Then he looked at the Fire Crow King with an indifferent expression. Fire Cloud, are you sure you want to go to war with the academy over something that hasn't been investigated yet? It is said that the simpler the words, the flatter the look represents the more anger. The bird face of the Fire Crow King also revealed a grave expression. Paul was close to cheering from the sidelines. Eyes expect the two to roll over. In the next second, the Fire Crow King's huge wings suddenly moved, and a hot flame transformed into a fireball and blasted out with a whoosh. Then, it was as if Paul, who had just been dressed in white and quite holy, was seen to be farted out. His body smelled of burning, and his white face was all covered in the remnants of flames. If it wasn't for quick reflexes, it might have broken the picture. After dodging, Paul looked at Fire Crow King incredulously. Fire Cloud, what are you doing? There was a hint of anger in his expression. Shouldn't we clean up Ling Yun together? Only a humanized expression appeared on the Fire Crow King's face. 3 parts sarcasm, 5 parts mockery and a hint of disdain as he waved his wings. How many years have I cooperated with the academy? Is it your turn to speak? At that statement, Paul was dumbfounded. No, didn't you say they took your kid? I give you a head start, and you give me this? Looking at Paul's dumbfounded expression, Ling Yun, who was still stony-faced just a moment ago, laughed out loud, without any high-handedness, almost bending his waist with laughter. Tears are coming down, pointing at Paul. Mother ***** her, got you ready to take advantage of the fire. Is your brain buzzing? Paul was a little confused about what was going on here. It was just a little hard to look embarrassed. It's not decent anymore either. Look to the one man and the bird. Fire Crow King, I didn't think you could even put up with your child being captured. You shouldn't be a bird, but a wong bang. Trash talk comes with the territory. But the Fire Crow King wasn't as simple as he thought. There's a lot more going on in his head than he is. Can he and the academy really flip out? Chapter 80 is blocked. Just now, it was just a gesture. Understand? A gesture means it's negotiable. And only Paul, the simpleton, is naive enough to think that it's really going to flip? How many years had the Fire Crow clan worked with the 13 cities with the Vermilion Bird Academy? How many Fire Crow eyes out there follow the students, graduates, and teachers of the Vermilion Bird Academy? Is the relationship here something that can be explained in a sentence or two? It's too deep. It is not for an outsider like Paul to know. And in accordance with the 13 cities of the urine, a betrayal, never hired. The coordinates of this Fire Crow Mountain has long been clear. Really to that point, the Fire Crow Mountain is bound to become a key point in the struggle for things. The Fire Crow clan might die out over this and it's impossible to say. So turning the other cheek is impossible. However, despite thinking so, the Fire Crow King was still sad in his heart. In reality, it was still the Vermilion Bird Academy that was powerful. You shut up, the Fire Crow King said indifferently. Then he looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you must give me an explanation. We had a word in advance. You can't move my child. Ling Yun stopped laughing and nodded seriously. I will definitely give you an explanation. If someone from our academy really snatched your child, I will definitely make him return it. That's a good point. The big deal is just getting another one for the student. As for punishment? Stop it. Punish an egg. Jubilee Academy isn't there yet. The Fire Crow King was waiting for these words. And I also want compensation. Compensation that will allow the 2 children to advance. According to you, it's already half a step to the Xian realm and will break through soon. That's what he's all about. The Fire Crow to the Xian realm is the real high-speed development period. And after the Xian realm he was a bit unable to support the advancement of his 2 children. Mainly because Fire Crow Mountain was too barren. This barrenness is not unbreakable, but insufficient. Understand it this way. The Fire Crow Mountain can supply a child to break through, but it can't reach the 2-wanted look of being invincible at the same level as soon as you break through. This gap is controlled by resources. Ling Yun understood at once and said with a smile, I'll go back and make a report on this matter. I'm sure the academy will approve it, but as you know I don't dare to pack my bags. But your child will definitely go back, this I can be sure of. For this kind of demonic beast community that posed very little threat to humans, Ling Yun did not want to completely fight, and the 2 sides chatted back and forth. Only Paul looked forlorn, having paid by mistake after all. Fire Cloud, shouldn't we talk about what to do with this broken Luo first? All of a sudden, Paul couldn't even be bothered to look despondent and blow up. eyebrows raised. What do you want? Ling Yun let out a fierce laugh. Weren't you very pretentious just now? And wanted to leave me behind? And now you're wimpy? Paul sat waxing. He felt the malice of the world come so suddenly. He wanted to swear at the two men, but knew he was no match for either. With an awkward smile, Ling Yun, we are also old acquaintances. Just now I was just joking. Just now we even negotiated a deal. How could I do that kind of thing? Ling Yun laughed softly. Really? Just kidding. I'll joke with you then. At that moment, Ling Yun, the Fire Crow King and the One Man and One Beast had their domains fully open and pressed Paul to beat him up. I just don't know for what reason. But in the end, I didn't really get Paul killed. But I know that Paul is half dead by the look of him. Blood covered his entire body. It's scary. The ding-dong fight was over and the fire was gone. Ling Yun glanced at Paul. Don't pretend to be dead. I have a count on my hands. Get lost nimbly. Tell that kid in your house. Originally 3 days. Now there is only 1 day left. If he is caught in 1 day, count him lucky. If he can't be caught, get lost, or don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Paul, who had just been looking like he was breathing in and out, sat up with a prancing start. Ling Yun, don't make a scene. You've taken the heat. What's the point of taking it out on the child? Ling Yun said disdainfully. Relocating anger? If he doesn't listen, do you believe I'll destroy him? Paul's face was grim, knowing that Ling Yun was playing for real. Ling Yun snorted. Get lost. There will be no more cooperation with your family in the future. This is what I say. The Vermilion Bird Academy will classify your family as an unwelcome family. Paul's expression grew harder and harder. There was some regret in his heart. Had he known that he would not move his crooked thoughts? Now it's a good thing that you've lost your wife and your face. And it's listed as an unwanted family. It means that they will never get a chance to come to Fire Crow Mountain again. Talking about this kind of open and honest coming. The Viscount coming by himself like that doesn't count. It also represented the loss of the shelter of the Vermilion Bird Academy at Fire Crow Mountain. This is an unacceptable loss. The heart aches so much it can't breathe. Ling Yun saw the dying look and was disgusted on the surface. But his heart was calm. It didn't work out this time. What if it does next time? So that's the end of Paul's relationship with Jubilee College. If we meet later, we'll be enemies. Paul walked away, knowing there was no room for a counteroffer. There was only the Fire Crow King and Ling Yun left. Ling Yun laughed. Fire Cloud, just be glad that you made the right choice just now. Did you really think that leaving me behind would work? How many years has the Vermilion Bird Academy been set up in Fire Crow Mountain? Paul has to knock it down, and so does the King of the Fire Crows. Remember who is dominant. The inverted Big Dipper should not be used. The Fire Crow King didn't say anything. Of course he knew that Ling Yun was telling the truth, and he also knew that people in the West had no credit. So instead of working with Paul, he really should work with 13 cities, because 13 cities still wants a face. It won't go back on its word. Enough chit-chat. Go find my kid. Jiang Ping didn't know what was happening here, but he knew that there was a king-level fight, and just now it could be said that the ground shook and he almost didn't resist. Just slowed down and remembered the blood breath gem. That's what he's all about. Without stopping, he went back to Little Fire Crow's cave and rummaged around inside. Finally, the blood chi gem, which was the size of a fist, was found under a fiery red rock. Ha ha, sure enough here it is. The brat's map is pretty damn accurate. Only, looking at the fist-sized blood chi gem made a mistake. Against the whole of the meow knife in his hand, obviously the size does not match. If the professionals were here, they would definitely scoff at Jiang Ping's operation. If you can put it in directly, what do you need professionals for? And there is a professional process on how to non-destructively shrink such a large blood gas gemstone to a size that fits and still ensure that the quality does not drop. It's not just a matter of gesticulating and pressing upwards. Jiang Ping joyfully ready to go, satisfied and not go to stay in the new year. But just then, he felt a burning heat coming from outside the cave. That child of mine is playing right here. Ling Yun, you have to give me an explanation. Jiang Ping froze and became anxious. What should I do if I steal someone's cubs and get blocked in front of my house? Rush, rush, rush. Chapter 81, Surprise. Jiang Ping is numb. How can this be? Talking. What does that mean? This demonic beast is powerful. This explanation is the simplest. His own small arms and legs in the fish pond frying fish is okay. Really in high-level demonic beasts compared to the almost meaning, and then associated with his just perceived the king's field. Jiang Ping suddenly had a shocking suspicion. Ma, I'm not stealing the cubs of a king-level demonic beast, am I? But, how could the cubs of a king-level demonic beast be so poor? It's not practicing. Jiang Ping spun around anxiously, wanting to run, but this cave was just one opening. How could he run? Shall we stay in the heaven-swallowing secret realm for a while? But what if people are guarding the corpse? Will you be able to come out in this lifetime? Sweat was visible on his face. anyone would have to panic. Just when Jiang Ping didn't know what to do, a middle-aged man's voice spoke from outside. Is the person inside a student of Vermilion Bird Academy? Hey! The voice was mid-range and slightly magnetic. Jiang Ping instantly brightened up. Come up here and ask this. Is it someone from the Vermilion Bird Academy? This could work for him if it was one of Jubilee's people. However, out of caution he hadn't said anything yet, but was waiting to see what would happen, intending to run and hide in the heaven-swallowing mystic realm if things were bad. Being guarded is better than being dead. Outside, Lingyun looked at the Fire Crow King's contemptuous eyes and was a bit overwhelmed. What does that mean? I thought you said you had a hand to hold. Why isn't it working? Lingyun, if you can't, I'll do it my way. Lingyun's somewhat helpless voice came out. Don't panic. Just wait for me to reveal my identity. Cough. I am Vermilion Bird College Professor Lingyun. Inside if my college students numb out. I know you got the Fire Crow. Rest assured that the college will not let you suffer. You come out and let's talk. Otherwise we go in. The Fire Crow King had wanted to go in for a long time, and the reason he waited was to give Lingyun face. Jiang Ping was on the verge of tears when he heard that it was indeed someone from the Vermilion Bird Academy. Holy, found the organization. No matter what, he saved his life today. Baring his lips, he looked at the two little fire crows. Go on, get out. Your parents are here. It seems that you are not destined to be with me. In fact, when the cub felt the king's domain, he knew he was in trouble. But what can you do? You can't just give it back, can you? People have to listen. Now that both parents are on the same page, they can talk. That's the only way to get out. Jiang Ping walked out from inside and looked at a Lingyun who was wearing the fiery red robe of Vermilion Bird Academy with a badge. A burst of peace of mind. Dutifully, he walked over with the two little fire ravens. Respectful greeting. Hello teacher, I'm this year's new student, Jiang Ping. A brief introductory paragraph about where he came from and where he came from. Only, Lingyun's expression changed a little when he heard Jiang Ping's name. Looking to Jiang Ping, what is your relationship with Chen Juanxiu? Kong Pyong froze. Junsu Chen? He was in ecstasy. Mom, this is where he met his relatives. The little chicken pecked his head. Teacher, Chen Juanxiu is my aunt. Lingyun smiled. Okay, you know what's going on. Just stand behind me. After saying that, he looked at the Fire Crow King, Fire Cloud. The two little fire crows you take away. This child is not only my student, but also my descendant. I promise you what you asked for. It's fine, I'm leaving. Very casually speaking, the Fire Crow King was also happy in his heart. It seems that this kid has some background. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Previously, Lingyun had said that he would have to apply as well, but now he had agreed to do so, and there was a qualitative difference between these two answers. One is ambiguous and one is certain. Looking at Jiang Ping, the fiery red raven eyes all revealed some sort of dangerous light. If I get a few more of these things, will I have all the resources for a child to reach the king level? The Fire Crow King is addicted. But we have to think long and hard about this. It's not easy to meet the wrong person. Thinking about it, the Fire Crow King's mind was a bit agitated, and suppressing the fire in his heart, he said to the two children, come back. This is a misunderstanding. But, a minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed as well. The Fire Crow King was waiting and frowning, but the two little fire crows seemed to not hear anything, and lowered their heads to look for something on the ground. Divine journey to the heavens. Lingyun also looked at the Fire Crow King strangely. Fire Cloud, is this your child? No? That's a blistering statement. Above the Fire Crow King's bird face, he unexpectedly revealed a rare look of shame and anger. Talking to you too. Come here. The two little fire crows knew that they couldn't avoid it, so they actually cawed in a small voice. After hearing this, the Fire Crow King was furious. Eat, eat, eat. Old son, didn't he give you guys food? This outsider wants to capture you guys as mounts. And you sell yourselves for some food? Lingyun picking his ears to listen. And when he heard and understood it, he laughed. Fire Cloud, your child is really a genius. I can tell you well. I am saying to return to you, but the child does not go with you. I cannot do anything. We do not do that kind of thing. The heart bursts into laughter. I had heard that this kid can be tossed around, and originally I didn't believe it, but now he believes it. I can't believe you can abduct and run the Fire Crow King's children by eating them. Hard to comment. Jiang Ping was all set to give up on the two little fire crows, already pondering where to catch them, when he suddenly heard these words and was overjoyed. I can't believe you're not leaving? Eating? Jiang Ping suddenly thought of something. He had fed the little fire jay only chunks of iron-tailed hawk meat, chunks of meat that followed a recipe. Could it be that this thing is highly attractive to demonic beasts? The mind also guessed. The Fire Crow King was furious, and he was angry as he raised his head and left. I really raised you guys for nothing. Get out. Get out now and don't let me see you again. Lingyun, Even though the little brat won't come with me, you still have to give what you should. Laughing, Ling Yun couldn't straighten his back. Looking at the disappearing back of the Fire Crow King and the remaining flames, haha said, don't worry, since it's not going, that's our vermilion bird's demonic beast, naturally it won't be treated badly. Really filial death. He has done a good job of protecting the calf, but as a result, no one expected the child not to go with him. Haha, this is no one's words. Your own kids don't go. They're greedy. Who's to blame? It was just that he was a little curious as to what kind of delicious food Zhangping had fixed up that could hook the Fire Crow King's little cub into not going back. As a teacher of the academy, he certainly knows that students, in order to be able to get the Fire Crows, pitfalls to steal, drug to get some strange things to tempt the Fire Crows, it can be said that any means have been used, but this had little to do with him, and since the Fire Crow King himself had retired, he didn't have to worry about it. Only then did he have the effort to look at Zhangping. I heard that your kid is already the captain of the Fire Seed? You've also comprehended barrier breaking. Come, let's have a fight. Zhangping froze. Incredulously, he pointed at Ling Yun. Teacher, you're not joking? I've fought you? Am I crazy? Chapter 82, Get thee out of here. The slightest hint of a teasing smile appeared on Ling Yunshui's face. What? Don't dare? A wave of defiance appeared within Zhangping. What wouldn't you dare? He could kind of see that this handsome-looking guy was just looking for a reason to beat himself up. Since you can't resist, enjoy it. Only after hearing this did Ling Yun nod in satisfaction. Really think he has no temper. Ah, a good tea was almost left here. He told who to reason with. If we don't teach this kid a lesson, he'll think he can do whatever he wants. Zhangping's expression became serious as he stared at Ling Yun in front of him without moving his sword. Instead, he used the sharp claws he had long been familiar with. The moment the sharp claws surfaced, a hint of surprise appeared in Ling Yun's eyes. At a young age, he was actually able to train the skills of a low-level iron-tailed hawk to this point, so it was obvious that it was hard work. But that's not enough. Casually beckoning the giant fire redwood beside him, a branch appeared in his hand. At an extremely tricky angle, he viciously smacked Zhangping's ass. That's it? Haven't you been taught the means to defend yourself against the enemy at all times when attacking? Look at your puckered ass. Who are you showing it to? Ouch. Zhangping could feel the pain coming from his ass, and he felt that this doggone teacher was definitely relieved to come. But the body was extremely honest in adjusting its posture. Respond with a more cautious stance. In that instant just now, it seemed as if his barrier breaking had lost its effect, and the means that had always been unbeatable were suddenly useless. The moment ushered in the greatest oppression ever seen. His eyes showed a burning fire of war. This is the teacher if it is the enemy? Stuff it. Halo up. The foot Fufeng step was like a ghost, adding the physical quality brought by the nine forging of the flesh body. The meat of the demonic beasts eaten in the past was instantly like a small sun in the body turning into a stream of air running through the sea. At this moment, Zhangping felt frighteningly powerful. The claws turned a deep red, a deep crimson blood red that seemed to hide the color of the surrounding flames. The giant trees are rustling. Ling Yun's heart fluttered. On the surface, although the wind is light, but inside the heart set off a huge wave. Just now, when Zhangping had struck him, he had felt the power above the shin level. God, what a freak! Obviously just enrolled in school, but actually have such a perverted strength? A year of exercising in the academy and on the battlefield and still not breaking through to the king realm? Of course he thought it was over his head. It can be a possibility. Most crucially, Zhangping's attributes that had never been mentioned made the knowledgeable Ling Yun frown. A good seed can't go astray. Reaching out to stop Zhangping's skill frowned at him. Stop. What's wrong with your skill? And shouldn't the attribute of your chi be fire? How come it reveals a flavor of death? It's even more authentic than that nasty group of bloods in the West. This flavor is so right. The potential that Zhangping showed was too good to be true, and this could be a big loss if he took a wrong turn. Zhangping's crimson eyes gradually returned to their normal color. Confused, he looked at Ling Yun. Teacher, you're talking about this? Saying that, the gas transformed into a blood-red cloud that was also real and illusory. Revealed this mystery. Vaguely, there was a hint of gold color. Seeing this, Ling Yun was even more certain that there was something wrong with Zhangping's chi. It's definitely not fire. Suppressing the thought in his mind. Yeah, hasn't anyone ever told you that your breath is wrong? Zhangping is even more confused. What the hell, I have a problem. I haven't had a problem with it since I started out. Looking at Zhangping's confused expression, Ling Yun asked again. You didn't have anyone to remind you during the fire seed selection? Zhangping shook his head. No, this thing has been this color since I would Although he had realized something long ago, he didn't dare to make a blind barren grin. Ling Yun's frown deepened after hearing this and muttered. Juan Xiao Chen, what exactly do you want? There's no way you won't be able to tell. This could be an emerging property and you're just hiding it? Ling Yun knew that he might not be able to ask Jiang Ping anything. A hand pulled Jiang Ping. Go! Jiang Ping was considered to have experienced a windy feeling. He felt that people were flying in the sky and his soul was chasing behind him. The two little fire crows were even blown with a handful of dull hairs rising into the wind. Waiting to stop took but a few minutes. But Jiang Ping found himself back at the academy. Coming to a room, Ling Yun said, "Wait, don't move." Ling Yun operated the computer, surprisingly checking Jiang Ping's enrollment information and other information. Only, as he was checking out the rest of the information, he snapped to the marking level above. The pupils contracted suddenly. How did he get that level of secrecy? He had to admit that Jiang Ping's attributes were so secretive that he wouldn't have been able to feel them if he hadn't fought against him on a whim. The lower realms wouldn't understand this. And for those with a low realm, Jiang Ping had the ability to break barriers, and might directly destroy them, even less qualified to speak. On the surface it just looks a little deeper than the fire attribute. When Ling Yun checked Jiang Ping's information, an alarm had been triggered on the other end. The special line in the old principal's office rang. "Teacher, someone has checked Jiang Ping's information. It's from Vermilion Bird Academy." The old principal smiled slightly. "Looks like it's going to be hard to hide, but it doesn't matter. Ling Yun? Remember back then, did he still have a relationship with that Junxiu girl?" The person on the other side let out a bitter laugh. "I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. I'm afraid of getting a beating." The old principal laughed out loud. "Alright, let Junsa give that Ling Yun kid a call and tell him to leave this matter alone. This matter is about my hope that South City can rise again. Hide it for as long as you can." Hanging up the phone, the old principal only sighed. "Kid, lightly toss when your wings grow into but it's just a sigh of relief. Where can you become a man without going through trials and tribulations?" There was something wrong with Jiang Ping's attributes. He had realized it a long time ago. Not only him, but Juinxiu Chen knew it as well. But everyone is keeping it a secret by heart. Outsiders don't know what it is. But can someone from the south side not know? That was an attribute that had once led South City to become a great city among the 13 cities. That person back then possessed such an attribute. It's fire. Not fire. On the surface it looks filthy, but it is the nemesis of all filth in the world. Nanming Li Hua. Thinking of this, he made another call. "Old guys, it's time to move. The time to pave the way for the younger generation is almost here. It's okay to all come back and visit." Jiang Ping, is it really Nam Ming Li Hua? Jiang Ping himself doesn't even know. Guru is just that. All he knew was that he looked a little saddened as Ling Yun walked out again. It was the sighing feeling of a dog suddenly bumping into its master. But Jiang Ping didn't dare to mention it. Fear of being beaten. "Kid, it's okay, the fire crow is here. Go back to your lead teacher." Jiang Ping looked at Ling Yun and carefully tried. "Teacher, didn't you say that I have a problem?" Ling Yun didn't have the good sense to look at him. Just because of this kid he got himself pouted again. Damn, nothing good ever comes from running into this kid. Asterisk 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 off. Chapter 83, The Shock of the First Boat. It was only at the moment when Jiang Ping turned around that Ling Yun faintly said, "Don't say you've bumped into me when you go back. Go to the teaching building in Area C after enrollment and look for me, and I'll give you the materials for the growth of the little fire crow." With a heavy heart, Jiang Ping followed the map to the side of Chang Yizhou. Chang Yizhou looked at Jiang Ping in surprise. "Why did you come out the back?" Jiang Ping said casually. "Lost." He was just about to ask something when he noticed the two small fire crows following behind Jiang Ping. The mouth was wide open. Pointing at Jiang Ping, You really got two of them?" At first he thought that Jiang Ping was bragging. Immortal fire crows other people to get a need to go in many times. Spend do not know how many contribution points to get it. And now, Jiang Ping had actually gotten two of them. Vaguely he seemed to be seeing the scene when Jiang Ping said those words. "Teacher, can we only get one?" His face reddened. At that time, he was so good at giving Jiang Ping a ridicule. But why does my face feel so hot right now? However, the emotion lasted less than a few seconds before it was gone. What the hell? Lao Cheng, this your student? Freshman? You kidding me? What? Freshman got two fire crows on their first trip to Fire Crow Mountain? Stop it, okay? The surrounding lead teachers who were waiting with Chang Yizhou erupted into a gasp of surprise. In a flash, the embarrassment on Chang Yizhou's face turned into bragging, coughing, with the look of a tall man. Well, the children fooled around. Before going in, they said they would get two to show me. And I didn't believe them, but now it's a good thing. They were slapped in the face by the students. Shame on you. A group of people hated to scold him. They're all ING lecturers. Why do you stand out so much? See what you're saying? Is there a hint of embarrassment in that expression that you're being punched in the face? I'm afraid you're not even happy in your heart right now. Someone said sourly. Chang Yizhou didn't find this problem with you before. Now I see that you're a bit of a dog. Chang Yizhou smiled haughtily. It is indeed out of my expectation. That Jiang Ping tell the teachers what is going on. The feeling of exhilaration was simply awesome. Jiang Ping looked at Chang Yizhou speechlessly. He had long since realized that this teacher was unreliable, but still patiently said it again. Only with the meat to deceive the fire crows and the matter of being blocked by others at the door were not said. Just say that you pressed the little fire raven to beat him up. Then that's it. The crowd felt like thieves in a metaphysical sense when they heard it. Good fortune. Running into two at once. The strength is still low on dead fire crows, this luck is no one. There was an exclamation. These words probably upset the little fire crow, and with an open mouth, it spewed out a flame straight towards the man. That man is fortunate to be a teacher. His strength is there. Hurriedly ducking out of the way. But immediately afterward, surprise appeared in his eyes. Comparable to the Xian realm? I just thought that Jiang Ping was lucky in life, but now it seems not so simple. And at such a time, Chang Yizhou stood out again. Cough cough. This student of mine strength still make do. Accidentally comprehended the barrier breaking. The general level is difficult to threaten him. Touching the Xian realm can also be a fight. The group's shocked looks deepened. Good chance to be careless? Break the barrier the existence of 1 in 10,000 and the base of this 10,000 is genius. You come by accident? Pissed off. Someone said sourly. I knew that I brought this term. There is such a student to say out all have face. I'll let Chang Yizhou this dog catch up. Jiang Ping looked at old Chang who was pretending with himself and was a bit speechless in his heart. How do you change so fast? He could even envision that it wouldn't be long before the unlikely academy would spread the news that XX genius student had gotten 2 fire crows and comprehended barrier breaking just by entering the school. But there was no anger. The thing about a name is that it's so vain and nebulous. But you have to admit that he really exists. Having a name comes in handy a lot of the time. He had known this for a long time. If he didn't have the name Brother Bottle, would he have been able to eat in the South City? So it's not repulsive at all. It just said, Teacher, I'm a little tired. Can I rest for a while? He's got to get organized. Chang Yizhou seems to be looking at the baby Gata like a sudden realization. This thing is a mess. Go to the dormitory to rest. They come out still don't know what time it is. Usually 3 days to hit the full only to give up out. I'll take you to your dormitory first to rest. Follow Chang Yizhou. Chang Yizhou settled Jiang Ping and left. By the way, you can take the fire crows for now, but if you don't want to take them wait until I get them an ID card later so they can go out and forage and sneak around on their own. Jiang Ping looked at the dormitory in front of him, which was 800 sets better than the one before, and was surprised in his heart. This isn't a dormitory. It's totally an apartment. A single room, which is kind of luxurious inside. Teasing the 2 little fire crows. From now on, you are also fire crows with status. Happy? The 2 little fire crows arched their heads at him affectionately and cawed. Jiang Ping froze for a moment. A foodie. Mental note, okay, I'll let you guys have your fill. Suddenly 1 person and 2 birds all disappeared. Jiang Ping had long wanted to come to the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. He had his own questions in mind. He was very familiar with that voice when he collected the little fire crow before. He's got to get to the ice casket. Throwing a pot of stewed iron-tailed eagle meat, Jiang Ping instructed. Don't mess around with the demonic beasts in here. They're all rations for later. I'm going to do some business. Jiang Ping felt as if he was raising a child. Somewhat amusing. Follow the memory to the ice coffin. Jiang Ping looked at the woman in front of him in a red robe in a daze, and somehow felt as if the temperature had risen a bit. He had never voluntarily walked in here except when he thought he was dreaming. This time it's a first. He spoke seriously, not knowing if the other could hear him. He didn't even know if the other was dead or alive. My name is Jiang Ping. Why did you call me Jiang Lang? And was it you who spoke before? I remember the first time I saw you, you had something like a ghostly talisman pressed on your body and forehead. What is that? Who the hell are you and what's the story on how you got here? Jiang Ping said a cartwheel of words. He himself did not know what he wanted to say, and did not expect to really get a response. But just as he was about to leave, he heard a response. It's true that there used to be a talisman holding me down, and you were the one who helped me undo it. With a jerk, Jiang Ping turned back. Shocked, he looked at the woman. Are you the one talking? He clearly felt the woman's mouth not move. The voice came again. It's me. When I was frozen here I swore to the sky that whoever helped me to unlock this seal, he would be my man from now on. And you're the one who helped me unravel. You're my Lang. All right. Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. Panic. Waving his hands. No, don't be ridiculous. How old am I? How old are you? How can we do this? Furthermore, you can't even move. I don't even know who the hell I'm talking to. Although my family runs a crematorium, it only burns demonic beasts. I'm timid. Don't scare me. Chapter 84, Fire Crow Xian Realm. I thought there would be a response, but suddenly there was no sound. Jiang Ping asked tentatively, "Hey, hey, hey, you haven't said what your name is. Where are the people?" But the ice coffin is still there, and so is the beauty. There's just no more response. Dumbfounded Jiang Ping, that just disappeared? Scratching his head. What the hell? Why did a daughter-in-law just pop up out of nowhere? After confirming that there was really no response, Jiang Ping walked out helplessly. When he went outside, he looked at the two little fire crows who were eating demonic beast meat, and it was so fragrant. It seems reasonable for a fire raven to eat meat. Staring at the two little fire crows in a daze, suddenly a burst of red light bloomed from the two little fire crows. Not only did his body become more than twice as big, even his aura grew a lot. Only the fire crow cawed, then fluttered its wings, and the flames flowed all over its body in a beautiful manner. Jiang Ping came back to his senses from his daze and looked at the changes in the two fire crows, revealing a surprised expression. Goodness gracious, you've advanced after eating less than one iron-tailed eagle's meat? Obviously he could feel the change in breath from the fire raven. It was several times more powerful than before. You guys, Qian realm now? Tentatively, he asked. The little fire raven nodded humanely. It was out of Jiang Ping's expectation. But then he thought that the fusion realm was transcendent. The Qian realm was even higher. And the two fire crows were still the descendants of the fire crow king. So being able to understand human language seemed to be a very common thing. Fiercely, Jiang Ping was delighted. Now how long can you guys hold out? Say it and do it. Before, using the sun and moon wheel with two fire ravens was just 5 seconds of real men. So it should be a lot stronger now, right? Whoosh. Jiang Ping silently recited the sun and moon wheel's mnemonic, only to see the two fire crows quickly transform into a wheel that was bubbling with fire. 1 foot down, 1 wheel. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ping even forgot about the matter of the ice coffin woman earlier and shouted excitedly, "Charge, charge, charge. Let me see your strength." Whoosh. Jiang Ping disappeared. The sky was so beautiful as if a meteor had crossed it, with two flames trailing a long trailing tail, and the speed was even more unexpected to Jiang Ping. Just now, he seemed to have felt the sensation of breaking through the sound barrier for a moment. Even if he used a shield to protect his body, he could feel his face twisting a bit. Of course, this could be an illusion, but fast for sure. Jiang Ping felt a bit unable to carry on and told the little fire crow to slow down. Fly at normal speed. This play was almost an hour. The little fire crow didn't have that rare feeling of being drained this time, but remained radiant. From here, Jiang Ping already knew that the little fire crow had produced a qualitative change. It was just that he always felt that there was something wrong with his weapon. Using a hatchling knife doesn't seem to match the sun and moon wheels. It's as if subconsciously, a more powerful weapon should be used. But, there's no clue yet. He doesn't have much else, just a lot of meat. Anymore, the heaven-swallowing mystic realm still kept so many demonic beasts that could be killed at any time. As long as the herbs are matched, you can binge on them. Satisfying two little fire ravens is too easy. 1 person, 2 birds, and another meal. Jiang Ping also felt with the naked eye that he had improved again, as if he was 1 step closer to stepping into the Qian realm. Since there was a 3-fold time difference, Jiang Ping took out the 9 forges of flesh again inside. Careful study. Now he's only in his first forge, and there is only one requirement for the first forging, and that is to be familiar with the method of traveling qi according to the movements above. Then supplementation will suffice. There are no years in the mountains. By the time Jiang Ping stopped, several hours had passed. Jiang Ping pondered slightly. Out. He was prepared to go to Area C tomorrow, to find Ling Yun. On the other end, the Fire Crow King was on the towering volcano, looking at the lava rolling and smoking underneath, his 2 eyes a little dull, obviously thinking about something. Eating meat can also purify the bloodline? I didn't realize that before. What exactly is this brat's origin? Moreover, there seems to be a special aura on him, somewhat familiar, yet so unfamiliar. Do you really think he's stupid? If he hadn't realized something was wrong with the child, how could he have suddenly switched his attitude and just walked away? It looks like he's pissed off, but what's actually going on? Only he knows. He felt differently from his 2 children. That's a sign of a return. Returning to their ancestors. Ah, the deeper their fire crows return to their ancestors, the more powerful they will be. Instinctively he felt that the child would have a better future with Kangpyeong. That's the real reason for being pissed off. Early the next morning, Jiang Ping arrived at Area C. First, he inquired about Ling Yun's location, then knocked on the door. Enter. Ling Yun's room was large and spacious, proper office style. The tables and chairs and benches were all very elaborate. Jiang Ping said respectfully, "Teacher, I've come to collect my things." Ling Yun nodded and handed over a card. "It's all in here. Turn around and take the card to the logistics to collect it yourself. Once a month." Jiang Ping looked curiously after receiving it. I don't know what all I can claim. Jiang Ping. There's a chance. Are you going or not? Jiang Ping was slightly stunned. What? I heard you're the captain of the fire and you're going to compete in October. Would you like to get in touch with a foreign player before then? Those geniuses? Jiang Ping thought to himself. Foreigners I did touch. Well, the feel is not bad. Teacher, is there any benefit to this? Lingyan said without any good humor. It's not a benefit to let you know about foreign tactics in advance? Alright, let's get this straight with you or you'll think I'm lying to you. Where are you now? Jiang Ping was confused for a moment. Aren't I at the academy? This is the Jubilee Academy, alright. Lingyan hummed. It's an academy, but it's also an outer domain. Perhaps you don't have a concept of the term outer domain. In general it's a stable new continent. And we are not the only race. Compared to foreigners, those other races are our real enemies. In one sentence, he told Jiang Ping the biggest secret of the outer realm. But it doesn't matter if you'll know it all when you enroll in school. What? Another race? Are you talking about demonic beasts, teacher? Lingyan had a strange expression on his face. Demonic beasts? Do you really think that demonic beasts are our greatest enemy? Isn't it? Jiang Ping froze. That's what 13 Cities has always advertised. Ah, and it does. A lot of defenses were made around the demonic beasts. Even now there are still a lot of places controlled by demonic beasts that have not been recovered. Looking at Jiang Ping, Lingyan knew what he was thinking. This was a step that one had to go through to enter the academy. Indifferently, he said, the demonic beasts started out as our greatest enemies. No mistake. And indeed caused us great losses. But everything has long changed from a certain point in time. Our biggest enemies now are other races. And the fight is also for the right to belong to demonic beasts. The right to hunt them. In a few words, Jiang Ping's heart set off monstrous waves. Chapter 85, Sun and Moon Wheel Appearance. Lingyan's few simple words revealed a lot of shocking information. Even more so, this information was information that made Jiang Ping's 3 views suffer a great shock. Why? This is going to start with education in the 13 cities. All of the elementary schools and high schools in the 13 cities were taught that the demonic beasts were our greatest enemy. The culprits that destroyed our homeland and led to the fact that we could now only control less than half of our original territory. Killing demonic beasts. Drinking demonic beasts' essence blood to strengthen themselves. For the sake of humanity. For the 13 cities, this was the belief that everyone had rooted in since childhood. Everyone is working towards that goal. Now, having gone to the academy, suddenly Lingyan suddenly said that in fact, the demonic beasts that they thought were the great enemy were actually within the control of humans. How can you not be shocked? It's really just like the movies, growing up with a hard life, only to become an adult and tell you that your family is a billionaire. Lingyan looked at Jiang Ping's appearance and said with a smile, what? Not good enough to accept? Jiang Ping shook his head. It doesn't make sense. Ha ha, where does that not make sense? It doesn't make sense anywhere. Why do we need this kind of propaganda and education when we already have the initiative? Also, most of the mainland is still in dire straits. Jiang Ping raised his question. The corner of Lingyan's mouth hooked up into a nice curve. Where are the waters deep and hot? What else is there in those places besides demonic beasts? Couldn't that possibly be our farm? Boom. Thoughts exploded in Jiang Ping's head. A farm? It's really amazing. He hadn't been thinking in that direction. While Jiang Ping was thinking, Lingyan said with a smirk, there are so many demonic beasts in the wild. When have you ever seen a demonic beast attack a city? Even if they have, isn't it already dating back to 10 years ago? Having said that, Jiang Ping would really be a mediocrity if he didn't understand. It's just that he can't figure it out. Frowning, he looked at Lingyan. Figure what? Why create that kind of tension when there's a lot of singing and dancing going on? The entire 13 cities were as if they were wound up. Everyone was tense. At those words, Lingyan's face calmed down a lot. What? I'll tell you what. Humanity. If we didn't have a strong enemy like the demonic beasts forcing us, would we still be able to wring our hands now? Will the teenagers of the 13 cities still play hard to get and cultivate? No. As soon as the crisis of the demonic beasts is lifted by speaking out, a group of people who indulge themselves will immediately appear. This is undesirable, because although the demonic beasts are no longer our greatest enemy, there is still this other race in the outer realm, and once we don't have that breath, what are we going to fight for? Today I'll teach you one thing as a teacher, and that is that cultivation is rowing against the current without advancing or retreating. There is no way back. It's hard to get hard again if you're really soft. Listening to Lingyan's analogy, Jiang Ping was speechless for a while. Teacher, look what you're talking about. Is it something I can listen to as a child? Alright, let's talk about this matter. Although the demonic beasts are not the first enemy, the danger is not small. Who knows if there will still be a sudden appearance of a stable continent like the outer regions, and at that time we will really just sit back and wait for death? Only by hunting demonic beasts, obtaining the essence blood from their bodies, and searching for magical herbs and treasures in the rift space. Could the initiative be in our hands? Now, make your decision. Do you want to agree with my proposal to meet the geniuses? This opportunity. Do you want it? After saying that, he waited for Zhang Ping's answer. These words vaguely reminded him of what Junsa Chen had said to him at that time, asking him if he wanted to be a counselor of the South City and if he wanted to participate in the South City's parliamentary elections. A template. But, he, for one, eats this. There was an immediate decision. Go. I want to see what a genius really looks like too. Does it have 3 eyes? Ling Yun laughed out loud. Good. Standing up, he gave Zhang Ping an appreciative look. Good. I wasn't wrong. In that case, don't rest. Go back and get ready. Come with me out of town this afternoon. City, also known as the Academy. It had to be said that Zhang Ping was still curious about this academy beyond. He also wanted to see what the so-called outlands were really like. Yes. Zhang Ping's eyes showed a hint of wariness and curiosity. By the way, take your immortal fire crow with you. That's something that will save your life. In the afternoon, in the neighborhood of Area C, Ling Yun waited with his arms folded. Quite a tall man. Zhang Ping arrived as promised. Only, upon seeing the 2 small fire crows following behind Zhang Ping, the entire group revealed a look of shock. Broken? It was rare for Zhang Ping to see such a look on Ling Yun's face. Smiling slightly, a fluke. In fact, he had already pondered if he could ask Ling Yun for a bit of demonic beast meat from the demonic beast's perspective. He was deeply touched by the benefits that the King Realm's demonic beast meat brought to him, now that he had eaten almost as much, although his realm had also risen quite a bit, and his understanding of the blood-colored aura had become deeper and deeper. But who was too capable to do so? Only, now that he was going to the Outlands, if he legalized the source of demon beast meat, he would definitely have to waste his mouth and grind his teeth for a while. So he might as well wait until he returned from the Outlands. Ling Yun looked at Zhang Ping in shock. This kid has some skills. Although Little Fire Crow was already at the apex of the fusion realm, it still required a lot of resources to break the realm from completely. And now it had actually silently and quietly reached the Xian realm in just one day. It was evident that Zhang Ping must have paid something. But everyone has secrets. Ask them all. And he'll have to ask them all. Smiled. Very good. Not bad. Looks like you should be able to barely keep up. Zhang Ping nodded and didn't say anything. Okay, get out of town. Go meet up with your seniors. With a wave of Ling Yun's big hand, the fire crows shot up into the sky. Ling Yun's fire crows were actually just at the Xian realm. It was just a bit stronger than the little fire ravens sent. Teacher, shouldn't you use a king realm fire raven to be considered worthy of your status? Making Ling Yun roll his eyes. Then I have to ride Fire Cloud. Ask your 2 little brothers if they'll let me ride his father. And the king's realm. What a load of crap. Zhang Ping came to a realization. It seemed that the King Realm was not a cabbage either. Coughing, the Sun and Moonwheel shouted to the 2 young fire ravens that had grown up. In a flash, the 2 little fire crows shook off their wings and streams of flames appeared, becoming 2 flaming wheels that appeared under Zhang Ping's feet. Zhang Ping's left and right feet moved slightly and rushed up into the sky. With her legs slightly raised, she turned to look at Ling Yun, who had not yet moved, and said curiously, "Teacher, go wow." Ling Yun was dumbfounded, looking at the 2 wheels in front of him, and Zhang Ping on the wheels. Incredulously, he said, "What's your trick?" Chapter 86, I say you're trash. Zhang Ping was riotously happy inside. I told you to play deep for me. Now you're shocked. A look of rightfulness said, what else could it be? Just the fire crow. I improved it a little and it became like this. Don't make me teach it. I haven't figured it out yet either. Ling Yun looked at Zhang Ping in shock. He realized he'd underestimated the kid again. The talent is evident in being able to create a fancy skill on your own at this stage. You're not a fancy person, are you? Zhang Ping was the most unconvinced by this, and he smiled. Teacher, you point a direction. I will perform one for you. Ling Yun pointed in a random direction. Then, with a whoosh, Zhang Ping disappeared in place, and only the fiery red trailing tail could be seen. Inside it was like shooting a dog. Looking at Zhang Ping, who was still able to play all sorts of fancy moves in the sky, his teeth itched a little. This kid is definitely showing off with himself, but in his heart, he valued it. This speed was not low. At least the average Xian realm could not catch up. It took a while for Kong Pyong to return, pretending to wipe away non-existent sweat. Teacher, can I still look good with this one? Ling Yun had a dark face. It's alright. However, your mind should still be focused on the realm, and the laws that the Academy has issued to you should also be practiced. After all, the laws will be your main means of attack in the future. Okay, cut the crap and go. Without looking back, he rode Fire Raven towards the guarded gate. It's actually high walls. After swiping the identity card, the gate opened. Still a few people in charge of the guard saw Lingyun just wanting to say hello. Then he saw Jiang Ping who was flying behind him stepping on the sun and moon wheel, all frozen. I can't believe I forgot to say hello. Until the two rushed out. Only then reacted. Loudly shouted toward the back of the two, Professor Ling. You hide your privacy Why do not you teach us this? We also want to learn The sound traveled far, far away. Lingyun's face grew darker and darker. I still want to learn it. Don't be too handsome, okay? At first he had deliberately increased his speed, but Jiang Ping was able to keep up, and in a few moments he realized that if he didn't go down himself and relied only on the fire crow, he couldn't match Jiang Ping. But it also became more and more curious as to how Jiang Ping had figured out such a set of things and still managed to make the little fire crow so obedient. Along the way, it was extremely fast. It was a full 20 minutes of flight. In those 20 minutes or so, Jiang Ping had seen too many shocking scenes. For example, that one fortress, Iron Fortress. It seemed like an upright javelin standing there, plunging into the clouds. There are also hordes of humans hunting in groups in this seemingly bird-like outback. From these, it could be seen that Lingyun had not lied to him. Indeed, mankind is on the up and up. However, as he traveled farther, he found some strange phenomena. The farther he traveled, the less demonic beasts there were. Keep it in mind. Suddenly, Lingyun said, "Jump up." Jiang Ping was slightly stunned. "You're too flashy for this one. Come with me." Jiang Ping jumped up immediately. Lingyun had a point. It flew for like 3 more minutes. It was only then that Jiang Ping finally arrived at a very sturdy-looking steel fortress. The door was opened for them from a distance. When we got inside, we stopped directly at a place that looked like a station. There were already at least 30 people standing on it. Men and women, tall and short, fat and thin, and even half of the faces were foreign. Everyone looked up at Lingyun, who had fallen from the sky. Those foreign faces actually showed envy. Vermilion Bird Academy's unique fire crow. Who wouldn't want it? Just as they landed, Lingyun walked down with Jiang Ping, and everyone looked at Jiang Ping and also Lingyun. The people from Vermilion Bird Academy respectfully shouted, "Professor Lingyun." Lingyun nodded indifferently. "Not late, are you?" By way of introduction, "This is your schoolmate. Who is going with you this time?" The female student at the head of the class showed a hint of surprise. "Schoolmate? Professor, you're not messing around? What grade is this?" Tentatively, he asked. Lingyun didn't hide it. "This year's freshman. Following you to see the world." A sentence that sparked a wave of consternation. Before the people from Vermilion Bird Academy could say anything, those foreign faces next to them were overjoyed. A first-year freshman? Is Vermilion Bird Academy running out of people? It actually sent out first-year freshmen. Ha ha, that's just it. I'm afraid I don't think this is a family affair. Who cares? Just say it if you want to die. Why go and get killed? An old man with blonde hair and blue eyes reeking of flavor and a smile on his lips, flirting with Lingyun. He said, "Lingyun if there's no one left you tell me we'll just fill in for you. Why bother letting a child die?" Lingyun laughed. "A child? Our Vermilion Bird Academy is a big family. Not so big that we would let a child go to his death. I sent it to you for my own reasons." Naturally, the old man grunted. "Is that so? When the time comes to die inside, don't blame us for not remembering the friendship of fellow human beings. I see that this kid is not even in the Shin realm. What is it if not to send death?" This blew up even more. The students can't see it right, but the teacher certainly can't be wrong. The laughter got louder. "Good guy. First time I've heard of one coming without even reaching the Shin realm. This kid couldn't have offended someone, could he? And that's why he was sent here." Even the students of Vermilion Bird Academy muttered a bit. However, the female student who was in the lead decided to follow the teacher's opinion. Since Professor Lingyun had asked this schoolmate to come along, naturally there was a reason for it. Glancing at each other with one of the boys in the group, he walked over to Lingyun. "Professor, don't worry, we will definitely not let anything happen to our schoolmate." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Ping. "Hello schoolmate, my name is Mo Cho. Mo Cho of Mo Cho's Front Road Without a Friend. This is He Chun, also a 4th year. I'm the captain of this time. He's the vice captain. When the time comes, you'll be in the middle of our team." Next to the He Chun nodded. "Well, school brother, no matter how you are, to do what? Rest assured to follow the brother guarantee to take care of you properly." "Brethren, don't you think so?" Provocatively, he looked at the group of foreigners. The students of the Vermilion Bird Academy were naturally not willing to show weakness, and responded in a chorus of voices. "That's a must. Our Vermilion Bird Academy has one word: unity. Don't say it's a schoolmate who hasn't reached the Shin realm, even if it's the spirit realm. So what? Lead a dog as usual." Speaking of which, the senior who spoke scratched his head brainlessly. Senior, I didn't mean that, haha. Mo Cho and Hee Chun held their foreheads. This ing guy. His mouth is still open. Of course, Jiang Ping knew that the group didn't mean that. He understood what everyone meant and felt very comfortable with the atmosphere of the Vermilion Bird Academy. For the first time, he had the same kind of intimacy he had felt in the South Side. It's just that he's not a shrinking violet. Being called a punk by someone pointing his nose. If he didn't talk back, would that still be him? Jiang Ping, the little bully of South City? Immediately, he nodded. Elder sisters, I know what you mean. Thanks in advance. It's just that this is a face I want to get back myself, said. In the crowd's consternation, a few steps forward, behind the back of the meow knife drawn, the tip of the knife pointing to the ground, poking with both hands. Which dog just barked? Pale eyes, sweeping the room. Foreign students are shocked. Immediately someone is not happy. My by gosh, you are tired of living right. Who gave you the courage to dare to talk to us like this? A young man in a noble white gold silk robe with curly blonde hair stood out with a cold face. Jiang Ping didn't show any weakness at all. Arrogantly, he looked at the group. Who gave me the courage? I'll tell you all right here. In front of you is the hope of the 13 cities, the little bully of South City. Jiang Ping, the most senior principal of South City, is my grandfather. And the headmaster of the Vermilion Bird Academy is my grandfather's late friend. The chief of the 3rd Realm Guard is my aunt. The King Realm Captain of the 13th City Special Warfare Brigade is my uncle. Professor Ling Yun in front of me is my teacher. All of the above. Wang Realm hits the bottom. I say you're trash. Are you convinced? The tip of the knife pointed at the young man with the curly blonde hair. Come to the volume. Come to the volume. More people, I beg for another wave of power generation. Ah, your majesties, electrocute me. Chapter 87, Solo Practice? The young man with the blonde curls held his face red. His liver trembled at the sound of the familiar and unfamiliar names. Who these people were, he wasn't very clear about. But that sentence about the King Realm hitting the bottom, he still heard it. Never thought that this person in front of them actually had such a deep background. If that was the case, they really didn't dare to strike out indiscriminately, because a carelessness could be a big battle. It would set off an endless storm, or at least he couldn't top himself. But a loser is not a loser. The blonde curls looked at the tip of the blade that was fighting in front of them, and held back a sentence. You're the trash. The 2nd-generation ancestor who will only rely on his background to run rampant. You're capable of practicing with me solo, attempting to regain some face. This statement could be considered to have pissed off the Vermilion Bird Academy's seniors and siblings. Mo Cho looked at him contemptuously. Ikri, if you have an itchy skin you can practice with me. What do you mean by bullying our elementary school students? Do you people of light only bully the weak? I heard that your doctrine is to save the world and help the needy. In your case, you've misinterpreted it. Hee Chun was even more brazen in drawing his sword, turning to Akeley with a cold face. Make your move. Let me see if you've grown any over the years. How many of those who could come to Vermilion Bird and still make it to Captain Vice Captain in such a team were simple? But whether they are simple or not, at this moment they are one. Jiang Ping looked at the seniors and sisters who stood up for him. His heart was somewhat touched. Vermilion Bird, he had indeed come to the right place. But he was never one to hide behind others and be a shrinking violet. A young man should have a young man's blood. Thumbs and forefingers laced together slightly and whistled as everyone watched. In an instant, one felt 2 warm balls of fire approaching. Whoosh! As the crowd froze, Jiang Ping, who had just been standing on the flat ground, was already floating 10 meters in the air, with the sun and moon wheel under his feet and the tip of his sword looming over him, snorting. Your name is Ikri, right? I just told you this just to tell you that I, Jiang Ping, am not intimidated, nor am I at your mercy to be insulted. And now, it's just the beginning. Don't you want to compete with me? Fine, I'll give you this chance. I also want to see what the strength of a genius who was 4 or 5 years older than me is. At this time, Jiang Ping is arrogant, unconventional, as if the young man's spirit is all on display. Countless people watched. Only Ling Yun, in his heart, hated and cursed angrily. This little bastard. All told you, keep a low profile. This sun and moon wheel is not likely to be a strange trick. This is not even after 3 minutes. It is exposed. I really Ling Yun was so angry that he wanted to scratch the wall. But for some reason, he also felt as if such a Kongpyeong seemed really likable. Blonde curly hair Acre was a bit of a throwback at this point. And around him, a lot of people from the Western camp also let out exclamations of surprise. There's such a subtle trick? Definitely not an ordinary skill. Rather like a law. Even, many people are envious because this is really too dominant. Only the leader of the foreign country who had spoken to Ling Yun in the beginning had an ugly face. Fighting a first year. Winning is dishonorable. Losing is a disgrace. This is going to drive Akeley to death. After all, it was his own child. and he stood up for himself. Ling Yun, it's just a little kid playing a joke. It's not such a big deal, is it? Akeley, go apologize to this little brother and this matter will be over. Be a peacemaker. And Ling Yun laughed heartily. What? After bullying our kids as a joke? How about we make one now? Blandly, he said to Zhang Ping. Bottle. Beat him up. I'll take care of it. Vermilion Bird Academy couldn't stand the anger. There were cheers. Mo Choi-chan and the others made strange calls. With Ling Yun's gesture, Zhang Ping let go of his guts. It had been a long time since he had completely exploded his strength at full power. Would also like to know exactly what segment I'm in right now. Immediately, the aura exploded in full force. Scarlet aura. Upper body. With his feet on the sun and moon wheels and the golden and bloody superimposed halo behind him. At this moment, if even Shirnayan were here, he would have exclaimed, like the Lord of Demons subduing in the sky, he is really the god of Tai Sui on earth. The holy, the filthy, and the tyrannical temperaments were surprisingly displayed together. You can see how much of a shock it really is to people. Knife. Across the body. Faintly, he said, come on. Ikari looked at the heart of Zhang Ping, who was performing in the air, and was furious. He is a genius. Since childhood he is a genius, and was expected to go to today. But today the pretense was even letting other people down. The anger in his heart is beyond words. A shocking rage erupted from his eyes. Light. God said let there be light. The robes bulged and a blinding column of light unexpectedly erupted in Aker's eyes, with a burning breath of holiness, as if it could dissolve all the filth. The lead teacher said in his heart that it was not good, and he was trapped. Hurriedly, he said, Aker, don't kill it. What was meant to be a well-intentioned remark has caused countless people to look at it angrily. His intention was not to hurt Zhang Ping. After all, this brat was too big. Even he couldn't withstand the wrath of those powerful people. However, it caused a wave of defiance to rise in Zhang Ping. Don't kill me? The corners of his mouth grinned. Look at me splitting my brain, hey. A hard chop towards Akeley's head, and at the same time, break the barrier. It is said that the breaking of the barrier is the breaking of the law. Aker's moves are no more light, nor can it be immunized. Break the barrier, only to see the pillar of light that had just shone so brightly. It was actually dissolving. Akeley was full of shock. No way. How is it possible? There's no way you can break my law. Divine right of kings. This is the system of the entire Western Kingdom and what they have believed since childhood. The people of light, in particular, believe in these. The more religious you are, the more potential you have. At this moment, it seemed as if his ever-firm beliefs had been a little shaken. But a genius is a genius, after all, and it's impossible for the will to dissipate at the slightest blow. Red-faced, God, supreme, the true law of light descends. The sky exploded. With a loud clap of thunder, the clear sky was blinding, and a light that descended from the sky rushed straight towards Zhang Ping's sword. And Zhang Ping laughed out loud with a ha-ha. God? Everyone in my 13 cities is a god. Today, your god cannot save you. Just now he had tried out Akeley's true level, Xian realm, but not invincible. The sun and moon wheels under his feet rubbed together, dodging the move and exploding with a speed that surpassed the sound barrier. And that speed, in turn, has people clamoring. It's too fast. Fast? Is it fast? Zhang Ping could be faster. The moment he swung out his blood-colored blade, two blood-colored sharp claws unexpectedly emerged from his back, rising rapidly from behind him. Chapter 88, The Savage Bone Clan. The two sharp claws ran towards Ekri, who was sealing with both hands. With an amazing momentum, one grabbed an arm. As if he was in no man's land, he broke the hexagram formation floating all over Akeley's body. Countless people were appalled, especially people in the Western camp. Oh my god, how? Aker's defense has always been among the upper middle of ours. How could it be so easily breached? Without practicing at all, how could the six main star formation be so fragile? And what the hell is that bloody five-fingered claw of his? The textbook didn't record it. They had all cultivated the hexagonal star formation defense method, so they naturally knew just how strong this defense was. Seeing Zhang Ping now was as easy as poking through a piece of window paper. It's broken. How can you not be shocked? Even Ling Yun, who was next to him, couldn't help but whisper in surprise, the sharp claw has broken through the shackles of the law? No, not only has the sharp claw broken through, Zhang Ping's cultivation level has also changed. Xian realm, definitely Xian realm. A breakthrough on the verge? Are you putting on a show for me? Prodromal breakthrough. Unheard of. Who is not a breakthrough when a good and quiet search for the right time? Which is still fighting on the sudden breakthrough of the realm. Of course what shocked him the most was Zhang Ping's battle power. Sharp claws are the law. In itself, Zhang Ping also had a law that he had received from the academy. And even vaguely he could feel that Zhang Ping had another law that he was practicing. What is the capacity limit of this kid? When he entered the fusion realm, even the king realm's demon pills couldn't possibly support him being able to run so many laws. There's also that halo that has the aura of the law. If Junsa-chan was here, he would definitely burst out laughing. This batch of children can all be enhanced versions of the king realm and Xian realm demon pills, so naturally they have to be a bit divine. Everyone looked on in shock. Jiang Ping, on the other hand, was laughing his ass off in his heart. Just now, the sun and moon wheels under his feet gave a boost, and he unexpectedly felt the opportunity to break through, as if a chick had broken out of its shell. Whoosh! And the sharp claws are even more blessedly changed. At this time, he was not only able to wield a sword with both hands, but his two blood-colored claws were like arms. A strange feeling, as if he had all four arms under control. Seeing that his sharp claws had grabbed Akeley's hands, he laughed out loud. Little master will teach you a trick today. Tear me up. Surprisingly, he was going to tear Akeley's arms apart hard, and at this moment, Akeley didn't expect his defense to be broken in just like that. Revealing a look of panic, no longer able to save face or anything else, he shouted in panic, "Teacher, help me!" The lead teacher didn't just watch the fun either. He had just sensed that Akeley was going to lose. Akeley was one of their geniuses. There was no way he would give up like that. It would be a big loss if both arms were wasted. Hastily winding a ray of light from his fingers, he darted out and wrapped it around the sharp claws. However, he maneuvered carefully, just wrapping around so that Akeley could come out without really daring to harm Jiang Ping one iota. Ling Yun just watched. Of course he knew what the old boy was doing and didn't stop it. It's okay to be generous when your own family takes advantage. Can't really get a few dead. The corners of his mouth curved up for anyone to see. Though, the moment the lead teacher struck, the students of Vermilion Bird Academy raised their middle fingers. Che, hush! Akeley was red in the face. Even the lead teacher's face was bleak. It's been a very embarrassing day. He provoked others, and as a result, he was almost gotten by the other freshmen, and finally forced himself, a king realm, to personally relieve himself, and this person lost to the god of light. Aker, you're not participating this time. Go back behind closed doors. The students of the Vermilion Bird Academy are even more contemptuous. Where is this closed door? Completely afraid of retaliation after Jiang Ping went in protected in advance. Ling Yun couldn't even help but despise it. It's so petty. Can we do that? However, since he had the upper hand, Ling Yun coughed. Alright, little bottle, put away the avatar. Now I don't think anyone should underestimate you. Right, come here for a minute. Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed. Sun Moon will winds up in position to make a sharp stop and then jumps off. Teacher, didn't embarrass you, did I? Shame on you? It's almost like a heifer crawling up a power line. Okay. Suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. Well, not bad, not bad. Afterwards, it was placed on Jiang Ping's shoulder. Not much longer, but a bit of a frown. Didn't you just make a breakthrough? How come it seems like you haven't fully entered the Xian realm? Jiang Ping only knew that he had broken through, and understood even less. He ate his way up all this way. Half-step Xian realm? The surrounding students who heard Ling Yun's words looked at Jiang Ping in shock. To be able to press Ikari to fight with only half a step of the Xian realm. This elementary school brother of his own family is a bit powerful. Since there was a half-step fusion realm, there was naturally a half-step Xian realm. These are a niche. Speaking of those who are between two realms, drifting and ready to break through. According to Jiang Ping's battle power that had just erupted, it really didn't look like a half-step. Ling Yun figured it out in a flash. This kid has a broken barrier. As long as one touched the edge of the Xian realm, one could already inflict a great killing blow on the Xian realm. But some strange, Jiang Ping this half-step Xian realm, and with his usual contact with those somewhat different. Those are really is just touching the edge. And this one from Jiang Ping is like a pause. Well, it's just a pause. Halfway through the breakthrough, it suddenly stopped for some reason. Was there not enough qi? Or was the energy for the breakthrough not prepared enough? This was something Ling Yun was a bit perplexed by. Actually, Jiang Ping felt that way too. He was feeling hungry now, and if it weren't for all the people, he'd want to go on a feast in a heartbeat. It was just that the meat of the King Realm Rift Tiger had already been eaten. I don't know when the next time I'll run into the King's Realm will be, but without the King Realm, he doesn't mind the Xian Realm. Big deal. Loot others want warped blood. He'll take the meat, and he'll have a good reputation. Jiang Ping couldn't help but be happy as his mind wandered. Ling Yun laughed and cursed, thinking about what beautiful things. Okay, the nonsense is almost over. It's time to say the right thing. All men, stand at attention. Upon hearing Ling Yun's voice, both the ones from the Vermilion Bird Academy and the ones from the west all hurriedly stood upright. Looking at Ling Yun, just now I don't care how you guys make a scene, but the next thing I'm going to say is that right away you guys are going to go to war with the elite generation of the Barbarian Bone Clan. From this moment until the end of the war you guys have to wring your hands together for me. And if I find out that whoever is in the process is affecting the big picture because of the dirty thoughts in their mind, don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone was silenced, shouting, "Yes." Only Jiang Ping weakly raised his hand. "Teacher, what the hell is the barbarian bone race?" He really doesn't know, but it doesn't sound like there's much meat in that name. Chapter 89 Jiang Ping of Lihua City. Ling Yun did forget to tell him, but he was in the middle of a lecture, so he didn't bother with him. Turn around and ask Mo about it. All of this is knowledge that you are gradually exposed to after attending the academy. Mo pulled Jiang Ping. "Don't be in a hurry, schoolmate, I'll talk to you when I turn around." The crowd listened attentively to Ling Yun's lecture. This trip carefully counted, excluding the withdrawal of the circle of Ikri, surprisingly 28 people. That means 14 people out on one side. Nope, more Jubilee College. After the admonition, the atmosphere was oppressive as everyone took a final break under their respective teachers. Jiang Ping could feel it clearly. "Sister, why is the atmosphere suddenly a bit..." Well, he couldn't say it, but he could feel it. Mo wiped his saber and checked his body armor again before turning to Jiang Ping and saying solemnly, "Schoolboy, from now on the mindset has to change. This is a battlefield. Our next step is to go fight with the elite generation of the barbarian Bone Clan for a large rift containing at least 20 million Xian realm demonic beasts, and everyone is running for their lives. Therefore, from the beginning to the end of the fight with the elite generation of the barbarian Bone Clan when we enter the rift, we have to fight with all our might, and remember not to believe what any of the barbarian ancient clan says." Jiang Ping did not expect that this time it was actually such a thing. Sisters? Scrambling for a crack? He kind of didn't get it. Mo Chow's pretty face revealed a grave look, and it was also at this moment that Jiang Ping realized that the original Mo Chow schoolmate was actually only about 1 meter 6.5. It's the competition for the cracks. Where do you think all the demonic beast essence blood in the 13 cities came from? Can the naturally occurring cracks alone supply enough for so many people in the 13 cities to use? Jiang Ping then suddenly realized, thinking about the experience from childhood. Everyone would send essence blood to strengthen themselves. It's absolutely astronomical. At this time, a wave of determination appeared on Mo Chow's face. Her cute fists clenched tightly. "So for the 13 cities we have to fight for our lives. The immortal kind. How many people can be made to use the essence blood of 20 million demonic beasts? What about victory conditions?" Jiang Ping asked. He didn't ask why such an important fight should fall on a group of students instead of the King Realm bigwigs to fight for it, because there was no point. Speaking of victory conditions, Moxie laughed a little. Deadlight. There was no emotion on his face. Jiang Ping's eyes jumped. "Wouldn't that mean that if we lose, none of us will be able to return?" He was truly shocked by the cruelty of the Outlands. Deadlight at every turn. Simply, on the side. He-chan should be ready, and also walked over to pat Jiang Ping's shoulder. "Don't worry, schoolmate. Since we dared to come, we are not afraid of death. We'll also protect you. It's just a bunch of foreigners. What's there to fear? Death must be their death." Jiang Ping looked at the duo, who were not the least bit intimidated, and for a moment, he unexpectedly also rose with the intention to fight. "Senior is right. It's just a bunch of foreign races, so what's there to fear? For the right to belong to 20 million demonic beasts, put up a fight." Next to them, a group of ready seniors came over. Haha laughed. "Yes. For the sake of 20 million demonic beasts, for the sake of my human race to have more resources, spell it out." With a cry that seemed to be more than just a slogan, Ling Yun looked at these children with a stirring in his heart. Speaking to the teacher next to him, he said, "See, it's because my human race always has geniuses who bravely stand up to life and death in every generation that my human race is in its current prime." At the same time, there was a bit of sadness in his heart, because he didn't know how many would come back. The reason why he dared to let Jiang Ping go was still because he had seen the speed of Jiang Ping's immortal fire Crow-san in Moonwheel. You can run if you can't beat them. The senior can't run because that's what they have to play for. And Kong Ping can run, he said, waving at Kong Pyong. Jiang Ping jogged over. "Teacher, what are your instructions?" There was not the slightest bit of complaint because Ling Yun had put him in harm's way. Because the demonic beast essence blood he drank from childhood was probably also so fought for by the previous generation. He drank more than anyone else. So who is he to complain? Ling Yun looked at the tigerish Jiang Ping and knocked, "Be smart. If something big happens, you run. This battle is just to open your eyes." Jiang Ping froze, not knowing what to say. Then, revealed a signature smile. 8 teeth all exposed. "Teacher, I'm not stupid. Cannot beat, certainly run. Ling Yun was then relieved. Nodding his head, he signaled Kong Pyong to go ahead. Looking at Jiang Ping's back, his fists clenched. The human race really should produce someone who could crush his generation. Because only by producing such a person could they avoid such a struggle that they knew was to die. And Jiang Ping has high hopes from him. It's about time. All the students of the Vermilion Bird Academy, heavily armed, gathered together, some with guns, some carrying swords, and some with a shield, but however it was, each man stood like a pine, like a javelin. Mo Cho chortled, Jubilee Scholar. Yes, recite after me, the Jubilee School motto, take righteousness and be merciful today, and plant flowers of freedom all over the earth. All of them put their best foot forward in deadpan one of the school mottos that belonged to Jubilee. Battle cry. Sing. Mo Cho began. Do you say you have no clothes? I will be robed with my son. The king is in the process of raising his division and repairing my jail and spear. Enemy with my son. These Zhang Ping did not learn, but looking at a face solemn and solemn seniors, he really felt a stirring in his heart. Not only was this side of Jubilee doing a pre-war mobilization, but those in the West were also praying. Either fold your hands or close your eyes to God. This contrast even made Zhang Ping seem to have grown up a notch at once. Suddenly I remembered a quote I once read in a book left behind by Harmony. Couldn't help but mumble. Before disaster struck, the legend of the West was Noah's Ark, while our ancestors were Yugonishan were Jingwei reclaiming the sea. In the past, when he couldn't get enough to eat, he didn't have the heart to ponder over this, but today he suddenly seemed to understand those plausible legends. Ling Yun looked at everyone and waved his hand. Enter. May my Vermilion Bird students return in triumph. Dressed in the Vermilion Bird's fiery red robes, Ling Yun placed his hands against his chest and bowed his body, sending up his final blessing. The rest of the teachers, or staff members, like Ling Yun, also offered the most solemn salute to the group of warriors. May my Vermilion Bird students return in triumph. Few of these staff members had kindly faces, but in this moment it seemed as if they all cast their most reverent blessings, defying, yet moving. Mo Cho led a return salute, his fiery red battle robe now fluttering in the wind. A rare feminine smile. Chongming City Macho. Then step into the teleportation port of the rift. Disappear in an instant. Immediately after that, He-chun also stepped out carrying his lance and solemnly said to that recorder, Taotai City He-chun. It then disappeared. One by Zay City Lehigh. Xiao Mei Mei of Tushan City. Until it was Zhang Ping's turn. Zhang Ping gripped the Miao knife in his hand and shouted word for word. Zhang Ping of Leaving Fire City. Chapter 90, Why can't you remember? The City of Fire? A sentence that made many people show a confused look. Where is the City of Fire? Zhang Ping ignored the crowd's unfamiliarity with Lihua City. One day the people of the world will reacquaint themselves with the South City. Lihua City is the South City. It's just that this name of hope and rebirth has been forgotten for too long. Only Ling Yin stared out in a daze at Zhang Ping's disappearing back, and then in the direction of the third realm. Is this the person you chose? Off Fire City. Zhang Ping. Someone came over and asked in a low voice. Professor Ling, Leaving Fire City? How come it's right on the tip of my tongue but I can't remember where it is? Ling Yun let out a laugh. The southern city is the Leaving Fire City. The crowd then came to their senses. Ow, right ha, that's South City. When did the city of departing fire start being called South City? I forgot. Ling Yun's expression was bleak. Forgot? What a glorious city of departing fire it once was. Without further ado, it's time for us to go in. After saying that, he flashed and disappeared. Inside the crack, everyone was teleported to a mountainous area. It should be hilly looking. Mo Cho watched as the last Zhang Ping also came, and let out a long breath in his heart, clapping his hands and reminding everyone, from now on all of you cheer up. According to past experience at most 30 miles we'll meet with the barbarian bone clans, and then it will be a deadly battle. Zhang Ping froze for a moment. Sister, is combat that plain and simple? You're just going to do it? No strategy? He-chun laughed. Which is no strategy. Just one word, dry. Dry can't kill them, we die. This is a fight. The simplest method is the most effective. The rest of the group laughed. One last check, followed by everyone hiding their tracks and trying to get a head start on us. Even the Western ones are now silently following orders. Obviously all know what they're doing here. Go, set off. Instead of floating, the group walked one step at a time. Zhang Ping was a bit strange. Can you try and see if you can still fly? Moxie laughed a little. Sure enough, Zhang Ping realized that he unexpectedly couldn't levitate, as if there was something blocking him. The rest of them gave a cheeky laugh, and a hawk-nosed teenager in the West was even more happy you can't float here. So your Vermilion Bird Academies has the advantage. Looking at the two fire crows behind Zhang Ping. But we're not so bad either, although we don't have immortal fire crows. The West has its own flying mounts. Twin-winged python. As a burst of light floated by, a double-winged python flew out from the light. The python was born with two wings, and spat out a letter from time to time, making people shudder. At first glance, it's not as good looking as the immortal fire crow. Only, suddenly, Zhang Ping realized an important issue. That is, Why, how can this Western guy summon a double-winged python out of thin air? Right at that moment, Mocho and the others also all began to release their own fire crows using a kind of incantation or mantra. Everyone does. It wasn't surprising. Which one who came here wasn't a genius among geniuses? And even if they weren't, the academy would match one. But, how can they all be summoned out of thin air? Jiang Ping was confused. On the side, Mocho also looked at Jiang Ping curiously. Don't you know? Jiang Ping is in the dark. What should I know? There was a lot of laughter. Ha ha, no way. You wouldn't not know to go and buy a public space with contributions, right? I also said at elementary school brother how so with 2 fire crows came in. Also thought that there is any special fetish. It turns out to be contributing to buy public space? In the end, it was Moxie who explained it to him. This is probably because you jumped too fast. Senior, the teacher didn't have time to tell you. The public space can also be understood as a special feature. What we have bought is the right to use the public space of the academy. As long as we pay the fee on time we can give the fire crow a home. And it's convenient to follow the right password to summon it at any time during battle. My passphrase is 724502561def. This is my college account for posting live updates. Thieves remember, so I use it. Jiang Ping went numb when he heard this. So there is such an operation? Chang Azhou, Ling Yun, why haven't you told me about this? So, I'm the only one wandering around the entire academy with 2 fire crows? It's no longer like shopping with your balls exposed. The face swished red. However, on second thought he brightened up. One could totally contribute to buy the right to use a public space and then put the fire crow in one's heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. The heart was in the right place. Even thought, in the future, if nothing can be, he sells the right to use the pot can be full of money. Eat and drink without worry. As they walked, each of them let the fire crow twin-winged python follow, and Jiang Ping wanted to ask why. Why walk when your mount can fly? Suddenly, he remembered what Moxie had said about the first hand. Perhaps, Moxie is trying to? I was so excited. It seemed like a good time. The crowd's footsteps were quick. Even if they couldn't fly the 30 kilometers it was only 10 minutes away. Not far away was a dense forest. Mocho gently waved his hand and the crowd stopped, hiding their tracks. In a low voice, he said, Li Hai, check to see if there are any traces of the barbarian bone race around. Want to not let people shady. This point Mocho did very well. Li Hai was the lad from Baizei City, but at this point it was all one camp. Humans. Only to see a ball of water vapor floating in his hand. The vapor gradually atomized, instantly collapsed under the sunlight. The atomized water vapor transformed into a small human figure, also real and illusory. Jiang Ping looked amazing. This is a water attribute skill. Water sprite. Scrying shadowless is very useful. Li Hai is an expert in this. Jiang Ping widened his eyes. Long knowledge, indeed long knowledge. At that moment, a young Western girl in nun's garb with bulging breasts, as if she were a Barbie doll, came up next to her. Moxie, do you want my light technique to boost it? Mocho pondered for a moment. Yi Xing, Jinx, it's good for you to come and enchant it. Be careful not to move too much. In case the barbarian Bone Clan discovers it, it won't be good. These people were all old rivals and naturally knew each other's methods. Only to see, the staff in his hand gently waved. The rosy lips spat out a few obscure words, and the atomized villain seemed to come down with a spirit. How to describe that feeling? It's like taking little blue pills? Pretty much. Jiang Ping really opened his eyes. It also sunk in to use the whistling moondog's sense of smell to help. Not long after the villain returned, Li Hai's face showed excitement. Mocho, we were here first. Quickly ambush. Mocho and the others burst with joy. Really? Li Hai nodded. My water elf said that there are no people from the barbarian bone race around. This time it's time for us to take advantage. Mocho was just about to arrange manpower and make an ambush plan. Just suddenly, he heard Jiang Ping's voice, only to see Jiang Ping frowning, his body lying on the ground, constantly sniffing. Hokage, no. Wait first. Big brother read cool. Can you send a book shortage to help me push the book? Thank you. And then daily power generation. Daily and Chapter 91. You fart. Mocho, who was ready to make a move, looked at Jiang Ping. What's wrong with schoolboy? Don't be afraid. We are the first to go, and we'll protect you. But then he saw Jiang Ping ask suspiciously, Senior sister, what is the flavor of the barbarian Bone Clan? Mocho was all confused by the question. This was really her knowledge blind spot. Who would pay attention to what flavor the barbarian Bone Clan had? On the contrary, when He-chun, who was on the side, saw Jiang Ping lying on the ground and still sniffing continuously, he asked in surprise, Did you smell something special, senior? This time, the crowd all froze. Could it be that you have a scrying type of skill as well? If this is the case, These elementary school disciples learn a bit of refutation. As we all know, the upper limit of each person's memory is limited, or else the melting realm of what to eat when the demon pill to step into the melting realm so important. That's why most people will just specialize in one direction, otherwise it will be hard to run out of memory later on. But now it seems that Jiang Ping has shown a lot of skills. It can be said that there are all categories, so it can be seen that this elementary school brother has 2 skills. Jiang Ping nodded. Yes, I have a smell type skill. Just now I smelled an unusual smell. Well, how should I put it? It's like mom's stewed ribs. You guys should understand, right? The people of the 13 cities all understood. Only a few guys in the West didn't know. They didn't have this dish. Emocho sniffed and her heart fluttered. The flavor of ribs? Frowning lightly, no matter what. Since Jiang Ping found out the problem cannot be ignored. Such a large place, at a glance, is undeveloped. It is reasonable to say that how can there be this smell? Wave your hand to stop. Li Hai, you scout once more. Belen here, you are well versed in flight. Ride the twin-winged python carefully and go check it out. If you want to sneak up on someone, don't let them do it. It won't be pretty. If that happens, it's going to be costly. Emocho arranged to go down. The two had no opinion. Whether or not, there was no harm in being cautious. After all, the slightest problem can kill you. The two nodded and struck again. On the other end, underground within the mountains, 24 green humanoid skeletons were sitting in the narrow passage waiting. However, the green color was only a few of the bones. Some in the chest, some in the limbs. One of the slightly smaller skeletons was also holding a bottle of demonic beast essence blood, applying it to the bone horse lying on the ground, exuding a strong smell. Bonesaw snorted low in enjoyment. Bone Peer, usually you cannot afford to give up the essence blood. Now get him to do what? Anyway, are going to start fighting? We do not know if we can live it. The barbarian Bone Clan also needed demonic beast essence blood. They weren't drinking it. Instead, it's a bubble. By soaking himself in the demonic beast's essence blood, or the bone horse underneath him, he enhances his strength. The green color, corresponding to the Xian realm. Humph. What do you know? Don't know if you can live or not. Why do you keep it? I advise you all to use it, or I don't know who it will be cheaper for. There's a lot of consternation going on. A word to the wise. Yeah, might as well use them all. Not sure we'll live anyway. The green ghostly flames in the skull flickered back and forth, and a group of people. No, a group of skeletons actually began to smear it on the spot. An ounce of enhancement could be the saving grace. He. This time we are hiding extremely secretly. As long as this group of humans dare to enter our encirclement, we can guarantee that they will be caught off guard. As long as we kill 3 or 2, we'll have the advantage. The smug voice came. A group of skeletons laughed in a very oozing manner, their voices suppressed to an extremely low level. At this time, the top of this cracked space, rows of seats cast in fine iron were surprisingly floating. This cracked space is circular, like a round blister, and these seats are 3 on a side, distinct. Surprisingly, it just floated above the circular blister. At this time, Ling Yun were sitting at the end of the table. You can see the compulsion for this. A huge skeleton with a crown on its head laughed loudly. This time, our barbarian Bone Clan is going to take advantage. Dean Xiao, your batch is no good. It's a bit far from Ling Yun's batch. I've long said that there's no point in a bunch of little kids from Green Bone fighting. It's only interesting when the King Realm goes head to head. Isn't that right, Professor Ling Yun? The words were full of mockery. Ling Yun's face was unsightly and his fists were clenched. Bone True, don't be complacent. Sooner or later I will avenge my brothers and sisters one day. There was a burst of anger in his eyes. Dean Xiao, whose beard hair was white, sniffed and said softly, Ling Yun, sit down. Ling Yun looked at Dean Xiao unwillingly. Dean, isn't it just a fight? I'm afraid of them? I've wanted to take revenge long ago. His mind could not help but recall the tragic battle back then, when the King Realm attacked each other. He won that battle, but was the lone victor. All the brothers and sisters who followed him were sacrificed. And even if he was victorious in the end, he couldn't bring himself to rejoice in the slightest. He couldn't forget the little brother who followed him spitting out blood and shouting, Ling Yun, live for us, defeat them. The face, to the death, carries unyielding. It was also after that battle that the Barbarian Bone Clan and the Vermilion Bird Academy coincidentally switched realms. It hurts, it really hurts. The Barbarian Bone Clan lost 12 Blue Bone powerhouses, and the Vermilion Bird Academy lost 11 King Realm powerhouses. Sit down, Dean Xiao just faintly said again. Ling Yun sat down unwillingly. Dean's words are his to listen to, only to see that Dean Xiao looked faintly at Bone True. Bone True, if you want a full-scale war I have no problem with it. Old Charlie, Vermilion Bird Academy, will vote in favor of this matter. How about you? Old Charlie had a sad face. as if he were a seated bodhisattva, shrouded in holy light. But it says chilling things. A light laugh. The big thing is to return to God's embrace. That's the beginning of eternal life. There's nothing to be afraid of. When he finished, he just looked at Bone True. Dinchyo gave a laugh. Come on, Bone True, fight? There was a hint of longing in the words. Another hint of insanity. Who would have thought crazy old men were so belligerent? At once, Bone really sat waxing. The soul flames within the skeleton stirred sharply, clearly in a complex mood. Another giant bone sitting off to the side with a crown of skeletons on his head spoke up at this point. Well, Bone True, that's almost enough. In an instant, Dinchyo laughed out loud, his aura bursting forth. So, it's just a mouthful. Bone True, remember, if you want to fight then fight. I don't care about the other clans of your barbarian Bone Clan, but if you go to war again, your clan I want him to go extinct. I've been on the rampage for many years. I'll do what I say. Lingyun's heart was so relieved. Yeah, just do it. Damn. How many of those who play with fire are good-tempered? Bone True stiffened and said, you, but the next words were impossible to say. Chapter 92 Balance. Breaking point. The strife up there was unknown to Zhang Ping and the others. Belen, Li Hai, who was in charge of scouting, are back. Just the two of them frowned lightly. I didn't find it. Schoolboy, is it that your nose isn't working too well? Zhang Ping also frowned as the smell, instead of diminishing, became more and more intense. There can't be no problem. Head bowed in contemplation. Senior sister, I'll go check it out. Otherwise I'm not worried. Mo Cho wanted to refuse, but He-chan stopped her. I'll follow my schoolmate, since I suspect in my heart that we should check it out. We have to take responsibility for these 28 companions. Indeed, the slightest mishap would be a total loss. They had all seen Zhang Ping's methods and naturally knew that it was by no means an empty claim. Moxie nodded anyway. Be careful. We'll be in the back ready to flank you. He-chan, Zhang Ping both set off. Zhang Ping kept sniffing without flying. Trees? No. Grass? It doesn't taste right either. Critters? Don't bull ****** me. Suddenly, Zhang Ping's heart fluttered. Small animals? Yeah, it's too quiet. It was as if there was a dead silence. He at first thought the battlefield was like that and hadn't cared, but now in retrospect it was a big problem. Suddenly, the tone flashed rapidly in his mind. Fine bones, meatless but flavorful, can be stewed or mixed with corresponding meat. Bone broth, auxiliary spirits 50 grams, 200 grams of dried mushrooms, 10 grams of chinpi, Xian realm herbs philanthus, melting realm herbs yunwu grass. Other ingredients are stewed over high heat. Note, eating different parts can enhance different parts of the sinews and bones, and it is better to match with the king's realm demonic beasts. Comments off on fare. Good lord. Zhang Ping's eyes were almost glazed over. There was such a thing? The demon-eating spectrum actually reacted. It's just that, didn't the previous demon-eating spectrum only react to dead things? How can you probe against the savage Bone Clan as well? Discovered the barbarian Bone Clan. This matter as long as Zhang Ping is a normal person can understand. Not to mention that he is quite smart. Moreover, he is a smart person with absolute zero physique. Must have discovered the barbarian Bone Clan. One is right to be cautious. For the recipes given by the demon-eating spectrum he didn't dare to think much about it now. Solving the barbarian Bone Clan was the right thing to do. Eyes constantly darted about in an attempt to find the barbarian bones. Suppressing his own breathing, he tried not to look disconcerted. And, at this time, He-chan was alert around whispering. Schoolboy, what's the situation? He was good at fighting for his life, but scrying was really his shortcoming. Sometimes, he really envied Zhang Ping's. Zhang Ping took a deep breath and had an idea in his heart. Since there was nothing on the ground or in the sky, there was only one possibility. Senpai, I'll count to 1, 2, 3, and then you use the most powerful skill. Long-range skill, and smash that for me. Huchuan froze. Got something? Zhang Ping nodded solemnly. There are jujubes and no jujubes to fight 3 times. Dry? Huchuan smiled after just an instant of thought. What's so daring about this thing? Back up a bit and let's show you what our Vermilion Bird Academy is capable of. Suddenly, Zhang Ping felt the temperature rise. He-chan's face reddened. His hands held up the void, and in an instant, a fireball bigger than his head actually appeared, and it continued to increase in size. That's 2 seconds. Boom! The fireball smashed into the place where Zhang Ping was pointing. The violent explosion confused both sides. Emocho and the others in the back were still curious as to why He-chan was indiscriminately amplifying his moves. But in the next second, a wail unexpectedly emanated from the ground. Ouch! All you human! Wow! A skeleton surprisingly emerged from the ground at a rapid pace, occasionally slapping the flames on its body. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ping shouted, Seniors, them. At that moment, he was surprisingly the first to draw his long sword behind his back and rushed up. And behind them, Mocho and the others couldn't care less about frothing at this moment. The delicate and lovely Mocho watched as Jiang Ping rushed up, and even burst into foul language. Your grandmother's legs of the barbarian bone race, playing tricks with my mother? What are you waiting for? Charge. It's a mess. It's all a mess. He-chun was still on CD, and as he watched Jiang Ping rush over, he couldn't care less about the CD. Quickly placing his steel spear in his hand, his veins exposed to meet a barbarian bone clan and killed him. Kill. The barbarian bone clan was dumbfounded by the blast. They didn't expect to be discovered. One tapped the flames and rushed to respond. And Mocho and the others didn't have much preparation, nor did they have the time to give them time to prepare. Suddenly the barbarian bone clan appeared, and Jiang Ping also killed the past. Not on what else to wait for, both sides went to war without any preparation at all. Skills don't need money to swing, and the savage bone tribe this side also hurriedly straddled the bone horse, holding the bone shield regardless of other first defense wave. Then one of them who was supposed to be the leader yelled, "Don't mess up the formation. Charge over. Meet Jiang Ping and kill." Jiang Ping is also not a little cute. He was not a little girl, but he was a little boy. Whoosh. Sun and moon wheel. The two fire crows rose up into the sky and turned into fire wheels to Jiang Ping's feet. Fly hard. The meow knife slashed viciously at the person in front of him. All of a sudden, the people at the front of the room were tumbling. Mocho and the others finally arrived. Schoolboy. Back off. The rest of you form a formation. That's where both sides got a little bit of a leg up. Round formation. Each man charged on his own mount. The barbarian bone clan on the opposite side was also unforgiving. Both sides battled to a standstill. Only, at this moment, Jiang Ping, who was flying the highest, realized a problem violently. Looking down at Mocho, who was fighting back and forth, he shouted, "Sister, they're outnumbered." He was horrified to realize that there were only 20 on the other side. Where's the rest? No good. There's an ambush. The heart cursed angrily. A bunch of dog days of bones. Do not study cooking, study the art of war. Moxie froze and tried to break free from one of them. The opposite side, however, let out a sardonic laugh. He. Human girl, I see that your pubic bone is very good. It is fitting that you should utilize your residual heat on me. Moxie poo-pooed. You're not even close to wanting your old lady. The light of the vermilion bird fire exploded all over his body, blocking the onslaught of the barbarian bone race. However, it was at this time that Jiang Ping finally realized where the other 8 savage bone race members had gone, only to see that the other 8 barbarian bone race had unexpectedly appeared in an open space not far away. But the appearance was not that of the barbarian bone race that was fighting below. Instead, it was a huge skeleton. The mount underneath it alone was already a full 7 meters long. The huge skeleton held a double-handled battle axe, and every time the mount underneath it ran once it would produce a hint of ground movement. Jiang Ping was unusually calm. This was the back of the crowd, and once he was sneak attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feeling the oppression of the huge skeleton on the opposite side, he then looked at Mocho and the others below who already had a slight advantage. He knew in his heart what the optimal solution was. Sure enough, Huchuan was right. Combat was just so plain and simple. The barbarian bone race's strategy was simple. It was to rely on the 20 barbarian bone race to sneak attack, fail to sneak attack and stall, and then wait for this behemoth to make its entrance. And therein lies the breaking point. As long as someone carried or stalled the huge barbarian bone clan, Mocho and the others would be able to gain an advantage and then support and exterminate this huge barbarian bone clan together. Now it's all about who can stall who. At that moment, Jiang Ping took a deep breath and made a decision that no one had expected. Senior sister, I'll carry this barbarian bone clan first. You guys hurry up. When Mocho saw this huge barbarian bone clan, he was anxious. Grass. Jiang Ping, you come back to me. But Jiang Ping had already charged forward. Mocho's eyes were red in his hands, not slowing down as he shouted, "Ellie, He-chun, don't ing fight. Quickly disengage from the battle and support Jiang Ping." Chapter 93, Born for the Big Game. The youngest student actually had to help all of them block the strongest impact. Something that no one could turn a blind eye to. This kind of thing should have been done by her, the captain. But the barbarian bone race in front of her was really hateful, dragging herself to death. There's no choice but to ask Huchuan and also ally for support. Huchuan was just taking a breather, so everyone had the sense to keep him in the back a bit. And ally, being the gainer type, was naturally in the back as well. The two men tried to rush over the first time they got the order, but a small skeleton of a man pawed out of nowhere. Arrogantly, he gave a heave. "Human brats, your opponent is me." The opposite barbarian bone clan laughed out loud. Bone Peer knew that your kid had the most ideas. Stop him. When the boss rushes and kills that insouciant guy, This group of people will not break up. The small skeleton bone peer heatedly smiled. That's natural. The human race has a saying that good steel should be used on the blade. Hee-chan looked at the big Tokgudu and are angry and laughed. The steel gun was carried on. I don't have the time to grind my teeth with you. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it. Fighting with the bone peer. The side of ally is also very anxious. Immediately give Hee-chan gain. But it was stopped after all. And the next second, Zhang Ping was already flying. The huge axe slashed at Zhang Ping's Meow sword. The strength suffered against this monster made up of multiple skeletons. Hands are numb. Oh, out of your depth. The opponent multiplied his victory. And Zhang Ping learned to be smart. Not to fight him hard, but to rely on the flexible sun and moon wheel to swim away. But the other party seemed to know Zhang Ping's thoughts. And whenever he was about to leave, he made a show of going straight behind the large group, forcing Zhang Ping to have to fight him hard. Everyone watched as Zhang Ping was sent flying again and again, and then flew back tenaciously, their eyes wide with horror. Asterisk 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 your grandma's barbarian ancient race? I'll fight you. The two seniors who were being pestered didn't care anymore. They erupted with their full strength. Hold him off. I'll go for backup. Win or lose, you can't let the little one top the most dangerous place. They were outnumbered and always staggered. Their manpower just got caught off guard. A time to converge 7 or 8 people group to break through the defense line of the bone peer. The bone peer, also anxious, even shouted, "Grass! Come on people! You guys pester people? I really can't carry it anymore." The situation on the field was weird. Zhang Ping was being hacked back and forth by the giant skeleton, and then this side of the bone peer was being hacked back and forth by Hee-chan with his men, as if they were the only two injured on the battlefield. In this scene, even the bigwigs watching the battle from above were confused. You can still fight like that? It's a bit scrappy. Bone True grunted. Now it's up to who can carry it. Lingyun, you little guys can't. You won't be able to hold on soon, right? Lingyun also pinched a sweat in his heart. This was indeed out of everyone's expectation. No one had expected the battle to be such a stalemate. And the key point still fell on a person and a small skeleton. You might as well look at your own people first. My student, I trust him. Bone True snorted and said nothing. Zhang Ping felt pain all over his body at this time, as if every joint had been broken. Although he rushed up again and again, it was actually by sheer will alone. There was a sudden inning sound from the opposite side. Kid, your luck ends here. Only to see him roar. His double axes waved rapidly, and in an instant there were already only remnants left. Skeleton charge. Give me a break. Zhang Ping's pupils suddenly contracted as he glanced at the bone peer. He was also about to lose his grip. He knew that the moment of truth had arrived. Gritting his teeth, he stood up, with his back straight and his hands holding a meow knife. He also yelled, "Come on!" But in his heart, he had been excited for a long time, waiting for it, finally waiting for it. He wasn't brainless. He knew where his advantage over these guys was. Gas? Or what? Neither. His strengths have always been obvious. That's physicality and barrier breaking. Physicality has helped carry him for so long, and now it's time to use the broken law. Previously, the huge skeleton had been using normal attacks, and he had no other way to face normal attacks, but to carry them. Now, finally the huge skeleton was in a hurry. On the surface, Zhang Ping was calm, but in reality, he was already laughing like crazy in his heart. Little master, born only for the big game, just don't be afraid to be amplified by others. But, Mocho was anxious. Hee-chan, you cannot change the old lady in the past. Male go be a skeleton frame you half a day cannot break through. Waste. It's really urgent. How can you not be in a hurry when your little brother is carrying the enemy's blows all by himself? And Hechuan can't fight his way through yet. While Hee-chan's face was pitch black from Mocho's scolding, the faces of the remaining few who had broken through the defense line together with Hee-chan were also very unsightly. At first glance, it's going to be enlarged. Gotta play hard to get. Brothers, I'm the arrowhead, so bring out your skills. We've never had a tradition of letting the little ones take the lead. We have to die first. 7 or 8 people are really playing hard to get this time. Exercise your watchful eye and get on it. But it was still too late, and Hee-chan's eyes were red. See your grandma dare to touch my elementary school brother, I'm not finished with you. However, the huge skeleton frame's double axes transformed into a whirlwind had immediately closed in on Zhang Ping, and Zhang Ping was still standing there stupidly. Above, Bone True was laughing like crazy. Lingyun, your students are scared silly. Ha ha, it seems like there's nothing more to see in this battle. 20 million demonic beasts essence blood. We'll just laugh it off. The rest of them are pretty much the same. It all feels like the jig is up. They are still the first to break through. But Lingyun, and even Dean Xiu's face was very calm. Lingyun even laughed out loud. Then we'll see. Bone True was a little flustered inside by Lingyun's laughter. You What do you mean? Speaking, only to see that Jiang Ping's face had veins exposed, and his body was covered in a blood-colored aura. Triple defense. At the same time the chi penetrated the whole body. The blood-red chi seemed to materialize as blood. 1, 2, a ball. Jiang Ping was wrapped up in blood-red chi. Teeth were chattering. This was the first time he had used all of his chi. The moment the double axes came into contact with Jiang Ping's meow blade, Jiang Ping yelled, "Break it for me!" Boom! The two sides collided. The savage bone race who were fighting with Mocho and the others all watched expectantly as that obtrusive bug was hacked away. Even the roar of congratulations was ready. But just then, when the last remnant of the word break appeared, the expected Jiang Ping chopping and flying did not appear. When the contact between the two sides was clearly about to erupt into the biggest explosion, it was unusually calm, and the calmness was a bit bizarre. Not only was the barbarian Bone Clan confused, Mocho and the others were also confused. Elementary school kids are scary strong. The giant skeleton shelf was even more confusing. This giant skeleton shelf was a special battle technique formed by the 8 of them. It's possible to bring together the abilities of 8 people. It seemed to them that it was a handful to get this little thing killed. That's 8 people. But now they're actually standing here. How can they not be confused? It was also when everyone was confused that a weird smile appeared on Jiang Ping's face. After beating my little master for half a day, it's time for me to return the favor, isn't it? As Jiang Ping's voice appeared, 2 blood-colored sharp claws sprang out from behind him, punching the sky. Big brother said more. That must be reasonable. Today 3 more. I'm so good. Better not reward some power generation and praise? In addition, I heard that the eggplant has a new activity how to support the author can draw lots of prizes? The big brother I also cheeky to ask for support draw a thermos cup also ha. Chapter 94, I'll kill you. 2 sharp claws with a bloody battle armor. Like a swimming dragon speed is very fast, ruthlessly grabbed the double axe above. At this time the huge skeleton is also in the release of the big move of the week period. And Jiang Ping equal to wait for this time. Tear it down hard. Jabla. The 2 giant axes were actually broken down hard. Oh. Look carefully, it turned out not to be the giant axes were broken down, but the arms that control the giant axes. Let you beat up the little master. Just now is not a very enjoyable fight? See Oni Moncler outlet. Go wild. Give it to me. Think I'm the little bully of South City made of clay? Without saying a word, the blood-colored sharp claws tore viciously, and the whole scene was appalled. Inside the giant skeleton, the 8 clusters of cyan-colored soul flames had been dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere little guy like you block my surefire strike? That was a concentration of all 8 of our chi. How is it possible? The 8 barbarian bone clans had fallen into deep shock as well as self-doubt. They couldn't imagine how it could happen. Just now, they had taken out their skills, just to get this little guy killed as fast as possible. At this moment, above the throne, Ling Yun laughed out loud. The smile was very arrogant. Bone True, still mad? Looks like the situation is settled. Bone True's soul fire flickered rapidly, obviously infuriated. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. The urn returned. Ling Yun, don't smile so smugly. It's not certain who the deer will die. Ling Yun laughed and said, is that so? Jiang Ping's heart is laughing like crazy. Mother of a chicken. Finally it is time for the little master to pretend. Breaking the barrier specifically to break all the laws. If they continued to flatter, he really didn't have anything better to do than just stall for a bit. But now it was time for his own home turf. In fact, if there was a broken law alone, Jiang Ping could not do this. After all, he was only a half-step in the Xian realm, while all of these barbarian bone race in front of him were all in the Xian realm, and all of them were the best in the Xian realm. Not to mention this kind of combination skill that was very powerful at first sight. But who let him, Jiang Ping, have an ability that he had never shown besides breaking barriers? That's the absolute zero. The so-called absolute zero physique not only insulates himself from chi, but also makes it impossible for even the chi of enemies not exceeding a certain limit to cause him major damage. Although he didn't know why his Jedi Zero physique could now allow him to cultivate, he didn't care about that. All he knew was that at this moment, he was frighteningly strong. If you dare to zoom in, I dare to you. However, this kind of trick can't be used more than once against a vastly different enemy, and people will be able to tell if there are more of them. Jiang Ping chi steep and born. Feet on the sun and moon, will hands holding a meow knife crazy swing. 1, 2. The 2 blood-colored sharp claws sprouting from his back were like furious lions, ruthlessly tearing apart the enemies in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the huge skeleton that was 10 meters tall was unexpectedly torn into pieces and broken walls. Everyone was shocked. Mo Chao's small mouth slightly opened to spit out fragrance. What the are you looking at? Hachuan? Him. He-chan and the others immediately returned to their senses and shouted excitedly, don't panic. Senior brother will be right there. At this time, Their big moves were almost brewing, only to see Hee-chun topping the front row, and the four behind him spitting out a few words in a sad and compassionate manner. There was a burst of light. The bone pier that had just been stubbornly resisting could no longer carry this kind of damage. Shrouded in a glow, screams came. It was probably just a few seconds before the sound disappeared without a trace. Hee-chun laughed maniacally. Alright, kill over and support your elementary school brother. The bone pier was killed, and there was no more obstruction. The savage bones were silent. Everyone did not expect that the situation was actually broken like this, which was completely beyond their expectations. Soulfire fled back and forth as the skeleton lay in pieces on the ground. When Jiangping saw Hee-chun and the others coming over, his legs went weak and he almost couldn't support himself. This was his first overclock. After all, just as he was about to fall, a soft sensation came over him. Are you okay? Surprisingly, it was Sister Ellie, whose face was a bit flushed at this time. As she held Jiangping, Jiangping felt as if he had touched something and was just about to speak. On the side, Hee-chun hurriedly held Jiangping in his arms. Concerned, he asked, "Schoolmate, are you alright?" At that moment, Jiangping looked at Hee-chun with a sly face. You came at a really good time. Hee-chun didn't understand his elementary school brother's resentment, presumably because he was late with his support? The big package said, "Schoolboy, leave the rest to us." Saying that, he led his men and began to hunt down the barbarian Bone Clan who had escaped by the soul flame maneuvering what was left of their skeletons. Watching Hee-chun rush up, Jiangping hurriedly shouted, "Senior, save the bones for me." Hee-chun suspiciously glanced at Jiangping. What is this strange request? But not it anyway. Jiangping hadn't forgotten that this thing could make soup, and he wanted to taste what the bone soup of the barbarian Bone Clan tasted like. All of a sudden, the situation was reversed, and the pressure on Mo Cho and the others plummeted. Just waiting for Hee-chun and the others to come back that is devastating, has prevailed. The two sides were killing each other. There were people from the Vermilion Bird Academy who were injured but didn't retreat in the slightest, and there were also people from the west who were spitting out blood but remained tenacious. And the savage bones are finally going to hold out for dear life, because they are once again attrition. 18. Only 18 left. On the contrary, this side of humanity has a growing advantage. While Hee-chun and the others hurriedly finished chasing and killing the few barbarian bone clansmen, they threw the bones in front of Jiangping. Senior, you rest first. I'm going to go back up, or else Mo Cho should scold me again. After saying that, without looking back, he led his men to kill them. The situation is getting smoother and smoother. Some people were hurt, but no one died. Jiangping also had time to look at the bones in front of him. Green. That's what he smelled as stewed ribs. There are only 8 roots in front of us. Separate parts. Sternum, leg bones, and upper limbs. Jiangping pondered. Maybe this was the barbarian Bone Clan's way of cultivating, wherever the bones changed color. That was his strong point? While he was thinking about it, he jerked his head up and let out a roar. Brothers, it's time to die. Form a formation. The roar was heard by all. It was from a skeleton of the barbarian Bone Clan. After letting out this roar, a situation that no one expected happened. Under the stunned looks of Mo Cho and the others, they only saw that the 18 barbarian bone race actually began to mutilate themselves. Each of the barbarian Bone Clan roared and painfully drew out the green-colored bones in their bodies. Some of them won, some of them too, but whenever it was drawn out, the soul fire representing the wisdom of the barbarian Bone Clan fluttered away from its original body to pounce on this bone. Mo Cho was anxious when she saw this. Hurry! This is the secret method of the barbarian Bone Clan. Stop them. She didn't even expect to actually force the barbarian Bone Clan to this point. Chapter 95, Honor and Duty. Don't they know that after this secret method is activated, they will surely die? Since he was the captain, naturally, he had outstanding force or knowledge or command, and Mo Cho's knowledge was undoubtedly well stocked. Secret spells? These dogs are really crazy. Hee-chun hurriedly accelerated his hand movements in an attempt to interrupt this reorganization of theirs. Mo Cho commanded the crowd to attack. Quickly, must be quick. This thing doesn't distinguish between enemy and self after the combination is complete, and it's made up of so many green-colored bones. Its power is definitely not to be underestimated, but even though they blocked it, it seemed as if these people had prepared for it, throwing out their original bodies and attacking Mo Cho and the others. That's 3 seconds. A skeleton made up of just a few dozen bones appeared in front of the crowd, floating green all over. Rest in groups. Drag him to his death. According to the records, his outburst will last no more than 10 minutes at the most. After 10 minutes, even if we don't care about him, he will collapse and die on his own. Yeah, how can 18 minds and 18 bodies cobbled together not have side effects? Although their battle power had increased, they only had a moment of brilliance. Ling Yun, who was on top of the throne, looked at the desperate barbarian Bone Clan and then at his own children, and this time did not speak out sarcastically. Because these people are fighting for their own pack, and it's not about right or wrong. Bone True, you're really ruthless. You dare to let them use such a secret method. Aren't you afraid that this generation of the barbarian Bone Clan will be ruined? Those who can come here are bound to be top-notch players, and they are even used as consumables, which is really a big deal. Bone True shouldn't look too good if he has a face contest. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. Bone True also made a rare move by not disliking him back, but rather taking things at face value. Everyone watched in silence. Another battle of attrition. Ling Yun knew in his heart that such a secret method could only carry him through this period of time. Run? Cannot run away? Even if there are mounts at this time has been infinitely close to the king's realm of the barbarian Bone Clan complex combination of what cannot catch up, so, it can only be carried. I just don't know if these kids can handle the pressure anymore. Mo Chao's grouping, 28 people. Excluding Jiang Ping, there are 27 people left. 9 people in each group. She's in the first group. The guys in the back catch a break. 3.5 minutes per group. That's an order. And no one's going to fall off the wagon. The group nodded silently. All know what this command means. Mo Cho led the first group of 9. Brothers, kill, charge up. The savage Bone Clan on the opposite side laughed out loud as if there were millions of people whispering in their ears, which was already a sign of chaos. Frantic attack. Mo Cho and the others fought hard, but the difference in strength was a little too great, and every attack from the barbarian Bone Clan would cause a gap in the group of 9. Then others fill in. In an instant, there were already 5 people lying on the ground. It had only been less than a minute and a half. The people in the back watched in horror and extreme anger. He-chan even couldn't help but shout, "Captain, let's take over for you for a while." There was a slight sob in his voice. Miserable, so miserable. The 5 people on the ground, who were already breathing more in than out, still barely managed to stand up and adjust their breathing before rushing up. Li Hai is also one of them. It is said that the water is soft, and the defense is naturally good. So the first wave of attacks he carried. He now feels that his internal organs are in pain, and a large mouthful of blood is coming out of his mouth. But the face was extremely determined, just murmured in a low voice, "By Zay City Li Hai." Charging forward, he used his best skills. With a grim expression, he shouted, "Water begets all things. Give me defense." Holding up a huge shroud, defended Mo Cho and the others from an attack. But that's about it. Li Hai. Mo Cho could not grieve in time and could only murmur a word of Li Hai's name. Because, she's going to fight for her life too. "Captain, Mo Cho, Mo Xiao AI you give the order Lao Zi for you guys top a while." Huchuan shouted frantically from behind. But he didn't dare move a step without Mo Chao's order. Mo Cho, however, shook her head firmly and said without looking back, "Obey orders, 3.5 minutes per group." She was the captain, she knew it well, and it was the only way to carry it. Then ordered, "Jiang Ping, run." Himself, he began to bloom with fire all over his body. A delicate shout escaped. Vermilion bird true technique. Bloodline burning. Jiang Ping was confused when he heard this order, and was also stunned by the mochizuki that was filled with fiery red flames in front of him. "Run?" He covered his face sadly and burst into tears. "Mo Xiao AI, you told me you wanted to stand at the peak of the 13 cities in the first place." Mo Cho gave a rare glance back at the smiling face. "This is my peak. I'm the captain. I have to show the barbarian Bone Clans that they're not the only ones who put up a fight. I, the Vermilion Bird Scholar, am not so bad either." He-chan cried. Bloodline burning. This was the cruelest move in the Vermilion Bird True method, and it was also a desperate move. This move is extremely powerful, but the drawback is that there is no possibility of practicing it again in this life, at least in this existing system. Mo Cho is ruined, and that's with a fluke survival. If He-chan didn't dare to imagine, Mo Cho's last sentence when she delivered the strongest blow was, "Jiang Ping, you are the Fire Seed Captain. I forgot to tell you that I was once one as well. And now sister is telling you that captain is not an honor, but a responsibility." After saying that, flames spread all over his body. At least 10 meters were enveloped in flames. Even the skeletons assembled by the savage Bone Clan howled in pain. He wanted to drive away the real fire on his body, but the real fire was like a maggot attached to his bones that wouldn't go away. It hurt him to jump. Jiang Ping was stupid. He grew up in the warmth. Although the precarious but also have not experienced such a life and death. He knew that Mo Cho was going up there with the determination to die, but not before he reacted. The furious barbarian Bone Clan erupted into a stronger aggressiveness. Mo Cho was already lying on the ground, alive or dead. At this point, a Westerner in a white, gold-trimmed robe proclaimed, "Oh, my God," self-consciously brings in a northeastern accent, "Please forgive me. Great light technique. It went up too, but in less than 20 seconds, the person had also stopped moving. The face showed peace, serenity. Hee-chun couldn't be bothered to grieve, and as he watched his teammates go up one by one, he understood why he had to let Jiang Ping run. Turning back to Jiang Ping, "Senior, the victory is on you. Run." Jiang Ping had just regained some of his vitality and froze, pointing at himself. "This situation makes me run?" Hee-chun nodded seriously. "Yes, you run. You're our insurance. If we're undefeated, with your footwork and the time we've delayed, we can win." Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. How could he not realize that? Insurance? It was letting himself live? Just when she wanted to retort, the warm embrace of Ellie on the side hugged Jiang Ping. "Hee-chun is right. You are our insurance. Don't make us pay for nothing." Oh, a playful grin. Then he waved the staff in his hand and said to Hee-chun, "Hee-chun, let's go. It's our turn." Chapter 96, Knocking Bones and Sucking Marrow. Jiang Ping estimated it in his mind. 3.5 minutes. It didn't last 3.5 minutes at all. And there were already 9 people lying on the ground who didn't know if they were alive or dead. Looking at his seniors, looking at his comrades, even the Westerners he had always looked down on went up at this point. He couldn't hold back any longer. He was tempted to yell out that he wasn't going, but, how could I not say it? If all 3 groups don't last the allotted time, he might actually be the tiebreaker. With 20 million Xian realm demon beasts at stake, and the resources for the cultivation of countless people's children, he didn't dare to be capricious. Shouted into the air, "Sun and Moonwheel." Stepping on his feet, looking back at Hee-chun has gone up to fight for his life. His tears can no longer control the flow down. Ruthlessly shouted, "I am also a child." Turning back and crying as you run, like a child. The sleeve of his shirt kept wiping the tears that flowed from the corners of his eyes. Speed is flying. Powerless. Really too powerless. For the first time, Jiang Ping became desperate for strength. If he had been a bit more serious when he got the Demon Eater spectrum and hadn't been so dodgy, wouldn't he have died? Can't him Ocho, Hee-chun, etc. All live. After all, he was invincible at the same level. Half a step. Only half a step short of this he couldn't be invincible in the Xian realm. On the throne, Lingyun looked at the agonized Jiang Ping and closed his eyes as well. He understood Jiang Ping's pain. And the opposite side of the table, Bone True sighed, "Lingyun, you guys still won." He knew that as long as this little guy ran away, his own people would not be able to win even if they killed all these remaining people. No one knew the drawbacks of the secret method better than he did. Once the 10 minutes had passed, the son or daughter of the family broke down on their own. The kind of collapse that comes with a corpse. Even the soul flames would become chaotic from hitting each other and then dissipate into the heavens and earth. Dean Xiu watched silently, saying nothing, watching the desperate students, and the Mercedes Jiang Ping, just watching. Maybe, after too much experience, you get used to it. Only, when he looked at Jiang Ping, a trace of shock suddenly appeared in his ancient, unperturbed eyes. "Lingyun, what is he doing?" When Lingyun heard Dean Xiu's words, he hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see Jiang Ping make a move that no one expected. As he ran, he wept, cursing and not knowing what he was saying, and then, surprisingly, he shoved the bone in his arms into his mouth. The fact that Kong Pyong escaped with a bone is something that no one noticed. Who's going to pay attention to that in this situation? But, it is so shocking to see it now. Those bones were all green in color. They were all the green bones obtained from the barbarian bone race that he had killed earlier. But what is Jiang Ping doing? Just as the crowd was stunned, Jiang Ping felt a throbbing sensation. Just now when he gnawed on the bone raw, when he crunched that corner, the breakthrough that he had paused earlier unexpectedly felt like it was moving forward. Excited. Jiang Ping was excited. What he suddenly thought of, when he had broken through the half-step Xian realm before, he felt that it wasn't that he hadn't broken through, but that he didn't have enough energy. It took him a moment to think about it between the sadness and joy he had just experienced. If one breaks through the Xian realm, with one's own invincible strength in the same realm, can one fight with this barbarian bone race that is still in the Xian realm only infinitely close to the King realm? If it's possible, isn't it possible for someone to live? The move was certainly a risky one, as he wasn't sure he could eat the unspiked bones. In fact, he'd always had a question before this. Whether it was the demon-eating spectrum divine through various recipes that made demonic beast meat edible, or whether it was his own body's special ability to digest it. It's one or the other or both. Previously, he had experimented with the immortal fire crow and proved the answer to the question that the meat made according to the recipe of the demon-eating recipe was edible. But there was one question left unanswered. That is whether one's body can also digest it. Only, this one he had been afraid to try. But after seeing so many seniors and sisters lay down their lives today, there was nothing he dared to do anymore. This has the look of him pulling out a stick of bone and weeping as he cries. Half sad, half a toothache. This bone is really hard. But the effect had achieved what he wanted. At least for the time being he was without any discomfort. Instead there were signs that he could continue to break through. This delighted him. He decided not to run away. 1 bite, 2 bites. After countless mouthfuls, Zhang Ping finally broke through one end of the bone and felt the tender marrow inside. Plucking a plume from the body of the undead fire crow and cutting it with a seedling knife, a tube appeared. Sucking slippery. A large mouthful of bone marrow entered Zhang Ping's mouth. And instantly Zhang Ping's face revealed a burst of ecstasy as well as a look of enjoyment. But this scene stunned Bone True above the throne. His voice was trembling a bit. Ling Yun, with anger, he looked at Ling Yun. Are you humans crazy? How dare you eat us? Ling Yun also froze. He didn't see what Zhang Ping was trying to do, but he could also detect Zhang Ping's madness. Eat? Ling Yun's brain was about to explode. It was said that the meat of demonic beasts could not be eaten, but the bones of the savage bone race had not really been tried to see if they could be eaten. What's good about eating it? Just looking at Zhang Ping's face of enjoyment. It should be delicious or beneficial? All this time, no one has ever pondered over this track, and since demonic beast meat can't be eaten, the barbarian bone clans naturally can't be eaten either. It's an inertia. Without a special person to start with, there may be people who will never think about it, but once someone starts it, it could make huge waves, because the human obsession with eating is soaked into the marrow of our bones. Even Dean Xiao was filled with dismay at this moment, his eyes revealing the light of wisdom. Could it be that the bones of the barbarian bone race are edible? If that's true, the strategic value of the barbarian bone race will have to be re-evaluated. It had always been the demonic beast essence blood that humans fought with the barbarian bone race over. Humans needed to drink essence blood for the next generation to build a foundation to become successful. And the same was true for the savage bone clan, who needed demonic beast's essence blood to soak the bones of their natal life so that they could advance and grow. But if it's edible, then... Bonjin suddenly felt a burst of chills. The Dean Xiao in front of him, Ling Yun and even that old man from the west were all looking at the few of them with an inexplicable look at this moment. What do you want? Bone True asked in annoyance. The mind, however, also had a very alarming thought. Look at that little guy as if he's seen a natural enemy. At this time, Zhang Ping was gnawing on one after another, sucking in the marrow of 8 barbarian bone clan bones. By the time the last puff had been taken, he had returned to the spot where the fight had erupted. Eyes reddened as they watched the ground add more bodies that didn't know how to die. Yelling at He-chun, who was about to put up a fight, he said, "Senior, get out of the way. Let me take him on." Chapter 96, Wireless Proximity. Then no. He-chun turned around and was about to break down when he saw Zhang Ping's green face. Run, Zhang Ping, run. What are you doing back here? You're not needed here. Even Ellie, who was barely holding on, was in a hurry. Run, run, Gang Ping. There was no one left at this point. Less than 4 people were still supporting themselves, and they really crumbled when they saw Zhang Ping appear. But Zhang Ping also knew that they would not withdraw until he gave them some confidence. Stepping on the sun and moon wheels said nothing. Toward the combine, he charged straight at it, blocking the blow for the crowd, and Zhang Ping was unharmed. Zhang Ping's clothes were hunting in the wind, and He-chun and the others had been dumbfounded as a whole when they saw Zhang Ping descending like a heavenly god. They did not know why Zhang Ping could withstand the attack of the barbarian bone clan that was already infinitely close to the king realm. Ellie exclaimed and covered her small mouth, coughing up a streak of blood in the blink of an eye. But even spitting up blood didn't stop her from asking questions. Zhang Ping, this is a barbarian bone race that is infinitely close to the king realm. A product of desperation under the secret method. How could you? Zhang Ping's movements in his hands were not slow. Breaking the law. Absolute zero. 2 sharp claws rushed out of the sky behind them. And He-chun saw that Zhang Ping was very familiar with this routine. Zhang Ping turned back, squeezing out a smile on his tear-stained little face. Infinitely close to the king realm. That's not the king realm. Under the king realm, I am invincible. Only to see the sharp claws containing endless anger, frantically grabbing and lifting every bone on the barbarian bone clan's body. The barbarian bone clan also panicked. Although they were already blurred in consciousness, the pain brought by their body still made them awake a lot. What did they see? This little worm, surprisingly, was tearing the bones in his body step by step. Where's Zhang Ping? As if to relieve hate. Aren't you crazy? Move it. Didn't you kill my seniors and sisters? Killing my compatriots? Move. See animas? Move. Move for the little lord. At this moment, Zhang Ping's body was filled with a tyrannical aura, and the barbarian bone clan ate the pain and erupted in a burst of attacks, each of which was a grand move level skill. But every time when the skills close to Zhang Ping seemed to dissolve into nothingness and then become a one-sided hanging. Although Zhang Ping's attack is not so sharp, but this trend has become. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. Huchu and Ellie, seeing Jiang Ping's outburst, had stopped asking why. Just when I wanted to cheer, I felt my legs get sore. Desperate, fight for so long, all rely on a faith to support it. Long ago cannot carry. Now seeing someone else take up their banner, all of a sudden they relaxed. Only, a pang of doubt rose in his heart as to how Jiang Ping had suddenly become so strong. No, Jiang Ping's attacks hadn't actually gotten much stronger. They were just able to cause damage to the Barbarian Bone Clan now, but their true power wasn't that strong. However, the Barbarian Bone Race's attack had no effect on Jiang Ping. No, it's not that there's no effect, it's just ordinary slashes that Jiang Ping dodged by relying on the speed of the sun and moonwheel, and every time the infuriated Barbarian Bone Clan zoomed in, Jiang Ping was sticking up and hitting the output. It's a set that really looks at them. Shouldn't it be a big dodge? They didn't know Jiang Ping's bottom line yet. Only a few people on the throne understood how heaven-defying Jiang Ping's set was. Ling Yun clenched his fists fiercely. At this moment, he did not look like a king realm, but an ordinary teacher. Good job, Jiang Ping. However, unlike Ling Yun, who screamed in approval, the Bone True Few were surprised. First you eat their bones, then you break the mirror. And then now with the strength of a beginner in the Xian realm actually pressing their people to fight. This was already beyond their understanding. That was infinitely close to the king realm. There were so many Xian realms, but how many people could truly step into the king realm? But now frozen oddball. No, Ling Yun, your man is not right. Ling Yun grinned. What's wrong with it? It seems very right to me. Bone True, our matter is not over. He's not going to be kind enough to tell what's going on here. Looking at Jiang Ping's operation, this kind of operation could not be replicated. First of all, the combination of the Barbarian Bone Race was losing its mind. If it was really replaced by a person with normal intelligence who was infinitely close to the king realm, it might not be so easy. People see that you're immune to big moves, so they just attack you normally. So, Jiang Ping still took a few tricks, but no matter what, it was true that they won. Inside the bubble space, Jiang Ping dragged the Barbarian Bone Clan to fight. The hatred attracted enough. At this time, only 10 of the 18 green-colored bones had been left. The rest were demolished by Jiang Ping. For each bone removed, instead of gathering it up, Jiang Ping ruthlessly cracked it with a meow knife and then sucked the marrow through a straw. It's a provocation. The combination of the Barbarian Bone Clan completely lost their minds. Already the screaming has begun. The battlefield also began to deviate following Jiang Ping. Finally, with a roar of anger, unwillingness, anger and other emotions erupted all at once. The brute Bone Clan assemblage in front of him could no longer be maintained. It was a long 10 minutes and an extremely shocking 10 minutes. Jiang Ping looked at the Barbarian Bone Clan whose soul flames were fluttering around and ruthlessly crushed each and every one of them. When he turned back, He-chan and the others were silently dragging the bodies of their companions with their heads down. The four men had gathered up all their remaining companions, probed the noses one by one, placing some on the right and none on the left. 18 bodies were placed on the left side, and Jiang Ping's eyes reddened when he saw this scene. Without the joy after the great battle, there was only endless sadness as he looked at He-chan, who was holding Mocho Senior Sister's petite body with his head down, and walked over. Senior Sister is still. He-chan looked up with a sniff, his eyes covered in blood, alive, but probably wasted for the rest of his life. Jiang Ping, do you know? Mo Xiaoai has loved cultivation since she was a little girl. She was number 1 in every grade exam. Everyone else thinks she's a genius, but only I know how hard she trains behind the scenes. Her biggest dream is to reach the pinnacle of cultivation one day, and then go and see who in the world has made us suffer such a great disaster. But, now it's all gone. She's ruined. Jiang Ping, I don't know how I can face her in the future. At this point, Huchuan seemed like an old mom ranting about the past. Jiang Ping had long seen that Mo Chao's relationship with He-chan was unusual, probably the kind of relationship he had with Lan Lan, growing up together kind of thing. He didn't ask. Asking anything at this point would be adding insult to injury. He just said, Senior, call me Bottle, that's what all my friends call me. Huchuan froze. A friend? A comrade in arms and a friend. The schoolmates, who were originally thought to be the ones who needed protection from themselves and others, protected them, bearing 2 key breaking points. Huchuan was a little ashamed, but still shouted, Bottle. Chapter 98, Homecoming. Jiang Ping smiled and nodded. Chun, by the way, is Mo Xiaoai schoolmate's nickname? He-chan blushed and shook his head. No, it's a nickname I gave her. Jiang Ping got it. Instead of competing with Huchuan for this honor of holding macho, he went to the other side. Ellie's pretty face was also streaked with tears. At this point was dragging his partner's body with hands that had already long since been dislodged. Just then, a slightly youthful voice came. Sister Ellie, let me help you. Sister Ellie, this was considered an honorific. Ellie's behavior made Jiang Ping feel that he should respect this woman who looked soft and weak. Ellie wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and smiled a little. Thank you. This is Jinx, my best friend. We've been eating and living together since we joined the Church of Light. Ellie also turned chatty, reminiscing about those old days. Jiang Ping listened attentively, his hands not idle, picking up Jinx's body and then putting it aside. This girl he remembered, the one with the bulging chest. After one was moved, Kang Pyung followed Ellie to move up another body. The blonde, hawk-nosed Westerner who kept chanting about his god. Ellie said sadly, Jiang Ping, this is Kane. He, only, just halfway through the sentence, a violent cough was heard, and a weak voice came out, oh my god, suffocate me. Then as he coughed up blood he said weakly, Ellie, don't worry about it, I feel like I can still salvage it. Ellie was overjoyed and hugged him. Kane, you're alive. You're alive. Kane was on the verge of rolling his eyes, and Jiang Ping, who was on the side, hurriedly pulled away from Ellie. Sister Ellie, I have a feeling that he might not really be able to hold on if you shake him 2 more times. A short-lived joke that will eventually be overshadowed by sadness. At this moment, there were 4 people standing around Jiang Ping. Everyone looked at Jiang Ping. He-chun carried Mo Cho and said firmly, Bottle, take us home. Instantly, Jiang Ping's eyes reddened. Nodding heavily, go home. Take our brothers and sisters and go home. Each person carried the body of a companion on their backs, and the ones they couldn't carry on their backs were placed onto Jiang Ping's immortal fire crow. 1 step at a time, he carried his companion on his back and walked back. The way to come has long been out of sight, but the way back has surfaced. 2. On the throne, watching the students go home, Dean Xiao stood up. Bone true, fulfill your promise. The blood of my Vermilion Bird Academy students cannot be shed in vain. Bone True was saddened, but kept his promise. The rules can't be broken unless there is preparation for a big war. 20 million Xian realm demonic beasts are yours. After saying that, he disappeared above the throne with his men. Lingyun looked at the disappearing Bone True and said seriously, Dean, we should probably learn from the barbarian Bone Clan to get some combination techniques. It's too much of a loss. Speaking of which, he was heartbroken that the situation that was already a sure win was almost overturned and so many children died. Dean Xiao also nodded seriously. It's indeed time to learn. But isn't it true that we humans have come from penniless to today by slowly learning from our experiences over and over again? Don't worry, we won't be unprepared next time. Yes, it is through countless losses and experiences that humans grow. After saying that, he sighed. Come on, let's go home too, to see the kids. By the time Jiang Ping and the others appeared at the entrance of the rift, 2 hours had already passed. Looking at the entrance in front of them, everyone was transfixed. Finally, I can go back. Go! Everyone felt a flash of light and then had returned to the spot from which they had come. Only, by now, there were people standing outside. Seeing the crowd of people whose clothes were tattered and stained with blood, someone immediately came up. Quick! Resuscitate! One took over behind the crowd. Jiang Ping's mind wandered as he looked at the busy crowd. And I don't know what I'm thinking. By the time they gathered again, it was the afternoon of the next day. A dozen people sat alone in their seats in a small venue. Above, Xiaodin Lingyun gave each of them a badge, the Human Contribution Medal. According to the process, this is common among the formal forces of the East and West. There was no audience and no applause because they didn't need it either. Lingyun patted Jiang Ping's shoulder. Slowed down yet? Jiang Ping didn't say anything, just looking at the wheelchair-bound Emocho walked over, crouched down, and looked up at Emocho. Sister, do you regret it? Emocho touched Jiang Ping's head and snorted a laugh. There is nothing to regret. I'm happy to step down as the captain in the future. I'll rely on you guys in the future. Only then did Jiang Ping turn back to Lingyun and said calmly, Teacher, you asked if I slowed down. This is the answer. If I don't slow down, I won't be able to forget it in this lifetime. The barbarian Bone Clan is on my blacklist here. He didn't care about anything else. All he knew was that the savage bones had cost him a lot, including pleasure. There was no going back to that happy little 2-bit pussy. Jiang Ping. Emocho pouted and knocked on Jiang Ping's head. What are you talking about? The little brain doesn't know what to start thinking about again. Sister doesn't need you to take revenge. Sister is quite happy now, said pointing to that as aside hot-eyed He-chun. Helplessly said, you see that stupid Big, has long been looking forward to graduation to marry me? Before I have to cultivate no time to pay attention to him. Now he does not determine how happy it. He-chun trotted over and whispered, I'm not happy. Jiang Ping was all pissed off at the clumsy He-chun, and he still didn't understand it. However, he didn't believe the comforting words Emocho said and stood up to ask, Senior sister, I want to go to the cemetery to have a look. Are you going? Instantly, Emocho, who had just been talking and laughing, looked stagnant. I don't know how long it took before I said, "Come on, I want to see the sea too." "You push me." Watching Hee-chan about to move, Mo-cho designated Jung Ping to push himself. Aside of Ellie looked at the stupid big Hee-chan even stood frozen. Couldn't help but kicked a foot. "Go ah." "Froze to do what?" Hee-chan scratched his head. "What do you mean? Mo-cho didn't ask me to go." Ellie held her forehead. Kane, the hawk-nosed man, was covered in bandages, showing only one mouth and a mouth-spitting fragrance. "Oh my god, my bikarmas. Which god quickly come to take away this fool, forget it. I should go?" Kane gasped and threw the cane aside on Hee-chan's body. "You big stupid X. You actually understand ah." Instantly everyone alive smiled, but just for a moment. All the western-faced ones looked at each other in unison. "I'd like to go see it too. I don't know when I'll come back next time." They were comrades in arms when it came to the outer races, but they were also enemies when it came to the inner races. Ellie hummed, "Then go." Chapter 99, Exterminating Their Seed. The Vermilion Bird Academy had a special place that was dedicated to burying these vermilion bird scholars who had died in conquests. And as for their families, there would be special people to settle them. Oriental Orchid is the example. Dongfang Lan's father was the one who died in the war, so she was directly qualified to enter the cultivator school, a qualification that no one could touch. Whoever moves dies, because it's digging into the roots of the 13 cities. In the mausoleum, Jiang Ping pushed Mo-cho, followed by Hee-chan and a few others who were alive. No one spoke, just watched until Ellie and the others behind her came over as well, looking at one of the names on it, by Zhe Changli Hai. I don't know how long it took before Mo-cho said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go. I want to go back." The crowd dispersed, and the shadows lengthened as the afterglow of the setting sun poured over a few people. In the evening, in the dormitory of the residents, Jiang Ping's mood had recovered quite a bit, and he began to study the few bones he had brought back. He had the cloud mist grass, and he had asked Ling Yun for some of the rest during the day. As one of the 4 major professors of the Vermilion Bird Academy, Ling Yun still had this bit of authority, and gave a lot of it directly. As for the meaning of saying that this is going to be a bit of a privilege, Jiang Ping has not even pondered this problem. The right not to use him is sick. He had to go around in a big circle when he could obviously just get his hands on something. He had nothing better to do. He doesn't have that kind of mentality. In the heaven-swallowing mystery realm, Jiang Ping added fire by fire, chopping a bone and chopping it again. Hate to be in pieces. Then all at once with the side dishes thrown into the pot. Simmer, simmer. The next step is to wait. But he wasn't idle during this time. Instead, he set up another pot and took out the frozen iron-tailed hawk from the refrigerated space given by the Demon Eater's spectrum. Chop it up on the counter. It was reasonable to say that he didn't have much use for eating iron-tailed hawk now, mainly because of his high level. But he still felt like proceeding to eat, because he sensed another possibility. That's the sharp talons of the iron-tailed hawk. Sharp claws is a skill that followed his rise to insignificance. Jiang Ping also pondered about eliminating him one day, just like everyone else. But after this fight, he suddenly realized that the moves weren't actually new, but rather familiar. And the sharp claws at this juncture of the law are not as weak as one might think. Instead, it's strong. It's just that no one has ever practiced the basic skill of sharp claws to the point where it's at now, and there's no place to learn from it. But he doesn't care. It's just food. Just do it. For the stewed iron-tailed eagle, Jiang Ping at this time can definitely be said to be a masterclass technique. After he concocted the iron-tailed eagle, not 1,000, there are hundreds of it. All the ingredients are arranged in a clear way, and the time of placing the ingredients is even accurate to the second. Well, it's that skillful. Not long after, the iron-tailed hawk came out of the pot first, and Jiang Ping, who hadn't eaten any meat for days, had his mouth watering. Just when I wanted to have a gourmet meal, I saw the immortal fire crow come over and chirp. That means I want to eat too. Jiang Ping cried and laughed. How could I forget that there was this little guy? Come on, you guys eat there first. Can I have another pot? The 2 little fire crows had built up a lot of success and brought a great addition to his battle power, so he didn't skimp on it. It's just a matter of waiting around for a while. Thus, Jiang Ping opened another pot. Not to mention, the heaven-swallowing mystic realm just had a lot of pots. Finally, the sizzling steel-tailed hawk is cooked. 1 person and 2 fire crows ate their mouths full of oil. Jiang Ping's meal was not small. Surprisingly, he ate 1, and the 2 little fire crows ate 1 as well. Jiang Ping was happy to feel that this progress of his sharp claws had improved again, and even his eagle-eye dynamic vision had traces of the law. Well, concentrate on eating steel-tailed hawks for the next half-month. Only then did he look at the bone broth. The bone broth was almost ready by this time, bubbling with guduan and tumbling with creamy white broth. Jiang Ping couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful and blow on it for a long time before opening his mouth to take a sip. The moment the soup was in the mouth, there was a bright flash of light. In this instant he felt an enhancement. Not a sense of muscle enhancement like the 9 forges of flesh, but an enhancement from the bones. He could even feel the changes being created in his bones, becoming harder. All of a sudden, looking towards more soup in the pot. That's still one bite and you're feeling it. What if it's more? Kang Pyong couldn't be bothered to use a spoon anymore. He wanted to pick up the pot and dry it in one gulp. When Jiang Ping finished the pot of soup, he clearly felt a change in the bones of his lower limbs. Just how could this change be described? It just seems to itch on the bones. Strengthening of the bone? Or is it hyperplasia? This made Jiang Ping a bit puzzled. But what the heck? The demon eater's record said that eating bone broth from different parts of the body would strengthen different places, and it seemed that the one he ate was the lower limb. As for there being a hint of human form in the savage bones, is there a mental block? Oh, even if the barbarian bone race is a human being, Jiang Ping is also under the mouth. That is the first race that he listed as an enemy. That is, there was no meat, or he would have dared to even eat it. Feeling the enhancement of his body's bones, Jiang Ping lay down comfortably and pondered on something. How to kill their tribe and destroy their seed. This was the first question Jiang Ping pondered. It was evident that there was already a hatred for the savage bone race. Finally, it came down to the word eat. With a gleam in his eyes, he returned to his quarters with a barbarian bone clan bone at his side. Carrying a stick of bone, he went straight to Ling Yun's office. Ling Yun was busy at this time, saw Jiang Ping come over, revealed a smile. Come just in time. Your rewards also came down. Tomorrow greet everyone to go to collect. This time the academy can be very generous, guaranteed to make you surprised. For those who put their lives on the line, they must be rewarded. Physical, spiritual both. Jiang Ping, however, shook his head slightly and bared his teeth. Ling Yun, who was laughing, froze for a while, and even had a bit of a chill. How so weird? Teacher, aren't you curious as to what I'm doing here? Ling Yun looked Jiang Ping up and down, and when he saw the green-colored bone stick in his hand, he slightly froze and his heart jumped. Suddenly something came to mind. He'd wanted to ask before, but there was just too much going on to care, and take care of Kang Pyong's emotions too. I didn't expect Jiang Ping to come by himself. Instantly, a possibility came to mind, and Ling Yun's breath caught. If it came to pass, it could be a major event that would affect the entire 13 cities in the future. Jiang Ping, I've long wanted to ask you how you dared to swallow the marrow of the savage bone clan in the first place. Ling Yun suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to ask in a calm manner. Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed. Swallowing bone marrow? I won't even leave him any bone dregs. Teacher, it looks like you guessed it. That's what I came for. The barbarian bone race bones are useful. Useful to my human race. And it's a great use. I've given the formula a test run. In a flash, Ling Yun's eyes widened. Incredulously, he looked at Jiang Ping. Say that again. The first thing you need to do is to look at the comments and find a problem. Looking through the comments, found a problem. Many Big Brother put forward why do not hide into the Swallow Sky secret realm to explain. This thing is rare. Although, the vermilion birds certainly have. The brute bone tribe also have. If also play, both sides directly into the hiding counting beg. Ha ha. So explain ha. Where there is a problem at me, I can change, absolutely change. The main fight to listen to persuasion. Chapter 100. I'll say it again. Say it again 2 times. This barbarian bone tribe Jiang Ping also ate, but still repeated. Teacher, the barbarian bone race can eat, and the way to eat it I've already researched it. At this moment, Ling Yun could not care less about talking about rewards. Eyes glowing, he looked at Jiang Ping and carefully surveyed. You wouldn't have eaten it already, would you? Jiang Ping nodded proudly. Ling Yun wanted to yell big guts, daring to eat anything. Are you crazy? But in the end it was reduced to the words, is it good? Jiang Ping laughed madly. Tasty must be tasty. The bone soup is more fragrant than even mom's stewed ribs. Ling Yun couldn't control it anymore. He knew that Jiang Ping telling him so solemnly was definitely not as simple as being able to eat. Good disciple. Quickly tell the master what effect it has. The corners of his mouth were drooling with harangues. Jiang Ping laughed maniacally. He was laughing like crazy. He didn't think that the old handsome man Ling Yun, who was always high and cold, would have such a side. Turns out it's a foodie. Coughing calmly, he said, eating wherever you eat strengthens the bones. The efficacy was briefly described. This matter was after Jiang Ping's deep thought. Publishing this recipe about the barbarian bone clan stew. Only then could the barbarian bone clan be completely wiped out to the point of extinction. It's definitely not realistic for him to kill them all himself. And ultimately it's up to everyone. How could he mobilize the entire human race by relying on everyone's strength? His district. A small Kara? Only the lure. I'm telling you clearly that eating the barbarian bone race can improve your strength. So it's up to you whether you eat it or not. Even if someone holds back from eating, What about watching someone else's strength crunch up and you fall behind if you don't eat? Rolling. That's young. After the efficacy was finished, Ling Yun was even more unable to sit still, pulled Jiang Ping and left. Teacher? What the hell? Ling Yun had a self-sacrificing look on his face. Ju. The bottle. Mustn't we experiment with it? If something goes wrong with the food, won't we be ashamed of everyone's trust? It's going to be on our conscience. Now. Jiang Ping was completely shocked, and he was no cutie pie. This was clearly Ling Yun wanting to eat and made such a grand gesture, but it was right on the money. Difficultly, he said, Teacher, I've eaten all the bones for my experiments, as well as the materials I asked for from you are all used up. You see? The meaning is clear to ask for favors. Ling Yun waved his hand. Let's go and get it. Take whatever you want. Jiang Ping was delighted in his heart. The two of them picked to get a bunch of bones in the storehouse. Only Ling Yun asked suspiciously, a pot of soup with so many? The academy had been at war with the barbarian Bone Clan for so many years, and although they hadn't deliberately collected them, they still had quite a few in stock. After all, there's always someone with lots of ideas, only they've been sitting in storage because they don't know what to do with them. Jiang Ping saw so many bones where he could still control it. 5 sacks alone. Not to mention Ling Yun froze. Even a retard would know that the number was incorrect. Jiang Ping said with great righteousness, I want to experiment again to see if there is still room for improvement. For the sake of the academy, for the sake of the human race, I am obliged. Ling Yun was speechless. This student's cheek was even thicker than his. Jiang Ping does not care. Thick-skinned eat enough. Thin-skinned cannot eat. Okay, but you kids start lightly. The golden bones that are King Realm Barbarian Bone Clan. Our inventory is not much more. A sack is almost. Jiang Ping looked on in surprise. It was actually a bone from the King Realm? King Realm Barbarian Bone Clan bones he has not eaten. But meat eaten. That bloody aura 3 times defense. GA powerful. Instantly the hands were faster. Ling Yun laughed and cried. This child. Reaching down to fill the bag with 2 more golden bones thrown carelessly. He coughed. Alright, any more teachers won't even the score. Only then did Jiang Ping reluctantly put it away. Carry the sack outside. It took the two of them several trips to move the main ingredients for the meal. After moving it, Jiang Ping smiled and said, Teacher, we have the main ingredient, but the auxiliary materials can't be missing. And now that the main ingredients are all bones of the King Realm, we have to upgrade the grade of this ingredient as well. When Ling Yun thought about it, he was right, but he just felt that something seemed a bit off. Let's go get the ingredients. You name it. Jiang Ping laughed maniacally in his heart. What a chicken. Isn't that more soothing than collecting the materials yourself? It's true that it's good to have your back to a big tree. I was on the wrong path before. Well, the king ranked snowman grass, and the king ranked mountain sea red. From Jiang Ping's mouth, he spat out a single term. The corners of Ling Yun's mouth were twitching, and his expression was somewhat helpless as he said, bottles. If they were all of this standard, not many people might be able to afford them. The implication is that it's almost enough, and you can't build a goat with a lot of energy. Of course he could see that Jiang Ping was chucking in personal favors, but he was just pretending not to know. It's not enough for a human child to make such a big contribution. There are definitely more rewards to be had with verification. Jiang Ping then smiled sarcastically. Teacher, this formula can also be adjusted according to the needs of just our own use. Cannot use the best? Ling Yun was speechless. Looking at Jiang Ping's large bag of sacks, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I thought to myself, Chen Juinxiu, I have gotten a lot of benefits for this kid this time. If you give me another face, I'm not going to do it. Jiang Ping loaded for a while. 5 sacks of various colors of herbal ingredients gaga build. Enough for him to stew out at least 100 pots of meat or bone broth. That's when he was content to call it quits. Looking at the piles of herbs of various colors still left inside, he reluctantly said, sooner or later, I'll have to make another trip. The two returned to Jiang Ping's dormitory with the herbs, pots and pans in tow. Ling Yun knew at a glance that this kid had come prepared. Jiang Ping puffed out his chest. Eat? I'm serious, said the man who started to get busy. It took several hours before it finally came out of the pan. Just by smelling Ling Yun, he felt his spirit lifted. Can you eat it? Jiang Ping nodded and obediently served Ling Yun a bowl. Ling Yun went down numbly. The moment the bone broth went down, he felt the bones changing. A kind of reinforcement. Instant excitement. Bottle. Another bowl. 1 bowl and another bowl and another bowl. A full 5 bowls. Ling Yun did not speak anymore, but closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. A full quarter of an hour passed before he let out a long breath. The breath was surprisingly similar to a sword, and Jiang Ping sked as he watched. Ling Yun opened his eyes. Bottle. Bring your things and follow me. Go to the dean's office. Jiang Ping rushed to clean up. He knew that Ling Yun had definitely gotten the benefit of the doubt, or else he wouldn't have placed so much importance on it. Carrying the pot, his feet stepped on the sun and moon wheels to follow Ling Yun's back numbly. It took a good 10 minutes of flying to find Dean. It was only the Dean in front of him that made Jiang Ping a little surprised. This wasn't Dean Xiu. Doubtfully, he looked at Ling Yun. Chapter 101, Call Grandpa Zhang. Ling Yun seemed to know what Jiang Ping was thinking in his mind. Dean Xiu is the vice dean of our vermilion bird. Jiang Ping then suddenly realized whispered crickets. Then why don't you call Xiu vice president, which is more accurate? Ling Yun hated him and looked at him. Privately shouting leaders do not shout, vice do not understand? The person in front of him who was reading a book without knowing what he was looking at saw the two of them and laughed and scolded. What are you muttering about? Ling Yun, why do you kid have the time to run to me? Ling Yun rushed to accompany the smile. Hey, teacher, that what a bit of good things we cannot get. A bit of certainty do not know. You give a look? Jiang Ping had a long look. It turned out that this was the main dean of the Vermilion Bird Academy, or Ling Yun's teacher. No wonder Ling Yun is so crazy in school. If my teacher is the dean, I am also crazy. Ling Yun reported in a small voice there, detailing the things related to the barbarian bone race. Now even the dean couldn't help but look at Jiang Ping and waved at him. You're the little bottle that old Mo was talking about? In a flash, Jiang Ping was flattered. Looking at Jiang Ping's appearance, the dean couldn't help but laugh out loud. How is it that you kids still have a time to be afraid before it is not blowing very loud? Saying that I'm your backstage? How come you're so coy now? All of a sudden, Jiang Ping looked at Ling Yun in a sly manner. You're not a good person. Don't you know what you can and can't say when you're an adult? What are you talking about? Ling Yun looked at him without any good humor. Don't get a bargain. Why don't you hurry up and give Dean Zhang a taste? Dean Zhang waved his hand. They are all his own people. Call Grandpa Zhang. Come on, little bottle, show that pot of soup to Grandpa Zhang. This time Jiang Ping was really subdued. This is the dean of the Tang Tang Vermilion Bird Academy. That is the proper big brother of the big brother. Residence so close to himself. Warmth slipped through his heart. And once again, he had a new appreciation for the old principal's connections. How did the old principal get so good at this? Thinking about the story told earlier, the main character is the old school principal, right? Is the old principal an open service player? But, with his mind in turmoil, his hands weren't slow. With a sweet smile, revealing the exclusive ingratiating smile of little bastard king, she handed over the pot in her hand. Grandpa Zhang, this is a spoon. A more elegant one would go better with your status. Ling Yun looked at the kid in front of him incredulously, feeling a sense of crisis. This kid, and how so will? Dean Zhang did not care about Ling Yun and Jiang Ping's favor fight, and silently perceived the flavor and efficacy of this barbarian bone race's rib soup. After a long time, he finally spoke. Little bottle, you take credit. You have all the recipes? Jiang Ping knew his chance had come. Yes, Grandpa Zhang. The stuff is all researched and understood. This thing I researched, the bone crumbs are not left for him. A blow. Of course it's a well-founded blow. Such as how hard it was for myself to go through the process and how much I risked for the drug test. Anyway, that's a stirring thing to say. Dean Zhang listened quietly. You kid. Alright, I understand. Tell me what reward you want. This time you have made a great achievement. This will be a great achievement that can go down in history. Although the surface is calm, but the heart is actually very big excitement. I did not expect this old buddy let care of the boy actually in this area has such potential. I had heard that the kid was a bit of a skinflint, so the fact that he hadn't stepped in first at first was there to rub it in. I just didn't expect to actually make such a big deal out of it. Anything that can increase the overall strength of the human race is a treasure, especially at this point in time. System development has reached a bottleneck, and it's too difficult to suddenly come up with a new strength-enhancing thing. So, even if this kid asks for a little too much, he will still agree. If you can develop one, can't you develop a second? And it's extremely informative. Jiang Ping's heart was solidified when he heard these words, but instead, he looked down and pondered what it was that he wanted. Something ordinary? Or something cherished to others? But these things are of limited help to him. At that moment, a scene from his childhood appeared in his mind, including those of his classmates who didn't forget to collect essence blood for him even though they had all entered the academy, and the folks in the southern city who put together one drop of essence blood after another to let him grow up and live until now. Thinking about this, he had a decision to make. Summoning up the courage to look at Dean Zhang. Dean, I would like to know if this bone broth is distributed to the 13 cities in the same way as essence blood if it is promoted? Dean Zhang froze, not expecting such a question. Still, he nodded. If it's suitable for promotion, surely, something like this that enhances human strength will inevitably not become the private property of one group. Dean Zhang thought that Jiang Ping was afraid that this would be cut off by someone, so he gave him a piece of his mind. But Jiang Ping bared his teeth and laughed. You're overthinking it, Grandpa Dean. What I mean is that if it's distributed down the line, could you give a little more to the South City? Such as 1 share per person per month and 2 shares for the children in the South City? A word of stone. Zheng Dean Lingyun all looked at him with shock. Zhang Ping, do you realize how many good things you can get back with this? Zhang Ping shook his head. Teacher Lingyun. I know, but you should also know how I survived so long. Before I came out my mom told me, bottle your life was given by the young and old of South City together, so I don't need to say the latter words. You should understand, he said, clenching his fist and waving it a bit. Also tell the kids in South City that Brother Bottle is righteous. A few words silenced both of them. Lingyun looked at Zhang Ping with his mouth wide open, not knowing what to say. Dean Zhang is even more silent. His heart endless emotion. Old emo, that old thing, how can he be virtuous to stumble upon such a good boy? It's so hard to take the whole city, young and old, with you, rather than any reward. Not to mention a teenager. How many adults or people who have seen through the world can really do it? The role of this secret formula, even if Zhang Ping only earns $1, this is how much money, and how many resources for cultivation can be exchanged. It's safe to say that Ginger Snaps gave up a step in the right direction. Good. Bottle. Grandpa recognizes you as his grandson. President Zhang is very pleased with his old age. Zhang Ping rubbed the back of his head. He always felt that this sentence was strange. Grandpa Zhang, you agree? Dean Zhang laughed. It's not something I can just agree with, but I think this is a very good proposal of yours. The top will certainly agree. After saying that, he told Zhang Ping and Lingyun to go back. Instead, he walked away with the recipe and the finished product in the pot. Somewhere in a mysterious place in the 13 cities, a group of old, middle-aged men gathered together. Everyone looked at Dean Zhang incredulously. Old Zhang, stop it. Chapter 102, who's for it and who's against it? Dean Zhang let out a laugh. Haunted? The stuff is right here. Haven't you all tried it? An old man with white hair wearing a black uniform with a face full of vicissitudes shook his head slightly. Old Zhang, you know, that's not what I'm talking about. How can something like this that can boost everyone's strength be distributed so hastily, and give one city an extra share? Isn't this disuniting everyone? At this statement, many people nodded in recognition, but there were also a number of people who clenched their fists, clearly disgruntled. Things are not as simple as what Dean Zhang told Zhang Ping, even if he, the inventor, is willing to sometimes cannot sway such a big event. Dean Zhang laughed. Now it's fair to say, if this child hadn't gotten this out, where would there be this opportunity? People's bare heart. For the sake of the city even rewards are not wanted. This is still not good? Anyway, I promise, if someone doesn't like it, that's fine. It hasn't been announced yet anyway, so won't I just tear up the recipe in my hand? Save yourself the trouble. Make a gesture to strike. This is someone in a hurry to come. An old man rushed to stand up. Old Zhang, you are doing what? Quickly put down. It is hard to get the formula how can be destroyed. Have a good talk. The others were persuading, afraid of really tearing this up. But there are also people grunted. Old Zhang, who are you bluffing? If you dare to tear, you are the sinner of mankind. Besides, this child is just taking the chance to tune out a formula. We can also study it by ourselves. Old Zhang's eyes sharpened at once. Research? With what research? Valley Cane, you take away how much funding each year. But in the end, what has been researched? Use me to count with you? If you're so good at it, how come you didn't get it out? Instead, let a little child get out. Now talk is light. Will say, early what to do. No one could have imagined that the highly respected Dean Zhang would be spitting in his mouth at this moment in a maniacal manner. The valley staff who was named and scolded turned blue in the face and slapped the table. You, Zheng Dongqiao, you don't bully people too much. I'm talking to you about cultivation. What are you scolding people for? And the South City in the end, how low these years, you all know. The same resources to the Central Pole or even heavy Ming Tao Tai. Which city is not stronger than the South City? Everyone was shocked at these words, especially those who had just clenched their fists. Their eyes were on fire. I was just about to get up. Dean Zhang also just wanted to retort the gate, but it was opened and the creaking sound reached everyone's ears. Someone just tried to scold whoever dared to just open the conference room door at this juncture. Immediately afterward, everyone couldn't help but stand up. Seeing this person, some people were surprised. Some people were shocked, that some people were ecstatic. The wind and candles, as if a gust of wind can blow down. Walking on crutches, trembling, but his voice was neutral. What's wrong with South City? Have you disgraced the 13 cities? The walking stick pointed at the valley staff and said with a cold face, without the payment of Nanchang back then, how many of you can survive until now? If Laozi is still not an invalid, who of you dares to open your mouths and shut your mouths about Nanchang? Say it again for me. What is the name of the South City? All day long, South City, what are you? With a burst of output, everyone's faces were ugly, but no one dared to really say anything else. Tell me what South Side is called. Gu Kane lowered his head, not daring to say a word back. At this time the old man who had just spoken stood up awkwardly and walked over to assist the visitor. Brother Mo, how did you get here? This little thing still bother you personally run a trip? Saying that, he looked at Dean Zhang grudgingly, while Dean Zhang didn't even look at him, only said, Brother Mo, the situation is just like this. I'm actively fighting for it. They don't agree. I also have no choice. You can call old Mo a dog in your heart, but you still have to call him brother on the surface. The old principal snorted with his hands on his crutches. Why am I here? If I don't come to South City again, I'm afraid you'll all be removed. Sedgay scanned the faces of the middle-aged men in the meeting room. In mid-sentence, he jabbed his cane at the ground and made a piercing sound. Where are the people from the South City? Instantly, at least a quarter of the middle-aged men stood up. Everyone looked at the old principal with adoring eyes. Their bodies straightened up and shouted, Yes, since the 13 cities no longer treats my South City as a family, let's go. Tread. Neat footsteps came, and straightway they were about to go out, dabbing everyone in a hurry. They all went over and hurriedly pulled the old principal. Brother Mo. Brother Mo. What are you doing? Our brothers, have a good talk. We're not in a hurry, really not in a hurry. Back then if it wasn't for you, at least half of the people in here would have been gone. And whoever dares to exclude South City, I'm sure to be in a hurry with him. But now we are still discussing it, is not it? The old principal snorted. Discuss? Discuss how to get rid of my Mo Shang-Chi? How to bully South City to death? Have you all really forgotten how leaving Fire City turned into the current South City back then? One battle shattered the generation of leaving Fire City. That is a generation. A generation. Now the south side of the green and yellow, you say the south side does not work? Then let me ask you, how come you didn't say that the south side couldn't work in the first place? Now that our children have grown up and feed the south side a little with their own abilities, they are so unpopular with you? Everyone's faces were green and purple as they listened to the old principal's pain chants. Obviously remembered something. Especially the valley staff. Back then it was Mo Jingqi who plowed him out of the pile of dead people. Without the old principal he would have been a dead man. The rest of them were similar. Thinking about the man who was always on the front line back then, each of them showed a reminiscent look, wanting to make that dominating figure coincide with the old man in front of them. The old man at the head of the group hurriedly said, Who said blindly? The South City will always be one of the 13 cities. This is what I said. If anyone dares to do so, I absolutely cannot spare him. The rest of the people also all stated, Brother Mo. No one feels that South City is not working just now, it was just a discussion. It's just that there aren't many people I've served in my life. Mo counts as one. It was just a discussion just now. Definitely didn't have that in mind. Only then did the old principal gently wave his hand, and with a bland demeanor, he asked the middle-aged man who had just stood up that quarter to sit down. Wow! Two voices, neatly resumed their seats again. This scene made countless people look at it in their eyes. I'm wasted. But the people of South City are not wasted yet, and neither are my connections. So anyone who thinks that South City won't work, feel free to bring it up. I will accompany you to the end. Now, what I say. My grandson's invention of the barbarian bone clan soup South City takes an extra share. Who's in favor of it? Who's against it? All of a sudden, there was no sound. Everyone was out of breath as they looked at the old principal's domineering stance. Chapter 103. I'm in favor. After a while, the old man at the head gritted his teeth and raised his hand. I'm for it. With a crash, everyone in the entire room raised their hands. It passed unanimously. The old principal left all heads bowed. Nothing was said. And finally a word of adjournment ended the meeting. Outside the field, Dean Zhang followed beside the old principal. Mo, I'm kind of not giving them face today. There could be some fallout later. The old principal looked at Dean Zhang. Old Zhang, I'm lucky to be alive today. I guess I'll only be able to shelter the children one more time. And the friendship that was once there will be gone after this time. So it doesn't matter. By the way, the vials are in your jubilee, you have to keep an eye on them for me. Dean Zhang nodded. Naturally, that's also my grandson. The old principal laughed and scolded. You have a knack for pulling strings. If it was back then, Zhang Ping didn't know the story of the old principal's great power. His level couldn't reach it yet. At this time he was busy in the dormitory, waiting for the pot of bone broth to simmer. Several others followed along next to me. These people were sent by Ling Yun, but a problem arose. They boiled out no matter how hard they tried. The efficacy of the experiment down is only half of what Zhang Ping personally boiled. It made everyone very confused. Even Ling Yun couldn't help but look at him. Kid, could it be that you have a talent in this area that no one else knows about? Looking for various reasons, no one could find the problem. Zhang Ping's heart was clear. Obviously the materials were the same and the techniques were the same. So the problem could only be with him. Is it the Demon Eater's cookbook? Now, Jiang Ping still has mysteries to solve. The first and foremost question was if he didn't use herbs to add, and if he didn't follow the method of the demon eating spectrum, could ordinary people just eat bone marrow like him? If it can, then it means that the savage bones are indeed edible. But if it can't, then he's special. As for why he was special, he had eaten the meat of demonic beasts. Once he had eaten the meat of demonic beasts without a thorough concoction. So he must be special. It was considerably less effective when taken that way, but he did take it. It is also certain that he is really somewhat different. The old principal said that he was an absolute zero physique. Was the absolute zero physique that special? Secondly, the fact that these people couldn't boil down something with the same efficacy compared to themselves. Did it mean that in fact, the demon eating spectrum wasn't as simple as they thought, and was just providing a recipe? Thinking, headache. Solely don't think about it. Teacher, half the efficacy should be okay too, right? Ling Yun nodded. Although it's almost as interesting as the one you personally boiled. It's better because it can be mass-produced. Bottle. You've done a great service. The dean will be back soon. And although you are saying you don't want the reward, the college is definitely giving you a reward. As he was talking, suddenly Ling Yun saw Dean Zhang floating in the sky along the window, trotting over. Teacher, you're back? Dean Zhang looked at Jiang Ping on the side with emotion and said with a kind smile, back. Little bottle, come here. Take you to get your reward. Jiang Ping's eyes widened. He didn't expect it to be true. I had thought that Ling Yun was just comforting himself. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Ping, does not move, kicked a foot, still froze. To do what? You did not say before that to the quality does not work? And before you only learn a law. Now you make a big achievement for the academy. Our town school treasure vermilion bird, true law is not you heart? That's a lot of worry for Kong Pyong. Getting smart in front of your own teacher. Dean Zhang looked at Ling Yun without a good mood. Shut up, give what I need to listen to you? Ling Yun smiled nervously. Teacher, I don't mean that. Dean Zhang did not dismantle him, but instead made a point to Jiang Ping, who then followed and floated into the air. It took a good 6 or 7 minutes of flying to see a mountain pass. From the surface to see what is just an ordinary mountain pass, but in reality there is something else. Only to see the old principal slightly raised his hand. A token in his hand flew out. The token then surprisingly went somewhere on its own. It was a big, ordinary tree, and Kong Pyong looked at it with wide eyes. He saw the magic. The token blended into the trees, and then a curtain of light opened. Surprisingly, a mechanical-looking gate appeared. Carved on it was the vermilion bird totem, several times desiring to fly into the sky. Jiang Ping opened his mouth wide. Grandpa Dean. This? Dean Zhang smiled. Go on. Aren't you short of weapons? Take this warrant and go find it. The vermilion bird true method is also here. Jiang Ping was a bit puzzled, but still nodded, no longer using Dean Zhang to help levitate, but whistled, and the 2 fire crows following behind flew into 2 fire wheels. Jiang Ping raised his left foot and bent his knee. Depart! With a whoosh, it flew in. All that was left in an instant was the residual flames of an undead fire crow flying by, and a sound that sounded like the echo of a mechanical wheel. Dean Zhang was all surprised at this tactic of Jiang Ping's, but in the end, nothing was said. Jiang Ping entered the gate and his eyes went black and then brightened. Only, when he saw the scene in front of him, the whole person was dumbfounded. There was a cacophony of voices everywhere. Here, countless people in battle armor or vermilion bird red robes came and went, some asking for prices at one of the bustling stalls. There are also those who are ironing in the nude. Just, why so short? These iron workers are so strange looking and very short. Make way! Make way! Jiang Ping hurriedly dodged his body and saw a strangely shaped car speed past. Bastard! Nothing to stay on the track for. Creating you awe. Jiang Ping looked down and saw the 2 parallel tracks on the ground were snaking and circling to follow the street. Jesus! Didn't you bring me to the warehouse? Where is this? Jiang Ping was completely shocked. He had thought that Dean Zhang had asked him to come to the warehouse to collect his things. But now how did he seem to have come to a marvelous city? It was only when he suddenly looked up that he finally saw something familiar. A notice board, and a route guidance sign. Jiang Ping compared the token in his hand, which led him to the door of a store that looked like a blacksmith store according to the map. Hey, kid, don't block the door, I still have to open the door for business. But, suddenly, with a slight glance out of the corner of his eye, he saw the token in Jiang Ping's hand. Froze for a moment. You're here to build weapons? Jiang Ping nodded. Yes, Dean Zhang sent me here to receive my weapon. Collar? That little dwarf. Not taller than 1 meter 3 look, but all over the body but all the chicken goosebumps of the guy he smile, really fooling around. Collar no problem. You do not say you want what kind of me how to give you Chapter 104, a gun. Jiang Ping came to a realization. Is it even customizable here? No wonder. Before he came, Dean Zhang did not even ask him what kind he wanted. and he thought it was a bit hasty, but now it seems that it is customized. Saying that, the man skimmed his lips. You lucky boy. The token is tough enough. You are free to choose a king-level quality weapon, and the academy will pay for all the material costs for you. Come in and pick out the materials, then see what you like. Zhang Ping walked in. He could probably just barely stand up straight in the not-so-tall room, but inside the weapon racks were full of weapons in abundance. There are those who have seen it and those who haven't. There are even punk-inspired weapons to be seen. Zhang Ping was shocked. He had thought he understood the vermilion bird, but only now did he realize that he was far from understanding it. The vermilion bird's underpinnings were frighteningly strong. A king-level weapon. Just sitting here? What are you thinking, kid? These aren't king-level. They're all blanks. Understand? It's only with the addition of special materials that they can become king-level weapons. You first watch. I'm going to go busy. Choose a good blank with me. No bragging. Swords, spears, axes and hooks. I have everything here. Hey, of course you have to have contribution points, but you don't have to. With that, he took off on his short legs. As he looked at the dwarves in front of him, he instinctively felt that these people were definitely not native to the 13 cities. I don't know how to say it, but that's how he felt. Suppressing the doubts in his mind, he didn't forget what he had come for. Picking the weapon first, the rest was a big deal to go back and ask Ling Yun. Ling Yun must have known about it. Knife? Zhang Ping looked at the knives. Each one had its own character. There were long ones like the style of his own Miao knife. There were those with wide backs, and there were those wearing rings. You could say it has everything. It was just that, after using the sword for so long, he always felt that although the sword he used quite well, it always had that little bit of inappropriateness when paired with the sun and moon wheel. Sword? Handsome as he was, he still couldn't make his heart flutter at a glance. An axe? That flailing and domineering axe was full of material at first glance, but Zhang Ping still shook his head. It was too bulky and heavy, and how it looked weird to be carrying such an axe and stepping on the sun and moon wheels by yourself. Suddenly, he saw a weapon. A flash of light. One could even feel a throbbing. It was a crimson gun. The body of the gun was at least nearly 3 meters long, with a flame-patterned pattern carved on the body, exuding a wave of heat, and when close enough it was even more clear to see a lurid glow emanating from the place of the gun's head, hidden under the fiery red. Zhang Ping, when he saw it for the first time, this should be his weapon. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he held out his hand. Sure enough, the moment he entered his hand, he was as one with the weapon. Powerful. Are king-level weapon blanks that powerful? He could feel the energy in it. An explosion of energy that seemed like it could burst out at any moment. He hurriedly shouted, I want this. The dwarf did not know what to drum up, and did not think that Zhang Ping actually chose so quickly, just to see the gun that Zhang Ping chose. A strange look was evident throughout. Kid, you think you can pick this up? This was customized by one of the academy's teachers. The main material is the starry meteorite iron from the 199 mysterious realm, and then later on, they went to great lengths to get the extremely high-grade inferno fire crystals from the Vulcan mountain, supplemented with a variety of secret magic materials to create a gun. The temperature of the gun alone is 130 degrees, which the average person would find unbearable to be near. Apparently he felt that Zhang Ping was trying to be brave. The usual kind of close touching is not the same concept as using it over time. Zhang Ping froze. This one has an owner? He also said that it didn't feel like a Xian-level billet, so it was already a king-level weapon. No wonder it felt so good. It's just that, with an owner, it's a bit. The dwarf looked at Zhang Ping. There is a master without a master. You can't use this. This thing is generally under pressure in the king's realm. Otherwise why would it be here? That teacher got it with confidence, but the result was to build it and find out that all kinds of twists and turns were found. And in the end, it was returned again. The dwarf rattled on and on. Zhang Ping, however, had a happy heart. It's okay. I see I'm using it pretty well. Watch me play a gun trick on you. Surprisingly, he started demonstrating it in front of the dwarfs. The dwarf froze. He felt a bit magical. How could this kid be so skillful with a weapon that even Wang Realm was awkward with? Look at that. Where's the hint of a parting hand? It's as if it was built exclusively for him. It's so weird. Looking at Zhang Ping's look, the dwarf got serious. Are you sure you want him? I'm telling you, this thing is non-returnable. To tell you the truth, if it wasn't for the fact that I wasted a lot of effort in building it and was a bit reluctant to go back to the furnace to rebuild it, I would have gone back to the furnace. Zhang Ping nodded excitedly. No problem. He's it. By the way, does it have a name? The dwarf shook his head and let out a laugh. It's just a weapon. Call it what you like. Zhang Ping, however, loved it. He felt really need to give a good name, soliciting the opinions of the big boys. Suitable selected. Come to my beans. Send 2 red packets. Hey, okay, since you think it's okay, You can have it. By the way, do you need to hit the gems? I'll get it for you. Looking at Jiang Ping as if he was a child who had gotten a toy, the dwarf was also a bit helpless. Jiang Ping then remembered that he still had the blood chi gemstone. That thing was hard to get. Well, cheating 2 small fire crows and almost being blocked and beaten by the parents to get it. There. You get this on. Hurriedly, he pulled out the blood aura gem. Only the dwarf gave him a puzzled look when he saw it. The attributes are correct? Jiang Ping nodded. That's right, wow. That's it. The dwarf's heart thumped. This kid, not a good person obviously holding the dean's token. The attributes are so perverted. When it is a bit of that, is this the academy's secret weapon? But nodded. Just wait. About an hour. Ginger stayed equal and slipped around the store, and really gained a lot of insight. The hour was up, and as expected, the weapon was obtained. It was then that Jiang Ping realized the original gun had a surprise. Just see. The gun is removable. The 3-meter-long gun can be disassembled into 2 sections, with the tip of the gun itself being 1 section. The dwarf also paired him with a box made of an unknown material. The box is carved with mysterious patterns. Jiang Ping took one look at it and fell in love with it. Is this for me too? Surprised, he looked at the dwarf. Dwarf nodded. This thing cannot be good with. I tell you put weapons in this order. Usually do not use when you carry. Then you carry a long gun is much more convenient. If you want to use, even if the sudden battle is not afraid to press this, they will come out on their own. You only need to screw it can be assembled. Chapter 105, Let Them Fight. Jiang Ping was even happier. It was absolutely unscientific, but it was too cultivated. It's got to be this model. Crunchy straight up, rubbing his hands together. Can I try? With one word the dwarf looked at him without any humor. Do you see that I have room here for you to experiment? Go back and play slowly by yourself. By the way, you keep this token number I remember. Then, Kong Pion was sent away. However, Jiang Ping wasn't stupid and asked where to go to receive the vermilion bird true method, causing the dwarf to tisk. TSK. Caller? The whole vermilion bird true method seems to be the same feeling as a big cabbage. This kid really has 2 skills, but told him the bearings anyway. Jiang Ping walked on the road with the box behind his back, his hand constantly mousing over the button, really wanting to press it and feel it, but looked around at the streets full of people and held back. Followed the road, against the place the dwarf had told him about, and arrived. It was a dominating-looking doorway with guards on both sides, unlike the robes of the vermilion bird scholars, which were of a different kind. Although it was also red, it was clearly visible at a glance that it was different from the vermilion bird scholar. Jiang Ping flashed his token. Is this where the vermilion bird's true law is claimed? Both of them were dumbfounded by the question. After so many years, no one had ever been able to make learning the vermilion bird true method sound so earthy. Looking at Jiang Ping's childish face, he was tempted to curse, but he quietly shut his mouth when he saw the token. Dean's token. Extremely uncomfortable. He nodded. It's this. Go in. Inside, much more normal this time, there was an usher who checked the token and registered. Then he took Jiang Ping to a small room, gently said, later on, someone will demonstrate how to cultivate the method of the vermilion bird true method. The projector has been adjusted for you. There is no hurry. When to learn when to come out on the line. To eat and drink if you press that. Jiang Ping's eyes widened. Shouldn't it be the big brother lecturing? The man said doubtfully. Isn't this just a lecture by a big brother? It's only recorded. You don't think you need to arrange a teacher specifically for you to speak, do you? There are so many students and people who want to learn the vermilion bird true technique with different learning stages. How many teachers are not enough? Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. Good lord, am I in a projection class? He was looking forward to being able to talk to the big boys. And this? It was a bit of a disappointment. Not far away, in a house, 2 old men drink tea against each other. Brother M.O., how long do you think it will take for the little bottle to comprehend? Dean Zhang asked with a smile. The old principal laughed. My grandson, I know. It won't take long. Half a day is enough. At the very least getting started is not any problem. Speaking of which, old Zhang, you're not decent. You don't say anything to my grandson. And you're the one who threatened to say that Jiang Ping is also your grandson? Dean Zhang didn't care and laughed loudly. Something that I have to know sooner or later. But it's still a bit interesting to see how this kid's cluelessness feels. The old principal didn't get angry, but just smiled and pointed at Dean Zhang. You're still the same as before. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the surveillance screen in front of him, and the old principal frowned. This is old Zhao's grandson, isn't it? Dean Zhang froze, then fixed his eyes and lost his smile. Yes, old Zhao's grandson, 3rd year, is also considered to be among the top. Right. Some time ago when the opening of the land was good. This is not. Finally got the vermilion bird true method as desired. I personally approved. The old principal's eyes revealed a twinkle in his eyes. Lao Zhao's family is really afraid that people will say that this child is not biological. It is simply carved out of the same mold as Lao Zhao. Hearing Ding Zhang's words, he let out an "oh." When the two come out later, arrange for your men to pick a fight. What time? Ding Zhang almost choked on his tea. Unbelievably, he looked at the old principal. "M.O., what are you talking about? We're a regular college. What do you think I'm doing here?" The old principal glanced at Ding Zhang. "I don't know if it's formal or not. Do whatever you're told to do, and try to get the little bottle to with old Zhao's grandson." Ding Zhang was shocked. "Brother M.O., you don't mess around? Although we are a little bit dirty with old Zhao, but old Zhao grandson performance can be good. Usually in addition to the crazy point, but has always been 3 good students. You are doing what The old principal grunted. "What? I can't speak well anymore, can I? Old Zhao he almost lost all the benefits my grandson had gotten for South City. So what's wrong with beating his grandson?" Dean Young covered his face. "I really don't want to be with this old guy. His heart is still so small. What are you looking at? What kind of look is this? If I wasn't wasted, I would have wanted to press Lao Zhao and beat him up before." Dean Zhang fell into deep thought and surprisingly nodded his head with deep conviction. "Indeed there is no problem. According to this old guy in front of me when he was young, he did do it. That is the main revenge does not last overnight. M.O. righteousness. M.O. righteousness. That's just evil. People are as they are. M.O. a little inappropriate, right? The heart of the hand are meat are all my Vermilion Bird students." The old principal waved his hand in annoyance, and not really killed. Let the 2 little guys fight what can be. As the same door to cut. Besides, the heart of the hand is meat. Heart meat and ass meat can be the same? Don't forget, Zhang Ping is also your grandson. If he's wronged, won't you be the one to decide? In a few words, Dean Zhang was completely out of temper. "Come on, let's have a fight then. As for any fellowship cuts, bull ****** the chicken necks." Zhang Ping's current strength, not to say that he was invincible under the King Realm, but for those who had not touched the threshold of the King Realm he was also unbeatable. This is really just the old guy in front of me trying to get out of the way. Thinking about it, surprisingly sad. If M.O. is not ruined, where is the need for this? The old principal saw Dean Zhang's eyes and bristled. "What are you looking at? Don't think too much. I can't, but I still have my grandson. I'm not a wimp at all." Dean Zhang shook his head helplessly. "All right, I'll make the arrangements." The fact that the dean of the hall was trying to arrange for his students to fight, there was really no one else in this matter. But who let the man in front of him? He served? Kang Pyung struggled to stare at the people in the projection and listen carefully. Little did he know that an appetizer had already been arranged for him. The fire law is the world's violent law. The Vermilion Bird True Law is one of the best, but this is not the Vermilion Bird True Law of the most elite. The essence is Nirvana rebirth. Repair Vermilion Bird True Law repair is a fire. According to the level of the fire can be realized limb regeneration. According to the deduction of a certain realm and even after a drop of blood regeneration. Zhang Ping took a small notebook to record. Only he felt quite up as if he was blowing awesome. A burst of study finally cultivated a fire according to the teachings above. Only the parts are a bit strange. Just as he was about to experience it, suddenly the door was pushed open. "Class, sorry to interrupt, but you need to step out for a moment." In a flash, Zhang Ping was shocked. "What did you say?" This book finally came recommended. Before more than 100,000 words when there is no debut, I am giving up. And now finally in your majesty's help, came recommended. Before I have been 4,000. Because the minimum of 4,000 can take full attendance, but then more people. Your majesty's support for me, so that I more. I see that those who urge more although there is pressure, but also thief happy it, because finally someone to see, decisive 3 more, but I 3 more. In fact, I can't get the benefits of 3 shifts, but I still decided to 3 shifts. I have to be able to afford the big guys. Thank you again. It's you guys who helped push me up 1 grade at a time. I'll write and do well. Attention. Salute. Chapter 106, Your name is Zhao Dian? Zhang Ping didn't expect what the hell was going on. Is the academy a straw man? Before I came here, I said that I would learn until I learned. And now I've just learned it myself. And someone is telling me to get out. Bull *********. The 2 old guys looked at Zhang Ping's dumbfounded appearance and laughed out loud. They had let the people in because they had watched Zhang Ping get it. You're not kidding? The guide's heart was also 10,000 camels racing past. The first time he had received such an outrageous order after working for so long. They let him incite 2 students to fight? Who's a good school to do that? But he couldn't refuse the order from above. So he could only put on a smile. It's like this. You need to go out for a moment first. Zhang Ping frowned. Can I ask why? Bullies don't bully like that. Already trying desperately to suppress his anger, the usher put on a difficult face. It's kind of hard to tell. Jiang Ping is not a cutie. Hey, there's something going on here. Tell me. I'll go out if you can convince me. If not, you go where you came from. The usher pretended to sigh and said in a difficult manner. Someone just used their authority and said they wanted to cut in line, so we can't do anything about it. But we'll compensate you. Just need to wait a bit. Permissions? Jiang Ping's voice was not small. Don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm the dean's arrangement. When did Jubilee not even listen to the dean's words? A word that froze the guide. I can't wait to slap myself twice. Why didn't I think of that? Jiang Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the guide. Odd was just too odd. Tell the truth, said in a neutral voice. And that's when the guide forgot about it. And did something stupid himself? Just when he didn't know what to do. Suddenly a sigh came from the speakers in the room. You go out first. I'll talk to him. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Ping was staggered on the spot, obviously somewhat surprised. He had just instinctively felt something was wrong, and now he was confused. The usher went out, and Jiang Ping looked at the speaker and hesitantly asked, Old principal? Trying. The old principal laughed out loud. It's me. Jiang Ping was so excited that he almost jumped up. Why are you here? Headmaster? Isn't this the place of Vermilion Bird Academy? Where are you? I'm going to look for you. Principal, I've got a long face. It's awesome and bad. I'll tell you that before I. A series of questions and bragging about his accomplishments in the meantime had silenced the opposite side of the room. He was really too excited. He had to maintain a certain image in front of his classmates, but not in the least in front of the old principal, who was his relative. The old principal rubbed his head. Bottle, listen to me for a second. I know everything you've done. Jiang Ping quieted down and flattened his mouth. Is he still not the principal's favorite cub? How can they not listen to him? Of course the old principal had known that the boy was rather skinny. Little Bottle. The principal's grandfather asked you to do something. At once. Jiang Ping spoke. You said. When the old principal finished speaking, Jiang Ping felt as if he had heard wrong. Incredulously, he said, You didn't make a scene? You let me beat up a third grader? The old principal may also feel that it's not quite appropriate anymore. Coughing. Are you still not grandfather's most beloved pup? Wings hardened. Even this request can't be done? Jiang Ping always felt that the words were so familiar, but he didn't think of them for a while. Crying and laughing, he said, Okay, I do not ask why. Called what? Beat to what extent you tell me on the line. It used to be the old principal who leveled the playing field for him, and now at last he was able to do something for the old principal himself. As dishonorable as it sounded. But so what? Helpfulness was certainly endearing, but it didn't quite apply to him. Pro is the reason. It's something he's seen for a long time. Or would he be where he is today? Ask what if we say we can't cover it later? That is, he is not strong enough. So, no matter what the old principal asked him to do, he had to do it and was happy to do it. It's the same reason why he'd rather not have the reward than fight for the benefit of Southtown. The old principal was so relieved that the child had grown up. Only Dean Zhang was a bit hesitant. Isn't it not good for Mo to educate his children like this? The old principal snorted. How is it good? The original generation of the South City all gave themselves up, and now the South City's reputation is dying. I think it's good to be educated this way. A few words silenced Dean Young dry. Yes, the South City is too bitter. If not Jiang Ping, now let them see some hope. When they can stand up again is not yet known. The old principal used to have connections, but why didn't he use them? For so many years, it never appeared in high-level meetings. Why? You don't have a strong enough back, do you? What else is there to do but pose for seniority? And why did you stand there with such a heart-on this time? Not because the formula was made by the people of Nanchang? Isn't it because Jiang Ping and the old principal are like family? So, dare to clamor on the spot. If you guys damn well don't give it, let's not even use it. That's the bottom line. 30 years ago, the father honored the son. And 30 years later, the son honors the father. Dean Zhang seemed to get it and understood why Nanchang still had a chance to stand up. M.O., I'm not as good as you. The old principal grinned. Might as well learn. Jiang Ping got the old principal's authorization to stride out the door, looking aside at the blearily waiting guide. Who I'm going to. It was a bright and airy one in the middle of the day. The usher covered his face. Can we keep a low profile? Kid? Rushed to cover Jiang Ping's mouth. Older brother. Low key. Jiang Ping struggled desperately and managed to struggle away. Grunting. Low profile? Can't lay low a bit. Just tell me where that kid is. Asterisk him. Just him. We're from the south side. We don't hide. The usher just couldn't carry on and covered his face. He always felt that this kid had a bit of pugilistic attributes. But still, He pointed to Zhao Tianyi, who was being annoyed in the hall. The lad was handsome, just walking around annoyed at the moment. When you see an usher, you'll also ask, "What's the situation? How can there be no room? I've made a reservation." "And there's a line?" the guide impatiently said. "You ask me, how do I know? People have said that a person with higher authority went in directly, and now we are also coordinating. If you are not convinced, you go and ask yourself." Zhao Tianyi's entire body went numb. "It's been 3 years since I came to the academy. 3 whole years? Ah, and nothing like this has ever happened. How did he suddenly run into such bad luck? What? I made a reservation in advance. Why should someone else get in with permission? I'm not convinced. I'm going to complain." And who is that guy? He, Zhao Dishao, hadn't even said that he would use his special privileges, but it turned out that someone had actually grabbed it from him. Chapter 107, Subverting the Spoon. The usher said impatiently, "Where's the coordination? Why are you so inked up?" Zhao Tianyi's fire came up completely, unbelievably pointing to his nose. His face was full of unbelief. "What did you say? I'm an inkjet? It's about to explode." At this time, an arrogant voice came out. "Just you call Zhao a Dao? Do you believe that I will give you a fight to let your father find you one day?" Zhao Tianyi was going crazy. He thought it was crazy that today had been such a crazy day. That things had repeatedly come up that challenged his perceptions. How dare someone point his nose at him? Are you crazy? Don't you know the reputation of the cold-faced god of war? Raising his head like a raging lion, his aura was all over the place. "What did you say?" Jiang Ping grunted. "That means you. What? Not convinced? That look is no different than the second generation." The guide who was responsible for instigating Zhao Tianyi looked at Jiang Ping's guide in confusion. With a wink, he asked, "What's going on?" "I'm just powering up how I'm drying out." Jiang Ping's guide spread his hands. "That means, don't you care? Just watch the fun." Zhao Tianyi had never seen such an arrogant person before, and he had seen it today. The fire that had been ruffled almost to the core long ago, the kid completely exploded. "Get out if you can. Point to the gate." Jiang Ping had wanted to do this since the principal's grandfather told him to beat up this guy. "Here goes. Get out, just get out and blow your head off later." The conversation between the two made all the people who were in this hall all come together. A student whispered, "What's going on? Is this going crazy? Making a scene here? I don't know. Hey, isn't this the third-year cold-faced god of war, Zhao Dian? How come he's fighting with someone? Who's on the other side? TSK, really brave. I heard that Zhao Tianyi just opened up a big book and got quite a lot of benefits. This person actually dares to provoke Zhao Tianyi. It's really a bit of not knowing what to do. Not right. Look at this face, this kid is not big. Freshman year cannot come here. Sophomore year should not. Stop blathering and follow it out quickly. It's going to get dry." A crowd of oozing people followed the two. Even the ushers went along for the ride. Outside the door, Zhao Tianyi listened to everyone's discussion and hummed. "You should have heard everyone's discussion. Now I'll give you a chance to apologize to me and I'll forgive you." Jiang Ping laughed out loud. "Apologize? Impossible. Come on, let me see if the cold-faced god of war is really that powerful." Speaking of the cold-faced god of war, Jiang Ping remembered a joke. "Can you eat this cold noodle?" In a flash, the whole room went crazy with laughter. And now, Zhao Tianyi was completely tense. "Kid, you're looking for death." Apparently, he's heard the stunt. Immediately, an appalling aura emanated from his body and was accompanied by a violent hurricane. Someone exclaimed, "Look, cold-faced god of war signature starting skill infinite storm." Looking at only one move, but as long as you take a step back behind, that's a steady stream of hurricanes coming. It seems like the cold-faced god of war is truly furious. The group of people looked at Jiang Ping with some pity. This kid is afraid that he's not even in the Xin realm, right? But then, a shocking scene appeared. Jiang Ping watched as Zhao Tianyi didn't move his weapon, and in his heart, he naturally spread his hands out. The look was as if he was about to meet a gale. It led to a moment of consternation. Is this kid stupid? Do it. Where are your hands open to embrace the earth? Alas, it seems to have given up. I thought it was hilarious, but I didn't realize it was so meaningless. The hurricanes were getting closer and closer. The raging hurricanes went from one to several, and sure enough everyone had a look on their faces that they had guessed right. But just at this time, just wind up, the appearance of clouds suddenly returned to calm. And Jiang Ping in the center of the storm didn't even move a hair. It's as if the storms that were just there weren't as big as a fart. The fart strength can still make the hair strands move, but the ginger flat hair didn't move at all. There was an instant clamor. Everyone looked incredulously at the scene in front of them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The cold-faced god of war stayed his hand? How can it be? All pointed at their noses, and still stayed their hands. Mother and father is just like that, right? For a moment everyone was watching, wide-eyed. none of them anticipating what was really happening. Even Zhao Tianyi froze. He didn't get it. How could one's imperative strike seem as if nothing had happened? Others might think he's holding back, but he really isn't. He had just used at least 8 points of force, thinking that he could take down Zhang Ping's in one blow. But what's happening here? Just as he froze, the corners of Zhang Ping's mouth, who was embracing the earth, curved up in an arc. That's it? The mockery of this statement is off the charts. Zhao Tianyi was instantly enraged. Kid, I don't know exactly what skills you've learned, but you're proud enough to crack my skills. Ah. In everyone's eyes, Zhao Tianyi's hair strands were blowing in the wind with a bellowing fire spell. It was clearly a move from the vermilion bird true method. Once again, it caused people to gasp. Good lord, the cold-faced god of war is furious. But a funny scene appeared. The flame that seemed to be able to ignite heaven and earth. All of a sudden it was like a wilted cannon. Mute. Now. Even the most retarded person knew that the kid in front of him was not simple. Suddenly someone pointed at Zhang Ping. Look, the kid's moving. I only saw Zhang Ping heave a smile. I've let you make 2 moves. It's my turn, ha. Charge up at breakneck speed. No weapons were used. Just fists. But, at this moment, Zhang Ping's fists were on fire. Heavens, this kid actually knows the vermilion bird true technique as well? How old is he? Normally one would be considered talented if they could learn the vermilion bird true method in the 3rd year. But this one in front of them couldn't possibly be a 4th year or a 3rd year. Then it can only be smaller. Just as everyone was shocked, Zhao Tianyi's pupils suddenly contracted. Powerful enemy. Senshi pulled out his home defense skills. Golden Bell Defense. His body was enveloped by a golden-colored halo. The defense is visible. Extremely cohesive golden light. But right at this moment, people realized that the golden light on Zhao Tianyi's body was collapsing. Oh my god. What the hell? Zhao Tianyi also panicked. It was as if he had lost control of his defensive skills in this moment, struggling desperately in an attempt to get rid of this feeling. But skills seemed to be out of order in this moment. One could only watch as Zhang Ping's fist closed in, and then closed in on his handsome face. Boom! Zhao Tianyi was sent flying, and everyone didn't expect this result. But just when everyone thought that Zhang Ping would call it quits, Zhao Dian, who had just been on a downward trend, was sent flying again, still with his fists. It is said that hitting people does not hit their faces, but Zhang Ping specializes in hitting their faces. Chapter 110, What are you doing, Zhang? 1 down, 2 down, up, down. At least 10 punches were thrown before Zhao Tianyi landed on the ground. If a professional chef was there, he or she would have exclaimed that the upside-down spoon was a bit of a specialty. Zhao Tianyi's entire body seemed to be dumb. He couldn't figure out why. Why was this? Why didn't his skills listen to him? The always unbeatable combo starting phase can't even be performed. This discovery is far more important than a sore face. Everyone lost their voices as they watched the cold-faced god of war fall off the pedestal. Then looking at the purple and blue-colored face that had obviously swollen up, the gaze towards Zhang Ping changed. This, who in the world? Zhang Ping walked to Zhao Tianyi's front and skimmed his lips. Want to know why you were beaten? Zhao Tianyi's intelligence was not in question, and he had felt something was wrong long ago. For Mori, a little leaky. Go back and ask your grandfather. Also, my name is Zhang Ping. If you don't like it you can always come to me. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Grandpa? Zhao Tianyi froze. What does this have to do with my grandfather? Did he offend someone and they're taking revenge on him? It's not right. People are grandparents wiping their grandchildren's asses. How come he's doing it the other way around? But looking at Zhang Ping about to leave, he hastened to speak out. Wait, Zan, Sasuke. Zhang Ping turned back calmly. What? Zhao Tianyi looked at him in a daze. You're from the Vermilion Bird Academy? Zhang Ping hummed. First year freshman? Zhang Ping. With a clamor, everyone looked at Zhang Ping incredulously. First grade? Pressing the 3rd year warhorse to do it? Have the freshmen been brutalized to this point? Everyone felt a pang of egg on their face as they looked at that green face. Of course there had to be the. As for those who didn't, one by one, they were all covering their chests. A heartfelt look. Zhao Tianyi was just about to say something when he heard someone yell. The order team from the student council is here. The order team is here. Fight that kid, you don't run. After saying that, they only saw a girl who wasn't very tall look viciously at Zhang Ping. And then with a heartfelt face, they picked up Zhao Tianyi's face that had been beaten up and ironed out. One day, don't be afraid. I've just called the order team. Dare to make trouble here. He doesn't have good fruit to eat. Zhao Tian hurts. I don't know if it hurts from being held in the face or from being so angry that his teeth hurt. You're fooling around. Nonsense. This is nifty. The student council's order team is here, and they can't do any good themselves. I'm technically the one who picked the fight. The bottom line is that originally, This matter might have been known only to those in front of us, but with a good talk the impact could be controlled. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to say that he, the cold-faced god of war, had been decapitated by a first-year student. Now it's good. The student council order team is here. Can't cover it up. S-ha. S-ha. Zhao Tiandian was numb. Kang Pyong then heard shouting and turned back, full of incredulity. Zhao Tianyi, call your parents if you can't beat them, right? Bullying me freshman for not recognizing the student council and trying to use it to give me a hard time? For a moment, Zhang Ping felt as if he had just hit lightly. There was quite a bit of chatter from the sidelines as well. It does seem a bit out of place, but no matter what they say, people come. Only a few imposing students from the student council's order team, dressed in flaming armor and carrying their respective weapons, walked out, led by a chubby white boy. What? Don't you know that rioting is forbidden here? What's the matter? Still fighting? Good guy. Not a lot of guts. Yes, it's you, Zhao Tianyi. You're a third year and you don't know the rules here? Zhao Tianyi froze. Nice guy. I'm calling nice guy straight up. The girl next to her froze as well. Senior, I reported the case. We got beat up. You guys need to arrest that guy. But the white fat boy wearing that are fast cannot pocket the stomach armor. He smile. The matter of the college Prosperity Street order. Not who reported the case is justified. Come to the people are to me arrested. Sent to the confinement room to reflect on 3 days it. Zhao Tianyi looked at them incredulously. You guys, do you know who I am? Put me in solitary confinement? Besides I'm getting beat up. All of a sudden, the articulation was eloquent. The fat white boy's face went cold. What? Are you superior or something? You 5 days. After that, with a grunt, the men on either side of the order team held the man down. Once again, people were dumbfounded. Today can be really. It's so wonderful. Fatty White grunted, still watching the fun. Ha, you guys want to be confined too. At once, the people union dispersed. And Zhang Ping also did not expect Zhao Tianyi's people to be so unprofessional in martial arts. Actually sued the teacher. No, suing the student government. Well, that's pretty much it anyway. Fighting the student council he hadn't had that in mind. All that could be done was a two-handed. Come on, he's still in his high school mindset. He thinks he did make a mistake. So confinement is confinement. Anyway, the old principal's mission was accomplished. But who knew that Fatty White walked to Zhang Ping's side and coughed. You, follow me. I'll personally take you to the confinement room. Zhang Ping followed. Zhao Tianyi was unwillingly pressed away as well. Only, as he walked, Zhang Ping felt that something wasn't right. How come there are fewer and fewer people back there? Curious, he asked. Senior, what does it mean? Aren't we going to the brig? Which no, the front of the fat white boy laughed loudly. Go to a ball of confinement. Let's go to the student union office. Zhang Ping's eyes widened. What do you mean, senior? The fat white boy came close to heave a smile. There's no point. Mo Cho boss arranged it. I also listened to drink. She's waiting for you. All of a sudden, Zhang Ping's people were numb. Sister Moxie is the head of the student council? He was a bit of an afterthought at this moment. The fat white boy said, yes. You don't know? I heard Minister he say that you saved Boss Missouri Chow's life. All of us in the student union are grateful to you. How could we possibly arrest you? We are all family. Said, regardless of what Zhang Ping reaction. Muttered, brother you just first year. Turn around, I arranged for you to sign up for our student union. As an ordinary member. 2 months after you run for an officer. I guarantee you second year as a minister. How? Zhang Ping cried and laughed as he realized that Mo Cho was the boss of the student union. No wonder he thought there was something strange about the order coming. However, it seemed to be normal. Mo Cho could be the captain over He-chan and the others. And everyone was happy to listen to her. As if being a student president wasn't so strange. The phone rang in a certain office in 13 cities that looked like it had a lot of air about it. An old man picks up the phone. Hello, what did you say? Getting your ass kicked one day? The one across the street is called Zhang Ping? What? With a swollen face in confinement? When he received an affirmative answer, his face turned blue and he picked up the other phone and called Dean Zhang, who was drinking tea with the old principal. Old Zhang, what do you want? Chapter 111, Extra for the King of Big Brother's Gifts. For what? Dean Young was silent even as he spoke into the phone. Don't want to do anything. Kids playing around. You're taking it a little seriously. Old man Zhao was furious. He had just received his grandson's purple and blue face from the beating. Playful? Can playfulness lead to a fight like that? Lao Zhang suddenly and quietly said. Old Zhao, if it wasn't for the playfulness, do you think your grandson would still be able to stand and walk? You know, that Zhang Ping brat is not a light. In the battle against the barbarian Bone Clan, you should have seen it as well. Is your grandson really qualified to be his opponent? Old Zhao sniffed, his hands trembling. Gas. Why don't I have grandchildren like that? Why won't my grandchildren break the barrier and work on a big bone broth that will benefit the entire human race? In a flash, Old Zhao thought of something and turned pale. Lao Shang, is it a fight or? Dean Zhang laughed madly in his heart. Nima, how powerful you clamored during the meeting, and how weak you are now. Coughing, he glanced at Mo Jingqi who was watching the fun. Oh said, are said to be playful, if there is no accident. Surely on this one. And even if this one I will let Zhang Ping do a review. In a few days it happens to be issued a big bone soup test products a little zero version. I let him in front of the face of the whole school teachers and students to do a review. Old Zhao was relieved. It's not just a matter of hitting it all the time. One's own grandson. One's own pain. Although not as good as Zhang Ping, that is also a rare genius. After graduating from the senior year as long as it is almost ready to become the king realm, becoming the backbone of the human front. If he was crippled by Zhang Ping, it would be over. Suddenly, the ghostly old Zhao said something that no one expected. I remember Lao Gu's grandson is also in your school. Why do you take my grandson? This question really asked Dean Young. Dean Zhang eyed the old principal. The old principal looked embarrassed and said unnaturally, the grandchildren of the valley staff are also in Vermilion? Apparently, he didn't know that. Otherwise, one would really want Kong Pyong to go and beat the hell out of him. Dean Zhang cried and laughed. Hopefully, Mo doesn't know. The phone hung up. The two looked at each other for a long time, both a little embarrassed. In the student union office, Mo Cho was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at Zhang Ping as he covered his mouth and smiled. It was a good laugh. You really know how to cause trouble. You dare to beat up a third grader. Zhang Ping hemmed and hawed. Can't help it. It's not nice to see him. Mo Cho gave a blank look. Don't explain. I know what's going on. What do you think I'm doing here? It wasn't Dean Zhang who asked me to fish you out. We can't really confine the meritocracy, can we? However, Dean Zhang said to let you do a review. This matter you have to say in front of the whole school teachers and students. This matter is too bad. Zhang Ping froze. Is this a review for yourself? He always felt something was wrong. What will I say when I get there? School marm? It's tricky. Moxie smiled and said, say what you need to say. Honestly, when he finished, he just looked at him with a smile on his face. In an instant, Zhang Ping realized, Zhang Dean this is afraid not to let himself do a review so simple Rather than review it is better to say that he pushed him in front of the whole school teachers and students. Nodding, okay, I know, I'll be sure to write a good review. Suddenly, something came to mind. Right, senior sister, you heard about the big bone soup. I got it out. I just got some good stuff from Mr. Ling Yun. I'll give you a taste first. The bones alone are the bones of the King Realm Barbarian Bone Clan. There are also ingredients. Your body and bones are not as good as they used to be, so taste and see if there's any effect. A warm current slipped through Mo Chao's heart. From the time she returned to Vermilion Bird, everyone seemed to be deliberately avoiding the matter of her abolition, and honor her as usual, the same as before. However, they don't understand that the more they do this, the heavier the burden in Mo Chao's heart. Only this elementary school brother in front of her, who was outspoken enough to tell herself this, and who had made a big bone soup, was the first one to think of giving it to her. Thinking about it, one would know that the bones and materials of the King Realm were definitely not that easy to obtain. The corners of my eyes were a little moist. Smiling, he nodded. Good, but I'll just take a sip and taste it. These things aren't much use to me should they be. It wasn't that she was speaking demoralizingly, but it was true. These days, the academy had also gotten her quite a few good medicines, as well as some demon pills as well as essence blood, but none of them were able to make her recover. To this day, it's a wheelchair walk. As a former captain of the fire, as a big sister who could convince all the big fourth years, this was definitely torture now. Zhang Ping numbly pushed Mo Cho to run. Sister, come on, go to my place. By the way you know how to get out, right? Mo Cho covered her mouth. I know, let my fire crow lead the way. Immediately after that, an extremely interesting scene appeared in the sky, only to see a teenager with his feet on two fire-breathing wheels pushing a wheelchair and a woman furiously in the air, with an undead fire crow leading the way in front of him. This scene, absolutely. Everyone froze and stared at the sky. Days. After the two left, Huchuan walked out from the back in frustration. When will Mo Xiaoai be back to her old self? In Zhang Ping's dormitory, Mo Cho covered her mouth in shock as she looked at how the dormitory had almost become a restaurant. Zhang Ping heatedly waved his hand. Sister, don't be shocked This stuff is all left over from teaching them to make soup before. You'll wait If it's not fun I have gadgets there for you to play with first. Pointing to the box behind him, he placed it next to Moxie's. To be able to hand over a weapon to another person with confidence, It was evident that Emocho had gained Jiang Ping's trust. As the saying goes, there are 3 great irons in the fire of life. Having carried guns together definitely counts. Subsequently, Jiang Ping's house was once again filled with thick smoke and fire, water vapor, scent, herbs and everything. However, Emocho looked at Jiang Ping curiously. Bottle, how did you get so many pots? I've told you to just take a sip. She came only because she didn't want to break Jiang Ping's heart, knowing in her heart of hearts that this thing shouldn't be of much use to her. Jiang Ping looked up. The corners of his mouth and forehead in black pot ash. Wiped a hand. The result is getting heavier and heavier. Seriously, he said. This pot is for you. That pot is for Lan Lan. This pot is for Su Tianjiao. That pot is for Xiao Huang. And Uncle Me from the South City was nice to me, so I got a pot for his son, Me Lele, too. It's a filial tribute to the old principal. And Uncle Mo, my Aunt Xiang Xiang. Oops, damn busy. There are still so many classmates. The ones in the King realm can't be 1 pot per person. I have to arrange for the ones in the Xin realm, right? I can't let my group of brothers and friends lag behind others. Sister, you don't know. The ones I boil with my own hands are different from others. Emocho covered her mouth as she listened to Jiang Ping recite one by one, her eyes revealing crystals. For the first time, she realized that this child was different from others. Chapter 112, Greatness. Shock. Looking at Jiang Ping's serious look, he named them one by one. That one person's name seems to have long been familiar with the look. Emocho slightly heartbroken. A kind of sister's love for the younger brother. Crystalline tears flashed as Emocho asked a question with a complex expression. Bottle, do you feel a little too burdened? Jiang Ping froze. Only then did she realize what Emocho was talking about. And a signature smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You don't know senior sister. These are not my burdens, but my motivation. When I was a child I saw that people could cultivate. I was envious to death in my heart. Do you know how I felt when I entered the school for cultivators as a pup who couldn't cultivate? Everyone is getting better every day. I originally thought they would isolate me, but none of my classmates, big or small, did so. Instead, one by one, they deliberately didn't finish the essence blood when it was handed out under the school, leaving me that extra sip. At that time I could not help hungry, really hungry If people are hungry when they cannot care about anything else, but I swore in my heart, Jiang Ping if I have to stand up that day. I South City of the dog I let him become the king of dogs. Speaking of this, Jiang Ping smiled and said, don't laugh, senior sister. Really, that's what I thought at the time. So, these people were never my burden, but my motivation then. However, now there are some more, such as you, senior sister. Don't worry about the existing cultivation system we're ruined, but trust me, I'm sure I can find a new path. At this moment, there was light in Jiang Ping's eyes. That is, a newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger's impulse, but also a dare to make the sun and moon a new face of the vigor. Who would have thought that a teenager would have such great ideas in his mind? With that, greatness isn't an overstatement. It's greatness if it actually blazes a new trail. But, more than that, she was still moved. Emocho pushed the wheelchair and came to Jiang Ping's side, silently touching his head. Plush and fuzzy. Good. School sister trusts you. From the moment you brought everyone out of the secret realm, school sister has always believed in you. Finished with a bright smile and just a hint of pale sickness on her face. When will this pot of bone broth be ready? Schoolmarm is a little impatient. Jiang Ping was tickled. A bright smile appeared on his face, and he said with a bit of excitement, don't be in a hurry. My mom said a saying that a good meal is not afraid of being late. This stuff has to be boiled hard. After that, both of them laughed. Just like that, there was a conversation. Emocho learned how difficult it had been for Jiang Ping since he was a child. He also finally realized what Jiang Ping meant when he said that it was not a burden but a motivation. But in his heart, he admired Jiang Ping even more. Who would have thought that before this was a loser who couldn't train? Finally, the sizzling aroma appeared, mouth-watering. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. The fire is just right. Hurriedly, he served a bowl and handed it to Emocho. Sister, taste the saltiness. I'll adjust it if the texture doesn't work. Emocho cried and laughed. What can enhance strength? Not to mention broth. Even if it stinks, will make people rush for it. Where is Jiang Ping so picky? Originally there was nothing in her mind. She was just making Jiang Ping more confident. As a result, the moment the soup hit her throat, she looked shocked. A strong shock was revealed in his eyes. Just now, she felt as if the soup contained an energy that was different from qi, and not one of those forces that she had come into contact with during the course of her day. The energy seemed like a swimming dragon, or a small worm, rushing along the bones to the limbs. She could clearly feel her body, which had long been destroyed by the burning of the vermilion bird's true method, just as if it was soaking in a hot spring. Comfortable. Still comfortable. I can't wait to drink the rest of the soup again. And this time the feeling is even stronger. Even more, she could feel the bones strengthening. The bones that had no sensation seemed to suddenly have sensation at this moment. This was different from the strengthening of chi for the body. As if it was more essential. A strengthening that directly hit the depths of the body. Jiang Ping looked at Mo-cho and became excited. Isn't that a feeling, schoolmarm? Mo-cho had a strong surprise in her eyes. Although, the bone broth wasn't enough to make her stand up. She could feel a sense of hope. No one knows how upset she was with herself when she was wasted. It's just that there are too many people who care about her. And she doesn't want to disappoint these caring people. And has been forcing a smile on her face all the time. But the bitterness inside is known only to her. But just at this moment, she really felt hope. Instantly, the tears couldn't be strained. When Jiang Ping saw Mo-cho crying, he hurriedly said, "Sister, don't cry first. Dry this pot before you say anything." Stiffly, Mo stopped her tears. Already a pot of soup down, drinking a rolled melon belly round. Moxie was feeling strange now. Obviously the muscles had no strength, but it was as if the bones were intact and stronger than ever. She felt like she could stand up. But, surprisingly, he just stood up by the strength of his bones. This completely defies science and the existing body of knowledge on cultivation. Shocked, he looked at Jiang Ping. Speaking his mind, Kang Pyong was also a bit frazzled. He had purposely used a king-level leg bone to make this pot of soup for Mo-cho, but he didn't expect that it would actually have such a function. However, he is not a person who is entangled. What the heck, there is an effect on the line. Senior sister, you are the credit. In the future let the academy provide materials to drink every day. Sooner or later you can stand up. Right, eat the marrow too. And all those toppings, crunch them up and chew them. We can't waste them. In the end, Jiang Ping knocked the bones and sucked the marrow from all the ingredients, even the leftover bones, and all those bone dregs were neutralized by the herbs into a kind of gelatinous stuff. True, no bone crumbs left. Jiang Ping could be said to have done what he vowed, and Moxie's face looked better to the naked eye. This discovery made many people rejoice. Even the old principal made it a point to taste a pot, but in the end he just sighed. If I had stumbled upon this earlier, I would have been in better shape. Now it's better than nothing. Breath is very big. And, on the side, Jiang Ping certainly couldn't forget the old principal after serving Mo-cho. So it was served to the old principal also, and the result was more or less speechless to hear such a Versailles speech. So I keep trying? The old principal laughed loudly. Good. Keep up the good work. Grandpa is waiting for the day you make me cultivate again too. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Jiang Ping didn't know about it inside the Vermilion Bird Academy, but outside it had long gone crazy. Outside, all sorts of gossip went wild, especially those of the family, and some of the rich ones. These people are the best informed. When they learned of a new type of strength-boosting thing, everyone couldn't wait to experience it. Chapter 113, Going to Negotiations. There are also rumors that all you need to do is eat. You don't need to suffer at all. And this insanity is compounded by the fact that it's as if a Dieter learns that losing weight doesn't require you to keep your mouth shut and your legs open is the same thing. But, no matter how much they passed it around, they didn't get the stuff. The one who has mastered this technology now is the Jubilee Academy. President Zhang of Vermilion Bird Academy had long ago sent a group of people to study with Jiang Ping and was now training soup cooks. And it's getting bigger and bigger. The Vermilion Bird Academy also spoke with a harder waist as a result. But, there was a problem. And that was that the Vermilion Bird Academy did not have many bones of the barbarian bone race in existence. Jiang Ping had gotten rid of a batch, and consumed a batch during the test, and it was not a specialized collection of bones, so naturally, there were not many left. So Dean Young came up with a solution. That would be to switch with the rest of the academies and even the powers. Trade in the finished product. This can make a lot of people happy. They all want this bone broth, now delivered to the door where there is no reason not to. Jubilee Academy acquired a large batch of bones, but the most important question still arises. An internal meeting. Old Zhao, Dean Zhang and others were there. Old Zhao said seriously, Old Zhang, the bones of the barbarian bone race are ultimately limited. We can't afford to cut back on our consumption. And our goal is that everyone in the 13 cities will be able to drink bone soup. So what's your opinion? Dean Zhang lowered his head, fiddled with a fountain pen in his hand, and said in a bland voice, the big deal is to go to war. What else can we do? Everyone was silent. In the past, they were able to coexist peacefully with the barbarian bone race, and that was because at the very least, there was not much difference in strength at a certain level. For example, although the Vermilion Bird Academy had the underpinnings, there was no need to tear themselves apart from the barbarian bone clan without huge benefits. That kind of king realm sparring was too painful. In a nutshell, it can be fought, and it can be fought, It just doesn't have to be fought. But not anymore. The bones of the barbarian bone clan could actually have a gaining effect on humans, especially children. After testing the bone strength of uncultivated children just by drinking the spirit realm's barbarian bone clan's bone broth once, it could be strengthened by 1.5 times. What if this goes on for a long time? God knows how strong the next generation will be. With this huge benefit, it seems like the fight isn't so unacceptable. For a moment, a surprising number of people nodded their heads. Lao Zhao watched everyone's intentions, but he was still conservative. Thinking about it, I had the think tank guys come up with a proposal, and they suggested that we could start without fighting later. For a moment, everyone looked at old Zhao. Are you kidding me? People can send you bones without hitting them. Yeah, the barbarian bone race isn't a cutie pie. How could they possibly do such a thing? To put it bluntly, that's their corpse. Can they just sit back and let us directly hunt the barbarian bone clan? Good lord, it's all about the hunt. That's a lot of killing in this group, which knows that Lao Zhao waved his hand. Not that, I mean change. Now that made a lot of people laugh even more. Dean Zhang was among them, smilingly said. Old Zhao is sitting back for a long time. Hold it. You say change people with you change? Let you change your son's body to others. You can do it. Old Zhao glared fiercely at Dean Zhang. Just thinking of the fact that his grandson was still in someone else's hands, he grunted. He'll have to change even if he doesn't. I propose that we gather the King Realm battle teams of the 5 academies, as well as the special battle teams of several realms, led by you, old Zhang, and go negotiate with them. Negotiation? Dean Zhang's heart was in awe. Is this a negotiation? I didn't expect wilting people out of leopards. Lao Zhao really impressed him. Can't help but think of the old days when, well, it was a mean one too. What do you mean? Old Zhao grunted. If the barbarian bone race agrees, we'll switch. The conditions are not too much for them to mention, but if they don't agree, we'll directly fight. You take this group and go first. Turn around and I'll be right there with support. The big deal is to start a war. In an instant, the people in the conference room all reminisced about the past. Finally all of them stood up. Yes, big deal. Beat the hell out of them. A mere barbarian bone race is not enough to make us human race afraid. Since the bones in their bodies are useful to us, it's a gift from the heavens, and it's our fault for not getting it. Lao Zhang covered his face. God feeds. But for Lao Zhao, they still admired this ability to talk nonsense with their eyes open. You just can't do that yourself, so you have to go teach students. Well, you've all agreed to do it then. When do we leave? Old Zhao and the others looked at each other. Now. This is the time to start gathering people and go straight to the old home of the barbarian bone clan. Catch him by surprise. On this day, Dean Zhang was dressed in a fiery red vermilion bird battle robe with his hands behind his back, standing tall in the sky above the strongest city of the barbarian bone race. On this day, countless human powerhouses, the lowest of which were King Realm powerhouses, stood cross-legged behind Dean Zhang. It made the entire barbarian bone clan shake. Everyone thinks a war is about to break out. But, next, I don't know what the bigwigs of the barbarian bone race were talking to the human race about. Finally the humans are gone. Dean Zhang just said indifferently, we just have one request. Sell us the bones of your natural deaths. If you sell them, let's talk about the quantity. Saying that, the flags are hunting and the field is fully open. The bigwigs of the barbarian bone clan's teeth were gnashing as they watched Dean Zhang, who was bullying others. At war with humans, they don't stand a good chance of winning. Eventually one man stepped forward and said through clenched teeth, so what if we don't sell? Dean Zhang snorted. His fiery red battle robe rippled a little, and flames rose into the air. The entire sky over the city was infested with red. Standing with his hands folded, his voice was calm. No sale. War now. Aha! The bigwigs of the savage bone race were going crazy. Are the Nema humans crazy? It was supposed to be a good dynamic. Opposing sides, fighting within the rules. What's with the sudden change? Teeth were chattering, really wanting to go to war. But this time the humans were supposed to be playing for real. In terms of their ability to mobilize for war, their kind of tribal clans were not as powerful as humans. In the end, they could only lose. Otherwise they wouldn't all be competing within the rules. But today, mankind is mad. It's just a useless corpse. So sell it. Sooner or later, we'll get it back when we change back our resources and strengthen our clan. Through gritted teeth, he said, give as much as you want. With one sentence, Dean Zhang smiled like a spring breeze. The aura was much milder. How many do you want? But although the big man of the savage bone clan didn't know what use bones were to humans, he knew it was useful by looking at the human's gesture. Viciously, he said, these are the corpses of my friends and family members. We won't sell them for less. Big deal then. We'll go to war. Chapter 114, Breaking the Laws of Heaven. If it weren't for someone, Dean Young could cry with laughter. Doesn't that still mean sell? Well, since we can talk, it's for the best. They don't want to go to war either. Isn't it good to have this time to develop? How it was talked about. No one knows. Only that the human race finally went. Jiang Ping did not know that at the top level because of his recipe almost broke out a big war that affected the whole human race. He these days in addition to making soup, is to pack the courier. People are going numb with exhaustion. You also have to take the time to write a check in your spare time. But it turned out to be good. And packed up some important people's bone broths and sent them out on a college-only courier. This type of delivery is also considered a private one. In the beginning, it was just a group of people with flying mounts helping people piggyback on small things, and it slowly came to the point where it's today's kind of establishment and scale. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Vermilion Bird Academy to hold a general meeting. Originally, the Vermilion Bird Academy seldom had this kind of opportunity to hold a general meeting. On weekdays people were busy. He was busy earning contributions, busy opening up the land, killing demonic beasts, or going to the rift to fight for resources. It's a busy time. But it all came back this time. There were at least tens of thousands of people gathered here at Vermilion Bird Academy's cracked campus. Faculty and staff, as well as past students. The main reason for adding the word calendar year is because of the mechanism of graduating from Jubilee College. At the most, only 1,000 people are enrolled each year. And at lesser times, even only 300 or 500. But you can't afford to graduate less. Vermilion Bird Academy truly wanted to get a graduation certificate needed the strength of the King Realm. So, actually, a lot of people mostly didn't graduate. However, although these former students did not graduate, naturally, they were also counted as a member of the Vermilion Bird Academy. In the Vermilion Bird Academy is a cow and horse, and go out are also resounding characters. Not to mention that by relying on the Vermilion Bird Academy one could also access some of the Vermilion Bird Academy's exclusive resource points. And everyone was happy not to graduate. After all, it's no different than graduation except for that piece of paper. Because, really, there are only 4 years of someone dedicated to teaching. For the rest, they were free to develop, joining various hunting teams or teams affiliated with the Vermilion Bird Academy or whatever, doing whatever anyway, but no matter who it was. This time, as long as it was a student who still bore the name of Vermilion Bird Academy, they all came back at this moment. No other way. Everyone's heard about it. There's soup. It enhances strength and still doesn't conflict with the previous. Good man. Can't come. The less successful the breakthroughs are, the more aggressive the graduating students come. Well, the theme of this conference is hair soup. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the wide square that was extremely spectacular. Everyone was whispering, "Hey, you're here, too? Well, here it comes. This kind of good thing to miss the next time I do not know when. Outside are now rumors crazy," said this bone soup thief great. "Hey, you're here too. Lou, I heard that the bone soup this time was researched by a schoolmate. Is that true? Really? Thieves are awesome. Not only that, but now there are already people in the academy privately hunting the barbarian Bone Clan in secret. Asterisk. Really? It's easy to draw war if you do this too much. He. What the heck? Can't break through the King Realm, this life can't be graduated. With this compared to invoke the war, so what? The big deal is to do it with them." A loud discussion went on and on. A lot of people are talking to people they know well. But just at that moment, someone coughed on the high platform in the center of the square. That cough alone silenced everyone. One of the 4 professors, Ling Yun, ahem. "Hello classmates, a goodbye some of you have not seen for years. Jubilee College as." A long speech, but the students were not the least bit impatient. All staring, afraid I've missed something. Finally, after talking for half an hour, Dean Zhang, who was sitting on the side, got a little impatient and coughed. "Ling Yun, it's almost time." Only then did Ling Yun get down to business. 2 agendas for this conference. One you all know, that's the hair soup. You've all heard about what this stuff does, so I won't say much. The students got excited. Keep your ears open for the second thing. When he said this, Ling Yun said painfully, "Another thing is that during the time you guys were away, something heartbreaking happened in the academy. There was a great deal of clamor, and people stared in disbelief." "What? Someone is looking for trouble with Jubilee? I'm so angry I could draw a knife." Which knew that Ling Yun's words turned around. A freshly enrolled first-year student actually beat a third-year senior into a pig's head in public. This matter is simply outrageous. In our Vermilion Bird Academy, a family that honors the old and loves the young, it is absolutely unforgivable for such a thing to happen. So, this first-year student must review. It has to be a deep review. Jiang Ping, Zhao Dian, you two come forward. Jiang Ping took the draft paper, raised his hand, and trotted up, full of seriousness. This scene could make a lot of people freeze, especially in first grade. Lu Baichuan was the first to exclaim, "Isn't this brother bottle? Why did you go up to make a review? God! The bottle brother left us is doing what thing bold fat third grade dare to beat?" The words were spoken by Cheneria. Su Tianjiu also stared blankly at Jiang Ping. Kong Pyong, beat up a third grader? Li Zimu's mouth is even more open. So many days without meeting, they are curious about what Jiang Ping did. It's not good to even think about wasting your education like that. Li Zimu hated to cultivate 24 hours a day in order to surpass Jiang Ping. Humph. What's the use of having talent and not using it well? There's a fire in his heart. Only the East Lanxiong nose slightly wrinkled. Who is this person? The third grade did not hit the bottle. But also Su the teacher is also too shameless. In a flash everyone reacted. That's the point. How can a bottle beat a third year? But while they were making a noise, Chang Yizhou chided. All shut up and listen. It took the first year to finally shut up, but his eyes revealed a strong taste of gossip. Compared to the first year, the third year's second years are also being discussed. Zhao Tianyi, the cold-faced god of war? The existence of the big brother in the third grade. He was beaten to a pig's head? In the first grade? Everyone had a strong shock on their faces, and Zhao Tianyi was hiding at the very back of the group at this time, itching to find a crack in the ground. Oh, my god, what a grudge. So screw me. It was still circulating on a small scale, but now it's got to be widely publicized. It probably wouldn't be more than half a day before the entire academy school would know that the Zhao family's Zhao Tianyi had been beaten up by a first-year freshman. Wrapped in gauze, his eyes were full of godlessness looking at the sky, muttering, "Oh grandpa, are you breaking the laws of heaven? They're messing with me like this. Once upon a time how warm Jubilee was, now he wanted to die." Social death. Chapter 115, he has to say thank you to us. How is Jubilee College? Of course it's good. Teachers are good. They don't hide anything. Classmates are good. If you dare to touch my classmates I'll kill you kind of thing. Available at is not good either. When there is no danger, it is often these once good people who are the most dangerous, because he plays you to death too. Seeing that Jiang Ping was the only one on stage, Ling Yun's voice amplified. Classmate Zhao Tianyi, don't be afraid. The teacher is here for you. Stand up boldly and let Jiang Ping apologize to you face to face. But the more he screamed, the more Zhao Tianyi wanted to run backwards. At one point he even wondered if it would be okay if I didn't drink this soup. Ling Yun shouted twice more. Finally, Jiang Ping was scolded with hatred. Look at you. You're a troublemaker. You've scared the senior. This is completely against the school rules and discipline of my Vermilion Bird Academy. If you don't review deeply, I won't spare you. Jiang Ping hurriedly raised his hand. Teacher, I realize my mistake. The manuscript paper I have written 8. Joe one day is going to run. Mama, 8 manuscript papers? I am ashamed of myself. As a result, a sharp-eyed student shouted. Hey, isn't this a day? One day, the teacher is calling you. Get up there, Zhao Tianyi said in a jarring voice. I'm not, don't make this up. Deny the trifecta. And that's when people realized. Holy, it's really Zhao Tianyi. Why is this head like a pig's head? First grade hit? Ugh. One day, if you let someone else beat you up I'd say anything to give you an outlet. But I'm a little embarrassed to avenge your death when a first-year student beats you up. Joe one day is crazy. Exasperated. He shouted. Don't talk nonsense, Valley Fringe. And you, Valley Big Dog. Shut up. Nice one, sis. In the end, Zhao Tianyi still didn't escape and was sent up to the high platform surrounded by people. Everyone who saw Zhao Tianyi's pig-headed face couldn't help but clench their right hand into a fist and say comfortingly, "Be strong." Zhao Tianyi covered his face. He really suspected that people were messing with him. It was hard to get to the stage. Jiang Ping first bowed to Dean Zhang, then to his classmates, and finally bowed deeply to Zhao Tianyi who had arrived late. Senior Zhao Tianyi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mocked you for being the cold-faced war god of North Korea. I was wrong. I shouldn't have indiscriminately hit you. I, full of grief, read the script aloud in a voice. The people below are looking happy. One stifled a laugh. Even Dean Zhang was a bit unable to hold back, thinking that this wasn't a bit of a big blow to Zhao Tianyi. But when I think back, old Zhao almost let his grandson suffer, but also talk about what to give up their lives and righteousness. Suddenly all these emotions are gone. Well, I'm also doing this to work on the child's mental toughness. It's better to be laughed at by one's own people than by outsiders. Finally, half an hour had passed after Jiang Ping finished reading the 8 pages of the manuscript. Zhao one day from the initial panic, lose face, and then no longer struggle, and then after the face as usual, you love to say what to say. He also investigated clearly about Jiang Ping's details. Damn, this is a pervert. Just a first year. Came back alive from the battlefield of life and death with a fourth year. I hear there's a nickname for that. Invincible under the king realm. It also swings for the fences. Love it. People from the beginning of the stifled laughter, but also slowly calmed down. After word of mouth finally know who this kid in front of him. So this schoolmate is the one who researched the big bone soup. No wonder even the dean helped out. So it's a big deal. So it didn't seem like it would be impossible to condescend to Joe one day. But more still lamented. Just the first grade is so cow. Let them a little face But when Ling Yun announced that the big bone soup was open, everyone threw away that little bit of facelessness. Fragrant. Really fragrant. Only, there are some people who have noticed something. Raising his hand to the teacher of his class, he asked suspiciously, "Teacher, shouldn't one person have a bowl? What's wrong with them? They're almost hugging the basin and drinking it." "Mama, there's a refill?" "Yes, teacher, I want a refill too." That teacher glanced at the person they were talking about. Without good humor, he said, "Just shut up. Why do you have such a big face? Well, just drink your bowl of this. People you guys can't buy. Can't compete?" Unconvinced, "What teacher? You look down on us They look are just enrolled. How we cannot compare. I have shed blood for the academy. I have contributed to the learning academy It really is anything for a bowl of soup." When the teacher heard it, he opened his bloody mouth and spit straight. "You have contributed to the college. And I have also contributed. I'm not just a bowl? Damn chicken. Those are with Jiangping a city out from childhood to what are tight to Jiangping to come. You that what then? Those are Jiangping's little brother. And what is with Jiangping and fought side by side? You take what then? Also then you a big head. I think you guys look like what? Compare." No one spoke for an instant after the mouthful of fragrance. People fell silent, silently drinking the soup and feeling the changes in their bodies. It's true that you can't compare. After Jiangping did his review, he first came next to Zhao Tianyi and flung over a pot full of big bone soup. Milky and white. "Don't say I'm a bully Really your grandfather is not the right person. This is to clean you up. Here, this is considered compensation. In the future, as long as your grandfather does not target our South City, I promise not to beat you." Zhao Tianyi looked at the pot of soup in front of him that was already several times that of others, and for a moment his heart was actually a little moved. "Yeah, I blame my own grandfather. Otherwise where would this have happened?" Surprisingly, the ghost said, "Thanks." But when he finished, he regretted it. "I can't wait to smack myself twice." Jiangping did not expect Zhao Tianhai to have such a large measure. Instantly, he laughed too. "Well, that's kind of the end of that." The old man a mouthful of spit and a mouthful of nails. "Do not bring backtracking After saying that, he didn't care what Zhao Tianyi's response was, and ran to the side of Dongfang Lan in an agile manner, rubbing his hands together. He smiled. Lan, what's good? Is it good? I organized it. Am I good? It's no fun to show off with others. Showing off with Lan and the others is called showing off." Dongfang Lan raised her veiled hand and nodded Jiangping's forehead. "You're bullish. You're too bullish. The soup really did them a lot of good. It's just that it's always a little embarrassing to watch the other seniors and whatnot drinking from a bowl as they hold the basin. Whispering, bottle. That's not a good influence, is it? Others are also a little embarrassed. After all, just first grade, but also face." Jiangping rolled his eyes. "What do you have to do with me You this can be different from theirs, which I personally boiled. The effect is much stronger than theirs. The cost of materials are out of my own. They gas a fart. Big Brother's power generation I have 4 chapters. How good It is time to move hands. Good reviews. Gifts to kill me. Chapter 116, still covered. Dongfang Lan's cheeks burned a little. Yes. What is the relationship between himself and the bottle Sniffing, but also relieved. A bunch of shas. The entire vermilion bird finished their soup, then looked at Dongfang Lan and the others. Envious to death. Almost drooled. While Dongfang Lan and the others drank one bowl and then another until they were propped up. Dongfang Lan also want to drink. Jiangping rushed to stop. Lan, we are not in a hurry. Do not support the bad. Back when you want to drink I will get you. Only then did Dongfang Lan put down the spoon fondly, and then lay on the ground with a satisfied face. Not wanting to move. Not wanting to move at all. Everyone looking at Dongfang Lan and the others had already cried with envy, and this made the entire Vermilion Bird Academy know that Jiangping still had his little friend. Basically know them. Many people had even pondered that this little girl could not be messed with in the future, or else it would be a problem to drink soup in the future. Jiangping also practiced his promise from this aspect. Dongfang Lan I cover. Even when it came to Jubilee, he still covered it. But no one dares to come to the Oriental Orchid here to ask. But Zhao one day that can be overcrowded. There have long been smart people, The Valley family siblings to see Zhangping actually gave Zhao one day of a pot of soup. Cannot wait to take its place. They'd be happy to take a beating themselves for a pot of soup. Licking his face to go over. One day, you see your face is still not well. Drinking soup is harmful to the recovery of injuries. Come on, let's help you eliminate some. Zhao Tianyi's eyes were rolling out of the sky. Who was it that just pushed me out there? Now you want soup. You beg me. Who knew that Gaho instantly kicked his brother? Big dog. Beg him. With a fluttering sound, the big dog unexpectedly knelt on the ground, crying out with a face full of remorse. Righteous father, please. All at once. Dumbfounded. Zhao Tian is numb. So open-minded? He could only tearfully share a bowl between the two of them, and then watch the crowd grow larger and larger. Crunching a drink. It was a pain in the ass. Drink up before clapping his hands. All disperse. No more. A group of people are remorseful, letting the Valley big dog steal the show. A day. What are you drinking so fast for? It's not digestible. That's right. We're just looking. Look at you being petty. One by one. They skimmed their mouths and hated to point out Zhao Tianyi, and Zhao Tianyi coldly grunted in his heart. For these people who were both afraid of their brother's suffering and afraid of their brother. Of course he knows what's wrong. Faintly, he pointed. There's quite a few more toppings here, so whoever wants to be snappy can split it. After saying that, he dodged and ran. Then a wolf howled from behind. It's all Second-class college. New Haven College. The testing ground. One by one. The students. The teachers were shocked as they looked at Xiao Huang in front of them. Half-step Xian realm? Oh my god. Is he crazy? How can he be? Even the teacher couldn't help but step forward and look at Little Yellow. Little Yellow, why did you suddenly make a breakthrough? Half a step to the Xian realm. Freshman? That's just not bad at the Big Five. Did you pick up a treasure? A pearl in the rough. A pearl in the rough. The eyes warmed up. Little Yellow looked at the shocked looks of the surrounding classmates, as well as the goddess who had always been indifferent to herself was covering her small mouth in surprise, and the corners of her mouth revealed the slightest hint of a smile, which was very pretentious. Well, nothing. My brother sent me some resources and then with a little bit of hard work on my part, it suddenly clicked last night. The teacher's eyes got warmer. Resources? Suddenly breathing heavily. Could it be that rumored bone broth? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. A flurry of discussion. Yellow nodded her head slightly reservedly. Nah. The whole group was shocked by the outcry. As a second-class college, the resources naturally have to rely on the back sum. Now the big bone soup in the Big Five has not been divided it. They'll have to wait for it. Of course, you will certainly get it in the end, but the sequence is bound to be lower. But now, a student actually got it. The teacher suppressed the excitement in his heart, smiled at Xiao Huang, and patted his shoulder. Good. Come to the teacher's dormitory for dinner tonight. The teacher has something to ask you. Now, people were dumbfounded. At the end of a class, a group of people surrounded Xiao Huang, not only his classmates, but even the goddess who had been begging for his life curled up and came over. Student Huang, I think I was wrong about you before. Now we can try to get to know each other. But at that moment, Xiao Huang snorted. Walk away with your head held high. From the beginning of the school year until now, he finally woke up, especially after he told Brother Bottle about it, and Brother Bottle yelled at him for licking his dog. One thought on be a licking dog again, and you won't have any share of the bones in the future. In an instant, he was enlightened. What woman, goddess, is ultimately a red herring? It's nowhere near as powerful. And he saw the woman for what she was. This scene, which took place in many places, but all of them had a common place of origin, which was South City. In the South City, Uncle Mi sighed as he watched his son, Mi Lele, sucking on the bone soup. Bottles, what a good boy. For a while, even Zhangping's parents could hold their heads up as they walked outside, when it's really a raised eyebrow. Time passed quickly in the academy, and instead of following everyone, Zhangping had his own plans. After being busy for so long, he also needed to polish his realm. Every day, bone broth is served and demon beast meat is served. By the way, take the little ones for a piece of soup. Not only was his own progress extraordinary, but even the growth and strength of his buddies was terrifying. Resource Dongfanlan was the first to step through the threshold of the Xian realm and came to the Xian realm. This was the Xian realm. Even a student of the Vermilion Bird Academy would need to be at least a second year to get there. Of course, except for geniuses like Zhang Ping. Right behind them were a few people who had followed Zhang Ping out from the South City, such as Chen Area. Surprisingly, he had overtaken the second Xian realm against all odds. This made people like Su Tianjiu and Lu Baichuan cry with envy, but they also know how it is. Although they have a good relationship with Zhang Ping, but compared to the likes of Dongfang Lan Chen Area, it is still a matter of difference. Moreover, Jiang Ping wasn't just taking care of the 13 people in the South City, he would still make bone soup for them. So naturally, he couldn't talk about any discomfort. After all, what else do you want when people give it to you? But the breakthrough of Dongfan Lan and the others also stirred up their unconquerable mentality. He was a genius, but he was a member of the Fire Seed Squad. How could he be left behind by ordinary students? One by one, the Xin realm seemed to have exploded like a blowout. Sha Kai, Su Tianjiao, Lu Baichuan, Plumwood, all forced to roll up, one after another. They broke through the Xian realm. This can make Chang Yizhou smile. Mother asterisk 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 her. This year's excellent teacher is stable. Chapter 117. This was Chang Yizhou's innermost thoughts. Teachers also roll want good resources, you have to bring out good students but who could be as good as him? Taking a first year and actually getting a bunch of Xian realms. As long as there was no blackmail, he was definitely solid. Grrrrrr. Chang Yizhou was dreaming and laughing. Jiang Ping's results were also pleasing, as his sharp claws finally saw another breakthrough due to the uninterrupted eating and drinking. Only, what shocked him was that this time, there was actually another sharp claw. Now, he could summon 3 sharp claws behind him at any time. Jiang Ping sometimes wondered to himself, what's wrong with me? How did I get so many hands? But no one answered him. There were very few who could cultivate a basic skill like sharp claws to the level of the law, and even fewer who continued their education like Jiang Ping. He became a pioneer. Jiang Ping was a bit puzzled as to what exactly the difference should be after the law. So found Chang Yizhou. Chang Yizhou pointed at the 3 blood-colored sharp claws that emerged behind Jiang Ping and smacked his lips. Bottle, why is your skill so evil? Jiang Ping spread his hands. Teacher, I don't know, but it was just such a sudden realization. A poke like that, and the window paper broke. You have that feeling, don't you? Chang Yizhou looked at Jiang Ping skeptically. He always felt that Jiang Ping was not talking about the window paper. Come on, cut the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're not showing off with me, are you? Chang Yizhou said in a good-natured manner. Jiang Ping hemmed and hawed. That's definitely not possible. It's just that I feel that the sharp claws have broken through the level of the law. What realm is it considered to be now? Chang Yizhou looked at Jiang Ping with a complex expression. It was important to realize that he had just touched the law when he was Jiang Ping's age. And this one, he's actually broken through the first barrier already. Sighing, you weren't supposed to need to know this stuff for a while. It's 3rd and even 4th grade knowledge. But who would have thought that you kids were perverts? Law, it's a catch-all term. That you should know. Jiang Ping nodded. No problem. Indeed. To say this, it is necessary to say this concept first, where a true method is one that can mobilize qi to fundamentally enhance your body capacity or support you to go farther. This is also the concept of gongfu was understood by everyone, but spells like sharp claws used to have a separate name, called jutsu, art, law, the true law. Jiang Ping really kind of didn't get it. Chang Yizhou explained. Let's put it this way, take the teacher as an example. The teacher said in class that outside we should talk about the traditional virtues of the human race, respect for the elderly and love for the young, and treating people with truthfulness and goodness. This is the true law. Even if we know that this is something that you guys definitely can't do or it's impossible for you to do it 100%, but the true law has to be passed on because it's the root of the foundation. If all the teachers told you that you had to pussyfoot around out there, the world would be in chaos. And, the art is actually good to understand. Encountered the old man fell down, you help or not? Teachers certainly educate you to help. But this old man, if the bumper porcelain it, if foreigners it, you certainly do not help. After all, who also do not want to be bumper porcelain, or to save a foreigner to give themselves more trouble. This is the art. It's the art of your true survival. Jiang Ping seemed to understand, as if he understood as if he didn't. It was quite understandable, but I was surprised to be a bit confused by all the explanations. Chang Yizhou looked at Jiang Ping's appearance and knew that he had spoken in vain. Forget it, you'll slowly comprehend this later. The next one is the proper one. In the past, skills like sharp claws were called arts, but then they became inappropriate over time. Because, do you know what skills are once they reach the law? Once Jiang Ping heard this, he hurriedly chimed in. Yes, teacher, that's actually what I wanted to ask. Dharma will be divided into several stages depending on potential, and after Dharma comes Tao. 1, 2, 3 can even be infinite. Jiang Ping was shocked. Road? This one would be too cultivated. Hurriedly, he said, Teacher, I am the way now? Tao your head. You have just touched the edge. Just hold up is considered to have touched the threshold of the Tao. I see that your sharp claws have a lot of potential. If it can be upgraded to the level of the 8 Tao is the realm that you have seen. King's domain. With those words spoken, Jiang Ping seemed to have clarity all of a sudden. Fields? He's all too familiar with it. even envied it. And there are strong and weak domains. 8 is not the limit. Do you know how many domains Dean Zhang has? Curious, Zhang Ping asked. How much? Dean Zhang is definitely strong. I just don't know how strong. Chang Yizhou shook his head. No one knows. But it's strong. Zhang Ping was speechless for a while. You don't know. What is so powerful to blow? But Hachido? Teacher, this is which sage researched the name 8 Road. This is not nonsense. Chang Yizhou smiled mysteriously. Who knows? Maybe this world is made up of nonsense. The mountain is not a mountain. Is water water? Rubbing his hands together, Zhang Ping hurriedly waved his hands. How is this even a philosophical conversation? He's too young to want to touch this. It's easy to study this stuff too much, for God's sake. Sensei, bye. I understand. Numbly ran away. Chang Yizhou laughed out loud, being constantly hit by the students he also hard to wow. Finally pulled back again. Do not forget. We'll soon go to the west. Hurry up to clean up a bit. Zhang Ping shouted without looking back. Got it. To explain, some of His Majesty asked questions about what exactly the concept of the 13 cities was. What exactly is the position of the South City in the 13 cities? So it was specially explained. The 13 cities are not really the only 13 cities. The 13 cities can be seen as a country, organization, or group. There may be new cities pioneered by the 13 cities down there. But these cities are two concepts from the 13 cities. Here, the 13 cities can be seen as the parliamentary seat of this country, the decision-making center in the group. So the status of the southern city is needless to say. It is a founding city that has the power to reach the heavens and has the power to make decisions. Only the strength has declined. Chapter 118, King's Realm. On the way back, Zhang Ping thought about what Cheng Yizhou had said today about the law and the Tao. According to him, his own sharp claws were only now considered Fa Tao, but there were 3 of them in the lawful one. Wouldn't it be even better when the 8 crossed over into the realm? Just what realm would his sharp claws transform into? Moreover, he was also cultivating the vermilion bird true technique, and although he was now considered to be just starting out, he would be moving towards this level in the future. Wouldn't that mean that everyone's field wouldn't actually be just one? The only pity was that his vermilion bird true technique and even the 9 forging of the flesh couldn't be directly enhanced by eating it. As the name implied, vermilion bird true technique, he couldn't really look for a vermilion bird to eat it, could he? Not to mention if there are any. He has no business touching those yet. Shrugging it off. I don't want to. I'd better get ready for the West. It's October, and as Chen Juinxiu had said before, he would send someone to pick them up in October, and it's almost time now. Chang Yizhou must have received the news when he said that. Sure enough, right after Zhang Ping told Shao Qi and the others the news, the people came the next day. The visitor is still an acquaintance. Zhang Ping first gave Jiang Nan a big familiar hug. Nan, it's been a long time. Jiang Nan was dressed in a black uniform with a sharp spirit, and next to him was his mount, Black-Winged Hawk. Only, at this time, the black-winged eagle was no longer so unattainable in Zhang Ping's eyes. Jiang Nan looked at the maturing Zhang Ping, embraced and sighed, "Bottle ah, now you can be great ah." Zhang Ping waved his hand. Hey, fooling around, brother Nan, you're still here this time. Why is there a black-winged hawk behind you? Jiang Nan laughed helplessly. It's not like everyone is like you. Just enrolled in school and mixed up with a mount. Others don't have it. Can we not take it? It was then that Zhang Ping realized that he was also right, huh? Su Tianjiu and the others all went away in joy and returned in defeat, not even touching the fire crow's hair. As he spoke, 3 people appeared behind the black-winged eagle in the back. Boss, we're here too. Zhang Ping looked at the trio and mummed. Aren't these the 3 boys who said they'd hang out with him? You guys are here too. Looks like Nan picked you up first. At this point, all of the Spark Squad is in place. Jiang Nan shouted. Alright, say what you have to say on the way. A line of people went up to the eagle in a numbing manner. A good bit of catching up, but it's also all about sharing some of the college life and what you know. Only, when the 3 little brothers sensed the realm of Su Tianjiu and the others, they were shocked. You guys? Su Tianjiu laughed a little. Well, it's not wrong, the Xian realm, but you guys should be close too. The 3 didn't quite understand. Only Zhang Ping smiled and didn't say anything. Jiang Nan exclaimed, looking at Zhang Ping. Bottle, you're awesome. All of a sudden pulling up the overall strength of the Fireseed Squad. Ah, this strength, this time you guys are likely to sweep the West. Zhang Ping waved his hand modestly. Sweeping, dare not say. Let them one hand, they can not win. Su Tianjiu and the others in the back snickered. They knew Jiang Ping's background. A hand? Let 1. And 4, just ask you if you're afraid. Within the realm, Chen Juinxiu looked at Zhang Ping with a smile on his face. Good boy. Good boy. Zhang Ping grinned. Auntie, did you receive the soup, huh? How does it taste? Chen Juinxiu rubbed Zhang Ping's hairy head. Good. Delicious. but Auntie's bones are set. Drinking this is not as useful as you drinking it, so you can just drink it yourself in the future. Jiang Ping hummed, not agreeing or refusing. I thought it was to stay in the realm for a while longer, but I didn't expect to just take a break and give it a shot before heading out. Jiang Nan explained in a low voice. The realm is rather busy right now. They're all busy getting bones. Instantly Jiang Ping understood in seconds. I didn't realize that the problem was still in his own body. No wonder. But don't worry. This time, we have sent our realm's elite squad and a king realm to escort you there. Nothing can go wrong. The king's realm followed, and that really wasn't much of a problem. Take a break and let's get going right away. Just after having a meal as well, Jiang Ping and the others met the elite squad and a king realm. My name is Wang Realm. I am responsible for leading the elite squad of 8 members to escort you to the west. I only have one request: those dozens of roads to obey orders and listen to the command. Until I finish handing over you guys with the people from the western office. You guys are out of my hands. Listening to this self-introduction, Jiang Ping and his small group of friends were dumbfounded. Everyone had a question mark face as they looked toward Jiang Nan. Is this the king's realm you were talking about? Nima. It turned out to be called King's Realm. Jiang Nan's face also turned red and hurriedly explained. Captain Wang Realm is not only named Wang Realm, but he himself is also of the Wang Realm. Don't worry about this point. Our realm is not a pitiful one, ha. Hearing this, the corner of Wang Realm's eyes twitched, so he should be used to it. But the name was given by mom and dad. What could he do? When I was young, I still thought it was quite powerful, but when I got older, especially after breaking through to the king realm, I became more and more socially dead. Alright, all cut the crap. Time is short and the task is heavy. All get on your mounts. Jiang Ping and the others couldn't care less and went up numbly. It swished and flew. I have to say that Wang Realm is not blowing. There are 2 brushes in his hand, and his mount is different from everyone else. It's actually an undead fire crow. And not only did it not feel cold and windy up here, it was very warm instead. This flight was a day, and everyone felt that they had almost left the territory of the 13 cities. Below, one could even see the empty wilderness, and the demonic beasts that were running. This place was worthy of being a demonic beast paradise. The rare demonic beasts within the high walls were here in patches. Jiang Ping went over. Captain Wang, how long do we have to fly? Wang Jing was no stranger to these people. The information had been known for a long time. Slightly estimating, if there are no accidents on the road, it's about 7 days. Our endpoint is the holy city of light, Blas, and at this speed 7 days is enough to arrive. 7 days. That's not slow. It's just that he's not an ordinary student, so naturally he knows quite a bit. So why not use a cracked door to cross over? You know that the Vulcan Mountain has gates that you can pass right through that aren't faster than this? But Wang Jing had just said that there were no accidents when an accident happened. There was a flash of lightning and thunder. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, humans captive my people as livestock. Today I will take revenge. You are the so-called fire seed squad of the humans, aren't you? Is it a special surprise to see this king? A rabbit that was 15 meters tall floated in the air. There was hatred in his eyes, and his 2 rabbit ears kept rubbing together, creating a burst of thunderous lightning with each friction. Chapter 119 for the gift-giving bigot. Continuing 4 more chapters. Working overtime. Chapter 119 for the gift-giving bigot. 4 more chapters. Working overtime. This appearance was properly that of a demon king, followed by at least hundreds of rabbits of the same appearance exuding a vicious aura. The only difference between these rabbits and the demon king was that they were smaller. Wang Realm looked at the demon king in front of him and thought, trouble. There must be a newly appeared crack only in this neighborhood. How could the luck be so bad? Elite squad. In an instant, 8 members of the elite squad stood out and surrounded Jiang Ping and the others from different directions, shielding Jiang Ping and the others in the center. Then silently, he took out a flashlight-looking thing from his body and pressed it. Jiang Ping asked suspiciously, Team Wang, what is this? Wang Realm looked at him with a look of a little cutie. Look at him. Alarm, receive support from anyone around who receives the message. Jiang Ping was shocked. This shakes people? Wang Jing laughed. What's wrong? Do you have to make me go and fight him to death to be considered tragic? This is our native land. However, there was some worry in his heart, because this rabbit actually knew that this was the Fire Seed Squad, and what it represented was already self-evident. So while the mouth says so, the body is very honest. Wang Realm grunted and rushed up to the sky, arriving in front of the rabbit. Where did this little demonic beast that doesn't know how to die come from, daring to act recklessly in the human race's homeland? A little demon? The rabbit across the street grinned its scarlet mouth, revealing ghastly teeth. Haha laughed, less stiff upper lip. Human, you really think I'm a little cutie? I've already gotten accurate information. You only have 1 king realm, 8 Xian realm tops in combat power. The rest are some small guys who don't have the climate. What are you going to fight me with? What was just thrown out was an alarm, right? Could this king be unprepared? Ha ha. Behind me are 300 thunder rabbits of the Xian realm that have taken the Stormblood grass, piling up and also piling up you to death. Wang Jing's heart sank to the bottom. The last thing you want to see happen. While humans can ensure maximum unity, what race doesn't have traitors? Just that. The news of the Fireseed squad also dared to leak, really looking for death. However, he preferred to believe that the news had come from across the ocean. But there's no point in saying anything now. 300 Xian realm demonic beasts had taken the tyrannical bloodgrass, which wasn't good news. Although the tyrannical bloodgrass would cause the demonic beasts to lose their minds, within a short period of time, their battle power would be doubled. Just a rabbit. To be so arrogant in the human race's homeland, you're really looking for death. Strike first. Directly the field is fully opened. Drew out the long knife. A knife cut out the ripples swirling, straight into the Xian realm fishy wind rabbit's square formation. The Thunder Rabbit King didn't expect Wang Jing to be so shameless, and immediately became anxious. The rabbit's red eyes were anxious, and the thunderous friction above his head was even greater. A thunderbolt went straight towards the King Realm's blade awnings, but the King Realm was too fast, and it was hard to block the other party's attack when there wasn't much of a difference in strength between the two parties. Just seeing the blade slash through, the Thunder Rabbits lost at least 40 to 50 of them. Wang Realm was in no hurry to block the Thunder Rabbit King's vicious strike. Only then did he say, "Now you probably only have 250 Xian Realm demonic beasts." 250. 250. The Thunder Rabbit King was furious. "Human, you have angered me. Ah, thunder at my beck and call, gale at my command. Domain open." The two domains hedged and fought. There was a fight up there, and the elite squad also ed with 300. No, 250 demonic beasts. Lu Baichuan on the side was a bit shocked. What did the Demon Beast King mean by the words he said just now? That's the question on everyone's mind. Why would the king of demonic beasts say that humans treat them as livestock? For so many years, hadn't it always been the demonic beasts that had the upper hand? They're a little out of their minds. Of course, Zhang Ping knew how to do it, but he didn't need to tell them that now. Spreading his hands, "If you have the time to think about this, why don't you think about how to this group of demonic beasts?" Instantly, everyone reacted. Only Zhang Ping's three junior brothers, who were having a bit of a hard time pointing at the King Realm that was getting further and further away from the fight, and the Xian Realm demonic beasts that were getting closer and closer. Frustrated, he said, "Brother Bottle, we don't seem to be much use. Su Tianzhou, Shao Qi, Li Zimu, Lu Baichuan and others are all in the Xian Realm. Only the three of them seem to make up the numbers." Calling for names of supporting characters. No one signed up for these three people will soon retire. Zhang Ping smiled and patted their shoulders. "It's alright, watch brother perform." Zhang Ping had long been unable to hold back his excitement. Just now he heard this group of rabbits took the strength-enhancing herbs. Others are afraid of this, but he likes this the most because this kind of demonic beast has no reason. He, Zhang Ping, was practically made for such scenes. At that moment, he quickly pressed the gun case carried behind his back. A few segments of fiery red flashed. Zhang Ping assembled it with the fastest hand speed, and without using half a second, a 3-meter-long fiery red lance appeared in Zhang Ping's hands. Holding his gun in both hands, he shouted, "Guangji, Ba, little fire crow, come out." The two fire crows appeared steeply in the air and transformed into fiery red sun and moon wheels. Coming to Zhang Ping's feet, Zhang Ping let out a heated laugh. "Demonic beasts, your little master is here." In the blink of an eye, flames shot up into the sky, and three blood-colored battle-armored sharp claws swinging in the wind floated behind Zhang Ping. Mang, reckless straight through, extremely fast. This can scare the elite squad of people. One of them hurriedly shouted, "Kid, quickly come back. You guys only melting realm, this is not something you can deal with." But before the words fell, the three blood-colored sharp claws behind Zhang Ping had already grabbed up the three rabbits that had burst out their natal skills and rushed towards Zhang Ping. Only seeing the blood-colored sharp claws gently gripped, Zhang Ping said indifferently, "Break the law." Bang! The blood mist filled the sky. The three Xian Realm demonic beasts that had taken the Bloodstorm grass were actually directly pinched and exploded. But that's the end of it? He could still have both hands and a lance. The lance was surplus to requirements, and the hands were one in front of the other. Zhang Ping let out a heave, and the sun and moon wheels under his feet powered up. The fiery red lance unexpectedly seemed to be like entering no man's land, rushing out at least 10 meters by Zhang Ping's grip. These 10 meters were not an open area, but were covered with demonic beasts. In an instant, there were at least 3 demonic beasts hanging from the lance. With a vicious jerk, blood dripped down the long tassel. Everyone was shocked. The elite squad was dumbfounded. Someone even couldn't help but say, "In the past, the The Fireseed squad was at most a half-step Xian realm. Or Xian realm. What's the situation with this one? They watched as Zhang Ping charged as if he were a tyrant and even doubted themselves. Doubt I've practiced all these years into the belly of a dog. But in an instant, someone shouted, "Don't freeze, keep killing, the demonic beasts have miscalculated this time." Ha ha, shouting at Zhang Ping, he said, "Student Zhang Ping, don't rush too hard, be careful of being surrounded." And, at this time, Su Tianjiao and the others were shocked as they looked at Zhang Ping who was performing in the air. So the gap between us and Zhang Ping is that big now? What on earth did he do during the time he disappeared? They were also geniuses. But, compared to Zhang Ping it seemed like they were just ordinary people. Chapter 120, The King's Realm is a chicken's neck. But immediately afterward, a defiant expression appeared on each face. Su Tianjiao looked at Zhang Ping, who was in great power, with a complex expression, and scolded, "What are you waiting for? Kill! We are also in the Xian realm. Aren't we just demonic beasts? It's not so bad that we don't even dare to go up there, right?" A single word stirred the blood of all. "On! A mere demonic beast. What can it do? We can't be left too far behind by Brother Bottle." With a swish, everyone rushed forward. Each one of them has come up with their own watchwords. They couldn't be like Zhang Ping who could fight through a face alone, but they weren't vegetarians either. Each person entangled one or two demonic beasts. In a flash, the pressure on the elite squad suddenly decreased. Haha laughed. Good. This time the demonic beasts have miscalculated. My human fire species are not cowards. Zhang Ping watched as the big guys mobilized and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To the three minions, Lu De, Lu Mang, Lu Pai, you three don't rush too hard. Follow behind me and chop off all the demonic beasts' heads. The three junior brothers were still too weak, not even reaching the Xian realm. Instead of going up, they should help themselves to some work. The trio froze. Brother Bottle, what's the head for? They couldn't figure out what it could do. Zhang Ping laughed and scolded. What do you care what I do? Let you guys do what you do. The three could only obey. After saying that, Zhang Ping killed even faster. Because, his Demon Eater's spectrum gave hints. Xian Realm Thunder, Little Demoner, Tender Meat, because of the natural skill can summon the thunder-forging body. It's meat eaten with the feeling of numbness. The essence of its body is the rabbit head. Take its head. Supplemented by the secret method taste very good. Complemented by a fine wine brewed with liquor fishy herb to deodorize the fish. And okonomiyaki mushrooms as the topping. Stir-fried. Note, there is a certain chance to obtain the native skill Thunderbolt. Eating it slightly enhances thunder resistance. Comments, average utility. Good taste. Zhang Ping could not help but drool long ago when he saw these. Spicy rabbit head. Grrrrrr. Once again, the menu has an additional dish. Although the Demon Eater's spectrum says that this stuff is of average utility, it has to be for whom. The Sharp Claw comment is even lesser. And isn't it now hardwired to be his main skill? And it tastes so good. Even the King Realm demonic beasts didn't have this comment. Zhang Ping was a little impatient. As for how to explain it, he wasn't going to eat it now anyway. Whatever. One string, another string. String bursts. Wang Realm and the Thunder Rabbit King were facing each other not far away, fighting each other and killing each other. However, Wang Realm still saw Zhang Ping's side of the situation out of the corner of his eye. After reading it, he mockingly laughed. Ha ha, Rabbit, you see that your children and grandchildren are nothing. With these little demons wanting to take down our students, it seems to be a bit insufficient. Thunder Rabbit King had a rabbit face that was so ugly that he could vaguely even see thunder flashing by. Humans, don't get cocky too soon. Do you think that's all I'm prepared for? Saying that, the twin rabbits bounced hard, and their mouths actually blew whistles. In a split second, those rabbits got even more rabid. Even the hundreds of thunder rabbits remaining among them had actually swallowed another handful of tyrannical bloodgrass. Wang Jing froze. Rabbit, it seems like you've really gone crazy. Daring to eat the tyrannical bloodgrass like that, they're wasted even if they can exert their supernormal battle power. It seems like your Thunder Rabbit clan is really going to die. The Thunder Rabbit King grunted. This king's race is just able to live. A mere Xian realm demonic beast dying is dead. It was easy to say, but his heart was dripping blood. 300 Xian realms. Less than 100 have been killed now. How could he not be heartbroken? Although their race could be born, cultivating to the Xian realm wasn't that easy. Otherwise they would have been invincible long ago. A worried look appeared on Wang Realm's face, attempting to get closer to some of the rabbits. But the Thunder Rabbit King didn't give him a chance, sticking to him in a deadly fight. Humans, still want to sneak attack? You're too good to be true. I didn't realize you guys were so shameless. Face? Wang Jing has long since lost this thing in his heart. To face can live? Plus tell a few wave faces to a bunch of demonic beasts. but there really wasn't a breakthrough to be found. One could only shout, "Elite Squad! Fire Seed Squad! Retreat! These thunder rabbits have gone crazy." After swallowing the tyrannical bloodgrass, they've reached the pseudo-half-step king realm. As long as they last 3 minutes, they won't be able to break through without attacking. One sentence made the elite squad freeze. What the hell? The elite squad looked around and then at Zhang Ping and the others. The mind is made up. One by one, they pulled out a bottle. The Wang realm that was fighting the Thunder Rabbit King froze. Hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Don't eat it. It's not ready yet." A few people from the elite squad had smiles on their faces. "Captain, these rabbits have already been in the false king realm. Just running surely won't be able to outrun them. Someone still needs to stall them. Besides, if he, the Thunder Rabbit, can eat the Stormblood grass, doesn't my human race have any secret medicines? Are the brethren afraid?" One of them shouted with a loud laugh. The rest of them laughed loudly. "Fear a few waves. There is no hope of breaking through the king realm in this life, and feeling a handful of pills by taking them is also considered a worthwhile trip." That's right. Our elite squad's record of completing missions is 100%, and the honor can't be lost in our hands. With that, he shouted at Zhang Ping and the others. "Zhang Ping, you guys retreat back. The false king realm, now you are no longer opponents. The king realm is too far from the Xian realm." Su Tianjiu and the others' eyes were red. They didn't realize that people they didn't know would have to fight for their lives to protect them. But to go or not to go, it all depended on Zhang Ping. After all, Zhang Ping was the fire captain. Seeing the look in everyone's eyes, Zhang Ping laughed. "There's no precedent for desertion in the Spark Squad. There wouldn't have been before and there won't be now. And you don't need to take that medicine." Saying that, the sharp claws behind him rose up, and the 3 sharp claws together grabbed that thunder rabbit that had already completed its berserking endlessly close to the king realm. Grab it hard. In a flash, it was as if that thunder rabbit was bound. Not only did the thunder bubbling all over its body dissipate, the entire rabbit seemed to have suddenly come to its senses as well, only to see Zhang Ping gently lifting the fiery red lance with both hands and aiming it at the thunder rabbit that was hanging in front of him as if it was a fat pig to be slaughtered. A light stab, pants with a bang, thunder hair pawn, and Zhang Ping's faint voice also came out. "King realm? The king realm counts a few waves. I forgot to tell you that I, Zhang Ping, have a nickname. Above the king realm 1 for 1. Under the king realm I'm invincible. Ah, kakaka, kill kill kill." Zhang Ping's figure was like a ghost, slaughtering. Everyone was shocked. Even Wang realm was shocked. Even though he felt that the words were a bit offensive to him, he was still shocked by Zhang Ping's tactics. Those thunder rabbits that had taken the Stormblood herb didn't seem to have any deterrent effect on Zhang Ping at all. Just then, Zhang Ping seemed to think it wasn't enough. In a flash, the muscles in his body skyrocketed. 9 forges of flesh. Chapter 121. Do you really need an escort? Wang realm was shocked. The elite squad was shocked. The spark squads were also shocked. A few people from the elite squad foolishly looked at Zhang Ping, who was killing it big time. "This kind of strength, do we need to escort it?" asked the torture from the soul. There were no words for a long time. "I don't know," who suddenly said. "So, this medicine, do you still take it?" The whole thing was just so sad. "It seems a little embarrassing not to eat it." The remaining few said quietly. "Whoever of you wants to eat it, I won't eat it anyway." A one-sided massacre can be a busy time for the 3 minions. The 3 are almost crying, shouting into the air. "Brother, bottle brother, you kill slower. We can't finish cutting off." Zhang Ping didn't bother with them. However, the rest of them came back to their senses with that sound. It was no longer their battlefield, and nimbly went to help cut the rabbit's head. Rabbit heads were piled aside like they were mountains. Wang Realm and the Thunder Rabbit King fought hard. Wang Jing laughed. "Bunny, you're not a very good bunny rabbit. Not enough for one of us to kill." Laughing my ass off. The Thunder Rabbit King was covered in red warmth, yelling, "Humans don't get cocky. Watch me thunder." "Ah ah ah." Wang Jing was startled and rushed to defend, but immediately after that, he only saw the Thunder Rabbit King's legs forcefully, and all of a sudden, he unexpectedly swished away. Wang Jing froze, but there was no further pursuit. His mission was to protect. As for the rabbit, it couldn't run away. It was a human stronghold, and the alarm deactivation was lifted. It was time to greet the rabbits with wave after wave of siege. The human homeland does not allow the existence of demonic beasts of the King Realm. Turning his head back, he saw that Zhang Ping had also killed almost as many people. Finally, with Zhang Ping's final blow, Wang Jing smiled and patted his shoulder. "Awesome, you kid is not bad." Zhang Ping gave a reserved laugh. "Generally speaking, mainly because these rabbits are too watery. He's too experienced to deal with this." Wang Jing smiled and suddenly saw a pile of rabbit heads like a small mountain. "What's this for?" Zhang Ping said casually. "I have itchy hands. Nothing to burn a few for fun." To relieve my hatred. Wang Realm and the people around him froze. This is some kind of operation. It was Li Zimu who reacted the fastest and said, Zhang Ping's family owns a crematorium, so I guess he wants to revisit the business. At once, everyone was shocked. Zhang Ping came from a crematorium? Isn't this fetish a bit? So what? You can't carry this much. That mountain of rabbit heads, each as big as 2 or 3 basketballs. How to carry them? Only to see Zhang Ping faintly smile, casually waving his hand. I bought the public space from the academy now. Just throw it in. Li Zimu is right. It's been a long time since I've gotten my hands dirty. I'm forgetting my old job. Gotta practice. The crowd was speechless for a while, expressing incomprehension but respect. Next, a group of people began to collect the essence blood. It's just that no one is happy to do it when you collect half of it. The main reason is that Kong Pyong screwed up so sickly that complete corpses are hard to find. But you say there were no intact bodies, right? Every rabbit head was extremely intact. So everyone gave up collecting. Wang Jing took a look. Pull back and go. Continue to the west. After traveling for several more days, we finally saw the bright holy city of Bloss. It was just that the closer he got to the realm of Brothers King's face also became more and more unsightly. Until the moment he slowly landed and saw that he was already being greeted at the door. A group of people dressed in white robes and a group of people of all colors and dresses waiting. Welcome 13 Cities Fireseed Squad. All of you have worked hard on your journey. Come in first and rest. Wang Realm didn't pay attention to the man who spoke. Instead, he spoke indifferently to everyone present. My name is Wang Realm. Wang Realm's Wang Realm. On our way here we encountered an attack, naming the members of our Fireseed Squad as wanting us dead. I don't care which one of you revealed the information, but since you dared to reveal the information to betray the humans, you have to be prepared. 13 cities will not suffer this. I won't suffer this either. At once, everyone went cold. The bishop's face showed even more surprise. Then he looked at everyone present with a grim face. Captain Wang, this matter will be explained to you. Wang Jing hummed. I hope so. If you people of the light can't do it in this matter, I can do it for you. That's already a bit of a slap in the face. The bishop was angry in his heart, but he also knew that he couldn't let the king's realm run amok. The two sides had managed to make peace for so many years, and he couldn't let this kind of small matter cause any more nastiness. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the people present. Whoever said that, stand out yourself. How humans fight is a matter for humans, but betraying humans to be with demonic beasts, that's the enemy of all humans. No one's talking. It's a joke. You can't admit it even if you've done it. Admit it or die. However, someone said unconvincingly, Lord Bishop, on what grounds do you say we leaked the information? Couldn't it have been their side that leaked it themselves? It's a statement that a lot of people agree with. There were nods. Wang Realm snorted. The news of our departure, even I was on the verge of getting the exact news before departure. The people who know it are considered to be the team members under my command are not more than 10 people. After the attack I passed the word with the realm command, and they said that we will notify you of our departure on this side. Now no one is talking. Zhang Ping's few people looked at the Xingxin Wang realm and knew why. This has already involved everyone's bottom line. It can be said that even if a certain power looks at the 13 cities not good to see their own ambush to intercept and kill are not as bad as this kind of collusion with demonic beasts. It's possible to cooperate with demonic beasts. Is it possible to cooperate with alien races next? If we let this happen, will the human race still be human? The bishop took a deep breath. Captain Wang, I will look into this matter. For now please also enter the city first. Shame on you this time. Shame on the adults. Wang Realm gave a hefty laugh. Spare me. I'm afraid that someone's hands are also in the meal. Are the people from my 13 cities office in Bolus around? Instantly, everyone's faces were ugly as they watched a little old man step forward. There it is. It does seem that someone has forgotten what happens to betrayers. The young king bring the children. Wang Realm froze, then rushed to take 2 small steps, looking at Zhang Ping and the others dumbfounded. Just these 2 steps were enough for them to learn. Who would have thought that the thick-browed Wang Jing actually had such a side? Elder Chiu, why did your old man come out in person? I'm flattered. Little king. The old man laughed. Alright, enough with the family courtesy. Take the children into the city. After saying that, he just glanced lightly at the people around him, and then said to the bishop, Lon, you have 1 week to find out about this man. Or don't blame my old man for getting mad. Lon's face tugged, and this time he sort of let the old guy have it, squeezing out a smile. Half a month. Race first. Chiu Lao, however, did not give any face. Just 7 days. If we can't find out, this competition is meaningless and there's no point in competing. Chapter 122. Lon couldn't wait to eat that traitor on the spot. This face is finished today. With a black face, he waved his sleeve, still not leaving. Go back and check them all for me. Only, No one saw a yellow-skinned fellow in the crowd when he saw Zhang Ping. A burst of surprise appeared on his face. He sensed an unusual smell. Zhang Ping and the others followed Xiao Lao, and in a hidden house in a certain area of Blas City, a middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo with a somewhat pale face looked at the man in front of him and revealed a hint of anger. Hey 8 Goro, it better be something big for you, or you'll be damned for disturbing my cultivation on this one. Seeing this person, Hey 8 Goro quickly said, something big. There is definitely something big. Earl-sama, just now I detected an unusual smell. It was the scent of the death mark of my Sakura clan. Weren't you looking for the murderer of your child before? I think it is that person. The count snorted. A death mark? Even my blood brand didn't track that man, and your measly cherry blossom death mark did? The loss of his son has made the Lord Earl more and more manic of late. Hayaten Garo hurriedly said, my lord, really do not dare to lie to you. This mark is not placed on the person, but on the weapon. This person must have killed my Sakura Union lesser man. And at that time the Viscount was following. Together. At once a flushed look came over the Count's pale face. Reaching down, he grabs Hey 8 Goro straight up, who looks like he's about to be choked to death. Brr, Earl, you. The corners of the Earl's mouth revealed scarlet teeth, and a blood aura was like a forbidding chain locking onto Hey 8 Goro, preventing him from moving. Who is he? Tell me who he is. Goro Hayabusa struggled to say. It's a student who came from the 13th city. What it's called isn't known yet, but since he's going to participate in the Fire Spark match, he's definitely going to fight, so we can arrange for someone to be available when the time comes. All of a sudden, he finally felt the beauty of breathing. The Count's aura had also collected a lot. Yes? Do you have a suitable candidate yet? If not, this Earl doesn't mind giving you a hand. Goro Hayata gritted his teeth and said, yes, I will send my Sakura Alliance's most talented player to compete. I will let him break through to the Xian realm through a secret method. According to the past Fire Spark matchups, the Xian realm can already be crushed, and at that time, we only need to make a slight move to avenge the Viscount Sama's death. At once the Earl laughed. Ha ha ha. Good. As long as you can avenge this Count's death, the first embrace is yours. Goro Hayata looked at the Count excitedly. Really? The Count's face pulled down. Would this Count lie to you? Zhang Ping didn't know that there were already people targeting him. At this time he was eating and drinking in the office, and pointing out the 3 minions stewing there. Little brother is a bit weak and needs to be patched up. Brother Bottle, is this fire okay? Zhang Ping glanced at it. Bigger. Yes, this moment to put material. A handful. Then. Finally a pot of flavorful big bone broth is finally coming out of the pot. A few people shared the drink, but Zhang Ping still felt different. His bones were harder and harder now, to what point he could no longer say, but the color has shifted towards cyan. This color was not unfamiliar to him. It represented the Xian realm of the barbarian Bone Clan. Could it be that he already had the strength of the Xian realm from his bones alone? That's an all-around enhancement. Even the 2 fire crows he could feel as if they had reached a critical point as well. He just didn't know how much more they would eat before they would qualitatively change. But the moment he felt the qualitative change would surely drop his jaw. 4 days on end. There was not a hint of news from Bishop Lawn, but an air of tension was embedded throughout the city of Blossom these days. Finally, on the 7th day, Lawn came to the door with a group of light practitioners. 2 teams were separated, pulling in a large cage with a cloaked man inside. The man's body felt as if his bones had been broken. Lie down in it. Xiao Lao looked at the formation outside the door and laughed. Lawn, how do you mean? This is to come to the horse awe. Getting a half-dead man in front of my office in the middle of the morning. How could Lawn not realize this was shaming him? But a thick enough skin that had long ago been cultivated just twitched. Old show. This is the traitor. The chief villain. I have dealt with the others. Now there is only one chief villain left. What to do with it is up to you. Xiao Lao laughed. This is your family business. I don't care, but I think he's quite an eyesore. Don't put him at our door. Lawn instantly some angry. Old Xiao. Almost got. This time we are not reasonable. You this also out of anger people also arrested. You. But before he could finish, Elder Chiu stretched out his right hand. Instead of ignoring Lawn, he looked at Zhang Ping. Yes, little bottle. Tell me if the gas is out yet. Zhang Ping didn't realize that there was a part for himself in the exchanges between the bigwigs. Looking at the people around him, and with the idea that he couldn't disgrace the 13 cities, he actually said it. Whether the gas came out or not I don't know, but I do know we were attacked and almost died. At the word, Lawn's eyes widened. Carefully, he moved between Xiao Lao and Zhang Ping, after a while before saying Lao Xiao, what exactly do you mean? Straight, do not beat around the bush. Old Joe laughed at that. There's no point, you guys are the ones who made the mess here, and your guys are the ones who became traitors, and our kids just suffered, so you're not going to make up for it? All at once, Lawn understood. You're a real tough nut to crack, aren't you? Okay, who let people catch the pigtail this time? Gritting his teeth, he said, compensation is fine. You can just say what you want. I only have one request, and that is to start the tournament on time tomorrow. The fire spark match has been going on for so many years. I can't have my name broken at my place. I can't afford to lose that person. It's kind of telling the truth. Xiao Lao pouted. What do you want? Before Jiang Ping could say anything, Lu Baichuan next to him poked Jiang Ping in a drumming manner. Brother, want bones? More bones. Now that the 13 cities executives have gone crazy with this stuff, they shouldn't know about it yet. Even the always high and coldly Zimu can't help but nod his head. Well, Lu Baichuan is right. The news is not expected to be blocked for long. When they know it may not be easy to give. Jiang Ping looked at the two in surprise. Looking up, he said, are there any bones from the barbarian bone clan? We want that as compensation. At once, the West's eyes widened. Bones? Even Lon looked at Xiao Lao with a smile on his face. Meaning that you need this compensation for such a big battle? If you don't say so, ginger is still hot. Elder Qiu said faintly. That's all the compensation for the children. How many bones do you brothers have? Get them a few tons when it comes to toys for the children. But you have to make up for it as well. Right. Wang Realm, Chapter 123, it's him. It's him. I didn't realize that this would put Lon's mind at ease. That's right. Otherwise, just to give this bone, he felt that Xiao Lao also what tricks waiting for him. Are so many years of familiar partner who do not know Hua. A look of relief crossed Lon's face. No problem. The bones of the barbarian bone clan are all those idlers who have nothing to do to get them back. They can probably come up with 10 tons. Consider it a gift for the little ones. As for why it was okay for him to ask, the bones of the district had been useless for so many years, and it was a good idea to put them away. 10 tons. Jiang Ping almost laughed out loud. How many bones of the barbarian bone clan must this be? Immediately, he nodded. Alright, I forgive you on behalf of Fire Seed Squad. Then it's time for Wang Realm, who is not a saving grace, tightening some of the saucy goods to ask for some, but controlling the quantity and quality in order not to let Lon flip out. In the end, all are happy. The Spark Race, which starts on time tomorrow, and the cage. Instead, they were dragged to the square of the holy city of Bulis, where such betrayers of the race had to be killed. Jiang Ping's eyes were glowing as he watched the bones being pulled over one after another, and the rest of the group was similar. It's all about the money. Jiang Ping looked at Elder Qiu curiously. Elder Qiu, why are they so anxious about the date of the fire seed competition? Elder Qiu laughed out loud. The fire race can be more than just a race, but it's about the distribution of many resources. That's going to be a game. Last cycle, we won, so by delaying it by one day we occupy one more day, and they lose one more day. Of course that's what they think. I do think this time with you guys they don't stand a chance. This term's fire was brought by Jiang Ping, but it was a collective ascension, and Lon would be damned if he could win this time. Jiang Ping came to a realization. I see. Isn't this a match for the barbarian bone clan? It was just that Jiang Ping had a question. What if we really die in battle? After all, this is considered human infighting. Elder Qiu said indifferently. Strive. If you don't advance, you will retreat. There's no use being afraid of death. You guys are much happier now. Before it could have been all about war. That's a lot of deaths. And it's not uncommon for the king realm to die. In a few words, Jiang Ping understood. Still contending. After all, if one wave of geniuses died, there was still the next wave. Compared to a war that could easily involve thousands of people, this was undoubtedly the best option. It's a little brutal, but no one was ever forced to come, because the 13 cities would give you the resources, the treatment, that you deserved. Let's just say that the Dan within the king used by them to break through the fusion realm, that is not something that ordinary people can obtain, and if you want to reap the rewards, you have to pay for it. Elder Qiu, is this how we fight the competition with all the packs? Elder Qiu shook his head slightly. Compared to a real battlefield, this can only be considered a small fight, and not all races can be talked about. Far from it. Just outside the domain of your Vermilion Bird Academy there is a race that needs to fight for its life. Jiang Ping froze. What? Xiao Lao's old face revealed a sigh of relief. This and so on, back to your own contact. More talk is useless. Put the bones away, such opportunities are not many. Jiang Ping calmed down all of a sudden. Those weren't what he was thinking about right now. Crushing all of tomorrow's fires was what he should be doing, and he was confident enough to do so. After all, there was no enemy under the king realm. On Lon's side, Lon sat in a brass chair at one end of a round table. The man above asked Lon, how are things going? Will the spark race start on time? There was a flush on Lon's old face, and he obviously adored the man above him. Back to my lord. It's all been arranged. Although compensation was made for some unimportant bones and some resources, but finally that old man was relieved to start the tournament on time. Said, and grunted. I can see old Show's mind clearly. Doesn't he just want to rely for 2 more days? There's absolutely no way I'll let his plot succeed. All of a sudden the people around the round table were laughing. Well, Lon is still old and wise, and this was beautifully done. Yes, it's a matter of resources. He can't rely on it. We can't agree to it. But this is also a wake-up call for us. There are actually traitors in the team. Although the position is not high, but they have access to classified information. This is at this time did not have an accident. If something happens, it will not be so well dispatched. I propose to reorganize the people around us next. These words caused many to nod in disbelief. Indeed. Really, if the 13 cities played a bit with this, they would have to admit it. This thing passed unanimously. Resources concern everyone. Even if you can't use them yourself anymore, the family needs them. But just then, the adult sitting up there picked up a phone. Then the whole group froze slightly. What? You're telling the truth? At that moment, many people looked at the archbishop above in surprise. Lon asked even more cautiously. What happened, my lord? It's been years since an adult has been in such a mood, so you can imagine it's definitely a big deal. The archbishop's entire body was twisting. Just now, he was looking at how good Lon was, and now he had a toothache. After staring at him for a while, Lon was getting a kick out of it. It was only then that I heard the archbishop's words popping out of his teeth. Earlier they said they only wanted a few tons of bones, and you were the one who made the decision to send 10 tons? As soon as Lon heard that, he looked relieved. I thought it was something. So it's this. Easily said. There is such a thing. I also in order to reflect our bright sincerity. That's why I made the decision. Around is just some useless bones. Instead of keeping it to take up space it's better to. The archbishop finally couldn't tense up and actually threw out the glass of water in his hand directly, hitting Lon's head with a thud. Face grim and furious, he shouted, I've made you generous. I've made you sincere. I've made you useless bones. I can't wait to kill you. You piece of. Lon was blindsided. He couldn't figure out how suddenly the archbishop changed his face when just now everyone was praising him. Aggrieved, he said, My lord, what's wrong? I'm following the process here. The archbishop closed his eyes in agony, then passed on what had just been said on the phone. Instantly, everyone sat back. Someone exclaimed, What? The bones of the barbarian bone race can actually make soup? Oh my god. It also strengthens the bones? Extremely friendly to the younger generation? Crazy. Why didn't we realize it all these years? Ah, my god. Lon, what kind of stupid thing did you do? That's 10 tons of bones and you're pretending to be generous and giving them away? How calm the group had been just now. And how pissed off they were now. That's all of them. How can you not be heartbroken? Suddenly Lon said in aggravation. Before so many years did not find out. Now suddenly came the news should not be false news. For a moment, it was quiet. Chapter 124 Cultivation. Fake? The archbishop wanted to slap him. Fake? Lon nodded seriously, looking like he was seriously dissecting the reality. Look, if it's true wouldn't the news have gotten here so quickly? And if it didn't come sooner or later? It came just after we finished the handover? This statement can be considered somewhat convincing. The archbishop looked at Lon with a scowl on his face, followed by a painful closing of his eyes. Lon, you disappoint me so much. People are close to bringing over samples, and lately there's been a rumor going around that there's always the aroma of bone broth wafting out of the 13 cities office in Blas, and at first we didn't pay attention to it, but now look at it all confirming that the news is true. Lon, it's not scary to be cheated. What's scary is to be cheated and still count the money. It hurts. It really hurts. 10 tons of bones of the barbarian bone clan. How many people have to pay how much to get it? Especially now. He had a full suspicion that the news coming from their spies was actually what people wanted them to know. After all, if you want to make it big and strong so that all 13 cities can share it, secrecy is definitely not good. So, the group of old men in the 13 cities put out this message. Why? It's too easy. Since you can't hide it or don't want to hide it, let it out. Once they know about it, can they be indifferent? At that time, the 13 cities will harvest countless bones for that bite of soup. After all, this thing has a secret recipe. You have bones does not have much use. Invisibly, they had all become the raw material base for the 13 cities' bone soup. And the most frightening thing was that they didn't have the slightest way to do anything about it. If you want to keep your young generation from falling behind, then you have to change. If you don't change, you're behind. It's a phallic plot, the most insoluble of all. But in front of him, Lon, who had high hopes for himself, actually couldn't see through it, and was still here to weasel out of it, which was simply stupid. It was a meeting like no other. It ended with everyone going out of the meeting with a black face. The archbishop, on the other hand, had personally traveled to the office. and Xiao Lao looked at the archbishop in front of him and grinned. Come on, please, the tea is all ready and waiting for you. At these words, the archbishop's heart sank. Sure enough, that's what people have premeditated, and they're probably waiting for them to come to their door. The archbishop sat in his seat as if on pins and needles, and aside, Xiao Lao sat steadily on the XX stage. Jiang Ping accompanied, pouring tea and adding water to the two, finally drank an unknown amount, or the archbishop could not carry. Old Shou, tell us straight, what is it going to be? The formula is imperative to us. Elder Qiu laughed loudly. Don't even think about it. Our soup cooks are specially trained. Let's put it this way. We'll give you two choices. The first is that we send over soup cooks and your people follow. But we don't teach. And this kind of you need to provide the raw materials for 10 years at no cost. And provide no less than a certain number of shares each year. What about the second one? The archbishop looked at old Joe with red eyes. This request is simply digging the roots of the entire West. People just send a soup cook over. Not yet teach knowledge. They want them to provide 10 years of raw materials free of charge. Of course the key thing is still that share, which is definitely not a minority. It must be astronomical. He didn't dare say yes. Xiu Old Ha said. The second is simple. We only sell finished products. According to a certain ratio you take the bones for soup on the line. Tentatively, the archbishop was enraged. The aura of his body erupted. The teapot in Zhang Ping's hand was trembling. It took him by surprise. Was this the strong one? Just his aura alone pressed him not to move. But this feeling immediately disappeared. Only to see Qiu Lao slightly waved his hand. Said faintly, don't be so excited. Well, not satisfied with these two programs. You can not well. The right to choose in your hands. But you scare the children. Count what ability? He said, signaling Zhang Ping to pour tea. Zhang Ping learns the small pace of Wang realm wanting to make progress. Trotting restrained, plus a few hints of respect. Sweet smile. The water is a little cold. I'll add some temperature for you. With that said, the little fire raven appeared and spat out a ball of flame from its mouth. Paro spits firefoxes no, right? Just like that. Prickly 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 immediately. The water's hot. When the tea fell into the teacup and made a watery sound, only then did Xiu Lao calmly say, given that you're scaring our children, the price has now gone up. The share is still going up. With a roar, the archbishop clenched both fists, and if he hadn't been concerned about the repercussions, he'd want to old Joe right now. But, I'm a fish at the altar. Finally, he closed his eyes in pain. Old Shou, we've been friends for so many years. Give me face. Old Shou grunted. You have a few faces. Wow. The archbishop really couldn't help himself. Roared. Old Joe, the roof is coming off the house. Zhang Ping looked at Elder Qiu with admiration and reverence in his eyes. Is this how the older generation talks? It's very overbearing, but it's also very cool. I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn this. Xiu Lao waved his hand. Love to change or not? The program you choose yourselves. I've already given you face, or else I'll directly talk to the group of people from the dark church, and you'll have a hard time at that time. The archbishop's newly bubbling fire was held back. It took an unknown number of mental struggles before he said fiercely, the first, but share we need to discuss, and, the people you send here, you can't fool around with things, you have to do it seriously, or I'll lift the table. Xiu Lao knew at first glance that it was almost time. I should have known he would choose this one. The first one won't have to be subjected to it after 10 years at the very least, and the second one won't be able to turn it around for the rest of its life. Actually, regarding the program, it was discussed above. Being the same human, with a way to enhance their strength, it wasn't realistic to take it all alone. An unnecessary war might even break out if we really push it. It can be given directly, and no one would do such a costly deal. So, getting more benefits with limited conditions is the best option. That's what led to today's negotiations. After sending the archbishop away, Elder Qiu spoke to Zhang Ping. Did you learn anything, little bottle? Zhang Ping shook his head nervously. Xiu Lao nudged him and said with a smile, you, slick, okay, I let you come here today so that you know where the degree of doing things is, and in the future, when we are all old, you guys have to top it. The future of you is surely unlimited, and it pays to be exposed to this in advance. Zhang Ping froze. Elder Qiu was actually just trying to cultivate himself? But Xiu Lao is not related to him. Why should he be like this? This kind of negotiation involving countless resources. Where was he qualified to participate in it? But old man Qiu only let himself participate in this kind of negotiation that even the king realm wasn't necessarily qualified to participate in just for the sake of letting himself see and learn. The dear son treatment, so to speak. Ergo, the pro-grandchild treatment is more appropriate in relation to age. Chapter 125, Creating God. Elder Qiu looked at Zhang Ping's naive appearance and laughed. Don't think too much. Go back and do a good job. Give our South City a good name. Instantly, incredulity appeared in Jiang Ping's eyes. Surprised, he asked Elder Chiu, "Are you also from South City?" With one sentence, it seemed as if Chiu Lao was plunged into memories, and I don't know how long it took before Chiu Lao let out a laugh and said, "In my time, the southern city was still called Leaving Fire City." Although the voice was soft, Jiang Ping heard it clearly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a great deal of pressure on his back, as if he was carrying more and more without realizing it. But, instead of that revulsion, he had a feeling of willingness, as if it was supposed to be like this. Is he qualified to be the hope of the South Side? To have so many people's high hopes? But in an instant, he came to his senses. Jiang Ping, only a first year, invincible under the King realm. How come I'm not qualified? Even for the sake of the people of the South Side, he must stand up. Old Man Shou stared at Jiang Ping's eyes. He could see his ever-changing complexion, and finally patted Jiang Ping's shoulder and smiled. Don't have so much pressure. We're just old, not dead. Don't worry, we'll pave the way for you. These words moved Jiang Ping to tears. Chiu Lao. Chiu Lao smiled and shook his head slightly. Don't say anything, just keep it in your heart. This is what you deserve. We wouldn't be hard on you if you didn't have this potential. The most important thing you should do now is to change your mindset. From this moment onwards, you're no longer that ordinary student Jiang Ping, but South City Hope Jiang Ping. You see, just now why I can talk to the Archbishop so arrogantly. It's you who brings the bottom. Don't underestimate yourself. Remember, the king has no inferiority complex. And it's also because you got the formula. South City has a chance to make its voice heard to the world again. So you're strong, terribly strong. It's teaching him, cultivate an invincible heart in him. Jiang Ping knows. Nodding his head, I'll keep that in mind. Old Man Shou smiled. Well, go back. Don't think too much about preparing for tomorrow's match. Give Grandpa Chiu a long face. When Jiang Ping heard about the match, he was instantly confident. Don't worry, Grandpa Chiu. The hand is in the air, said thumb and forefinger even pinched. Chiu Lao smiled even more happily. Yeah, that's it. Those who come out of the South Side have to be wild. Jiang Ping went back. Only he did not realize that at this time in the southern city, a big event was happening. A block of pre-war technology, a screen, has appeared on the important streets of the South Side. Big screen. It's playing Kong Ping on a loop up there. There were scenes of Jiang Ping's sweaty training on it. And there were also some scenes of Jiang Ping facing the demonic beasts that fought for their lives during the fire test. There's even a video of Jiang Ping with a group of soup cooks earnestly simmering bone broth. There's also a narrator voiceover. Jiang Ping, the outstanding graduate of my Nanchang 3rd Middle School, from not being able to cultivate to nowadays the realm of soaring, but also developed the big bone soup that brings together the whole human race. He only used a short period of less than a year, and in front of his own choice and the choice of all of Nanchang, he chose all the people in Nanchang, gave up his own resources to choose to let all the people in Nanchang have one more point of rationing. There is a will that is not high in years and a talent is not divided into morning and evening. In a nutshell, one sentence, that is Jiang Ping is awesome. Tell everyone that the big bone soup that just appeared was researched by Jiang Ping, and gave up their own resources just to give the Southsiders an extra ration. Many people saw Jiang Ping. There were exclamations of surprise. God, isn't this the little bottle from the crematorium house? In my memory he is still that little guy holding a pacifier and changing bottles from one to another to drink essence blood. All of a sudden he has grown so big? Mama, out of the blue, the little bottle's illness is finally cured. The first time I watched this child seriously drink up the bottom of one bottle after another, and also stretched out his little tongue and licked the bottom of the bottle, I watched my heart ache. At that time I also instructed the child to keep an extra mouthful of it. Who said it is not a shake or grown up? I also so account for the child. On our family that pup more drink that mouthful of that kind of forced, or half to small bottle of this has been able to help us to ask for resources. This child is really. Why do not you want to point out more good things? That big bone broth, I've heard of it, can be very good at. The money is no place to get to go. Alas, the little bottle has grown up, and we are getting old. It's been so many years. I don't know how many people were talking. Everyone had heard of this little bottle even if they hadn't seen it. Who doesn't have a few kids of school age? The discussion was even more explosive in student circles than it was in adult circles, because some students, straight away, got a delivery sent out by Jiang Ping himself. Mireille looked at the bottle brother advertised in the school. The tiger head Mireille, the chin was high up in the sky. Crossing his arms at the cafeteria table, he laughed. Ha ha, Brother Bottle is awesome. I'm telling you, I've tasted Brother Bottle's soup. It's absolutely delicious. You guys see I'm hard as nails. Come on, I'll show you a chest breaker, said the man. going so far as to lie down on the table and let his little friend whack it. The little friends are also honest people. Once they heard that they actually drank, one envied to death, but still wanted to verify it. You're making it up. Wait until I go get you a rock and you try it out for us, or we won't believe it. A bunch of people are still up in arms. Pissed off teacher, with a black face. Give me a break. Your brother Bottle was also beaten up by me in the beginning. Do you also want to follow your brother Bottle's childhood path? In an instant, the crows were silent. At the end of the school day, Milette, with her head down, followed behind Uncle Me. Uncle Me couldn't wait to hang him. Still performing chest breaking? Go back and I've prepared bamboo shoots fried with meat and 7 wolves meat for you. Take your pick. Mirella wailed. Dad, I'm just hard bones, not hard flesh. But where can Uncle Me listen? This kid is so skinny. However, suddenly he remembered Kong Pyong. Seems like the kid used to be pretty skinny. The setting sun stretched the shadows of father and son as they faded into the street. South City 3rd Middle School. Principal's office. A man next to him said to the old principal, "Aren't we taking a bit of a big step by doing this? What if the child feels pressured?" The old principal looked at the green face on the big screen and smiled. Little Bottle can be stronger than you think. South City has been silent for too long and needs a hero to appear. Yes, the South Side has already started building momentum for Kong Pyong's upcoming conference elections. South Side, in need of heroes. Jiang Ping undoubtedly is. Chapter 126, the contest begins. Bula Square in the Holy City. Yesterday's execution platform. Today's martial arts arena. It was an extremely large formation, with firecrackers and gongs and drums. I don't know how many people have gathered here. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Those who really couldn't see it had their eyes glued to the big screen to watch. There is the sound of refueling. There were also boos. The booing became even more intense, especially when Jiang Ping and the others from the 13 cities were introduced. Shoo, the 13 cities aren't much better. The men and women they send here are all like paraplegics. Haha, it's just where there's a great seated player for us. Look at those muscles. That's the brother of the 4th son of my 3rd uncle's family. The hope this time. Hey, how come there's a Sakura League 1 mixed in? Someone found the blind spot. At once, it attracted a lot of attention. The Sakura Alliance? That's when a man with a red band tied around his head and 2 katanas on his back was seen on the big screen. Someone said excitedly, "This is my Sakura Alliance's young talent. Only 19 years old, but already evolving the twin blade stream to the extreme. Twin blades out. The dragon roars. So bullish? What realm?" The man proudly said. At least Xian realm. Although there is no official data, there is a record of him hunting a Xian realm demonic beast alone in his battle record. It's absolutely stable this time. Now, this made a lot of people's colors flow. Someone took the opportunity to say, come on, it's open. Who to bet on? You can't bet 10 minutes before the opening. Oh, there's a lot of hustle and bustle everywhere. With the final chime, Bishop Lawn appeared in the center of the raised platform. It was just sort of quiet. 2 iron-colored seats floated in mid-air. One for the 13 cities and one for the Church of Light. There were some important people sitting up there. On this side of the light, the Archbishop actually came out in person and sat at the head of the table, eliciting a burst of devotional prayer from those around him. Sensei looks pretty much the same. The 13 cities side is much simpler. Chiu Lao, Wang Realm, and a few people from the office are sitting steadily on the iron seat, and there are even serving tea next to them. Everyone floats. It is evident that none of the realms are low. The compulsion is properly there. Below, Jiang Ping looked down at the praying crowd and the cacophony of voices. Turning to a couple of sparks waiting in the ready area, he said, "Who goes first?" At once, all hands were raised, afraid to miss this opportunity. Jiang Ping thought for a moment. "First of all, I'll be on the 4th court. You guys can wave as much as you want in front of me, but there's only one requirement. If you really can't beat them, just admit defeat. We're not vain." Su Tianjiao's eyes brought a smile. "As long as you're not on the 1st court, we'll be able to carry it." It made everyone laugh. Fire race? The rules are not so cumbersome. It is meant to be a fight. Of course, to return to the true meaning. 13 cities, 8 people. 8 people in the west. Send someone to take a turn. Those who win can choose to go down or keep it up. Those who lose, continue to send challenges. But is it a one-on-one fight? Or do you just keep hitting with no one in charge? Su Tianjiao and the others were afraid that if Jiang Ping went on in the first game, that would be playing through the entire game, and they wouldn't have the slightest chance. After all, they were still cognizant of Jiang Ping's strength. Jiang Ping also smiled. "Alright, in that case, draw lots. Never mind winning or losing, you have me to cover for you." The rest of the group got a couple of sticks and smoked them. Wang Realm looked at the group of joking and laughing young people and was momentarily emotional. If only we had a character like Jiang Ping in our time. Elder Chiu obviously knew what he was talking about, and should have experienced a grueling battle. We once fought before we exchanged this generation's strength. This is luck. Xiao Wang I heard that your recent progress is not too good I see that your problem has appeared in the state of mind. The Tao is the most look at the center of gravity? Wang Jing honed his voice a little low. I can't forget it. Old man Xiu you led us at that time. I sometimes see the scene of my teammates being abused by the foreigners as soon as I close my eyes, and I can't do anything about it. Elder Chiu sighed and shook his head slightly. You can only rely on yourself to realize it, and when you do, your cultivation will go up. If Xiu Lao stopped his voice in time, there was a warm-up, and the various processes of the hotspot had been gone through. In the midst of all the attention, it's finally about to begin, and the results came out here at Zhongping. Surprisingly, it was Lu De who was the first, and Lu De was quite excited. He was a half-step in the Xian realm, and in the past, this strength was a seated player. It wasn't much in front of people like Zhongping, but it was a genius to throw it out there. Excited to jump on and wait for someone to come out on the other side. In the small group of 8 in the west, only one of the blonde men with a staff in his hand could be seen pointing at one of the boys who looked a bit scrawny. Kabin, go ahead and try. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, I want to know their overall strength. The person named nodded solemnly. Yes. Kabin stepped into the ring carrying a huge sword that was a good 2 meters long. Lu Da's eyes narrowed slightly, arching his hand slightly. 13 cities, Lu Da. Kabin, not being talkative, just nodded. Bright, Kabin, dabbing. The two sides fought, and the crowd of spectators got excited and hollered. Kabin, him, asterisk 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 the 13 cities. The giant sword fought Lu Da's long sword, and instantly both sides could see the level of the other. Surprise was evident in Kabin's eyes. Half-step Shin realm. The first one out is either the strongest or the weakest. Is he the strongest or the weakest? Zhang Ping and the blonde man in the back were both watching as well. Only the blonde man was more serious. Half-step Xian realm? If this is the only strength, it might disappoint me. At that moment, next to Garo Hayabusa's own nephew, Hayabusa Shinji said respectfully, and please, Captain, let me take on that man. The blonde glanced at Hayata and snorted. I'm the captain. It's not your turn to boss me around. Don't think that just because you've gotten in by connections, you're really treating yourself like a dish. Lei has to have the sense to lay. Makoto Hayashida was unmoved and bowed. Finally the blonde man said impatiently, I'm most tired of this from you Sakura Alliance people. Don't worry, there will be a chance for you to play. The field, too, was divided at this point. Leoda and Kabin, or Kabin is better. Lu De jumped down resentfully and spread his hands. Boss, you didn't let me fight for my life. Otherwise I would have definitely gotten him killed. Jiang Ping smiled. Just exercise. It's not time to fight for your life. There will be plenty of opportunities later when you've had a few more days of bone soup. The rest of the group was so comforted. It made a lot of people curious. The people of 13 cities are crazy. How are they happier to lose than to win? Chapter 127, continuing to add more. Oddball race. And the one who lost, isn't there any shame at all? In response, Lu De wanted to say, what do you guys know? I can still turn the tables even if I lose at the back. In the second match, Su Tianjiao is on, and Su Tianjiao's opponent is still Kabin. But Kabin, who just took a set, is a little underdressed, easily taken down by Su Tianjiao. Kabin was a little dazed. He didn't even understand what was going on, and he was kicked right out. In the ring, you can get someone out or just maim them. Apparently Su Tianjiao didn't have the idea of getting Kabin killed. It's mostly just that Kabin is too weak. Su Tianjiao was a bit down, but Kabin was weak, and Su Tianjiao didn't expect the next one to be even weaker. With just one move, he kicked his opponent away. This instantly silenced the crowd that had just been clamoring. Is this girl so strong? Even the blonde guy got serious. The person they just got on wasn't weak already. How could they still be knocked down so easily? This is still people give face. Otherwise directly a move to death. They have no place to reason. In his mind, he pondered who to send on, and what strength Su Tianjiao had. But just when he was torn, Su Tianjiao did something that caught everyone off guard. Only Su Tianjiao's voice filled with femaling came out. Rubbish, not a single one that can fight, wasted this opportunity of my mother. After saying that, directly jumped down. At once, the whole room was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. That garbage stung them deeply. Why are our people so weak? Defeated in one move? But this girl is also too arrogant. Right, to directly give up? She clearly could have continued to defend the ring, even if it was just to consume her opponent's strength. Many people thought the people of 13 cities were crazy. Even the archbishop above was staggered for a moment. This is a life and death battle involving many resources. How come the fight is so strange today? As per past practice, it would be nice not to maim a few people now. But today, first came Alude, who really followed through on his name, slipping around and bouncing down. The bottom line is that there is no shame in obviously losing. And after switching to this girl, 2 moves sent both opponents straight out. Apparently the 13th city's ace in the hole. And while everyone else was figuring out how to deal with it, he ended up jumping himself. What's that supposed to mean? Frowning, he looked at Elder Chio. What exactly are you guys thinking? What do you want to do? He couldn't figure out why he would give up when he had such an advantage. He felt that there was a conspiracy in 13 cities. Xiao Lao laughed. Then you'll have to go down and ask our fire seed captain. Dispatching troops in formations, old man is not involved. The archbishop looked deeply at Elder Ju, being so proud. It's only fitting that you guys are going to lose this time. The blonde man was dumbfounded as well, but couldn't think twice about it because the opposite side was sending someone else. Frowning, he looked over at the guy who was arching his hand all over the high platform. It was surprisingly difficult to decide who to send up there for a while. 2 of them are no longer available and there are 6 left. This time up is Lu Baichuan. Lu Baichuan is like a harmonic star is to the 4 outside the weak of the crowd, cupped fists and arched hands. Face also with a thick smile. Thank you for the folks to support the scene. I Lu Baichuan 13 City Heavy Ming City Lu family children. The first time to the treasure, also please all of you to take care of more. A set of tawdry knockers said. Zhang Ping couldn't even help but cover his face. Shouldn't have let him on if I knew he wanted to do this. Li Zimu grunted. He's a man with a good reputation. He's been like this since he was a child. The group booed. It was close to hitting him with a bottle. Angrily, he shouted, where are our players? Knock this kid off his feet. At that moment, a man flew from the sky, holding a knight's sword, and unexpectedly rushed up to sneak attack. But, Lu Baichuan seemed to have eyes behind him, and gave a hey. With only a slight glint in his eyes, the 2 pupil lights went straight to the knight's sword. Just a touch. The knight's sword was actually smoking, as if it had been scorched by something. The archbishop almost jumped up. Old show. What's going on here? Isn't this our bright take? When did you guys steal it? This skill is all too familiar. Just ing created by him based on the skills of some demonic beast. Can it be unfamiliar? Xiao Lao responded lightly. Barbaric just allow you to create, not allow us to innovate? The archbishop was so angry he almost burst into flames. The mind wondered viciously who had leaked it. This if the 13 cities all learn it. What the hell are they still mixing? The moment it touched the knight's sword, the eroded knight's sword immediately had the appearance of dissolving, followed by Lu Baichuan's hefty laugh. Screw you. Fly's kick was surprisingly direct. That position is right in the middle of the outlap. Everyone was silent. Just now, Lu Baichuan looked cynical and cheeky, but he didn't expect to be so strong. Even the one who was knocked down froze. Unbelievably, he looked at the blonde man. Boss, The blonde man also saw that this Lu Baichuan strength is not to be underestimated and even had doubts in his mind. Xian Realm. At that moment, looking to the side, Makoto Hayashida. It's about time this cannon fodder was used. Turning to Makoto Hayashida, he said, you're on. Makoto Hayashida was going to be on it a long time ago. A smile on his face. He's only at the beginning of the Xian Realm. He's no match under my twin blade stream. The blonde man sneered in his mind. I hope so. Just don't lose your name as a genius of the Sakura Union. Watching Hay-8 really want to go up. The blonde man also began to prepare. He could see that the strength of the 13 cities this time was not to be underestimated. He couldn't hide it. Originally he didn't want to be exposed so early, but the situation was critical and it had to go on. He's going to have to go up if Hay-8 is really going to lose, or else the variables are going to change. Hayata just wanted to call for a fight, but Lu Baichuan waved his hand. Your opponent is not me. I should go down. Li Zimu's turn. Don't say that my brother robbed you of your chance, In a single bound, he jumped. The crowd was once again shocked. No, brother, it's okay for you to spell it out. What's with the capriciousness? Li Zimu had long been unable to hold back his excitement and looked toward Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping, can I go on now? Kang Pian looked at Makoto Hayashida, his eyes narrowing slightly. Go up, pay attention. This kid is also in the Xian realm. He should have touched the door of the law. Go up there and don't need to hold back. Just fight with all your might. Laziki froze. Xian realm? Then jumped up. Li Zimu drew his sword, his clothes fluttering, his sword pointing in all directions. Come and fight. Makoto Hayashida smiled cruelly. Twin blade stream, two-headed dragon kill. The 2 huge air currents transformed into 2 hideous snakeheads and came straight at Li Zimu. Li Zimu's heart was flabbergasted. Sure enough, it was the Xian realm. It's the law. However, in his heart, he sneered. He wasn't a vegetarian either. Gently pulling up the sword flower, the temperature inside the ring suddenly soared. and a sword flower turned into a fiery red lotus flower. People couldn't take their eyes off the ball, and until this moment they had no sense that the fire race was truly on. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. Thick-skinned again to power generation and praise. For more need power. This book from the very beginning of No One Asked For almost cut the book to now has climbed to the high martial arts book list first. Small face touched by inexplicable. Are all you food and clothing to face before today? Nothing else to say. Plus more. Plus more. The big brother gave me a variety of gifts and rewards. Our small face is not just eat not do people. After watching the performance on the end. Next chapter it's time for Kong Pyong to pretend that the big scene is about to begin. Dry and it's over. Chapter 128, he panicked. Now that's an even matchup. That's a fire matchup. Countless people cheered. Only Jiang Ping took a look and didn't look again. Originally, he was on the fourth and wanted to directly penetrate. But he did not expect Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu seem to have their own little secrets. But it does not matter. Anyway, the front is winning. You can't lose. There wasn't a big difference in strength between Li Zimu and this person. But that so-called genius of the Sakura Alliance was actually still a bit short of Lu Baichuan. Sure enough, just as Jiang Ping averted his eyes away, Li Zimu placed a longsword on top of Heiate Makoto's neck, with a cold look on his face. He said, "You've lost." Heiate Makoto was filled with incredulity. It couldn't be absolutely impossible. He was already in the Xian realm. According to previous estimates, it was possible for him to even fight through. How was he defeated by someone he had never heard of? He was crotchety before he came. Now it's actually like this? Li Zimu put away his sword and said blandly, "Get lost." With that, he turned to jump. But just in the nick of time, Hayata Jinyao looked at Li Zimu's back. His complexion changed, and his entire person revealed a frantic appearance. "Ah, die for me." Surprisingly, a shadow appeared from behind, and the shadow seemed to be holding a samurai sword coming straight behind Li Zimu. All of a sudden, Li Zimu froze, not reacting. He was actually sent flying directly into the floor in front of the Fire Seed squad. Wow, everyone hadn't expected this, and Heiate Shinji clenched his fists in excitement as he looked at Li Zimu, who had been sent flying. "I won." And that's when referee Lon went black. It's so uncomfortable to win, but it's so uncomfortable inside. In terms of the rules, Heiate really had to win, and you can only hold your nose and rule that he wins. There was a sudden clamor. A loud discussion came out of the. Lu Baichuan and the others looked at Li Zimu anxiously. Li Ziki rushed to help Li Zimu, but Li Zimu received a blow in that constantly coughing, until after coughing out a mouthful of blood, Su Tianjiao's face was as black as charcoal, shameless, cracking up at Heiate, who was posing for his final pose up there. Lu Baichuan even greeted the ancestors of 800 generations of Hayata Jinyao, but Hayata Jinyao did not care at all, just standing there coolly. He taunted, "Fighting involves doing whatever it takes. You guys are still too young." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the people of the Fire Seed squad couldn't hold back any longer. Each of them spit fragrance, and even Xiao-Qi directly wanted to go up. He's typically a tough guy, and this cussing from the crowd was extremely prominent in this quiet arena. Not that these spectators didn't want to talk. Rather, I really don't know what to say. They want to win. Not like this. This kind of situation where you're clearly defeated and people are leaving you alive. Instead of going down obediently, you sneak up on them? It's so embarrassing. If it was against a foreigner, no one would say anything. But this is a human civil war. There's something you can do, and there's something you can't do. Not only did the audience lower their heads, but even the blonde man was very dismayed. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Asshole, this is a disgrace to my entire West. You're looking for death. Sakura Alliance, do you really think that you can win this kind of battle involving multiple resources by any means necessary? No, 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 absolutely not. If you win in a way that can't be believed by the majority of people on the other side, you'll just end up leading things into the abyss that is war. After all, you can screw around and win, and we can deny it." A hint of coldness also slipped through Jiang Ping's eyes as he looked at Li Zimu and said coldly, "Have you grown a memory? This time it was spitting blood. Next time if you act like that again, you might lose your life. It's fine to pretend, but you have to have that qualification. You're only in the Xian realm now. What qualification do you have to point to the end? Get the hell down there and watch how I beat you. And that you guys too. Remember that lesson," said Jiang Ping as he flew up. The crowd was stunned. In their impression, this was the first time Jiang Ping had spoken to them in such a heavy tone. It was a little disconcerting for a while. Jiang Ping didn't want to say these hard words, but a few people still owed practice. Both Li Zimu and Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao also stayed his hand. He can see it. He had been holding this breath, and had wanted to teach them a lesson for a long time, or else he wouldn't have agreed to go up with Li Zimu, and was harboring this in his heart. but Lee Zimu still let him down. If this is the case, this Spark Squad will be ruined. Even if their cultivation is high, they won't be able to produce people like Imocho and Hichunli High. After yesterday's guidance from Old Man Shio, his heart has also had some changes and he has begun to take the initiative to take some responsibility. Jiang Ping put his hands behind his back and looked at the glowing-eyed Hayate Makoto with indifference in his eyes. Hayata really wanted to see Jiang Ping come up excited. Not in vain he used dishonorable means. Finally waited for this person. Excitement. Slightly bowing. Makoto Hayashida. I'll learn from your excellency's skill. But the moment he actually bowed, his eyes were filled with madness. Seeing the rightful owner and trying to fight for his life, Jiang Ping glanced indifferently at Hayate Makoto. Neither paid any attention to him, but looked down at the Spark Squad. Now I'll teach you one thing. Treat your enemies with a wild wind. Saying that, the long spear behind him appeared. One of the sharp claws appeared as well. Not all of them. Not that Kong Pyong was being generous, but that Hayate really didn't deserve it. Let him have both hands. And Hayate is not even a real one. It was only to see that Hayate Makoto was still brewing up a big move. But just at that moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. A sharp claw grabbed up the neck of Hayate Makoto. Still brewing, Hayate Makoto was lifted up like a baby chick. Then they saw something. The lifted up Hayate is about to be stabbed wildly by the lance-wielding Jiang Ping. Once, twice, 3 down, 4 down, countless down. Hayate is really panicking. The moment he was lifted up, he panicked and rushed to use his strongest defensive skill. But his defensive skill, which he thought was the strongest, was as thin as a piece of paper. A momentary stab as the lance made contact. Then he felt a stabbing pain that was so strange that his pain nerves couldn't even react to it due to Jiang Ping's fast movements. So just being able to feel the pain of that stabbing in for a moment. By the time he reacted, it dawned on him that there was no good place for him to be from the neck down. And then he was thrown heavily to the floor as if he were weightless. Only then did Jiang Ping's voice come out of his ears. See? The only way to say a pretentious word is to give him that beating. The entire room looked at Jiang Ping in shock. I only heard Jiang Ping faintly say to the people around him, "Rubbish! Fight again!" Instantly everyone in the West's expression changed. Strong, too strong. Just looking at the ground already no different from dead Hayate Makoto, no one dared to make a sound. Chapter 129, You're pissing me off. It was the worst scene since the beginning of the war. Makoto Hayashida is going to be taking a lot of air on the ground. Not a lot of it. Jiang Ping slowly walked over to him, pointing his lance at him. Stand up and keep fighting. Below Plumwood was shocked. At this moment, it was as if he was enlightened. The blonde man couldn't help himself and stood up, pulling out his weapon and walking up. Turning to Jiang Ping, who was having a great time, he grimaced. Almost done. Your opponent is me. In any case, Makoto Hayashida was one of theirs and couldn't be insulted like that. But Jiang Ping looked at it scornfully. You count a few waves. He hasn't conceded yet, and he's not out of the ring, so move back a little. A statement that again staggered the crowd. The Spark Squad was even more learned. Good lord. I was just saying that. How come Jiang Ping didn't just throw this guy out, but threw him into the ring? So there's still a fight to be had? The blonde pulled a face. Give me face. I, Mavis, will not let you suffer. Jiang Ping laughed and said faintly, you have no face with me. You. Jiang Ping didn't have time to grind his teeth with him. Continuing to Makoto Hayashida, he said, get up. It was very difficult for Hayate to even move to change hands at this point. He was tempted to tap the ground in surrender. He admitted he was scared. Really scared. This man was too strong. He was in the Xian realm, but he was actually beaten into this state by someone else with a single move. He felt that he urgently needed treatment now, or else he was afraid that he would be ruined. Begging for help, he looked to Mavis, wanting to surrender. It took every ounce of strength in his body for some of his weak voice to come out. I, too, vote for. Click. Jiang Ping's long spear directly pointed at his head. Instantly, blood slid down the ring to the ground. Mavis was confused. Killed? The Mavis are going crazy. In front of so many people. What does that make you? It's all said and done. Give me a break. Exasperated laughter. Good. Jiang Ping, right? I'd like to see what kind of backbone you have that you dare to be so arrogant. As he said that, the white and gold trimmed robes on his body rubbed and exploded, and his aura rose to the sky. The audience gasped. Today was really too much beyond their expectations. First it was a playful fight, then a one-sided one in the back, then a sneak attack, killed again, then is already reversed enough, but never thought there would be a reversal. Many people even exclaimed, Half-Step King Realm, my god, what kind of genius is this? How old is he? Half-Step King Realm? After Mavis' clothes fell apart, everyone looked at his beautifully defined muscles and revealed a deep shock. Mavis, Is this the genius of my holy city? Many people even laughed out loud. Good this time it's stable. Wanwan did not expect this time the specification of the fire race is actually so high. Before the appearance of the Xian realm has already been considered very surprised, has exceeded the previous any otherworldly. Wanwan did not expect that this time there is actually a half-step king realm. Steady, we're going to win this time. This arrogant kid is finished. This clamor didn't stop once everyone discovered Mavis' realm. Above, the archbishop was also filled with pride. With a reserved smile, old Cho maybe we're going to win this time this little guy of yours is good, but only good. Cho is also laughing / the Wang realm on the side was sneering. Elder Cho was very pushy and didn't speak directly, while Wang Jing on the side couldn't help but say, it's not certain who the deer will die. It's only good that the archbishop doesn't get heartbroken later. The archbishop's eyes were full of incredulity. Me? Heartbroken? You're that little king, aren't you? That's backwards. Wang Realm's face was as black as charcoal. Archbishop, although I can't beat you, but if you insult me like that don't blame me for fighting you. The archbishop looked at him quizzically. What the hell, you're just going to fight me? Wang Jing teeth popped out a few words. Below, Mavis dominates the field and has all the momentum. The most crucial thing was being enveloped by a burst of light all over his body. Condescendingly, he looked at Zhang Ping. Get ready. Don't say I won't give you a chance. I'll let you have 3 moves. And if you can hurt me, I can let you walk off the stage vertically. Zhang Ping looked at Mavis and was on the verge of laughing. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? It seems that it really is a small temple with a big demon wind. Saying that, an unusual aura erupted from his body. A mass of materialized blood red rushed towards Mavis' halo. This was just Kong Pyung's unconscious emanation. It wasn't intentional. But that alone has shocked people. Already unable to hold back, someone exclaimed, half-step king realm as well? Geez, what's with this fire race? How come the specs are so high all of a sudden? It's not cultivated, not practicing at all. It's amazing how a bunch of lads not even 20 years old have caught up to the heights they've been at for half their lives. And most of them haven't even reached that height. How is that not shocking? It's just as well that one appeared. But 2 actually appeared. The archbishop froze. Mavis froze as well. Old Joe, you're hiding it well. Xiao Lao laughed. Same as each other. Mavis looked at Zhang Ping in shock and gave him a deep look. No wonder he dared to be so wild. So it turns out that you have this backbone. Valued from the heart. The staff in his hand began to move. A huge sword was also carried behind his back. I don't know what kind of pairing this is either. Zhang Ping, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. Bottom line, does what you just said about letting me have 3 moves still count? Mavis froze. What did you say? But Zhang Ping has already moved. With a move of the god of heaven descending from the sky, Zhang Ping descended from the sky. With the tip of the gun pointing downward, the entire person appeared in a position of falling from the sky. A fire-red lance with blood-red chi enveloping its circumference. The sharp claws that had just been there also became hideous. The 3 sharp claws resembled a long winding dragon. Boom! Mavis stepped back. The staff in his hand had been quickly replaced with a giant sword. Just now this time he sensed danger. At this time, Zhang Ping's voice came. Are you the only one who can pretend? Come on. One more for the little master. Only to see a fire dragon surprisingly nibbling away at the huge sword in Mavis's hand. Its 3 sharp claws constantly colliding with Mavis's huge sword. Half-step king realm? He, Zhang Ping, had long been these days. If it wasn't for the lack of deep understanding of the Tao, a leap to the king realm would be possible. How could one be intimidated by a mere half-step of the king realm? He was frighteningly strong at this moment. But the most frightening thing was that Zhang Ping hadn't moved to break the law. He understood a lot because of the conversation with Xiao Lao. Genius. I hope. What's genius if you can't fight across the border? What hope is there if you can't cross the border and kill the enemy? Before, he was too conservative. He was invincible in the same realm by virtue of his broken law. But this also deeply bound him. Your Majesties, today for the moment first 2 shift. Today Friday, the leadership asked to work overtime. Come back and then write again. Chapter 130, Mavis's defeat. Mavis was reddened by the fire dragon's scorching, struggling to resist Zhang Ping's lance. The giant sword swung, and holy light attached itself to it. Beads of sweat fell down from his forehead. At this moment he no longer dared to say anything about letting Zhang Ping make 3 moves. But Zhang Ping is not forgiven. The hot breath of the fire-tip gun is getting thicker and thicker. Even if it is far away, you can feel the temperature that is constantly soaring. Look at the time. The first to say the fire-tipped gun of that big brother. Looking for me, the name of the fee. But, that wasn't the end of it. The sharp claws swung wildly in the moment, and Mavis' face went pale. It was a moment when he seemed to be facing 3 people by himself. No, 2.5. 5 hands. 2 hands were charging by fire-tipped spears, while 3 hands were sheathed in a layer of battle armor. Jiang Ping is cool. Mavis was like an egg in a frying pan, being constantly rolled and sizzled. The whole thing actually didn't fight back. There was an uproar. How is it possible? Half-step King Realm. This is a half-step King Realm. How could it be beaten into this? Like this? I originally thought that Mavis was already a genius, but I didn't realize that the 13 cities actually had another even more genius. More than that, it seems as though the 13 cities' overall strength has soared in this term. Everyone is talking about it. At this moment, Jiang Ping was really cool. It had been a long time since he had fought such an evenly matched battle. It's getting to the top. The gun picked up Mavis's exploding muscles and stabbed in hard. The fire-tipped spear with the scorching damage of the vermilion bird true law went forward, when it was true that a bit of fire would arrive, followed by the spear coming out like a dragon. As if the fight wasn't enough, Jiang Ping tossed the gun aside, looking menacingly at Mavis. Come and fight. Wow. All of a sudden, people's enthusiasm was once again triggered. He was also shocked by Jiang Ping's arrogance. Mavis' face was ugly as he looked at the huge sword in his hand that was already red. He didn't know why his holy light couldn't stop the flames, but he knows he's in bad shape right now. If you don't adjust quickly, you are going to lose. It was also at this time that Jiang Ping actually threw away his weapon, causing him to rejoice. Carrying a giant sword, he took out his best skill, Half Moon Chop. A sword blade slipped through, and the entire ring seemed to be split in half. I thought that Jiang Ping would dodge, but Jiang Ping froze and rushed up, head on. Behind him a light that looked like the Buddha's light behind him rose up, only it's blood-colored. The Buddha was golden. No, this one also carries a bit of gold. It's just that the blood is so prevalent that it hides the gold. Triple defense. Hard to take a hit. Some people couldn't help but cover their eyes and didn't dare to look at it anymore, as if blood and flesh would be flying in the next second. But what caught them off guard was that the sword blade of the Half Moon Chop was held down dead in front of Jiang Ping's body. It was as if there was an invisible shield in front of Jiang Ping. At this moment, Jiang Ping felt very wonderful. Just now, he seemed to have broken through a barrier. Elder Chiu couldn't even help but stand up when he saw this scene, and the eyes of Wang Realm on the side were about to fall to the ground. Elder Chiu, did I see it right just now? Is this the flavor of the domain? Elder Chiu's eyes were filled with delight as he laughed out loud. No mistake, it's the realm. Although it's just a fledgling form, Jiang Ping's King Realm is here. As long as we follow the steps, we may achieve the youngest King Realm ever in the 13 cities. Wang Jing scratched his head. And aside, the Archbishop's hands were digging into the iron seat armrests. A deep fingerprint was imprinted on it. The corners of his eyes twitched. This was their secret weapon. The one that the church had nurtured for so many years from among thousands of teenagers over and over again. This is what they have high hopes for and what carries the future. But just now, it broke with a bang. The moment Jiang Ping touched the Tao and possessed the fledgling form of the domain, he was already defeated. No one understood the difference between a domain, a Tao, and a skill better than they, the veteran powerhouses. If we're talking analogies, it's heaven versus earth. The winner is already decided. With a complicated expression, he looked at Old Shou. Old Shou, tell your people to stop. We admit defeat. It wasn't that he was going to concede defeat, but he didn't want Mavis to be discouraged by the blow. It wasn't as good as Jiang Ping, but it was still someone they had carefully cultivated. Elder Chiu shook his head slightly. We can't intervene in the fire seed competition. Unless your people admit defeat or are out of the game, there's no use for you or I to say anything. The implication is that it doesn't count if you say you admit defeat. Besides, you guys have priors, so don't stab me in the back again. The Archbishop's face was ugly as hell. Of course he knew that Elder Chiu was talking about that thing that Hayata really wanted. Take a deep breath and don't be angry. Mentally building myself up. Who makes other people's kids compete? Shouting at Mavis, who was already on the verge of being blown away. He said, Mavis, admit defeat. But Mavis turned a deaf ear. At this point he was on top of it. 2. This kind of head is deadly. He was raised to be a genius, the hope of the whole Bright Lights, which was a motivation, but also sometimes a poison. That kind of baggage keeps him from admitting defeat. He was afraid that once he admitted defeat he would completely lose everything he had now. So, one can only pretend not to hear, attempting to scrape together that nebulous hope with their own abilities. Rushed up and was held down and beaten up by Jiang Ping. Punch again. Get punched again. Mavis was swollen at least 2 times all over. Where at this point was there any trace of the sanctity that Mavis had felt before? But, Mavis still won't admit defeat. Blood was spitting out of his mouth and his chi was in disarray, scurrying all over the place. The Archbishop was in a hurry. Mavis is on the head. If this continues, the talent that has been cultivated for many years will be wasted. This Jiang Ping is running to kill Mavis. Elder Chiu, give me face and tell Jiang Ping to stop. We admit defeat. Elder Ju looked seriously at Mavis, then at the Archbishop. He also saw something. But there can be no softness. There was even a hint of pleading from the Archbishop at the end. Only then did he sigh helplessly. Stopping is fine, but make amends. Bringing up compensation. The Archbishop's heart aches. Bones are impossible. You'd beat Mavis to death for bones and you'd never give them again, Chopper said. They didn't have many more bones of the barbarian Bone Clan, and there was no way they would let it go again because of a Mavis. Even if he was an Archbishop he couldn't do that. Xiao Lao laughed. Look at you. What do you take me for? Don't want your bones. However, I heard that a new rift has been discovered in your holy city, and one of the races is interesting? With a swish, the Archbishop's face changed. Old show. You've gone too far. We had a deal once. We dealt with our own affairs on our own turf. What are you trying to do? Chapter 131, Robbing While the Fire is Burning. Xiao Old slightly shook his head. A helpless look. Hey, you see you and anxious. Fox woman just and not have not seen. Only it believe you have heard some of our legends. Qingqiu Fox Clan this and should be my 13th city and I have heard that you personally went in to negotiate with the Fox Clan. The last but was the queen of the others a good hammer. You cannot take, as well as let out. How about we don't want control, just a door we can enter at any time? In the future, we'll each be on our own. A few words that made the Archbishop frown constantly. The Fox Rift, a rift they had just discovered the other day, had appeared so abruptly around the sacred city, but he had obviously blocked the news in the first place. How did this old fox in front of him know? What's more, the key is knowing so well, even knowing about the fact that he got his ass kicked. God's color flowed and he thought hard, and the old man Qiu on the side said unhurriedly, if you don't say something, your family's children will be killed off. Don't go crazy when the time comes. As expected, Zhang Ping had already pressed Mavis by relying on the fledgling domain. It's one of those flesh-on-flesh collisions. Muscle. Mavis kept rolling. The Archbishop finally relented. Yes, but you have to tell me where you got this information. Xiao Lao was all but laughed to death by the Archbishop's naivety. I say, we've been friends for so many years. Why do you say such dim-witted things? As if you could tell me from whom you know about our big bone soup. The Archbishop sighed. And he was only trying. There are some things that are unspoken on both sides. Fine, I promise. But you guys pay for the materials to build the entrance to the rift. We don't care. Xiao Lao laughed. No problem. The two of them had talked it out. And Kong Pyun was on the verge of beating Mavis to a pulp. Finally, Xiao Lao spoke. Little bottle. Same human race give them face. Kick out and end it. Zhang Ping froze for a moment. But one look at Xiao Lao. Surely he can't let himself suffer. Had a good fight today too. A kick kicked Mavis out as everyone froze. As soon as he landed, a crowd gathered around him. Zhang Ping just stood there. There was no one behind who dared to challenge here. Nonsense. What kind of strength is this? Who would still go up without knowing what to do? Lon blackened his face. Fire race. 13 cities wins. In the office, several days had passed since the fire race, and people such as Kong were staying at the office for the past few days, waiting to see when they would go back. Mr. Qiu is here. Vile. Come here a minute. Zhang Ping walked over and looked at Elder Qiu curiously. You need something? Elder Qiu smiled and handed a 6-pronged crystal pillar to Zhang Ping. Drop the blood. Zhang Ping was slightly stunned as he looked at this seemingly real and magical thing in front of him. What's this about Xiao Lao? Xiao Lao smiled and said, why are you afraid I'll harm you? Zhang Ping quickly shook his head. If Xiao Lao wanted to harm him, where would he need to be so fancy? Come on, don't ask. Enduring the pain, he took out a small knife and drummed on his fingers. Grimacing, old man Xiu cried and laughed as he looked at Zhang Ping's appearance. You're about to reach the king realm. How can you get some essence blood and still be so laborious? Zhang Ping laughed in embarrassment. I won't lie to you. I've been injured once in so long since my debut. I'm not quite used to it, haha. Look at this Versailles speech. Xiao Lao was speechless. Finally, after the essence blood was dripped on, Zhang Ping suddenly had a wonderful feeling, and then a familiar feeling came. In an instant, his eyes widened. Mr. Qiu, this is? The entire group looked at old man Qiu with an unbelievable expression. Elder Qiu laughed out loud when he saw this silly look of Zhang Ping. A brand new unexplored rift. This is the core component. You keep it safe. With it you can enter this rift at any time. But I'm not sure what's in here. The specifics need to be explored by you. When you're almost done exploring, open it up again in the South City, and you boys can charge admission later. You'll have to speed up though. It's not yours alone. It's just one of the cores. The rest is presumably in the hands of the Holy City. Zhang Ping was shocked. He was completely shocked by Elder Qiu's words. Just now, old man Qiu had given him a rift, and once upon a time when he had traveled for the first time, He had been very envious of those who controlled rift spaces. He thought at the time that if he had one, he could get a cramp in his hand from collecting tickets. I didn't realize that it would just come now. This was a different matter from his heaven-swallowing mystic realm. The greatest effect of the heaven-swallowing mystic realm was actually the flow of time. Only this was of little use to him, because he cultivates not by practicing, but by eating. This crack, on the other hand, is the kind that either has some kind of specialty, or has some kind of spirit, or has some kind of resource. As long as he can find out, he can attract countless people. This was how he used to go about finding the needed herbs such as cloud mist herb. I didn't think I'd ever turn over a serf and become a landlord, but he's a little apprehensive about why he's entitled to something like this. Xiao Laoai. Xiao Old laughingly waved his hand, nothing to say. The old MO has already begun to build momentum for you in the South City. Just waiting for the New Year's Eve to start will be selected for you to make a force. But prestige is sometimes more false. Far less tangible benefits more people heartfelt. Therefore, our old Xiao can't lag behind. This is for you. Turn around and open a door in the South City. By virtue of the identity of the South City can enter once a year or half a year for free. This will make countless people support you. Jiang Ping opened his mouth wide, slightly teary-eyed. What can he do to have such a group of old people worrying about him? It turned out that what Zhou Lao had said about paving the way for him really wasn't just words, but rather looking out for him in every way. I'm a little scared, old man Xiao. It was hard to imagine that the little bully of the South City actually had a day to be afraid. It's a fear that comes from responsibility. Afraid of failing everyone's hopes. Xiao Lao laughed loudly. Remember what I told you? People who come out of the South City have to be wild. What are you afraid of? With us old guys behind you. Just go forward with confidence. By the way, I have no support and no heir in my life. Would you like to be a grandson for me? In an instant, Jiang Ping fell to his knees. The tea was carefully toasted according to the ancient rituals. Grandpa. Jiang Ping had never imagined that he would actually be so willing to be someone else's grandson one day. But this grandson he was cool with. Chapter 132, willing to be a grandson. Good, good. My old Xiao is considered to have a descendant. Alright, get up. Know your heart flew into this crack long ago. Go explore and explore. There are surprises. Xiao Lao showed a rare mischievous side. Jiang Ping froze. He really couldn't wait to get in there. After all, it was a mountain of gold. Just a surprise? What could be described as a surprise by Elder Xiao would definitely not be small. Nodding respectfully, he rose, then instantly pulled out the hexagonal prism. This one. He's untutored. Slowly a door appeared. Jiang Ping looked back at Xiao Lao. Grandpa Xiao, then I'll go in first? Heart scratching. Elder Xiao laughed loudly. Go ahead. Go ahead. Pay attention to safety. After all, this place hasn't been developed yet, and there are entrances in the west, so it's not wrong to be careful. Jiang Ping nodded, disappeared casually, and that door was only there for a few seconds also disappeared, as if nothing ever existed. Elder Xiao looked at Jiang Ping's back. His heart was satisfied. Jiang Ping went out, he was relieved. If a genius who was already about to reach the king realm touching the domain could not go out to practice, then everyone would hold their fire. Jiang Ping understood at the slightest point, and it made him feel even more like it was worth spending half of his life's worth to build this hexagonal pillar. The hexagonal prism is the core, yes, but it's not so easy to make it open at all times like that. The Archbishop gave the core merely the ability to open doors, but let's not talk about the experience. It's hard to say. It's like a wooden door to a thatched cottage that also opens and works, but can the experience compare to a fully intelligent gate worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Definitely not the same. At the same time, in a dark castle, the Count was still in his tuxedo, the nails on his hands raking across Hey-8 Goro's chest, a cold smile on his lips. You? How did you assure me? Didn't you say that your genius son could avenge my son's death? But look, don't you think it's fun to deceive this Count? Goro Hayata looked at the sharp fingers and couldn't stop gagging. The voice stuttered a bit. Brr, Earl, I absolutely do not dare to have the intention of deceiving you. Who would not have thought that he would have the strength of a half-step king realm? Even the Archbishop's secret trump card was defeated by him. And I also lost my child. Tears in his voice. The Count said dismissively. I didn't think of this or that. What can you think of? Suddenly, though, it seemed like a realization. Your child? Isn't that your nephew? Hayata Goro cried. Earl, this matter has some twists and turns. My brother back then my sister-in-law and I. And then there was Hayata really want. All these years I have carefully actually cultivated my own child. But I was abused and killed. I am also angry. Lord Earl, please let me redeem myself once more for the same loss of my son. I can be sure this time, it was definitely him who killed the Viscount and his bodyguard. And only such strength can kill the Viscount silently. Needless to say, the Count was also spoken for. Your own son knows himself. There were 2 other powerful bodyguards, and they were actually killed just like that. It would make sense if it was really this guy. There was just a bit of disdain for Garo Hayabusa's family business, and he gave him a disdainful look. With that in mind, the Earl's fingers left Hayate Goro's chest. You only have one last chance. My men got word that Light forwarded control of a rift that should be for him, so you know what to do, right? Hayate was truly amazed at how well informed the Count was. However, he hurriedly said, I'll personally go out this time. As you know, I've long been in the King realm, and I even have my Sakura Alliance's unique style god. As long as you can send me in, I'll definitely take his head back. The Earl was satisfied with this. However, the heart for the so-called style god of Hayate Goro scoffed. Strange and obscene skills. Orthodox road does not go. Have to go this kind of tricky road. Look quite powerful. In fact, the road further up the road has been broken. But despise it. The mouth still speaks. It's not difficult to send you in, but it will just take some means. Don't say that this Count is harsh. I'll send you 2 half-step king realms of the Blood Clan to accompany you. Remember that this is your last chance, or you won't have another chance to attach yourself to my clan, and your first embrace is out of the question. When the time comes, this Earl will personally deliver you. With a few words, he scared Garo Hayabusa back for a while. Jiang Ping entered the crack and was surprised to find that this place was really different from the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. Here heaven and earth are more expansive. The mountains stretch out, the streams gurgle, and the forests are so tall and dense that you can't even see them at a glance in the air. Surprisingly, this place gave him the feeling of being in an outer realm. Jiang Ping was pleasantly surprised. That's a lot of potential for this rift if it's true. And of course the biggest surprise of all, what a lot of ingredients will be here. He's drooling just thinking about him. Stepping on the wheel of the sun and moon, observing the grass and trees here. It was just that after he wandered around, he surprisingly didn't find any traces of demonic beasts. That's a big deal. You know, what is a crack suitable for without demonic beasts? Planting that means this place must have its own specialties. Jiang Ping couldn't help himself when he thought of the specialties. It's a treasure. Explore the place by stepping on the sun and moon wheels in constant flight. The more you look at it, the more surprised you get. Sure enough, the critters here are normal animals, not demonic beasts. And there are traces of houses built of wood in some places. Does it mean that there are races surviving here? He wasn't sure it was human, but there is no doubt that there are races that survive. Suddenly, Jiang Ping, who was wandering in the air to scout, suddenly heard the sound of a fight. When he raised his eyes to look over, saw a scene that shocked him. The voice was stuttering a bit. This. What race is this? Why is it so spirited? Jiang Ping even wanted to cover his eyes at one point. Just after covering it, he couldn't help but look down his fingers again. For women with only a cool single garment on their bodies were being surrounded by a group of barbarian bones. The 4 women looked like human faces, but there were fluffy hairs and tails on their ears, sideburns and tailbones. The ears are also a little too slender. Of course the thing that made it hardest for him to see straight was the sheer size of the sink. Is this really on the scale of what a human being can achieve? Especially with 4 women still fighting. That move, TSK, think for yourself. Sister, we may not be able to return home today. The 3 of us will stall these skeletons. You run back and tell the clan leader, so that the clan can know that the recorded 100-year tribulation is coming. One of them, a woman whose cool red dress covered her body, said firmly, although the words are very serious, but the performance is indeed extremely voluptuous. Big eyes containing a smile containing playful containing demon. Water cover fog around the ground. Charming swing. It's not a pretense, but a kind of charm that radiates from the bones. These days, there are a lot less urges to update. Is it because your majesties want to raise the book? Crying. I've been updating in 4 chapters. 4 chapters, and I'm still feeding the book? I've been updating in 4 chapters, and I'm still raising the book. Chapter 133, sorry, a bit violent. Jiang Ping was surprised for a while. These 4 women in cool clothes actually had quite a backbone. At first glance, this is the aboriginal people. It took no effort at all to get here. After all, in Jiang Ping's opinion, although he only had one door, in his heart this place was already his private item. Therefore, these damned barbarian bone race were robbing his private belongings. He had to help the field, definitely not because of anything else. He was only doing it because these women couldn't afford to wear clothes, and because of his hatred for the Savage Bones. To the Savage Bone clan, not even boiling soup would relieve the hatred. So it was that as several women were preparing to break out, they were shocked to see a scene that they would never forget. Surviving since childhood in the cracks of the Green Hills. No, it's called the Green Hills tribe for them. Only to see a man with feet on colorful auspicious clouds, Buddha's light shining behind him, and a handsome face exuding a strong aura appearing in front of them by way of a heavenly descent. The district barbarian bone race is arrogant odd in your little master's territory. With his hands behind his back, he had the look of a tall man. Of course, all of the above is Jiang Ping's own opinion. In fact, a few fox women looked at Jiang Ping's eyes revealed as vigilant. How did another human come along? Sister, is this the human in the records? A curious look came over the face of the second largest, stiff, and shapely fox girl. The sister next to her rushed to pull her sister back. Silence, obviously. She was estimating what Jiang Ping was from. Only, there was some surprise in his eyes. Humans? It's been how many years since we've seen one? The barbarian bone clan on the side, on the other hand, wasn't so happy. The barbarian bone clan, who had at least 2 green bones in their chests, looked at Jiang Ping warily. Human, this is our prey. You fished over the line. He instinctively sensed that Jiang Ping was not that easy to deal with and spoke in warning. Jiang Ping snorted. Fishing across the border? The whole crack is mine. You're the thief for coming to my house and taking it without telling me, right? The soul fire in the barbarian bone clan's cranium flickered, apparently weighing up what to do. And in the end, probably feeling that Jiang Ping wasn't to be messed with, he grunted to at least 7 or 8 barbarian bone clans behind him. Okay, I'll give you face this time. Brethren, let's go. Find the next target. Just as they were about to turn around, Jiang Ping's faint voice came. Go, did I give you permission to leave? With that, the long spear chopped straight in front of the green-colored barbarian bone race. At once, the barbarian bone race was enraged. An angry voice spread all around. Human, you are looking for death. I was looking at the fact that a peace contract exists between humans and the barbarian bone race, and that's why I was prepared to let you off the hook. What do you want to do now? Give your face no face? A peace treaty? Jiang Ping seems to have heard a huge joke. The fart peace contract. That's all window dressing. Just a rhetoric of not wanting both sides to go to complete war. Who takes that seriously? As long as they meet, they are still red in the eyes. The reason why this barbarian bone race said so is just because they feel that they are not to be messed with. Jiang Ping suddenly moved. Deed your grandma's leg. You still let me off the hook? Why do you have such a big face? The body didn't even move. Only the sharp claws flew out from the back and ruthlessly pinched the green barbarian bone clan. This Xian realm expert, who was also considered a small expert in the barbarian bone clan, was actually pinched to death in a hard way, and the 2 green bones that symbolized the cultivation and status were instantly broken off from the bone frame in a hard way. Jiang Ping moved very quickly. The remaining few barbarian bone race did not expect Jiang Ping to strike directly without any martial virtues, and were horrified. Are you trying to start a war? Panic. We are the elite of the barbarian bone clan, and the father who birthed me is the clan leader. Jiang Ping turned a deaf ear, breaking bones one by one as skillfully and naturally as if he were breaking corn in a field. Trying to run. One of the sharp claws blocked, and the other 2 sharp claws controlled with one hand, holding down the cluck, and breaking with the other. Jiang Ping's hands, on the other hand, were still in the same high-profile manner and were carried on his back. I have to say the impact of this scene was huge. The wailing and screams were endless, and the soul flames were extinguished one by one. Frightened, the several fox women couldn't help but take several steps back. The sisters acting as relies on each other. The weapons in their hands couldn't help but raise. 5 seconds. Or maybe it's 3. Or maybe it's 10. It's short anyway. A few of the barbarian bone clansmen who had just been clamoring were all turned into a single bone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jiang Ping counted a full 9 green-colored bones, only that there were also a few of them that were substandard, obviously not reaching the green color. Shucks. Rubbish. When he saw the fox girls who were on the verge of shrinking into a ball with each other, this brought out a kind smile. Hello several of you. My name is Jiang Ping. I come from the South City. I like to help people the most on weekdays. I've just been a bit violent in our first meeting. Sorry. It took Jiang Ping a search of his intestines to come up with that bit of wording. Prepare to make a good impression on a couple of fox girls. After all, in the future, if they wanted to take this place completely, they would definitely have to deal with the fox women. It was just like the Fire Crow King of the Vermilion Bird Academy's Fire God Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, his smile, which he thought was kind, was also very scary in the eyes of a couple of fox girls. In their opinion, this is the person who talked and laughed and cleaned up the skeleton that they couldn't even fight against, and changed his face so fast. 1 second he was so ruthless, and now he was smiling so brightly. It's horrible any way you look at it, but the situation was stronger than the others, and they could only believe that Jiang Ping was a good person. The oldest big sister stepped forward, slightly owing her body. Qingqiu tribe Husier is courteous. Thank you for saving my little brother's life. Sensei, first take the words to frame Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping also did not care. Haha smile. My name is Jiang Ping. Just said. Just call me Jiang Ping. The road are called me Bottle Brother. I dare not say to save my life. I have a grudge against these skeletons. So I just kind of didn't control my temper. Don't be offended ha. It was rare for Jiang Ping to be so serious. And he always felt that it wasn't even himself anymore. But for the sake of this cracked space, he also put up a fight, trying hard to dent the posses. Hu Xier gave an awkward laugh and bowed again. No matter what, it's also what saved us, so that our home is not far from here. There's nothing to entertain us, but there are some specialties. Why don't you Jiang Ping come with us to our home and sit down? Also let the family thank you. Jiang Ping hissed. That yawning just now made him turn sideways. Avert your eyes. At the same time, it also felt that this Hu Xier was very smart. The few words I just said to him came with an underlying meaning. There was a little bit of scorn for myself in the latter phrase, saying that home wasn't far away and that there were parents. What it means is self-evident. But Jiang Ping didn't care. He just wanted to feel out what specialties were available here first, and then deal with the local races. Chapter 134, A Terrible Unit of Measure. Showing a smile. Yeah, just as well I'm curious about it. I won't lie, I'm here for the first time. Hu Xier's heart froze, then smiled and led the way. A few fox girls followed the two very nicely. Hu Xier asked tentatively, Jiang Ping, you said it was your first time here? Where are you from? Jiang Ping didn't hide it. It's outside, but it's not the same place as that group of savage bone race. The savage bones? Hu Xier was slightly stunned. Vermilion lips flicked out. Jiang Ping, the barbarian bone race you are talking about are those skeletons? Jiang Ping nodded. Yes, they are called the barbarian bone race. A group of races that are only worthy of being used as ingredients for simmering soup. I just didn't expect them to be able to come here as well. Soup? Hu Xier breathed a sigh of relief. What a devil this was. Skeleton bones can make soup? Thinking of the bones that Jiang Ping had just put away, a wave of evil sweat ran through him. Did you just prepare soup from that bone? Jiang Ping said rightfully. Yes, it's very good. Turn around and I'll get you a pot of it. Make sure you drink it once and want it again. Jiang Ping's thoughts were simple. He was not in conflict with the Fox clan either, so it would be good to appropriately reveal some goodwill. It's just that his self-perceived goodwill has left Hu Xier's sisters a little confused, especially the smallest ones want to spit on the spot. Holy, what a devil. People eating skeletons? I just don't know what they're arresting you for. It's a bit of a puzzle. He looked at a couple of fox girls who clearly didn't have 2 tails of meat. Oh no, it was only 2 tails of meat left. That surplus waste doesn't have much oil either. Essence blood? Or what? Hu Xier was a little uncomfortable by Jiang Ping's look. Rushing to digress. I was listening to them, saying that they love our pelvic bones, said the man, a little shyly. Jiang Ping froze. Pelvis? The eyes can't help but look over. Mama, indeed. Whoever looks at it likes it then rushed to avert his eyes. So that's how it is. These skeletons are perverted. They just like other people's bones to play with. Thankfully they ran into me. Hu Xier's heart slandered. You are also perverted They want our bones. You eat theirs. But still, I didn't dare say anything. It took another 10 minutes of walking to get to the middle of the depression. In the mountain pass, it was so peaceful that there was actually a settlement that looked like a human village. There are foxes like Hu Xier everywhere. Jiang Ping had just wanted to take a closer look when suddenly, his nose twitched. He smelled an unusual odor. The gods shook. Hurriedly, he said to Hu Xier, do you have chi velvet chrysanthemum here? Hu Xier's eyes were rather confused, didn't understand what Jiang Ping meant. Chrysanthemums? What's a chiffonade? Jiang Ping slapped his forehead. Many medicinal herbs are given names by the 13 cities or this side of the West itself, and Hu Xier naturally does not know about it. Saying that, he hurriedly grabbed a light golden chrysanthemum-like herb from the heaven-swallowing mysterious realm. Together with the branches, it resembles a golden-colored rui. Hu Xier took a look and immediately smiled. I thought, what was it? So it's this Yes, a large area in the back of the mountain. Our grandma nothing planted. Usually will be distributed to the clan to make tea to drink. When on fire drink this is very effective. But put a little bit of honey would be even better. Speaking of which, the youngest fox girl in the back seemed to recall. Honey has to be the sweetest when it's pulled out of a big black bear's den. Hu Xier looked at her little sister's random conversation and glared at her without any good reason. The fox girl rushed to cover her mouth. Jiang Ping was all amused. Looks like a good eater after all. I love it too. Do you guys sell these chiffon chrysanthemums? Still with the idea of sustainability in mind, Jiang Ping didn't just grab it. Rather, it's a discussion. After all, this thing is the people planted. There is technical content. But he did not think that the price of the outside not low chi velvet chrysanthemum actually people can artificially breeding. No, it's fox worker farming. It seems that this fox clan has great potential. when you get it right. It's no less than the Fire Crow clan. Hu Xier shook her head. There's no need to change it. If you use it, I'll pick some and send it to you. We're usually free to help out with Grandma's place. It's a small thing we can still do. Zhang Ping shook his head. I want a large amount. How about this? You introduce your grandma for me? I'll have a chat with her? Hu Xier thought for a moment. Okay. Then Zhang Ping, you wait here for a while. We rarely have outsiders here. I'll go and tell Grandma. With that, he trotted off. Zhang Ping only got excited after Hu Xier and a few little fox girls left. Holy cow! What a lucky break! The King's Realm Big Bone Soup is finally going to have enough ingredients? Previously, although Zhang Ping had also made a few pots of King Realm Big Bone Soup, but he didn't know why. Or maybe it was because the standard of the material was not enough, and after drinking it, he only strengthened his bones, but he didn't gain any skills or anything. This made Zhang Ping regret it. But when he wanted to stew the soup again, he realized that he was missing a few herbs of the corresponding level. One of the things missing is the chiffon chrysanthemum. There are regular ones out there. They don't fit the bill. Uncommon ones that reach Xian level quality are hard to find. But I never expected to run into it here. Just now Hu Xier said it very clearly. There's plenty in the backcountry. Doesn't that mean that there are king quality ones as well? He really kind of can't wait to check it out. Only, the mind was also thinking, even if this kind of thing was not worth much in the Fox clan, anything that reached this quality of king grade would not be ordinary, and the value goes up. How are we going to negotiate later? After thinking about his strengths for a while, he finally had an idea. Then it was quiet and waited. In less than half an hour, Hu Xier helped an old woman walk out. The old woman was full of grooves. Her face was old, and her back was a little hunched. Eartail is no different from Huey. The only thing is that her clothes are more conservative. I heard sister she say that little brother saved them. Do you need some chi velvet chrysanthemum? This is the best of the several chi velvet chrysanthemums. It's for little brother. The old lady got right to the point. Straight away, he took out a basket made of bamboo. Lifting the covering cloth reveals golden yellow chiffon chrysanthemums. Zhang Ping's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it's a king class. However, after looking at it for a moment, he withdrew his gaze. A couple of them won't get rid of him. He's got a big deal to make. Holding his head high, he looked at the old lady. Elderly man, I see that your people are living an average life. Don't you have any thoughts of making them better? Zhang Ping said as he pointed at these foxes who were still engaged in relatively primitive production. Grandmother who was slightly stunned. She's brought out the best chiffon chrysanthemums, and this guy's still not satisfied? He thought that Zhang Ping didn't think it was enough. Laughing out loud. Indeed, you saved the lives of several of Shimei's people. So how about I take another caddy for little brother? Zhang Ping is crazy. What did you just say? Pound? Chapter 135, follow me. What unit of measurement is this? This is a king-level chi velvet chrysanthemum. Outside to find a king-level begging grandparents. In this can be argued caddy? He had thought he had given enough importance to the foxes, but now he seemed to have been conservative. Taking a deep breath, Grandmother Hu, you're overthinking it. I have a grudge against the barbarian Bone Clan, and I won't let them go without Sister Shi and the girls. I didn't want any payment. I really want to talk to you about a big deal. Now, Grandmother Hu froze. She was able to clearly feel Zhang Ping's greedy emotions just now, but never thought that this young man would actually be able to resist the temptation. Although the chi velvet chrysanthemum was nothing to her, but this thing was not even mortal at this grade. He took out a pound of his own, and he was still able to hold back, so it was indeed impressive. What big deal do you want to talk to Oldney about? Little brother? Our tribe is doing quite well. When Zhang Ping heard that, there was a door. Laughing all at once. Pretty good? That's just your eyesight being too small. A sentence that caused Grandmother Hu to frown. Zhang Ping pretended not to see it. If I'm not mistaken, most of your clansmen are at the wrong realm, and there aren't many at the Xian realm. Grandmother Hu, you should be at the half-step king realm, right? Grandmother Hu frowned, obviously not expecting Zhang Ping to say that. Seeing the expression on Grandmother Hu's face, Zhang Ping smiled. He didn't just wait around. Instead, it was a long survey. Also see a general idea. Grandmother Hu nodded. Yes, but it's already not bad. Like Shimei and the girls who, according to the age of my Fox clan, are not long into adulthood, have already almost stepped into the Xian realm. They've already worked very hard. Zhang Ping laughed out loud. Effort? Hululu, sometimes effort isn't everything. Do you know what strength my human race has at this age? Look at me, said the man, releasing his aura. At once, Hululu was shocked. Just now, she could feel that Zhang Ping's aura was actually able to suppress her. She could even feel overwhelmed. This is incredible. How old is Zhang Ping? Suddenly, He remembered what the clan had written about some of the humans. Breathing sharply. Little brother. Plain speaking, what do you want? Putting Jiang Ping on par. Jiang Ping wasn't the least bit surprised to see the change in Hululu's attitude. The world ultimately relies on strength. Fade patted the dust on his body. Essence blood. I don't see any demonic beasts here. Do you? What? Grandmother who could barely stand for a moment. Did you say demonic beast? Have you seen a demonic beast? Grandmother who stared at Jiang Ping incredulously. In the clan's records, there was once a time when their fox clan encountered a great world. A time when 100 flowers competed. And one of the biggest boosters was the demonic beasts. Demonic beasts are not like them. They, the foxes, were an intelligent race? Not demonic beasts. One must know that normal demonic beasts could not have normal intelligence until they reached the Xin realm. Except for some peculiar demonic beasts of course. But most of it is. The foxes, on the other hand, are as intelligent as humans from the moment they are born. How can the two be confused? But it was because of this that she was shocked. It had been a long time since this land had heard of demonic beasts, and it was because of demonic beasts that that great world had appeared in the first place. Demonic beasts are full of treasures. Essence blood, inner pills, fur and so on, all of them are treasures. All are treasures that can enhance strength. It seems that grandmother who knows what a demonic beast is, so that saves me from wasting my breath. I'll be blunt. In the future you guys will plant me a specialty like the Chi Velvet Chrysanthemum that is unique to you guys, while I trade demonic beasts with you guys. However, it's not a case of getting something for nothing but taking you guys out. If you want to obtain any demonic beasts you'll have to do it yourself. Won't you? Grandma who is shocked. This kid in front of me really has a channel for demonic beasts. A burst of light burst from his eyes. How can I trust you? The voice was shaking a little. A demonic beast. Ah, not only is it helpful to the clan, but she's not exempt from it either. Her own potential could only support her growth to this point now. If she could find that legendary demonic beast, obtain the demonic beast's essence blood in Inner Dan, and then absorb it with the clan's secret method, wouldn't she be able to break through to the king realm as well? Trembling, is the excitement? Jiang Ping laughed out loud. How can I believe it? Laughing loudly. There was a bit of arrogance in it, a bit of disdain, and a bit of disdain for everything. Grandma who? Let me tell you a few things first, and judge for yourself after you hear them. You should have heard from Shi Mei. They were besieged by skeletons. That group of skeletons didn't appear out of nowhere. Since they appeared here, it must be that the door to your place has been opened. That race is called the Barbarian Bone Race. Extremely ferocious, best all kinds of bones. To put it mildly, this batch right now is still tentative. When there are some more days there might be more. Secondly, guess how I got here? The same way your door opened at ours. I'm a bit of a talker and a peace lover, so I'm willing to trade, but not everyone is like me. A few little fox girls covered their mouths as they listened. Damn, this is still the first batch? If there are more of those skeletons, how can they resist? These two words alone made grandmother whose heart shake. She knew more than the likes of Joy's sister. The other day, the queen fought a human and also a skeleton. That fight was quick, but it had a huge impact. She knew that Jiang Ping was telling the truth and not scaring her. Grandmother who pondered in her mind. If it was really as Jiang Ping had said, where should they go from here? Is the documented 100-year tribulation really going to occur? If that's the case, they are the meat on the table, and all parties are waiting to divide it up. You just said that so many people are looking at our place, so you are capable of protecting us? There was some anticipation in his eyes, and a few moments of skepticism. Jiang Ping laughed even more. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Jiang Ping, known as the little bully of the southern city. I won't hide the fact that I love to make friends in my life, so I have friends all over the world. Said a beat, of course these are not the point. Humanity's largest force 13 cities. The strongest old man in the South City is my grandfather. One of the 5 major colleges is also the dean is also my grandfather. And the strongest person stationed in the Western Holy City office is also my grandfather. The realm governor who is in charge of hundreds of thousands of cultivator troops is my aunt. And my grandfather's disciples are spread across all levels of humanity. If I say that this power still can't protect you, you won't be able to live. And I, Jiang Ping, won't be able to mix anymore. By the way, those skeletons are also known as the Barbarian Bone Clan. Some of their strongest tribal geniuses have already reached the half-step king realm. I slaughtered a dozen of them, and the opposite side didn't dare to fart. The bottom line is that I'm 19 years old. Where to go from here is up to you. After saying that, he just looked at grandmother who, waiting for her answer. If the talks don't work out, don't blame him, Jiang Ping, for killing and taking the treasure.